The first thing the male protagonist does after his rebirth is to ask you for the ancestral jade bracelet, because he knows the apocalypse is about to arrive. And this bracelet is actually a space that will allow him to thrive in the apocalypse. But what he doesn't know is that you have also been reborn. You rushed to the room on the second floor, searching for the ancestral ring while calling the male lead who was about to arrive at your house to buy some time. Hello, is this Chen Yu? I haven't set up your birthday party venue yet, so come over at 8 p.m. I will definitely make sure you and your friends are satisfied. After saying that, you hung up the phone before Chen Yu could respond. Because you had already found your family's ancestral ring. Without thinking too much, you bit your index finger and let the blood drip onto the ring. In the previous life, this ring was given to the male lead Chen Yu by the female lead Lu Yinji at tonight's birthday banquet. Later, when you were about to die, Chen Yu told you that this ring was actually a space ring. No wonder Chen Yu kept asking you for it repeatedly. As if he had some kind of intuition, the ring transformed into a dragon wrapping around your finger. And then you suddenly disappeared. You were momentarily stunned, realizing you were in a small farmhouse courtyard with a piece of land. There was no one around, and without time to explore, you immediately exited the space and tried to access things with your mind. And it worked. Time was tight, so you quickly ran to the basement of your villa, which was filled to the brim with rice, flour, cooking oil, and many snacks, enough for several people to eat for 3 months. All of this was bought by the male lead, Chen Yu, for the female lead, Lu Yinji, but because you are the female lead's devoted admirer in the story, influenced by the plot, you ended up taking all these supplies upon yourself and laboriously moved them in. From space to supplies, then to the rescue vehicle, and then to team formation. Chen Yu seems to be able to predict everything each time. Is he also reborn like you? Or is he from another world? There's no time to hesitate. You immediately put these things into space. For a full 2 hours, you collected everything you could from the villa into your space, except for the wine in the hall and some decorative items. If all these things were taken away, Lu Yinji might just turn around and leave. Since Chen Yu wants the villa and the supplies, let's leave one empty for them. It can be considered the first gift for your rebirth. In the last life, that is, tonight, the apocalypse will descend. At 12 o'clock, after a black rain, the streets will be filled with zombies the next morning. Lu Yinji and Chen Yu survived for almost half a month with the supplies from the basement, and then they started going out to look for supplies, pushing you out every day to gather information. It was at this time that you awakened your healing ability, beginning your life as an all-around healer. First, you saved Chen Yu, helping him awaken his fire ability, and then you teamed up with them to fight zombies. When the last bit of value was squeezed out, he was sent to the experimental table by Lu Yinji and Chen Yu, and after being tortured for half a month, he finally ended his ridiculous life. At that time, you only realized that your sister had been looking for you all along, but the messages were erased by the male and female leads. It wasn't until just before you died that you saw your sister rush into the laboratory. At that moment, you understood that you were merely a supporting male character in an apocalyptic story. In these 2 hours since your return, you found that the layer of restraint on you seemed to have disappeared. That's fine. Tonight marks the beginning of the apocalypse. This villa can be considered a gift for Lu Yinji. Aside from the wine in the living room, even the mattress in the room has been taken away by you, along with the generator and other things, as a final birthday gift. After tidying up, you drove out while humming a song. You need to go back to the villa where you lived with your sister and tidy up the things there. There are also many cold weapons that your sister has collected. Since your sister works in the military and is mostly on missions, it's not surprising that you can't find her when you go to her house. But because the apocalypse is only a few hours away, you quickly open your phone to order takeout, not bothering to check the ratings, just randomly clicking for 2 hours. The takeout basically all arrived by 8 o'clock, just as you were putting all the takeout into the space. When Lu Yinji's call came in, Chen Fan, is this the place you arranged? Where's the cake, the snacks, the barbecue feast? Besides alcohol, can't you think of anything else? Listening to Lu Yinji's furious words, along with Chen Yu's gentle voice comforting her softly beside, you feel a wave of disdain in your heart. My things are not so easy to get right now, but I still need to keep Lu Yinji and Chen Yu here a little longer. The cake, well, I think it's not very good. I customized it 10 million won. Maybe it was too rushed. The pastry chef said it won't arrive until around 11. You let out a cold laugh, but still followed her words as before. I'm still watching him make it. Sorry, Yen Ji. I appreciate your patience for a little longer. I really don't know which nerve I misfired in my last life, otherwise, I wouldn't have argued with my sister over Lu Yinji and moved out, causing my sister to return to the army without even seeing me once. After thinking about it, I still called my sister. The number you dialed is turned off, and you just know it would be like this. Fortunately, My sister was still around when I died last time. I just don't know what her feelings would be seeing me for the last time. Then you continue to order takeout, ordering a lot of food that your sister loves. Finally, all the delivery runners have arrived, and you took a small cart to move everything to the living room before putting them away. The phone rang again. Chen Fan, where have you been? I've gone home. You stood me up. Yeah, do you like this gift? Lu Ruyan was so angry that she almost smashed her phone, and Chen Yu immediately comforted her softly. Don't be angry. Afan probably didn't mean it. Just talk to him nicely. He will definitely come. After all, this is his villa too. Xiao Yu, why do you always defend him? I mean, it's my birthday. Why did we have to invite him? It's annoying. Yan Ji, you can't say that. No matter what, Chen Fan has been pursuing you for so long. As she spoke, her slender fingers wandered on Lu Yanji's back, and Lu Yanji immediately calmed down. It's so late. Everyone has left. Why don't we go back to the room and rest? Lu Yanji and Chen Yu had been sitting on the sofa for quite a while before they realized this. She didn't care about Chen Fan anymore. With the right timing and circumstances, she should first take the beauty back to the room. It's the same if we wait in the room, Chen Yu said shyly, nodding. The two of them ignored the empty bottles scattered across the living room and slowly walked upstairs, embracing each other. The room light was off, and Lu Yanji picked up Chen Yu and threw him onto the bed. Ah! Chen Yu screamed, and only then did Lu Yanji turn on the light, revealing a room with just a bed frame left, and only one small light bulb remaining. Chen Yu endured the pain in his body and immediately got up. Yan Ji, go check the basement and the kitchen. Lu Yanji was completely taken aback but still nodded in response. Chen Yu checked the room while unable to help but wonder, how could this be? Did Chen Fan discover the space? Didn't the book say he only found out after the apocalypse? And why hasn't he come yet? Isn't he always the most proactive when it comes to anything related to Lu Yanji? Could it be that he is just like me? The two of them ran through every room in the entire three-story villa, and then Chen Yu gasped and immediately said, hurry up and drive. Let's go home first. Not here. Although Lu Yanji didn't understand, he still complied with his request. You listen to the sound of the rain pattering outside. Looking out the window, it's already 12 o'clock, and you wonder if the male and female leads can react. Then you lock the doors and windows and turn back to your room. You remember that in your previous life, you also awakened your abilities at this time, and it felt safer to return to your room and then to the space. Sure enough, as soon as you returned to your room, you felt dizzy, and then you forced yourself to slip into the space. The next morning, you slowly woke up and first looked outside, seeing that there was no one in the room. Only then did you leave the space. You pressed against the door, confirming there were no other voices, and then opened the door to step out. The doors and windows were tightly locked, and the curtains were drawn, and you had no intention of opening them. You wanted to test your abilities first. You found that you seemed to have not awakened a healing ability, but rather a dual element ability of water and wood. A purely supportive ability that could develop into an offensive ability. Could it be brought by the space? You took out a small knife and made a cut on your arm about the length of a fingernail, and then you saw the wound slowly heal by itself, just like in your previous life. In other words, not only do you have healing abilities, but you have also awakened dual water and wood abilities, which is truly a huge surprise. At this moment, Lu Yanji called again. On what basis do you take everything from the villa? I asked you to buy it, so on what basis do you take it? You need to return it to me now, and I can let it go this time and let you date me once. You thought to yourself, what a big face, and hung up directly. You originally wanted to block her, but then you wouldn't know how she was doing, at least before the internet was cut off. You needed to know, after the internet was cut off, if you encountered her again, you could deal with her then. You weren't foolish enough to act impulsively. Lu Yanji and Shen Yu both know that they are just supporting characters, and naturally they also know that the protagonist will definitely survive until the end. They estimate that they themselves won't be easily dealt with by them now. Then I saw Chen Yu calling, and you were taken aback for a moment, but still answered. Hello, Xiao Fan, where are you? The delicate voice carried a hint of allure. No wonder Lu Yanji liked him so much. Of course I'm at home. Yanji and I are just ordinary friends. Not what you think. I want to formally explain to you. Can Yanji and I come to see you? Ruan Yu thought for a moment, a hint of surprise in her voice. Of course you can. I'm at my brother's villa. I told you before. Thank you Ayu for the opportunity. We'll be there in a moment. Good. Then I'll be waiting for you. Out of sight, said Ruan Yu, hung up the phone with satisfaction. That is the villa with mom and dad before. The people inside cannot be alike. At least the third year of the end of the world. Most of the people she has seen. Bai Cha hung up the phone and immediately said towards Su Shinji. Shinji, quickly drive and go find Ruan Yu. Why does Cha-Cha have to find her? I don't want to, but you've seen what's going on in the street. And we don't have a stockpile. and we wouldn't dare to go and rob or steal. And Ruan Yu bought so many things before, and they must have all been put in her house. Bai Cha explained in a warm voice. And of course there was the ring on Ruan Yu's hand, which she had to have. Thinking of the images he saw when he left the house this morning, Su Yenny said with a face of fear, "It's still Cha Cha Yu who thinks far ahead. Nguyen Nak is at her brother's villa. Let's go." Good. This time, he must let Ruan Yu know the price of standing him up. Su Yenji thought darkly. Each of the two had their own agenda, but they were on the same path. It's the end times. I hope they both have a safe journey. Looking at her cell phone, Nguyen Nak muttered, "Oh, I forgot. I haven't downloaded the TV show, the movie, yet." Rush out your cell phone tablet and start downloading. There's still power for a few days and an acid rain in 3 days. After that it's basically a water and power outage with no internet. So these 2 days are kind of a respite for humanity. Chapter 4 Nightly $0 Purchase. After lunch, Nguyen Nak chose all the things he wanted to download, not forgetting to search for vegetable growing methods and then take a screenshot to save it. After it's all done, that's when the lunch break begins. To get more sleep and have strength for the night. At 6 p.m., Nguyen Nak got everything he had to download and organize, then skimmed dinner and got ready to go out. First, he took out his binoculars and watched to make sure there weren't many people wandering around before heading out. The apartment is in the city, so Nguyen Nak did not drive, but took out the small electric donkey prepared before. The sound can attract zombies. Compared to the small electric donkey, almost nothing sound just right. First you go to the big mall, which is the closest, then the generator store, and finally the gas station. The sky is slightly dark. The surveillance is still flashing red light. Ruan Yu was embarrassed to take out a sunscreen mask, only exposed a pair of eyes, and then control the rose vines. The intersection of a few surveillance are stripped down, which took out the ready crowbar. Pry the door. The first floor are some brand stores. Men's and women's clothing, children's clothing, shoes and socks. These, as long as she saw, did not let go. There are bags and watches, cosmetics, jewelry and gold ornaments threw away. There were also cell phones and computers, no matter what, and it took about an hour to empty them all. Then walk down to the negative floor first, where the snacks and such are usually located. Sure enough, Nguyen Nak immediately opened up a sweep. Having destroyed the surveillance before entering the door, there was still a bit of order. She was still a bit uncomfortable doing bad things like this, but seeing the shelves full of her immediately letting go of her own snacks, groceries, all the necessities of life, she came, this time directly with the shelves together to move. Hanging wall directly forced to key down. She cannot have time to take one by one, with the idea of a whole piece of key faster. 20 minutes later, the snack area was just an empty space, and then the same sweeping method in the fresh food area, and live fish and seafood, which were taken directly with the fish tanks. Living supplies area, toothpaste, toothbrush, shower gel, shampoo, and toilet paper, these, all taken away. Wherever they passed by, pieces of armor left. The entire first floor only empty space. It was the first time Ruan Yu had seen such an empty supermarket. And then there was the warehouse. She had seen it before when the supermarket was stocked and knew which door it came out of, and then walked in without hesitation. Of course it's a good idea to turn on the flashlight and shine it in, then listen for any sounds. Suddenly being hit by a bright light. People and walkers basically make noises. After confirming that no one was there, Nguyen Nak then walked in and stepped into the internal employee-only elevator. Wait until the elevator doors slowly opened in front of her. What caught our eyes was the rows and columns of neatly arranged boxes of supplies. Fine rice, imported snacks, alcoholic beverages, household goods, tampons, etc. And actually birth control supplies. It was true that big supermarket warehouses were different. And luckily she hadn't spared the warehouse when she put away the clothes and all that stuff. Ruan Yu didn't use her mind this time, but put her hand on it. Her brain was a bit unable to carry it, so she'd better choose to save her energy. Then pull out a skateboard and just wade through the boxes and boxes of supplies. Wherever it passes, it empties a piece. By the time the entire warehouse was completely empty, Ruan Yu was already covered in sweat and took out a bottle of ice water to drink it painfully. By taking these things, she basically didn't have to deliberately gather supplies behind her. Rested for a while, then turned around and went upstairs, where large supermarkets usually have food and beverage outlets on the upper floors. Raise the crowbar, collect from door to door. Make sure you haven't missed it before you change the house. Pass by the boutique and take it all away. Dessert cake is still intact. Take it all away. It took another hour before Nguyen Nak reappeared in front of the supermarket. This was the case in my last life. And then no merchants were open at night. Or it could be that someone opened the door in the morning and then stayed to keep others from opening it. Had just mounted her little donkey. And then she saw several men rushing in her direction, screaming as they ran. Help! Help! They were followed by 5 other men, and she didn't have to look to know that they were similar to the man she'd seen that morning. Carefully look at those women still wearing work uniforms, as if to understand. No wonder a person did not see. She said, so big a supermarket, open this morning until now. There must be someone trapped inside. Turns out you didn't need it yourself. Seeing Nguyen knock, a few people immediately ran into the supermarket before closing the door behind them. Don't come any closer. Stay back. She's good looking. You eat her. Ruan Yu held her forehead, for the first time not wanting to hear such praise. Then pulls out an alarm clock, turns it on and hears it ring before throwing it to the other side and starting the little burrow to go. A couple of the women inside the door looked at her a little dazed, completely oblivious to the fact that there was someone behind them who was out of place. Then there was a new round of yelling. Help! Don't bite me! Don't bite me! I'm your sister Wang! Don't bite me! Go away! The few remaining women screamed and cried out, drawing the few walkers from earlier into the room as well. And finally, after several moments, the voices unified. Nguyen heard the disappearing screams and, without looking back, continued on her way as the solar generator came to her. It was after 9 p.m. at the moment, and she was going to have to pick up the pace. I can't believe you left the door unlocked? Whatever. Walkers and people given a slice of nature are quiet. The generator store is obviously not as laborious as the supermarket. A glance at the head. No nonsense. A few times to put the arranged generators are collected into the space. Then a door burst open and a man rushed out. Help me. Save me. As long as you save me, take whatever you want from this store. Help me. Ah. Ruan Yu was carrying a tanged knife in one hand. Facing this situation, she would just turn around and walk away. Still a bit curious, the zombies appeared in the morning. How did this person survive until now? Then let out a thank you for helping to attract walkers before he died. She chose to go out at night just so she wouldn't have to deal with these people, not realizing that they were so tough to survive until she went out and swept them away. The little electric donkey doesn't have much power left. It's okay to get another one. It's not like it's the only one she's prepared for. 7 turns and then a gas station. Roughly explored how big that place where the gasoline was stored was, and then directly put it all into space with his mind. Then glanced at the gasoline that had just been put in, squarely staying off to the side. Then there's diesel fuel, which naturally can't be spared when you're here. After stowing it all away in space, he turned around and walked towards the convenience store off to the side. Again with the shelves. The 3-minute convenience store is all that remains of the walls. This is if you come out in the daytime. There are 2 people high and low in these places who are begging for help. I've looked through the binoculars before, and there's a gas station not far from here. Chapter 50 $. Purchase 2. Nguyen Ngoc rode the little donkey quickly to another gas station. A little less luck this time. There was a Hummer of the same model as his brother parked there. There are 3 other walkers around, staggering around, looking like they've come to refuel. Nguyen put away the car and rushed up and slashed it, just in time to cut off the head of the nearest walker. The other 2 zombies heard the sound of their companion's head hitting the ground and turned towards Nguyen Ngoc, who released Rose vines to tie one up and cut the other in, slowly looking over, looking at the tiny vines tied tightly, and kept making, ho ho, the sound. Nguyen Ngoc tried strangling the walker's neck to see if he could break it. It was she who thought too much, then tried her wrist and finally realized that she could only strangle her fingers. It's okay, it's just the beginning. There's still a lot of room for improvement. Then swung the knife and chopped the walker's head off. Then turning his head sideways he saw a man rushing out of the convenience store. Are you from the fire department? What took you so long to get here? Taking our tax dollars and eating it for nothing. What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and fill up my gas tank? Delaying me for a day. Ruan Yu frowned slightly at that. You own this car. Nonsense. Can you afford it? The man looked Ruan Yu up and down, and touched the corner of his mouth wistfully through the streetlight. Now it's me. Nguyen Ngoc stated with a cold face. Then looking to him, have you ever seen a fireman like me? This kind of person is a scourge to keep for the future. It's better not to let him scourge the rescuers. Nguyen Ngoc raised his knife and walked towards him. The man seemed to realize his situation then, his tone trembling. What are you going to do? I told you that killing is against the law. You stay away. While talking, he kept backing up. Nguyen Ngoc didn't hesitate and finished him off with a single slash, not forgetting to cut off the head. The knife that had cut through the zombies, the head cut off to be a bit safer. He had killed a lot of people in his previous life, so this time he was not much of a burden. Fill up the gas and put the car into space, then the gasoline and diesel into space, and walk into the convenience store again, before remounting the little donkey. This time Nguyen Ngoc purposely turned farther around, where there was a large pharmacy. Nguyen Ngoc pushed the door. Locked? Is it late for work and no one has come to open the door? It's not professional at all. Then get out the crowbar. Lock or no lock. Prescription over-the-counter medicines. herbal medicines, along with the shelves, were all emptied, after which they walked towards the small clinic on the side. She'd looked at it earlier when she'd driven out, and the small clinic next door had just stocked it, along with a few common vaccines. Luckily, the space could be stored, and after emptying it, Ruanyu was satisfied and set off back on the road, past several pharmacies and stopped to sweep them all up. Ongwin-nak knew that many medicines were only available in hospitals, but she wasn't stupid. Hospitals had the most zombies at this time of year. Originally, the wounded are all pulled to the hospital. The medical staff patients are still defenseless, naturally can only be assimilated. Stay away from mental hospitals as well, and never underestimate what mentally ill people are capable of. In her last life, she had met a psychotic alien who didn't distinguish between enemy and friend, and he had torn apart all the 100 or so living zombies around her. At that time, there were only 3 people left alive, Bai Cha and Su Yinji, and Bai Cha and Su Yinji directly pushed her out. Luckily, she had healing powers, and with a desperate fight, she ended up wasting half of her life to rip the psychotic alien's head off. Fully loaded, Ngwin-nak's face was all joy. When they reached the entrance to the neighborhood, they saw 3 more walkers chasing a girl. Seeing her, girls immediately changed their path and ran straight towards her. Ruanyu helplessly held her forehead. Had she known this, she might as well have gone out during the day. Help me! Help me! There's a monster back there. The woman looked horrified and hid behind Ngwin-nak. How do you want me to save you? Ruanyu raised an eyebrow and turned to look at her. You Ting? Or an acquaintance, who fell in love at first sight with Su Yinji in her last life, literally attacking her and Bai Cha indiscriminately, and ended up being cleaned up by Bai Cha. Of course, thought she'd just push herself a little? Just in time to clean her up with her. Upon hearing Ruanyu's words, Yu Ting immediately replied, you go and lure them away from the neighborhood. Stay away from the neighborhood. My house is here. You know your family is here and you brought them back? What's it to you? You hurry up and get them all out of here. After a moment's thought, Ngwin-nak pulled an alarm clock out of her bag. Luckily she had taken a bag to carry when she returned. Keeping it can add to White Tea's problems, so it's better to let White Tea clean it up. After adjusting the time, throw it towards the back of the walker. After watching the zombies all get attracted, he heads towards the neighborhood without looking back. It was still a bit at this time of day. So Ngwin-nak pressed the elevator and stood in the doorway, waiting. Yu Ting walked in as well. How did you know? Ngwin-nak, what? The alarm clock. Because I'm smart. How come I didn't kill anyone you wanted to? Sound and smell can attract walkers. Good luck. Seeing the elevator coming, Ruanyu left this sentence and walked in, not waiting for that Yu Ting, and directly pressed the close button. She remembered that Yu Ting knew herself. Ruanyu reached out and touched her face. Oh, and she's wearing a mask. When the elevator reached the 23rd floor, Ngwin-nak stepped out and then pulled out a large bucket of power glue. I saw it earlier when I was sweeping the supermarket and it's just as useful now. First, I applied a coat to all the stainless steel doors in the stairwell, then all 3 gates on the 23rd floor, and finally a thick coat to the stainless steel doors on the upper 24th floor. Half a bucket of power glue left. Reclaimed space for next time. Then satisfied, he went to his room and went to bed. On the other side, Su Yinji and Bai Cha, too, were secretly gathering supplies. The 2 drove to the villa area, looked at the empty villa, and immediately understood that they were pitched by Ruanyu. Too late to be angry. Bai Cha made a snap decision to call Su Yinji and drive away, not forgetting to carefully gather supplies along the way. Words, now that the end times are really here, let's stock up before everyone reacts, White Tea said softly. Su Yinji nodded his head a bit approvingly. With their country's military and police forces, normally the kind of zombies that appeared today would probably not even let them know. But now that it's been so long without a solution, that means they've taken matters into their own hands. Okay, I'll listen to you. If it wasn't for Ruanyu taking everything away, we wouldn't have to take the risk and still come out to get the stuff, Su Yinji said indignantly. Cha-cha, before you said that you dreamed of the end times coming, and my family has stocked up on a little something, so why don't you stay at my house for the next few days? White Tea nodded. Good, while not forgetting to give Ruanyu a note. She must get the space. Ruanyu must also know something. When through this period of time, he awakened his own supernormal ability will not let her go. Don't worry, Cha-cha. I'll make sure Ruanyu spits out everything we have. He disliked the mention of Ruanyu. He wouldn't have gone to Ruanyu's villa if it wasn't for Cha-cha's comment about stocking up on goods. Why should anyone that's stupid be able to live in such a nice villa? He wasn't convinced. All of this should be his. Chapter 6, Digging for Crystallized Cores. Ruanyu returned home and washed up and went back to her space to sleep. She had realized before that she could hear the sounds outside in her space as well. I just don't know if I can take someone in, so I'll definitely try that when I find my brother. Then it was off to dreamland. It was after 10 o'clock the next day when Gwyn-nok woke up, taking out a takeaway, a simple egg bun with soy milk. He finished it in a few bites and then picked up the binoculars to look at it again. After a moment's thought it was better to turn on the TV, and then I saw a notification. Emergency notification. Widespread attacks are occurring across the country. All people are asked to stay home. All mall establishments are closed. Doors and windows are closed. Wait for rescue. Wait for rescue. Wait for help. Gwyn-nok looked at the time, 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. In her last life, she hadn't had the chance to watch TV at all, and Su Yenji and Bai Cha certainly wouldn't have told her about it. No wonder when she went out yesterday, everyone's doors and windows were closed, so she was the only one who didn't see the notice, seeing that she wouldn't listen anyway. After all, who would have known that help would arrive half a month later? Seeing that it was nothing serious, Ruan Yu began to exercise. She had learned sparring for several years, and hadn't practiced much behind her, plus she had learned a lot of underhanded tricks in her last life. What she lacked now wasn't moves, but physical ability. Even if the supernatural ability could improve her physical quality, but how far could a little brittle skin improve? It was still necessary to be overly strong on her own. At 3 p.m., Gwyn-nok took out his binoculars and continued to observe. Still walkers were wandering the streets. A few uniformed officers occasionally appeared, but they were clearly no match. Now the zombies, basically still maintained the human appearance, except for the face and eyes are not right. The other and human no difference, cannot go down as normal. Like the back of the zombie body meat is basically rotting. Most of the zombies can still see some white fat things in his body wriggling. That time everyone down will not be soft. I also saw a few bold people start $0 purchases. It's true that smart people are everywhere. It's only the second day today and the internet is still fine. On the night of the fourth day of the zombie outbreak, there's an acid rain, and the city's water supply is in trouble after that. And with a number of zombie corpses floating on the water purification tanks at the waterworks, the water supply is infected at the first sign of trouble. There's also corrosion from acid rain, problems with the internet, electricity, and gas supply. If you haven't stocked up on supplies at this point, it's basically a fool's errand to try to make it to the rescue in half a month. Her city of A was relatively lucky, with a well-developed power system that lasted almost 10 days before the electricity was completely cut off. But the internet just comes and goes, depending on luck. And of course when the power goes out the internet naturally goes out. She was also going out tonight. She remembered that a developer had previously bought 2 helicopters just to sell houses, and then bought 2 helicopters just to show customers the houses. And if she remembered correctly it was still in the sales office. In her last life she hadn't even seen a mutated flying animal or heard of one. So helicopters could be a big help sometimes. After stowing the helicopter, I was on my way home just in time to see quite a few people all grabbing supplies. Others came out of the big mall she had swept through, each one cursing. Gwyn-nok is helpless, then joins them for another wave of $0 purchases. She was more kind-hearted and just emptied 2 convenience stores, and one selling appliances, and one selling furniture, before she went home satisfied. July 18th night, the acid rain came as expected, and Gwyn-nok sat on the couch looking out the window in a bit of a daze. Tonight, Su Yenji would also awaken his supernatural ability, which was the stronger attacking lightning system. After Su Yenji awakened her powers in her last life, she was still the one who rushed to the front, for the simple reason that she was a healing power and would not be infected with the zombie virus. Plus, she was the first to awaken her powers, so she was considered to be experienced in combat. After the latter team was formed, a 7-member squad, she not only had to kill the zombies, but also had to treat the injuries of her teammates, and in the end, the supplies were still divided equally on the surface. While the supplies were all kept at White Tea's place, every time White Tea gave out charity relief to others, White Tea would say, "Hey you, I accidentally took your part of the supplies again. You won't blame me, right?" Then when it's time to eat, she gets half as much food as everyone else. White Tea would say again, "Hey you, your supplies are a little less than ours, and if you eat the same as we do, we might not have to go looking for supplies again for 2 days, and people can't ruin the trip because of you alone." And then she just took it. Just thinking about it made her want to slap herself twice. How could anyone be so stupid? Or herself. The next morning, Gwyn-nok woke up early and worked out before starting breakfast. Grabbing his binoculars, he watched the zombies on the street. And sure enough, the zombies had upgraded. Ruan Yu was a bit excited to finally have a crystal core. If you want to improve your psychic ability, you either have to eat the fruits of mutated plants or absorb zombie crystals. If you want to rise from the first stage to the first stage, you have to absorb the crystal core of a first stage zombie. And to rise from the first stage to the second stage, you need a second stage zombie crystal core. And so on. Normally only zombies of the first order and above have crystals in their brains. After the third rank, most people aren't able to beat a walker of the same rank on their own. So even the walkers are forcing everyone to team up together. After roughly looking at those places with less zombies, Nguyen Ngoc was ready to go out. Black pants with the same color marking boots, a dark blue long-sleeved shirt on top, and waist-length hair, braided in a fishtail braid resting on her back. As soon as she stepped out of the gates of the neighborhood she saw a walker. This one reacted much faster than the previous one. Well, she wasn't slow to react either. A slash to the head and a churn in his head. It's a shame it's not actually there. Sighing, Nguyen Ngoc headed to the right, where there were a bit more walkers, but they were sparser, making it easier for her to slowly hack away alone. A number of people upstairs in the neighborhood saw the scene, then trolled the homeowners group. Nowadays, you're basically a person who goes out without supplies. There were taunts, worries, and more than a few still hoping that Ruan Yu wouldn't come back as they saw her walk into the convenience store. They have several people who don't cook, who have been sitting on their asses for days now, and they are all in the group overpaying for it. But who dares to sell their food when help doesn't know when it's coming? And the water broke this morning. Ruan Yu didn't care that much, hacking a street, a dozen zombies, and digging up 6 crystal cores. Of course this one street had all the supplies she'd taken. Just returning to the neighborhood, someone stops them. Pretty girl just collected a lot of supplies, didn't she? Nguyen Ngoc stopped to look at the red-haired man who had spoken. The man hurriedly explained. I also have psychic powers, said the man, releasing a bit of water from his hand. And then what? Now that the water is out, can I trade you food with water? Nguyen Ngoc didn't want to start this with this one person. I don't know how many others behind them. They all have powers. Don't they know that they go out to kill zombies? You've been watching back there for quite a while, haven't you? The redhead nodded dubiously. So you haven't learned to cut up walkers? Haven't learned to go out and get your own food? After saying that, he was ready to walk in, and after a moment's thought pulled out a crystal core and weighed it twice in his hand. If you can take something for it, I'll be happy to give it back to you. Chapter 7, Upgrading Abnormal Abilities. After saying that, Ruan Yu directly walked into the unit building, also ignored the others, the method she had taught. As for what to do is their own choice. In my last life at this time, a number of girls living alone were targeted. With or without food, the end was pretty much the same. It was just a matter of time. This is also the reason why this time she chose to come out in the daytime, and also let so many people watch. Strong force can always deter most people. The rest that depends on whether there is a chicken out of the head to honor the monkey. The remaining redheads saw Ruan Yu walk away before he said to the ones behind him, come over here and tell us what to do. The 5 youths in the back gathered around. Big brother, we'll listen to you. The red-haired youth turned his head to look at a few others. What about you guys? Big brother, I think it's better to kill zombies. Not to mention the fact that we can't get our hands on killing people. It's just that there are so many zombies, and we still don't know when the rescue will come, and there is no harm in practicing more now. The remaining 3 nodded in agreement. The red-haired youth obviously thought the same thing. Li Tian is right. Did you all see how people killed just now? Then take a shortcut. Something sturdy, and be careful not to let it bite. A few people nodded and then went home to get their things. They were all the type that couldn't cook, and it was the limit of their ability to last the day. Just now they wanted to pick up the pieces a bit, but they didn't realize that they had been discovered long ago. In the end, it's only up to you. Ruan Yu returned home and took a shower, then walked to the balcony to look towards the entrance of the neighborhood, and saw that the youths had all gone out with knives just now. It seems there are still smart people. She was really just trying to make an example and tell the others to go out and rob the zombies if they can and stop staring at the people in the building. Then he took out the crystal core and looked at it. Blue is water system, green is wood system, and white is attribute-less general. But the 5 elemental powers can only absorb 60% of attribute-less crystal cores, and the rest can only be wasted. Just one of each of those 3, leaving 2 red fire and yellow earth. Ruan Yu put away the 3 that couldn't be absorbed. The currency in the future would be the crystal cores. So naturally, he had to put them away properly. Drawing the curtains, Ruan Yu dashed into the space and just started absorbing the crystal cores. 2 hours later, Nguyen Ngoc opened his eyes. Sure enough, the powers are all upgraded by 1 rank. It seems that if you want to upgrade quickly, you still need to cut down more zombies. Ruan Yu raised her hand and tried her powers. The wood vines were thicker and there was 1 more. Now it was 2 roses. The water ability was also tried. Before, the maximum amount of water that could be released at a time was a small half bucket, but now it was able to enlarge it by half a bucket. It can also condense into a column of water, which would probably be offensive at the next level up. There was no need to try the healing powers. They had been used for so long in his last life that he was already familiar with them. Out in space, Ruan Yu was in quite a good mood, then picked up the binoculars again and looked at them, just in time to see a group of redheads. returning with several boxes of food in their arms. Nguyen Ngoc mused for a moment. It looked like there would be quite a few people going out tomorrow. Usually apartment houses were still mostly young people. It was only normal that they wouldn't be able to cook. Thought for a moment or went to the front door on the 23rd floor and hung a larger bell so someone prying could hear some of it. Then a redhead was seen walking out of the elevator carrying a bag of stuff. When he saw her, he greeted her with a genuine smile. There you are, sis. You're up to something? Red Hair was a little embarrassed as he took out a crystal core. Did you still mean what you said this morning? Seeing the crystal core he took out, which was white, Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow. Of course it counts. What do you want to change? My name is Mori. Just call me Redhead sis. I'd like to change the message. Afraid that Ruan Yu wouldn't agree, he hurriedly added. I'll exchange it with crystal cores. Hearing this name, Ruan Yu froze for a moment. She had heard of it in her last life. A well-received alien team. So it was these guys. No wonder she looked a bit familiar before. Captains are so smart. It's no wonder they were so good in their last life. Not being an enemy and being human was fine. Ruan Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, you can start by saying what you want to know. My name is Nguyen Ngoc. Just call me by my first name. Mori had a happy face. Okay sis. I want to ask what this crystal core is for. Didn't you guess? I see that sis is so skillful at killing zombies, so she must know more than we do. And I wanted to confirm it more. Ruan Yu expressed her understanding. In her last life she knew about this, or Bai Cha said so. At that time Bai Cha had only just awakened her powers. How much did you dig? Mori handed over the bag in his hand. It was a little wet and appeared to have been washed. Nguyen Ngoc opened it and looked at it. There were 5. 2 blue ones, 2 yellow ones, and 1 white one. Ruan Yu took out the white one and said, this is the attribute-less crystal core, which can be absorbed by all supernormal abilities. But supernormal abilities with the 5 elemental attributes can only absorb 60% of the energy. Then he pointed to the remaining 2 colors. These 2 colors are water and earth system crystal cores respectively. If you can't tell them apart, just look at what color you are when you use your supernatural ability and absorb the corresponding crystal core. Okay sis, let's just say I bought the message. Ruan Yu also accepted it without any politeness. Okay, be careful not to get scratched when killing zombies. You can get infected as well. Maurice nodded, indicating that he had received it. Thank you sis, I'll be leaving then. Watching the people leave, Nguyen Ngoc went back to the 24th floor, having the crystals again to consolidate her powers a bit. Now upgrading requires second-order zombie crystals, but you also need to raise your powers to a later stage before you can upgrade with second-order crystals, and the same goes for upgrading later. The night was calm and uneventful. Early the next morning, Ruan Yu saw quite a few people start to team up and go out to kill zombies. Ding, ding, ding. Hearing the bell she hung ringing, Ruan Yu shouldered her knife and went out the door. Yesterday she cut down a dozen zombies by herself and someone actually came to pry her door open? Just as I approached, I heard 2 men talking there. Geez, hurry up. People are coming back later. It's not coming back that fast. She lives on 2 floors by herself. She must have a lot of supplies. She won't be able to tell if we take a little less. Say, are you sure she went out? Surely, or else the bell would have rung for so long and no one would have come out. Besides, what are we afraid of? The 2 of us, still afraid of her, did not go out is not just right. The 2 men looked at each other and let out an impish laugh. Hearing this, Ruan Yu directly carried the knife and stood behind the door, looking through the gap in the door. Busy? Need a hand? The 2 men gave a physical thump. You haven't gone out yet. We just came to see if your lock is strong. Why don't you take the elevator? You'll be holding your stuff back by now. Ruan Yu looked at the 2 of them with a smirk. The power had not been cut off at this moment. Why would you think of climbing the stairs? Idle? Looking at Ruan Yu's eyes, the 2 couldn't help but start to back away. We don't mean any harm. We just want to exchange something. Yes? Chapter 8 to the monkey's chicken. Watching the 2 retreating bodies, Nguyen Ngoc went straight forward and opened the door. This time finally remembered who these 2 people were. In the last life these 2 people pretended to be pitiful, causing White T's virgin heart to overflow and take in the 2 people. Just so also so unsuspecting on her, although in the end she was killed. But diaphragm White T take all her supplies relief others. How do you guys know I'm the only one on these 2 floors? I work at the property and you ordered a lot of takeout earlier. Ruan Yu realized. So that was it. Why didn't you come 2 days ago? The 2 tried to escape, but were stopped by Ruan Yu holding out his sword. Speak, I want to hear the truth. Seeing this situation 2 people had to be honest. We are next door to a female college student. Before we saw her buy a lot of things, so we 2 days ago directly pried her door. At first we only want some food, but see the look is quite beautiful. It's not our fault who let us in when she was just coming out of the shower. She screamed for help for so long, And the other family member was a fitness instructor and didn't come out. Nguyen Ngoc understood. This is not a reason for your evil, but it can be one of the reasons for your death. No politeness directly understand the two people, but also in the wall brush a layer of strong glue. The people stick to it, and then take pictures to send the owner's group, with, "Welcome to the next visit." The homeowners group blew up straight away, especially the friends of the two men. You killed someone. It's against the law to kill someone. They just want a little food. There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with giving them a little when you're so good? We're all in the same building. What's wrong with you helping out when someone can't survive? Back in the room, Ruan Yu just took out her cell phone and looked at it. She was simply pissed off and laughed. Breaking the law? Then you guys call the police. They next door, that girl is still alive? Is it bad that I'm so good that I've already made it so they never have to eat? I've helped. And I offer house calls for those who still need it. There were only a few people in the group who jumped off the bandwagon, and most of them remained silent, replying to a few things and then completely ignoring them. There are always some people who like to take the moral high ground at any given time, and unfortunately in this life she has no morals at all. At night, Ruan Yu cleaned up and was ready to go out. During the day was afraid that someone would steal the house. Now there is a door god. Ruan Yu is still more at ease. Anyway, there are no supplies in the house. Ride the small donkey and run towards the nearest hospital. The surrounding zombies were pretty much cut down. And now that the powers have been upgraded, it's just right to go to the hospital. And a few more times can empty the hospital. Nguyen Ngoc went to the back first, threw out the vines and tied them, tied one end to himself, and tumbled straight up to the second floor. She'd been to this hospital before and knew that over there was the pharmacy, so she headed straight to the right. Each step was taken carefully, trying not to make a sound. There was a sudden scream in the darkness, and Nguyen Ngoc was speechless. Why didn't anyone learn from their mistakes? Still, thanks to the screaming sister for attracting walkers to her, Nguyen Ngoc listened carefully for no footsteps as he walked to the pharmacy before turning on his flashlight. Once opened, Nguyen Ngoc almost startled. Not far in front of him were two zombies, just standing still. When she saw Ruan Yu, she immediately jumped towards her and shouted ho ho ho. Nguyen Ngoc raised his knife and slashed up. The two zombies actually dodged towards the side. You're actually getting smarter? A smart zombie is even less likely to be spared. And given time, it's not going to be able to itself. After digging out 2 crystal cores, Ruan Yu was able to scavenge all the remedies. Then towards the wards, come what may, cut down a few more. In the end, he cut down 2 layers of zombies and received a dozen crystal cores in Nguyen Ngoc before going home. The zombies in the hospital are really a little more powerful, and it's normal for the onset to be early. After going back, Ruan Yu looked at the space supplies. Fruits hoarded more. Snacks, food and oil, these moved a large supermarket. Mainly vegetables a little less. There are seeds, but she will not. The power is still out, and I still have to walk to the food market to get there. I just received a lot of medicines plus the previous ones, so I have all the basic types. And this time, I also received a lot of vaccines that need special preservation, but luckily the space can preserve them. I don't think I've seen any psych clinics around here, so I'll stock up next time I see one. Ready for a break before pulling out my cell phone and looking at it. The internet was working fine at this time of day. Nguyen Ngoc was a bit surprised to see Bai Cha's message. Ayu, Yanji and I are just ordinary friends. Now that it's so chaotic outside, it's too unsafe for you to be alone. Do you want to come to our side? Or we can go pick you up. Ayu, can you return a message? We're really worried about you. Ruan Yu was a bit surprised that Bai Cha hadn't given up yet. It seemed that the ring really had a lot of appeal. It was also true that in his last life, Bai Cha's psychic ability was awakened half a month after the end of the world. When the rescue team came, which caused them to miss the rescue team and had to drive to the base on their own, Ruan Yu directly did not reply to the message. And then she saw Su Yenji calling. After thinking about it for a moment, Nguyen Ngoc took out a stainless steel tub and put the phone connection in to cover it, then picked up the stick and pounded on it. Finally comfortable. She hated people like this who pretended to understand. Annoying. Seems to be having a miserable time. Why else would he call himself? After knocking around for a while, that's when she pulled out her cell phone. The call had hung up, and then realized that there were several people in the group at her. Nguyen Ngoc? 2301, something? Seeing Nguyen Ngoc bubbling up, several people immediately asked, what if someone in the family just got scratched by a walker? There was also a photo taken. Watching the arms turn a greenish-black color, Nguyen Ngoc hurriedly typed, hurry up and kill it. Then it was drowned in the mouths of the crowd. Instead, the guys were still asking, is there really no other way? My child's finger just turned black and came. It shouldn't matter if we chopped it off. Nguyen Ngoc already didn't know what to say. How dare he bring a child with him when he goes out now? If you don't want to kill, we suggest running. Everyone else better not open the door either. When she finished speaking, she saw that Mao Rui had applied to add her as a friend. And after thinking for a moment, Nguyen Ngoc agreed to his application. Sister, I want to ask, is it true that there is no way at all? No, there's no way. At least not right now. Okay, thanks sis. Those guys were on levels 3, 5, 6, and one was on level 18. But the 18th floor, that is an oddball. Would have been old enough to have a son, plus 3 generations of single heritage. Completely spoiled people into a mongrel. Looked at the other people, went out to get a lot of things back, but also noisy to go out. His parents are not allowed. People's grandma is on the ground to splatter. Must take his eldest grandson to go out. And now a good family right away, neat and tidy. Looking at the message Mao Rui sent over, Ruan Yu was thoughtful. You guys don't live on the 18th floor, do you? Sister, you are a godsend. Although Ruan Yu recognized these people's character, he wouldn't work for nothing. One size does not fit all. The 6 of you are still afraid that you won't be able to beat them? That side quickly sent another message over. Sis, we don't live together. I live alone. Now I don't dare to let them out. I have 10 crystal cores here. Can sis come down for a visit? One message after another. He also took out chips, and the crystal cores were photographed and sent to Nguyen Ngoc. Ruan Yu saw the 5 white crystal cores and instantly became interested. She only got 2 white ones out of the dozen or so crystal cores on this trip. How come this group of people were so lucky? Is your neighbor necrotic? It's calling for help. Nguyen Ngoc was silent, shouldered his sword and headed out the door. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw Mori at the elevator door. You're not afraid? Scared. But I've killed a lot of walkers anyways, so I'm not that scared. Nguyen Ngoc looked down the hallway. Not a single person came out? Mori nodded. Not one. The two picked up their cell phones and read the message. 3 photos sent at the same time. Levels 3, 5, and 6 have been resolved. That's pretty efficient. No wonder this was the neighborhood with the most survivors in the last life. The 2 men looked at each other and walked together towards the family home. One standing on one side. For a while, finally waited for a person to open the door and come out. Ruan Yu's sharp eyes saw that she had an injury on her arm, and directly released vines to tie the person up. Looking at the 2 zombies that followed them out, Nguyen Ngoc and Mao Rui took one each and directly exploded their heads. 2 more came out just after the explosion, and the 2 repeated it again. Then Nguyen Ngoc crouched down in front of the man who had come out earlier. Mori took pictures and sent them to the group, and the 18th floor has been resolved. Then towards Nguyen Ngoc, sis still not killing? When he turns into a zombie, he might get lucky with a crystal core. Chapter 9, Forming a Team. Second Order Zombies. Maurice didn't know what to say for a moment, but could only look at her with a face of admiration. Ruan Yu gave him a look. Alright, if it's alright, you can go back. After watching Maurice go into the house, Ruan Yu waited for a while to see the person turn into a zombie before raising his knife and looking down. Looking for nothing. Ruan Yu didn't care. With the 10 crystal cores given by Mao Rui, it was fine. After returning to the house, Mori messaged her again. Sis, are you interested in forming a team? We found one of the more powerful zombies over at the food market. Estimated level 2 crystals. How about the crystal cores go to you and the supplies over there are split equally? Seeing the level 2 zombies, Ruan Yu came to be interested. There are level 2 zombies so soon? She didn't seem to have heard much about it in her last life, but in her last life, the villa area was in the suburbs and this side was in the city. It was quite far away, so it's normal not to know about it. Take advantage of the fact that there are fewer zombies now. It's good to raise your powers earlier. After a few days of blackout, more people hiding in the neighborhood will come out, and at that time the zombies will surge, but it will be even worse. Yes, what time? Looking at Ruan Yu agreeing, Maurice almost jumped up in excitement. The big brother was willing to give him a leg up. 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll wait for you at the door. Ruan Yu replied indifferently. Good. After returning to the space, Ruan Yu still worked out a bit before she started to wash up and go to bed. The next morning, when Ruan Yu went downstairs, several people from Mao Rui had already been waiting at the door. Sis, you're here. You guys are pretty early. Let's go. Okay, go, get in the car. Then Nguyen Ngoc saw several people with a small donkey in hand, keeping in formation, and Nguyen Ngoc took out his own small donkey. Spatial ability is not rare, only in the early stage of the end of the world. This kind of brittle skin without the ability to protect themselves, the death and injury is too heavy. The later stage of the spatial ability of the person has become the treasure of the major bases. When a space alien died, the contents of the space disappeared with it, and there wasn't really anyone who would actively kill a space alien, with the exception of feuds. Of course, what's more, she could also see that there were space adepts in Morui's group, and when she was observing with her binoculars yesterday, she also saw several space adepts. Seeing the relatively empty street, Nguyen Ngoc looked to Maurice, who was riding his bike next to him. You guys cleaned up this street? Seeing Nguyen Ngoc ask, Maurice told the truth. We were the ones who took the lead in cleaning up one street. The rest was cleaned up by the building's people. Ruan Yu nodded her head. So it seemed that most of the people in this cell block were still quite smart. Yesterday she just said that and those people acted immediately. How much farther is it? And how did you get so far? Ruan Yu watched as she rode for a while and still hadn't arrived at the food market. So she continued to ask Mao Rue, Sister, you don't know how many people went out of our unit yesterday. And even though a lot fewer came back, there's not a single grain of rice left around here. Ruan Yu didn't believe this reason. You guys were the first wave to go out. You can't have brought back less than the others. We're bringing back quite a few, but we can't help the crowds. And besides, we have to plan ahead in case the power goes out one day. For Ruan Yu he felt that there was nothing to hide. After all, he still wanted to hug his thigh. Now their squad was basically all first-order psychics. They naturally wanted to improve their strength as well, so that they wouldn't have a bad time wherever they went at that time. Thinking ahead, but it's always good to save for a rainy day. It's just that they've moved everything around, and I'm afraid that there's going to be trouble from other blocks of flats behind them. There are always some people who like to nest at any given time. It's almost there up ahead. Ruan Yu looked over. There are quite a lot of zombies. Looking at the clothes should be mostly elderly. The food market in the morning does have a little more elderly people. A few people got out of the car from a distance and received it into space. A yellow-haired one on Mori's side received it. Seeing Ruan Yu and the others walking over from afar, those zombies immediately pounced straight over as if they had discovered a new continent. The current zombies Ruan Yu's Tangblade could still barely cut them, but not the zombies after a while. They would need the help of a gold alien to strengthen them to be able to do so. There is Ruan Yu to play the lead. The other several people are not a wimp. A knife 1. Cut the slow 2 groups to help each other to watch. The cooperation is quite tacit understanding. At least we haven't seen anyone hurt yet. They were all first-order zombies. Although there were about 100 them, a few people quickly solved them. Ruan Yu looked at Maurice. What about the second-order zombies you mentioned? Trust me sis. It's definitely here. Although Nguyen Ngoc believed that he wouldn't lie, she didn't dare to say anything without seeing the zombies. Settling the last zombie with a single slash. He then saw another group of zombies immediately rush out from the house next to him. It's still there. Ha! Ruan Yu looked at this group of zombies. It looks like they were called out by the high-level zombies. Otherwise they would have come out earlier or later. They came out just after the kill, and they all ran out of the house so neatly. Go on, Ruan Yu said and rushed up, continuing to chop. She must get the second-order crystal core today, or else wasn't this trip out for nothing? After cutting down one batch, another batch came, but the number of zombies was getting smaller and smaller, and it looked like we would soon see second-order zombies. After finally cutting this wave down, no walkers ran out. Ruan Yu looked back at the several people who were all about to get down. You guys dig for the crystal cores first. I'll go find that second stage zombie. After saying that, Ruan Yu searched for one door after another, and finally in front of a door, he heard some movement on the second floor. Without a second thought, he walked in, directly releasing vines to clear the way. Ruan Yu just stepped into the second floor. The zombie immediately from the side toward Ruan Yu grabbed over. Ruan Yu reacted sensitively a sidestep to avoid his claws, but behind the wall left 5 fingerprints. Seeing this Nguyen Ngoc was even more excited. A power walker. Nguyen Ngoc harassed with vines while slashing away with his knife, and after a few rounds, Nguyen Ngoc kicked the zombie out, followed by jumping down from the second floor, directly stepped on the zombie, not waiting for the zombie to react. A knife down the zombie is missing half of the head. One cut didn't work. Ruan Yu added 2 more cuts and finally cut the zombie's head off, and the knife that would be in his hand picked out a white crystal core from the head. Mao Rue's few people were about to look dumbfounded, and when they saw Ruan Yu raise her head, they immediately lowered their heads and continued digging for crystal cores. Can't afford to mess with it. After putting the crystal cores away, Ruan Yu joined the crystal core digging brigade. A while later, finally finished digging. I'm tired of killing, and I'm tired of digging for crystal cores. Ruan Yu put the crystal cores she dug up with theirs. You guys keep it. These will be distributed when you go back. Collect the supplies first. Just now I looked around the house, a good number of dishes are not bad. Don't get picked up after hacking for so long. Hearing Ruan Yu say this, the crowd immediately got up from the ground. Listen to sister. Quickly go. The deal was half on one side, so I'll start at that end and you guys can collect from this side. A few of Mori's people looked at each other and nodded in unison. Okay. Nguyen Ngoc gave them an appreciative look, liking this kind of clean, non-calculating person. Yellow hair's space is not yet very large. Maurice, several people's cars are taken out. Crystal nuclei are Maurice carried in his hand. Splitting up, Ruanyu was alone but could manipulate the vines to help. She had tried it before. The vines could now barely pierce part of the head. With another upgrade, it was estimated that she could use the vines to dig for crystal cores. Just finished putting everything away and getting ready to go home. Those guys over there. Stop right there. Don't you know this is Ringo's territory? Chapter 10, Robbery. The few people who were all ready to get into the car turned their heads in the direction the voice came from. A man with a big waist and 7 or 8 people behind him. A big brotherly look came over. Seeing Ruanyu and a few others looking over, a junior behind the man immediately said, "What are you looking at? It's you guys who are being talked about." Maurua. Several people did not say anything and looked at Ruanyu, who just looked and did not say anything. The big brother couldn't help himself, and opened his mouth with a smile on his face. "My humble self, Lindong. I don't know if a few of you are mixed up over there." Ruanyu's eyes were cold and impatient. "Speak human. If you have something to say, don't delay me if there's nothing to say." The smile on Lindong's face froze for a moment. "Since that's the case, then I'll be straightforward. This circle over here is all my territory. You guys directly barged in, killed my zombies, took my crystal cores, and also took all my supplies. I wonder what you want to count." Ruanyu was speechless. "Is this a dog?" And circling the turf, what she ate and she definitely wouldn't spit out. "Count yourself unlucky. Who's to blame for not watching yourself? If you say they are yours, they are yours. And if you call them, will they answer?" Lindong's face directly blackened. "Beauty. Words can't be said like that. If it wasn't for me watching over here, could you guys kill so many zombies? I don't care about more. Take as much as you can and spit it out. I'll pretend I didn't see you guys. How about it?" Maurua was directly exasperated by these shameless words. "According to your reasoning, if we don't kill so many zombies, can you see so many crystal cores? It's not too much for us to charge a little for our hard work, right? Besides, if we don't kill walkers, how dare you guys walk here? It's not too much to ask for us to collect some more supplies, is it? Don't you guys honor yourselves?" Lindong said sorrowfully. Nguyen not patted Maurice. "You recognize this man?" "I don't know, but sis, I swear I really didn't see any Ringo yesterday when we were stomping around." Maurice was so sincere that he was close to swearing to the heavens. "Do you guys think that just a few of you will be harder to kill than these 100 or so, almost 200 zombies on the ground here?" Ruanyu didn't bother with nonsense and directly raised his sword and said. Maurice's few people were not left behind. They all gripped their weapons in their hands and looked over with unkind eyes. They had been hacking for so long without seeing anyone come out, and as soon as they wrapped up, they came out and tried to take advantage of the situation. "Ever killed anyone?" "No." Several of Mori's men spoke in unison. "Nguyen knock? Then I'll give you guys a chance. It's not good to not know how to kill in this world." Then a sidestep signaled a few people to hurry up. "Why are you looking at me? If you don't leave the people behind, what if they go back and tattle?" Crowd, so reasonable looking. Lindong, who was ignored. "You guys are quite bold. No one has ever been able to walk away from my hands in one piece." Ruanyu looked indifferent. "Oh, I'll let you see it today." Carrying his sword forward, Maurua. Several people were also not willing to show weakness. Rushed over together, and in 3 strokes, he was able to dry out a few of Lindong's people. It's true that people don't stand up to beatings as well as walkers. Ruanyu stomped on Lindong's chest. "How about it? Have you seen it today?" Lindong was almost out of breath from her foot and looked at Ruanyu with hatred. Without waiting for him to speak, Nguyen Nak went straight down with a knife and his head split. Turning his head, he looked at Maurua and the others. "Why don't you dare to kill?" A few people nodded and shook their heads. Although they weren't exactly decent people, they hadn't really done any killing yet. You cut a slit in them with your knife and wait for them to turn zombie before you kill them. Ruanyu didn't care. It was so normal to not know how to kill. She was also dragged into a room by a man she had saved, and that's how she learned how to kill. Without a teacher. And of course, thanks to white tea. Otherwise, how could she just save someone? Or someone who was unsuspecting? Hearing Nguyen Nak say that, a few nimble ones slashed at those little brothers. Big brother, have mercy. We have no choice. If we don't listen to him, we won't survive. I have an old man and a young man. Can a few of you let me off the hook?" A black-clothed junior immediately conceded and begged for forgiveness. They just saw that these people didn't dare to kill. That's why they came over to get a piece of the pie. Who knew that this woman could think of such a vicious way? "Sister Ruan, this?" A few of the others were starting to turn black on them. And once this one begged for mercy, a few of Mori's men hesitated a bit. "Just decide for yourselves, at your own peril." The man watched as his captors let their guard down and a fireball was thrown at a few of Mori's men. One of them could not dodge, was smashed, the body immediately on fire. Maurice reacted in time, immediately condensed out of the water ball, sprinkled up. "There is no danger. The man hadn't run more than a few steps before he tripped over a vine and flopped to the ground. Ngwin signaled for them to handle it on their own. If they couldn't handle it well, she didn't see the point in continuing the group. The one who was smashed immediately struck a gold-type supernatural energy, took out a knife and poorly stabbed that person. Watched the person break his breath before letting go. The few remaining ones that were about to turn into zombies, Maurice and the others didn't wait. They just cut off the heads. Go. Ngwin didn't say anything and directly mounted the small donkey. You can just digest this kind of thing on your own, and you'll get used to it later anyway. There was silence all the way up the stairs. Going upstairs and dividing the crystal cores first, this was something Ruanyu brought up. No one's emotions could affect her dividing the cores. Ngwin was still more kind-hearted and shared a small portion of it, leaving the rest to comfort their broken hearts. After taking the crystal cores, Ruanyu went home and washed up before taking out a hand pie for dinner. Back to the space. Immediately began to look at today's collection of supplies. Potatoes and onions, these long preserve things naturally a lot more. Most of the greens are almost wilted, completely different from the greens in the supermarket that she had moved before, blaming her for being slow to get started. But when she thought about how many people there were in the food market, and how it was all over the place, she wasn't really sure about going there, and even if she wouldn't get infected, she wouldn't necessarily be able to hack her way through it all on her own. After thinking about it for a moment, he took out his kettle and filled it with some water from the space and sprinkled it on those greens. She found that the hollow cabbages that she had soaked in the water in the space before were still as alive as ever, and some of them had begun to sprout, so that's why she thought of spreading some of them up, in case she could save a little bit of life. Exercised as usual, then started absorbing the crystal cores. The healing ability rose to the 2nd rank, and the water and wood abilities were both in the late 1st rank. Ngwin sighed. Looks like we still have to wait for the zombies to upgrade. The remaining days Ruanyu did not intend to go out. The surrounding area was scoured clean. Other neighborhoods were coming out one after another, and the zombies around were getting more and more. The 1st level crystal cores were not very useful to her, so there was no need to take the risk. She still had to wait for the rescue team to come before she would walk out. Now the road was full of cars. They were all blocked. They couldn't walk far. When the rescue teams came, at least there was a way out. 3 days later, completely cut off the electricity and internet. In the middle of the process, Maorui a few people came to look for a few times, but Ngwin does not go out. Maorui a few people also presumably thought of something. Also all do not go out. Most of the people in the unit building also watched Ngwin act, are shrinking in the home. Everyone had stocked up on a little bit of supplies before, so staying for 3 or 5 days was no problem. Ruanyu took out binoculars to see all around the scene of the crash. Cannot wait for rescue plus sudden power outage. Directly as the last straw that crushed the camel. They desperately fleeing from the city do not care about anything, but there are zombies everywhere, already afraid, plus the panic in the heart, can escape very few. The highway is also full of vehicles. Walk cannot go. In her last life, Ruanyu was in the villa area, but there was not too much panic. The villa has a backup power supply and a generator, and there was a little bit of diesel left in the generator when the rescue team came, this time looking around at the scene of the crash. Ngwin didn't know what to say for a moment. No wonder rescue was so hard in the last life. It was all about warming up the walkers. In his last life, the rescue trucks were driven directly to the neighborhood at first, but there were too many zombies and some troublemakers, so in the end, they had to set up a rescue point and let the survivors rush there on their own. Chapter 11. You continue. Ngwin watched for a while and took out the solar storage panels he had collected from the solar generator earlier and adjusted them to place on the rooftop. Before not put as the elevator still works. Straight to the 24th floor. Now the elevator are out of power. 23. 24 floor stairwells are equipped with stainless steel doors. The weather in July and August. No electricity is really hard. She can still hide in space. The others don't know. The first day of the blackout was fine, and people didn't make much of a fuss. But early the next morning Ngwin realized that someone was making a fuss at the entrance to the flat. Hurriedly took out the binoculars and chose a suitable angle to look at. Although I didn't see the beginning, but I probably know what's going on. The power outage can't cook. Before Ruanyu's unit building is the first to go out. The supplies are naturally the most. Plus there are some who can't cook. The power outage doesn't really affect the meal. People feel extraordinarily unfair when they see something that others have that they don't. Bang bang bang. Of knocking on the door. A group of profoundly accomplished Amazons kept tapping on the door. Looking through the door down a lot of people. The tone of Microsoft face piled up a lot of smiles. You're taking so much stuff from your flats. Can you move some of it to us? Or I could buy it from you guys. The people in the building looked at each other in disbelief. The group of older women had done this before, and they had suffered a lot. So for a moment none of them answered. And the group of Amazons thought that the people inside had been shocked and immediately revealed their natures. Talking is not polite anymore. If you units hadn't taken so much stuff, would we be starving? Now you're the only ones who have something. Why don't you take it out and give us a hand? That's right. You guys took so many things. Why don't you share out a little bit? We are all in the same neighborhood. What's wrong with helping out a little bit? The voice is loud. Through the door is not affected in the slightest. Looking at the people inside ignore. Annoyed directly began to smash and kick the door. A few of Mori's men came down to see this image and lifted their swords to open the door and slash out. They've been through quite a bit these days and have to admit that violence solves most problems. They hoarded what they fought so hard to get back, and dividing it up was definitely out of the question. Wouldn't you go out and get your own food without it? What gives us the right to take out what we fought so hard to get back? Hurry up or don't blame us for being rude. The others had been happy to see someone open the door for a moment, only to be greeted by a knife. They all knew before that this block of flats is basically young. As long as the splash of moral abduction, basically anything can be taken. Before they basically took rice, flour, grain and oil. The water and gas had stopped a long time ago. Who knew that suddenly the power went out? And now it was empty food with no way to cook it. Yesterday the day is basically rely on leftovers to hold over. And now have the strength to definitely first come to make some noise. Why they are starving. This side can still eat a full meal. This side of the people they have seen before are taking some noodles bread or something. And laugh at them. Who knows, actually just so coincidental. Seeing the knife, a few Amazons subconsciously ducked to the side. Then immediately straightened up again. I'll leave if you tell me to. I'm telling you, if we don't take something out today, we won't leave. Maorue's few people weren't spoiling for a fight, raising their knives to slash over again. Get lost. If you don't leave, you can just stay here. What do you mean? Ah, murder nah. I tell you murder is against the law. I'll sue you. The group dispersed at once, and Gwyn-nok intuited that they had a backhanded plan. Or else how come none of the men had come? Maorue a few people and a few other households discussed. So they blocked the gate, and then a few people took turns to watch the few Amazons, and also prepared a loudspeaker. In case someone bangs on the door there is still timely notification. And for the first time there is such unity in the cell block. Gwyn heard the bell she had hung ringing, then went downstairs to check. Seeing Maurice, Ruanyu raised an eyebrow. Why are you up here and not going to watch the gate? We work shifts, and I just happened to change shifts, and I brought back a loudspeaker from my last trip to the food market, so I'm just in time to use it. You're pretty chic with those two door gods, sis. Every time he came up he was shocked, and now the smell was quite strong. Ruanyu looked at him with a wry smile. Want to take it to scare people? Maorue dryly laughed twice. Those few Amazons are just nesting. In fact, they don't have much guts. The previous corpses were all moved out and thrown away, so I thought that you are the only one who has it here. Move it, it does smell a bit too much. After saying that Ruanyu turned around and walked away. It wasn't impossible to let those two big brothers play a little bit of residual heat. She was just too lazy to move. Okay, thank you sister Ah. Then Maorue greeted behind him, and a few people numbly moved the two corpses down and carried them down. Looking at such a hot day is still persisting in making trouble. They do not know what to say. There is this time to go out and look for bad? Who's not afraid of zombies? Look at a few Amazons actually came together to chat again. Maurice several people directly opened the door. The body just threw in the middle of a few Amazons. While they did not react, threw another one. A few Amazons immediately jumped up. Murder, murder, come see. Everyone, this unit's killing people. Then the group dispersed for the moment. Big brother or you'll figure it out. Moria's smug expression. What else do you need to say? Are the solar storage panels installed? Don't worry big brother, it's loaded. Y'all stay low ha, no air conditioning. Maurice nodded, and did not forget to caution. This if the air conditioning, not to mention whether it can be brought. This building is expected to know. That is not a living target? Ruanyu nothing for the time being, went back to the space to exercise. During the period also did not forget to wash several portions of fruit. Peaches, plums, grapes are washed on some. Every time you want to eat and then go to the wash. She is too much trouble or time to wash a little more. At night Gwyn-nok wanted to go out to have a look. First went to the rooftop to put away the accumulator board. Then walked downstairs, just in time to see someone prying the door of the unit building. Gwyn-nok was not polite, and directly opened the door and slashed through. When a man couldn't dodge, he was hit by a slash right in the middle, and the clothes on his arm were instantly stained red. Busy at this hour? Seeing that Ruanyu was the only one, the person who had been a little weak-minded immediately straightened up. What gives you the right to hurt people? Hurry up and take the supplies out to cover your debt. Ruanyu looked to the man at the front. Who are you? I'm the elected representative of the neighborhood, and as you know the power is out. And in the whole neighborhood, it's your building that's hoarding the most supplies. It's a special time, so let's help each other out. Don't you see that in other neighborhoods? The man had a gentle face and a smile on his face as he spoke. If not for the distance, Ruan Yu would have slashed his sword. She recognized that face. She had seen it in her previous life, called Wang Lei, one of the white tea lickers, who hadn't ostracized her much after joining their team. Nguyen Nok was just about to say something when a few of Morris's people, and a few other residents, heard the commotion and came down as well. What brings you down here, Sister Nguyen? Wanted to hang out just in time to see someone break in. Nguyen Nok pointed to the one in the center and said, this is their elected representative who has no electricity to cook and wants you to share some food out. And the other one is trying to blackmail me by getting a cut from me. Looking at him and the others, don't you all guard the door at night? Mori was a little crestfallen. I thought they were all dispersed for the afternoon. I didn't think they'd come to break down the door. Seeing other people down, Wang Lei's face piled up with a smile. He let his mom in the morning to bring people to make some noise and then go back. Is to let these people relax their vigilance. Thought they were afraid. These days can survive are not afraid to kill people. Since you're all down here, I'm going to be straight with you. Your building is full of young, strong young men who can go back out again when they run out of supplies. And look at the rest of us. We've got some older ones. I see you guys took a lot of milk and bread and stuff before, so share a little out so we can all talk. That's a good point. They really don't take much rice, flour, grain or oil, and it's not like they don't know how to cook. The vegetables they had picked up at the market earlier were swapped out for bread and noodles, and they didn't expect it to be just right. Ruan Yu looked at him with a fake smile on his face. The hand holding the knife gripped a little tighter. Then you have a high life expectancy. Looking quite young, just under 40. Wang Lei's face was black. He was only in his early 20s. Mori looked down and asked Ruan Yu, sister, do you have a good idea? Yes. Killing them all will keep you from having to guard the gate for days. Mori, when he didn't ask. These days it takes 36 plans to grab a supply. And if Ruan Yu didn't happen to come downstairs today, wouldn't they all be hemorrhaging money tonight? Nguyen Nok just watched. What a great way to get rid of the problem once and for all. In a few days the rescue team will be here. Mori talked to a couple of other residents. There's only about 24 on their side, and a dozen on ours. So what do you guys think? How about a fight to beat them all up? 24 people. Can they resist a beating better than a walker? A fight won't do. It has to be to the death or they'll come back next time. Agreed. I agree. Unanimously approved. Mori first led the men to rush out and hit them on sight, not giving them a chance to speak. Ruan Yu watched as Wang Lei ducked to the side and saw his chance to slash through. Wang Lei reacted sensitively and only cut his arm. Ruan Yu was not polite and directly continued to cut. At first, Wang Lei was able to dodge a little bit. The back was directly kicked to the ground by Ruan Yu, and he was about to cut over. The person disappeared at once, and Ruan Yu turned around to realize that the person had already gone a long way. Looking at Wang Lei's back, Ruan Yu was puzzled. It turned out that he had awakened his supernormal abilities so early. Then what was the last life pretending to be soft? This is not skillful and that is not good. Realizing that there was no sound behind her, she then turned to look over, and the group of people who were fighting looked at her in unison as if they had pressed the pause button. You guys go ahead. Don't mind me. Chapter 12, Waiting for Help. Seeing the leader go, Wang Lei brought more than 20 people, immediately turned into birds scattered, fell down cannot care, even rolled with crawling just want to hurry to go. It's so late, we'll go back to bed. They were beating them to death, but they didn't want to really kill them. This girl was really chopping them to death. True to form, they were the first to sample them and the first to go out for supplies. In the end, there were only a few people left, Nguyen Nok and Mao Rue. Mori laughed dryly. Sis, they're just a little timid. It's all down. Want to hang out? Nguyen Nok suggested that she remembered an office building nearby that not many people had searched. Sis, this neighborhood has literally been searched several times. Where else can we search? The office building was searched? Isn't there a school not far from here? Have you been to all of them? What can school be? It's summer vacation. Mori can't say it outright. He doesn't dare. Instead, the yellow-haired one patted Maurice. Big brother, it seems to be a middle school that has a kiosk inside. Maurice immediately squared his shoulders and said, Sis, we can leave now. It's not his fault. It's summer vacation. Who would have thought there would be food at school? Several of the men mounted their little donkeys and set off at once, and soon arrived at the school. Schools on summer vacation are like that, empty and still empty, and that means fewer walkers. Although they had been away from school for several years, they could easily guess the location of the cafeteria. A few people went straight to work removing the door, and once inside, they found the shelves largely empty, with only a few snacks. Nguyen Nok wasn't surprised that there was usually a small storage room behind the kiosk, so he led the way straight in. There were only a few boxes of supplies in sight, all of which were mostly drinks and instant noodles, along with a few household items. Split it equally. A mosquito is still meat. Okay, listen to your sister. Li Tian, come in. After a few moments of dividing things up, a few people shifted the battlefield once again. The office building. Parking the little donkey. A few people grabbed their stuff and all went inside. There were definitely walkers on this side. They were spread out but still had to be careful. Turning on their powerful flashlights, the 5 walkers faced them straight on. Needless to say, Ruan Yu hit the flashlight. Mao Rui a few people directly toward the zombie. The zombie also straight over. Also counted 2-way run to. Mori and the others had flashlights of their own, so they all looked at one layer at a time. Nguyen not checking those office drawers starting from the right, and a few of Mori's men starting from the left. Not to mention, some drawers really have everything. Girls are small snacks, flour, tea and so on. The boys' workplace that is strange. Daggers are normal. That what small toys are there. The president's office is all about tea. And after searching several floors, I finally found one that sells alcohol. And that's where the supplies are a little more plentiful. A few people were not discouraged. Every floor had its share of rewards. And office snacks were every bit as good. Sweeping up to the 16th floor, there were several more zombies. And Nguyen Nak walked over to find a counseling office. There was some medication, but not much. And Nguyen Nak was still happy with that part of the medication she was missing right now. It's supposed to be collected for spare parts. And it doesn't matter so much how many there are. Further up there was a Netflix company that poured in a lot of snacks, presumably sent over by advertisers ready to advertise. The whole building are collected. The accumulation of few harvest is not bad. It is a pity that there is actually no boss to get a personal collection room. Sis, it's true that there's meat in following you. They hadn't expected the office building to be scavenged before, and they had cut down dozens of walkers. You guys just didn't think of it for a while. A few more days of starvation and you'll figure it out. Ruan Yu honestly said that in her last life, the supplies were all in by Cha's hands. Obviously a small team. Only she was hungry and full, and was able to eat enough thanks to her ability to find supplies, stealing a little bit at a time. There aren't many zombies. Whoever cuts the crystals is the one who gets them. There's nothing to it. Originally, Nguyen Nak was thinking of just casually coming out for a stroll. Back after the time is still early. Nguyen Nak took a look at the only collected drugs. Antidepressant, anti-anxiety, antipsychotic, mood stabilizers, these are all there. Nguyen Nak nodded his head, basically flush. Before the hospital took in a lot of insulin, fast-acting heart-saving pills and whatnot. As for the big diseases, that's not something that drugs can treat. After that, I looked at the meat and eggs. These are some of the supermarket stockpile. Meat is very little. Pork and beef tops 100 pounds. Did not cook, really did not pay attention. Frozen dumplings and soup dumplings are pretty much all that. And some frozen lobster tails, fish and such. The live fish in the supermarket she collected along with the fish tank. But the water was replaced with water from the space. And it still looked alive and well. Meat can be hunted and all that, but not greens, which were basically generally inedible at the food market before, and there wasn't much left over. Ruanya felt that she still had to grow her own to be able to do so. Many bases have hyped vegetables, but that vegetable, never as good as the actual planted in the ground. Looking for the previous seeds, taking out a packet of charred seeds, he scattered the seeds and watered them some, in the same way he had planted his own flowers before. Only one packet was sprinkled. And while she felt there was room for error in this space, the first time she planted it, insurance was not to be wasted. When you're done, take out a serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and eat it with your bun. After washing and working out, Nguyen Nak was ready to rest. Early the next morning, Nguyen Nak heard noisy voices downstairs just as he exited the space. The reason is simple. The rescue team is here. The rescue team did come at this time in the last life, but it couldn't hold up to the group of people who had fled before, most of whom had turned into zombies, as well as some who had made a death wish. Nguyen Nak also walked down to see the fun. So many people were so happy the moment they saw the rescue truck they were on the verge of tears. Help has finally arrived. Ruan Yu looked at what they were wearing. Firefighters and SWAT together. She only remembered that in her last life, the rescue point was set up by people from the military coming over. Strong hand. Those who spilled the beans were dealt with directly. This time Nguyen Nak thought they should have a hard time rushing out. The loudspeaker came to mind. Don't worry everyone. We're not going to give up on each and every one of you. One building at a time. Everyone. Presumably seeing the SWAT team. Some thought they saw a savior. Comrade, I want to report that they are killing people in one unit. Especially that little girl. Looking so pretty. Killed several people. And my poor son, who only graduated from college, was almost killed by her with a knife. Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow. Is this something she shouldn't come down? Is this Wang Lei's mom? seeing someone start, before the two Primon's friends also began to say, "Comrade, I also want to report him. My friend just want to borrow some food with her. He was killed by a knife." Not only that, she also sent the owner's group to show off. Several people chimed in. "Yes, we all saw it. Even if such a little girl kills people, she even cuts off their heads. It's too vicious. You can definitely have her captured." A few SWAT officers looked at Nguyen Ngoc, flushed and delicate as a young girl. Another looked to a few others who spoke up. Large, impish-faced women, large men of all 5 sizes. The heart has a calculation. This kind of thing is quite a lot in the peace era, and now it is even more common. But there are not many that can be killed back. Look at the face of the little girl with the end of the pre-apocalyptic world is not much different. On the contrary, those who complained about the face of the dishes, obviously not living well. It wasn't even manageable before the end times, and it's even less manageable now. It's out of our hands. You can go to the police. Okay, everyone line up. In order. Don't crowd. And then went off to maintain order. Seeing no one care, a few older women began to make a demon. "Comrade, you should first transfer our old man and child before they are those young men strong. Hungry for a few days is also fine. Especially the ones in the first unit. They robbed a lot of stuff and didn't help us out. They should just come back and save them at the end." "That's right. Comrade, did you all come without bringing us some supplies? We've been starving for days. Can you move us all today? The government came to our aid and let you come empty-handed? We've been starving for days." The problem gets progressively more outrageous. And there will always be some people who will take it for granted that others will save them. Nguyen Ngoc didn't move. Nor did a few of Morris's men. Nor did the rest of the occupants. Except for those who said they had reported Nguyen Ngoc. The loudspeakers sounded again. "Everyone line up in an orderly fashion. We won't make it this time. We'll have another one this afternoon and we'll get you out of there. So you'll be bringing us supplies this afternoon?" A group of people gathered directly around the car. The car quickly filled up. And looking at all these people, the firefighters and SWAT officers were helpless. A few bargaining down, finally successfully drive the car out. 3 cars, full, through the window can see. The car is not a place to get down. Mao Rue looked at the calm Ruan Yu and asked, "Sister, we're not leaving?" Ruan Yu looked at him. "I have a car, I can drive myself to the base. Why should I wait for someone else to save me?" "Then why don't you leave now?" Ruan Yu sneered. Of course she couldn't walk out. In her last life she just heard that in the first rescue, there were survivors who had a big fight in the car, which led to the almost total destruction of the rescue team this time. This time she watched. The car was full of bears and parents. And a fight was a real possibility. "Do you have binoculars?" "Yes." "Then you'll know when you look over after the rescue truck." Chapter 13, Going to the Zoo. Nguyen Ngoc finished and went upstairs, not forgetting to put the solar storage panels on the rooftop. She tried it last night when she went back, and she couldn't use these in space, which meant she'd have to stock up on more hot water in space if she wanted to take a hot bath whenever she wanted. Life is not easy, but one is much luckier than the last. Getting some exercise, Nguyen Ngoc pulled out the electronic map she had saved earlier. She was going to drive herself to the base when the next rescue team came. The roads weren't always clear at this time of year, but it was going to be a lot better after the rescue team had gone through. But she was going to have to check out the zoo first. In his last life, when he waited for Bai Cha to awaken his powers, the last wave of rescue had already gone for 2 days. They can only follow the route and chase it past a zoo where Nguyen Ngoc picks up a black cat. It was mainly because the black cat ate crystal cores that Ruan Yu brought it along, only to find out later that it was a mutated black panther. Ruan Yu had heard about it before. It was the zoo over here that borrowed it from the zoo elsewhere and returned it in a couple of days, not realizing that it had run into the end of the world. When Ruan Yu picks it back up, Bai Cha and the others see it and make a sarcastic remark, saying that Ruan Yu can't even feed herself and still has the heart to keep a cat. But after realizing that it was a mutated black panther, it immediately changed its face. But unfortunately, it held a grudge. No matter how many crystal cores Bai Cha took out, it took them as they were and turned its head to take them to Ruan Yu. Nguyen Ngoc sometimes thought that it was the black panther that was raising her, and then Nguyen Ngoc was sent to the lab and was never seen again, as if there was a black shadow behind her when she saw her brother rushing into the lab. Nguyen Ngoc shook her head. She hoped it was it and she hoped it wasn't. This time, going 2 days early to check it out. The afternoon rescue didn't come after all, as the morning rescue team was involved in a car accident and didn't make it out under siege from the walkers. The reason was that the bear parents got into a fight in the car and ended up injuring the driver as well. 3 mornings later, another announcement came from downstairs. Fellow survivors, we have set up a rescue point on Hualan Road. If you need assistance, please go to the rescue point on your own. We have set up bases in both City B and City C, so you can also go there on your own. Watching the car slowly drive past, a large group of people immediately became dissatisfied. Why do we have to go over there by ourselves? We've been starving for days, how can we have the strength to go over there? We pay taxes to support you and this is how you do it? I don't care if you guys don't come pick us up from the neighborhood. I'm not leaving. Of course this time it was a military vehicle, loaded with guns, obviously having learned a lesson from the last time, or elsewhere as well. This one was not so kind. And most of the bases back there didn't keep useless people, anyone who could breathe had to work. Hearing someone say that, a man in uniform looked over coldly. It's your choice. We respect it. This is our last rescue, so if you need it, please make your own way there. It closes at 3 p.m. After saying that, he directly left. His comrades are because of these people are almost dead, but these people will add to the chaos. Is to morally kidnap them? They are also people. Gwyn Nok looked at the time, 10:30 in the morning. Go to the rooftop and put away the solar accumulator panels. What you don't see may be forgotten in a while. It's better to put it away first. Take out a portion of the porridge you ordered earlier and a vegetable bun for breakfast. She's found that takeout is really forbidding to eat. And with hundreds of takeouts, she seems to have taken out a gaping hole in all of them now. Taking inventory with her consciousness, there were only a little over 300 servings left, blaming her for eating too much. Surely she couldn't eat like that on the road when she was fine. Find your brother early and ask him to cook a little extra to stock up. Thinking this way, Ruan Yu was in a much better mood, helping her brother pack up her things, always collecting some interest. At noon Ruan Yu was still not hungry, took out a peach, ate it and put all the furniture in the house into the space, before walking down slowly, one by one in the morning who said they wouldn't leave until the rescue team came. Now the whole neighborhood is empty. Ruan Yu took out the Hummer and drove the car to start. These roads in the morning the rescue vehicle went through once. It is quite smooth, just occasionally encountered a few zombies blocking the road. Ruan Yu directly drove through. There were basically no stops along the way, and after about 2 hours, they finally arrived at the zoo, which is when Gwyn Nok stopped the car. I don't know if I can find the little black cat at this time, Ruan Yu muttered. Having been to the zoo before, he probably knew some of the animals were over there. And even though they were all gone now, Ruan Yu still wanted to take his chances and took out his little donkey to ride on. A small burro can wear trails. A Hummer is better to put in space. In case it gets stolen, it's too much of a loss. She thought that if she could show up at the zoo in a couple of days, she should be at or near the zoo for a couple of days. Wandering around he saw nothing, not a single animal, but when he walked into the office area he saw a few zombies, and Gwyn Nok cut right through them. When he pulled out the crystal cores, he realized that 2 of them were missing. Ruan Yu nodded his head. It seemed that he hadn't looked in the wrong place, putting those crystals directly on the table and taking out a few more from space. He waited for a moment, which was when he saw a black cat come out of a crack with a trail of blood on its paw, slowly walking to the pile of crystal cores. He sniffed, took only the red one and put it in his mouth, swallowing it in 3 swallows. Seeing that Ruan Yu wasn't afraid either, Ruan Yu reached out and poked it and said, "How about following me and having crystal cores to eat every day, as well as meat?" Smoothly, he took out a piece of meat, still raw, and handed it to it. "Want to follow me?" The black cat slowly ate, and after a few bites, it licked its paws, before proudly jumping into Ruan Yu's arms. Ruan Yu hugged it and put away the crystal cores on the table by hand before walking out. "I'll call you Obsidian from now on." The little black cat struggled twice, then rubbed obediently, because Gwyn Nok was treating the wound on its paw, holding Black Yao riding on a small donkey ready to go out. Ruan Yu then realized that behind her a group of black dots chasing her. A closer look is a group of mutated monkeys and squirrels, densely packed, about 60 or 70 of them. In a few breaths, Ruan Yu and Obsidian were surrounded by mutant monkeys with extremely strong bouncing power, coupled with mutant monkeys of about 1 meter 5, and a dozen or so half-meter squirrels, eyeing the one person and one leopard in the middle. Ruan Yu had a black line on her face. No wonder when she picked up Obsidian in her last life she was in such a sorry state. Her legs and body were covered in injuries. The mutant monkeys and squirrels were basically all in the late first order, with a few sporadic monkeys in the middle to early second order. A leading monkey, all of a sudden lunged towards Ruan Yu, who directly released 2 vines and hit towards the monkey, throwing Black Obsidian out in one go. He took out his tang blade and pounced on one to slash it. Little thing messing with so many just to watch? Black Obsidian directly closed its eyes and pretended to be dead, but Ruan Yu did not let it go, and took the opportunity to kick it, and in the process, the monkey that tried to pounce on it, cut it with a knife. "Obsidian, if you keep playing dead like that, I'm going to just leave you here. Anyway, there's a wrongdoer, and it's not me they're chasing." Black Yao immediately opened his eyes pitifully and looked at Ruan Yu as if to say, "Weren't you the one who told me to follow?" Ruan Yu felt that this thing just belonged to the category of bullying, so she said in a cold and hard voice, "It's useless to act pitiful. If you still don't come to help, I'll do what I say." Obsidian slumped to the ground in mourning. She couldn't believe that this one was now powerless in battle. Otherwise how could she have picked it up in her last life? Ngwin hacked at the pouncing monkeys, squirrels, and pushed back. Still on the trail, Ngwin wanted to exit a bit to make it easier to drive. Although most of them were of the first rank, the nimble monkeys were a completely different kind of combatant from the zombie whose limbs were still uncoordinated. There were also squirrels that leapt out from time to time to sneak up on them, and Ruan Yu could only keep swinging his sword. Seeing Ruan Yu's thoughts, Black Obsidian finally stood up and turned into a large 4-meter-long black panther to join the fight. A man and a leopard that work well together. A green vine suddenly sprang out from a grade 2 mutant monkey and directly jerked towards Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu swung his sword right at the green vine, and the other level 2 monkey was not shy to spit out a water balloon and throw it at Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu released 2 vines at the same time to whip towards each of the 2 monkeys, and swung the knife in his hand to slash towards the monkey that scurried out of the vines. The monkey jumped up to avoid it but didn't and got his head chopped off with a knife. The other monkey was jerked to the ground when he couldn't dodge, and Ngwin immediately walked over to finish it off. Obsidian took on several monkeys and squirrels one by one. A poorly timed dodge scratched his back and a bit of red flashed across his back paw. Ngwin rushed over to help. The vines cooperated with her sword and quickly cut down a large swath of them, and nearly an hour later, all 70 or so monkeys were finally cut down. Chapter 14 Follow-up. Ruan Yu, tiredly paralyzed on the ground, took out a cup of water in space and drank it. Before tried the water in space can recover a little bit of supernatural ability, but it is very slow, but now it seems to be a little faster than before. Maybe it had something to do with her ability level. Panther huffed and plopped down next to her, having taken on the appearance of a small black cat. The black cat's nose twitched slightly as it stared at the water in Ruan Yu's hand. I want it written all over its fluffy face, just short of slipping a harangue. Ruan Yu found the cup from space and handed it to it after filling it up. Obsidian stuck out his tongue and licked it, his face mesmerized and his eyes glowing. Ruan Yu held her forehead. This didn't seem too different from the water outside. After lying down for a while, Ruan Yu got up and dug for crystal cores. She had just looked at it. Level 2 water system with system mutant monkeys. How could she not raise all her powers to level 2 today before she set off? Looking at the injuries behind Black Obsidian, Ruan Yu directly activated his healing powers to help heal it. Little thing, ask you again if you want to follow me? Being treated, Obsidian squinted his eyes with a comfortable face and looked at Ruan Yu, nodding haughtily. Seeing it like this, Ruan Yu directly hugged Black Obsidian's head and rubbed it for a good amount of time before he was satisfied and continued digging for crystal cores. She was working hard over here. Black Yao was lying down with a cozy face. Ruan Yu looked at her. Black Yao, hurry over and dig for crystal cores, or else you won't have a part in it later. Do you still want to eat meat? Hearing the last sentence, this snack cargo which reluctantly got up, a claw head slap broken began to pull out the crystal core. Finally finishing pulling out the crystal core, Ruan Yu rubbed its head. Good job. Then he picked out all the fire crystals and handed them to it. Nah, this is for you. She had realized before that this one was only in the late first stage now, so it was no wonder that she was being chased by a group of monkeys and squirrels. Obsidian is also not polite at all. A dozen crystal cores, of which there is also a second level, directly transformed a mouthful of all swallowed, and then lazily lie down again. Ngwin poked it helplessly. It looked like he was going to spend the night at the zoo tonight. Gathering up the little donkey, he walked to the zoo's warehouse, which still had several 100 pounds of rice, several barrels of soybean oil, and quite a bit of salt and other seasonings. There were also quite a few potatoes found. Ruan Yu sighed as if there was no shortage of potatoes there. As for the other dishes and meat, the power had been out for a few days and the meat was smelly. Ruan Yu walked away in disgust, taking all the tables and chairs and such that could be used, and all the food that could be eaten into the space. He found a more secluded room. After carefully sensing the surroundings with his spiritual power and confirming that there was no one and no other threats, he took Obsidian into the space with the intention of digging a large pit, and then drew the water in. Put Black Yao on the side. No messing around. Play with the water, can only play here. Dare to mess around, will beat you. In his last life, Black Obsidian loved to play with water, and whenever he passed by the river he would go down to take a bath. But the water in the space she still had to drink, so she could only dig a big pit for it to play in. Obsidian looked lazily at the pit, which was 5 times larger than its own body, and nodded in satisfaction that it wasn't wandering off. Only then did Ruan Yu take out the water system with system crystal cores that he had harvested today and prepared to start absorbing them. Cha-Cha, are you sure there are mutated animals here? Su Yinji and Bai Cha had just parked the car and walked into the zoo. Bai Cha had a soft smile on her face, looking at Su Yinji with a few points of aggression in her eyes. Yinji, you don't believe me? The two of them didn't look very good, and their clothes were a bit wrinkled. completely different from their delicate and bright appearance before the end of the world. After half a month of eating instant noodles, cookies and whatnot, no one is going to look good. Su Yenji looked around. There was nothing. Cha-cha, of course I believe in you. It's just that you've only just awakened your psychic abilities. I'm afraid that I won't be able to protect you in case of danger. It's a zoo over here. There must be a lot of mutant animals. Words, you trust me. The only thing in the dream I had was an injured mutant panther. It won't be dangerous. White Tea explained as she looked at him gently. She clearly remembered that what was written in the book was that Ruan Yu had saved a black panther here, and she had come 2 days earlier than in the book, so how could she have missed it? Words. Let's go inside again. Zoos usually have cafeterias. Even if there are no mutated black panthers, it's good to collect more supplies. The two of them walked around for a good amount of time, and Bai Cha saw some impatience on Su Yenji's face and whispered. Su Yenji then nodded. Cha-cha, or you're still thoughtful. Anyway, he felt that since he was here, he couldn't afford to lose out, and he always had to take something with him. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of effort to walk for so long? Later, Su Yenji suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked sideways to the side. White Tea hurriedly asked, "What happened to Words? There's a smell of blood over there. Let's go take a look." Pulling Bai Cha's hand, he headed towards the place where Ruan Yu fought the monkeys. Suddenly saw so many dead monkeys, and some squirrels, either slapped in the head, or the head move was hollowed out a hole. The ground is all blood. White Tea did not pay attention for a moment to call out. Su Yenji immediately wrapped her in his arms to comfort her. Cha-cha is fine. It's just some corpses. Only then did Bai Cha raise her head, her eyes slightly red. Words or not, I'm too useless to get used to it after so long. No, Cha-cha, you're just too nice. It's okay, I'll be with you as you get used to it. Word, I'll get acclimated as soon as I can and won't hold you back. Bai Cha looked at Su Yenji with a firm face and said seriously. After that, he ignored his fear and walked in next to the mutated monkey's corpse and began to check it out, while Su Yenji watched on in relief. Suddenly White Tea pointed at a monkey with a surprised face and said, Yenji, come and see. These animals look like they have only been dead for a short time. And these broken heads, do they look like they have been photographed? Su Yenji hurriedly went forward and squatted down to look at it. It does look like it, but people shouldn't have this power. These can be mutated monkeys. People don't, but mutant animals do. Are you saying this was the work of the mutant panther? White Tea nodded her head and said happily. Words will quickly and carefully look for it. It might be injured and hiding somewhere. Good. The two of them began to split up and look for it. White Tea was a fire-type psychic ability, although it had only just been awakened, but her attack power wasn't weak, so Su Yenji wasn't too worried about it. Even if there was danger, he could still make it there in time, and it was faster to split up and look for it. In case someone else got there first, then they wouldn't be losing money. After looking around, the two met in the employee cafeteria. Words, you didn't find it either? Watching Su Yenji walk over empty-handed, Bai Cha said with a somewhat bereft expression. Looking at Bai Cha's lost appearance, Su Yenji reached out and rubbed her hair. Cha-cha, don't be discouraged. Maybe it will appear on its own in a while. This is probably the cafeteria. Let's go ahead and find out if there are any supplies. White Tea could only nod helplessly. Could it be that only the heroine could get the heroine's things? Obviously not long ago that Black Panther appeared in the zoo. How come once they came out, the whole zoo was rummaged through and there was not a single shadow to be seen? She's not happy about it. Why should she be? The two looked from room to room. Several in a row were empty, and it was hard to find one with a refrigerator. The two men had no defense against opening the refrigerator directly. Vomit. Bai Cha and Su Yenji covered their mouths at the same time and ran out. It took a few moments of dry heaving for both of them to respond. Words, it looks like we're being outmaneuvered. With a hint of aggravation, Bai Cha looked at Su Xinhua and said weakly. She could almost confirm in her heart that it was Ruan Yu, or else that Space Alien would have been so bored that she would have taken the tables and chairs away. Yenji, just now I seem to have a sudden image in my head. It's Ruan Yu who brought away the Black Panther, and she used her healing powers to heal the Black Panther's injuries. Let's hurry up and find her, okay? That way we won't be afraid of the zombies either. A dark light flashed in the bottom of Bai Cha's eyes, since the female lead was the only one with healing powers in the book. Don't blame her. Hearing this, Su Yenji said excitedly, Cha-cha, are you sure? Of course, I can't be wrong. It's just that right now Gwen Nok is hiding from us. How can we get her to come to us? I have an idea. Ruan Yu has another brother, although she fought with her brother before because of me, but now her brother is definitely looking for her, and she is definitely looking for her brother. We can go to the base while claiming to be Ruan Yu's brother, then put out the news that she has healing powers, and as long as Ruan Yu isn't stupid, she'll definitely come to us for a hug. Otherwise she'd be a threat to be snatched up by a lot of people as a healer. Su Yeni said with a confident face that as long as he found Ruan Yu, he said a few soft words, the previous matter is not to be taken into account with her. Ruan Yu certainly rushed to the door. White T's heart burst with dark joy. Words or you're still smart. Unlike me who always misses every time I know what's in front of me. Cha-cha, that's not your fault. You're just too soft. Come on. Let's find a safe place to rest first. Bai Cha nodded and followed Su Yinji out. Chapter 15 Changes in Space. Bai Cha and Su Xiangsheng had just left for a while. Ruan Yu had just finished absorbing the crystal cores. Her water and wood powers had both risen to the early stage of the second order, and her healing powers had already reached the late stage of the second order, and she was just short of a third-grade crystal core before she could be upgraded. After opening his eyes, the hills in the space were covered with fruit trees, which weren't bare before, but they weren't far off. A dozen or so fruits hung sporadically on the fruit tree, growing like apples. Black obsidian has long turned into the appearance of a black panther. Under the tree has been jumping. The strange thing is that the fruit tree looks not high, but no matter how much black obsidian jumped, just can not reach the fruit. After looking carefully for a while, he realized that black obsidian was actually already a third-order mutant beast, and Ruan Yu had a look of envy on his face. What made this one upgrade so fast? As soon as I turned my head to look at the field where I had scattered the chard earlier, I realized that it was already lush and green, with most of the leaves as long as my fingers. Ruan Yu a burst of joy. It seems that the space to grow things, the growth rate is not the same as the outside world. The water in the space is better than the outside world. Then this dish will certainly not be bad. The stream in space was also about a meter wider than before, and Ruan Yu nodded. Looks like she's going to work on her upgrades. He watched obsidian pop up for a few moments before Nguyen Nok walked over to him. Noticing Ruan Yu approaching, black obsidian hurriedly ran over and rubbed hard against Ruan Yu, turning into a kitten and jumping into her arms to pamper her vigorously. Meow. Ruan Yu only felt amused. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, she saw Black Yao being so dogged, reaching out to rub its head. Alright, I'll pick it for you to eat in a while. Obsidian immediately jumped to the ground again and turned into a black panther sitting, looking at her with a condescending expression. Ruan Yu reached out and picked a fruit. It looked pretty high up. She was able to reach it as soon as she reached out. It looked like she was the only one who could get the things in the space. Taking the fruit, he washed it under Obsidian's thirsty gaze, put it to his mouth and took a bite, and walked over to knock Obsidian's head. How come I didn't realize before that you could still change your face? The fruit looked like an apple, but it was a circle smaller than a normal apple. Ruan Yu ate it in a few moments, and after eating it, she realized that her psychic ability had grown from the early stage of the second order to the late stage of the second order in one fell swoop. Ruan Yu was astonished. So there was still this function. No wonder Black Obsidian persevered and popped up for so long. Black Obsidian stretched out his front paws to pick at Ruan Yu's pants, and his big pitch-black face actually had a few points of aggression. Coming over to continue rubbing against Ruan Yu, Nguyen Nok reached out and picked 2 more, washing and tossing one to it. Obsidian opened his mouth and bit down, chewing a few times before swallowing with an enraptured look on his face. Looked to the rest of the fruit, both eyes glowing. Ruan Yu ate the fruit in her hand, and her alien ability level became early 3rd stage. The fruit that originally didn't have much left had become more visible to the naked eye after Ruan Yu's supernatural ability was upgraded. Ruan Yu looked back. Except for the hut with the yard, nothing had changed. Everything else had changed. The creek had once again become 2 meters wider, and the fruit trees on the hill had become more numerous, except that a good number of them had no fruit. It should be because her current level was too low. When she ate the second fruit, she could clearly feel that the fruit's effect on raising her ability level was much smaller. It seemed that she still needed the crystal core, but the fact that the fruit restored the powers quickly was a good bonus. Not really hungry for a while, Ruan Yu looked for a steamed bun and grabbed a bottle of yogurt from her previous takeout. It was probably dark by this point in time, and Nguyen Nok decided that he would give his powers a good try tonight. After a few bites, after carefully looking outside the space and confirming that no one was there, Ruan Yu hugged Black Obsidian and exited the space, patting Obsidian on the head. Why were those monkeys chasing you in the morning? Obsidian ignored it, burrowed into Ruan Yu's arms, and went back to sleep. You don't want to get revenge? Don't want to eat the fruit? At that, Black Obsidian immediately opened his eyes and pointed in a direction. Suddenly her nose twitched and she nipped at Ruan Yu's shirt. Meow. With the experience of her last life, Ruan Yu instantly understood what it meant. Are you saying that someone has been here? Obsidian nodded. Meow. No one was there now. Ruan Yu raised her hand and rubbed Obsidian's head a few times and walked around the cafeteria a few times before suddenly pausing. She seemed to have stepped on something. Stepping back, a strong flashlight shone on the ground. Earrings? Nguyen Nok was well aware that there were no earrings here when she was collecting and scraping tables and chairs, especially not such big shiny pearl earrings. picking it up and rubbing it on his hand twice. Those earrings look kind of familiar. Isn't this White Tea's earring? It's this time of the year and you're still wearing earrings, so it doesn't look like you're having a bad time. In her last life, she was the one who used her powers to save White Tea, so how did she avoid it this time? It seemed that the people who had come here were Bai Cha and Su Yenji, and according to Bai Cha's character he would definitely ask himself to hand over the Black Panther and the spatial ring. These two wouldn't be looking for her in her brother's name, would they? Her brother wouldn't be that stupid to make such a big deal out of finding someone. After thinking about it for a moment, Ruan Yu didn't want to think about it. No matter what the situation, strength was the most important thing. Patting Obsidian, whose eyes were narrowed again. No sleeping. I'll go back to sleep after I've avenged you. Dark Obsidian dared to say something. Taking out the small donkey, he soon reached a small hill. And if it wasn't for the strong flashlight, Ugwinnak felt like he was going to have a dense phobia. Hundreds of monkeys, all second order. There are a lot of third order. Turn off the flashlight, is dense with green eyes. After thinking for a moment, Ruan Yu turned the flashlight back on, only to find a group of monkeys surrounding a tree with 2 or 3 fruits on it. It looked like it would be cooked in no time, and Gwynnock felt sure it would be hers when she saw it. Releasing rose vines, she was now able to control dozens of vines, each with a rose on it. Picking up Obsidian by the back of the neck, he threw it towards the pile of monkeys, took out his tang sword, and started the process of slashing one monkey at a time. A thunder struck towards Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu dodged in time to avoid it, but a vine did not avoid it and was electrocuted. Ruan Yu hurriedly let go of the vine. Dead monkeys are pretty good at figuring things out. Gwynnock struck a column of water, and the monkeys around him were all tied up with vines, and those that pounced on them slammed into them with their tied-up monkeys. The temperance vines are too many and too thin to strangle the monkey, so they can only tie her up and cut her one by one. On the other side, Obsidian was mixing it up very nicely, one claw at a time and fighting, finally outranking the monkeys. Obsidian shoots and releases fireballs while burning a group of monkeys that keep screaming. The monkeys, who had been able to cooperate, were in complete disarray. After chopping up quite a few monkeys, Ruan Yu realized that the tied-up monkeys seemed to have fainted. A few more monkeys were tied up, and that's when we realized it was the scent of the roses that was causing the problem. Now Gwynnock was happy, releasing all the vines he could control, and when he saw the monkey, he pumped it over, hitting the ones he couldn't pump with a water balloon attack. Suddenly seeing a monkey wringing out a purple ball behind him, Gwynnock hit it with a big water ball as fast as his eyes could see. Finally, after more than an hour of hacking, the group of monkeys were all taken care of, and Gwynnock was paralyzed with exhaustion on the ground. Wash his hands and pick 2 fruits from the space, throwing one to Black Obsidian and slowly nibbling on it himself. Feeling that the alien energy had recovered most of the time, Ruan Yu released a few vines, and under Ruan Yu's control, the vines went straight through the monkey's head, and a crystal core was dug out just like that. Gwynnock tried to control only 5. More than that would not be able to pierce the monkey's head, and the zombie's head was probably the same. Chapter 16, Robbers. With the help of the vines, it didn't take long for the crystal cores to be dug out, nearly 100 second-grade cores, and 4 or 5 third-grade cores. Another rewarding day. Picking another fruit and eating it, Ruan Yu realized that after her psychic ability was depleted. After eating the fruit, the effect seemed to be a little better, now that her psychic ability was at the middle of the 3rd stage. Looking up, he saw Obsidian sitting under that tree, his eyes looking straight up at the fruit above him, just about drooling. No wonder Black Obsidian didn't dawdle around this time when he ate the fruit, so he had a meal replacement. Walk over, want some? Obsidian nodded. It's not cooked yet, it'll take a while. Obsidian stretched out his paw and pointed down at the head of the group of monkeys, then pointed under the tree and pawed at it a few times. You mean, let me bury the crystals under the tree? Meow, meow, meow. Yeah. Ruan Yu decided that it was better to listen to it and took half of the crystal cores, most of which were of course level 2, and also took out all the level 1 cores that he had collected earlier together. A few small holes were dug all around the tree, roughly divided, and buried in. Seeing that all 3 fruits were almost ripe, suddenly a group of squirrels, all half a meter long, leapt out again. Squirrels a little more, looking at almost 200. Are the second 3 levels or squirrels? A circle of a person, a leopard and a tree surrounded. Kicking Obsidian, who only knew how to stare at the fruit and drool. Get to work or none of it will be given to you. Obsidian whimpered twice and charged straight into the squirrels. Gwynnock directly released all the vines with a strong floral scent. Looking at a squirrel that was affected, Gwynnock went up and slashed. A squirrel pounced towards Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu dodged to avoid it. Who knew that the squirrel next to the back hit a wind blade, and Ruan Yu's arm was directly cut with a slash. Ruan Yu directly a vine draw over. While it did not react, a knife cut over. Now the knife basically cannot cut the squirrel. Ruan Yu overlay a layer of supernatural ability in order to knife a large squirrel. It's still necessary to find a gold system psychic to be able to do this. Otherwise it's too much of a disadvantage to hack and slash and meet a group of zombies. One man and one leopard fought against each other for more than an hour before a group of squirrels were wiped out. Exhausted, Ruan Yu felt that today's harvest was extraordinarily large, laying down for a while before realizing that all the fruits on the tree were gone. Black Obsidian took a branch with a fruit hanging from it and walked over to Ruan Yu and threw it to her. As for the other two, no need to think that they were both eaten by Obsidian. Ruan Yu picked it up and received it into space, first digging up all the crystal cores before going back to the previous place. After observing himself and letting Obsidian sniff to confirm that there was no one around, he then took Obsidian back to the space, put the dirty clothes on the body, changed down and hit a bucket of hot water stored before to wash up, which picked up the fruit ready to eat. As for Obsidian, it directly soaked in its exclusive pool, and after washing up, circled around Ruan Yu. Ngwin made a bed for him with his mind, and this time contentedly jumped on it, coiled into a circle. What a clean leopard. Ruan Yu picked up the fruit and took a bite. It was sweet and sour. The flavor wasn't too different from ordinary fruits. After eating and absorbing several more third-level crystal cores in 3 or 2 batches, Ruan Yu realized that her psychic ability had reached the early 4th stage. Taking a fruit from space and eating it, this time the fruit from space was completely useless for upgrading the powers. That meant that in the future, to upgrade her powers, she could only look for crystal cores or outside fruits of powers, and the fruits of space could only be used to quickly recover her powers. It's not bad others are still struggling at level 1 or 2. She's already at level 4, and this time the small bamboo hut in the space has turned into 2 levels. Ruan Yu walked in and found the biggest room, put the bed in and made it up, and laid down on it directly. She remembered that there was a small village raising zombies on the way to the base in her last life. She was the one who got the crystal core and ended up giving it to White Tea, so she couldn't cheapen White Tea this time. She was going to get all of these things and then go to the base, so she fell into a deep sleep thinking that, early to bed, early to rise, and we have a long day ahead of us tomorrow, even though it's already early in the morning. At 8 in the morning, Ngwin woke up to Obsidian picking at him. Meow, meow, meow. It wants dry rice. Ngwin had to get up and walk out, pointing to the small pile of meat she had collected from the supermarket. You can't take it? Obsidian nodded with a good face. Ruan Yu had to use her mind to take a piece of meat to it, not forgetting to pick a fruit. Looking at Obsidian thoughtfully, that is to say, even if someone entered her space, but also cannot take away the space of the things. Do not give food, can only look at so many things to starve to death. Ngwin flipped out a plate of dumplings from the takeout order, grabbed a bottle of milk, and finished it off by picking a fruit for an after-dinner fruit. Looking at the chart again, it seems to have grown quite a bit more and is basically ready to go into the pot. Could it be that she'd gotten 2 levels of powers in a row? And along with that, these things could grow faster. It's a shame you can't rise so fast in the back. After leaving the space, Ruan Yu hugged Black Yao and drove on the road. As soon as he got on the car, Black Yao was still very self-conscious of his mass in the passenger side. The car drove very slowly. Convenient to see the zombies. Ruan Yu directly released the vines to dig the crystal core. All of them are 1 or 2 level zombies. There is no need to get out of the car. After driving for a while, Ruan Yu braked sharply. Black Yao raised his head with a confused face and looked at Ruan Yu as if to say, "What are you up to?" The highway ahead is full of nail boards. Ngwin wants to turn around. 2 vans are parked horizontally behind them. The way back is completely blocked. Turns out he met a robber. Ruan Yu cradled Black Yao in her arms and stepped out of the car, looking over at the dozen or so people who had gotten out of the van. A dozen or so people all dressed in black with black pants. The leader bald, the rest with hair, either knives or wolfsbane bats in their hands. Only a few or 2 with baseball bats. The leader walking towards Ruan Yu with a 6-fold pace. The group was walking extremely slowly, like they were enjoying the hunt. Looking at Ngwin, who was rosy-cheeked and hugging a black cat, the group suddenly burst into laughter. Lucky, or a chick? No, this is a beauty, a world away from the crooked ones before. Pretty girl, you're looking good, aren't you? Haven't you suffered yet? Be sensible, follow your brother and you won't have to suffer for the rest of your life. Without a word, Ngwin silently reached in the car and physically took the tanged sword out of the space. The group was a little surprised to see Ruan Yu draw his sword, but only for a moment. How does a pretty girl like to play with knives? Or does playing with guns suit you? It just so happens that guns are the last thing we need here. Be sensible, you can play with that one if you want to. If you're not sensible, then that's the gun that wants to play with you. Ha 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 ha. The others also laughed when they heard the bald man's words. Ruan Yu did not get angry, just a little colder eyes. The last life of these words she is used to hearing. Do not like to kill is So Nguyen Nok threw the knife on the ground. I can play that one if I want to. Do you mean what you say? Of course. A sensible beauty like you is our favorite and most heartbreaking, especially when it comes to playing with guns. Yeah, guess why so many of you have to live off of robbery, but I alone am still doing so well? Why? Nguyen Nok smiled sweetly and froze the group in their tracks. A dozen vines instantly attacked, each one jerking heavily. A few or two of the aliens dodged, but were dazed for a few seconds under the effect of the roses, and were tied up and jerked heavily a few more times. Only one should be a speed alien escaped. Ruanyu didn't care, just so he didn't have to find it himself. The bald man reacted quickly and even attacked the vines with a fireball, but unfortunately, his level was too low, and in turn, he was heavily whipped several times by Ruanyu's control of the vines, and was lying on the ground with a breath left in him. Nguyen Nok slowly walked over with his knife, slashing one by one, and soon only the bald man was left. Nguyen did as he had done before, slowly approaching one step at a time. Now do you know why I'm still so good at being alone? To a slow stroke from foot to leg to the base of the thigh. Still like me to play with guns? The black pants seem to be a little darker in color. Beauty. Big sister. I was wrong. It's me who offended you by not recognizing you. You, as an adult, spare my dog's life. Ruanyu didn't say anything as the tip of the knife moved slowly, the cold tip of the knife landing on the bald man's warm neck. Sis, warrior, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please spare my dog's life. Ruanyu looked at him with a wry smile. Then were you prepared to let me go just now? The tip of the knife slid. A spray of blood. A bus slowly approached in the distance. Big brother, it was her that killed so many of our brothers. Chapter 17, Eating Melon. Hearing the car stop, Nguyen Nok turned his head to look over. Got here pretty fast. After the car was parked, 24 people came down one after another. All of them were shifters. Although an alien could not sense the level of the other party, the party with a higher level could still determine whether the other party was an ordinary person or an alien. Ruanyu raised an eyebrow. This world's aberrations seem like that pre-apocalyptic cabbage. They are worthless. A group of robbers are so many aberrations. At the head of the group was a tattooed bald man with large flowery arms, considerably fatter than the one on the ground. The others were all dressed in black, similarly to the dozen or so corpses on the ground. A group of people slowly walked towards Ruanyu, with arrogant, disdainful expressions on their faces. Lin Biao's face was full of smiles, but there was not the slightest bit of laughter under his eyes as he looked at Ruanyu and arched his hand. I'm Lin Biao. I don't know which way the beautiful woman is. How did my brother offend the beautiful woman and make you lay such a cruel hand on her? Ruanyu frowned. No wonder she looked at this person and felt familiar. It looked like it should be the big brother of that Lindong from the vegetable market. Can't talk about ruthlessness. It's just a case of doing unto others what they do unto you. Why are you here to avenge your brother's death? Lin Biao still had that leathery expression. Beauty. Seeing as how you dealt with a dozen people so easily, I guess you're also a shifter. Just one of you can take on 24 shifters behind me? Nguyen Nok raised an eyebrow. So what's the best way for you to do this? After looking Ruanyu up and down with obscene eyes, Lin Biao said, follow me and this matter will be cancelled. How? Not how. But it's you who are ugly. Thinking beautifully is really exactly the same as Lindong, but it's a pity that they are both under my sword. Lin Biao's face instantly darkened. Since beautiful women like to eat their penalties, then we'll not be polite. Lin Biao raised his hand and waved, and the 20 or so people behind him immediately ran towards Ruanyu. Hundreds of vines leapt out from behind Ruanyu, and the rich fragrance of flowers lingered around. This time it was full of exalted, basically just stunned for a few seconds and then continued to rush over. Nguyen Nok knew he wasn't leveled up enough, but it was enough time to be stunned. A gold-type psychic, striking a golden light to cut a vine, came at Ruanyu, who sidestepped and kicked him. The others reacted quickly and directly attacked the vines released by Ruanyu with their psychic abilities. The vines were released too much, causing them to be easily chopped off by this group of second-order psychics. Ruanyu slashed at people with her knife while releasing her water-based supernatural ability, the heavenly maiden-like water droplets that attacked the people around her. Can't see that it's still a dual-system psychic, so what if it's a high rank? It's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. You don't even understand such a shallow truth. The person who spoke happened to cut off 2 of Ruanyu's vines coming towards Ruanyu. Seeing the water droplets without a care in the world, he took the knife and slashed at Nguyen Nok. The water droplets cut across his face and a blood scar appeared. Seeing that the man didn't dodge at all, Nguyen Nok directly hit more drops of water towards his face, especially his eyes. Asterisk my eyes. Seeing this, Nguyen Nok directly controlled more drops of water towards the others' faces. A few others had already been on guard, and even with the roses, Ruanyu only hit 2 people in the eyes. The smart ones immediately left Nguyen Nok some distance away and controlled their powers to hit towards Nguyen Nok. Wind blades, fireballs, flying daggers, many wounds appeared on Ruan Yu's body. Seeing that Ruan Yu was injured, the group of people loosened up a bit, and Ruan Yu gave a look towards Black Yao. Black Obsidian understood and immediately turned into his own body and lunged towards the group. Nguyen Nok was controlling the vine droplets in the back to harass them, and Black Obsidian directly struck them with a claw. 10 minutes later, only Lin Biao and the speed alien from before were still standing. Ruan Yu was covered in blood, but it didn't affect her demeanor in the slightest. Taking one slow step towards Lin Biao. I have a better way. Would you like to hear it? Lin Biao was still composed, and gave a wink to the alien next to him, and a golden alien energy struck towards Ruan Yu. Nguyen dodged out of the way, then looked up again as the two Lin Biao men ran far away, leaving only a back. Ruan Yu laughed. I'm afraid you won't run away. When he saw Lin Biao, Nguyen Nok had a plan in mind. If she remembered correctly, in her last life, it was Lin Biao's boss who was raising zombies, so he was already a third-order alien when others were only awakening their powers. It's just that White Tea is one step ahead of her. It won't be such a waste to get caught. Taking two fruits out, he immediately put them in his mouth and gnawed on them, feeling that most of his alien energy had been restored, before taking another one to Obsidian. Patting Obsidian, get up and get to work. I'll take you to great things tonight. Meow. Meow, meow. You crush protected animals. 24 people were patched up before Nguyen Nok started checking the van, and the bus. The van had more supplies. 5 cases of instant noodles, 2 cases of beer, several cigarettes, and a carton of mineral water, and it looked like it had only been robbed a short time ago. Ruan Yu also does not mind, according to the list, but the bus on a box of water, a few packets of cookies, presumably ready to rob, did not expect to come to deliver food. After working for a while, it was noon. Ruan Yu put all the nail boards on the ground into the space and pulled the differential over to the side, which led to taking out a takeout, a box of rice, a shredded pork with green peppers, and a shredded potato. It was a very usual dish, but only a few big bases had it in the end times, and it was very expensive. At least Ruan Yu in his last life hadn't eaten it. All her crystal cores were given to Obsidian for meat as snacks. After eating, he picked a few fruits, one for himself and the rest for Obsidian. Black Obsidian's mouth that was about to flow with harlotry was immediately put away and rubbed against Ruan Yu with a fawning look. Eat up and get to work. Obsidian? What's the job? Pinch its ear. After the one who just escaped. Of course. Go ahead and stomp around and do a big job tonight. Obsidian played dead. He just wanted to sleep, not work. Me oh wow. Protest. Watching Black Yao finish eating, Ruan Yu then drove on the road. She had been there in her last life and knew where Lin Biao's group space was. It's just that in his last life, he was taken there and really didn't know his way around very well. Obsidian leads the way. Just as he reached a fork in the road, Obsidian twitched his nose and lifted a paw to point to one side. Finally drove almost half an hour to the foot of a mountain. Ruan Yu was puzzled. How did that bus come so fast? She didn't use half an hour to chop people off. Ruan Yu followed Black Obsidian up the mountain, found a relatively lush and tall tree, climbed it, and took out his binoculars. From a distance, I saw a fenced-off area, only half of which had a fence, all built of stone, and the other half a group of people still building it, all men and some older men, next to a few people with guns on patrol. See to someone lazy, go up as a foot, mouth also cursing. At the other end was a group of women doing laundry and cooking. A man finished a cigarette and dragged a woman towards the next house. The other men had a flirtatious look on their faces. The woman looked numb, her eyes without a ripple. Ruan Yu looked over towards the doorway, only to realize that Lin Biao had actually only just arrived, and that the speed alien was already on the verge of fainting, and without a car it did go quite slowly. It was good that Ruan Yu's car had long been received in space, and there was no need to worry about being discovered. Lin Biao waited at the door for a while before a woman came out and he went in. Ruan Yu took a closer look. It was Xia Ling, whom she had met in her last life. At that time she was caught in with Su Yenji Baicha. That boss looked at Baicha. Su Yenji naturally refused to do it, and in the end it was her and Su Yenji together, turned some of the people, only to kill this group of people. Only a little bit short of Baicha was done. Unfortunately, the group of survivors who were working felt that it was Su Xiang Bai Ti who saved them, and Xia Ling was arguably Baicha's most loyal follower, even if she was the one who saved her from every injury. It was only half a month after she was sent to be tortured on the lab bench that she realized that Xia Ling was that perverted scientist's apprentice, and that every tube of potion in her body was infused by Xia Ling, and every tube of blood was drawn by Xia Ling. Nguyen Nok murmured, "It's just as well to clear it altogether." The group of survivors, anyway, hadn't given her a good time. and had actually celebrated being sent to the lab table herself. After roughly observing the terrain, Nguyen Ngoc didn't look much further, controlling a vine to hang the binoculars on a tree, adjusting it to make it easier for him to see the base without using his hands, taking out half a watermelon and a spoon from the space. So many people is a good opportunity to eat melon. She felt like she had made the single best choice of her life by going to lip reading. Chapter 18, Healing Abilities. The afternoon was long, and after eating the melon, Nguyen Ngoc hung on a tree branch and squinted for a while. I can't believe it's only 6 in the afternoon. So Nguyen Ngoc had to keep picking up the binoculars to look at them. A room door opened and a man and a woman walked out. It was Bai Cha and Su Yenji. The clothes are neat. The face is average, but it doesn't look like it has been bullied. And there is also Wan Lei who actually came out with Lin Biao. Ruan, you got it. This was a deal with the boss here to screw her over? No wonder Lin Biao showed up so quickly. So he was waiting for her. Yenji, when do you think Ruan Yu will come? Bai Cha looked at Su Yenji. This time was a good chance for her to take advantage of the opportunity to get her space ring back. In the original book, Nguyen Ngoc would have been captured and locked up this time. And then later, with her protagonist aura, she turned on a group of people and managed to kill the people here and escape with the survivors, who would have been her most loyal followers. Now that she had made a deal with the boss here, as long as Ruan Yu was captured, she would be able to get her space ring back, and Ruan Yu would stay here to be tortured properly. Su Yenji looked at Bai Cha dotingly, counting the time. It should be soon. TT, don't worry. This time we will definitely be able to catch Ruan Yu. I'm now a second-order thunder alien. Plus there are so many other people here, so I'm still afraid that I won't be able to catch her. Cha-Cha, don't worry. This time I will force her to give you the mutated leopard or let her die here. White T's heart was bursting with smugness, but her face was still gentle, and she said with some reluctance, Yen Ji, would this not be too good? After all, it was Ruan Yu who saved the mutant panther? Cha-Cha, why are you so kind? It was Ruan Yu who robbed you. Now it's just a matter of returning things to their rightful owners. There's nothing wrong with that. If she doesn't give it to her, there's always a punishment for robbing someone. Su Yenji immediately spoke up to explain, fearing that Bai Cha would let Ruan Yu off the hook because of her intolerance. Cha-Cha! Wang Lei had just separated from Lin Biao when he saw Bai Cha and Su Yenji and immediately called out to Bai Cha. Su Yenji reached out and wrapped his arm around Bai Cha's waist, his eyes looking at Wang Lei with an unkind look. Bai Cha quietly pinched Su Yenji's waist and asked with a smile on her face, what happened to Ale? Cha-Cha. Just now Lin Biao said that he came across a woman holding a black cat that killed a lot of their brothers, and he almost died somewhere too. That woman is a water and wood dual system psychic. I feel it's a bit similar to the woman in my previous neighborhood. I think her name is Ruan Yu. When the goddess asked, Wang Lei immediately explained seriously and carefully. Cha-Cha, this Nguyen Ngoc wouldn't be the one you're looking for, would he? White T silent for a moment. Water and wood dual system powers. The book Ruan Yu only healing powers and a space ring, but intuition told her it was Ruan Yu. It should be the one we're looking for who has healing powers. So hurry up and talk to Boss Zhao. Seeing that Bai Cha didn't say anything, Su Xiang took up Wang Lei's question. Seeing how Bai Cha was still thinking, Wang Lei had to go inside. What's wrong with Cha-Cha? Su Yenji asked a little nervously. Bai Cha suddenly returned to his senses. Yenji, do you feel that Ruan Yu seems like a different person? I have never been wrong about anything in my dreams, and it seems to be different once it comes to Ruan Yu. And while the Ruan Yu in the dream only had healing powers, the current Ruan Yu has also awakened dual water and wood powers. Everyone knew how much Ruan Yu liked you before, but as soon as the end time started, Ruan Yu hated being as far away from us as possible and took all the supplies we were hoarding. Listening to Bai Cha's words, Su Yenji also pondered for a moment. Cha-Cha, are you saying that Ruan Yu is already dead, and that the current Ruan Yu has been returned by a borrowed body? It feels like, if that's the case, we'll have to get Nguyen Ngoc's body back before we can do that. Cha-Cha, you're always so kind. And anyway, Ruan Yu is dead, so it's just as well we don't have to worry about her. Su Yenji said indifferently that he didn't like Ruan Yu anyway, so it was just right to die. How can you say that? Yenji? We've known Ruan Yu for a long time no matter what. How can we allow someone else to occupy her body? Not to mention that Ruan Yu has healing powers. Okay, Cha-Cha, I'll do whatever you say. Healing powers would really be a big help to us. As the sky finally darkened, Ruan Yu looked at the sky breathlessly, finally not having to watch Bai Cha and Su Yenji's nutrient-less nonsense. Now that she's confirmed that the White Tea Traveler is undoubtedly there, she wants her space, but also black obsidian, and has a righteous face to help her snatch back her body, so she really deserves to be a high-minded heroine. Looking at the sleeping obsidian, he reached over and hugged and jerked him off, before slowly descending the tree. Obsidian jumped right into her arms and rubbed against her twice before going back to sleep. Get up, no sleep. Do you still want to eat the fruit? Obsidian was immediately energized. No noise. Look at my face later, none of the people inside will be spared. Ruan Yu pulled over its ear and whispered, then slowly approaching the fence. The roses, driven by the vines, slowly approached the house. Lin Biao immediately got up the moment he smelled the flowers. And Nguyen Ngoc, who had been waiting for a long time, directly wiped his neck with a knife. She had observed the place where Lin Biao lived before. The first one to kill was naturally the one who had seen her strike. As for the speed alien, it was left to Obsidian. Nguyen Ngoc hadn't thought about saving anyone, but was still prepared to go to the place where the zombies and survivors were being held first, having been there in her last life and still being able to find her way, and running into a few that found out she was trying to call out to them, and going up there right away to wipe their necks. A fresh breeze blew over the mountain, carrying the scent of roses as it walked across the base, and the ordinary people immediately fainted, and the shifter was dazed for a few seconds before returning to normal, yawning and thinking that he hadn't slept well. In the afternoon, 2 waves of people. A wave of basically ordinary people Ruan Yu easily killed in seconds, but in the face of more than 2 dozen aliens, Ruan Yu still seems a little overwhelmed. Black Yao does not help, she can also kill, but after the kill she has no combat power. Ruan Yu first walked into the place where Xia Ling lived and killed everyone inside before coming out. It's better to kill the enemies that can be killed first. After a few turns, Nguyen Ngoc smoothly walked into the room where the zombies were kept. The cages opposite the zombies held a lot of old, weak, sick and disabled people, as well as a good number of alien, all of which were the zombies' rations. In her last life she had walked in like this and let the group go first. Only in the end the only person they thanked was Bai Cha Su Yenji. Ruan Yu looked at the zombies in the cages. They were already level 3, and in the other 2 cages were 2 level 2 zombies. Even if she rose to level 4 it wouldn't be of much use to her. What she needed now was a level 5 crystal core. So Ruan Yu directly controlled the vines to go through the zombie's head, rolled the crystal core and threw it directly into space. The zombie rationers, there are still some primary aberrations. Ruan Yu does not care so much. Directly control the vines, tightly strangled their necks. Do not let them make a sound until they completely cut off their breath, which went up to make up for it. After the zombies fed in the base, and the group of numb survivors were killed, Ruan Yu quietly left. Originally, she was ready to lift this base, but why would she help White Tea kill people when she all knew that White Tea was counting on her? The boss here she knew from her last life. A poisonous psychic. The kind that doesn't discriminate between enemy and friend. And her healing psychic was just the answer to his problem. But wasn't the premise of Bai Cha's cooperation with the boss here her own healing powers? So there was no need for her to show up. However, White Tea was smart enough not to expose his spatial ring, thinking that he wanted to wait for his death to make it easier to pick up the pieces. With White Tea's means, it is estimated that now the base's people know that they have healing powers, and in the early stages of the last life, all the major bases were busy looking for supplies. So they did not have much trouble, and in the later stages, when the supplies were sufficient, it was the beginning of their bad luck. Her purpose in going to the base was to inquire about her brother's whereabouts, but she could just as well not go and wait for him to come to her. While thinking about it, Ruan Yu quickly walked to the side of the road and took out her car and waited on the side for a while when a dark shadow leapt into the car. Somebody, it's on fire, fire, somebody help. Ruan Yu looked back and reached out to touch Obsidian. Good job. Driving straight back to her original city of A, Ruan Yu decided that she would meticulously wait here for her brother to come to her. The base will be left to White Tea's slow strategy, and hopefully she'll come out of it in one piece. Chapter 19, Going to the Pig Farm. It hadn't been that far, and Nguyen Ngoc drove the 3 hours back to the zoo. After holding Black Obsidian and carefully observing it to make sure no one was there, Ruan Yu then put the car away and found a hidden place before entering the space. After picking 2 fruits for Black Obsidian, Ruan Yu washed up and got ready for bed. There was no need for her to follow White Tea if she was going to the base. No base would be kind to her with White Tea around. The scariest thing about the end times was never the zombies, but the hearts and minds. In the last life, those people from the base, while enjoying the benefits of her supernatural abilities, felt that they should actively offer themselves to the lab. So much so that in the end, White Tea just casually instigated a few sentences, and a large number of people began to take action against themselves. Since she was starting over again, she should have gone ahead and grabbed the opportunity instead of letting those people in the base get the benefits she gave them and in turn deal with her. She knew that there was a military area in D City where all the soldiers had turned into zombies, and in her last life when she and White Tea had first worked with the base, their first mission had been the guns and ammo there. The White Tea used the space to steal a lot of them, and relied on these White Tea in the base to successfully establish a firm foothold. Tomorrow she'd go to D. She was immune to the zombie virus anyway, so she'd get her stuff first and then take her time waiting for her brother. Ruanyu reached for a thin quilt to cover her head and fell into a deep sleep. Obsidian coiled motionless under the fruit tree. The next day Ruanyu woke up past 10 o'clock, and it was a rare occasion when Black Yao didn't come to pickpocket her. After washing up and taking 2 pieces of meat and 2 fruits to Black Yao, Ruanyu looked at the meat in the space and it was already at the bottom. It seemed that she had to stop by D City this time to see if there was any meat. She remembered that she would pass by a pig farm in the outskirts of a city on her way there, so it seemed that she would have to try to see if the space could raise living things. Taking 2 steamed buns and a bottle of milk, Ruanyu ate while using her mind to pull the small cabbages in the space clean. They had all grown to a size that could be put in the pot. It was better to pick them after some seeds are taken out. Lettuce, fong tai, chrysanthemum should be sprinkled with some. Just planted once, and do not dare to sow too much. Each only half a packet sprinkled. In a dozen packets of seeds, Ruanyu rummaged through a packet of cherry radish. Raw and cold can be eaten. To be on the safe side, Ruanyu still only sprinkled half of the packet, only a little sparser than the other dishes. After they were all watered, Ruanyu looked around to see that no one was around. Before she exited the space, took out her car, and drove towards D City. The people in City A either followed the rescue team or drove there themselves, and there were basically no people along the way. After driving for almost 2 hours, Ruanyu was able to see the sign of the pig farm from afar. Pull over and take out the binoculars to observe before collecting the car and slowly walking over. Approached only to find that the pig farm actually have people inside. Someone also good means that those pigs are still feeding people. Nguyen Nok had just gotten close to the wall when he heard some indescribable sounds. An enchanting voice rang out. Aya, brother Ruanyu, lighten up. It's still the first time for people Wan? The gruff male voice picked up, not to mention reaching out and patting it. No wonder. It's like a dead fish. 2 random strokes and you're dead. As for the man beneath him, he could no longer scream and was on the verge of passing out. The man instantly felt bored and picked up his belt and tried to whip it over. Bad luck. Hey, don't beat them to death. You can't even see anyone outside right now. It's hard to come by 4. Where are you going to find someone to vent the fire if you beat them to death? Another man spoke out to stop, but obviously not out of good intentions. Both of them looked at the woman on the sidelines in unison. She can't handle it the first time. I understand. It's not your first time, so why don't you hurry up and get over here? The woman took 2 steps back in some fear, completely lacking the smug look she had at first. What? You don't want to? I'll tell you what. Serve our brothers well and you'll be well fed and well watered. If you think of something like her, you'll have to serve all 4 of us. The woman was a little scared. She thought that if she pushed out all her roommates she would be better off. She didn't realize that these people were so perverted. Looking at Li Wan's bruised appearance, or being beaten in front of her, she was really a bit regretful. The man saw that she was still not coming over and walked over to her and pulled her hair. What? Scared? Weren't you screaming quite happily just now? A new round of shouting resumed. Ruanyu listened with a black face. If she was not mistaken, this was a pigsty, not a housing area, right? She hadn't heard of pig farmers having this fetish. Was it that the end times people were perverted too? The indescribable sound, coupled with the pig's grunt, was too much for Nguyen Nok to listen to. Directly released roses. The ground was originally fainted one, and now fainted too. Ruanyu raised his eyebrows originally or shifter ah. Nguyen Nok counted the time. She wanted to see how long these people would be dizzy. Who? Hurry up and get out. Seeing that his brother had fainted as well, the man called Brother Wang finally reacted. Nguyen Nok intuitively pushed the door in. The scene was a bit unpleasant, but Nguyen Nok was at least baptized by the end of the world, and was still able to stabilize. Seeing Nguyen Nok, the man's eyes lit up. Is there something the pretty lady needs help with? Ruanyu's face was expressionless, her eyes flat. There, I'm about to run out of meat. I want the pig you have in here. This is good to say. I just don't know what the beauty is taking. The man rubbed his hands together and squinted his eyes as he looked Ruanyu up and down several times. Ruanyu sneered. Do you have enough lives? She just wanted to inform him. It's not like she's here to discuss it. Nguyen Nok struck over with a tiny vine. Still a shifter. No wonder he's so arrogant. Seeing Ruanyu strike a thumb-thick vine, the man snorted and struck an ice blade. Ruanyu heart secretly pity. This is August. No air conditioning days. Ice system powers if in the base do not know how popular. After feeling it carefully, Ruanyu probably knew that this Brother Wan's psychic ability was estimated to be in the late first stage. Ruanyu sidestepped and kicked the man to the ground, directly releasing a few vines to tie him up, not forgetting to place the rose at his mouth and nose. She didn't quite trust the rose. It only stunned the alien for a few seconds, just so this experiment could be used. After tying him up, Nguyen Nok stared at him and a few seconds later the man passed out. So it's not concentrated enough. Every time she released the roses, the scent of the flowers traveled some distance before passing through. Ordinary people fell dizzy, and the shifters were only a little affected. Now it still seems like she's too low on the scale and the roses aren't coming up under people's noses for them to smell. After watching the people pass out, Ruanyu left Black out here to watch and approached the pig pen herself. At a glance, 100 or so pigs, white and fat, looking no different from the pre-apocalyptic pigs. Ruanyu tried to put the pig into the space. The space immediately circled a piece of land to surround a pig pen, as well as the pig trough actually had cut grass inside. Looking at the grass that looked a bit familiar, Ruanyu realized that the vegetables she had collected earlier at the vegetable market, which were a bit wilted, were a bit less. That means space can feed its own pigs, provided it uses its own stuff. Gwynnock put in a dozen more pigs, and in the meantime, put in the pig food from outside the pens. Sure enough, the pig troughs in the pens were full of pig food this time instead of consuming their own vegetables. That is to say, prioritizing the consumption of pig food as long as it was available. Gwynnock nodded his head, still satisfied. After collecting a dozen or so skinny pigs, Ruanyu decided to karma all the rest. It was too much of a waste of food to keep them when they were all so fat. In the past, Gwynnock would not have been able to kill pigs at all, but the post-apocalyptic world had taught her what it takes to survive, and killing pigs was sometimes much easier than killing people. Chapter 20, Killing a Pig. Ruanyu collected the pigs, experimented with the space to raise pigs, and only 10 minutes passed. After looking at the guys who were still awake, Obsidian was still watching with the archetype and wasn't worried about it, going out and strolling all around. This is to find a place to live. See Ruanyu inside a person directly. A red alien energy towards Ruanyu hit over. Gwynnock was also not polite and directly hit the person with a water balloon, not forgetting to hit the water droplets towards the person's eyes. Practice makes perfect, and these water drops were and are a big killer. And Gwynnock practiced when he had something to do. You can never have enough killing skills. A hit. Aha. The man immediately covered his eyes. Ruanyu seized the opportunity to release vines to tighten his neck, and in no time, the man snapped. Walking in, there was a girl inside. Apparently Gwynnock killing people scared her. The person hid under the table. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. His body was shaking slightly and his voice was trembling. Ruanyu walked in and looked at her. I'm not going to kill you. So tell me first, how many people are here? Where are each of them now? You really won't kill me? The girl lifted her head and opened her eyes wide in some disbelief. There's no benefit for me to kill you. Ruanyu shrugged indifferently. The girl pursed her lips, before she trembled and said, my name is Guling. There should be 8 people here, and I have my roommate. 4 others, who fled together to this pig farm. At first the owner of the place, and the other 3 were very nice to us, except that the food and all this was strictly controlled, and we were only allowed to eat half full, and we didn't think there was anything wrong with that at the time. Then Zhang Ting changed completely after she had sex with the owner of the place. She kept urging us to be like her and her food was much better than ours. Slowly we're getting a little shaken up and people here are starting to get on us. At the back, we were directly forced to force us. Only Li Wan was still resisting, but she escaped before Zhang Ting brought people back, and now the situation is unknown to me. Zhou Lin is upstairs with another man. Guling was silent for a while after she finished speaking, and Ruanyu didn't say anything either, looking at her quietly. Don't you guys ever think about getting out of here? Hearing Ruanyu's words, Guling let out a bitter smile. We're scared and there are zombies everywhere and there are at least 3 other shifters here. Why would we leave when we can be fed and clothed for a small price? As pretty as you are, surely you'll have a better life than we did. Guling looked at Ruanyu, her voice getting smaller and smaller. Gwynnock snorted. Someone like me wouldn't live that way. Even if she had been starving for 2 days in her last life, she hadn't thought of exchanging things in this way. Not to mention that she didn't need it even more in this life. After saying that, Ruanyu released the rose and saw that the person had fainted before going upstairs, just in time to run into a man coming down the stairs. Ruanyu was also not polite and directly wiped his neck with a knife before he could react. The 3 Xenos were all estimated to be in the mid to late first stage, otherwise she wouldn't have been so relaxed. As for the people in the house, the same roses were released and the people were watched to pass out, and only then did they start scavenging for supplies, regardless of pig food or human food, as long as it was edible. Ruanyu collected all of it into the space, walked around and found that the place actually had a fully automatic epilator and a couple of handheld electric epilators. Ruanyu satisfied. They only need to kill the pig to bleed. They can put the pig in the hair removal, and then put away into the space to put. Space to store things. Time is static. Want to eat when you take out to open the intestines and belly is good. Gwynnock is immediately ready to start. This pig farm 2 sheds, both have 100 or so pigs. Ruanyu directly came 1 shed at a time, dragged out all those fainted on the ground, controlled the vines to tie up the pig, took out the scavenged pig killing knife. A knife went down, released a large pot of blood. The pig twitched a few times, and then it did not move at all. Took the diesel generator out of the space, hooked it up to the dehairer, and put the whole pig right in. In 3 minutes, a hairless pig was pushed out. Ruanyu took a closer look. It's pretty clean. After a few more kills, Nguyen Nok became completely proficient, and after an hour Nguyen Nok finally karmed all the pigs in a shed. It was the dehairing machine that couldn't keep up with her. Nguyen Nok waited nearby, watching as one head was pushed out and then rushed to put one in. That Wang woke up to seeing Nguyen Nok at the machine, constantly putting pigs in, and then the pigs disappearing again. It was just as Ruanyu looked over. Awake? Late first order alien. Unconscious for an hour and a half. The man moved, then realized he was still tied up, and his face was filled with horror as he said, "You, what do you want?" Ruanyu shrugged her shoulders in a casual tone. "Can't you see? I just want to eat meat. If she doesn't take it there will be plenty of people to take it after a while, so who is she to cheapen it for someone else?" After another half an hour, the remaining 3 people then slowly woke up, looking at Ruanyu who had started to kill the pig again, and then at one who was tied up. No one spoke for a while, afraid that if they made a sound, the knife Ruanyu stabbed into the pig's neck would fall on them. All awake? Ha! Ruanyu nodded. Ordinary people fall asleep for 2 hours. Just don't know if a high-level psychic, holding a flower and smelling it has this effect. Instead, the one who fainted first, I think it was Li Wan, bit her lip and said, "Are you here to save us?" Neither she nor Zhang Ting were tied up, and Boss Wang and his brother were both tied up with vines. Nguyen Nok raised his eyebrows in a somewhat teasing manner. "Do I look so much like a good person? In this world people still need to learn to help themselves. There's a knife on the ground. Don't you want revenge?" Nguyen Nok glanced at her and ignored her. She had to drag the pigs out of the other shed to crunch them. Li Wan's somewhat empty eyes, firming up, slowly moved over and picked up the knife to slash towards Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting was quite quick to react and dodged a little, only scratching her arm, looking at Li Wan in some panic. "What are you doing?" Li Wan looked at her and shouted in hysterical anger, as if she wanted to shout out all the grievances she had suffered. "What am I doing? Is it not you who caused me to be like this? I have said more than once that I want to leave this place. If you guys don't leave I can go alone. If it wasn't for you, would I have been brought back? Just because you enjoy being able to fork over your legs like this doesn't mean I do," Li Wan said as she slashed towards Zhang Ting, but unfortunately there was only one knife on the ground, in Li Wan's hand. If there was an extra knife, Ruanyu doubted that Li Wan would have been killed by Zhang Ting in return. This was because Zhang Ting's speed of dodging was not like a normal person's speed, probably just awakened his powers. Li Wan gasped. Zhang Ting had many more wounds on her body. Seeing that she couldn't kill the culprit for so long, Li Wan directly took her knife and slashed at the 2 brothers on the ground. The 2 men dodged back in fear and said angrily, "You madman! She harmed you! You cut her! What's wrong with cutting us?" Li Wan held up her bloodied knife and smiled a hideous smile. "If you didn't mean it, she could have harmed me, and it's only been a few hours, and you've forgotten? I remember what a belt feels like on my body, and I hope you remember the pain of a knife on your body. Ah, crazy woman! Get out of here! Get away!" The 2 struggled to dodge, but the very first thing Li Wan cut was the legs. "Crazy? I could be crazier." With a deathly smile, Li Wan slashed at the 2 men, and whoever screamed louder got an extra slash. Ruanyu looked over, or a medical student, seemingly avoiding the vitals, but in fact, each knife cut in the aorta. Blood splattered on her face. Zhang Ting was directly stunned and sat paralyzed on the ground as Li Wan took a step over. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! It's none of my business! Don't kill me!" Zhang Ting kept shaking her head, holding her hand back, fear written in her eyes, her voice trembling. Li Wan directly stabbed a knife into her heart. Zhao Lin and Gu Ling walked over just in time to see this scene, holding Zhang Ting, who was about to break, angrily shouting, "Li Wan, are you crazy?" Li Wan had tears in her eyes and laughed coldly. "Crazy? How can I be crazy just to take revenge? Rather, it's you guys who are really crazy. Obviously you hated Zhang Ting the most before, but now you've turned into her." Then he looked angrily at the 2 men and said through gritted teeth, "Who said anything about me running away today?" Zhao Lin and Gu Ling both took a few steps back, their eyes a bit averted, too vain to look directly at Li Wan. The corner of Li Wan's mouth hooked up into a smile as she carried her sword step by step towards them. "Since you guys like it here, then stay here. 2 fairly sane people can't with crazy after all." Gu Ling's eyes widened as she turned toward Ruanyu for help. "Hey, you said you wouldn't kill me. Li Wan is going to kill me. Come and save me quickly." With a cold face, Ruanyu looked away and turned his head to continue killing the pig. This Li Wan is estimated to have awakened the strength ability. Looking thin and weak, the strength of the 2 girls actually can't stand up to her alone. Gu Ling panicked and said somewhat incoherently, You should have killed her." It was Zhao Lin who discussed with Zheng Ting to tell Wang, "You fart." It's obvious that you conspired with Zheng Ting and even took a lot of Zheng Ting's snacks. Zhao Lin became furious and directly pushed Gu Ling to the front. "Obviously you." Zhao Lin Gu Ling, two people began to climb each other, biting, arguing red in the face, and even began to bring up hands. Li Wan laughed coldly, directly raised the knife and went forward to understand them. The two Wang brothers lost a lot of blood, and at this moment there is only a breath left. Li Wan walked over and slashed at the two again. Ruan Yu watched the fun while killing the pigs, and in no time the pigs were all killed. A piece of freshly dead pig was placed on the ground. Looking at the speed of the de-herring machine, Nguyen Nok didn't care and took out the pig-killing toolkit, ready to open the intestine. Ruan Yu didn't like to eat offal. She only kept her heart, liver and lungs, and threw away the rest. She didn't eat or want to wash it. It was a waste of water. It took a dozen or so planes in a row before the deherrer finished deherring the rest of the hogs. Ruan Yu directly put everything into the space and turned around, ready to leave. Li Wan looked at Ruan Yu's back and asked with some anticipation, "Wait, can you take me with you?" "Can't." Chapter 21, Villagers. After saying that, Ruan Yu did not look back and stride out, walking in the last days. Who would bring a tired person? The light of anticipation in Li Wan's eyes dimmed, looking at her a bit incredulously, completely not having thought that Ruan Yu would actually be so heartless. "Stop where you are. It's your presence that has broken this situation. Shouldn't you take me out?" Nguyen Nok stopped and rolled his eyes. Is moral kidnapping so open-ended nowadays? Fortunately, she did not have morals. Released vines to collect the knife in Li Wan's hand into the space. "Go to hell on your own, wasting my knife," and then stride out the door. The whole time did not look back. Walking out of the pig farm and straight away pulling out her car and getting ready to hit the road. Kuroyori jumped right in the passenger side, staring at her with wide eyes. With a speechless face, Ruan Yu picked two fruits from space and threw them to it, reaching out to poke its head. Just knowing how to eat. Meow. Obsidian finished eating in a few bites and pointed his butt directly at her, tidying up her mood. Ruan Yu directly started the car. A city is almost 1,000 kilometers or so from D City. If it wasn't for the fact that there is a lot of meat here, she really didn't want to delay this time. Both she and White Tea are considered to have their hands on the script, and this time it's all about who can react faster and get a head start. There weren't too many cars on the highway. Occasionally there were a few blocking the road. Ruan Yu directly controlled the vines to move away. When you meet a zombie, a few one or two directly use the vines to dig up the crystal core. Most of them directly crash through. Now hurry up. Just kill them slowly on the way back. After a few hours of delay, Nguyen Nok didn't have long to walk before it got dark, and after pulling over, Nguyen Nok took out a serving of tomato and eggs and a serving of white rice for dinner. Obsidian didn't want to get out of the car, so he could only eat the crystal cores and fruits, and if he ate meat, the smell in the car was too heavy for Ruan Yu. It's still August. The temperature is extraordinarily high. The end of the world didn't affect the climate too much. It's only the spring. Summer and fall temperature is about 10 degrees higher than before the end of the world, while the winter is about 20 degrees lower. Knowing that this is the south and winter is all about a positive energy, you can imagine how hard it is to survive temperatures of minus 20 degrees. This life has space. Ruan Yu put their own before the purchase of those cold clothes down jacket are put away. Sweeping the big mall clothing stores also did not forget to sweep the warehouse. There are always some warehouses have down jacket. If not, rely on her own can also be over winter. After dinner, Nguyen Nok saw that the time was just after 8 o'clock, so he put on his night vision goggles and continued on his way. After driving for another 3 hours, Ruan Yu then pulled over and looked around before going into the space to wash up, and Black Yao stayed outside to watch the car. After washing up and going back to the driver's side, the car was on the side of the road and there were no people around. So Nguyen Nok thought it would be better to sleep in the car, combined with the fact that Obsidian was sensitive to odors. Nguyen Nok picked Obsidian up before she closed her eyes and went to sleep. The next day, just as the sky was whitening, Nguyen Nok opened his eyes, washed up, and got out of the car with bread and milk. It was only then that I could see what was going on around me. There were mountains to the left and to the right, and although it wasn't a tunnel, this highway did pass between two mountains. No wonder there wasn't a single household around, and there were quite a few zombie corpses on the ground, so it could only be said that she had picked just the right spot. Took a piece of meat to Black Yao, watched it eat it before getting on the car to continue the journey. She was going to arrive in D City today, and tomorrow she would directly empty that military area directly. It was almost noon when Wan Yu realized that the road was getting harder and harder to follow, and there were more and more cars stuck in traffic, but there weren't any zombie corpses or human ones. It was another long walk before she saw a couple of people dressed as farmers and waved at her, and Nguyen Nok slowly drove up and pulled over next to them. Nguyen Nok asked as he rolled down the window of the car. A naive-looking man. Are you going to D City, girl? Ruanyu intuited that they didn't have good intentions. Were there any good people in this world? So she pretended to be a bit scared and asked, yeah, is something happening up ahead? Harm. Don't be afraid, girl. It's just that the road ahead is blocked and the bridge over the river has been blown down a section. Seeing that Ruanyu looked a bit scared, the man immediately explained. Then he added, several cars have gone past today, then driven back, and now they are all in our village. If you want to go over there, why don't you stay in our village, and tomorrow we'll sail a boat together to take you across the river. Ruanyu was a bit helpless and said weakly, is it okay if I want to go over there and take a look first and then come back? The other man said cheerfully, of course you can. If the girl wants to come to our village, this is the only way to drive on this road. Drive for about 10 minutes and you'll be able to see it. Ruanyu said with some delight, really? Thank you in advance then. I just want to check it out. It doesn't matter. We've told I don't know how many people here, but every single one of them doesn't believe in it. And in the end, they just come back again in disgrace. Only after watching Ruanyu drive away did the guys have to continue. Here comes another one. Go back and inform them to get ready. The other one rubbed his chin and said a bit lewdly, it's rare to come across such a big beauty with such tender skin. Don't you guys want to think of something else to pursue? You kid, all you do is think about this all day long. Village chief, you just don't want to? People but the four of us received, then we can completely own first. The village chief directly interrupted him. Well, when the people come back, are you still afraid that you won't be able to enjoy it? Go back and set it up first. Don't let anyone see it. After that, as long as people are alive, it's still up to us? Several people let out lewd laughs at the same time. It's still the village head who thinks well. Ruanyu drove a distance, and sure enough the road ahead was blocked to death. Layers and layers of cars, like a small mountain. At first glance is man-made. I don't know if the village headman's comment about sending a lot of people away is that sending away. Ngwin put the car away and climbed to the top of that hill with obsidian, pulling out his binoculars to take a look. The bridge of more than 1,000 meters is now in several sections, with solid piers standing in the water, supporting several sections of the bridge over the river. I have to say that the bombing was pretty good, and the piers are still all intact. But this cannot be difficult to Ruanyu. Her space in helicopters, when she just got the driver's license in the past to learn and also took the certificate, and occasionally go to rent to play. She didn't buy it because she didn't use it often, so she didn't drive it for a while, but that didn't stop her from crossing the river. But isn't it not good to take out the helicopter so early? The means to save your life should be saved for the end. It's basically a half-day's drive across this river, and you can still get to that military base tomorrow. In the peaceful times, she couldn't meet so many good people. Now of course she has to go to the meeting. In case there's a submarine boat or something, she can still collect it, so that the land, water and air transportation are all complete. Ruanyu slowly walked down the mountain, get on the car and turn around and go back. Just now the reaction of those villagers is not at all the end of the world people should have. If they live in the deep mountains and old forests, that there is still some credibility. As for the bridge next to the traffic is considered to be a major transportation corridor. It is not possible to still exist in a paradise, but usually there shouldn't be a shortage of food in places like this, and it just so happened that she didn't have any seeds, so it wasn't out of the question to go and collect a little. Chapter 22, The Oasis. Ngwin drove around for a while, then returned to the place where he had just met the villagers, and there was actually an additional sign there. It seemed to know that she would definitely come back. The cascading hills, and the number of passers-by, who had returned to this place. Follow that one trail, drive 10 minutes, and sure enough, you see a small gathering place. They are basically ordinary small 2-story self-built buildings, with the occasional 1 or 2 small 3-story houses. The sun is just going down now. It's not so hot. The fields are all roaring with the sound of machines. It's August. It's really time to harvest the rice. But wasn't there acid rain some time ago? But as far as I could see the fields were golden, and they didn't look affected at all. A few people in the field divide the labor. 2 cut the paddy, 2 put the paddy in the winnowing machine, 1 packs the bags, and 2 carry the paddy from the field to the bank, strap it to the unicycle, and push it back home along the concrete path. Ngwin saw the same thing in several fields. Some farmers also have a lot of green chard on their land in front of their house. Occasionally I see a few older women out choosing vegetables, and smoke is beginning to come out of the chimneys of most of the houses. The rice that is beaten in the afternoon is usually not spread out. It is stacked together and spread out again the next morning to beat the leaves out. Ngwin parked his car and watched from the sidelines for a while. It really did seem like a paradise in the world, with no sense of the end times at all. There was not a single young woman in sight except for one. Something that piqued Ruanyu's curiosity. She had traveled out before, and it was true that there were very few young people in villages like this, but there wouldn't be no one at all. Gwyn saw the simpleton he'd struck up a conversation with earlier walk over and stop beside her car, and Gwyn rolled down her window. Girl, back so soon. The man's naive appearance coupled with his simple smile could easily make people let their guard down. Ruanyu pretended to hold up his good intentions and said with embarrassment, yes, I didn't realize that the front was so jammed. Even the bridge was broken into several sections, so I could only come back to trouble you. Hiya, which has nothing to do with it. I'm the village head here surnamed Lee. Just call me Old Lee. I'll take you to the landing place first. At this moment everyone is busy harvesting the rice. They're not too free. Village Chief Lee didn't care, with a heartless look, guiding Ruanyu to drive in. When they arrived at a wider dam with several cars parked inside, Village Chief Lee continued, girl, you park this car here first. It's all small roads inside, so you can't drive in. Ruanyu nodded her head with an expression of I understand, and after parking the car, she carried a small backpack and got out of the car with black obsidian in her arms. Trouble Village Chief. My name is Ngwynnak. The village headman can just call me by my first name. Village Chief Lee waved his hands repeatedly. No trouble. No trouble. Let's go this way. Guiding Gwynnak all the way to a small two-story building. The family house was built quite a bit wider than the others, and there were about a dozen other people gathered and chatting on the dam. It looked like they were probably all just like her, and had no choice but to rest here, waiting for the village chief and his men to take a boat and send them over the next day. A dozen people, 3 or 5 a few gathered together. There are men and women middle-aged young people have. There is also a small boy, looking at the appearance of about 10 years old. Seeing the village chief walk in with Ngwynnak, they all looked over in unison. Village Chief Lee turned his head to explain to Ruanyu, these people are just like you. This used to be a farmhouse run by old Wang's family, but now it's been changed to a place for you passers-by to rest your feet. Everyone has picked a room, right? Are there any empty rooms left? Village Chief Lee looked at the others and inquired. A man in his 20s picked up. The room next to me is empty. The one on the second floor on the left, by the window. Ngwynnak nodded his head and said to the village chief, Village Chief, I'll just go by myself. You go ahead and get busy. Okay, then slow yourself down. Thinking of something again, he turned his head and called out to the village headman who was about to leave. Village Headman Lee, where is dinner served? Without even thinking about it, Village Chief Lee replied, we'll send it over at night, and today old Zhang's family is killing sheep, so we'll send one over to you in a while to make a roasted whole sheep on the dam. Ngwynnak acted happy. Good, then thank you Village Chief. Watching the village chief leave, Ruanyu collected her smile and scanned the dam before walking up the stairs. Finding the room on the left that was closest to the window, Ngwynnak made his way over to it. All the locks on the room doors were broken. Is this a convenient way to do bad things at night without having to pick the lock? Just push the door straight in. Ruanyu walked in, and the room was simply a large 2-meter wide bed with a closet. Except that the specifications of that bed didn't match at all with the small room of less than 20 square feet. Ngwynnak looked at a few more rooms next to her. Unlocked and unclosed. The same setup as this room of hers. After looking around and walking downstairs again, he dragged a chair and sat on the edge of the field dam. The youth who had just spoken came over. Hey, pretty girl, are you going to Qingcheng too? Ruanyu looked at him sideways in confusion, and the man hurriedly added, my name is Bai Yong. My brother is at the Qingcheng base. I'm going over there to join my brother. Qingcheng base is considered one of the top bases in the previous life, and the later stage is all militarized management, not leaving useless people. Only she remembers that it's almost 800 kilometers away from D-City, right? Ruanyu doesn't quite understand this person's purpose of rushing over here on purpose. She just smiles and responds, yeah, I heard that the base over there is treated better. Hearing Ruanyu's reply, Bai Yang was a bit excited. You must be pretty good then. Beautiful. This is the first time I've seen a person with a cat, with such a rosy complexion, and dressed similarly to what they were before the end of the world. It's almost as if they're traveling. Originally there was not much attention to Black Yao. Now all looked over. Ruanyu smiled and looked at Bai Yang. That's for sure. You don't know how many people I met on the way to hitchhiking. Some also want to stop the car moral kidnapping. All were solved by my knife one. Much easier than chopping a watermelon. And the walkers? I cut through them one by one. As Ruanyu said that, she also took out a short knife and made a few gestures. Bai Yang's face changed and against his will, he praised. That's very impressive of you. Then he silently stepped aside, and Ruanyu held up the knife and looked around, realizing that the others were either looking up at the sky or down to count the ants. Before putting the knife away, she just felt it as soon as she came in. 4 or 5 shifters out of a dozen or so, and Bai Yang was one of them, but they all looked like they had only just awakened, and she couldn't feel it at all, or so Black Yao told her. After holding obsidian for a while with his eyes closed, the little boy came over. Hey, Give me the cat to play with for a while, I'm out of toys. Gwynnock opened his eyes without saying anything and looked over towards his adult. More than half a month and still alive with a bear. A bit of skill. The couple looked arrogant and glared at her. Although they didn't say anything, the meaning was clear. Telling Ruanyu to hurry up and give the cat to her son to play with. Seeing this, Ruanyu retracted the line of sight. No wonder so arrogant. Original 2 are alien. Even the black obsidian are only just sensed. That shows that is not generally weak, but in front of ordinary people can indeed be arrogant. Looked at the bear child in front of him. There are not many bears that can be beaten up. Cannot let go. Rubbed his hands and slapped him heavily on the face. 4 red and swollen fingerprints appeared on the vegetable-colored face. Bear, wow! They cried out immediately. Mom, she hit me. That she hit me. Those two couples ran to the side of Ruanyu. The woman holding the bear child rushed to comfort. The man looked at Ruanyu with an angry face. What do you mean? He is a child. What right do you have to beat him? Is not just a small? Give my son to play how? Ruanyu snapped Obsidian's chin and it rubbed it with a face of enjoyment. I don't have any toys either. What's wrong with playing with your son? Isn't it just a kid? It's not dead. Chapter 23, Roasted Lamb. At the moment when the swords were drawn, Mayor Lee reappeared, looking at the bear child who was crying, and then at the bear child's parent who was ready to strike. A smile piled on his face. What's going on here? Like nothing. Ruanyu glanced at the whole goat carried behind the village chief and greeted him with a smile. Village chief, ready to make roasted whole goat so soon? Nothing happened. It's just that the bear parent ran out of toys and had to play with the kid, which directly slapped the kid into tears. The village chief swept around, with a look of sudden realization. Children, coaxing will be good. Then sidling up to show the whole goat. Come on, put it on the right. The whole goat is here, and anyone who can roast it can help out with a hand. A time all the eyes are staring at the shelf-long sheep. Also the last half of the world cannot even eat a hot dish. Looking at the whole sheep cannot put the eyes on. The two bear parents glared fiercely at Ruanyu. Be good baby. Mom will avenge you in a while. The bear child cried while looking menacingly at Gwynnock. I want that cat, and I want to beat it to death and skin it. Okay, I'll catch it for you in a while. Feel free to play. The woman obeyed the bear child's words and coaxed gently in a low voice. Let's go watch the roasted whole sheep first, and then we'll play later. Ruanyu was on the verge of laughing in anger when she heard this, and Obsidian's narrowed eyes immediately widened as she stared at the bear child without moving a muscle. Meow. Can I kill him with one paw? Ruanyu stroked Obsidian's head. Not now. Holding Obsidian, he walked over and looked at the whole goat that was roasted on one side of the fire, and by the looks of it, he guessed that it was a home-raised black goat. The two people that village chief Lee brought over are preparing the seasonings. Cumin pepper, black pepper, a complete assortment, and the racks are brand new stainless steel racks that can also rotate and tumble. Ruanyu looked even more strange. She had never really seen such a complete set of tools and spices in a southern farmer's house. The whole set was as good as new. Those two youths, Ruanyu saw it at the first glance when he saw them. They were Xenos, estimated to be in the second order. The aura of these two people was quite a bit stronger than the aura of the 7 Xenos in here. Remembering that she still had to find seeds, Ruanyu looked at Village Chief Lee. Village Chief, do you have any green vegetable seeds on your side? Village Chief Lee didn't react for a moment and looked at Ruanyu with some confusion. Green vegetable seeds? Which kind? All of it? A little bit of any yellow or green beans too. Want to grow some of my own food when I get around to it. Lee Village and the cover down the disdain in the bottom of the eyes. Have come to send vegetables, still planting vegetables. Face or a face of simplicity and good looks. These days will plant vegetables, young people are not many. I now go to get you. Ruanyu smiled brightly. Then thank you, Village Chief. When the beauty smiled, those youths couldn't help but look a few more times. And a few other ladies unkindly glanced at Ruanyu. Ruanyu also does not care. First get the seeds in hand before saying. She went to rummage by herself, do not know how long to rummage. Besides, with so many people, if anyone missed and burned down the village, then she wouldn't even have a chance to turn over her supplies. A group of people gathered around the roasted whole lamb, brushing the oil from time to time, and in a short while there was a burst of meat flavor. Village Chief Lee also happened to bring back the seeds. Miss Ruanyu, do you think these seeds are okay? The mayor handed Gwynnock a large bag of seeds. Soybeans, green beans, red beans, and broad beans and peas. Green vegetable seeds are much smaller. Gwynnock could not recognize. Yes, thank you Village Chief. Holding a large bag of seeds, Ruanyu nodded his thanks. The source doesn't matter, just get it into your hands. A middle-aged man with a more impatient nature took a deep breath. Mud, how long do we have to bake it? The village chief walked over and looked at the roasted whole sheep on the rack that was already giving off an aroma. Soon. This kind of thing can't be rushed. How can it be roasted? Black Obsidian stared straight at the lamb in Ruan Yu's arms, just short of drooling, and gently bit Ruan Yu's hand. And Ruan Yu looked down to meet its eyes. She got it. This one didn't want raw meat anymore. It wanted cooked meat. Looking down at the whole goat that still had to be roasted for a while, Ruan Yu sat back in her chair, smelling the meat and not being able to eat it. It was weirdly boring. Ruan Yu took a lollipop and just after peeling it off Obsidian stuck his tongue out and licked it. Ruan Yu had a heart attack and fancy jerked Obsidian around before taking the lollipop and giving it a slow lick. Ripe. Cooked. The middle-aged man slurred with a piece of meat in his mouth. The others were not polite and just started talking about wanting that part. I'll have the leg of lamb. I want ribs. Hearing them finish, Ruan Yu then walked over and looked at the two youths roasting the sheep. What's left? There is still one leg of lamb left. A youth had just finished speaking when a middle-aged uncle next to him immediately shouted, "Didn't you say there was no leg of lamb left? How come there's one now?" Ignoring him, the youth looked at Ruan Yu and asked, "What flavor do you want? Don't even put it in. My cat wants to grab things. I don't put salt in anything I eat." Ruan Yu said with a calm face. She just didn't intend to eat it. If she put salt on it, Black Yao wouldn't be able to eat it. The youth froze, not understanding but still respectful, wrapping up one side of the leg of lamb and handing it to Nguyen Nok. "If you want other flavors you can come and add seasoning." Nguyen Nok reached out and took it. "Okay, thanks." Holding the leg of lamb in one hand, he dragged a chair out of the house. Nguyen Nok sitting in one by himself, and Obsidian hopped into the other chair, eyes fixed on the leg of lamb. Ruan Yu looked at it with amusement and handed it to its mouth. Unable to turn into a prototype, Ruan Yu could only hold it herself and wait for it to slowly nibble on it. Seeing the village chief looking over and staring at himself, Ruan Yu reached out and tore a small piece of meat and put it in his mouth. And just as he swallowed it, he felt the energy of the healing supernatural power moving, and really spicing things up. Poking Obsidian. "You're not affected?" Obsidian was eating. "Meow. Nope." Sure enough, animals cannot be measured by people. Ruan Yu turned his head to look around. All like they have never eaten meat. Wolf. Half a month only not to it. Seeing that the village chief was still staring at him, Ruan Yu had no choice but to tear another chunk of meat and put it in his mouth. Seeing that Black Obsidian had finally finished nibbling, Nguyen Nok walked up and greeted the village chief before heading upstairs to his room. The others hadn't come up yet, and Ruan Yu took two fruits out, one for Black Yao and one for himself. After nibbling on it, he put the pillow under the covers, tidied up a bit, pushed the cabinet behind the door again leaving a gap to get out, closed the door behind him and picked it up and went to the rooftop. It's not appropriate to enter the space with too many people, so it's better to wait on the rooftop. Taking out his recliner and putting on his night vision goggles, he watched as the village chief and the two youths both walked away, and Nguyen Nok closed his eyes and prepared to squint for a while. Into the night there is no electricity. All around is dark. Only a few fuzzy candlelight, quiet and nothing to hear the frogs lively. Just as he fell asleep, he was woken up by Black Yao picking at him, and Ruan Yu hurriedly looked over. Good lord! The village chief with a dozen men just crept downstairs. Nguyen Nok took a closer look. There were the other three she had seen by the highway, and the two grilling the lamb. The others were big, strong men. Chapter 24. Are you looking for me? Ruan Yu hurriedly put away the recliner and hugged Obsidian as she hid and watched. Village Chief Li walked in the forefront and suddenly turned his head to speak to the group of people. The old rules: clean hands and feet. Male tied up and fed to the zombies. Female the old rules of the highest bidder first in line. If there is someone you like after playing with them, ask them if they want to stay, and if they don't want to stay, it's better to turn into a zombie and feed them. The rooms remember to be all cleaned up so as not to interfere with the reception of the others tomorrow. After saying that, a dozen people spread out and went into those unlocked rooms separately. A dozen people are all psychics. Look at the breath is estimated to be the second order. No wonder the daytime have not appeared. This battle who see dare to rest here. Somebody come. Somebody. The bear family was the first to wake up and immediately called out. The people in the other rooms immediately got up at the sound and started fighting with those villagers. Only that side of the villagers clearly had the upper hand. Not to mention the issue of rank. It was a dozen or so Xenos versus 7 Xenos on this side, so how could they not lose out? Nguyen Nok watched their movements. The first to prepare to use their powers were the bear couple, though it could be clearly seen that they froze for a moment. What's going on? Why can't I use my powers? Then he looked angrily at Village Chief Li. Did you guys drug it? Village Chief Li still had a warm smile on his face. Yes, but won't you all spit out the mutton? They've always been two-handed, putting ecstasy in their food, but a little mosquito incense in August isn't too much to ask, is it? Adding a bit of medicine to the mosquito coils that would disable the powers for a while would certainly be undetectable to the average person. It's by this that they robbed money and sex along the way and didn't forget to feed these people to the zombies. Or else where would there be so many aliens in such a big village? Vile. That impatient uncle gasped for air. His powers couldn't be used. And he suffered a lot of losses with this group of people who could use their powers. It didn't take long before they were all tied up. Village Chief Lee looked at them with a disdainful face. Letting you die in a haphazard manner. You're actually still reluctant. You have to be beaten up before you're honest. Even if you can use your supernormal abilities. With your newly awakened supernormal abilities. What's the use? Young, take account and see if there are all the people? Yes, Village Chief. The same youth who had given Gwyn Nok a leg of lamb answered and started counting the number of people. After counting twice and picking up the flashlight to take a closer look, he turned his head to the Village Chief and said, Village Chief, there's one missing. It should be the one called Wanyu. And the cat is nowhere to be seen. Mayor Lee had some anger on his face. Did you check in all the room cabinets? A few more people came out of other rooms. The mayor has seen them all. No. I know she's there. She went to the roof. I saw her on my way up. The bear's mom immediately spoke up. If they're going to die together anyway, why should they be tied up here while Gwyn Nok can hide out on the roof? Village Chief Lee glanced at her. He had seen this kind of person a lot, but sometimes he did like them. Yang, take 2 people to the roof to take a look. And the rest of you take this group away first. Xiao Yang led the 2 young men upstairs. The village headman led the others downstairs, and watched as everyone left the 2nd floor and Gwyn rolled the window in. The village chief led the villagers towards the lighted house not far away, and watched the people go some distance before Wanyu waited at the stairway. Seeing Xiao Yang and the 3 of them coming down, Wanyu suddenly leapt out from the side. Looking for me? Xiao Yang and the 3 of them looked at the suddenly appearing Wanyu and were startled, but immediately reacted again. They were all 2nd-ranked alien. So what were they afraid of? Where did you just go? Yang asked immediately in response. Gwyn Nok was kind enough to point down the hallway window and say, just now. Ah, I was lying on the wall outside. You saw it all? Yeah. I also heard that we're going to be fed to the walkers, right? Is there anything else but zombies? There's not a single zombie around here. So you can raise so many of you shifters by feeding them alone? Gwyn replied with sincerity, raising his own doubts in the process. But the 2 men behind Xiao Yang were obviously a bit anxious. What are you wasting your time with her for? Tie her up first. It's still early tonight? Maybe we can get our turn earlier. It's rare to meet someone so beautiful. Maybe how many people are waiting in line right now? Before they could finish their words, the 2 of them directly hit towards Wanyu with their powers. Looking at the powers that hit them, Wanyu was a bit surprised. You're a poison system power? No wonder. She then said, where did the village chief get the medicine that actually nullified the powers? Poison powers that would explain it. Her healing powers, though, just happened to be immune to these toxins. The man's face was arrogant. Scared. I advise you that you'd better tie your hands, and you can still suffer less, or else you'll have good fruit to eat. Xiao Yang's wind-type psychic ability, together with his poison-type psychic ability, and his gold-type psychic ability assisted at the side. But with 3 2nd-ranked Xenos, it wasn't much of a problem for Wanyu. Black obsidian. She just ate 2 bites of mutton. The big head was eaten by obsidian. Of course, let obsidian contribute to the effort. La. Can breathe. Cannot eat white rice. Then he quickly retreated to the side. It had to be said that the 4th-ranked mutant beasts were really strong in combat. A few slaps and the person was on the ground. The 3 tried to get up, and just as they did, they were clawed to the ground again by black obsidian. Wanyu walked over and looked down on the trio, saying in a conspiratorial manner, what's the use of poison system abilities? It's still not being beaten half to death. I advise you to better let us go. Do you know how many shifters like me there are in our village? That poison alien said with a defiant face, itching to kill Wanyu with his eyes. Wanyu smiled. Oh, tell me how many? Maybe I'll let you guys go once I get scared. There is. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Yang interrupted. Shut up. It's us who are not as skillful as the others. Kill or die as you wish. Xiao Yang's demeanor appeared a lot flatter, as if he could accept any kind of ending. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything, Wanyu naturally stopped talking nonsense and signaled Black Yao to shoot the person to death, not forgetting to ask Black Yao to spit a fireball. Without mending, she still wasn't quite sure what to do. What if this person could revive a severed limb? Watching the people all burnt mostly, Gwyn Nok then left, heading in the same direction the village chief had gone. Dodging along the way, he approached the wall cautiously. Why isn't Xiao Yang back yet? Something couldn't have happened, could it? Mayor, why don't I take 2 of them and check it out? Village Chief Lee didn't think anything would happen. After all, they hadn't missed a beat for so long, but still said for insurance purposes, Wait for another 10 minutes, and if it doesn't come back, we'll go take a look. Okay. The others nodded in agreement. Why are you guys so careful? If I say what can happen, maybe it's Xiao Yang who sees that the girl has a pretty face and wants to make the first move. Not wanting to drink soup behind us. Don't you see all the guys he brought with him are big young guys? Village Chief Li took a deep breath of smoke. Well, Xiao Yang is not that kind of person. Just 10 minutes. Wait a while, what's wrong? Chapter 25, choose for yourself or we'll choose for you. None of these voices, except for Village Chief Li's, could be heard by Ruan Yu. But after Village Chief Li spoke, those people stopped talking and didn't discuss much. A person with no psychic powers. Yet he can make so many psychics obey. He's quite capable. Nguyen Nok sneaks into the side house and is guarded by two men who see Nguyen Nok, and just as he tries to call out he gets his throat wiped out by Nguyen Nok's knife. The gatekeeper's psychic ability seems to be a bit lower. I think it's first order. Ruan Yu had just walked in when he saw a staircase leading underground, and as he walked down the stairs, a basement the size of a basketball court appeared in front of Ruan Yu. For large individual stainless steel cages held the women who were eating lamb together today. There were still a dozen or so women left with hollow, numb eyes and little clothing on their bodies, separated behind a couple of barred fences. There were several other large, separate stainless steel cages, and Nguyen Nok guessed that the men had all been separated into large cages at first, and then thrown together in random pieces after they'd all been persecuted. These big cages, they're not going to be taken out later and the highest bidder will get them, are they? So it does seem that the ones that have been auctioned off are treated much worse, and single rooms are no longer available. That mama bear immediately called out loudly when she saw Ruan Yu. Your name is Ruan Yu, right? Come over here quickly and open my cage. Seeing Ruan Yu looking at her and not moving, she screamed again. Didn't you hear me? I told you to hurry over and open the cage? What if I don't? This man is a cutie, is he? Don't you know that talking so loud like that will call people over? Originally ready to save people Ruan Yu, now hate to strangle her. Forget about what good people. Save out but also to hit a rake. Self-sustaining to go. Someone's coming. Someone come quickly. Someone is trying to escape. Quickly come someone. Seeing that Ruan Yu didn't want to save anyone, the man shouted with a louder voice. Nguyen Nok didn't know what to say anymore. And when they saw that the village chief hadn't come yet, the three remaining girls started to call out as well. Village chief, someone is trying to escape. Someone come quickly. Nguyen, the heart that wants to knife people can't be hidden after all. Seeing that a few people weren't blindly screaming anymore, Ruan Yu turned around just in time to see the village headman appear at the stairway with his men. Village chief, what a coincidence. Not sleeping at this late hour? Ruan Yu greeted calmly. Village Chief Li was also kind enough to pick up the conversation, but also pointed to the cage behind Ruan Yu. I don't see that you can't sleep. Ruan Yu girl, choose one by yourself or do we help you choose? Village Chief, you're so old, how come you still don't know how to take care of your health? Staying up all night kills you fast and you don't even know that? Ruan Yu sneered, then walked over to a few cages and spun around, pointing to the biggest one and said, let's go with this one. It should be able to fit you all in. Ruan Yu didn't care how they reacted when she finished speaking. She directly released vines to whip them over, and when she saw someone dodging, she swung out droplets of water towards the person's face. Several people didn't react and several bloody holes appeared on their faces. Only one unlucky person was hit in the eye. Both eyes were hit. Ruan Yu hit while still not forgetting to talk to the village chief. Village chief, you have to stand farther away. In case you are blinded too, what can be done? Village Chief Li stood to the side and dragged the one covering his eyes to the side. It's not something you should bother with. You should care about yourself first. It just so happened that an ice blade grazed Ruan Yu's arm, and black blood immediately appeared on his arm. Ruan Yu looked at the man. You also know how to use poison. Ah, so powerful, how come you listen to a punk with no powers? Village Chief Li's face darkened. Everyone go together. She can't last long with the poisoning. Whoever takes it down first will get to enjoy it first. Looking at Ruan Yu, a group of people were like chicken blood and kept releasing their supernatural powers towards Ruan Yu. A number of wounds appeared on Ruan Yu's body. Except that for every wound that appeared, at least one or two people on the opposite side had to fall. Of the dozen or so people second-order psychics, the blind one was the only one left still gasping for air. Seeing this, Village Chief Li turned around and tried to run, but was directly grabbed back by Ruan Yu releasing vines. Mayor, now you should care about yourself first. Ruan Yu took out the tang knife. All of them made up a knife. Cut off the head. So many alien. If they turn zombie, it is not expected to be the first stage zombie. It is better to find less trouble. Tying the village headman in the biggest cage, and the bodies on the ground, Nguyen Nok slowly threw them in bit by bit. Mayor Li's face kept changing between green and white. The last person who covered his eyes and howled. Nguyen Nok also cut off his head and threw it into the village chief's cage. Doesn't the mayor have anything to say? I advise you to better let me go. This group of people you killed are just the lowest level here in our place. Third order aberrations haven't seen it before, right? Even standing in the broken arms and limbs, the village chief was still able to speak calmly to Ruanyu. This was something Ruanyu still admired. No wonder he could make so many people listen without his powers. Never seen, Ruanyu honestly said. She herself is a fourth order alien. The highest along the way is a second order alien. The last time that base's boss Xiao was a third order alien, but she didn't see the person, and it's not considered to have seen. My son is a third order alien, and he's about to ascend to the fourth order. Village Chief Li said with a disdainful look at Ruanyu. Ruanyu was very facetious. Wow, that's awesome. Can he beat so many second-ranked aberrations? Mayor Li froze and fell silent. Why don't you say something? Oh, so you can't fight. I told you. How can a loser like you give birth to a powerful son? Nguyen clearly knows how to talk to bounce off his thunderbolts. Hey, what are you wasting words with him for? Why don't you hurry up and release us? At the sound, Nguyen looked over toward the other 4 cages. What are you looking at? Don't let us out yet. All 4 of them were looking at Ruanyu with an unkind face, and their eyes were ablaze with anger. Ruanyu tilted her head and looked at them. I'm not here to save anyone. Why should I let you out? Whoever locked you up, go find them, and leave me alone. After saying that, Ruanyu's eyes once again shifted to the village chief. Village chief, be honest, your village really only has zombies? Village Chief Li directly closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. And Ruanyu didn't care anymore. Opened the iron fence, then turned around and went out. As for the village chief had fainted under the effect of the roses. Just walking out, Black Yao jumped into Ruanyu's arms. Don't put eggs in the same basket. She definitely needs to split her army into 2. Petting Obsidian's head. Well, did you find it? Black Obsidian nodded and rubbed against Ruanyu's hand. And Ruanyu had no choice but to take out a fruit for it to nibble on. Following the direction its paws pointed, it took a few turns to another house. This house was a little more advanced, and actually had electricity. The house where the village chief had stayed before had candles and kerosene lamps. Nguyen put on his spirit and gathered his breath to slowly approach. Chapter 26, The Alien Tree. Brother Li, why do you think the village chief and the others haven't brought the people here yet? The one called Li heavily slapped him. What's the hurry? All you know is thinking about those things all day long. Brother, hasn't it been a while since I've seen a new face? The one called Li is estimated to be the son of the village chief. Looks quite similar. Ruanyu outside the atmosphere did not dare to come out, afraid of being found out, without full certainty or less to find trouble. Okay, have the walkers been fed? Hey, I even caught a few shifters this time, so I guess I can get the walkers to level up. There's also the mutant tree in the back of the mountain. We all took quite a few crystal cores to it. I guess the fruit will be ripe tomorrow, and by then everyone's psychic abilities will be able to go up a level. Li nodded. That group of women also look a go. Out of breath, let's first turn her into a zombie to raise. This moment came several new faces, enough to play for several days. I know. Isn't this waiting for Uncle Li to bring someone over? Nguyen probably understood as he listened to them. The male feeds the zombies, and the female turns into a zombie to keep them when she's had enough fun. The zombie took to feed the mutant tree in the back of the mountain. Mutant fruit upgrade alien ability, and then continue to rob the passers-by. People wealth and color all want. Ruanyu heart a burst of admiration. Awesome, a complete industrial chain just came out. That person really can't wait a little. Alas, brotherly want me to go and take a look. I'm not easy to save the crystal nucleus. This moment want to mouth fresh. I can hear. This time there is a chick with the star like fine skin and tender flesh. Even if I can't be ranked first, at least let me be in the top 10. Rico gave him a blank look and waved his hand. Go on. Hey, thanks Lee. I'll go check it out first then. After saying that, the person came out. Ruanyu ducked to the side, letting Black Obsidian follow him, and halfway there, he saw the person being killed by Black Obsidian with a claw, and that's when he retracted his sight. Ruanyu looked around. Several doors were closed tightly, not leaving her any chance at all. Inside is also a dozen people. Several third-order psychics. The rest are late second-order. Not good to fight. Nguyen walked silently back to the house from before. The basement was finished except for a few people in cages. There were mutated trees in the back of the mountain, and Ruanyu decided to take Black Yao to the back of the mountain first. This kind of searching for mutant fruits is just right to leave it to Obsidian. As soon as he heard this mutant fruit, Black Obsidian immediately wanted to leap out. If not, she is not allowed to estimate the early shadow. Holding Obsidian in his arms, he turned left and right, climbed the mountain and drove, and finally saw a mutant tree near the top of the mountain. A tree trunk that a person could barely hold. A thick canopy full of fruits. No wonder the people of this village upgraded their psychic abilities so quickly. It looked like those fruits were ripe. And as for why they weren't picked, I guess the tree wouldn't let them. Ruanyu took a level 2 crystal core out, and the mutant tree extended a branch and rolled it over before handing Ruanyu a fruit. Ruanyu took another third order crystal core, this time exchanging it for 2 fruits. After rummaging through the space again, he finally found a level 1 crystal core and took it out. The mutant tree rolled away as usual, and then there was no more. Well, it seems that only level 2 or higher crystal cores can be exchanged for fruit. No wonder the village is raising zombies. The domesticated ones are much better to kill than the wild ones. Ruanyu roughly counted several hundred fruits. If this were all exchanged for the village, wouldn't it be that even Buddha would have to ask for a favor when he came? Although the fruit is of little use after eating too much of it, but this can be taken out and exchanged. The village is so strong can still be black. Giving all 3 fruits in her hand to Obsidian, she needed to think about how she was going to get them all away. Hard robbery doesn't seem to work. There are several third-order shifters in the village, and so many second-order ones, and the people aren't like the monkeys they encountered before. After thinking for a moment, Ngwinnak took a cup of water out of the space and poured it on the roots of the mutant tree. The mutant tree shook its crown excitedly and threw a dozen fruits to Ruanyu at once. Ngwinnakk's eyes lit up. She knew the water in the space couldn't be just a little bit useful. Finding a large basin, he pumped a basin full of water and poured it all over the roots of the mutant tree. The mutant tree rolled the basin over, and in a short while it was filled with a basin full of fruit. Ruanyu put the fruit away in space and took out another basin of water. After a few repetitions, there were only a few scattered small fruits on the tree and the quality didn't look too good. Ruanyu felt that you can't be too generous, so he took out a few crystal cores and exchanged all the remaining fruits. Not only that, but also split up with Obsidian and circled around the tree a few times to make sure that none of them were there anymore. And only then was he satisfied and left. Just halfway up the hill, I realized that the village was in total chaos, all holding torches and shouting everywhere. Ruanyu had no choice but to take black obsidian into the space. Boosting her powers first was important. The fruit of the mutant tree was not big, only the size of a granulated orange, and Ruanyu ate 5 or 6 of them in a row before he started to absorb the energy. It took a while for Ruanyu to open her eyes. Early 5th stage. Just opened her eyes and saw Black Yao staring at her all the time. Ruanyu was a bit embarrassed and hurriedly took several fruits to Black Yao. She seemed to have forgotten that if she didn't take the things that went into the space, no one else could take them either. The village was probably in chaos at this moment, so Ruanyu felt like going to bed first and talking about things tomorrow. Obsidian ate about 10 fruits in a row before he balled up. After poking the black mass twice, Ruanyu went back to the small bamboo building to sleep. The next day Ruanyu woke up very early. Before it was even light, Ruanyu took Black Yao out of the space, took a bun and a steamed bun with a bottle of milk and ate it slowly, which slowly walked down the hill. Just as he walked into the village, he watched the village headman leading people around to check things out. Ruanyu hurriedly greeted him. "Good morning, village headman." Hearing her voice, the rest of the group all gathered around, not forgetting to greet the others. "Here's the man. Stop looking and get over here." Village chiefly looked at Ruanyu, did not dare to say a word of nonsense, directly greeted the people on, and hid himself to the side. "How dare you show up? Let's all get together and tie up the people first." The others responded by hitting their powers at Ruanyu, and of all the aliens, minus the ones Ruanyu killed yesterday, there were still 2 dozen. Ruanyu happened to want to try out her powers as well, and her water and wood powers struck out together. The water droplets penetrated even more, and did not need to be deliberately controlled as before in order to make bleeding holes in the body. Hit the first guy, and the rest of them went on the defensive. Everyone watch out for the water droplets and attack directly with your powers from a distance. The wooden vines didn't seem to change much except for being able to control them more, and Ruanyu didn't care about directly controlling the vines to work with the water droplets. The third order aberrants were really much stronger. The vines were broken by the aberrations, and there were quite a few aberrants who were hit by the vines, and the spikes were stuck into the flesh and blood. Be careful of the spikes on the vines. They're poisonous. A second order alien fainted just as he finished speaking. Earth spikes, water balls, fireballs, and lightning powers all came towards Ruanyu. All the other powers were able to dodge it, except for the lightning that hit the vines, and Gwynnock was electrified and shivered a few times. Dudley seemed to have noticed this and told that thunder alien to attack the vines. Gwynnock wasn't polite either, and when he saw him condense a ball of lightning, an oversized water balloon hit him. The man directly lay on the ground and convulsed. Yikes! So a thunder system exalt can be electrocuted as well. A wind blade slashed across Ruanyu's face, and a bloodstain immediately appeared on his white face. Ruanyu's face is black. Retrieve the vines, directly control 2 thigh-thick vines. See the person to whip over. Did not hit the water droplets to make up for the knife. Chapter 27, battle against a 4th order zombie. In less than an hour, the 24 or so Xenos were pretty much dead, with a few sporadic people lying on the ground out of breath. Ruan Yu was also not polite, directly controlling the vines to go through those people's brains. The vines were upgraded so that she didn't need to take a knife to cut the head herself. After the alien RGA drop, Ruan Yu then realized that the village chief is missing. Have to say that Ginger is still old and hot. As soon as there is something wrong, hurry up and run. And look at the ground, there is no Lee's body. Ogwin Nok thought they might want to go and release the zombies they were holding. As long as the people were still alive, the zombies were slowly raised. Taking advantage of this time, Ruan Yu began to go from house to house to collect supplies. It was true that villages were just as good. Basically everyone's family had stocks of food, and there was quite a lot of grain and all that. Only just beaten up from the fields. Ruan Yu also looked at the grain, more or less contaminated, so it was left behind. Fruit and vegetable seeds and so on. Ruan Yu also did not let go. Some families also raised chickens and ducks. Ruan Yu also do not care about threw into the space. Just collected a lot of grain can be fed to chickens and ducks. Rice bran, these also did not let go. The space also raised a dozen pigs, day to day, to eat a lot of things. After searching for several homes, Ruan Yu found a thatched hut in a corner that looked a bit shabby compared to the other houses, looking like a pile of firewood. But from her experience in her last life, the more inconspicuous the place, the more good things there were. So Ruan Yu didn't hesitate to go in and pushed the door in. No one was guarding the door, and there was indeed neatly arranged firewood inside as well. Ruan Yu looked around carefully and found that there was one place where the firewood was quite a bit cleaner than the rest of the place. After moving the firewood, it was only then that he realized there was a cellar, and after shining his flashlight, he found several cigarette butts at the entrance of the hole. And looking at the fact that he had been stepped on several times, Ruan Yu jumped down, after walking a few steps, only to see a place the size of a basketball court, which is piled up with rice, flour, grain and oil, soaked bread and so on mostly. Oil and salt and these seasonings are only a small part. Looking around, Ruan Yu found that there was actually a punch boat inside, presumably the unlucky ones. It hadn't even been unpacked yet. Obviously you can cross the river, but I didn't expect to be harvested anyway. As for those food, at a glance, it was clear that it was brought by those who fled. Ruan Yu was shocked to see it. Usually those who fled don't have too many supplies on them, and to be able to collect so much, it was obvious how many people the village had killed. Cheap others, why cannot be cheaper? Reach out and wave. All received space, but also carefully check a bit, which turned to the next family. Just after a few steps, Nguyen Nok sensed danger and made a jump to sidestep it. Only after standing still did he realize that the place where he had been standing before was frozen by an ice blade, and there was a thick layer of ice on the ground. Then he saw a group of zombies. Basically all of them were of the 2nd or 3rd order, and the leader was estimated to be a 4th order zombie. Domesticated zombies are different. The clothes are still good, and the face is not yet rotting. But this zombie looks a bit like that Lee brother. The clothes are actually almost the same. Roughly estimating that there were an estimated 40 to 50 zombies. Nguyen Nok once again admired the village chief. Village Chief Lee was standing on the rooftop of a house not far away. Mayor Lee, what's the point of standing so tall? Don't you know that the taller you stand, the faster you die? That's not for you to worry about. You'd better think about your own situation. Nguyen Nok battled against the 4th order zombies alone, and the rest of Obsidian turned into prototypes to fight against them, which were already one rank higher. Plus they wouldn't be infected themselves, so they battled against each other very seriously. The vines and water drops were released at the same time, hitting towards the zombies, but the zombies were no cuties, reacting much faster than ordinary people. It's a good thing Nguyen Nok is winning in numbers and still manages to hit the walkers. The zombies also kept hitting the ice blades, and one person and one zombie fought back and forth. On the other side of the black obsidian that is completely crushing dominance, the speed itself is relatively fast. The level is still so high. The 2nd order zombies directly a claw one. The 3rd order zombies just had 2 claws, and occasionally they didn't react in time and were scratched with a small gash. So overall it wasn't a big problem. The zombie on Nguyen Nok's side had just hit an alien energy, which Nguyen Nok dodged but hit a wind blade out of nowhere. It was probably a 3rd order walker next to obsidian that hit them. In a moment of reaction, Ruan Yu's hand was cut by the wind blade. The zombie reacted quickly and immediately pounced towards Ruan Yu. Without reacting, Nguyen Nok was scratched. Miss Ruan Yu, getting scratched by a zombie can turn you into a zombie. Why don't you just stay in the village and we'll make sure to feed you the freshest human meat every day? Seeing Nguyen Nok being scratched, Village Chief Lee gloated. A small opening only. Ruan Yu does not care, while fighting against the zombies, while talking to the village head. Then thank you village head for your kindness. But the zombies released. The village head how to close back do not remember wrongly. the village, but all I have seen the ability of the alien are gone. Right. Then he thought of something and continued to ask, village chief, where is your son? Wouldn't you feed your son to the zombies in order to upgrade the zombies to the 4th stage? Or did you turn your son into a zombie in order to kill me? I don't know why, although far away, but Ruanyu can feel the eyes of Li village chief want to kill. Ruanyu is not polite to continue to say in a conspiratorial manner. Not it. In order to kill me, actually really turn my son into a zombie? Seeing that Ruanyu was scratched by a zombie and still looked emboldened, village chief Li was a bit shocked. Could it be that this person was a half-morning corpse just like him? But then again, it felt impossible. These were the only people they escaped with at the time, and now they were all pretty much killed by Ruanyu. Is it someone from the institute again? None of your business. Why don't you figure out how not to turn into a zombie? Or properly explain to the others why you haven't? It just so happened that Ruanyu controlled the vines to slap the 4th order zombie on the ground. Ruanyu seized the opportunity to directly tie up the zombie. The thigh-thick vines. That is, the 4th order zombie could not break free. At the same time, he did not forget to control the water droplets and hit them towards the zombie's body and head. Seeing that the zombie basically had no ability to resist, Ruanyu then controlled the vines to go directly through the zombie's brain to roll out the crystal core. 4th order crystal cores. Although she couldn't absorb them, those alien trees could love them. There weren't many zombies left on Obsidian side either, and in a quick battle, Nguyen Nok directly joined the fight. In no time the zombies all fell. Ruanyu first controlled the vines to collect all the crystal cores, and only then carried Black Yao to continue to rummage from house to house, not forgetting to heal the small cuts on Black Yao's body. As for the village chief, he once again ran out of sight when Ruanyu slapped the 4th order zombie on the ground. It was just as well that she wanted to see how many more backstops the village chief had before she wasted her time by taking her own time to find them. Finding the house where the women were being held again, Nguyen Nok didn't even want to go down there, so he rummaged through the upstairs as carefully as he could, eating whatever he could to feed the pigs. It took a few houses in a row to find the house where the males were being held, and it goes without saying that this side of the house is still where the walkers are kept. There are no single rooms here. They're all behind bars. Chapter 28, Half-Mourned Corpses. What surprised Ruanyu was that the village chief was actually here. Seeing Ruanyu come without the slightest intention to run, Miss Ruanyu has finally come? Seeing Ruanyu, Li village chief actually managed to greet him with a smile. Not at all affected by the murder of his son, Ruanyu was on guard the first time. Her face was still a smiling face. Not just pretending? Who wouldn't? Why doesn't the village chief run? I'm slowly finding my way over here. I just don't intend to chase you. Mayor Li, with an impish smile on his face, said to the group of people who were locked up. Did you guys see her arm? Just now I saw her being scratched by a zombie with my own eyes. But you guys see that she actually didn't turn into a zombie. Don't you want to know why? These words made Ruanyu frown, while the group of men held in the basement also looked over, looking at Ruanyu with probing, curious, and more than a little unsuspecting gazes. Mayor Li stayed with so many zombies and actually managed to stay uninfected without explaining himself? Village chief Li, an ordinary person, would be attacked by the zombies the first time he released them, and Ruanyu was completely unconvinced that he could dodge the attack of a 4th order zombie. Didn't you just guess it all? That 4th order zombie is my son. Of course he won't attack me. Village chief Li was kind enough to answer. But this answer was clearly not what Ruanyu wanted to hear. Are zombies still human? Is it still human? Can they still recognize you? Ruanyu asked 3 questions in a row, and village chief Li fell silent. But he released the passers-by he was holding captive. Your families are in the basement of the house not far to the left. Don't you want to check it out first? Hearing this, those people didn't rush out the first time but looked at Ruanyu because they wanted to take revenge on the village chief. But Ruanyu was able to force the village chief into this situation without killing him. So obviously there were other things to ask the village chief. And this is something that I guess they can't intervene in and don't have the strength to do so. A relatively dignified-looking older man, whose eyes were filled with undisguised worry and urgency, looked towards Ruanyu. Hi, I want to ask once, did he lie to us? Is all our family still there? It's true that there are still quite a few people locked up over there, and I don't know if there's any of your family. Nguyen Nok honestly said that she really didn't know. Okay, thanks. After saying that, the uncle and a group of people rushed out, leaving Bai Yang and a few young people still there. Ruanyu looked over with a raised eyebrow. You're not going? We don't have any family left, so we just happened to be over here to watch the village chief, lest he escapes. Bai Yang replied and looked at the village chief as he spoke. Sister Ruan, is what the village chief said true? You were really scratched by a zombie. Ruanyu glanced at him and didn't answer but asked the village chief. Village chief Li, the people are almost gone. Tell us your story. You waited for me to come. You didn't want me to watch you let go, did you? Probably having organized his mood. Village chiefly returned to that simple look and found a chair to sit down. You want to know why I won't get the zombie virus? Gwyn nodded. Right. Then answer me a few questions first. You say, did you pick the fruit from the mutant tree back there? Hearing the village chief ask this question, Wan Yu also froze for a moment. Last night they actually went to the back of the mountain to look for her? No. Wan Yu was telling the truth. Those fruits were picked by the mutant tree itself. She was just handing a pot. And there were a few people from Poplar. So even if it was her, she wouldn't admit it. Although Mayerly intuited that Wan Yu did it. But look at Wan Yu's appearance and does not look like lying. It does not matter anyway, he cannot get it. Just want to let Wan Yu be embarrassed one more time just. Are you a half-mourned corpse too? Gwyn looked at the village chief. No wonder he wasn't infected. Gwyn wanted to say she wasn't. But on second thought nodded obediently. His own suspicions confirmed. Village chief Lee smiled. No wonder you're so emboldened. Wan Yu didn't want to continue with the nonsense. Village chief Lee, the questions are done. Please tell your story. This time the village chief didn't ask anything else. Just cleared his throat. I'm a half-mourned corpse. And the village is full of them. Is there really such a physique? Bai Yang asked curiously. And several other people were also curious. Village chief Lee ignored it and just looked at Wan Yu as he continued. We escaped from the Qingqing base, which researched a potion to awaken psychic abilities. And we were the experimentalists. The failures that didn't awaken. But they discovered our special physique. So they started doing research on us. All kinds of agents. Hormones regardless of the dose directly injected into us. So we escaped and fled to this village just as it was surrounded by walkers. And we helped clear them all out. So we were quickly accepted by the village and all the zombies near the village were cleaned up by us. And in the process of cleaning up we exposed our physique. Also discovered the mutant tree in the back of the mountain, which needs to eat zombie crystals. Even though the crystal cores were all obtained from us killing zombies, the original villagers didn't want to share the mutated fruits with us, and even threatened to go to the Qingqing base to report our physique. Thus this village became ours, and the villagers all turned into zombies, and were dug up by us to exchange their crystal cores for mutant fruits. It was only after eating the mutant fruit that most of us awakened our powers, and our physiques were able to hide them better. In order to get more mutant fruit, we started feeding the walkers, and the people passing by were the perfect targets to do it, so we blew up the bridge too. Wan Yu listened and thought, how did you escape? Wan Yu didn't believe that they could escape so easily, unless there was something else going on. There was another special squad that took that potion as well. Same as us, however they awakened their psychic abilities and had a better physique than us. Village chief Lee looked at Wan Yu as if he remembered something and then added, with a better subject to experiment on. There was a lot less control over us, and with the help of that squad, we lost nearly half of our men to death, which is how we escaped here. There's a guy in that squad who kinda looks like you, and as for the rest of it you should all know. Wan Yu froze, quite similar to her? Isn't that her brother? No wonder her brother didn't come to her in her last life. But she didn't dare to go to her brother now. If she did it would be more of a trouble, right? Gwyn thought he'd better ask that fourth order zombie. Half-mourning corpses don't turn into zombies. So that walker really was your son? Village chief Lee didn't hide it. Only his tone still had a bit of grief. Yes, because he awakened his supernatural abilities. He didn't take the potion. So the bitterness you've suffered is going to be vented on others? Seeing that Wan Yu didn't speak anymore, Bai Yang raised his own question. Chapter 29, Indifference? Village chief Lee sneered, his eyes filled with hatred. When we took the potion it was for the sake of all mankind. But now that all mankind can use it as blackmail, is there anything wrong with us venting out a little? Whoever first lobbied us was the female doctor in the lab. So what's wrong with us taking it out on a woman? Bai Yang several people were silent. This is something Wei Not doesn't want to judge. She died in the lab in her last life as well. I'm curious, why didn't you run away? Originally I didn't want to run. It's best if I can kill you. If I can't kill you it's our lives. I didn't expect you to be like us. Village chief Lee looked at Wan Yu. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. I just told the others on purpose. Even if I can't kill them, for the sake of your own secret you still have to kill them. Wan Yu smiled unconcernedly. Did she still have secrets? Do you guys have any other questions? Bai Yang and the others looked at each other. That half-mourned corpse, is it different from an ordinary person? Mayerly said with some anger and some helplessness. There's no difference. Just that you won't be infected with the zombie virus or attacked by zombies. Yeah, obviously there's no difference. It's just that you don't get attacked by walkers, which makes you an alien in the eyes of others. Then isn't this potion a success? Why isn't it popularized? Bai Yang continued to ask questions like a curious baby. Hearing this question Wan Yu laughed coldly in his heart. The original intention was not to solve the zombie virus, and the results naturally could not be for those at the bottom of the masses. Turning into a half-mourned corpse will get you captured and studied. Even if it's promoted, who dares to drink it? And no one has turned into a half-mourned corpse since we did. Alright, the words have been said. Give a pain in the ass. Speaking of this, Lee village chief was very bland. With a generous look. Sister Ruan, want to kill? Why not? Said to give a pain. Gwyn Nok was not soft. Released the rose and waited for him to pass out. And then directly went down with a clean cut. Turning back to see Bai Yang's somewhat white face, he smiled. You didn't think I was joking with you before, did you? Bai Yang nodded and shook his head again. He was really scared. He hadn't killed anyone yet? After taking care of the village chief, Ruanyu didn't care about the others and checked around the basement to make sure there were no leaks before leaving. On the other side, the temperamental uncle and a group of men quickly rushed to the house where the women were being held. The iron fence that Gwyn Nok had opened last night was locked again, and none of the people inside had left, their eyes empty and numb. The first thing the uncle did when he rushed in was to rush to unlock the door, take off his coat and cover his wife, reaching out to hug her, the woman with a very mature flavor. Then there was some reaction, a little change in her empty eyes, raised her hand and touched his face. Zay, is that you? Brother Zay, also known as Yuan Zay, had a sad face and couldn't stop his tears. Cho Chi, it's me who's useless, I'm the one who's sorry. For a while the whole basement was filled with sadness. Those like Yuan Zay were a minority after all. Most men had disgust and loathing in their eyes when they saw their unclothed significant other, only to hide it quickly. Mama Bear was thrilled at the sight of her own child's husband and shouted, Honey, I'm here. Looking at Mama Bear intact, Papa Bear breathed a sigh of relief, which led to a look of concern. Honey, are you alright? I'm fine. Where is my son? Come baby, show mommy if you're hurt. As she said this, she tugged the bear child around twice. The other three youths breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that their girlfriends were fine, and glanced at the others, unclothed and probably aware of what they had been through. Hurry up and hug your girlfriend tightly and tell each other things together. Mama Bear was the first to break the mood. Honey, how did you guys get out? It's that Gwyn Nok. Sort of. She let us out, Papa Bear said thoughtfully. Mama Shion's eyes were full of disgust and loathing. Why her? Husband, I'm telling you. Last night you don't even know how excessive that Ruanyu was. You guys saw her last night? Papa Bear asked with a puzzled look on his face, and the others looked this way. Immediately, the Mama Bear began explaining out loud, just in case the others couldn't hear. Yeah, look at all these people on the ground. They were all killed by that Ruanyu. She killed them all and just wouldn't let us come out. A few of us begged her for a long time. And the opposite side of the iron fence, she obviously can take all the people away. But just open the door. Let people go by themselves. You see, their clothes are not how to go. If she hadn't killed so many people last night, those people wouldn't have been tortured so badly. If it wasn't for our luck, we'd be the ones lying over there right now. Said, also a little scared, shrinking in the arms of Papa Xiong. Of course she knew that last night if it was not Ruanyu, how could a few of them be intact? But who let Ruanyu so cold and heartless? Actually, do not let them out. She had seen how Ruanyu killed people yesterday. So if she didn't take the others with her, how could she take the heat off herself? Ask anyone else if you don't believe me. The group of men all looked toward their women, who nodded as if they had all agreed. A man next to him just learned that his wife died and asked with a sad face, Are you saying that Ruanyu could have saved the day yesterday? But she didn't. So that's how my wife died? Mother Bear said with a look of righteous indignation. Of course, can I still lie to you? If she wasn't so cold, we could have escaped last night. The other three women chimed in together. We all saw it yesterday. If it wasn't for her, the village chief wouldn't have gone on a killing spree. As for the others, most of them have noticed something wrong with their significant others, and they all know full well that their presence is a sign of the others' incompetence. They have guilt in their eyes and will carry themselves. But how long will that guilt last? They need a common enemy to divert attention and make an excuse for their incompetence. Yuan Zay was a bit silent. He was a bit disbelieving, and could only ask in a low voice, Shou Qi, is what they said true? Shou Qi remained silent for a moment or nodded. Z, will you dislike me? No. Yuan Zay did not hesitate, his tone firm and serious. A stiff smile pulled at Shou Qi's face. Whether Yuan Zay would dislike her or not, they both needed an enemy and outlet at the moment. Why were they so miserable and some could still be shining? She could take them away with just a move of her hand, and chances are their men didn't know what was going on. But she was just so cold, saving people but then leaving them to their own devices. Chapter 30, The Bear's Pawn. Ruanyu had wanted to go alone, but Bai Yang and the others followed her like heels, making it hard for her to collect the supplies. But fortunately, she had collected quite a few before, so it didn't hurt that much. Ruanyu turned her head to look at a few people. What do you guys want? No. Several people said in unison. Bai Yang looked at Ruanyu with some anticipation. Sister Ruan, last night you said you were going to Qingqing base as well. Why don't we form a team and go together? Gwynnock looked at him like a little cutie. Like looking at him, you seem a little big sick. Are you a goldfish? Only 7 seconds of memory. Aren't the few of you all going to the Qingcheng base? It just so happens that you guys can team up. She was crazy to go to the Qingcheng base to deliver food, even though she was now a 5th order alien. According to the time point of her last life, most aliens were now in the 2nd or 3rd order, and the more powerful ones were in the 4th order. But there are a lot of people, and a bunch of crazy researchers, even if her brother is there. In her last life, if her brother could survive for so long, she must have already found a way to escape, so it's better for her not to go and add to the chaos. She didn't mind exposing her half-zombie physique. After all, there were quite a few of those. Unlike the healing powers, she was literally the only one who had them, and that was a real danger. A few people had just stepped out of a house and out the door when they saw the bear family, and 3 other women walking in company with their own men. Gwynnock raised an eyebrow. It was directed at her. Honey, that's her. We begged her for a long time last night and she wouldn't let us out. The remaining 3 females chimed in. Husband, yesterday we were close to begging her on our knees. She just wouldn't let us out. Clearly she had killed the village chief's men. If you had let us out earlier, you wouldn't have been locked up so long. Mom, I want her cat. Give it to me quick. I'm going to skin it alive today. The bears are not shy about joining the crusade. Ruanyu looked at them with a cute little expression as she looked at them. Say something. Don't delay me. You could have saved us last night. Why didn't you? You were hiding on the rooftop. Why didn't you warn us? Those who were still hollow-eyed and numb were at this moment exuding the aura of a common enemy. Why didn't you save us when you clearly had the strength? Since you opened the door, why didn't you take us with you? It's better to leave us to fend for ourselves like this than not saving us. Daddy Auntie, if she hadn't killed so many people from the village head yesterday, Auntie wouldn't have died. The men and women all looked justified, plus angry, as if they'd forgotten that if it weren't for her, these people would still be locked up in the basement. And if she remembered correctly, the people she'd seen in the basement yesterday were all here now. I think, a dead man on her head? It's none of her business. She's incompetent and has the nerve to pick on her. Ruanyu sighed. She actually didn't like killing, but it seemed like she had killed quite a few people since she was reborn. First of all, who am I to save you? Secondly, wasn't your family's deaths due to your incompetence? Thirdly, I understand if you guys want to find an excuse for your incompetence, but please don't get involved with me. Also, what gives you guys the illusion that I'm a bully? Then he looked at the 4 women who had eaten mutton together last night, with coldness in his eyes. Without me, you'd still be in the basement right now. And also, if I hadn't killed so many people last night, do you think 4 people would still have their clothes intact? A group of people seemed to be even more angry, and the older man who had asked the question before came over with his own wife and didn't say a word. A few others were instead holding their wives and daughters, their faces all angry, as if the suffering of his wife and daughters was caused by Ruanyu. Girl, you're so powerful. Why didn't you come to save us earlier? If it had been sooner, my wife and daughter wouldn't have killed themselves. Hearing Ruanyu with a speechless face. You are so useless. Why don't you die earlier? You should have accompanied your wife and daughters earlier if you were even a little bit useful. Looking at that bear child's family with a smug look on their faces, Ruanyu only felt bad luck. Now Gwynnock understood that the family instigated it, and with the pain of losing a loved one, it was habitual to blame others. Anyway, this time everyone was extraordinarily united and never consumed themselves internally. Ruanyu didn't bother with the nonsense and directly released Black Obsidian, which had wanted to slap the bear child to death for a long time. Obsidian was fast, and the bear's head flattened as he slapped it down. Watching her bear child get his brains slapped out by a claw, the mother bear let out a scream and rushed towards Ruanyu regardless. Ah, my son, you give me back my son. Obsidian struck his claws again, and the family of bears lay neatly on the ground. Ruanyu pulled out her ears. What did you guys just say? I didn't hear you. Anything else you want to ask? Get it together. I'll take care of it piece by piece. The group fell silent, but the older man, Yuan Zhe, spoke up. Miss Ruanyu, the village chief said you were scratched by a zombie. Can you explain why you didn't turn into a zombie? Ruanyu sneered. Of course I was waiting for you to ask me. Otherwise you would have been eaten by me long ago. So, what are you trying to say? Yuan Zhe glanced at his wife in his arms. All the way there his wife had been talking about how excessive Ruanyu had been last night. He hadn't believed it, but he seemed to believe it a little at this moment. So arrogant, that the village chief cannot catch people will certainly take it out on others, and naturally they will be the ones to suffer. That alone wasn't enough to cause hatred from the others, so he remembered what the village chief had said, that Ruanyu had been scratched by a zombie, that there was a mutant tree in the back of the village that bore fruit that could enhance psychic abilities, and that the chief had said that the fruit had been gone when he went to check it out. I just want to know if you have a half-mourned corpse like the village chief said and won't be bitten by zombies. Nguyen Nok was a little glad that these people hadn't been to the base yet and didn't know that there were healing powers. As for an explanation, it's totally unnecessary. And sometimes once the suspicion is created, the charge is established. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Ruanyu looked at him with a wry smile. She didn't believe that's all the village chief had said. We don't really care about that. It's just that there's a mutant tree in the hills behind the village, and the fruits on it can enhance psychic abilities. So since we're the victims, shouldn't those fruits be given to us? Yuan Zhe was also quick to state his purpose. The physical damage had already been done. It was only natural to maximize the benefits now. This was what Qiu Qi deserved. He must get it back. You all believe whatever the village chief says. No wonder all these people almost went into the stomachs of the zombies. Ruanyu took a few steps back and said with a look of disgust, "You guys should talk less. I'm afraid of being infected with a low IQ. What comes into her hands is naturally hers. Even if these little cuties, what's the point of finding the mutant tree? A second-order psychic. Can you take a second-order crystal core? You won't even know how to die." As for hard robbing, the mutant plant still managed to bear so many fruits that Ruanyu herself wouldn't dare to mess with it, even if she was now a fifth-order alien. Those lads at the back, you've all heard the village chief's words, and I'm sure you know in your hearts what to choose. Chapter 31, Survivor's Pawn. All the gazes converged on Bai Yang's few people, and Ruanyu also looked back at the few people. Bai Yang was inwardly speechless. Not pulling on a few of them, what's the point? No self-awareness. They are survivors because of Ruanyu. If not Ruanyu, they are victims. Even if you want to ask for compensation, you should go to the perpetrator. What's the point of going to the person who saved your life? Besides, are they blind? How many corpses have we not seen along the way? Even if there were alien fruits, why didn't the village chief and the others pick them? Was it because they didn't want to? Looking at the meaningful expression on Ruanyu's face, Bai Yang immediately said, "Sister Ruan, don't worry, I'm definitely on your side." A few others nodded in agreement. So do we. Having just come back from the dead, they don't want to die. Seeing these few people on their side, Ruanyu was still relatively satisfied. She couldn't afford to meet people along the way who were not in their right mind. She actually kinda disliked killing people, and looked at Yuan Zhe with disdain in her eyes. It seemed that her vision still needed to be improved. According to his logic, if the police had gone through all the trouble of saving them in a peaceful time and had to compensate them instead, it would have been better to drop a bomb and kill them all. Did you all say you are victims and I am the perpetrator? Did I cause your injuries? Yuan Zhe's expression didn't change too much, and he still said in a stating tone, "Ms. Nguyen, although you're not the perpetrator, you killed the village chief and all of them and took all of their inheritance. Shouldn't that inheritance be distributed to us, the victims, by rights?" Ruanyu gave him a blank look. Where did the cutie come from? The premise of your saying this is that you guys killed the village chief back. The village chief's stuff is naturally yours. Of course, now that you guys killed me, all those things are naturally yours as well. So which one of you will go first? Ruanyu took out her Tang sword and propped it on the ground. Black Yao turned into a 4-meter-long black panther and stood next to her. One person and one panther with great momentum. The opposite group of people looked at each other in dismay. The bodies of the Bear Boy family were still lying on the ground, and they knew very well in their hearts that even if the people present joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat Ruanyu. But letting all the benefits go to Ruanyu, they weren't willing to do it. Ruanyu looked at them with a mocking smile. Why don't you say anything? The strong have a way of living, while the trash have to recognize their own position and don't try to challenge the strong. Think about it, you losers. If you turn around now and leave, I can pretend nothing happened. Ruanyu looked over one by one. Those people didn't dare to meet Ruanyu's eyes. Only Yuan Zhe was still strong enough to meet Ruanyu's eyes. If we don't allow it, do you dare to kill us all? These words directly amused Ruanyu. Why don't you dare? Is there not enough corpses on the ground to make you guys think I don't dare to kill? Yuan Zhe looked emboldened. He didn't believe that Ruanyu dared to face the pursuit of a base. My brother's name is Yuan Qi, one of the leaders of the Qingqing base. Are you sure you dared to kill me? Ruanyu smiled, did not answer. Yuan Qi, she is a bit of an impression. The last life he was sent to the laboratory, he did not make much effort. It seems that this person must die here. Since the benefit of the brother, the debt should naturally be a scourge of the brother. And looked at the other people. Is there anyone else like him, with a big backer behind him? Her aura even weakened a few points between words, making it look like she was scared. My brother is from the Castle Institute. So is my cousin. My sister is the leader of a squad at the Qingqing base. Everyone who spoke had a condescending look on their face. Watching Ruanyu being arrogant for so long, finally being able to pin her down. After listening to them attentively for a few minutes, Ruanyu turned back to Bai Yang and the others. If you guys are fine, hurry up and leave. or else I won't be able to guarantee that you'll be able to leave in a while. Obsidian bared his teeth at a few people with a menacing look, and a few of them ran away from the sight in fear. Watching the few people walk away, Ruan Yu then said, I was going to leave you guys alive, but now it looks like you'll have to keep company with the village chief and the others, and I'm sure you'll be able to ask for favors from the village chief. After saying that, Ruan Yu stopped talking nonsense and directly controlled the vines to tie the person up. The barbs on the vines dug into the skin and the person just struggled a few times before collapsing on the ground. It was too late to care about that much. All those who were ready to run away fell to the ground under the effect of the roses and barbs, leaving only Yuanzhe and Qiuqi still standing. Looking at Yuanzhe, who had no intention of escaping at all, Ruan Yu let out a light laugh. You're really emboldened. Think about it clearly. Killing me would be making an enemy of the entire Qingqing base. Yuanzhe pretended to be calm and said, it's not that he didn't want to run, but obviously he couldn't run. He also didn't expect Ruan Yu to really be able to kill at the drop of a hat. How did Castle Base know I killed you? Are you that valuable? Yuanzhe's breathing was a little heavy. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Watching Ruan Yu kill without hesitation, he understood that his proud background was no deterrent in Ruan Yu's case. It was only then that he became truly frightened, his body trembling a little involuntarily, and his face was pale. Ruan Yu picked up his tang knife and patched up all the fainted people on the ground, one by one, right in front of Yuanzhe and the two of them, and then walked up to the two. Is there anything else you want to say? No, then let's be on our way. Ruan Yu didn't bother with nonsense, directly controlling the vines to wrap around the two men. The barbs quickly pierced through the skin, and the two men fainted in less than 3 seconds. Just now she was curious. This was the benefit of upgrading? It came much faster than roses. She just didn't know if it would work on zombies. Lifting his tanged sword to cut off the heads of the two men, Nguyen Nak then walked away. She had to keep gathering supplies. She'd only gotten a good chunk of the way there, and there were still a few homes left to find. Obsidian transformed back into a kitten and jumped into Nguyen Nak's arms, squinting and rubbing his eyes. Ruan Yu grabbed its ears. Just know how to eat. Let's talk about it later. Find supplies first. Meow. Black Obsidian barked in displeasure, but finally succumbed to Ruan Yu's eye-killing glare. Ruan Yu went through the remaining houses. The supplies were only half collected. She remembered seeing a woman's when she came in yesterday, but today she had searched all of them and didn't see any. The bodies on the ground, except for the group of survivors. The dead villagers were all men, and she couldn't believe that there really wasn't a single woman in the village. If they couldn't figure it out, they didn't think about it. If the others in the village could still replicate a village out of it, that would be their skill. And white tea was sure to come anyway, so consider it a gift. Taking Black Yao with her, she found the place where she had parked earlier, and Ruan Yu drove straight away. It didn't take long to drive to see the mountain of blocked cars, and putting away his Hummer, Nguyen Nak slowly climbed up. Sitting at the top of the hill, he grabbed his binoculars and looked around first, before taking out a couple of exotic fruits and giving them to Obsidian. Unconsciously all the way to noon. Did not want to eat something? Ruan Yu took a dumplings, a bottle of yogurt, hoping that there will not be ungrateful people in the afternoon. After dinner Ruan Yu didn't stop and drove straight under the bridge, where a few people from Baiyang were huddled in a wooden fishing boat, looking at the distance as if they had just left the shore not long ago. When she saw Ruan Yu she even waved her hand in greeting. Sister Ruan, do you want us to come back and pick you up? Chapter 32. No need. Nguyen walked over to the car and pretended to take out a punch bowl in the trunk and a bucket of gasoline. After slowly dawdling for a while and finally losing sight of Baiyang's several people's boats, Ruan Yu then put the Hummer away. The punch boat was fast, but Ruan Yu didn't want to run into a few more people from Baiyang, so he drove very abrasively, and was relieved to see that there was nothing on the shore. I didn't bother to bleed the gas, so I just put the punch bowl into the space, jogged all the way to the road, and took out the Hummer and started it right up. After driving for a long distance, Ruan Yu hadn't encountered a single zombie. It couldn't be another place to raise zombies, could it? But then again, it didn't seem possible. The place was too clean. There wasn't a single body on the ground, human or zombie. Ruan Yu shook his head. Forget about thinking about that much. Go get the hot weapons first, and come back for other things. Ignoring the irregularities, occasionally hearing the call for help, Nguyen Nak also ignored it, and drove with a serious mind. Finally, as the sky darkened, Ruan Yu arrived near that military base. In her last life, Ruan Yu had been there and knew the exact path and how many zombies there were, so she hadn't thought about going at night, but she arrived earlier to have a little peace of mind. Finding a relatively sturdy tree, he climbed up it with Black Yao and looked around to make sure no one was there before Ruan Yu entered the space. I didn't even get a chance to take a good look at the space with this upgrade. It felt as if nothing had changed, and Ruan Yu first went to look at the vegetables planted in the ground. which were sprouting long green seedlings. Sure enough, her upgraded psychic ability could accelerate the growth of seeds in space, which if left outside these seeds would probably only have germinated. There were also the hollowed-out vegetables that had been soaked in water in the pit earlier and had grown all over that large pit. Gwynnock looked on thoughtfully. She remembered that in her last life, not long after, there was a rainstorm that rained continuously for half a month. It seemed that it was better to go back to her apartment, just so that she could still stir-fry these dishes, or else just looking at them was weirdly gluttonous, and walked to the bamboo building to look up. Or 2 floors have not changed much, but there is an additional bathroom, and the shower. Ruan Yu tried, actually can put out hot water. This is a great surprise. No need to stock up on hot water. I just wonder if I can turn out a kitchen next time. The grove was still intact. The trees were full of fruit, and Obsidian dragged his bedroll bar under the tree. Another look at the pig pen. A dozen pigs are raised white and fat, collected in a few live chickens. There is also a chicken coop, the feeding trough inside the grain Ruan Yu collected in. Ruan Yu rummaged through the seeds. The greens were planted quite a bit. There was no need to plant them for the time being, but there were quite a few corn seeds, and beans. Ruan Yu was going to try to plant them, controlling the soil with my mind. I turned over a few columns of small, relatively neat pits, then placed a few seeds in one nest, covered it with a thin layer of soil, and watered it. There were also cowpea seeds given by the village chief, and a row of them were planted, having seen the flood of bean pegs in the north. Ruan Yu didn't dare to plant too many. After it was all packed up, Ruan Yu then rummaged through the barbecue he had ordered earlier, taking a handful of it in his hand as he ate and looked at the supplies he had gathered. There was exactly enough food, clothing and shelter for himself and his brother for quite a while, and there were still plenty of seeds to plant. But the important thing now was to hide well and not cause trouble for his brother. She was sure her brother would come to her when he could fight the base. Black Yao, who was asleep, smelled the barbecue and came to Ruan Yu's feet. Looking at the barbecue in her hand, 3 words on his furry face: I want to eat. You can't eat it. It's salted. Meow. I'll have the cooked one. Obsidian pawed the ground with some excitement. I'll grill you meat when we get back. Patting Black Obsidian's head and taking a dozen or so mutated fruits before the creature walked away, Ruan Yu felt that it was just here to cheat for food. Crawling next to Gwynnock, he finished the mutant fruit in a few bites, before Black Obsidian then balled up under the tree again. There was hot water in the space. Ruan Yu beautifully soaked for half an hour before lying comfortably on the bed. The next day Gwyn woke up completely pickled by Obsidian, and it looked like she had overslept again. Taking the meat and also the mutant fruit to Obsidian, Gwynnock then started to wash up breakfast: a skin, egg and thin meat porridge, a bun. Ruan Yu finished eating it before leaving the space. Looked at the time, 10:30 a.m. It's rare to sleep in until you wake up naturally. Gwynnock found a taller tree and took out his binoculars and looked towards that base. Outside the base are zombies in green uniforms. There are several hundred of them. Should be left behind by the untimely evacuation. If it is really a complete military base, it is impossible to have only so little people. After observing the rank of the zombies, when they came here in their last life, the highest ranked zombie here was the early stage of level 4, and at that time, she was only in the early second stage of the second order, and by virtue of not being able to get infected, along with a desperate fight, they were able to take down this base. Ruan Yu observed a circle. There was no one around, and no cars drove in on the nearby highway, so Ruan Yu took Black Obsidian and killed them directly. The wrist-thick vines were strung like candy canes under Ruan Yu's control. It went straight through the zombie's head. Even after turning into zombies, these zombies were still more powerful than ordinary people. Seeing Ruan Yu being so powerful, those zombies directly started to use their powers to hit towards Ruan Yu. They were all second and third order zombies. The vines couldn't react. Ruan Yu directly controlled the water droplets to go straight through the zombie's brain. The zombie that was entangled in the vines directly collapsed to the ground under Ruan Yu's watchful eye, and Ruan Yu was surprised for a moment, and just like that, he was directly scratched by the earth thorns that came out of the ground. Can't care so much? Had to take care of all the zombies first. Vines, roses, keep flinging them out, also mixed with water droplets that can penetrate the brain. Black Obsidian followed next to Ruan Yu to make up a claw from time to time. Finally that fourth order zombie appeared. Ruan Yu directly controlled the vines to go up and have a go. This zombie reacted much faster than the previous one and directly dodged it, and also shot a purple alien energy ball towards Ruan Yu. The moment Ruan Yu saw the purple color, she hurriedly dodged away. She was scared of being electrocuted, although she wouldn't die so easily, but it hurt. Not daring to attack with the vines, she could only control the water droplets that could be kept away from her body. Who let the vines start from her body and also conduct electricity? One person and one zombie dodging each other and not forgetting to attack each other. In the end, The zombie's brain is not as good as a human's. Nguyen gave Black Yao a look. Black Obsidian spat out a fireball directly towards the zombie, and Nguyen simultaneously shot water drops towards the other side. The zombie froze a little bit. Ruanyu directly controlled the vines to whip over, and after hitting it hurriedly retracted it, and kept controlling the water droplets towards the zombie's hands, feet, neck and other places. Soon the zombies were taken care of by Ruanyu, and Black Obsidian rubbed against Ruanyu's thigh with an inviting face. Nguyen went up to take a look at the zombie who had been entangled in the vines first, and hacked open his head to find that it was filled with dense holes, the same as those hooked out by the barbs of the vines on his body. Is it parasitic? Nguyen muttered. Ruanyu looked around again. The crystals that had been passed through his brain by the vines were gone, and they didn't go into space. Looking down at Obsidian, meow, not me. A rose leapt out from Nguyen shoulder, and the two leaves on the path of the flower shook, as if beckoning. Ruanyu reached out and poked the flower. You ate all the crystal cores? The rose shook twice, and one of the leaves pointed down at the walker, then at the flower, then scuttled upward. You mean you need to eat crystal cores to upgrade? Rose nodded. Ruanyu was helpless. Another snacker, poking the petals twice. The rest is for you. Go eat. Rose couldn't even greet her and leapt straight out. Ruanyu picked 2 fruits and gave one to Black Obsidian before she nibbled it up to recover her powers. After hacking for almost 3 hours, even the strength to stand was strong, not to mention the powers. Rather, it was the rose that reacted quickly, and not long after the zombies on the ground were all harvested, Ruanyu realized that her wood system ability had actually risen to the middle of the 5th stage. Now that was an unexpected pleasure. I didn't expect Little Rose to eat the crystal core and feed back to her, recovering her powers. This led Obsidian to walk into the base familiarly, with the occasional zombie, which was taken care of directly by the rose vines, reacting much faster than her. Opened an ammo dump full of guns and ammo. Grenades. These were arranged in boxes. Nguyen turned to the next room with a direct wave of his hand, turned around and collected all that could be collected, and the place to park the airplane. 2 Wuji 10 directly into the space. Aviation fuel naturally will not be spared. After collecting it and then going to the ammo store to check it out, then walked out with satisfaction. Who knew that just as he walked to the door, he bumped into a person who was gasping for breath and traveling in a hurry. Ruanyu looked up to see the man's face. Wasn't this his brother's captain? Why is he here? She shouted out with some delight. Xie Xingzhou? Later, go! Chapter 33 Brothers News. The moment he saw Ruanyu, Xie Xingzhou was a little surprised, and when he looked up and saw the empty ammunition depot, he had to pull the man and run first, taking the men left and right along the way. Sensing that the pursuers behind him were still a little ways off, he turned to look at Nguyen. Give me 2 grenades. Nguyen reacted quickly by giving him 2 grenades. Xie Xingzhou took the grenade stuck on the door and 3 or 2 times, gently released it, and operated the same when he walked to the next door. After getting it right, this led Ruanyu to another exit. Ruanyu immediately took out his Hummer. Xie Xingzhou directly into the driver's side. Ruanyu followed holding Obsidian sitting in the passenger side. The car had just traveled a short distance when, inside the military area, a bang. The sound. Nguyen couldn't help but look back before hearing. Once again, bang. The sound of, silly, jumping into a hole twice. Xie Xingzhou gave Ruanyu a sideways glance. What? I said the guy chasing you behind. Then with a straight face, he looked at Xie Xingzhou. Why are you here? Where is my brother? Xie Xingzhou controlled the steering wheel with one hand. A foot of gas down. Cornering also did not see deceleration. Tell you slowly later. A strong sense of pushback came. The trees on both sides of the car sped past in a flash. Through the rearview mirror Ruanyu found that there was actually a car following behind. But also know that now is not the time to talk. So I had to keep my mouth shut. The black Hummer sped along. In the end, Xie Xingzhou's car skills are better. The car behind them is getting farther and farther away from them. After 2 hours of continuous speeding, Xie Xingzhou finally parked the car at the edge of a small river, and after looking around to see that no one was around, Ruanyu then looked at Xie Xingzhou. Xie Xingzhou also looked at Ruanyu and said, You took all the weapons in that military area? Aha! That's good. Then can you answer my previous question? She had met Xie Xingzhou before, the captain of her brother's squad, but he appeared here, so did that mean that her brother was over here as well? Gulp! Xie Xingzhou, who was just about to speak, was interrupted by the sound his stomach made and rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Do you have food in your space? Nguyen was kind enough to give him 2 sandwiches and a bottle of milk. Xie Xingzhou finished a sandwich in 3 or 2 batches, which he ate while looking at Ruanyu. You're alone? Love brain well? Ruanyu's face instantly darkened and glared at him. Cut the crap and hurry up and say where my brother is? I don't know. Aren't you my brother's captain? You don't know? Ruan Yu's eyes went wide and her tone was a bit disbelieving. Xie Xingzhou pondered for a moment before continuing. Our squad all took a potion that awakened our supernatural abilities, and we all turned into half-zombie physiques. The people from the institute tried to experiment on us and we escaped by scattering. All I know is that none of them were caught. I don't know anything else. If one of them had been captured, he wouldn't have been chased to death so much. He had attracted most of the institute's pursuers when he was on the run himself, and with the strength of their team members, it would have been easy to get rid of that group of losers. Nguyen Ngoc nodded. She had probably guessed it before. Is there anyone else taking it besides you guys? Seeing that Ruan Yu did not look surprised at all, Xie Xingzhou looked twice more. There was a group of survivors who took it on their own accord, but they were all let go by us to draw attention to themselves. And that group of people were not good people either. You met? Well, I met them on the way over here, and they were all killed by me. Ruan Yu didn't have anything to hide. She still trusted her brother's comrades, and in the last life they were still looking for themselves together with her brother. Xie Xingzhou faced surprised, looked up and down Ruan Yu. Seeing her alone is already shocking, but also able to kill so many people. But on second thought it is normal. The end of the world are a month. Will not kill people doomed to go not far. Well done. Ruan Yu gave him a blank look. You still haven't said why you're here. Didn't I escape here? Was thinking of borrowing the ammo over here to leave the institute behind. Looking at Ruan Yu's somewhat unkind eyes, Xie Xingzhou pulled out a note from somewhere and handed it to Ruan Yu. Here, Ruan Yen wrote this. Ruan Yu took it half-heartedly and carefully spread the note. Seeing the familiar script, Ruan Yu stared with a wide-eyed look of delight. Did my brother send you over here? Just why did her brother tell her to hide and not go to the base, especially away from the castle base? No, he left a note on a few of us, and we originally thought you'd go to City B, or City C's base, but suddenly someone said you had healing powers, so Ruan Yen thought you might be hiding somewhere, just as we were going to spread out and run, so we had to take our chances, but it's true that thanks to you, they've loosened up on us, or we wouldn't have been able to get out. Xie Xingzhou didn't hide it and truthfully said that he did transmit the healing powers so that they could escape so quickly. Originally the squad had 6 people, did not expect to complete the task, back only 4 left, but also be tricked into drinking the potion of the awakening of supernatural powers, but also as captain's dereliction of duty, the chaotic world actually dared to believe in the hearts of the people. So you don't have a way to contact each other? Nguyen Ngoc was a bit upset that he was so close to finding it, and now he was suddenly so far away. No, if someone gets caught, we'll probably get together quickly to save them. Nguyen Ngoc sat back. No means no. At least she knew her brother was still alive. She didn't want her brother's teammates to be taken back. Brother is also half-mourned corpse? Yeah, a couple of us are. After knowing the news of her brother, Ruan Yu then seriously surveyed Xie Xingzhou, a pair of peach blossom eyes, with handsome features, black work pants, Martin boots, 2 red marks with blood on the face, and normal people are no different. Looking at Ruan Yu without saying anything, Xie Xingzhou reached out and waved his hand in front of Ruan Yu's eyes. Why are you attracted by my handsome face? And then pointed to the wound on his face. Don't you have healing powers? Help me heal it? I charge for this. What are you going to treat me with? Looking at the gangly smile on Xie Xingzhou's face, Ruan Yu helplessly held her forehead. At that time when her brother brought her to meet them, she couldn't figure out how this person who exuded gangliness from time to time would be her brother's captain. Everyone she guessed once. Only Xie Xingzhou she directly skipped. Where's your boyfriend? Nguyen Ngoc was a little confused. I don't have a boyfriend. Xie Xingzhou's smile enlarged quite a bit. A swishy face. I'm so handsome and handsome. Is it okay to give my body in return? You want to be a gigolo? It's not impossible. Ruan Yu was speechless and had to change the subject in a raw manner. It's been a while since we rested. Why don't we hurry? In case we get caught up again. Xie Xingzhou said with some regret. Okay, but where does this road go? D City. So where are you going back to? My house. A city. Chapter 34, Villa Rest. The two just asked and answered questions and got in the car and set off. And in the end Nguyen Ngoc helped him heal his face. Half-mourned corpse. Does it still hurt? I'm still human by nature. Do you think it hurts? Oh, I should have known to press it and try it. She and Xie Xingzhou had never been able to deal with each other very well, and she always felt that Xie Xingzhou looked at her in a bad way, but it didn't seem to be that way. But at that time, she had been chasing after Su Yinji and didn't care that much. Neither of them spoke on the way. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Xie Xingzhou began to force the topic. You have a cat? Well, it's called Obsidian. Looks like you're doing well. Actually having a cat. Average. Never went hungry. Xie Xingzhou was silent for a moment. He felt as if Ruan Yu was connoting something. Then as if suddenly reacting, he looked at Ruan Yu with some surprise. You have healing powers, and spatial powers, dual system powers? That's not right. You should have killed all the zombies outside the military area. So what other powers do you have? I'll be good at fanning the flames with my dual wind and fire powers. Ruan Yen is a control ability. We go out to kill zombies. He directly controls the crystal cores to swish and receive them in the bag. Nguyen Nak pulled out her ears. She seemed to remember why she was a bit off with him. It was so loud. You can actually drive seriously. Come on, let's keep talking. Don't you want to know more about your brother? What else do I need to know about my brother from you? Xie Xingzhou thought for a moment. It seems like it's not necessary. So what are we having for dinner? The topic jumped a little fast and Nguyen Nak was confused for a moment. What do you want to eat? It was rare to meet someone who could be trusted. Ruan Yu felt that he could still stand it. Plus this was his brother's captain. His strength must not be bad, and he could let him go first when he encountered a zombie. There's a pot? There can be. Then how about I show you my hand? Xie Xingzhou looked at Ruan Yu with a smile on his face. Looking at him, Ruan Yu nodded furtively. Seeing Ruan Yu agreeing, the arc of Xie Xingzhou's mouth grew even larger. My bag is still in the back seat. Help me put it away. It's all the things I brought for you. Ruan Yu reached out and took the bag over, pulling the zipper. Ruan Yu looked at him in surprise. Not a big backpack. Inside are all the crystal cores and exotic fruits. The crystal cores are basically white. All the third and fourth order almost all have 20 or 30. Where did you come from? Xincheng base is almost 800 kilometers from here. So it wouldn't be a breeze for me to collect something along the way? As far as that group of losers from the institute is concerned, slipping them is like a game. Xie Xingzhou had a haughty look on his face, and his tone was disdainful as he spoke. Although there was nothing wrong with what he said, Ruan Yu just felt a little offended, being even more arrogant than her. Then why are you still running into the ammo dump with a lousy face? To meet you. Of course. Ruan Yu was speechless. It was true that he couldn't expect this person to be decent, but since it was something for himself, Ruan Yu naturally accepted it without any politeness. But she was curious as to how he managed to come across so many fourth-order zombies. Why do you have so many fourth-order crystals? Do the zombies out there upgrade that fast? Hearing Ruan Yu's question, Xie Xingzhou still answered seriously. I haven't encountered any fourth-order zombies along the way, and there aren't many third-order ones either. Those crystal cores were stolen from the institute when I escaped. Nguyen Nak. Kind of hard to comment, but a nice job nonetheless. Suddenly thought of what Xie Xingzhou said. There seems to be some conflict with the village chiefs, the half-zombie people I met before. They occupied a village. A village chief surnamedly said that they escaped with your help because of the alien ability awakening potion you took. It is reasonable to say that the time isn't that much different. How come they don't know about healing the alien ability? Xie Xingzhou gave her a sideways glance. He's right, but after they escaped, the Institute's watch over us was a lot stronger. We didn't find a chance to escape, and stayed for almost half a month before your supernatural ability was transmitted and we escaped. You didn't think the zombie outbreak was mid-July, did you? Nguyen Nak nodded. She really wasn't too sure about all this. The first zombie appeared in March. At that time I led the team to kill it. After that, the Institute was set up to keep researching. In June, some people started to awaken their supernormal abilities. Our squad was tricked into drinking the potion because we never awakened our supernormal abilities. Now I guess the Institute is going crazy. All the half-mourned corpses are running away. And none of the follow-up potions have shown up with half-mourned corpses, so we'll have to hide. Ruan Yu was surprised for a moment in her heart. So there was a zombie outbreak so early? No wonder the people in charge of the base in the last life were all powerful people before the end of the world. She thought that this was the heritage of the powerful families, but it turned out to be poor information. Some of them are able to fight off walkers, and they themselves are still like flowers in a hothouse. So how do you guys boost your powers? Or do you absorb the crystal cores? That was something Nguyen Nak was really curious about. No, half-mourning corpses can only eat the fruits borne by those mutant trees in order to upgrade. And there are fruits with different functions. Most of them can upgrade. And there are also a small portion of fruits that can detoxify zombies. And this kind of eating won't help. Ruan Yu nodded. I didn't realize that half-mourned corpses had limitations. Then you still gave me the altered fruit? It's not like I'm that close to upgrading. There's a villa up ahead. We'll rest there tonight? Nguyen Nak looked up and over and checked the time again. 7 p.m. Sharp. Yes. The two slowly walked into the villa, pushed open the front door, and found no one there. The two split up to check again and make sure no one was there, before they met up in the hall. I saw that the kitchen has liquefied gas. What do you want to eat? I'll go make it. Xie Xingzhou looked at Ruan Yu with an expectant face. He hadn't eaten hot food in a long time. Thinking that he had just collected so many fourth-order crystal cores, Ruan Yu first took out a pot and spatula, and took a large piece of pork, as well as onions, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings. and then a handful of baby bok choy, and a few potatoes from the hollow cabbage. I wanted to take a fish, but the fish was alive and I didn't take it, so I had to take a couple of eggs and tomatoes, which is a meat dish. Xiaxingzhou didn't care much, as long as it could be cooked. Even if it was instant noodles he was happy. He didn't expect Ruan Yu to be able to come up with so many good things. A hand snatched it from Ruan Yu's hand. Boss, have a good rest. I'll call you when it's done in a while. Carrying his things, he headed for the kitchen, pawing twice now and then. Since Xiaxingzhou said so, Ruan Yu gladly accepted. Went upstairs and found 2 rooms to change the sheets. Probably cleaned up a bit, and then lay down on it. Although it is a trustworthy person. But Ruan Yu does not want to expose the matter that the space can enter a living person. Lost in a daze fast asleep, Ruan Yu suddenly smelled an aroma. Immediately rolled over and went downstairs. The table has been set up a few dishes. Tomato eggs, stir-fried cabbage, oil residue cabbage, braised potatoes, and a plate of shredded meat with potatoes. Xiaxingzhou happened to bring the dishes over, and when he saw Ruan Yu come down so quickly, he said with a flirtatious face, "Did you come down smelling?" Looking at the lack of staple food, Ruan Yu silently took out 2 large white steamed buns and handed one to Xiaxingzhou. "Yeah, didn't think you had it in you." After picking up the chopsticks and taking a taste, Xiaxingzhou hurriedly asked, "How is it?" Ruan Yu threw up her thumbs in unstinting praise. "Good craftsmanship." Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Xiaxingzhou then picked up his chopsticks to clip the food, and because they couldn't eat the freshly fried dishes for various reasons, both of them ate this meal to their heart's content. A knock sounded on the door and both men looked over at the same time as a soft voice came from the hidden door. "Hello, may I come in, please?" Chapter 35, The Flame Squad. Before Ruan Yu's words of refusal could be uttered, the man had already pushed his way in, followed by several others, and by the looks of it, he was probably in a small team. The moment she saw a few people, Ruan Yu and Xiaxingzhou looked at each other and silently emptied her plate. After confirming that there was nothing but oil on the plate, Ruan Yu then took out a paper towel to wipe the corners of her mouth and looked at the people at the door. "If I say can't right now, will you guys leave?" The girl who first inquired looked at Xiaxingzhou with some embarrassment, her eyes revealing anticipation, and said with a soft face, "I'm sorry, I saw that none of you said anything, and thought that you acquiesced." Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit tense, a man in the lead spoke up and said, "I'm disturbing you too. It's just that this is the only house in the neighborhood that's relatively intact in the middle of the night, so that's why we came in. My name is Ji Chu. I'm the captain of the Flame Squad, and they're all my teammates." After saying that, Ji Chu pointed at the girl who started talking. "This is my sister, Ji Jishi." Turning around, he pointed to the 2 men and 1 woman behind him, Bai Jian, Fong Fong, Su Mu. Seeing this, Ruan Yu couldn't say anything and had to signal Xiaxingzhou to pick up the conversation. "Nice to meet you. My name is Xia Xing. This is my sister Xia Yu." Ji Chu had been observing Ruan Yu between Xiaxingzhou's words. Normally when a teammate introduces their name, they will subconsciously look at each other if they say it incorrectly, but Ruan Yu hadn't been reacting much, so he thought that it was nothing wrong. "You two think you're going to the botanical gardens, too?" Hearing this, Ruan Yu was a little surprised in her heart, but her face did not show it. Xiaxingzhou is even more open-mouthed. Naturally, it's rare to have something good must go to see. Ji Jishi's eyes lit up when she heard Xiaxingzhou's words. "Does Mr. Xia want to team up with us? Our squad are all Xenos, except for my brother who was a 3rd order Xenos. The others are in the late 2nd order, so our strength is considered good." "Zaishi, don't talk nonsense." Ji Chu's seemingly reprimanding words, but his eyes also revealed a sense of superiority, and with a squad like his, there were more than enough people rushing to form a team. Xiaxingzhou had a calm face. Such strength was indeed considered strong, but compared to the Qingqing base's pursuers, it was not even a fraction of a star. But he still said with a very cuddly face, "Then, if you are so strong, why do you still want to team up with us, and aren't afraid that we're dragging you down? Won't just go together. If there's danger of course we still have to solve it ourselves," Ji Jishi hurriedly said, and also glanced at Ruan Yu. She didn't want to bring a procrastinator. Ji Chu didn't say anything and apparently acquiesced, and then looked at Xiaxingzhou. "How about it? Has Brother Xia considered it? Seeing that you guys can still cook, I think there are space aliens. That means you only have 1 combatant, and it's safer to team up with us." Ji Chu was bent on pulling someone in. Their team was short of spatial adepts, but unfortunately they hadn't encountered many along the way, and he didn't want to give up on the rare sight of one. Xiaxingzhou and Ruan Yu both didn't say anything, looking like they were considering, but in reality, they were both wondering what to eat tomorrow morning. The most tangled thing about idleness was what to eat for the next meal. Ruan Yu looked at Xiaxingzhou. "The meaning is clear. If you take it, you will be responsible to the end. Xie said with an embarrassed face. Thank you for Captain G's kindness, but our siblings have no intention of teaming up with anyone for the time being. It's fine. We won't force it. We won't force it, Jichu said with a smile on his face without any concern. But we all have the same purpose. How about joining together on the way? Yes, but we got up late in the morning, so I don't know if we'll be able to catch Captain G leaving. Xie spoke politely. Jichu didn't know if he really didn't hear what Xie was saying, but he still smiled and said, that's okay, we're not that bad at time, just wait for a while. Seeing that Xie didn't refuse, he continued, then it's a deal. I'll wait for you tomorrow. Although their team has some strength, but the most important thing in the end of the world is the supplies. Without space alien, more supplies are not good to keep. This time, no matter what they say, they have to take these two people with them. Anyway, his sister likes good-looking ones. It would be great if she could take Xie down. As for the other one, I don't know if it's a drag or not. Just find a mission to get rid of the person when the time comes. Seeing this, you two people cannot say anything. Just go to see what the botanical garden in the end. And in the meantime, see what this group of people really want to do? That, since we've agreed, it's so late we'll just go up and rest. After saying this, Xie and Ruanyu both went upstairs. Ruanyu looked at Xie with a puzzled expression. Why are you with them? Since the botanical gardens are good, there must be a lot of people going there, and it's not that noticeable with them. Ruanyu yawned. Alright, you have a lot of heart anyway. I'll listen to you for now. I just packed the 2 rooms in the far corners. The one on the right is yours. Xie blankly glanced at him. What do you mean by having a lot of heart eyes? He was clearly called smart. Looking at Ruanyu ready to close the door, immediately stretched out his foot to jam it. Ruanyu looked up at him. You have something else? Nothing? Just inquiring about what's for dinner in the morning. So what do you want to eat? Just anything. Ruanyu took a deep breath, took a basin, filled it with a small handful of noodles, also put a few eggs and tomatoes, and handed it to Xie. You're on your own. If you don't want to eat it, stand on the balcony and open your mouth wide in the northwest direction. Hanging noodles? That's fine. I'll call you in the morning when they're ready. After saying this, Xie turned around and went back to his room. He just wanted to show off his wealth in a low profile, and hanging noodles are fine. Ruanyu entered the house and fell straight into the bed. Upstairs and downstairs are people. Ruanyu is not good to go directly into the space. Took a cat's nest behind the door. Black obsidian self-conscious walk into the ball bar up. Fortunately, he had fed it quite a bit while Xie was cooking, and now he wasn't rubbing his nose in the food. Nguyen scuffed his shoes off and took the blanket over his stomach before closing his eyes. Someone was daring him to fall asleep. In the morning, Ruanyu was once again attracted by the aroma, and it was true that it was not bragging that he could smell the dishes from hundreds of meters away in his last life. After simply washing up, he carried Black Yao downstairs, and Xie carried 2 pots of noodles on the table. Seeing Ruanyu, she greeted him. You came down just in time. Come and see if there's enough to eat. Looking at the 2 pots of noodles, Ruanyu's mouth twitched. The difference in the amount of food between boys and girls is still quite large. Do you have enough to eat? Not enough to pick half over. Hearing the seriousness in Ruanyu's tone, Xie had to pick half of it over and then hand the basin to Ruanyu. The two of them comfortably ate noodles. A few people just sat on the sofa nibbling on the bread and watched, inhaling hard and biting heavily on the bread. They have not cooked and eaten for a long time, and it is not cost-effective to collect rice, flour, grain and oil. They do not have the space to do so. And looking at the 2 people, Jichu is even more determined to recruit them. The siblings looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Chapter 36, Emptying them all. Jichu's several people quickly finished eating, cleaned up a little bit and stood outside waiting. Xie Ruanyu 2 people slowly cleaned up upstairs. Nguyen knock. Do you have a toothbrush? And face wash? Ruanyu gave Xie a strange look and handed him everything. You still need to maintain your face? Of course I have to take care of my handsome face. Where are you going to go first in a while? Xie washed his face while talking to Ruanyu in a casual tone. I thought you said follow them? I didn't agree to that. And besides, we're here now, don't we go downtown for a spin? I don't mind if you want me to keep whoring around for nothing. Speaking of going to collect supplies, Ruanyu became more interested. Everything taken out from me has a price. There's no way to think of whoring for nothing. Hurry up and pack up and go find supplies. As for how to talk to Jichu, that is the matter of Xie. If she has long run away, half want to deal with people, unless there are benefits. Sweeping up and down Xie, it seems to be a little bit human. Although yesterday there was no way to take a shower, but she did change her clothes, thought for a moment and threw him a set of clothes, similar to the style on him. Seeing the clothes, Xie flesh eyes visible happy. You can rest assured that today must take you to collect all the D city. The whole D city supplies. Ruan, you think it is not impossible. Even if you cannot finish walking a daytime, can still collect a lot of. Just as her original intention is to collect D city supplies and then go back to the A city. After tossing and turning for a while, it was almost 10 o'clock before the two of them left the house. Seeing Ji-Chu's few people still waiting, Ruan Yu raised her eyebrows, quite patient. After saying hello, the two of them got into the car and prepared to set off. Xie Xingzhou looked at Ji-Chu and said, Captain Ji, we're going to the city to look for supplies. If you guys want to hurry, you should go first. You don't have to wait for us. Ji-Chu of course would not agree. Looking for supplies of course can also be together. Coincidence is not. It just so happens that we don't have many supplies left. Together. See, a few people cannot get rid of. Xie Xingzhou also do not force. Want to snatch things from his hands. There are really not a few people have succeeded. But also Ruan Yen flinging two teammates together before succeeding once. Closing the windows, he started the car and set off. Followed by several people from Ji-Chu in two vans. Ruan Yu sat in the co-pilot with Black Yao in her arms and looked at Xie Xingzhou. Are you preparing to get rid of them? As long as we're still in a city, it's impossible to get rid of it. And the castle base is probably going to come after us. And it's only by wandering around that they won't find us. With a glance at Ruan Yu, he knew what she was thinking and explained. If you kill the people from the Qingcheng base directly, next time they will send more people. Not necessarily stronger, but more people are troublesome. Right now, the other bases don't know about our physique yet. They only know that Qingcheng base is looking for us. And if more people die, the other bases will definitely send people to get a piece of the pie as well. Ruan Yu lowered her eyes, her hands unconsciously smoothing Black Obsidian's fur. In her last life it was indeed 3 years before she was revealed to have this kind of physique. Of course, it was not ruled out that the people at the bottom of the hierarchy knew about it 3 years later. As for the top level of the base, she did not know about it. She knew very well that even if she relived her life and had a space golden finger, playing with her brain was still almost interesting. At most, she would rely on the information she knew to see some chances and avoid some trouble. Since Xie Xingzhou thought farther than she did, she should listen to him first. And if there was a disagreement at the back, then it was fine to leave. The big deal was that she hid in space and didn't come out. Just have a plan. I have no problem with it. How much more supplies can your space hold? Xie Xingzhou looked at her. He had heard of space alien space before. In fact, it was also divided according to the level. The initial are 50 cubic meters. Rising one level increases ranging from 10 to 50 cubic meters. It all depends on luck. Intuition told him that Ruan Yu's level of psychic ability was not low. At least when he rushed into that base at that time, immediately several hundred zombies were lying on the ground, which a normal second or third level psychic could not do. Nguyen Nok thought for a moment before answering. It's kinda empty. Thinking of something, Xie Xingzhou continued. I haven't asked you about your alien ability level before. I'm in the late 4th order. There's also Ruan Yen and the rest of them who are estimated to be in the late 4th order right now. I'm lucky, early 5th stage. Ruan Yu felt that she could have said a little more, but she still had to keep her hand in. Luck counted as strength, and if she hit her, she would have to weigh herself. Xie Xingzhou looked at her with surprise, and did not say anything, although he will certainly protect her when he encounters her. But in turn to be protected, he felt that he could. The two chatted all the way to the city and soon arrived in the city. Xie Xingzhou pulled over. Get off when you arrive. Have you ever been to D City to hang out before? No. Both of them were silent. Ruan Yu took out the tablet. Although the space can't be used, it doesn't affect the saving, and flipped through it a few times to find out the city plan that was saved before and handed it to Xie Xingzhou. You lead the way. She used to be able to use the navigation. She had to follow the indicator around in a circle to know where to go. Now she was asked to look at the map and couldn't understand it at all. Xie Xingzhou smiled and took the tablet, looked at it for a while and said, there are still 2 kilometers from the nearest big mall here. Drive there? Ride a small donkey. The sound is small and can still run separately. The sound of the car was too attractive to the zombies. Before Ruan Yu passed by and felt so clean, really drove in to realize that it was all an illusion. The two people completely crashed all the way here. As for the Ji-Chu squad, how could they have time to care about them? Riding on the small donkey. Encountered zombie attack, small rows directly scurry out to solve. Encountered more. Obsidian directly pounced on. Looking at a relaxed Xie Xingzhou, suddenly there is some envy of half-morning corpses, directly hiding the pile of zombies. Who dares to go to find Soon arriving at the big mall, Nguyen Nok looked over and there didn't seem to be a lot of zombies in the neighborhood. Get out of the car and control the small rows with the string of sugar gourds. Zombies at once to solve several. Now the zombies are basically in the 2nd order. The 3rd order zombies than before, a lot more. Xie Xingzhou walked in front to open the way. Ruan Yu followed. Are there zombies inside? No. One person to take a strong flashlight. Xiaxingzhou look around to see if there is no leakage of zombies. Ruan Yu see things to collect, clothes, shoes, bags, cosmetics, skin care products and so on, as well as gold and silver jewelry, bedding, a little bit of things left, which went to the first floor. Usually big shopping malls sell food category in the basement level. A few steps down, or Xiaxingzhou walked in front. Ruan Yu followed. Into the eye is messy shelves, although there are still a lot of things, but most of them fell to the ground. Shelves are also lopsided. Ruan Yu didn't mind, directly controlling the vines to move all the shelves away, not forgetting to shake the food to the ground, and then a thought to put it all into the space. Now Nguyen Nok wouldn't be so kind as to leave a little for the later. Who would want to leave it for someone else if they could move it out of the way? What's more, aren't those people about to come and get her when they've had their fill? After collecting, Ruan Yu familiarly led Xiaxingzhou to the warehouse. Boxes of supplies, living supplies, toiletries, rice, flour, grain and oil, snacks, canned food, hundreds of boxes. Looks like it has not been moved. Nguyen Nok stepped directly on the depot's trailer and slid all the way across. Each lap of supplies was one less column, and after 10 minutes the depot was finally empty. Took 2 bottles of soda and handed one to Xiaxingzhou. Xiaxingzhou was a little surprised, but thinking of Ruan Yu's level of psychic ability, it was probably not difficult to fit these things. More, he did not want to delve deeper. Anyway, it did not matter if it was his own people. The two took a break before walking out of the mall. Ji Chu shouted up when he saw the two from afar. Xia Xing. The 2 vans drove up to the entrance of the mall. Their bodies quite a bit more lumbering than before, and they looked like they'd been through a nasty battle as well. You guys all stowed your supplies? No. I don't know who is such a big shopping mall all emptied. It's not easy to come in. It seems that we can only come back next time to collect supplies. Xiaxingzhou opened his mouth to answer. Ji Chu was filled with surprise. All emptied out? Nothing left? Xiaxingzhou's tone was full of helplessness. There's nothing left at all. Some of the shelves have been emptied. I don't know if it's that bases that came out to look for supplies. It's so over the top. Thanks to the fact that we killed so many zombies before we crashed in. Ji Chu's few people looked through the glass door towards the inside. There was indeed nothing left but the walls. But he felt that Xiaxingzhou's space shouldn't be able to hold so many things, which meant that they really didn't find any supplies. Ji Chu was very open-minded. They had met often. Nothing is wrong just as out shopping. Brother Xia still want to continue to look for it? Xiaxingzhou had a look of being exasperated. No more searching. We still have supplies. We'll look in a different place in the next 2 days. So we're going straight to the botanical gardens? Well, go. Xiaxingzhou stood next to Ruan Yu, and the two of them were very close to each other, and Ruan Yu took out the car. Chapter 37, Entering the Botanical Gardens. The two of them got in and started the car, and this time it was a few of Jichu's people who walked in front of them. I've been in here once, and I'm pretty experienced, so I'll just run over the walkers, and I'll soon be on the quieter ring road, where the botanical gardens are generally farther away from the city. It happens to be on the other side of the city, so if Nguyen Nok and the girls want to get there, they'll have to cross through downtown. I don't know if it's because there are more people going that way, but there are zombie corpses everywhere along the way, which kind of opens the way for those who come after them. Seeing Ruan Yu's listless appearance, Xiaxingzhou only said, "You want to squint for a while? I'll call you when you arrive. It looks like it's estimated that we'll be driving for more than an hour." "That's fine." Ruan Yu nodded her head. She might have to take turns keeping watch at night, so it was good to rest. After adjusting the seat, Nguyen Nok closed his eyes. Obsidian rubbed against him and changed position, squinting as well. By the time Ruan Yu opened her eyes, it was 3 hours later. "Why didn't you call me?" "I didn't call out because I saw you were sleeping soundly." Xiaxingzhou leaned against the car. Ruan Yu looked out. The entrance to the botanical gardens had already parked a dozen cars, just as a squad came out of it. Their clothes were covered in blood, and there was quite a bit of congealed blood on their faces, but the whole squad looked quite happy, presumably having gotten what they needed. Seeing that Ruan Yu had already sat down, Xiaxingzhou then said, "I asked around. There are quite a few mutant trees in there, and there are quite a few mutant fruits, and I heard that there are ones that can cure zombie viruses. All of these people seem to default to the well, and if they come out with a squad that isn't very strong, then they leave with a few tails." Ruan Yu tilted her head to look at Xiaxingzhou. "What's the situation in that garden?" Robbery was no more unusual in the post-apocalyptic world. It didn't matter if there was something. What mattered was whether or not it could be defended. There are quite a few mutated plants in there, many of which will attack humans, and some can release toxins, so most squads will cooperate to go in together. Xiaxingzhou replied, "The Flame Squad is probably teamed up with someone as well, and we've had quite a few squads come to ask about us in the past 2 hours. Hearing that there were only 2 of us and leaving, these squads are all about the same strength as the Flame Squad, and a few of them have a 4th-ranked alien. Ruanyu listens while nodding her head. It's true that one more person is different. Taking out 2 peaches and handing one to him. What do you want to eat? Or she realized that she was a bit hungry. And only then did she remember as an afterthought that they hadn't eaten lunch yet. Xiexingzhou looked around before he said, "It's better to nibble on bread. Too many people or keep a low profile." Ruanyu nodded approvingly and took out a few loaves of bread, 2 bottles of milk, and took a packet of jerky along with it to hand it to Xiexingzhou. After nibbling on the peaches, he also gave Black Yao a few mutant fruits and looked at Xiexingzhou and handed a few over as well. "This is what I exchanged with the mutant tree earlier." Xiexingzhou looked down at Black Obsidian and then at Ruanyu. "This cat of yours eats these all the time?" "Yeah." Seeing Ruanyu's bland face, Xiexingzhou somewhat doubted himself. Was he locked up for too long to keep up with the trend? Qingcheng base other people raised pets also do not eat crystal core. As for the alien energy fruit themselves do not have, which has the pet's share. One can only keep consoling oneself in one's mind that those who can eat these things are probably not ordinary cats. So calm down and don't act like a bumpkin. So you're supposed to be pretty good at this cat, right? Not bad. Ruanyu spoke in a casual tone and looked towards the other squads. Those squads don't have much of a problem beating a random one. You might as well just say you can beat me up. Ruanyu smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing that Xiexingzhou finished eating, he handed a few more over. Xiexingzhou wasn't polite and took them and ate them. "How much have you changed?" Xiexingzhou said as he ate. Exchanging mutant fruits he had heard of. Generally mutant trees like to eat crystal cores, but most people feel that the crystal cores have to be kept for upgrading. Not to mention that he could just grab them, why would he want to exchange them? So every time those people picked the mutant fruit, they would suffer a little bit of skin and flesh, and some of them were directly injured in their vitality. Quite a few. The whole tree was given to me. A couple hundred I think, but Obsidian ate a lot of them along the way. This Ruanyu didn't hide it, even if she didn't tell the truth. She felt that Xiexingzhou would definitely be able to observe it, so it would be better to tell the truth and reduce the trouble. Xiexingzhou was silent for a while. In the end there was nothing to say. "Sit for a while longer. We'll leave at 4:30. A little earlier we might still be able to come out before dark." Jichu and the others are also leaving at 4:30? I don't know. They were with the other squads and didn't inform us, let them fend for themselves. Xiexingzhou said with an indifferent face. Nguyen Nok felt that was right, and nodded in agreement. Soon arriving at the point, Ruanyu hugged Obsidian and got out of the car, and the two of them headed towards the botanical gardens. Saw 2 people around are curious to look at the eyes. Unsuspecting fell a lot less. The end of the world so long 2 people can still drive such a good car. The face is also rosy with essence. A look is a big man. Cannot afford to mess with. Ji Chu hurriedly went up to him. "Brother Xie, are you guys ready to go in?" "Well, go early and come out early." Xiexingzhou nodded his head as he looked at the several people and said. Ji Chu was with another squad and didn't look embarrassed at all. "We're planning to go in as well. How about joining together? It's also good to have a caretaker. What does Brother Xie think? Feel free to follow if you want." After saying that, Xiexingzhou walked in with Ruanyu, followed closely by Ji Chu's few people and another squad. "Brother Xie, I haven't asked what all of your powers are yet. Our squad just happens to have gold, wood, water, fire, and earth together." Ji Chu followed behind. "Probably just cannot be idle. Always looking for topics. My sister is a wood system psychic ability. I'm a space system grade R in the 3rd order." Xiexingzhou didn't hide it. He said it directly. If he didn't say it, Ji Chu would definitely have to sidestep it for a long time, so he might as well just say it directly. It's all nonsense anyway. Nguyen Nok silently followed along. "Looking like you're right about everything." Ji Jishi was a little disdainful when he realized that Ruanyu was a wood system ability. The wood system ability in their team could only catalyze the planting of the ground, and it was so slow that it usually took days to catalyze a vegetable. If he met them out on a mission, he would have to nibble on bread and wouldn't even dare to let him hyperventilate on the way. I don't know if her eyes were too burning, but Ruanyu looked back at her as if she felt something. Several people walked for long stretches of time without encountering anything. Xiexingzhou looked at Ji Chu and said, "Captain Ji, is this your first time here as well? Is there really something in here? How come we haven't seen it even after walking for so long?" Ji Chu was experienced and explained with a smile. "Brother Xie, don't be in a hurry. Usually the good stuff is in the back. Besides, the botanical garden is so big. How long have we only been walking?" Hearing this, Xiexingzhou couldn't say anything, so he had to continue walking. Only the more he walked, the stranger it got. Not only were there no alien fruits, but there were even very few mutant plants. Chapter 38 Botanical Gardens 2. Ruanyu hugged Black Obsidian. Suddenly it was gently bitten by it. The little rose also quietly drilled out a little bit from the collar. Ruanyu reached out and touched it. Who knew that the little rose spit out 3 small fruits, just the size of a small finger. After spitting it out, the little rose burrowed back in, and Obsidian lifted a paw and pointed down to its mouth. Ruanyu fetted one, and only then did Black Obsidian squint into her arms again. She herself has a healing ability, but since little Rose gave it, it must have a role to play. She ate one herself, and the other one took advantage of the others not paying attention to stuff Xiexingzhou's hand, signaling him to eat it. Xiexingzhou took the opportunity to cough and directly stuffed his mouth. Ji Jishi see Xiexingzhou coughing a push away Ruanyu, hurriedly went forward. Xiexing, what's wrong with you? Is not uncomfortable do you want us to rest for a while Xiexingzhou hurriedly avoided her hand. No need to bother. My throat is just a bit uncomfortable. Looking at the way Xiexing avoided her, Ji Jishi was a bit overwhelmed. She all eyes hinted at Xiexing several times. Who knows that this person is like a wood? If it is not to see that he has spatial supernormal capabilities, she would not bother to pay attention. With her strength, more than enough people were pursuing her, but with space powers she really didn't want to let go of, and she had to have a solid relationship to keep people better. After thinking for a moment he looked to Fong Baijian and signaled them to approach Ruanyu. The two of them looked at each other helplessly and could only quietly follow Ruanyu, thinking of finding a chance to strike up a conversation. After walking for a while, an aroma wafted over, and looking at the others' lack of reaction, Ruanyu asked curiously, aren't you all going to take any measures? What if there's something wrong with the aroma? Ji Jishi looked at Ruanyu with contempt. We came in all prepared. This aroma has a psychedelic effect, but its fruit is the antidote. We exchanged some with the other squad before entering. Looking at Xiexingzhou, isn't this her chance? Looking at Xiexingzhou, she said, Si Xing, do you need one? We can exchange one for you. Xiexingzhou directly refused. No need, we have our own. Just after a few steps, a member of another squad suddenly laughed wildly to the sky, a look of being possessed, next to a face full of red, face laughing lewdly, their captain's quick eyes and hands. One person stuffed a small fruit, which only subsided, probably afraid that the others would continue to lose face. One person gave a fruit before saying shyly, it's okay, let's keep walking. Suddenly a man rushed out in front of him, running and yelling, help, help, the mutant tree is going crazy. Ruanyu hurriedly dragged Xiexingzhou to stand to the side, and little Rose was somehow attached to Ruanyu's shoulder. The man ran in front of their eyes, and Ruanyu then realized that there were quite a few mutant trees behind him chasing him, and even the mutant saplings on the side of the road were sticking out their branches to trip him. Ruanyu was curious as to how this person had offended the mutant tree. She remembered that mutant trees were very nice to talk to as long as you didn't go too far. What did you do? Why are so many mutant trees chasing you? The man was breathing heavily as he explained. I didn't do anything. It was all my teammates who did it. Who knew these trees were chasing me without reason? What about your teammates? All killed by the mutant tree. Ngwin, that deserves you to be chased. When they were still some distance away from Ruanyu and the girls, the mutant trees stopped, seemingly with some scorn. Jichu also looked at the man curiously. What's your name? What exactly did your squad do? My name is Jiangyu. Our squad is just escorting a few people in, and giving those people a hand in the process. Jiangyu's eyes were a little evasive, and he said in a small voice, playing what? Before Jichu could say anything, Xiexingzhou asked out first. Jiangyu lowered his head and didn't dare to look at him. Xiexingzhou directly took out the aura of a soldier king. If you don't tell the truth, I will directly throw you to the mutant tree. Ruanyu thought of something and whispered in Xiexingzhou's ear. Did they set the mountain on fire? I smell a little gasoline. In the last life, there are also many smart people. The mutant tree does not give fruit. Directly burn the mutant tree, and then the mutant trees directly pull the human beings are black. Give how many crystals are useless, and the mutant tree itself can kill zombies. On the contrary, Obsidian picked up a lot of cheap. Each time secretly bring one to her. More than this goods cannot hide. Reaching out to rub Obsidian's head at the thought. This time it would be her turn to pitch in and feed this snacker. Seeing everyone looking at him, Jiangyu's face turned red and he stammered, just not saying what they had done. Xiexingzhou was not polite and directly lifted the back of his collar and walked towards the group of mutant trees. Jiangyu instantly trembled with fear. He had seen how these mutant trees punished his teammates by directly tying their hands and feet and splitting them alive. Seeing that Xiexingzhou was not joking, he immediately begged for mercy. No, don't go over there. I'll talk. Xiexingzhou looked at him with an unkind face. Looking at this bear-like will not really dare to set fire to the mountain. Under the gaze of Xiexingzhou's eyes that wanted to eat people, Jiangyu then stammered. We also didn't do anything, just helped pour a little bit of gasoline. The fire was all lit by them, and then these mutant trees went berserk. Jiangyu had a weak face and hurriedly shrugged off the pot. Big brother, we don't want to those people are all from Qingqing base. Where do we dare to offend If we don't listen to them we have to be sent to the lab to do experiments. Ruanyu Xiexingzhou has a thoughtful look. Qingcheng Base is really likely to do this, but the researchers of Qingcheng Base can be precious to come out how it is possible to find such a waste escort. Everyone else is dead, so of course feel free to shrug it off any way you want. Since you said it's the people from the Qingcheng Base, how are they looking for your squad? And what rank are your powers at? Xiexingzhou still looked at Jiang Yu with an unkind face and said. The small tree beside the road stretched a branch in front of Jiang Yu, scaring him so much that he shook even more. Our squad, except for the captain who is of the third order. All the others are second-order psychics. Those people are several fourth-order psychics, and when they say that they are from the Qingcheng Base, we don't dare to disbelieve them. I'm a spatial aberration, usually hide in the back, looking wrong, which is why I rushed out. Hearing the spatial ability, Ji Chu's eyes lit up. This one person is definitely much better than Xiexing's two people to pull together, and Ji Zhishi also breathed a sigh of relief. She could not have to rush up to take care of that wooden head. Ruanyu Xiexingzhou glanced at each other. It was estimated that he couldn't ask anything. Xiexingzhou looked at Ji Chu. What does Captain Ji think should be done about it? Setting a tree on fire. This is not a good thing. If the mutated trees retaliate en masse then it's not worth it. Ji Chu naturally didn't want to let go of this spatial alien, and after a moment's thought, said, why don't we take it with us for now, and think about what to do with it when we get out? What does Brother Xie think? Xiexingzhou glanced at him and instantly understood what this man was trying to do. Since Captain Ji has plans then I won't get involved. It's just that I've always disliked going with these crooks and criminals, so why don't we just leave it at that? He wasn't stupid. Since Ji Chu wanted to leave the people behind, so be it. That group of gawking mutant trees were not a good fight. It was better for him to hide far away. With a substitute meal Ji Chu didn't hold back. Since Brother Xie has an idea, then we won't hold back. Seeing this, Xiexingzhou, Ruanyu and the two of them hurriedly walked towards another path, not knowing why he felt that the mutant tree was scornful of Ruanyu, probably because of Ruanyu's high level. That's good. At least they won't go empty-handed on this trip. There were only two of them. Ruanyu didn't hide anything. Let's go. Follow the path that Obsidian pointed out. It's gifted in this aspect of finding mutated fruits. Chapter 39 Botanical Gardens 3. Since Ruanyu said so, Xiexingzhou didn't have any problem with it. Sometimes animals did find things much faster than they did. Obsidian ran ahead. Ruanyu trotted to keep up, and Xiexingzhou followed behind Ruanyu. I don't know how Obsidian leads the way, always leading through nooks and crannies. When Ruanyu stopped walking, she saw Black Yao sitting under a tree, licking her paws and waiting for her, and immediately jumped into her arms when she saw Ruanyu. Xiexingzhou walked forward and looked at the small tree in front of him. It really found it. Reaching out, he tried to touch Black Obsidian's head, which it dodged. Xiexingzhou wasn't embarrassed and turned his head to ask Ruanyu, just 4 or 5 fruits? Pick them directly? He himself encountered mutant fruits are directly robbed, but here does not seem to be very applicable. After all, he previously encountered our single mutant trees. This botanical garden mutant trees can be too much. Ruanyu gave him a direct blank look. You can try if you want to be mobbed. I don't know if it's because of the wood-type psychic ability, but this mutant tree doesn't like the approach of humans. So Ruanyu had to take out several crystals and give them to Black Obsidian. Obsidian naturally gripped it over and reached out his paws and claws to dig the hole and bury it under the mutant tree. The mutant tree shook its crown in a very reasonable manner and shook all 5 fruits down for Obsidian. Of course in the end there were only 2 in Ruanyu's hands. Handing one to Xiexingzhou, try it. I don't know if it's the one that can cure the zombie virus. Xiexingzhou very natural to take a direct bite. Ruanyu only then reacted as if not washed. Forget not dry and clean, eat no disease. Half-dead bodies are not afraid of this thing. The ones that enhance psychic abilities. Eat a few more and I'll almost be able to ascend to the 5th rank. Xiexingzhou finished and then looked at Ruanyu very seriously. Can you wash it when you give it to me next time? There seems to be obsidian saliva on it. Black Obsidian exploded right into pouncing on him, and Ruanyu didn't hold back a laugh. Okay, I'll remember that next time. It's all the fault of that group of people who burned some tree, and now these trees don't like us to come near them. The cheapness was all made by Obsidian, the treacherous merchant. At this moment, Black Yao directly relied on Xiexingzhou. Ruanyu did not care. In the past 2 days, Black Yao was a lot heavier than before. She could hardly hold it. Ruanyu put away the rest of that fruit. The two of them walked side by side. Black Obsidian with a haughty face, lying in Xiexingzhou's arms, lifting down his paw to point the way from time to time. Just like this turned several places, looking for about 4 or 5 trees. Both of them were afraid that this time to upgrade the alien ability delay, so neither of them ate the mutant fruit. All received space. On the contrary, Black Obsidian ate his fill and lazily rubbed himself in Xiexingzhou's arms. Is it full of food? I feel as if it's gotten heavier. Don't worry about it. It'll come to life when we see the mutant fruit later. The two walked under Obsidian's direction to a small river, across which was a huge mutant tree with a trunk that looked like it would take at least 2 people to hold. There was a small bridge over the river, but on it stood 2 large golden tapers, both mutated by their size. Hundreds of people stood on this side of the river were confronting the 2 golden tapers, and Gwyn-nok wondered why they didn't go through the river. Looking towards Xiexingzhou, he whispered, "Did we come at a bad time?" With so many people she was trying to quietly replace all the fruit on that tree, and it looked like it wasn't going to work. Xiexingzhou looked at her with some amusement. "Why don't you take 2 submachine guns out, and we'll raid them all?" Gwyn-nok thought hard before saying, "That's fine." It was Xiexingzhou's turn to be silent. He was just joking. "Can you be normal? So many people we do not get together in the back to pick up the leakage on the line. I'm normal, and I think you're right, and once and for all, so many people a big half may be trying to pick up the leakage. Directly solve the problem, also do not have to hurt the brain. How good But people didn't defend themselves. It seemed really bad to just blurt out. Ruanyu could only sigh in her heart. Come on, someone who doesn't look good. She can make excuses too. Say what you will. Gwyn-nok had just stepped to the side and stood, when a woman came up to her. "It's you?" Ruanyu looked up with a puzzled face. "Li Wan?" Raising her eyes, she took a closer look at the long, high-heeled dress with a slightly open neckline and a large, greasy hand on her waist. Gwyn-nok sighed in her heart. After all, she had taken the path of clothing and food that she disdained the most. "You're up to something?" Before Li Wan could speak, the owner of the hand on her waist spoke first. "Baby, is this your friend?" Sizing up Gwyn-nok like he was looking at cargo, his eyes lit up when he saw the face. Xiexingzhou did not move and stepped forward to separate his line of sight, staring at him with a bad face. If not for the large number of people at this moment, he would have sent the person to fight the landlord with the black and white irregulars. "Brother Dong, this is not my friend. This is the one I told you about. The female bandit who emptied the pig farm." Li Wan looked wistfully at Ruanyu. Her tone was coquettish as she came over to the man's ear and whispered. As for how loud it was, it shifted most of the people's eyes over. Hearing this, Dong's not-so-large eyes narrowed to a slit. "So it's MS. Ruan. Nice to meet you. I just don't know where the hundreds of pigs in the pig farm have been transferred to by MS. Ruan, can I get a piece of the pie?" Obsidian bared his teeth. "Share your sister. That's it. Ruanyu swept a disdainful glance at him. "Is quite a big face. Are you negotiating with me or teaching me things?" Coldly sweeping a glance at Li Wan. This look. No wonder she could morally kidnap her at that time. "I didn't expect Li Wan. You also like this kind of lying down and being able to clothe and feed yourself. So what kind of chaste martyr did you still pretend to be at that time?" Li Wan said in annoyance as if she was being told something. "It's none of your business. At least Dong was able to bring me out. Unlike you, who was so cold-blooded that you saved me and then left me to fend for myself." Dong's expression did not change much. Still smiling, "Miss Ruan, this is the end of the world. Supplies naturally see the share. Besides hundreds of adult pigs, Miss Ruan cannot finish eating. Why not let out relief for compatriots?" The surrounding alien squads pricked up their ears for fear of missing any news. Xiexingzhou frowned and looked toward Ruanyu. Why not cut off the roots and leave such a big hidden danger? Sweeping a glance, the highest level of the 100 or so people was only at the early 4th stage. The problem was not expected to be too big. It could be completely destroyed. Eyes signaling Gwyn-nok. Total annihilation? Gwyn nods and wipes out all of them. Obsidian followed suit, looking up and nodding twice, unanimously. A rather elegant-looking man came over and said with a smile, "Alas, isn't this Captain Lin? Why are you here to get a piece of the action? Did I hear wrong just now? Hundreds of pigs? Where are they?" Although he was speaking to Lindong, his eyes did not leave Ruanyu, who rolled her eyes speechlessly. Lindong also knows that he alone may not be a match for Ruanyu, so if someone shares a piece of the pie, just share a little bit, and the big head is still his on the line. Naturally, it's in the hands of this beautiful MS. Ruan. Chapter 40 Botanical Gardens 4. With the first squad intervening, the squads behind them weren't silent. Who wouldn't want to share a bit of this? Captain Lin didn't lie, did he? With all these pigs, where could they hide even if they were hiding? Are you stupid? Won't you kill them all and put them in space? How much space would that take? And with some other supplies to put in, the average person's space would have been full long ago, right? Some bold ones directly called out to Ruanyu. "Miss Ruan, is it okay for us to trade crystal cores with you? They're all second-order crystal cores, so you won't be at a disadvantage if you swap them for dead pork." Ruanyu didn't say anything and looked towards that mutated tree. Before it was her and Xiexingzhou who were watching the fun. Now it had turned into those two golden gradual layers watching their fun. "You're not me. How do you know I don't suffer?" Ruanyu said with a look of disgust. Second-grade crystal cores? Dogs don't even want them. How can you have the nerve to take them out? That elegant man smiled and rounded up the situation. MS. Ruan, people are just giving you a step. Why do you take it seriously? You can't eat so much anyway. There's nothing to lose by exchanging it to us, right? MS. Ruan, you probably doesn't know it yet. There is an auxiliary psychic ability that can ensure that everything in the space explodes when you kill a space psychic. A blatant threat. Just said with a smile and a look like I'm looking out for you and you're taking advantage of it. Ruan, you looked at her with a cold face. What's your name? I am He-Man. Oh, you're the He-One who pushed out his wife's brother to block the knife. Then rolled in bed with his sister-in-law. Then introduced himself to the bed of the Aurora base's senior management in order to get to the top. And finally managed to get a foothold in the Aurora base? With a face of sudden realization, Ruan Yu hurriedly added, long time no see, long time no see. The elegant smile on He Wen's face immediately changed into a horrible killing intent. Xie Xingzhou stared at him for a while, with a look of eating a big melon. Does this melon keep ripe? The other people around them were also curious. So many of them only He Wen, a fourth-order alien, could be godly, and they didn't want to miss out on being able to know such a big melon. This time it was Ruan Yu's turn to look at him with a smile on her face. She still remembered a few of the big melons from her last life. And wasn't this just such a coincidence? It just happened to run into each other. Do you know how to read people's faces? You know it can't be fake when you look at their eyes that want to eat people. Xie Xingzhou nodded in agreement. It seems to be true. If eyes could kill, I'd probably be piecing together a corpse for you right now. There were also whispers all around. I said how he upgraded so fast. So it's because he slept his way out. I'm on the same base as him. And you can't say his sister-in-law is really charming. I'm still in the neighborhood with him? When they got married together at the time, a lot of people said that these two brothers had their dates backwards. It's true. Even though they are brothers, He-Wen is much better looking than his elder brother. But the daughter-in-law he found is really not as good as his elder brother. He-Wen's face grew darker and darker as he looked at Ruan Yu grimly. MS. Ruan, even if you want to change the subject, I'm sure we won't forget about the 100 or so pigs? Ruan Yu waved her hand with a disinterested face. I know. I just want to gossip about it. It's all true. Captain, he won't be so petty. You, MS. Ruan may not be aware that the auxiliary alien is here right now. If MS. Ruan can't part with it, we can help you. Ruan Yu looked at him with a needless face. She wasn't considered a space alien. And besides, a bunch of little party animals really took themselves seriously. Since neither of you said it counts, let's have a fight. Whoever wins counts. As soon as the words fell, Ruan Yu directly threw out her vines and smacked He-Wen in the face. Although He-Wen reacted quickly, a little bit of flesh foam still hung from the vine's barbs. Xie Xingzhou launched an attack almost at the same time as Ruan. The fireballs were accompanied by wind blades, and the clothes of the alien who didn't react in time caught on. Ruan Yu gave him an appreciative look. Indeed a good hand at fanning the flames. After all, He-Wen was a fourth-order alien. Reacted in time and immediately struck a thunderbolt towards Ruan Yu. But fortunately, Ruan Yu reacted quickly to see the purple body and dodged it. Seeing this, Xie Xingzhou took the initiative to fight against He-Wen, as well as several third-ranked alien. And although he didn't say anything, He-Wen felt that he had been insulted. Obsidian ran straight to the bridge, and not knowing what he was gesticulating to the two golden tapers, the two actually rushed out together to attack the shifter. Black Obsidian also turned into a prototype and looked at Ruan Yu with a smug look on his face. Ruan Yu helplessly propped up his forehead. This price is probably for her to bear again. More than 100 psychics. In the end, were not as capable of fighting as the hundreds of zombies in the military base, and they were all trampled under their feet in half an hour. Seeing that the situation was not right, Li Wan turned around and tried to run, and was directly slapped back by Black Obsidian with a claw. The two golden tapers were quite measured and went back to sitting after the fight, looking like it was none of my business. Ruan Yu mended the ones in the circle one by one, and in the end, Lindong, he won. Li Wan, and the one who said he wanted to change the pork were left. Xie Xingzhou kicked the people to a piece. Don't leave them alive this time. Such a big news knower should be killed all. Including you? Xie Xingzhou also really pondered for a while. This time he said, we are now tied together and my battle power is still good. There is no need for this. It's not too late to kill when we have a conflict. For a moment Ruan Yu didn't know how to answer. No, his own life is seen so casually? Lazily ignoring him, he picked up the knife and slapped Lindong's face. Didn't your baby tell you about my battle power? Lindong was in so much pain that he could not speak, but Ruan Yu also stepped on the gaping hole in his thigh where a large piece of flesh was missing. Seeing that Lindong only knew how to scream blindly, Ruan Yu shifted her target and looked down at Li Wan, who did not put in any effort but only received a light slap. I didn't mean to. He would have killed me if I hadn't told him. I couldn't help it. You're the one who saved me, so you're responsible to the end. Or else how did I end up in this situation? It's all your fault. Why don't you take responsibility to the end if you're saving people? Ruan Yu rubbed her ears and looked at her with amusement. You have psychic powers if I remember correctly. Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Li Wan's eyes became even more resentful. You knew that I had powers. Why didn't you bring me along? How is my power psychic ability as powerful as your vines? Is there any difference? Because you're a waste of space. Those in the base who haven't awakened their powers know how to desperately kill zombies, while you'll just sit back and enjoy the ride. So no matter what powers you've awakened, you'll only be able to climb over others. So why should I bring a liability? Ruan Yu looked at her and despised from the bottom of her heart. In her last life she was still just a small auxiliary able to go up to kill zombies. She just won't be infected. It doesn't mean that the zombies won't gnaw on her flesh. Counting in fact, she hasn't been scratched by a zombie, in addition to being launched by white tea to block the knife. For those who couldn't be reasoned with, Nguyen Ngoc's hand was still very dry, a knife ahead, and walked towards the next person. You're talking about trading second-order crystals for my pork? But I see that you're a third-order alien. So how can you have the nerve to trade second-order crystal and cores with me for something? Feeling the cold touch on his neck, the man trembled even more. Don't kill me. I mean no harm. I just want to exchange some supplies. Yeah? Is this your first day living in the end times? Who changes supplies would say that in front of so many people? A knife to seal the throat directly toward He Wen. Xiexingzhou looked at Ruan Yu's so dry approach, subconsciously touching the neck. It was true, or he had been locked up by the Qingqing base for a long time. That delicate and weak sister was actually so ferocious. He Wen, do you think your sister-in-law knows that you drugged her and killed her son? How did you know? He Man held his breath and looked at Ruan Yu with anger in his eyes. Of course it was popped when your sister-in-law killed you in the last life. And I don't know if your sister-in-law can stand her ground when you GA so early. Just ask when you fight the black and white irregulars. After saying that, Ruan Yu directly cut off the person's head. There is no way that this person has pitted her once in her previous life. Since she has met it, then she should send it away earlier. Turning his head to look at Xiexingzhou was hugging Black Yao. Why are you hiding so far away? Xiexingzhou gave Ruan Yu a wimpy look. If you kill Red Eye, hide away and run fast. Ruan Yu raised her knife and glared at him, looking behind her to the two gold tapers. Black Obsidian, get over here. Say, what kind of deal did you make? Chapter 41 Botanical Gardens 5. Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Black Obsidian's two front paws clutched his head towards Xiexingzhou's arms, and Ruan Yu's eyes looked over with mischief. Xiexingzhou looked at Ruan Yu, and then looked at the big black ball that was burrowing into his arms, and very sensibly placed Black Obsidian on the ground in front of Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu grabbed Black Yao by the ear. Say it, if it's too much it'll come out of your rations. Meow. Don't. I was wrong. Black Obsidian plowed the ground with a sheepish look on his face, and eventually succumbed to Ruan Yu's intimidating pressure. Meow. With a flurry of beast language and Black Obsidian jumping around and gesticulating, Ruan Yu probably understood. Xiexingzhou was confused and looked at Ruan Yu. What is it saying? It says you're a traitor and won't give you the fruit next time you find it. Xiexingzhou, that's not you being too fierce. Ruan Yu walked to the two tigers and took out the whole pig that had been gutted, rinsed the knife with water and casually chopped a few pieces before throwing them to the two tigers. Turning to Obsidian, you're out of rations for 3 days. Seeing the whole pig, Xiexingzhou's eyes lit up, and he was very sensible and didn't ask. Turning around to search the corpse on the ground. Not all alien squads had space aliens. Most of them still didn't, and with such a disgusting auxiliary alien power that he had just heard about, it was expected that many squads would carry some of their supplies on them in order to protect their space aliens. Xiexingzhou rummaged around and only found 5 loaves of bread and 5 boxes of cookies, and saw a backpack excitedly rushing over. As soon as he opened it, the smile at the corner of Xiexingzhou's mouth tightened and he awkwardly looked at Ruan Yu. Do you want to accept this thing? What? Nguyen Ngoc walked over with a puzzled look on his face. Nice guy. A backpack only half full of little umbrellas. Ruan Yu was silent for a good while and put the things away into the space. In her last life she remembered that a big man who was a gangster had opened a trading market that was powerful, but neutral and did not participate in any struggles between the bases. That kind of stuff is kind of a steal there, and while there's no shortage of supplies, no one would mind having a lot of supplies. Ruan Yu said with a straight face and a very serious face. Put it away. You can exchange it for supplies later. Xiexingzhou, who had been thinking a little too much, somewhat doubted himself. Was he too nasty? You have the space, you say. After saying this, Xiexingzhou turned around and continued to turn over the corpses. 2 short knives. Xiexingzhou put away himself. Bread, cookies, cigarettes and so on to Ruan Yu. You don't smoke? Good men don't smoke. Ruan Yu gave him a blank look. Just as the 2 golden gradient layers had also finished their pork. Ruan Yu walked over. Finished eating as well. Can you let us pass? The two big ones only shook their heads and nodded. And Gwynnock looked at Obsidian with a confused look on his face. Black Obsidian sheepishly arched at Ruan Yu's feet, with a few pleasing touches on his furry face. Obsidian immediately reached out his paw and pointed at the creek, and then at his mouth. Ruan Yu reached out and rubbed Black Obsidian fiercely for a moment before taking out a large basin, filling it with spring water, and handing it to the two golden gradient layers. Xie came over. Is there anything special about this water? Ruan Yu looked at him with an inscrutable face and spat out two words. Guess. Xie, it's his fault for talking too much. Is this something to be inquired about? The two golden tapers looked as if they had been drinking and eating, naturally making way, and Ruan Yu walked over and didn't forget to reach out and touch a tiger's head. Given the plant's malice towards humans, Gwynnock controlled the vines to fill a cup of water and pour it on the roots of the large tree as he walked towards it. Watching the large tree shake its crown, Ruan Yu was relieved to walk over to it. Let's go. It's fine. Reaching out to greet Xie over. So many fruits. At least 200 to 300 of them. Isn't it bad to pick them all? Those two tigers guarding this place definitely want to eat this fruit as well. I'm afraid it's not good to walk out after picking them all. Xie stroked his chin with a thoughtful look. Then it's good to pick half of it. And by the way, give this tree all the crystal cores you collected before. Ruan Yu took out 2 large pots filled with water, and took out a large bag of crystal cores, roughly 100 or so, and distributed them to Black Yao and Xie. You too, go bury these crystals in the dirt. Spread them out a bit. Good. Xie took the crystal core with one hand and didn't forget to lift the back of Black Obsidian's neck. No slacking off. Black Obsidian turned his head to look at Ruan Yu, then looked at Xie who was lifting it, and resignedly stretched out his paws and claws to start digging the ground. Ruan Yu controlled the vines to water the big tree with a relaxed face, and the little rose directly wrapped around the tree trunk to rub against it after watering. After a strange exchange, the large tree reached out its branches to fill both of the large pots Gwynnock had placed on the ground with fruit. Ruan Yu looked up at the canopy and then at the 2 large pots on the ground, which the tree had volunteered for, not for her to grab. When Xie brought Black Yao over, he saw 10 or so fruits of not so good quality hanging sporadically on the tree canopy, as well as 2 large pots of fruits on the ground. You're not going to rob the big tree, are you? Am I that immoral? It's a gift from someone's big tree. Xie smiled and silently spat in his heart. You are. Looking at the roses wrapped around the big tree, he said with a sudden realization. So it was the little roses that were made to sell their color in exchange. Ruan Yu glanced at him unkindly. She kind of knew what it meant to say that a dog's mouth couldn't spit out ivory. Shut up if you can't talk. Another large pot of water was poured to the big tree, which then put away all the mutated fruits and threw 2 to Xie to take and feed to Black Obsidian. The little rose rubbed against the big tree and very quickly returned to Ruan Yu, who didn't forget to feed the 2 golden tapers as she walked across the small bridge. Xie was so playful that he picked up the mutant fruits and threw them to the 2 tigers like walking a dog. The 2 tigers looked like they dared to be angry. Ruan Yu felt that if Xie finished feeding the fruits in his hand, the 2 tigers would directly pounce at him. Ruan Yu, do you think these 2 eat crystal cores? Ruan Yu thought for a moment before saying, they should eat it. If there are fruits, they will definitely prioritize the fruits. As he spoke he also looked at Black Obsidian who was stealing the fruit. Xie laughed. We took all the fruits. Won't we compensate them a little? Looking at the somewhat familiar bad smile, Ruan Yu subconsciously shivered, a bellyful of bad water, and took a small bag of crystal cores to him. She heard it. Several shifter squads heading this way. It was better to pit someone else if you could. As for the corpses on the ground, when Ruan Yu and the girls crossed the bridge, they were divided up by the mutant plants over here, and if you look closely, you might be able to see some clothes with blood under some small shrubs next to them. Not much use alive. Dead as fertilizer is good. At least mutant plants are reasonable. As Xie threw the last 2 crystal cores to the 2 tigers, a few squads finally walked over. What did Brother Xie take to feed the tiger? Chapter 42 Botanical Garden 6. Hearing the sound, Xie, Ruan Yu and the 2 of them looked up at the same time. So it's Captain G. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Xie politely picked up the conversation and looked towards the several people in Ji Chu who were in a state of disarray, as well as Zhang Yu who was also there. These mutant plants were too kind. He thought he would never see these guys again in his life, even though he was in a sorry state. Ji Chu's face was piled with smiles. Brother Xie hasn't said what he fed the tiger with yet? Xie sighed helplessly. What else can it be? Of course it's the crystal cores. We came a little earlier and it was only because the other team told us to take the crystal cores and feed them that they let us go over to pick the mutant fruits. Each person can only pick one at a time. Pointing to the blood on the ground again. See that? That's what the people who tried to break in hard left behind. And as for the bodies, See those little bushes? The clothes on the ground are the ones left behind by those who tried to break in hard. And the saplings over there. There. Xiaxingzhou pointed to several places in a row to prove that he wasn't lying, shaking the empty bag in his hand. Of course I wanted to feed a little bit of crystal cores to make the two tigers let me through. Who knew that they were so good at eating? All of my crystal cores were eaten by them. And they still won't let me through. Ruanyu also had a helpless and pitying look on her face. A look of heartache that I paid so many crystals and ended up getting nothing. The two tigers licked their paws and stared at the later dozen or so. A little chunk of meat still hanging from their unceremoniously leaking teeth. The others weren't sure, but Ji-Chu's few people believed most of it. On the contrary, there were other experienced people who directly opened their mouths to question. Kid, you're not lying? Then shook the machete in his hand. The machete in my hand can't tolerate a liar. The 5 big and 3 thick figure, with Zhang Fei's same beard, holding a machete, is still very shocking to the general public. But for Xiaxingzhou, there was no threat. He hadn't encountered many of them during his previous missions. And this kind of people tended to die the fastest because of the relative simplicity of their minds. This big brother. If you don't believe me, you can feed some crystal cores to try. Anyway, I gave them all my crystal cores. Xiaxingzhou spread his hands with a disinterested face and said that he didn't have a crystal core anyway. Most people who had been able to hang out in the post-apocalyptic world for so long had their own judgment. And the other team that had followed them had already begun feeding the tiger as they spoke. After feeding about a couple dozen of them, and seeing that they didn't have much left in stock, the two tigers nodded their noble heads once more, making way for a gap just big enough for one person to pass through. That small group instantly perked up and lined up ready to go through. Plants and animals were generally very trustworthy, unlike people, and thus a few passed through quickly. The people in the small group seemed to be very experienced, and directly buried the rest of their crystal cores under the big tree. The big tree shook its crown and gave them a fruit each before waving a branch for them to leave. A few people were not greedy, and one took a fruit and left. Seeing that someone had succeeded, the one with the machete stopped talking and turned his head to discuss with his teammates, and Ji-Chu and the others were similarly discussing. Ruanyu raised an eyebrow at Xiaxingzhou. I didn't see it. Quite good at it. You're not so bad. The two of them chatted in whispers. There had only been a dozen of these fruits. Now there were 9 left, and 3 squads, but there were 18 people here excluding the 2 of them. Let's not watch this hilarity, Ruanyu said with her chin propped up. Although she loved to gossip, she was still able to distinguish between those that could be watched and those that couldn't. These 3 squads were all about the same strength, so if they fought they would definitely attract a lot of people. So they would take this time to look for mutant fruits elsewhere. Then why don't you get out of here? The two had walked quietly for a while they were talking. Xiaxingzhou looked sideways at Ruanyu. Back to a city now? There's no hurry to go back after collecting the supplies. Besides, haven't you and my brother agreed on a time? How can we come to D City and not collect more things? Not to mention that with a botanical garden this big, there's bound to be other goodies. After saying this, Ruanyu reached out and poked Obsidian, who was lying in Xiaxingzhou's arms. Hurry up and point the way. I'll give you extra food tonight. Anyway, now that I know the news of my brother, it never hurts to save more. Wait until the winter is 20 degrees below zero. Is it not good to lie at ease? Hearing Ruanyu's words, Black Yao's originally squinted eyes instantly opened, and Xiaxingzhou nodded his head with an amused face as he looked at this man in leopard. Who would have thought that such a docile kitten would actually be a large black panther? But seeing as Ruanyu was so ferocious, it wasn't surprising that he was able to take it in. Hearing the extra meal, Black Obsidian twitched his nose and lifted his paw to point in a direction. And even though it was the end of the world, Ruanyu and the two of them took the concrete path and didn't dare to cross over the lawn. After all, who knows whose seedlings will be stepped on when this foot goes down? And then being chased by a large group of plants is quite scary to think about. It did not take long for the two to walk to a small pavilion. Outside the pond is a large area of lotus leaves interspersed with a number of lotus seed pods in the gap. It's August, when the lotus is in full bloom, but the rosettes are some distance away from the shore, and there are a lot of people standing on the shore, all of them watching and none of them going down to pick them. Xiaxingzhou stopped. This is for us to pick lotus flowers? Ruanyu looked around before he answered. There really aren't any other fruits around here besides the lotus seed pods. But how come no one went down there with so many people? And boats? It was a good question. And Xiaxingzhou couldn't think of why for a moment. Let's walk over and take a look. 2 more? Are all young people so crazy nowadays? 2 people and they dare to come out? Who knows? Maybe people are strong and not afraid of us crooked people. Okay, stop. People are coming over. When the two of them approached, the people who were still whispering instantly quieted down. Ruanyu was a little confused. Was she that scary? Looked down at his own clothes, and then looked at Xiaxingzhou's. In addition to a bit of blood, there is no problem. The end of the world who clothes do not have a bit of blood ah. Xiaxingzhou touched out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to a kind-looking uncle. Uncle, how long have you been standing here, and how come no one has gone down to pick the rosettes? Looking at a box full of cigarettes in his hand, the uncle, who was already kind, looked even more amiable. We haven't been here for long. It's just that everyone doesn't dare to go down there. In case there's something in the water that attacks the boat, then aren't we sending food to the door? Then pointing to a squad not far away. Those are early. You can ask around. With that said, he took his cigarette and walked over toward his companion. Ruanyu walked next to Xiaxingzhou. Wasted supplies again. Right. Didn't ask anything. I thought he would say that there was something in the water, but it turned out that he also added a sentence of what if. As for going to ask the others, Nguyen Nak selectively ignored them. If they could ask them, would everyone still be standing here? It was recovered from the group before. We are not that bad. What is your solution? At least they have known each other for many years. As soon as Ruanyu opened her mouth, Xiaxingzhou knew she had a solution. Ruanyu didn't answer, just pointed to a step. There's no one over there. Let's go over there. Xiaxingzhou looked at the past. The furthest away, of course, no one. And that side of the riverbank is also the highest. Glancing at the little rose lying on Ruanyu's shoulder, Xiaxingzhou instantly understood. Only that it was not good to get out of it when seen by the others, right? Working for someone else. Nguyen Nak definitely wouldn't do it. And besides, if it was all gotten by Little Rose, wouldn't that mean she got it? Then it's hers. Xiaxingzhou quickly followed. It's almost dark. Why don't we wait? Chapter 43 The Lotus Pond. Ruanyu found a position to stand. Of course we have to wait a bit now take the lotus flower is a living target. Waiting dryly was a bit boring. Ruanyu took out 2 bunches of grapes, 2 packages of jerky, and divided half of them to Xiaxingzhou. What do you think is in this water? Why is everyone so scared? Xiaxingzhou very naturally took the grapes handed over by Ruanyu and tasted them. They were very sweet, not much different from those fruits before the end of the world, but after the end of the world they were hard to find. I don't know, but there are usually toads and frogs and such in these ponds, I guess, so I don't know if this large botanical garden would have any. Ruanyu nodded. That's true, but all the critters are mutated now. Right. I wonder what a half-meter long toad looks like. Xiaxingzhou looked at her with some horror. A half-meter long ugly thing? You're still looking forward to it? Ruanyu tilted her head to imagine that image. A group of half-meter long ugly toads, jumping and chasing after them, and couldn't help but shiver. Better not. Let's wait until we're gone before jumping out. Summer is indeed different, and now at 7 o'clock it doesn't look like it's going to get dark at all. Ruanyu was bored and looked over towards the opposite side. There was another group of people coming. 4 men and 3 women. Looking at everyone just gathered around and watched, so she casually found a spot in the corner. A somewhat cute-looking girl took out her cooking tools and another woman who looked to be in her 30s started to cook. The clatter of choppers and chopping boards was accompanied by hot oil, and in no time at all 2 small stir-fries were served. The people around them hadn't had a meal like this in I don't know how long, and one by one they stared and gulped at the small stir-fry on the small table. After stir-frying 2 more green dishes, the cute girl brought over a pot of processed fish, and Nguyen Nak's eyes were sharp enough to see that there was still sauerkraut on the chopping board, so she probably knew what kind of fish she was going to make. After looking at it for a few moments, Ruanyu stopped paying attention to it. Nowadays many space aliens didn't dare to expose themselves freely. This group seemed to be a bit high profile, but I think they should be very strong, and judging by their skillfulness, this is definitely not the first time. Seeing Xiaxingzhou keep staring over there, Ruanyu patted him. What? Want to eat? Yeah, I want to eat it. If I hadn't just eaten it the day before I'd want to pounce on it. I should have made more yesterday to put in your space. Where's the early realization that you, a wanted criminal, still dare to be so high profile? Ruanyu mercilessly hit him, but thinking about it he really couldn't eat these things in Qingqing base. After all, it would be nice for an experimental subject to come out alive. She remembered that she still had dumplings in her space, and her consciousness probed into her space to see that there were still the last 2 boxes left. Nguyen Nak took it and handed it to him. Here, eat quickly while no one is paying attention to us. Seeing the dumplings, Xiaxingzhou hurriedly reached out and took them. Looking at her with a happy face, you still saved dumplings or boiled Looking around, this opened the box. Take out? Nguyen Nak nodded. Well, take out ordered before the end of the world. Open the box. Xiaxingzhou first handed to Ruanyu. Just ate a large bunch of grapes. Ruanyu only ate 5.20 a box of dumplings. The rest of the whole by Xiaxingzhou finished. Watching Xiaxingzhou finish eating, Ruanyu then pointed to the box of dumplings and said, the last 2 boxes. When you go back to a city you have to pack more to return to me. Xiaxingzhou had a satisfied face and even burped. No problem. As long as there are materials, brother will give you a package for life. After a few moments of small talk, it finally got dark. Quack! Ruanyu immediately looked at Xiexingzhou. Did you hear that? Xiexingzhou nodded. No second frogs were heard around except for a few small groups whispering and gossiping. Ruanyu directly controlled the vines to quickly and carefully roll a few rosettes back. As the vines came back, Ruanyu clearly felt that the vines shook twice, and there was a little bit of blood on the barbs. Something is attacking the vines. See what it is? Nguyen-nak looked at him with an expression of what the hell are you talking about? Didn't react for a moment. Xiexingzhou rubbed his nose in embarrassment before reacting that Ruanyu wouldn't have said that something attacked the vines if she had seen it. This time Ruanyu released 2 vines at the same time, entangling them together and releasing them, and separating them when retrieving them, resulting in both vines receiving an attack that was stronger than the first time. After rolling a dozen or so rosettes twice, Nguyen-nak decided to call it quits. Let's go. I feel like something in the pond is going to jump out. The two walked side by side toward the way they came, and just as they reached the opposite bank, the same kind-faced uncle from before came up to strike up a conversation. Brother, leaving so soon? Xiexingzhou turned his head to look at that uncle and honestly said, my sister is a bit timid. Just now she heard a frog call and got scared. There must be more than one frog in such a big pond. Then she scared herself. Ruanyu lowered her head and reached out to tug on the corner of Xiexingzhou's coat in a manner that I am afraid to hurry up and leave. The uncle smiled. 2 less people competing is of course good. I'm afraid they don't have the life to walk out. Then brother, you guys go slowly. Who knows that Ruanyu and the 2 of them had just taken a few steps when toads jumped out on the pond, interspersed with some frogs. Come on. The ugly thing jumped out. Hearing Xiexingzhou's words, Ruanyu looked back. Good guy, 1/2 meter long toad. It was already ugly. Now it was big and ugly. It looked a bit hideous under the sporadic light at night. It's a good thing the guys stayed up. They saw something come ashore and immediately called out, get up. Some mangy treasure jumped out. Holy, is mange this big? Don't worry about it for now. Hurry up and hit them. Be careful, their urine is poisonous. Don't get sprayed. The person who spoke happened to catch a glimpse of a man who had been sprayed with urine by a toad and collapsed on the ground. Watch out for their tongues. These ugly things have poison on their tongues too. Can you guys cut the crap? Can't you see these ugly things are getting worse? I don't know who. Seeing Ruanyu, Xiexingzhou immediately ran away quickly, directly shot a toad in front of them. Those 2 over there, how can they run away from the battle? They're all survivors. They share the same burden. Several people followed suit, slapping toads over toward Nguyen-nak and the others. Black Obsidian didn't want to work, so he relied on Xiexingzhou. Ruanyu had to control the vines, stirring the heads of all those toads in front of him, and if some of them had crystal cores, he controlled the vines to collect them. Now that the vines didn't have as much of a need for crystal cores, most of the time they would leave a little bit of crystal cores for Ruanyu. The 2 clearly didn't want to get involved in the fight, so they stood still and waited for the others to slap the toad over for the crystals. For a while the toads coming out of the pond were a lot less. Ruanyu took out 2 night vision goggles, and only then could he see that the squad that the uncle had said was the first one to come before, pushed an assault boat down to the pond, quickly rushing to the lotus bushes. One man picks the lotus flower while the rest attack the toad. These people are quite smart, knowing to let the others attract the toads. Originally, these toads were going to come out at night to forage for food, and now that they were being attacked by so many people, there definitely wasn't much left in the pond. No wonder they waited until evening. I just wonder if they told the group that was attracting the toads. Seeing that group of people come back holding a large handful of lotus pods, Xiexingzhou said mockingly, they're not the only ones who are smart. Chapter 44, The Lotus Pond 2. Nguyen-nak looked over with some confusion. Several squads had only 2 men driving away the nearby toads. The rest were perking up and staring at the punch bowl in the pond. She was the one who was shallow. What does that have to do with us? We're not robbing them. Dividing the lotus flower has nothing to do with us. But hitting the toad definitely has to pull us down. Xiexingzhou explained with an indifferent face. After the submarine returned to shore, the toads reacted and all retreated back into the water. Watching Ruanyu tsk, it's really worthy of being a mutated animal. It's actually grown a brain. But is that just a little bit of rosette enough to share? The punch bowl looked to be full, but the toads left in the pond weren't weak, and after picking 3 dozen or so, the group made their way back to shore. Just back to the shore, the people who just hit the toad all gathered around. Brothers, a bit unkind, let us attract fire. The benefits are for you to take. Ruanyu, 2 people looked at each other, also walked over to watch the fun. How to say they also counted effort. It was the few with the punch bowl who were less than thrilled. This sort of thing was supposed to be every man for himself, and they had been attacked by a number of toads in the water. It's just a matter of everyone doing their own thing, and besides, you guys could have done that. Those people were instantly offended. Bull *******. If we hadn't attracted the toads, you guys could have gotten in the water. And now that the toads aren't coming out, how do you expect us to pick them again? This is your own business, not mine. Ruan Yu Xiexingzhou glanced at each other and tacitly stepped back. It seems that it is going to fight. Hey, why are you two running away again? You all put in your efforts just now, and now you're not going to stay and share something? Xiexingzhou had a fake smile on his face. You were the one who beat the toad over just now, right? Yeah, so what? The man looked at Xiexingzhou with an arrogant face. We have no intention of competing with each other. It's useless even if you pull us down. Xiexingzhou was still kind enough to say. Besides, 2 less people won't have any effect on you guys. You're overthinking it. You haven't gotten anything. What if you go out and tell the rest of the squad? Either take the rosette and go, then stay here. Nguyen Ngoc was a bit speechless by this. But what exactly did this lotus flower do? Xiexingzhou also understood that the lotus seed pod must have some other function, but did not say anything. This mutated lotus seed is nothing more than a cure for zombie poison. But, I think he heard people coming around, and there were quite a few of them. Seeing that Xiexingzhou both do not go, that person also went back. But there are still people around who look over from time to time. It seems that they cannot go. The fight continued on that side of the room, and the talk started to come to blows. You guys have picked so many. There are only about 10 squads here. 2 for 1 squad is still too much? Won't you continue to pick them when they're gone? Hearing this, Ruan Yu even made it a point to count around. Excluding the 2 of them, there were 18 other squads here, some with a dozen or so people, some ranging from 5 or 6, but all share 2 rosettes seems to be excessive. A dozen is not enough to share. 2 5 or 6 people in the squad and a little bit take advantage of it. That squad had 8 of their own, and if they split them up like that they might not have any themselves. The pond is full of leering toads that simply won't come out now, so it's safe to say there's no chance of picking again. Then why don't you go and pick it yourselves, and the punch bowl will send you down. You've all gone down once to offend the toads. What's the peace of mind in letting us go down? It's you who have to go down. In a stalemate, that squad of spatial adepts directly put away all the rosettes, and each took out their weapons in preparation for battle. Some of the other weak squads also went first, but they were all stopped. Ruan Yu frowned. Who are these people surrounding behind them? Xiexingzhou felt it for a moment before he said, it might be from Qingqing base. Glancing at Ruan Yu's expression he knew what she was going to say and hurriedly explained. Not the wave that chased me. These are probably out looking for supplies, and mutant fruits. Ruan Yu looked at him sideways. She hadn't been here in her last life. She didn't know if anyone from the Qingqing base had come. All she knew was that there was no antidote to the zombie virus that had been passed out when she died either. So they take away the lotus seeds to be able to research an antidote to zombie poison? Xiexingzhou sneered. If you are a wandering soldier like these people, then surely you can't study it. If you are a senior member of the Qingqing base, then naturally you know that they can study it. Ruan Yu nodded in agreement. The words were right. In her last life she was in the lab for half a month. Those people would only experiment on her to upgrade her powers. Ordinary people were prone to self-detonation. But she had healing powers. She was simply the perfect experiment subject. If it's all made public, how can those in power at the base? How can they buy people's hearts with supplies? How can they still be in power? Xiexingzhou gave Ruan Yu an appreciative glance. Not too stupid. Giving Xiexingzhou an unkind look, Ruan Yu continued to pursue. Then are any of the 18 squads here from the Qingqing base? There, look at those hugging groups. Basically all of them are from the same base. And the Qingqing base is self-conscious of its superiority, with a little contempt in their eyes to a greater or lesser extent. Xiexingzhou quietly pointed a direction with his hand and whispered in a low voice. They've heard of me. They haven't seen me. It's normal that they don't recognize me this late at night. Nguyen Ngoc was silent. She wanted to ask this just now. It was not her style to sit back and wait for death. While chatting with Xiexingzhou, she controlled the vines to burrow into the ground. Hundreds of tiny vines, slowly drilling towards the feet of the people who had quietly gathered nearby. With a glance at the noisy, fighting crowd, all the vines wrapped together towards those people's ankles and wrists. Ah, it was a good ambush. But now they're all jumping out en masse. What man? The group of people who had been fighting immediately paused and looked towards the people who had suddenly appeared around them. Only those people from Qingqing base were a bit confused. Hadn't they agreed to wait until they were both defeated before coming out? How did the plan advance? The people present were not cuties. Naturally, they knew that someone wanted to reap the benefits, and the group of people who were still hostile originally leaned together to defend the surrounding area, with only a few squads from the Qingqing base still standing in place. It's you guys? That kindly uncle was also one of them, and didn't get angry when he saw someone questioning him. Didn't you all say that just now? Take something each according to their ability. This is what we have. Nearly 50 uniformed men had guns in their hands. Their blackened muzzles pointed straight at the crowd. Xiexingzhou came to Ruan Yu's ear and whispered, "This isn't the pre-apocalyptic army. It's the post-apocalyptic Qingqing base itself that was formed. They will only carry out the mission. They don't talk about feelings." Ruan Yu nodded with seeming understanding. "Everything is changed in the end times. Do you think they will blow up all the pawns and kill us in the process to silence us? So that no one will know who actually took these lotus seeds that can cure poison?" Chapter 45, Old Acquaintance Fenglan. It's not impossible. There weren't many good people in the world to begin with. And just now there was actually someone who had asked them to stay behind and share the lotus flower. And now it seemed like they were trying to silence them before they could do so. Ruan Yu shrugged indifferently. The sky collapsed with a tall man on top. Anyway, she and Xiexingzhou is a make-up the number. I would have known that the collection of the lotus seed pods will hurry to run away. Shouldn't be able to get away though. There's someone watching every step they take. Even when they're fighting the toads, they're watching to see who's trying to run. So now it's just a matter of hanging around and seeing when they fight? Xiexingzhou rubbed his chin. It can only be this way. If he ran at this time, he would probably be everyone's public enemy. Ruan Yu lifted Obsidian into a hug and looked at the group with some anticipation, silently wondering why they weren't fighting yet. Suddenly a leader came over with a gun. "Long time no see, Colonel Xie?" Ruan Yu subconsciously wanted to walk away, but thinking about it as if it was useless, she could only glare at Xiexingzhou. "Where did this come from when we said no one knew you?" The slap in the face came too fast. Xiexingzhou did not know what to say. Hell knows that Qingqing base would actually send Fenglan out. Coincidentally so many people. He is the only one who knows himself. It hasn't been long and it was only at your father's funeral. Ruan Yu's eyes were filled with the fire of thick gossip, and her eyes couldn't stop glancing at the two. Fenglan's face, which was originally hung with a fake smile, suddenly became expressionless, except that he couldn't tell if his face had darkened in the middle of the night. Looked at Xiexingzhou. Eyes hate to eat him. His father is how to die. This person heart does not count? If it wasn't for Xiexingzhou's unwillingness to go up and block the knife for his father, would his father have died? Colonel Xie has a good memory. Xiexingzhou locked eyes with it and did not back down. He was also a human being moreover. If it wasn't for Fenglan's father's messy orders, their teammates wouldn't have died in order to save a good-for-nothing bare child. And not only did those who were saved not appreciate it, but they felt that they had given too little. A pampered young master. How do they know how hard they work? Even if they know it, probably think it's what they should do. It's not good. It's just a little better than you. After all, I've been out of the military for a long time. The two of them confronted each other for a moment before Fenglan's eyes shifted to Ruan Yu. Feeling the sight on her body, Ruan Yu was confused for a moment. How this fire shouldn't have burned to her head. This young lady looks a bit familiar, quite similar to Ruan Yen. Fenglan's tone was playful, her unsuspecting eyes unabashedly sizing up Ruan Yu. Seeing that Xiexingzhou's expression didn't change much, he blurted out again in a sudden realization. "Oh, I remember. Isn't this the Ruan Yu with the healing powers?" Now all eyes were drawn to it. Healing powers? It's really something. You're silly. It must be true. If it wasn't, how could this news get out? So if we take this guy away, does that mean we never have to worry about getting infected by walkers again? Crap. Ruan Yu had a bashful face and a cold tone. "There's no need for you to tell me again. I know myself what my powers are, and talking like this makes you, who are already stupid, look even more stupid. Wouldn't your next line be, 'You can't get away. I've got my men all around'?" Silly. This person must have recognized himself at first glance, and the Qingqing base was going to arrest him. Even if it was the end of the world, how hard could it be to find a picture of himself? It's all about posturing. Stupid stuff. She now had some suspicions that when she and Xiexingzhou walked into the botanical gardens, these people had already followed them. And these people's psychic abilities should all be at the 3rd or 4th level. And being far away plus being able to camouflage caused them not to notice. Xiexingzhou didn't hold back his laughter for a moment. And Fenglan's already dark face was now so gloomy that it looked like a rainstorm was imminent. "If you want to fight, then fight. Cut the crap." Ruan Yu looked at them with contempt. Fenglan turned her head to look at the rest of the squad. "Friends, we are the researchers of Qingqing base. These two people are half-morning corpses and the other one has healing powers. If we have their help, then the potion to suppress the zombie virus will soon be available. I wonder if you friends can do us a favor. With the cure alien, these lotus seeds are just dispensable to the Qingqing base. On the one hand, the lotus seed that is going to be in his hand, naturally he can't spit it out, but then there are so many people grabbing it, not only will he be beaten up, but the lotus seed won't be able to get it either. They are not killing zombies every day, and not so easy to infect. Lotus is just prepared. Two unrelated people. For the good of Qingqing base, the guys are still divided. Immediately, someone came out to snort. This captain is overstating it. Since it's for the purpose of researching the antidote to the zombie virus, it's naturally everyone's responsibility. And we're naturally willing to help these two special aberrants voluntarily return to Qingqing base. We'd like to. So are we. The people who were originally still facing each other with swords drawn were now united in battle, with only the person who had picked the lotus seeds before stepping aside, as well as the squad that had been cooking before, which looked like none of them were going to participate. Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow at them. You guys are neutral? Feng Lan also looked over. Neutral is fine as long as he does not help Xie. Everything else is fine. What does the consequences after that have to do with him? Ruan Yu reached out and patted Xie. Hey, why do you think they chose to be neutral? Not afraid of being liquidated afterward? Xie looked at Ruan Yu and then at the dozen or so people on the side. You could have just asked them. Ruan Yu does not care. To put it nicely is neutral. To put it bluntly is that both sides do not want to offend. If there are benefits, no matter which side wins can rush to get a piece of the pie. How neutral is a world where you die? Poking Xie. How do you run? Xie thought very seriously. Put some smoke bomb tear gas? Although there are many of them, their strength is just that. How about you keep your voice down? I feel like knives are starting to shoot out of their eyes, especially the one that approached you to pull the strings in the first place. Then why are you so loud? I was afraid you wouldn't understand me without insulting the others. Xie, you are really a good hand at pulling hate. Breathlessly looking at Ruan Yu, he looked to the neutral group on the side. You guys fend for yourselves. Just finished. Ruan Yu threw 4 or 5 smoke bombs out. Buried vines broke out of the ground, swept down the people near the pond. Anyway, one draw cannot die. 2 people dodged. Directly draw people down with the ugly toad as a companion. A submachine gun was given to Xie, and Xie was not polite and directly swept up. Hearing the sound of gunshots, Feng Lan's furious voice rang out. Who told you to shoot? You're responsible for people dying. Then he pointed at a poison alien. None of them are allowed to shoot. You just released the poison. Hurry up. The man stammered a bit and said, Old boss, a healing shifter can't be beaten. And she can't be poisoned with poison. If you're told to use it, you use it. Where's the bull? Chapter 46. Upon hearing Feng Lan's words, the man had no choice but to release his poisonous alien ability, which was indistinguishable from his enemies. I wonder how many more antidotes I'll have to drink when I go back this time. Ruan Yu had run a distance, and when he heard Feng Lan's words about leaving people alive, he directly threw 2 grenades over, and for fear of not being able to throw them far, he even used vines to send them over. Hearing 2 thumps, Nguyen Nok smiled in satisfaction. As for the other alien squads, except for the ones in the pond, the rest of them ran straight away when Ruan Yu released the smoke bombs. They're not cuties. They're just talking. Believe it or not. Xie held the submachine gun in one hand and pulled Ruan Yu's wrist with the other. Run! The 2 of them didn't have time to care about the others. They directly ran towards the exit. Halfway there Xie stopped. Take the other side. Go over the wall and go out. Ruan Yu was a little puzzled in her heart, but immediately understood again. She said that those people in uniform were a little slow to overreact, so they were waiting here. If you rush right out, it wouldn't be a proper delivery of food to your door. Sure enough, just as Ruan Yu and the others ran, Feng Lan got up from the ground. All get up, quickly go to the door. The remaining squad from the base of Qingqing discussed how to pick the lotus flower. Xie took Ruan Yu. The 2 circled around for a long time, which led them to the back of the botanical garden. The fence is not very high. The 2 people directly rolled over and went up. It was a good thing there was a concrete highway outside the wall, and as for the back entrance to the botanical gardens, the 2 had never thought about it in the first place. Ruan Yu took out the Hummer and got into the driver's side himself, while Xie sat in the passenger side, holding his gun up from time to time to observe if there was anyone nearby. Luckily, the whole way had a scare because it was hard to read the road signs, and Ruan Yu didn't know where she drove to, and managed to stagger through the ambush on the road in D-City. It wasn't her fault that she didn't know the map, and she couldn't be blamed for not being able to see the road at night. Eventually the car somehow made it to a family's yard, and Nguyen Nok was a little confused. Xie lowered his head and smothered a smile. As long as you don't know the way, those ambushes won't be able to catch up with you. Ruan Yu glared at him. She just didn't know the map. She wasn't a roadie. 2 people get off the car and walk into the yard road of the 2-story building. There is nothing inside the house. The ground also accumulated a layer of dust. It looks like a long time no one lives. Just rest here for the night. Too lazy to clean the room. Xie nodded in agreement. If he continued to let Ruan Yu drive, he felt that he would not be able to find his way back tomorrow. Ruan Yu took out 2 large lazy sofas, one for each person. Xie could barely lie down and didn't really care. After sleeping for too long in the afternoon, Ruanyu was a little sleepless and turned her head to look at Xiexingzhou. How did you know they had an ambush at the door? The one in the lead is called Fenglan. I've known him for a long time. He's always been fond of making underhanded moves and is particularly shy about his life. So how could he have brought only 50 people out? In the past when he was at the base, he would bring at least 100 people with him every time he came out. And there was nothing the others could do if they had a problem with it. Who let his own father, Fengyu, die for the sake of saving people? For the sake of the Qingqing base. Hearing the mockery in Xiexingzhou's tone, Ruanyu became even more curious. Specifically, what does it have to do with you that his father died this way? Xiexingzhou was silent for a moment before continuing. It's nothing special. Fengyu has always been relatively neutral in the past, so Ruan Yan and I have more trust in them, and he has always done his best to complete the tasks he arranged. Until he arranged for us to storm a hospital full of zombies, and it was to save a bear who ran in there at his own peril. We didn't have powers back then, so 2 of our teammates died. After that we thought long and hard about all the things that had happened since the establishment of the castle base and decided to get out of the military. Then Fengyu changed. First tricked us into drinking the potion to awaken our powers. And after that, he kept hinting that the base people were using us for experiments. And during that time, he also let us carry out a lot of dangerous missions. And the reason for each time was that this was your last mission. Until we really didn't want to endure it, there was a zombie siege. And for the first time in as long as the Qingqing base has been established, there was an outbreak of a zombie siege without any warning. And the reason is the bear child that we saved. Our first reaction is to kill the bear child, but no one will not allow it. The bear child's parents are even slashing people with knives. Fengyu without supernatural powers was cut to death. And when he died, he looked at us with an unintentional smile. The ridiculous thing is that the base's researchers discovered the bear child's physique and promised a little favor. And the bear child was sold. And later it was rumored that Fengyu blocked the knife with his body in order to protect this bear child. Then later on, Fengyu died in order to protect the base. And the group of us who fought to the death became the culprits for failing to protect Fengyu. And in the end, we just rightly drew the ire of the public and entered the lab. Speaking of which, Xiexingzhou had some doubts that Fengyu was not ready to die at the beginning. And the Feng family did not suffer half a bit because of his death. Instead they became the guilty party because of this reason. Xiexingzhou's flat tone. Hearing Ruanyu's face was furious. Then what makes that Fenglan target you so much? Isn't that Fengyu already prepared and just waiting to die? Wasn't all that arranged for you to do just to make you angry and resentful? Xiexingzhou looked at the angry Ruanyu with amusement. We were thinking that way. We didn't realize that we woke up the next day and were sent to the lab. It was too late for us to run. You know what? There were over 100,000 people at the Qingqing base. Almost all of them came out and blocked the road to the base. And every one of us was carried in sober. Ruanyu was silent. It seemed like she was also carried in at that time in front of tens of thousands of people at the Qingqing base, and those who she had saved even visited her. At that time, a mutant vine in the base's research lab suddenly rioted, injuring many people, and many 6th and 7th order exalts were injured, not to mention ordinary people. In the end, she teamed up with an 8th order shifter, which killed the plant, and just before she got off the battlefield and had a chance to rest, those injured patients came begging for her treatment. Ms. Ruan, please, I only have this one son. My family is single for 3 generations. How can I live without him? Sister Ruan, can you save my father? Old voice, childish tone. Looking at the hopeful gazes of the crowd, she could only sigh helplessly. It's not that I'm not saving, it's that I'm also severely injured. So there's no way I can use my powers. Those people took quite a few more crystal cores out. Then you can absorb more crystal cores. So you can't use your powers? A whole bunch of red, green, and blue. Except for the white crystals. I can't absorb these crystal cores. If you don't want to be saved, just say so. How can there be someone as cold-blooded and heartless as you? At the time she thought they were over. But the next day the roads around her place were blocked. Ruanyu, you come out. Since your powers can't be used anymore, why don't you just go to the research institute and let those researchers study it? Maybe they can even research an antidote for the zombie virus. That's right. You're useless anyway, so why don't you contribute more? It was all old people and children, the young and strong hiding behind, and the first one to strike at her was a child of 8 or 9 years old, who took a dagger and plunged it hard into her chest. The wound wasn't deep or big, but it really hurt. She remembered now the cold hateful look in the little girl's eyes as her father had died of serious injuries from the mutated plant, and everyone blamed her for the deaths of those people. Those old people and children. Those familiar faces. In fact, they were all brought back on her mission after mission. Many of these people were found without a single spot intact on their bodies. But unfortunately, it seemed that everyone had forgotten who had brought them out of hell. It's all in the past. Now if you're strong enough, No one dares to force you. Ruan Yu then digressed. So is there any potion in the Qingqing base that can cure the zombie virus? I don't know. All I know is that the first walker that showed up scratched a professor, but he wasn't infected. And none of the people that came out of the institute have ever been infected. After Xie Xingzhou finished speaking, both of them fell silent. Not all of the lab mice died in the experiments, but more of those students who simply found it fun to try out all the weird and wonderful potions. So those mice died. Maybe the zombie virus was all researched by those people. The darkened room suddenly remembered such a sentence. Nguyen Nok said in a daze. Maybe. Let's go straight back to a city tomorrow. It's good to hide, so we can encounter a lot less trouble. Xie Xingzhou said this and didn't wait for Ruan Yu's reply. So he fell asleep. Having Obsidian on watch was quite reassuring. The next day, with the sky slightly white, the two men rose at the same time. Morning. Chapter 47, Dead. Ruan Yu put away the sofa and took out the toiletries from the space. And Xie Xingzhou naturally took them smoothly. The two of them washed up in a few moments. And Ruan Yu searched in the space and took 2 portions of kanji, as well as a few meat buns. Here, eat. It's all the takeout you ordered earlier. A trace of doubt flashed under Xie Xingzhou's eyes. How much takeout did you order? You stay out of the rich man's business. Ruan Yu glared at Xie Xingzhou. She felt that this person was getting more and more blind. It was good to have something to eat. If you don't want to eat, go chew your bread. I was wrong. My brain didn't catch up with my mouth. Xie Xingzhou was able to bend and immediately admit his mistake. After saying that, he hurriedly changed the topic again. Going back to a city today? Haven't you known Fenglan for a long time? Would he set an ambush on the road? Ruan Yu said in confusion. Normally shouldn't we hide for 2 days before going back? It would be bad luck to go back now in case you happen to bump into them. He's got a bit of a brain for sure to set up an ambush. So we'll take the back roads, not the highway. Xie Xingzhou explained that there must be an ambush. But as far as Fenglan's brain is concerned, it is estimated that he will only ambush on the main road, and may even ambush at the bridge. Take the trail as far as the river. You can't cross the river there. Anywhere you can get off that's a road. Alright then, as you wish. But do you know the way? Ruan Yu looked at him with some skepticism. How could he walk across this mountain village highway with no road signs and no people? Know the general direction. Just follow the road. You have to cross the river anyway. Just drive that way. Xie Xingzhou didn't have anything to worry about. They used to rely on their own positioning when they were on a mission. Hearing Xie Xingzhou say this, Ruan Yu did not care. At least the king of soldiers can still be trusted. But the bridge is broken and blown into several sections. Will Fenglan and the others go over there for supplies? That's not really clear. But he'll be hanging out at the B City C City base, I think. Hearing this, Ruan Yu's eyes widened as she looked at him. Then you're still talking about going back to a city. It's so close. How dangerous. He's not going to a city. Why? Xie Xingzhou's face quickly flashed a smirk. Looking at Ruan Yu's curious baby look, he kindly explained. Because there are a lot of people in a city. Although a lot of them were rescued. But how many people can be rescued by those few rescue vehicles? So now a city is actually the world of zombies. I also overheard before that Qingqing base sent a number of people there, and they were all wiped out. Ruan Yu was even more confused now. When did you hear about this? Just 10 days ago. I was still in a city at that time, and I lived in the center of town. And there were basically no walkers in that neighborhood. Okay? Xie Xingzhou gave her a meaningful look before saying, not everyone dares to kill zombies. Now those at the top of the ivory tower at the base. There are still quite a few who still scream when they see a zombie. There's none near you. Is there really none? Or have they all been cleaned up? Ruan Yu was a little embarrassed and laughed dryly. She did seem to forget that it was the fact that there were no zombies around her house. Not the fact that there were no zombies in a city. It was true that no one had ventured into a city in the last life. Because there were more zombies than in other cities. And they were still powerful. It's just kinda intriguing that the zombies seem to be more powerful when the virus outbreak in City A is so late. Looking at Xie Xingzhou, he changed the topic and said, so what? Let's hurry up and leave after eating. Seeing that Ruan Yu did not say, Xie Xingzhou also did not pursue the question. Directly get on the car. See Ruan Yu sit down. Directly start the car. Immediately stopped again. There doesn't seem to be much gas left. Did you collect the gasoline? Oh, there. The two of them got out of the car. Ruan Yu directly handed a big bucket of gasoline to Xie Xingzhou. Luckily she didn't forget to collect the oil jugs and buckets when she collected the supplies before. After filling up with gasoline, the two of them then started off. Looking at the somewhat new interior, Ruan Yu then remembered that her car was still parked in front of the botanical gardens. Somewhat grudgingly, he looked at Xie Xingzhou, the car at the entrance of the botanical garden. I didn't confiscate it into the space, though she had grabbed it at the gas station at the time. And then again, she had been driving it for quite a while. so it was cheap for those people. They were purchased for $0 anyway, so I'll just go back and get a couple more. You can't say it's Ruan Yen's. He only has 3 cars. I remember the license plate number. As for your car should not have this model. Xie Xingzhou has a face of I know what you are going to say, but I won't take it, so don't try to make me pay for it. Ruan Yu stopped talking and directly closed her eyes. She just wanted to find an excuse to pit Xie Xingzhou, but it seemed like she hadn't succeeded even once in all the time we've known each other. The country lanes and the mountain roads are not as bad as those strange and dangerous mountains, but it is a really bad feeling to be making turns all the way, drowsy all the way. Finally at 12 o'clock, Ruan Yu took the binoculars and saw the bridge from which he came. After observing a circle, there is nothing around, and cannot hide people. Xie Xingzhou said, want to come down to rest for a while? Good. Xie Xingzhou had been driving all morning and really should take a break. Do you still have takeout in your space? Ruan Yu looked at Xie Xingzhou. Yes, the night of the zombie outbreak. After ordering takeout for 2 hours, there's still half left, I think. Then you're quite capable of eating. Xie Xingzhou picked up on this in passing before reacting. So what brain reacts slowly? How do you order so much takeout? Nguyen Nok took a deep breath. Let's keep a small notebook first, and slowly settle the score when we get back. There's satisfaction to be gained from squandering money on a lost love. And I have money anyway. Ruan Yu said while taking out a grilled fish from the space, and 2 boxes of rice, looked at the milk tea without moving much, and took 2 cups of lemonade. Smelling the fragrance, Xie Xingzhou came over and took the lunchbox and put it on the front of the car to open it. And grilled fish. That's a great takeout order you've got there. Is there a barbecue? Ruan Yu gave him a blank look. You think you're ordering at a restaurant. It's good to have something to eat. While Xie Xingzhou was eating, he began to ask in a gossipy manner. What about that Su Xinhua? I've long been curious as to why you guys didn't go together. Without looking up, Nguyen Nok said. Dead. How did they die and where are they buried? For the first time, Ruan Yu felt a man gossiping, especially also gossiping about herself. In the grave, you think there? Oh, I heard Ruan Yan say that Su Yinji had another goddess. Did that one die? Ruan Yu was silent for a moment. She suddenly felt that the silent brother should have been brought down by this person. His brother would definitely not take the initiative to say anything. Dead and 2 buried together. Are you going to go burn 2 incense sticks? Nguyen Nok said with a disinterested face that when the time came to meet the person in person, he would simply say that they had swindled the corpse. If the end times hadn't come and gone, she'd be high and low on getting a death certificate for both of them. Chapter 48, just one turn? Xie Xingzhou ate the grilled fish and didn't forget to observe Ruan Yu's expression. And for the first time, he felt that the grilled fish tasted so fragrant. It's good to be dead. If not, I'd like to go up there and patch things up a bit. There's a chance. Ah, eat your food. Ruan Yu looked at Xie Xingzhou with an unkind face before this person honestly ate. For a moment Ruan Yu felt her ears clear and watched as Black Yao eyed her from the sidelines. Ruan Yu took several mutant fruits and a large piece of pork out, which made Black Obsidian happily jump on her and rub against her. After eating and resting for half an hour, Ruan Yu and the 2 of them then got into the car and set off. Should I drive? Ruan Yu looked at Xie Xingzhou and asked. Where's the sense in letting you drive when I'm around? Just sit tight. Opened it for you in case you get lost. Don't want to find your brother. But Nguyen Nok, she kind of knows what it means to have a dog's mouth spit out ivory. Who cares about driving like the dog made her drive last night? It looked close to the bridge, but it was actually still a 40-minute drive, which took us to the river. Ruan Yu directly collected the car and threw the punch boat to Xie Xingzhou. Where do I get off? Xie Xingzhou looked around and found a place that was relatively flat on both sides, and only then did he put down the charge. All the way was smooth. Ruan Yu too just went ashore to see the opposite side seems to be someone over. Poked Xie Xingzhou who was deflating. The person over there is a bit familiar. Saying that, he directly took out his binoculars and looked over. It's quite a coincidence. Aren't these the 2 squads that engaged in neutralization last night? Seeing Xie Xingzhou packing up, Ruan Yu directly collected the space and handed him the binoculars in passing. Xie Xingzhou took it and looked at it. It's still true, but these dozen people seem like scavengers, as if they're fleeing from a disaster. Nguyen laughed unkindly. We all ran away, so they're not just out of breath. It's someone's choice. There's nothing wrong with being neutral. Xie Xingzhou returned the binoculars to Ruan Yu after a few glances, and the 2 of them turned around and headed toward the road. Ruan Yu spoke with some disapproval. What's so good about neutrals? To put it bluntly, they're greedy for benefits from both sides and want to reap the benefits. Most of the antagonists are unevenly distributing the benefits, and the neutrals are just trying to keep it all to themselves. Xie Xingzhou thought about it as if it was true. If they lost both of them with Feng Lan and had no fighting power, would those 2 teams really turn around and leave without taking anything? Just like Feng Yu had always been neutral, but the 2 factions fighting, the one who profited the most was him. Now the only one who had the most say in Qingqing base was the Feng family. Instead, the two factions that had always been opposing each other fell short. They say they don't compete, but in reality, they don't see the fly in the ointment, and they keep looking for an opportunity to just open up a big bar. And you're right, there's no such thing as a neutral. It's just a way to get a bigger piece of the pie. But they do look pretty neutral now that they're half dead. Xie Xingzhou helplessly glanced at Ruan Yu, opened his mouth, and finally said nothing. Ruan Yu took out the car and the two of them got in before saying to Xie Xingzhou, "Go on a different road. There were a bunch of cars blocking the road on that road when I came." Xie Xingzhou naturally has no problem with it. Anyway, it is going back. Which way is the same? On the road. Ruan Yu continued to sleep. Xie Xingzhou drove silently, and suddenly a sharp brake. Ruan Yu was startled and almost jumped on the front window. What's wrong? Ruan Yu looked over with a sideways glance. Xie Xingzhou shouldn't have intentionally parked like this. There was a robbery. Xie Xingzhou lifted his chin, signaling Ruan Yu to look over. Ruan Yu looked up at the dozen or so pegboards on the already untidy road. The nails still a little reflective and looking like new. It's pretty neat. This robber should have OCD, but unfortunately doesn't have a cleanliness fetish. You're quite observant. Xie Xingzhou's tone was all helpless. What could he do? Not far away a dozen or so people walked over. Second-order psychics mostly, and the leader was a third-order psychic. Strongly built, with a somewhat intimidating look to his darker skin. He approached the car and knocked on the window. Xie Xingzhou rolled down the window. Something wrong? The man's tone is still kind. Brother, this road was not open to traffic. Are some cars sprawling blocked in the road? Is my big brother with brothers a little cleaned out? Collect a little toll is not too much. Not excessive. Xie Xingzhou also replied in a very amiable manner. Ruan Yu took the opportunity to use her mind to put some dry food, rice and noodles in the trunk. Hearing Xie Xingzhou's words, the little brother behind the man immediately pointed to the sign on the side. Xie Xingzhou looked over. The toll, 30 pounds of fine grains, rice and noodles, etc., and 60 pounds of coarse grains. Brothers, just pick the one you want to give. We're only charging for this one time, and we won't be charging again for this road all the way to the A City Fork. The man looked at Ruan Yu through the car window, and his eyes didn't change much, except for some curious glances at Obsidian. Ruan Yu and Xie Xingzhou looked at each other and thought it was better to pay the toll. Being able to clear such a long stretch of road meant that there must be a lot of manpower, and not ripping off the customers meant that it was better managed. Plus the man's eyes didn't make people feel uncomfortable. It's better to do more than one thing, or pay the grain honestly. How about we pay half as much? Ruan Yu picked up. She'd collected a lot of potatoes before, and these few dozen pounds were like fur. See, Ruan Yu said so. Xie Xingzhou directly get off and open the trunk. Things are not a lot. This toll is basically considered to be out of half of the blood. Xie Xingzhou took a bag of 10 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of noodles, plus 30 pounds of potatoes, originally full of a bag, now flattened down most of it. The big man took the potatoes and weighed them and smiled brightly. Brother is quick. Xie Xingzhou followed suit and laughed twice, stuffing half a pack of cigarettes to the man. Big brother asked around, are there many people going over here? Received the cigarette. Big man smiled more happily. Average. A day is only 4 or 5 waves. As much as 10 or so waves it. Then whispered a couple of words. Brothers, our big brother's management is strict. Naturally there won't be any violation of women, but other people can't say for sure. After collecting the toll, this section of the road is guaranteed to be free of any threat. But it's only guaranteed for this section of the road. If you don't want to be watched by the others, take your girlfriend and lay low. Xie Xingzhou was very appreciative. Thank you, big brother. When I got in the car I looked at my clothes. They had just been changed in the morning. The car was new, and the two of them didn't look too bad, so it seemed like a bit of a tall order. What did you say? Then big brother told us to keep a low profile. Then he looked at Ruan Yu with some curiosity. You didn't encounter any sex robbers when you came over before? Met all dead. Xie Xingzhou, he was the one who forgot that Ruan Yu's alien ability level was even higher than his. After thinking about it, Ruan Yu added, there's another one towards B City. The boss's name is Zhao. I went for a spin and left. Forgive her for never having heard of Boss Zhao's full name in her previous life. Just one turn? Set a fire. Chapter 49, Crossing Through vs. Rebirth. Xie Xingzhou looked at her with some horror. This spinning around was really killing him. The two of them had a chat along the way. I have to say that the dozens of pounds of grain is really quite worth it, and there are no obstacles along the way. After driving for a while, Ruan Yu and the others realized that there were actually dry toilets on the road, and there were also patrol points in several places. So the boss did have something to offer for being able to guard such a long road in the post-apocalyptic world. And with so many people, you shouldn't be able to feed them on tolls alone. These people must have other sources of income. Having already crossed the bridge, the two were in less of a hurry to drive for 2 hours to rest and tackle the Gokyo rounds in the meantime. The car was parked on the side of the road. The two of them got out and walked around. And Ruanyu spoke. The boss here is pretty good, clearing out such a long stretch of road and making sure no one is robbed. The corner of Xiexingzhou's mouth hooked up into a smile. Indeed powerful. Thinking for a moment before asking Ruanyu, when you go back to a city, you won't just stay at home all the time, right? It won't, but it does have to stay for a while. Why? Xiexingzhou asked with some confusion. Look at the temperature now. Isn't it higher than normal? What about winter? And it hasn't rained a single time in so long since the end of the world, which is a bit unusual in the south. So I'm afraid it'll keep raining continuously. And summer rains are most likely to cause flooding. So there's always a place to take shelter. Xiexingzhou was silent for a moment. He had to say that Ruanyu had a good point. The temperature in summer was almost 20 degrees higher than before. If the winter dropped to minus 20 degrees, it would be considered a disaster for the south. With no water, electricity or gas, plus the possibility of a snowstorm. I wonder if those base leaders thought of all that. You make a good point. Let's go back and gather a little more protective supplies. The location of a city usually doesn't have floods, mudslides and all that. Plus it's the city Ruanyu is most familiar with, so it's not a problem to come back here. And after that? Xiexingzhou continued to pursue the question. After that, of course, I came out to collect supplies while I waited for my brother. I still wish to stay home most of the time. Xiexingzhou thought about it and didn't say anything in the end. It's been a while since we rested. Let's continue walking. Good. The two had been walking for nearly another hour when they came face to face with a large white tiger running wild. Its silver-white fur covered in blood, and a cub in its mouth. Seeing Ruanyu and their car, the tiger ran directly towards the hill next to it. Xiexingzhou hurriedly stopped the car and then saw a pickup truck parked 100 meters away. 4 people came down from the car, and when they saw the tiger's figure, they directly chased after him, without even pulling out the car keys. Ruanyu hurriedly took out her binoculars to look over and also talked to Xiexingzhou about the situation. That big white tiger is really miserable. So many wounds on his body. He probably won't survive. Looking sideways at Xiexingzhou, he took another telescope and gave it to him. Here, you take a look as well. Maybe you can even pick up the pieces to find a companion for Black Yao. Xiexingzhou picked up the binoculars, looked at them, and then looked at Ruanyu strangely. You didn't look at the 4 people chasing the white tiger? No, those people aren't as important as Little Tiger. It just so happened that Obsidian reached out his paw and rapped on the car door, and Gwyn-nok was kind enough to throw him out of the car. Obsidian lay on the ground and looked from side to side with a bit of confusion still in his eyes, and his nose twitched before he leapt out in a single bound. Only then did Ruanyu ask, what happened to those 4? Xiexingzhou said with some one-liners, it seems to have crawled out of the grave. Gwyn-nok? Only then did the realization dawn on him and he grabbed his binoculars and looked over. Well, he could barely see a bit of the figure and said with some embarrassment, maybe it's not dead through and swindled. Ruanyu really didn't expect to actually run into Baicha and Su Yinji here. It's weirdly bad luck. Reaching up and rubbing his chin, he said, somewhat wistfully, there doesn't seem to be anyone in their car, so why don't we go check it out? Xiexingzhou didn't say anything and directly started the car and drove towards the front, stopping next to the pickup truck. Just parked. Ruanyu cannot wait to get out of the car. Not big pickup truck full of supplies. Ruanyu directly nonchalantly into the space. Watching her movements, Xiexingzhou directly hit 2 wind blades. 1 front tire and 1 back tire deflated in no time. How come all 4 have a grudge against you? Xiexingzhou asked. Hearing Xiexingzhou's words, Ruanyu pondered for a moment. Sort of both. Su Xiangbai is too lazy to say. Wang Lei single cell targeting themselves know that he is not a good person. I did not expect to be alive. Yu Ting last generation is also indiscriminate attacks on themselves and white tea. How not counted as having a grudge? I really didn't expect that one fire. One of these people actually didn't die. Yu Ting actually joined Su Yinji's team so quickly this time. Xiexingzhou sighed helplessly. Bring 2 grenades. Gwyn-nok hurriedly handed it over. Watching Xiexingzhou skillfully jamming the grenade on the seat of the car, Ruanyu smiled broadly. I'll drive the car a little farther, so it'll be convenient for us to leave at that time. Saying this, Xiexingzhou drove the car back another distance before walking back again. He watched Ruanyu circle the car a few times before he walked towards him. Don't go over there. Go wait for Black Yao in the car. Looking at the somewhat silent Xiexingzhou, Ruanyu asked, aren't you going to ask why? Don't bother asking. You'll naturally say it when you want to. Ruanyu smiled. The man was still quite good at reading faces sometimes. I separated from them the day before the end of the world, probably because my mind suddenly cleared up and I thought Su Yinji was just like that. Only before the end of the world. White tea let Su Yinji instruct me to buy a lot of rice, flour, grain, oil and other supplies, all exist in the basement of my villa. The entire basement is stuffed. You've been to my cottage before. You should know how big that basement is. And there's a small cooler stuffed with it too. Xie Xingzhou frowned. He felt that Ruan Yu wasn't telling the truth. Did you awaken your spatial ability early and take all those supplies away? Nguyen nodded. Yes. Then the two of them should be doing everything they can to trick you into going back. You guessed right. But I didn't go back. And tricked them into strolling around the villa area. The streets were full of zombies at that time. I didn't expect them to have a hard life. Xie Xingzhou carefully observed Ruan Yu's expression. There was no half-sadness. It was all happy about pitting Su Yinji. He felt strange. Even if he suddenly figured it out, he wouldn't have no feelings at all. Unless one experiences something else. And White Tea actually knows to stock up on supplies ahead of time. And apparently knows something ahead of time as well. With Bai Cha's kind of hard-working little white flower status, usually won't know this kind of news about the zombies in advance. Otherwise Ruan Yen would have already told Ruan Yu. But it's not because they want to keep it a secret. So they can't do anything about it. The end times written in novels are here. So it's not out of the question if someone traveled over or was reborn. Ruan Yu's change is most likely a rebirth. And the death of her last life definitely had nothing to do with Bai Cha Su Yinji. As for Bai Cha is either reborn or crossing over. But the probability of crossing over is a bit higher. Although he can't see Bai Cha. But Ruan Yu really can't play with Bai Cha when it comes to some small schemes. Chapter 50, Meeting White Tea Again. Seeing that Xie Xingzhou hadn't spoken for a while, Ruan Yu reached out and poked him twice. What are you thinking about? Xie Xingzhou immediately collected his emotions. Nothing, just wondering if White Tea knows something. Otherwise how would he know to stock up? She doesn't have any money and still knows to let Su Yinji instruct you. She's pretty smart. Nguyen Nok suddenly looked at him very seriously. So what do you think she should have known? Didn't I tell you everything before? The zombies appeared in March. It would be normal if she knew in advance. Ruan Yu had a disbelieving look on her face. This person must have thought a lot since she was so smart. Maybe she could even guess that she was reborn. And it was true that she hated anyone who liked to play with their brains. Are you thinking that I, a rich and powerful young lady, am not as well informed as a little green tea? Xie Xingzhou turned his head sideways and did not look at Ruan Yu, as if he was a little bit smarter. And it was not even good to cheat. And just when he wanted to open his mouth to speak, a black shadow leaped out. Ruan Yu called out with a look of surprise. Black Yao? Looking at black obsidian with a small white ball in his mouth, Ruan Yu reached out and cupped it. The small ball seemed to be a little hungry, and Ruan Yu didn't know what to feed it, so she had to hit a bowl of spring water and lick it first. Xie Xingzhou, what is this little ball feeding? Before Xie Xingzhou had a chance to speak, for silhouettes suddenly leapt out. Give us the little tiger, or don't blame us for not being polite. It was only after he finished speaking that he saw Ruan Yu's proper face, and Bai Cha called out with some delight. Ruan Yu? Ruan Yu, holding the tiger cub in one hand and a bowl in the other, said impatiently, if you have a fart, let it go. Black Yao walked up to Ruan Yu, his eyes unkind and staring at the four with a defensive face. Looking at the big black panther that was covered in oil, Bai Cha's eyes were full of greed. She had to get this black panther. It's been a long time, Ruan Yu. Ha, how have you been? Bai Cha's face was full of tenderness and his tone revealed concern. Xie Xingzhou's face is full of displeasure. Ruan Yu seems to have fallen out with them for a long time. Why are you pretending to be nice now? Or do you think Ruan Yu will go with them just because of these soft words? She's living well, at least much better than you. As he spoke, Xie Xingzhou also looked at the four with a look of disgust. But he had observed. These four people's alien ability is at most the late third level. No threat. Unfortunately here is someone else's territory is not good to fight. But unilateral killing is difficult to defeat him. But also cremation one-stop service. Su Yinji seems to have calmed down quite a bit during this time. But his speech is still so obnoxious. Ruan Yu didn't expect you to find a new love so quickly. Does he know about the things you did for me in the past? Do you want me to refresh your memory? Cha-Cha is just caring about you. How come this is not even dare to respond? Did you do something to be weak-minded? Although he didn't know the level of the other party's psychic ability, it was easier to get the little white tiger by separating the two. And this black panther couldn't be spared. Ruan Yu looked at Su Yinji. Her eyes were all cold. He knows in more detail than you do. As for what is Bai Cha, who is he to care about me? Faint-hearted. What do you think I have done that needs to be faint-hearted? On the contrary, I remember White Tea attended a banquet. Right. Although the grade is really a bit low, but she still wore a $500,000 dress. I wonder who sent his Isn't that just stirring up trouble? Who wouldn't be the same? Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Bai Cha is a little weak, but on the face is still a face of frankness. Are the end of the world? As long as there is no evidence that is not happening, are all slander. Who does not love money in this world? Why some people do not do anything? can have a huge amount of wealth? She originally family or small assets. Who knows to come here actually became an orphan. She paid a little price to climb up just. Nothing wrong Yen Ji. You have to trust me. Aren't you clear about my character? Slightly red eyes. Watery eyes. A tear still hanging in the corner of her eye when she looked at Su Yenji. Nguyen knock, 6. Handing the little milk ball to Xiexingzhou, Ruanyu took out a tablet from space, slid it a few times, and unpleasant sounds came out. Afraid that they wouldn't be able to see it, Ruanyu had Black Obsidian come closer with the tablet in his mouth to show them. The video shows Baek Cha and an old man, and it ends with Baek Cha walking away with a gown. Hearing the voice, White Tea froze for 2 seconds. A coldness leapt out of her heart. Then reacting, she lunged towards Obsidian. Don't broadcast it. It's a fake that you synthesized. Fortunately, Black Yao is not stupid. Directly avoided, ran to Yuting and Wang Lei, but also raised his head for fear that they would miss any images. There was silence all around, except for the tablet making the odd noise now and then. Bai Cha bit her lip and lowered her head, unable to hide the resentment in the bottom of her eyes. Even her nails sunk deep into her flesh without realizing it. Yuting like Su Yenji. See the love rival this look. Although the face does not show, but in the heart cannot wait to give Ruanyu applause. Yenji, you quickly comfort TT Young and ignorant to go the wrong way is normal. At least now she has changed for the better Wang Lei saw that Bai Cha had suffered so much, and in a moment of anger, he rushed over with a knife regardless and slashed at Ruanyu. *******. Go to hell. If she hadn't released these videos, Cha-Cha and Su Yenji's relationship wouldn't have suffered. Xiexingzhou's eyes had been on Ruanyu, and when he saw Wang Lei striking, he dodged to Ruanyu's body and kicked Wang Lei over on the ground, and his feet still rubbed heavily on him a few times. Nguyen Nok froze for a moment, as she thought she heard the sound of bones breaking. Especially the hand holding the knife was also focused on a few kicks. Wang Lei screamed miserably and directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Bai Cha looked at Wang Lei, who was lying on the ground and couldn't even make a sound, and was in a bit of a trance, but quickly reacted and looked at Su Yenji. Yenji, this isn't me. It's a video synthesized by Ruanyu, definitely trying to stray from our relationship. Bai Ti looked as if I saw her, reaching out and pulling Su Yenji's hand. Yenji, we haven't gotten our little white tiger yet. We haven't arrived in D City yet. Hearing Bai Cha's words, Su Yenji lowered his eyes to hide the nausea under his eyes. He had always been clear about what he wanted. Strength was more important than feelings in the end times, and he needed Bai Cha's foreknowledge. So he reached out and wrapped his arm around Bai Cha's waist. This little trick is trying to separate me from Cha-Cha. Ruanyu, aren't you taking it for granted too much? Bai Ti looked at Ruanyu with eyes full of provocation. So what if there is evidence? She can't leave Su Yenji, and Su Yenji doesn't see how he can leave her. And interests are always higher than feelings. I didn't try to separate you guys. Talk as if you can live and die together. Since you're so affectionate, I'll give you another gift. Said Ruanyu also took a few large posters from the space. The content is the essence of the video just now. Enlarged close-up version. Of course these things are not hers. Is before in the A City scavenging office buildings, quietly hidden. Who knows that the old man likes to put these things in the office safe. Afraid of being Maurice, they found out. She was also sneaky to put away the safe, thinking that she could pick up the pieces. Xiexingzhou suddenly came over to cover her eyes. Look less at these unhealthy things. Directly waving a breeze. 4 posters, 3 people personal face each pasted one. Even Wang Lei were taken care of. Directly covered in the body. Yuting also very kindly held up his one, so that Wang Lei see clearly. Taking the poster, Yuting eyes are all watching a good show expression. Su Yen one face pig liver color. White Tea eyes returned to the original color. All resentment. Only Wang Lei a face of heartache to look at the White Tea. Can only say that it is worthy of being the most loyal licking dog of the last life of the White Tea. Bai Cha looked viciously at Ruanyu, hating to kill her immediately. Ruanyu, you like to destroy my relationship with Yenji so much. It can't be that you're still thinking about being with Yenji. Do you know about the new love next to you? Does this new love of yours know how you got your space powers? Does he know you have healing powers? What would he do if he knew how your space awakened? Nguyen Nok said with a disinterested look on his face. Then tell him. With Xiexingzhou's brain is estimated to have guessed almost. Said not to say no difference. And then she did not want to hide every day in a piece of what can be hidden. Hearing Ruanyu's words, Bai Cha was a bit confused. Shouldn't normal people be afraid of other people knowing? She wasn't afraid of being robbed? Su Yenji didn't want to continue to lose face. Although there weren't many people, but losing face in front of Ruanyu wasn't an option. That white tiger was the first thing we saw. I hope you return it to us, and the supplies that were hoarded before. There was a share for Cha-Cha and I, so you return it all together as well. Xiexingzhou looked at Su Yenji with a sneer on his face. Where did a group of small trash get the bottom line? He had been looking at Su Yinji for a long time. What if we don't give it back? Chapter 51. Su Yinji frowned, glancing at Bai Cha and then at Wang Lei, who was lying on the ground, looking up to the man beside Guan Yu again. His intuition told him that this man was not simple. Wang Lei, a late second-order psychic, was actually defenseless in his hands, and the aura on him was similar to one of his uncles, like he came out of the army, but Guan Yu's brother he'd seen before. So why didn't he have the slightest impression of this man? If he wasn't wrong, this person's psychic ability should be in the late third stage. He and Cha Cha were in the middle third stage, and Yu Ting was in the early third stage, so the chances of winning were still very good. Plus here, they'd been told when they came in that there was to be no fighting on this road. Thinking of a way to get him to strike first and ducking himself for a little longer before he could do so, thought it would be easy to get the benefit of the doubt. Guan Yu, this is what we deserve. How do you count those supplies as also me and Cha Cha and you? The three of us hoarded. Is it too much for you to share 2/3 out? And you have healing powers? Why don't you save Wang Lei? This is a living human life. Even if he did something wrong, then aren't you fine now? After saying that, Su Yinji directly made a wink towards Bai Cha. Bai Cha cried and continued. Guan Yu, I know you don't like me, but Wang Lei, he's innocent. Can you save him? He's also trying to take it out on me. So if you have any grievances you can take them out on me. Don't take it out on innocent people. Guan Yu had a constipated expression. These two people have a pit in their brains. Right. Just wanted to strike out and punch someone. But then calmed down. Just now Xie that was a one-sided beating. If he shot himself, he certainly couldn't slap the two with the protagonist's aura to death in one go. So that would count as a brawl. After all, it was someone else's territory. And although they didn't explicitly say so, Su Yinji and Bai Cha were definitely trying to get themselves out of the way by irritating themselves so much. Notre Dame de Paris burned down. You guys are homeless, aren't you? Venting on you? Fine. How about you let Su Yinji beat you up and I save both of you? The big deal is that he saved his life and let Xie Xingzhou beat him back up again. Su Yinji and Bai Cha were silent at the same time. Guan Yu walked next to Wang Lei. Dead? Oh yo. Not dead yet. Then you can only wait for death slowly. Your goddess is not willing to save you. What kind of relationship do you think you have with white tea? It's not the same as that old man, is it? Or have you licked for so long and still have nothing? Then you're really miserable. You say if you die, your goddess can do Just now Su Yinji look at her eyes hate to immediately kill her. And Yu Ting looks to be with the white tea is not against. Alas, you die so that white tea how to live Guan Yu said while observing Wang Lei. His chest, which had been a little slightly heaving, was much larger, and there was more blood coming out of his mouth, all over his face and neck. Wang Lei forcefully raised his left hand slowly and suddenly dropped it straight down. Well, there's no need to beg me. The man is gone. Looking up to see Su Yinji's two faces some joy, Guan Yu looked over toward the other side. Is a van slowly driving? Guan Yu understand. Is to administer justice to the people. Xie Xingzhou souped up and directly released a large fireball to hit Wang Lei. The late fourth order fire ability just burns fast, and when the van approached, Wang Lei was only left with dregs. A leading big brother down, smiled and snorted. Friends, sorry my humble Tunan. We do not allow fighting here. Maybe no one said clearly before. Guys, make peace. Any conflicts, walk out and solve them slowly. Haha. You look like a good boy. Why are you still fighting? Stretching out his hand, Xie Xingzhou was also smiling politely. We didn't brawl. Just these three people stopped us from leaving. Reasoning with them, they even tried to hit us. Su Yinji looked at Xie Xingzhou sorrowfully and looked at Tunan. Big brother too. It's these two people. Not only did they kill my brother, but they also snatched the mutant beast that we've been chasing for a long time. Big brother, we had a record when we came in, chasing after a big white tiger over. Tunan glanced towards the junior brothers behind him, and a junior brother who looked more resourceful, immediately stepped forward. Big brother, he didn't lie. There was indeed a large white tiger that ran in. Black Yao had already returned the tablet to Guan Yu and stood beside Guan Yu without half converging, and Xie Xingzhou was still holding the little tiger in his hand. Tuanan looked left and right. Brother, didn't you say he killed someone? Where's the corpse? Where's the big white tiger? Still not going after it? White Tea had a shy face, looking towards the talking Tunan, her cheeks slightly red. Big brother too. The big white tiger is dead. Entrusted the little tiger to us before he died. I didn't expect it to be robbed. As for our teammates, that man is a fire system psychic. He has already burned the people out. Tunan's mouth twitched twice. Big sister, your sad frog's big eyes don't pretend to be petulant. Your teammates are dead and you're still laughing. The three of you just watched people being killed? The big white tiger was killed by you guys, right? People are animals, not cuties. Who would entrust their child to an enemy who wants to kill them? In looking at Guan Yu's side, the two of them had a straight face. and there was already a large black panther by their side. So if the large white tiger had entrusted the cubs to these two, he thought it was a little more likely. I'm just here to maintain order. Your own conflicts should still be resolved by yourselves. This mutant animal. Naturally, whoever gets it first is whoever gets it. If people can grab it, you guys can grab it back too. As for the dead, there's no body here, and we still have to talk and act with evidence. He is not a little cutie. He is not a cutie. The fire ability can burn so fast. The level must not be low. People are not intentional. How dare he care? Although the boss will avenge them, but why cause trouble for the boss if you can live? White Tea was still reluctant, but he was just in a brawl. That's against your rules. Big sister. We did not see and talk to have evidence before otherwise nonsense is to pay a price. Brawl is to be more than two people to be considered a brawl. Several of you clothes are good. No wounds on the body. This can be called a brawl? Nan was full of helplessness. How can this person not understand the words He is not here to preside over justice, just to persuade them to go out and fight. If anyone comes here to fight, then they still do not do business. A fight the road is ruined. If all dead they look for who to cry to. The side that won the fight is so powerful. They can't ask for money to repair the road for the sake of a few dead people. They have to support a large group of people. They are very busy. Bai Cha still wanted to say something, but Su Yinji directly covered her mouth. I'm sorry, she's a little out of her mind. We'll leave now. When he finished speaking, he looked at Ruan Yu with indignation in his eyes. Sooner or later he would get it back. Chapter 52, Barbecue. Seeing Su Yinji leave, Xie Xingzhou handed Nan 2 packs of cigarettes. Sorry for the trouble I caused you guys by meeting the stupid X. After saying that, Xie Xingzhou got on the car. Directly start the car. A foot gas pedal car rushed out a long way. Tuanan held the cigarette and looked at the Hummer that was running so fast. His whole body was confused for a moment until he heard a voice that gritted his teeth. Ruan Yu, I'm going to kill you. Then we saw that the 2 women and 1 man ran back again. The 2 women looked toward the car that was only a small black spot left, and stomped their feet anxiously. Ruan Yu shall not die. The faces of the 3 men were all green and white for a while. Tuanan took a deep drag on his cigarette and said with a mesmerized expression, if you guys turn around quickly you might still be able to catch up. Good cigarettes. He hadn't smoked much before the end of the world, and turned his head to look at the group of minions behind him. It was really cheap. Su Yinji's hands pinched and creaked. Looking into the distance at the bottom of his eyes couldn't hide his killing intent. Go, drive away first. This side is closer to D City. Go find some supplies first. A side of the van against the crowd. None of them came forward to remind them that they also have the side of the assault boat. The price is a little expensive, and only 2 to go, regardless of the return. Su Yinji 3 people only focus on anger. Completely did not pay attention to the pickup truck tires. Get on the car, just sat down, has not had time to start the car. Bang! Tuanan directly pinched out his cigarette and rushed over with his men. With the 3 men sprawled out in 3 directions and the pickup still burning, Tuanan realized why the Hummer had just gone so fast. Let's see if anyone else is alive. Several junior brothers immediately went forward to check. Big brother seems to be all still breathing. Bad luck. Take them away. Let them work to pay off their debts when the time comes. And if anyone asks, just say they were unlucky enough to be struck by lightning. If it wasn't for Big Brother not letting people die on the road, he wouldn't bother coming over. Yes, Big Brother. Tuanan picked up the cigarette and sniffed it twice before putting it in his pocket again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bad luck. I should have known to let the others come. Xie Xingzhou heard the explosion, which slowed down the speed. The feeling of pushing back disappeared. Ruan Yu then took out a bottle of milk and poured a small half bowl to the little tiger. The tiger cubs lapped it up with such gusto that their beards were covered in milk. And when they were done, they plopped back into a ball. Ruan Yu reached out and icked before she opened her mouth to ask, have you been thinking about this for a long time? What? The grenade in the car. As soon as you get in the car. Racing, early count. How do you know you cannot fight here? Xie Xingzhou laughed. Guess, all the way so clean. It seems to be cleaned up. If someone fights in case of death, it is not still to be cleaned up again. So here is certainly not allowed to fight and kill people in other people's territory. That is not provoking people? Ruan Yu had an I get it expression on her face as she continued to ask. Then why did you still kill Wan Lei? That I killed? Wasn't that pissed off at you? Speak properly. I call it the charm of language. Hurry up. Xie Xingzhou lightly coughed twice. Although you can't kill anyone here, but no one saw that is no killing. You're pretty good at drilling holes. Average. There must be quite a few people operating like me. This is something that Ruan Yu still agrees with. The rules are dead. People are alive. No one wants to offend Just now those people's meaning is very clear. They do not participate in the fight. So you hurry to get out of the slow fight. but this time they shouldn't be able to swindle the corpse again, right? Xie Xingzhou looked at Ruan Yu with a meaningful expression. What are you thinking? Haven't you heard that a scourge lives 1,000 years? Which is so easy to die. Ruan Yu said with a disinterested face. Su Yanji and the others might have been hurt badly, but they definitely didn't die. Yu Ting was a bit hungover. As for Wang Lei, he did die a bit easily this time, but he didn't live long in his last life, so it's good to die early. Black obsidian was coiled in the back seat. The white donut was on Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu looked to Xie Xingzhou. You give this little donut a name. Me? Nguyen Nok nodded. Well, what's the problem? Xie Xingzhou glanced at the silver-colored little group. Call it Silver Moon. Well, she and Xie Xingzhou are both named after their fur color. Alright, I'll call you Silver Moon from now on. Poking the little group. Silver Moon twitched her ears and rolled over to continue sleeping. Along the way did not encounter any problems. Xie Xingzhou drove an hour and a half before driving to the A City Fork. Ruan Yu suggested too. This site isn't much farther from a city. Why don't we find a place to rest for the night and go in tomorrow? Although she wasn't afraid of zombies, they were really more rampant at night, and it wouldn't be easy to find out if someone behind her put a cold arrow. Xie Xingzhou nodded. Okay, driving for more than an hour should be able to get to the suburbs. Rest for the night over there. Could be. Xie Xingzhou continued to drive. Ruan Yu closed her eyes and rested her mind, and soon arrived at the suburbs of a city, about 50 kilometers from the city center. Xie Xingzhou found a villa that looked relatively complete, parked the car and walked directly into the door. Ruan Yu held the two dumplings to follow. Anyone? Xie Xingzhou shouted. Ruan Yu felt strange. Usually there is no one Xie Xingzhou can judge. After two more shouts, the two of them went through the house together before they began to rest. Nguyen Nok looked at the couch. It didn't seem to be dusty. It looked like someone had cleaned it. Let's just settle in the hall for the night, in case we run into a sneak attack and run fast. Ruan Yu nodded as she didn't bother to clean up. How long will it take you to upgrade? Only then did Xie Xingzhou remember that his psychic ability could be upgraded to level 5. But he had been delayed by phone lawn and he had almost forgotten about it. An hour or so. Ruan Yu took out a dozen or so fruits, with 2 fruits from space mixed in, and handed them together to Xie Xingzhou. It's only after 6 o'clock, so you should upgrade your powers first. Xie Xingzhou was also nonchalant. The higher the level the more their safety was guaranteed, and seizing the time to upgrade was the right thing to do. Xie Xingzhou directly sat down cross-legged on the opposite side of the sofa, and Ruan Yu placed black obsidian next to him, in case someone did sneak up on him during this time. There was still black obsidian watching. Silver Moon woke up again and looked at Ruan Yu, blinking her big eyes with a cute face. Ruan Yu poured another bowl of milk for it. It seems that the tiger cubs can eat raw meat, but this one doesn't seem to have good teeth yet, so let's try feeding it milk for 2 days first. Silver Moon drank her milk and balled up again. And Nguyen Nok, a little bored, grabbed a bag of jerky and pulled out her tablet again, looking for a movie to watch. Smelling the meat, black obsidian stretched a paw towards her, and Ruan Yu hurriedly threw 2 fruits over. When Xie Xingzhou opened his eyes, he saw a black donut on his left, a white donut on Ruan Yu's right, and Ruan Yu was watching a movie with milk tea in one hand and jerky in the other. Finding that Xie Xingzhou had put his feet on the ground, it was only then that he looked up and over. You're so fast? Physical qualities are different, and I'm pretty slow here. Xie Xingzhou touched his stomach and sat on Ruan Yu's left. What are we going to eat tonight? Thinking for a moment, Ruan Yu remembered that she had ordered quite a bit of barbecue and took a large bag out. Barbecue. A cup of boiled spring water was also in hand, and both fruits were on the coffee table. Xie Xingzhou looked at the barbecue, secretly nodded his head. He guessed correctly. Ruan Yu is reborn. It is estimated that it is still reborn the day before the end of the world. Otherwise, according to the character of Ruan Yu, those lobsters, hairy crabs, hot pot and so on, surely have to do well to put the space, unless there is no time. It's been a long time since I had a barbecue. Xie Xingzhou couldn't wait to open it, handed a chicken wing to Ruan Yu, which began to eat, took a sip of water, froze for 2 seconds, or as if he didn't know anything and continued to eat. It smells so good. Is someone having a barbecue? Seems like I smell it too. Walk over and check it out? Xie Xingzhou and Ruan Yu simultaneously looked up towards the door. Chapter 53, Meeting an Old Friend. 2 young women pushed their way into the room, looking a little worse for wear and with a vegetable face. One of them, who looked a bit snarky, looked at the 2 on the couch and let out a gasp. Nguyen Nok? Ruan Yu looked away, originally wanting to lower her head to continue watching the movie. When she heard the voice, she raised her head again to look over. Who are you? Seeing that Ruan Yu didn't remember her, the man became even more agitated. Me, Li Yi. Don't you remember? No impression. Don't remember. Ruan Yu frowned. She really didn't remember. She didn't need to work. The people she knew were basically her classmates. After recalling the whole thing, she didn't have half an impression. How can that be? You must have done it on purpose, right? We met last year at Su Yenji's birthday. I came with Cha-Cha, and you got smeared all over the cake by me then. Have you forgotten? And I took a lot of pictures down when you were covered in cake and had a thick layer in your hair. And you went to school the next day with your hair cut halfway down. Li Yi pulled her companion to sit directly on the sofa opposite Ruanyu. But it was a good thing that Black Obsidian had already run next to Xiexingzhou when he smelled the barbecue. Another somewhat cute girl. Her eyes lit up when she saw Xiexingzhou's face. Hello, my name is Wen Li. Then he looked at Ruanyu and said, Ruanyu. Yi Zi was just a bit too excited to suddenly see an acquaintance. I know you definitely won't mind, right? I was there at the birthday party and you didn't even lose your temper. Xiexingzhou gave her a somewhat displeased look, meaning that Ruanyu can't throw a tantrum now, can she? What the heck? Hearing Li Yi describe it this way, Ruanyu then remembered that last year, at Su Yinji's birthday party, she wore a high fashion gown that cost her almost $3 million. Who knows just walked in? Was this person splashed a cup of red wine? And then cut the cake, but also directly into the cake. Not only that, but also sent their own ugly appearance to the campus forums, as well as the confession wall. Those people at the party, except for those who would ridicule, none of them reached out to help. And if it wasn't for her brother coming over to pick her up, she wouldn't have known how to get back. Ruanyu smiled at the thought. If she remembered correctly, Li Yi liked Su Yinji, right? Also, how could the male lead be the only one the female lead liked? With a cold laugh, which was followed by a look of realization, he said, Oh, I remember. You're those two followers of White Tea, right? So you're still alive. Nguyen Nok, what do you mean? Literally. He hadn't even seen this person in his last life, but now that he had, he naturally couldn't let it go. If she hadn't guessed wrong, the three White Tea people should have been taken back by Tuanan. Quite a coincidence to be able to send these two people to White Tea. Death is still too cheap. It's living in the end times that's the most painful. Li Yi obviously didn't expect Ruanyu to say this. It's fine that she's Bai Cha's follower, but it doesn't mean that she's willing to be spoken to like this. No wonder Su Yinji doesn't like you. You deserve it. On the contrary, Wen Li still had a gentle look. Ruanyu, who is this next to you? The naked gaze was so close to explicitly saying this is my kind of thing. So hurry up and introduce me. I'm Xiexingzhou, Ruanyu's boyfriend. Hearing this, Ruanyu glanced sideways at Xiexingzhou and didn't say anything after all. In that case, you guys are quite compatible. But Ruanyu, don't you like Su Xiu? Where's Su Xiot? Wen Li's tone was a bit low, but on her face, she still said with a gentle face. Seeing Xiexingzhou frowning, Wen Li's eyes flashed a hint of a triumphant smile. Then, as if she had just reacted, she reached out to cover her mouth and said in embarrassment, Ruanyu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I just thought you would be with Su Yinji. Ruanyu glanced at her and said in a flat tone, It doesn't matter, my boyfriend isn't that petty, and anyway, he's already killed Su Yinji, so feel free to say whatever you guys want. What? You killed Su Xiong? What about Bai Cha? On what grounds did you kill someone? Li Yi's piercing and unpleasant scream sounded again. Ruanyu had a face of looking at a little cutie's expression as she looked at her. Bai Cha must be dead too. By the fact that I can kill. I want to kill. Li Yi's face was red with anger. Wen Li looked frightened and whispered, Ruanyu, even though it's the end times, it's not good to kill people. This I don't know. Are my boyfriend killed? Why don't you ask him? He has a long mouth and not like you guys have ear infections. Ruanyu breathless rolled his eyes. These two people are sick. She has said that it is Xiexingzhou killed. The human language cannot understand. It is better to hurry to send to White Tea. Wen Li laughed awkwardly twice. That we were just so surprised that we didn't react for a moment. Ruanyu, you lied to us, right? Hearing Wen Li's words, Li Yi looked as if she suddenly reacted and said loudly again. Definitely. Just the way she likes Su Yinji to death. She dares to kill someone? Ruanyu looked at her with a smile on her face, killing intent in her eyes. When have I ever lied to anyone? Li Yi, you must know best, don't you? With a voice that loud, she somehow wondered how these two had survived. Hearing Ruanyu's flat voice without much rise and fall, Li Yi's body couldn't help but tremble. Ruanyu really didn't lie to anyone. She didn't know why she actually saw killing intent in Ruanyu's eyes. When she looked over again, Ruanyu was already eating with her head down, half as terrified as she had been just now. And she was a little skeptical that she hadn't been mistaken just now. Not only Li Yi, Wen Li also has this illusion, but she is not as stupid as Li Yi. All the end of the world. People change a little bit is normal. And Xiexingzhou looks better than Su Yinji. Wasn't Ruanyu chasing after Su Yinji at that time because he was okay looking? Plus Su Yinji control. It's just that Li Yi, one of them, can't see it. Likes are not as important as interests. and in the last days they need to find a strong backer, not a face. Looking at the barbecue on the table, when Lee's eyes turned, she had observed from the time she entered the door. Every time Ruan Yu ate, Xie handed it to her. Did that mean Ruan Yu didn't dare to get it herself? When Li straightened the neckline of her dress, revealing a smile that she thought was beautiful, and looked at Xie, Ruan Yu, how can we be considered friends? Can you share a little bit of food with us? Li Yi and I haven't eaten for almost a day. Or is it okay if we trade for crystal cores? As he spoke, he also directly took out a white crystal core and placed it on the table. Unfortunately, it was a first order one. Ruan Yu and the two of them didn't even lift their eyes, and now a first order crystal core could not be exchanged for food. Li Yi reacted and snatched it back. What's the exchange? This is what I got from killing zombies desperately. The end of the world is supposed to help each other. What's wrong with eating a little bit of her? Glancing at Nguyen, who must have been mistaken just now, he stood straight up and reached for the barbecue on the table. Before he could touch it, he was smashed by the two small mini fireballs that Xie swung out. Ah! Help! Nguyen knock you! Li Yi cried out in pain while clapping his hands and rolling on the ground. Two small fireballs, one smashed on the back of his hand and one ignited his clothes. Li Ye's right hand was red and swollen, and it still smelled a bit like roasted meat, and his already wretched clothes now looked like a large portion of it had been burned, and half of his waist-length hair had also been burned. Nguyen knock? None of my business. When Li looked at Ruan Yu meaningfully, she really did not guess wrong. Ruan Yu was only Xie dependence. If so, then before Ruan Yu said that Xie killed Su Yinji, that would be a little credible. All men love beauty, and Nguyen knock's face does look good. Schadenfreude glanced at Li Yi. If it wasn't for Li Ye's mouth that didn't talk too much on this journey, they would have teamed up with someone by now. Which is like now, can only two people to hide, although not starving, but also can only barely live. Basically there is a meal without the next meal. Who let her be a speed ability that couldn't kill zombies, and could only rely on Li Ye's gold system ability to kill zombies? But now that someone more powerful had appeared, it was time for her to get a new partner. And even if Ruan Yu had changed, it wouldn't be easy to pin her down. Wan Li, what are you doing? Still, quickly help me up. Li Yi hatefully glanced at Ruan Yu. If it wasn't for her, how would she have made a fool of herself? When Li hurriedly went to help her up and whispered, say less. That man is very powerful at a glance. Offending someone will not do us any good. And then looked at Xie with a compensating smile on his face. Li Yi is just too hungry. Can you change a little bit of food for us? Chapter 54, Tuanan's Doorstep. No, I don't have enough to eat. Xie reached out to protect the barbecue with a cold face and refused. When Li pursued the question without giving up, then can we team up with you guys? 4 people surely kill zombies faster than 2. Neither can I. I'm afraid you're dragging your feet, and since both of you don't have any food, aren't you just trying to rub it in by teaming up with us? When Li can't talk this day, it's all Li Ye's fault. His brain has been eaten by zombies. If he pretends not to know, maybe he doesn't think about it, and now he might be eating barbecue. Looking at Xie, his eyes turned around and said again, are you guys staying here tonight? This place was cleaned out by Li Yi and I. Shouldn't you guys pay a little rent if you want to stay? Only then did Ruan Yu raise her eyes to look over. Are you saying that this villa is yours? Right. It's mine now, so get the hell out of here. Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Wen Li was confused. How could there be such a person? Wasn't this a living bandit? If you want to roll, it's also you who roll. Didn't you hear me? This is my villa. The barbecue stays, hurry up and get out. Or don't blame me for not being polite. As Li Yi spoke, he also condensed a ball of golden supernatural energy in his hand and looked at Ruan Yu's face as he raised his hand wistfully. Xie, Wen Li and I can both be psychics. Taking us with you is much better than this punk Ruan Yu. Are you sure you don't want to team up with us? Wen Li looked at Li Yi with a stunned look on her face. If you want to die, go ahead and die. What's the point of bringing her along? Even if Ruan Yu was just an accessory, it was still someone's favorite right now. So what kind of person rushes to offend someone like that? Ruan Yu was just about to speak when she suddenly heard the sound of parking from afar and exchanged a glance with Xie. Someone is coming. Lazily, he released the roses and wrapped both around them, the barbs digging deep into the flesh. Wen Li was astonished and looked at Ruan Yu with a face full of unbelief. You're a shifter too? Li Yi reacted only when the vines touched her, directly swinging the gold system powers in his hand towards the vines. But unfortunately the level was too low to be of much use. This was followed by a look of horror at Ruan Yu, with some fear still in her eyes. How many orders are your powers at? And why can't my gold system powers cut through it? I didn't say I wasn't a shifter. You're the one who thinks too much. As for my rank, who am I to tell you? Thinking about the killing intent she saw earlier, which was not an illusion, Li Yi had some regrets. especially since she felt her body slowly start to run out of strength. You can't kill me. How arrogant he was a moment ago is how scared he is now. Ruanyu didn't even give a single look and directly urged the vines until both of them fell to the ground with shock and fear. Dead? Xiaxingzhou condensed 2 fireballs in his hands and asked with an indifferent expression. No. Ready to give it to white tea. On hearing this, Xiaxingzhou silently put away the fireball. It is a pity, but it is not impossible to send it to Su Yenji, a man with 4 women. I do not know what kind of sparks will be rubbed out. I'm sorry to bother you both with a late-night visit. A somewhat rude voice came from the door. A big and thick man walked in. Behind him there were a dozen or so minions. After seeing the man enter the door, a minion consciously closed the door and guarded the door. Seeing the visitor, Ruanyu raised her eyebrows. It was actually Tu Nan whom she met in the afternoon. Xiaxingzhou's face was calm and natural as he answered. What is the purpose of Brother Tu's visit? Tu Nan swept around, completely ignoring the 2 people on the ground with a sad look. Brothers, the 2 of you ran away in the afternoon, leaving behind such a big mess that could take me a long time to clean up. Those 3 are still alive? Not dead. Good arms and legs, Tuanan said without a trace of anger. Hearing that people did not die, Ruanyu's expression did not change much. The protagonist aura, not powerful. How to do? Xiaxingzhou glanced at Ruanyu, although he believed that Ruanyu said in the afternoon that people cannot die, but now here are some surprise, especially actually good arms and legs, that is 2 grenades, or in the car explosion. This what luck Big Brother 2 came, so it must be packed up, right? Xiaxingzhou had a fake smile on his face and handed a handful of barbecue to Tu Nan. The man's eyes were glued to the barbecue as soon as he entered. That's for sure. As a matter of principle, we don't allow death on this road. Of course, if you die of old age, forget it. The 2 of you are giving me a straight shot, said Tu Nan, fiercely jerked a big mouthful of barbecue. His face was satisfied. He hadn't eaten barbecue for a long time. What Big Brother 2 said. Little brother Xiaxingzhou, this is Ruanyu. Just call us by our names. Big Brother 2 surely didn't come for this trivial matter. Although Xiaxingzhou was smiling on his face, there was not the slightest smile under his eyes. If he came to find trouble, he did not mind directly creating a bigger trouble. Reaching for the beer Ruanyu handed over, he handed it to Tu Nan. I wonder how Big Brother 2 took care of those 3 people. Tu Nan also did not beat around the bush, smothered a mouthful of wine, full of sighs of relief. This is the day that people live. Then the words turned. People we definitely brought back, can't let people die there. And then said with a serious face, Xia brother, next time if you want to kill people, on the clean point, well, so we both do not have to trouble killing this kind of thing, as long as you do it cleanly, generally they will turn a blind eye, in favor of half-dead people bombed on the road. This is not looking for things? Unfortunately, he had something else to ask for, and he had to keep it inside. Yes. Big Brother 2 is right. Next time we will definitely be cleaner. Xiaxingzhou nodded repeatedly. His face was calm. What the hell is this person up to? To teach him how to kill in the future? Or are you here to ask for money to mend the road? It's not right to ask for money to mend the road. And those 2 grenades shouldn't have blown up the road. Tu Nan looked at Xiaxingzhou's eyes and was a little weak. He just wanted to rub his nose in it, not to collect a debt. And he can't be blamed for his natural looks. Let's get acquainted first, so we can talk about cooperation. Brother Xie, who are the 2 on the ground? Ruanyu picked up. These 2 are the friends of those 3 people in the afternoon. Have been looking for them. Big Brother 2 can take the people with him when he goes back if he wants to. It was a snooze fest, and her instincts told her that this man had something to ask of them, so surely it wasn't too much to ask him to bring 2 people. Siblings have opened their mouths, so naturally there's no problem. It's wrapped up in me. Surely let them work together for me to pay off the debt. If he can't screw these 2, he can't screw anyone else? The barbecue was also almost eaten. Ruanyu Xiaxingzhou both stared at Tu Nan together, looking a little embarrassed. Brothers, I came here this time to have a business to talk to you. Seeing that Tu Nan finally stated his purpose, Xiaxingzhou then got serious. What business? End times, naturally, have to do with supplies. What supplies? How did you know? Xiaxingzhou pursued. He was not that easy to fool. Seeing Xiaxingzhou so serious, Tu Nan was startled and hurriedly pacified. Brother Xie, don't get excited. Don't get excited, haha. It's the mutant fruit. If there were other supplies that would be fine. As for how we know, this is something we have to feed so many people after all, and such a long road to maintain. It's only natural for this to be well informed. The biggest fear right now is contracting the zombie virus. So the main thing I want is for my younger siblings to step in. After Tu Nan finished speaking, Xiaxingzhou's face directly darkened. She doesn't make a move. Chapter 55, Reaching Cooperation. Seeing Xiaxingzhou's black face, Tu Nan's heart beat straight back. It was all because of that group of black-hearted people at the base. After a moment of silence and a large gulp of wine, Nan continued to speak. Brother Ca, younger siblings are healing powers and you are a half-mourned corpse. I'm sure you don't want to be disturbed when you come this way. Xiexingzhou didn't say anything and just nodded. Tuanan finally didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I came here today to seek your cooperation. We can block the news related to you. You only need to exchange supplies with us and keep the cooperation on the line. When there is a last resort, I hope that my younger siblings will come to the rescue. Don't worry about one or two of them at the most. There is a payoff. We're not like those black-hearted bases. We keep our word. There are our strongholds all over this neighborhood. And our big brother even opened a free trade market. You can rest assured of that. Hearing trade market, Ruan Yu felt something familiar and thought for a moment. Looking up at Nan. Is your boss's name Shangzai? Brother sister no that's not good. Our boss what for people brother sister heart surely have a number. Ruan Yu glanced at Xiexingzhou and nodded. In his last life Shangzai did open a trade market for people to exchange things and no fighting was allowed. Many people from the base had come to trade. Most importantly he doesn't take that side of the base and treats them equally. Although he was a gangster before the end of the world, Shangzai's reputation was really not bad. Especially if he could still manage such a large group of people. It was evident that he had a good wrist, so such a person could not be offended. She wasn't short of anything in the first place, and it wasn't out of the question to trade a little out for a little peace and quiet. That's fine. I just don't know what you want to exchange? Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Nan was so excited that he slapped his thighs. Brother sister is quick. We naturally want to exchange the mutant fruit This thing is easy to find but not easy to pick and we don't know which sizes are cute. Burning trees and chopping them down. So many plants attack when they see us now. Although we haven't done these evil things, but we have suffered a lot, and several people died. Younger siblings have wood powers. I think it will be a little better than us. Besides, it's useless to eat too much fruit from the same tree, so there's nothing to lose by swapping it out. Is there? Ruan Yu was silent. There were still quite a lot of fruits in her space even now, plus the space itself could still grow fruits. Exchanging a little bit to go out wouldn't be a problem. It was her healing powers, which she didn't really want to use, but with so many people knowing about it, it didn't seem like it would be impossible to strike out every once in a while, just to have someone help cover her tracks. Tugging at Xiexingzhou's clothes, his eyes signaled, and seeing Xiexingzhou gently nodding his head, Ruan Yu then said what he said. Yes, but where is the exchange? Tuanan thought for a moment. How about right here, with news relayed on the radio? I don't have a radio. Nguyen Nok was honest. It's okay, I have. After saying this, Nan clapped his hands and a junior walked in carrying a box, which Xiexingzhou took in passing. Nguyen Nok was silent. This person was really well prepared. Cooperation reached Nan with a happy face. Collected the stuff. Then it's a deal haha. Xiexingzhou suddenly spoke. Big brother too. What you said about blocking the news. It's actually not very good to block it, is it? Someone can pass the news. Brother Ca, we can only try our best on this one, but if someone comes to you, we'll definitely be able to know about it and notify you in advance at that time. As well as how about notifying you at the first opportunity of all those other bounties related to the base? Ruan Yu smiled and nodded. That's more like it. Xiexingzhou looked at Nan and turned his head to look at the gate. Since Big Brother 2 has brought so many people with him, he must be preparing to exchange some mutant fruits to go back tonight. But what will you trade for the mutant fruit? Tuanan also didn't hide. The first choice is naturally the crystal cores, but it's still up to you guys. What do you want to exchange? What order is the crystal core? Third order mostly, fourth order too. As for higher ones we haven't encountered any. Xiexingzhou raised an eyebrow. The level is a bit low, but there really isn't a fifth order zombie outside. Even if there is they would have a hard time trying to kill it, but they did need to know what was going on out there at all times, and the crystal cores were secondary. Nan was also a bit helpless. He had summarized all the news they had poked around before he came. These two really didn't lack anything. He felt that if it wasn't for them being able to provide news from the outside world, it was estimated that these two wouldn't even take care of him. 10 third-order crystal cores for 1. Fourth-order crystal cores will be 1 a fruit. The price is set tentatively. The price can be renegotiated subsequently depending on the situation. If you two have something you need, we can pry for news for free. Ruan Yu and the two of them looked at each other. This price should be on the high side. Right. Will these people really not lose money? Or is the mutant fruit really bad to pick? Yes, but news must be kept up to date. It's natural. Then in came a junior, carrying a large bag in on his shoulder and placing it on the floor, carrying the two men on the floor out in the process. Tuanan pointed to the large bag on the floor. There are 300 third-order crystal cores in here, and 10 fourth-order crystal cores. Brother Xie order some? Xie also really poured the crystal cores on the ground and counted them up. Ruan Yu helplessly held her forehead, watching him nod his head as he finished counting. Ruan Yu then took out 40 mutant fruits, all of which she had picked earlier, and the ones she had exchanged at the botanical gardens earlier, and mixed them together. Looking at the fact that so many crystal cores were exchanged for this bit of mutant fruit, Ruan Yu was a bit embarrassed and handed the half-pack of small umbrellas she had collected earlier to Tunan. "I'll give you a discount for the first time." Tuanan opened it and took a look. His eyes lit up. "This is a good thing. The price is ridiculously high, but the demand exceeds the supply." "Thank you, sibling." After saying that, Tunan stood up and was ready to slip away. "Then I'll leave you two alone. Big brother two, go slowly, haha." Xie sent the person to the door before he closed the door and sat down again. "Things can be exchanged, but it's better to have less contact with them." Nguyen Nok nodded approvingly. "I know." Then pointed to the radio. "You can get this one." Xie nodded. "Will, so we're really coming here to trade next time?" Xie pondered for a while before saying, "Come here to trade a few times first to try. Try or not to let them know where we live." As if thinking of something, Xie continued to ask, "You haven't said where we live." "Ah." Nguyen Nok was confused for a moment. "I didn't say that?" "No. I lived in a downtown apartment before, and you were there to help check out the renovations." Xie thought for a while before he nodded. "It's good to live wherever you want. It's also convenient to run and whatnot. The top floor generally do not have to worry about rainstorms, water accumulation, and not afraid of snowstorms." "That previous birthday party for Su Yenji was on June 15th last year?" Ruan Yu looked at him with some surprise. "Yeah, how did you know?" Of course he remembers. Their team vacation get-together. Ruan Yen took a phone call with a fiery face and left. Scared him as a captain did not dare to speak. He could only drive and follow from afar. And by the way, he saw Ruan Yu's appearance of a humanoid cake. Of course, he will not tell the truth. "I counted it on my fingers." "Then you can't. People count the future. What's the use of counting the past?" Chapter 56, Departure for Home. Looking at Ruan Yu's smile with a different meaning, Xie inexplicably felt his hands itching, rubbed his fingers, and while Ruan Yu wasn't paying attention, he directly went up and pinched her face twice. Feeling the soft touch on his hand, Xie froze for a moment. This time it was actually so easy? The last time he told Ruan Yu to get up, he almost didn't get his head slapped off by her. Ruan Yu turned her head. Her eyes were ghostly and locked with him. Xie was startled and quickly let go, ran to the opposite side of the sofa and directly lay down with her back to Ruan Yu. "It's not early. Go to sleep." Looking at Xie who reacted quickly, Ruan Yu was confused for a moment. When did she have such poor vigilance? When Xie reached out her hand, she actually didn't have any defense at all, and only reacted to the fact that she was molested when she ran away. Blaring at Xie, "I'm going to deduct your supplies." Exasperated, he reached down and put the two clumps together, grabbed a pillow and lay down with his clothes. There was no talk all night. The next day, both of them got up early and tacitly did not mention last night's incident. Ruan Yu took out her toiletries and handed them to Xie, walking to the side to wash herself. After washing up, he put the things away and handed Xie 2 large steamed buns. Ruan Yu himself took a hand cake and ate it next to him, meeting his gaze and glaring back. Xie helplessly laughed softly and looked at the steamed buns in his hands. "It is good to have food. Next time you can't mess with the clothes horse." After breakfast, Xie drove. Ruan Yu sat in the co-pilot. The two dumplings were put in the back together by Ruan Yu, patting Black Obsidian's head. "The pups you picked up. You're responsible for raising no? Meow." Protest. The protest is invalid. In the end, Black Obsidian was still barred next to Silver Moon. One black and one white donut plopped down on the soft cushion Ruan Yu had prepared. After watching the one person and two beasts sit down, Xie then started the car. "Ruan Yu, do you have a generator in your space?" "There are. Solar-powered and oil-burning ones." "That's good." After saying that, both of them were silent. Given that this was driving to the city center, there were more zombies. Ruan Yu did not dare to sleep, holding binoculars to observe the surrounding situation. After driving for nearly half an hour, they only encountered a dozen or so zombies. The previous Ruan Guin saw it first and tried to avoid it. Now there is no way this road has the least amount of zombies recently. The zombies came closer, and Ruan Yu realized that the dozen or so zombies actually had 4 or 5 fourth-order zombies. "Is this zombie upgrading so fast?" Ruan Yu said with an incredulous face. "How long has she only been out? No wonder no one dares to come to the city center. If she wasn't dipping into the light of her powers, she wouldn't have come. I guess it's only the zombies in this city that are upgrading fast. So isn't this just right? Basically no one dares to come to us?" Xie said with an unnecessary face. "The zombies wouldn't attack him anyway. Also Let's go down to kill the zombies first. Ruan Yu said with some excitement. Fourth order zombies, ah, what a good accompaniment. Getting out of the car, Ruan Yu rushed straight towards the zombies. Even the sleeping Black Obsidian was also gripped out. Black Obsidian and I have 2 each. The remaining 1 and the third order ones are all yours. Xiaxingzhou followed helplessly. Good. Having killed a fourth order zombie twice, Ruan Yu was quite experienced. The roiling vines interspersed with water droplets simultaneously attacked towards the 2 zombies. This time the zombies were much smarter and knew to dodge while releasing their powers, but even smarter than a human. One of the zombies was hit by a large fireball from Black Obsidian, and the zombie on Black Obsidian's side was slapped to the ground by one of Mwinok's giant thick vines. In the end, the panther was fast, and before the zombie that was slapped on the ground could get up, Obsidian pounced on it and held it down. Ruan Yu's side saw that the zombie was burned. He directly controlled the vines to attack with full force, and when he saw that he could hit the zombie, Ruan Yu went into a trance and the zombie dodged. The remaining walker on Obsidian's side hits a water balloon to free the nearly roasted walker. A man and a leopard confronted the 3 zombies. Ruan Yu's mouth curled up into a smile. Mental ability, ah, all the more reason not to let it go. A fourth order zombie is simply not a match for a mutated animal of the same level. Not to mention that Black Obsidian is still 1 order higher. And the 3 zombies are smart enough to keep hugging together. And every time they attack, they are all staring at Ruan Yu and hitting him. Fortunately, 1 person and 1 leopard work well together. Black Obsidian directly pounced on the harassment. Ruan Yu on the side to find an opportunity to control the water droplets. Vines quietly drilled through the ground. Soon the 3 remaining walkers were taken care of. Can't see you're so powerful. Xiaxingzhou walked over with about 10 crystal cores and handed them to Ruan Yu. You're not so bad either. 12 or 13 third order zombies plus a fourth order zombie. And still 1 step ahead of her in solving it. Ruan Yu directly put water to wash her hands. And by the way, all the crystal cores handed over by Xiaxingzhou were cleaned. As for the ones on her side, they had long been eaten by little Rose. Xiaxingzhou was really a bit curious, so he asked out, do you have any other supernormal abilities? Ruan Yu looked up at him. No more. That's good. Just like that it's already terrifying. Xiaxingzhou lamented with a face of envy, comparing it to his supernatural abilities. It was really enviable. Your powers aren't so bad. How many people beg for them? After some small talk the 2 of them got in the car and set off. It was such a short distance. It was better to go home early and clean up the house a little longer. On the other hand, Tu Nan brought Li Yi Wenli back to a stronghold, and a randomly arranged room was given to the 2. Li Ye's alien ability level was a little higher and he woke up faster, realizing that he didn't die. His first reaction was excitement, a kind of joy after the robbery, and finally hatred and killing intent towards Ruan Yu. It was only after that he began to look around. The dimly lit room with only a tiny candle on the table waving a small flame. Li Yi then realized that Wenli was lying on the side, and hurriedly reached out to pat her face. Wenli, wake up, we didn't die. After shaking for a while, Wenli then woke up leisurely, but her hands and feet were still a bit sore and soft, squinting her eyes and asking, Yi Si, where is this place? Ah, how was I supposed to know? I woke you up because I thought you knew. The person patrolling at the door heard the commotion and pushed the door in, frightening Li Yi to hurriedly cover his chest. The man said somewhat breathlessly, all awake, continue to rest, there is something to talk about in the morning. After saying that, he turned around and left, locking the door directly behind him, lest these 2 come out looking for trouble. Li Yi Wenli and the 2 of them looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Li Yi first went to the door to look at the door, found the door locked. Through the gap can still see the patrol, so he had to return to the cot again. You can't run away, it's better to get well. After 8 o'clock in the morning, Tuanan came into the hut with a little brother, and brought the 2 men a little thin gruel and pickles. Did you 2 get any rest last night? Looking at the 5 big and thick Hans in front of them, both of them were a bit scared and could only nod their heads. Seeing this, Tu Nan had to slow down his tone. Don't worry, you 2, if I wanted to do something to you, I would have done it last night. We're not a place for misfits here. Li Yi, who had always been more courageous, pushed Wenli and ducked toward the back herself, and Wenli cursed in her heart, then can you let us go? It could be, but not right now. Why? Tuanan smiled, his whole body looking even more intimidating, because I saved you guys and consumed the supplies here. You'll have to make up for that before you can leave. Wenli had a bad feeling in her heart, but still said stiffly, then how are we going to pay it back in? Chapter 57 Payment of Debts. If you have supplies, you offset them with supplies, but if you don't, you have to work off your debt. Don't worry, we don't force virtuous women to sell their bodies. My humble Tuanan still has a lot of prestige in this area. Then, Big Brother 2, you're from that base? Li Yi heard Tu Nan's words before he poked his head out to ask. I'm from the Green Dragon Society. This is a branch of the Green Dragon Society. You can leave after you've paid your debt. Looking at the two men, Tuanan felt as if he saw supplies beckoning to him. He had to ask for more, and send the three over for a reunion when they woke up. And how many supplies do we have to return? Tuanan laughed and took out a list that 800 pounds of fine grains, 1,000 pounds of coarse grains, 500 milliliters of gasoline, 500 pounds of fresh vegetables and fruits, 10 fourth-order crystal cores, and 100 third-order crystal cores. Just the ones on this list. You can just pick any one and return it. So much, why don't you guys go and grab it? Li Yi let out a cry of surprise. Third-order crystal cores. Her current alien ability was only at the early second order. So many supplies. This life is not expected to pay back. Wen Li pondered for a moment. Big brother too. Were you the one who traded us back with supplies? Tu Nan had a face of rightfulness. Yes. The person who wants to kill you guys is called Ruanyu. And there's a handsome guy with him. Last night they were that lion's share of the price. I'm still talking about the price for 2 hours. Both of them thought with hatred in their hearts at the same time. Ruanyu, you'd better not fall into my hands. Otherwise I will definitely make you look good. Supplies they are estimated to not be able to pay back in this lifetime. Wen Li had to continue to ask. Then how do we count the work we do for you? Brother too? Tuanan pulled out his ears. What would you guys know? I'm a surgeon and I've been interning for over 3 months. And Li Ya is a nurse, also interning for over 3 months. Tu Nan was so excited that he clapped his hands. What a coincidence. It's just the right time for you two to take care of those 3 people. In that case, our branch happens to be short of medics. You only need to work for 10 years basically to pay it back. And we'll cover room and board. After saying that, Tu Nan also has a face of you guys taking advantage of a big advantage. Wen Li's mouth corner twitching. She is not a little cute. She is not a little cutie. Who can't see it when it is so blatantly pitched? But there was really something. Li Yi pushed her. Wen Li, let's just work here. We don't have to worry about the zombies and still have enough to eat. Wen Li gave her a look. That was true. But was there really such a thing as a good thing in the world? Tuanan didn't care what these two were thinking, and directly led people to the relief point, which was actually 2 large huts that had been erected, and the people inside were bandaging each other's wounds. A wounded man in a corner suddenly went berserk and lunged directly at the person next to him. Opening his mouth and biting, the others reacted quickly, and both the biter and the bitten were cut off at the head. Brother 2 doesn't have any other paramedics here? No, just waiting for you two to come. Wen Li subconsciously shivered. These 2 sheds nearly 30 people, and all of them are big and thick men. From a long distance can smell the smell. Really want to work here for 10 years. She felt that it is not impossible to go out to look for supplies. Tuanan coughed twice. It's not all like that. Let's go. There's someone else in the house, said Tu Nan, took the lead and walked in. Did not walk a few steps, directly pushed open a room. Inside is exactly White Tea's Su Yenji. 3 people, coincidentally, all woke up. Tuan Nan walked in and let the 2 behind him enter the room as well, before saying, they're all awake. Just in time for us to talk about compensation. The words just fell. Li Yi directly called out. Cha-cha, Su Shiming, is that you guys? White Tea also looked at Li Yi and Wen Li with some surprise. Yi, Wen Li, why are you guys here? Li Yi directly walked to the bedside and sat down. It wasn't Ruanyu. She wanted to kill me, but I didn't expect that I was actually saved by Big Brother too. Bai Cha followed her gaze to Tu Nan. Would this man really offer to save someone? Cha-cha, you still haven't said why you guys are here. Ruanyu said that all of you were killed by her. Now she's arrogant. I didn't even mess with her, so she directly controlled the vines to try to kill me. Speaking with some aggravation, Wen Li also nodded with a concurring face. Where did you meet and win knock? Su Yenji suddenly interjected. Ran right into it at a villa in the suburbs. Tuanan couldn't listen anymore. He was busy. A few of you want to catch up. Slowly catch up later. Now let's talk about the compensation first. I haven't asked what a few of you are called. Speaking directly to the other man besides him. Su Yenji, this is White Tea, and that's Yu Ting lying over there. Seeing that Su Yenji didn't introduce himself, Li Yi glanced at him. Li Yi, Vinny. Tu Nan smiled and snorted. All good names. Ah, next I'll talk about compensation. Su Yenji, right? You three's car exploded and blew a big hole in the road. My men wasted a lot of effort to find all the materials to patch the road. And you were lying half dead on the road yesterday. And it was only because I was kind enough to bring you back, and put in the effort to find medicine, that I was able to bring you back. Since you're all awake now, let's get together and talk about how you're going to pay me back for all this stuff. Tu Nan handed the list directly to Su Yenji as soon as he finished speaking. 1 ton of fine grain. 1 ton of coarse grain. 1,000 liters of gasoline. 1,000 pounds of fresh fruits and melons. 54th order zombie crystals, 300 third order zombie crystals, and 50 mutant fruits. You guys look at the list and just pick 2 random things. Or of course you can work at my place to pay off your debts. Su Yinji's eyes widened when he saw the list Tuan handed over. And after reading it, he handed it to Bai Cha, who in turn handed it to Yu Ting, with all 3 of their faces in a daze. Brother 2, these are just a bit much, aren't they? Tunan smiled and patted Su Yinji's shoulder, causing Su Yinji to let out a cry of pain. Brother how can this be counted as much? Look at the injuries on your bodies. How much medicine is needed for such a heavy weight? How rare medicine is nowadays? And the manpower and material resources to bring you back to take care of you. Don't want supplies that way. I run such a large division. I always have to look at the big picture. And if I don't save you guys back, you're going to die there. Is that much material compared to a life? White Tea heard this word, the bottom of the eyes flashed a dark aura. In the end it is still Ruan Yu's fault. He has already avoided Ruan Yu. How can he still encounter? Is not just to grab a little chance? Ruan Yu is not bad at that little thing. Why should he rush to the end of the world? She didn't even die from such a heavy explosion. Does that mean that the aura on her isn't any worse than Ruan Yu's? In the original book, Ruan Yu was the main character, but now that she's crossed over, it's a different book, and the main character should be her now. And the original protagonist, Nguyen Ngoc, deserved to die, whether Nguyen Ngoc was like her or not. What is Cha Cha thinking about? Su Xiang asked somewhat probingly when he saw Bai Cha wandering off. It's okay, I was wondering how I'm going to get out and get supplies. Li Yi excitedly pulled over Bai Cha's hand. Can Cha Cha take me with her? I also need to return supplies. If I work here to work for 10 years, I do not want to work here. I'm a 2nd level gold psychic. I'm also a nurse, can treat wounds. It's not a bad idea to bring it up. And when Li she's a doctor or a speed psychic, she can run fast. Tu Nan said in a generous manner. Since you guys know each other, it's natural that you can team up together to pay off the debt. Besides what's on the list, you guys can also find other things to pay off. I can consider it at my discretion. Su Yinji glanced at Bai Cha and gave a slight nod. They were now 3. Adding 2 more really wasn't bad. They were all in debt anyway. It didn't matter how much debt they had. Bai Cha lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. Brother 2, can we use the message to offset the debt? Chapter 58, Foreknowledge of Debt Settlement. Hearing Bai Cha's words, Tu Nan looked at her with interest. Oh, what news? Tell me, is there any news that they can't find out about the Green Dragon Society? Meeting Tu Nan's gaze, White Tea smiled confidently. If I'm talking about news about the future, I wonder if I can offset the debt. Future? These 2 words alone are enough to arouse Tu Nan's curiosity. But who knows whether it's true or not if it's related to the future. And if it's really predictable, will it still be picked up by him? Although he had long scoffed in his heart, he didn't show it at all on his face. If it's true, then naturally it can be offset. But aren't you forgetting that you've only been bombed half to death and even robbed of your supplies? How is Miss White going to explain that? Hearing Tu Nan ask this, Bai Cha's face darkened for a moment. How did she know that Ruan Yu would do this? It's not like there was this plot in the original book, and she had bad luck every time she met Ruan Yu. Thinking of this silently in his heart to Ruan Yu, since neither of them is the original owner, then it is up to each of them. Brother 2 doesn't know. My supernatural ability is special. I can foretell the disasters that will occur in the future through my dreams, but the foretelling can only tell me the important things, and the dreams won't tell me the details, and the dreams tell me the things that will happen in the future. Doesn't it also tell me that I won't die no matter what happens? As for the disaster I'm talking about, won't we know if it's true or not when we're halfway through the month? Big Brother 2 has nothing to lose, isn't it? Interesting, but half a month's worth of news can't compare to these supplies. Tu Nan is not stupid. Just a little bit of news to offset so many supplies. Want to fart, eat even if it is true, so what? The end of the world to come when they did not know in advance. Not also survived? That's natural, and I can project until the end of the year. So I wonder if that would offset these supplies? White Tea started to ramp up. She was just a traveler who knew the plot. And before she traveled she was just a rookie fresh out of college. But right now she really needed to get out of here and back to base. Tuanan pondered for a while. Originally he was here to pit people. How is a pit not a pit? Yes, but you have to tell me first what calamity will occur in this half month. And only after we have verified that, you can leave. But in this half month, you have to go out and look for supplies. I don't keep useless people here. When you leave you will tell me about the remaining months of calamity. If you lie to me, my Green Dragon Society is no worse than those bases. I hope you think about it. Both Li Yi and Wen Li stayed silent as they didn't know about Bai Cha's powers. But Bai Cha could just take them away. Yu Ting and Su Yenji were aware of Bai Cha's psychic ability, and this journey was indeed drenched in the light of Bai Cha's precognition. Except for the encounter with Ruan Yu. Big Brother 2 is joking. Whether it's true or not is just half a month. White tea face a calm. The face of Tunan's fierce gaze is not the slightest bit afraid. This person appeared in the book, The Green Dragon Society. Although before the end of the world is a gangster, but the style of action is really very good. It could be said to be more trustworthy than many large bases, and that was why she dared to say it outright. If it was at the base she would have to hide it instead. But news doesn't come from sources. Brother 2 should understand that, right? Seeing that Bai Cha was not afraid in the slightest, Tunan probably guessed that this person was not lying. Since this was the case, he was not at a disadvantage, was he not? Knowing in advance could avoid a lot of trouble. That's natural. I wonder what calamities are in this latter half of the month. White Tea smiled. Big Brother 2 were going out to look for supplies. So before we say anything, shouldn't you show a little? A small pickup truck with a full tank of gas. I'll cover today's meal. The rest of that will have to be you guys go out and look for yourselves. Tunan opened his mouth. This point of things he is not lacking. But these several people car are scrapped. People actually only slightly injured. Plus the physique of the alien. It is estimated that tomorrow will be able to run and jump. As for escaping, he was even less worried. The nearby roads were basically cleared by the Green Dragon Society. Could he not find out if he ran? Brother 2 is refreshing. I don't know if Brother 2 has noticed that it hasn't actually rained once in so long, which is considered abnormal in summer, right? Seeing that Tunan was so forthcoming, White Tea also said straight away that dealing with people of good character was simple. As for running, she hadn't thought about it. Offending the Green Dragon Society wasn't a wise choice. Tuanan was thoughtful. Is it abnormal? So there's going to be a rainstorm next? Bai Cha smiled sweetly. Big Brother 2 is wise. I dreamt that there would be a continuous half-month rainstorm for a period of time in the back. As for what the rainstorm can bring, Big Brother 2 must know it very well, right? This time Tunan had to be nervous. Heavy rainstorms, which can be a big or small calamity, must be prepared in advance. Even if White Tea is lying to him, some things are always prepared. Since Miss White has said so, then I naturally have to go to make arrangements. I won't bother Miss White. You guys have a good rest. After saying that, Tunan left and greeted his little brother to inform people of the meeting. Bai Tea glanced at Su Yinji. See, you cannot leave me. It just so happens that I also need you. Some things are better to pretend that they did not happen. Yu Ting and Su Yinji bowed their heads at the same time, not knowing what they were thinking. They clearly knew that if they didn't have Bai Tea, this time they might really be planted here. As for Wen Li and Li Yi, they were already confused. But seeing that neither Su Yinji said anything, they could probably tell that Bai Cha's words were correct. On the other side, Ruanyu and Xiexingzhou finally drove the car to the entrance of the neighborhood after killing a few more zombies. Instead of rushing up the stairs, they first cleared out all the nearby walkers and locked the gate before the two of them walked into the unit building. Find your way up, floor by floor, and see if there's anyone there. Good. The unspoken idea that it's okay to have people. The fear is avoiding them and stealing home when they're out looking for supplies. The two men divided the work. The first floor Xiexingzhou stood on the stairway. Ruanyu opened the door one by one to check. The second floor Xiexingzhou went to check the room. Ruanyu guarded the stairway. Although there were more floors, it was good that both of them had high levels of psychic ability and their physical strength wasn't bad. And after a delay of nearly an hour, the two of them finally climbed to the top of the building. Ruanyu took out 2 mutant fruits and handed one to Xiexingzhou. Which floor do you want to live on? Which floor do you live on? Xiexingzhou didn't answer but asked Ruanyu first. 24th floor. Ah, it's faster to go up to the rooftop, Ruanyu said without thinking. Then I'll live next to you, so I can take care of anything. Suit yourself. But there's nothing in the house, so you'll have to install the appliances and all that yourself. Ugwinnak opened her mouth to say that she seemed to have taken everything in the house with her when she left. Just rest and go. Keep packing. Ruanyu took Xiexingzhou to the house where he lived first, and after putting the furniture and appliances, Ruanyu then went back to the house where she lived. Putting a lazy couch in the hallway and throwing obsidian and dumpling on it, the two of them were relieved to clean up the house. Thinking that there was no water on Xiexingzhou's side, Ruanyu even thoughtfully put a large bucket of water. Only then did she walk to her house. Nguyennak looked around and mopped the floor before he started placing the furniture and appliances. First, the room was tidied up, with the bed, closet, nightstand, and dresser being the big pieces first. Then the bathroom, the kitchen, and finally the living room with its large sofa, floor air conditioner, and air conditioning fan. Finally check around again. See what is missing to fill in some small ornaments. No surprise, at least until next year. Get comfortable is not wrong. Just after packing up and sitting on the sofa, Xiexingzhou came over. Ruanyu, have you packed up? Chapter 59, Scavenging for Supplies. Okay. The gate was left open and Ruanyu turned her head just in time to see Xiexingzhou standing in the doorway. Come in. Only then did Xiexingzhou walk in. Did you forget something? It was almost 2 o'clock now, and they hadn't had lunch yet, and after killing walkers and climbing the stairs to clean up the house, he felt like he was starving. Who told you not to collect some food for your bag yourself? Ruan Yu spat. The man didn't even want the bag he'd been carrying for so long before after he left with her. Lazy as hell. Despite saying this, Ruan Yu still took a few home-cooked dishes, and took a boiled fish and put it on the table. 1 white rice for each person. Without waiting for Ruan Yu to speak, Xie Xingzhou had already gone over and sat down, just 2 bites into her meal. Ruan Yu saw 2 fluffies running in at the door, and only then did she respond. I think I forgot about you guys too. Ruan Yu laughed dryly twice, took a small table and put the 2 on it. Silver Moon a big pot of milk. Black Obsidian now only ate fruit, waiting for Ruan Yu to give it roasted meat. Had eaten cooked roasted lamb, now it was not eating any raw meat at all. Isn't Obsidian a panther? Doesn't eat meat? Xie Xingzhou, a leopard that only ate vegetarian food, was genuinely curious. It wanted a roast, and I didn't have time to roast it, did I? Xie Xingzhou thought about it for a while, and it did seem like he didn't have much time along the way. Go around first in the afternoon and see if there's anyone else. And by the way, look for a hot pot restaurant and barbecue store or something. Collect the liquefied gas, and you should be free to make some meals to put in your space tomorrow. Ruan Yu nodded. She was of the same mind. There's also the outdoor store to look at. There are supplies to put away first. I wonder if there are any fireplaces for sale in a city? With no heat or anything in the -20s. It's just too much generator and oil to rely on air conditioning. Or think of something else to heat the house. Seeing that Ruan Yu was so serious, Xie Xingzhou did not say much. Who dares to disbelieve the words of a person who has been reborn? He is also afraid of the cold. Thinking of the news he heard from getting the radio just now, Xie Xingzhou looked at Ruan Yu. By the way, just now Tuanan came with a message saying if he could exchange the message for the mutant fruit. He said the message was a foretelling of the future and couldn't be as free as the other messages. Ruan Yu looked faint. No need to think to know that this is what Bai Cha said. It seems that Bai Cha was pitched a hard time. Otherwise she wouldn't have traded the information for something. But unfortunately she is not an ingrate. What Bai Cha knows she knows too. It can't be changed. There's no point in wasting mutant fruit on news we can all guess. Xie Xingzhou smiled. He did refuse. Originally he also thought of asking Tu Nan to help find a fireplace, but in the end he let it go. They really couldn't find it before saying so. Directly letting Tuanan look for it. Isn't that telling Tuanan that they can predict it too? Or forget it. It's already flashy enough. Don't worry. I turned it down when I heard the news. I'm not stupid. Ruan Yu lowers her head and dries her rice. Everyone knows it by heart. That's it. Black Yao will watch the house in the afternoon. We'll just go out. It's really not reassuring to have no one to watch the house. After eating and resting for a good while, the 2 of them went downstairs and went out to look for supplies, riding on small donkeys, which were better suited for hanging out because they could drill trails and had a good view. Even though the sound didn't have much of an effect on the walkers anymore, the neighborhood had been cleared out just as soon as they started. Song Gwyn Nok and the others headed straight for the streets a little farther away. Ruan Yu has strolled before, so it is very familiar. This side of the band went over. That street is full of hot pot barbecue, grilled fish and meat and so on. The 2 people pried the door from door to door. You've been here before? Looking at Ruan Yu's skillful prying technique, Xie Xingzhou was really a bit surprised. I live over here. I've definitely been all around. I've eaten on this street. This hot pot restaurant. The base is good, but the food is not good. Cut corners. The meal is small to come to the right. Delicious. The one across the street has a mediocre base, but lots of ingredients for people who are big eaters who don't require a lot of flavor. Ruan Yu unloaded the gas tanks under the hot pot tables while chatting with Xie Xingzhou, and after mastering the method the 3 dozen tables were soon lifted one by one by the 2 of them. You know quite a bit about it. Looking at the cluttered tables on the floor, aren't you going to charge 2 tables? We're just right for fondue. After saying that the 2 skillfully walked into the back kitchen, looking at there are still a lot of sealed hot pot base, Ruan Yu directly into the space. There is also a set of knives also collected. This side of the table is not good. In front of the store is a new store. The table is relatively new. Collect that side of the table. Hearing Ruan Yu say this, Xie Xingzhou was relieved that he kinda wanted to eat hot pot. Collected 4 or 5 stores in a row. Xie Xingzhou walked into the next hot pot restaurant. Looked around. The table is indeed relatively new. How many of these tables do you collect? Ruan Yu didn't even look up. It's all collected. No need to get the jar down yet. The 2 of them moved skillfully and handily, and soon a street was pretty much collected. There's still the last one left. A self-service hot pot restaurant. Here I remember there's an ice cream machine and an ice crusher. You get the tables first. I'll go take a look. Looking at Ruan Yu who ran into the inner room, Xie Xingzhou was helpless. Who made him have no space and could only do hard labor? For the collection of supplies Ruan Yu heart, Xiaxingzhou also lazy to say. Anyway, Ruan Yu then he knows comprehensively. Along the way walking and stopping to collect supplies, the two of them are also pain and pleasure. Although Ruan Yu's space is enough for her to use for several lifetimes, but there is space, why no longer stock up a little more? Anyway, the zombies in a city in the last life were particularly fierce, and no one dared to come and take the supplies in a city, so she took it, and there was no burden. It couldn't be cheap for the zombies. This way occasionally encountered zombies, either 4th order or late 3rd order look. Even if it is a single, most of them are 4th order. Ruan Yu really cannot figure it out. The last life she has not returned to the A city. How a city zombies are so powerful. Not only her, Xiaxingzhou was also curious. Maybe there's something in a city. If Ruan Yu didn't know, he knew even less. But it seemed that the Qingcheng base had mentioned City A before, and he didn't know exactly what it was. Cannot think of two people have tacitly decided not to want to, as long as the strength is too hard to care what his reasons. What things? Directly killed forever. After searching for more than 3 hours, Nguyen Nok thought it was time to go back. Let's go. Go back first. I don't know if there are other people in the neighborhood. Someone is probably no match for Black Obsidian. So what are you afraid of? That's true. But what if he doesn't show up and then puts cold arrows behind his back when we kill the zombies? Who can defend against that? Given that in her last life, she was often pushed out by Chata block walkers, Ruan Yu hated people who hid behind them the most. Just like a shrinking violet. And especially good at playing the poor. Annoying. Let's go to the rooftop barbecue tonight. Ah, the topic jumped a bit fast, and Ruan Yu didn't react for a moment. Xiaxingzhou smiled. Aren't you afraid that there are still living people around here? Go up and roast meat. Roast it every day. I don't believe they won't come to the door. The meat of mutated animals can be eaten, but it can't be beaten. So those who can eat meat now are not ordinary people. There will always be people rushing up to make friends. Your method works too. Nguyen Nok responded then. They were going to cook anyway. She couldn't believe that the scent wouldn't come out of the people. Let's go. Upstairs first. Chapter 60, The Temptation of the Barbecue. On the way upstairs, Nguyen Nok didn't forget to take out 2 grenades. One stuck on the front door of the cell block and the other on the window of the building. She has vines can be from the 2nd floor over the window. Xiaxingzhou Hao is also the king of soldiers. This height is small. Just do not know when there will be unlucky people up. The two went home when it was almost dark. Up the stairs more dark. Good thing the generator is installed in the afternoon. Just need to start on the line. Ruan Yu looked out through the balcony, and it was pitch black all around them, leaving them alone with a bright light here. Flipping a dry pot from space, he took a few more home-cooked meals, silver moon or a large tub of milk, and Black Obsidian ate the crystal cores and mutant fruits. Where's the barbecue? Xiaxingzhou asked while eating. Go up to the rooftop. They were eye-catching enough here at night anyway. It wasn't that bad. After a few bites, the two went straight to the rooftop. Ruan Yu took an oversized light bulb, and Xiaxingzhou held the line. The rooftop, which was originally dark, was instantly illuminated. Ruan Yu took out the tools for roasting meat from the space, as well as several tables, and when she took out the firewood stove, Ruan Yu remembered that she hadn't collected firewood yet. There were 2 broken open pigs left in the space. Ruan Yu took out one and placed it on a long table. You watch and get it. Although he had seen Ruan Yu take it out before, Xiaxingzhou was still a bit surprised to see such a whole pig again. It won't all be roasted for Black Yao, right? Give it the fat ones. We'll fry a bit of crispy meat up as well as the ribs. Ruan Yu looked at Black Yao. How could she give it all the meat? Completely ignoring Black Yao's protesting eyes. Grabbing a large bucket of oil and a large pot, Ruan Yu turned around and prepared to go downstairs. You get it first. I'll go find some firewood. Xiaxingzhou nodded and suddenly asked, how long before it rains? Without thinking, Nguyen Nok said, about 2 weeks. Then we'll fry up a little bit every day for a while, and when it rains we'll fry in the house. Good. Nguyen Nok nodded. She was thinking the same thing. It was too inconvenient to bake in the house where the place was too small if it rained. After saying that, Ruan Yu went downstairs, casually walked 1 floor, kicked open the door of the room, and split the wooden table, chair, closet, and bed inside. Ruan Yu took the tang knife. Not to mention, this tang knife chopping firewood really fast, chopped for a while before Ruan Yu reacted. Xiaxingzhou just asked what? Cutting harder, actually latching onto her words and keying her to say them unguarded. When she went upstairs, Xiaxingzhou had already packed the back half of the pork and was waiting for her firewood to roast the meat. Glaring at him, Ruan Yu then put all the firewood on the floor. One person grills the meat while the other continues to cut it smaller. Looking at the problem, Ruan Yu lifted Black Obsidian over to watch the roasted meat, turning it over from time to time, before frying the crispy pork ribs with Xiaxingzhou. For a moment the aroma was overflowing, and not far from a residential building. All 4 men came out of their rooms. You guys couldn't sleep either? You sleep? It smells so damn good. How long has it been since we've had meat? You should say how long it's been since we've had enough to eat. The only person in the living room who hadn't said anything suddenly spoke up. Shut up, all of you, and hurry back to bed. Boss, why don't we go and change a bit of meat back? We're craving for it. One of them, with a gluttonous and bitter face, said. The other looked at him. If you want to die, you get out. Hearing this, the people who had wanted to speak were silent. They had fled here for almost 2 months and had seen how this place had turned into an isolated city. Now 2 people suddenly appeared. What kind of good people could they be? Nguyen Ngoc and the 2 did not want to get a night. 12 o'clock on time. The 2 closed, each back to his home. Ruan Yu returned home and couldn't wait to pull the curtains, lock the door to the room, and carry the 2 donuts back to the space. She hadn't even gone in to take a look for a long time. The vegetables she had planted before were basically ready to eat, and the beanstalks were full grown. So Ruan Yu hurriedly pinched them off. There is also corn has already sprouted a little colorful corn stalks. It looks like it will be ready to eat in a few days. The things in the space really grow fast, and they are also more watery than the ones outside. Ruan Yu released Little Rose and took all the crystal cores collected from Tu Nan and swallowed them. Little Rose swallowed crystal cores without distinguishing between colors, and Ruan Yu could feel all of her psychic abilities rising to the late 5th stage. However, I shouldn't be able to rely on Little Rose to ascend to level 6, but I haven't seen any level 5 zombies now, so I still need to look for the mutant fruit. It seems that we can only take one step at a time. Ruan Yu took the 2 dumplings out of the space and set the alarm clock before falling into a deep sleep. Even a weak Ruan Yu 2 are out during the day to scavenge the neighborhood, and come back at night to grill meat. Nearby residential buildings, office buildings, even the school library, these have not let go. All put Ruan Yu space. Having just killed a 4th order zombie, Ruan Yu sighed. When do you think those guys will come out? They had searched all around them in the past few days, and naturally they had found other people, but they hadn't shown up, so it was not good for them to look up. Looking at Ruan Yu with this look, Xie Xingzhou let out a light laugh. Soon. I feel like I know them. How do you know it if you've never even seen it? Another pinch? The corner of Xie Xingzhou's mouth twitched for a moment before he said, the way they dodged feels a bit familiar to me. Very similar to me. Nguyen Ngoc got serious then. You mean they could be half-mourned corpses too? Xie Xingzhou shook his head. It shouldn't be. There are several laboratories in the Qingcheng base. I'm not really sure what experiments the other laboratories are doing, but it certainly won't be the same as me. And they're familiar with this place. They should have come to a city a long time ago, maybe before the zombie outbreak. Ruan Yu listened to some clouds. She felt that she was reborn alone. As if she didn't know anything, she had to admit that in her last life, she did mix too poorly. So do you think they're friend or foe? Xie Xingzhou thought seriously for a moment before he spoke. Hiding from people like us, that's a little more likely to be a friendly army. Then with an amused look on his face, he looked at Ruan Yu. Why do you want them to show up so badly? There's no supplies around here. We definitely need to go farther away. What if we go farther away and they steal the house? Water parks are usually in the suburbs or on the edge of the city, where there are rubber boats that can't be cheapened with white tea. Nguyen Ngoc said. She wasn't trying to gather more supplies. You're missing the point. There's a seafood market over there and a strawberry patch and a vineyard and everything. The more Xie Xingzhou said, the more interested he became. Mutated animals can be eaten. Then mutated lobsters and crabs can certainly be eaten. Half-meter-sized crabs make your mouth water just thinking about them. Ruan Yu gave him a blank look. How dare you talk about me? Aren't you a foodie yourself? While joking and laughing, he walked towards the neighborhood, and only when he reached the unit building, 4 people came out from the side. Seeing the 2 men shout out in some surprise. Xie Xingzhou? Chapter 61, Songli. Hearing the voice, Xie Xingzhou felt some familiarity, raised his eyes and looked over. Seeing the 4 people in front of him was a little surprised. Song Ru, how are you guys? Songzhou was also a bit surprised, but he couldn't tell from his always cold face. We didn't expect it to be you either. You escaped too? Why don't you see Ruan Yan and the others? Seeing only Xie Xingzhou alone, Song Ji was a bit puzzled. It shouldn't be. Xie Xingzhou's squad was a bit more powerful than theirs. How could Xie Xingzhou be the only one to escape? There were too many pursuers at the time, so we ran separately. Xie Xingzhou explained while asking curiously. He remembered that Song Ji's squad was completely wiped out, come to think of it. But what are you guys doing here? Hearing Xie Xingzhou's question, the 4 had some helplessness and some sorrow. What did the base say? Say you have died for your country. Xie Xingzhou only talked about the key points to say. As for the rest is now unimportant. You're also a half-mourning corpse. Right. Song Ru sized up Xie Xingzhou. The zombies in a city were all attracted by them going around. The meat of those mutated animals that the zombies ate could also enhance their strength. Plus they could nibble on each other's crystal cores. It was only because the zombie level and number in a city was more than other cities. And the fact that Xiexingzhou knew the level of zombies here and still stayed in meant that he definitely had his own life-preserving cards. All of them had spent time at Castle Base. And he couldn't think of anything else but half-mourned corpses. Also, Xiexingzhou was also curious. The Qingcheng Base's laboratory wouldn't just do one type of experiment. Hearing Xiexingzhou's words, Songji knew that he had guessed correctly, and let out a bitter smile. We are too, but also not. Xiexingzhou? What's the difference? You're just changing your physique. We're different. We're slowly turning into zombies and are able to control zombies of a lower rank than ourselves, but the habits are still human. Isn't that the zombie king? Ruanyu interjected with a curious face. Just like a human but able to control zombies. Isn't that a proper zombie king? Songru. Several people had noticed Ruanyu before and could feel that Ruanyu was different from them. She was still a human being. Plus she was following Xiexingzhou, so she didn't ask curiously. Seeing her sudden interjection, Songji then looked at Xiexingzhou. And this is? Ruanyu, my friend. After a brief introduction, Xiexingzhou looked at Songji again, signaling him to continue. For some reason he didn't want Songji and the others to get to know Ruanyu. Hearing the name, Songji's heart burst with ecstasy. Ruanyan's sister. Wasn't this the person they were looking for? But on his face, he still calmly narrated. It is indeed similar to the zombie king in the novel. But we can't go around at our current level. After the zombies upgrade, the high-level zombies will attack each other. And after eating each other's crystal cores they will upgrade. While we can only rely on the mutant fruits to upgrade. At first we thought nothing of it. But then there were more high-ranking zombies that attacked us when they saw us. And we had to hide every day. You must have noticed over the past few days that there's an especially high number of 4th order zombies, and they'll only attack those of the same level, and we just happen to be all stuck at 4th order. Speaking of which, Songji was still a bit helpless. The zombies were all brought in by them, and now the unlucky ones were actually still them. Xiexingzhou had a face of dawning realization. He said how there were also zombies attacking him lately, but once he used his powers, there were no more zombies actively attacking, so it turned out to be so. Hopefully it's just a case of leveling up and growing a brain that knows how to get stronger, even if it's one of a kind. Then you guys are pretty unlucky. Zombies were already strong fighters, plus they didn't know how to hurt. It was really hard to beat an equal rank, and zombies wouldn't fall alone most of the time. Sequence even said with a sniffle, and they know we go to those places most of the time. They all hunker down in those supermarkets, convenience stores and whatnot, just waiting for us to deliver the goods to their doorsteps. Xiexingzhou directly laughed out unkindly. It was not easy for him to guard so many supplies and still starve himself to death. Just talking about us. What about you? Songru looked at Xiexingzhou and Ruanyu. These two looked no different from even before the end of the world. They looked like they were doing well. It also roasted meat for a week, which made them crave it. I just escaped and got rid of everyone from the Qingcheng base. Then I thought about coming over here. I was thinking that I wouldn't be attacked by the zombies, but I didn't realize that the zombies had grown brains. Xiexingzhou casually said a little. The minutiae is not important, and these people have not seen each other for so long. It is better to be on the defensive. After catching up, both sides went home individually, and after not seeing each other for so long, Xiexingzhou felt that it was better to take things slowly. Songji made a point of looking back at them as he walked away, and Ruanyu felt that it was a look at her. The two watched the man walk away before they went up through the window from the second floor. Ruanyu looked at Xiexingzhou and said curiously, "Why does it seem like you don't trust them that much either? You can't be too defensive." I have a feeling they're not telling the truth. The way they look at you is more than just curiosity. Thinking about the way Songji's few people looked at him, he always felt that they would hit on Ruanyu's idea. After such a long time, they still go out from time to time to lure zombies over. How could they not have heard of Ruanyu's name? Even his first reaction to seeing Ruanyu was surprise, and more than that, curiosity about her supernatural abilities. But it was as if the Songju few people didn't know Ruanyu as a person at all. And the way they occasionally looked at Ruanyu was always uncomfortable. I know, but they weren't wrong about one thing. Their powers are indeed all at the 4th rank. In fact, she herself was curious about her healing ability that could heal wounds infected by the zombie virus, and whether that could turn zombies into people when her rank was high, though few people were still alive when they were turned into zombies. Do you think there's a possibility that someone told them my powers could remove the zombie virus from their bodies? Xiexingzhou was silent. It wasn't that there wasn't this possibility. It was just that the healing powers were really so powerful. Would Ruanyu still be reborn? It's possible. Try to have as little contact with them as possible. Ruanyu nodded, but in his heart, he was thinking that he knew they were up to no good, so he'd better find a chance to kill them. After eating dinner as usual, going up to the rooftop to grill meat, and cleaning up. Ngwin quietly went downstairs with black obsidian. She always felt that Songji's last look was implying something to her. Just as he walked to the entrance of the neighborhood, Songji walked out from the shadows with a man in tow. Ruanyu wasn't the least bit surprised. She just looked up at them. Quite a coincidence. You guys aren't sleeping even this late? Songru smiled and opened the door. It's not a coincidence. It's us waiting for you. And then with a certainty on his face, he said, you're Ruanyan's sister and you have healing powers? Ruanyu was calm. So what if it is? We were told that the healing powers would undo the zombie virus that was in us. So? Ruanyu frowned. Someone? Who was that? She hadn't cured a half-mourn corpse of the zombie virus in her last life. The man also told us that if you don't want it, your flesh and blood will have the same effect. Hearing this, Ruanyu understood. This group of people were probably deceived. According to the time they escaped from the Qingqing base, there was no zombie outbreak in the city. Where did the healing powers come from? Looking at them with some pity, he said disdainfully, you think you can kill me with you guys? Chapter 62, The Cloud Mountain Appointment. Seeing Ruanyu say this, Songji's expression didn't change much. They had also observed Ruanyu for a few days. A fifth-order alien. Did have arrogant capital. As far as he knew, even the Qingqing base didn't have any fifth-order aberrations right now. So he replied, quite self-consciously, naturally, I can't, but I have news of Ruanyan here. I wonder if you're interested. He is also not a little cute. Can't beat it, naturally can use a schema. First trick people out of it, preferably a person. But setting up some traps, even if Xie Xingzhou follows, a pit should be fine. Ngwin faked a moment of nervousness and asked with an excited look on her face, what did you say? You have news of him? Seeing Ruanyu's reaction, Songji knew that he had made the right bet. It had been so long. Even if Xie Xingzhou knew about Ruanyan in the beginning, he definitely didn't know now. I can't lie to Xie Xingzhou, but I can't lie to this little girl? Tomorrow, at the top of Cloud Mountain. Come alone. You won't hear from Ruanyan if you're late. Ruanyu looked angry, but there was nothing she could do about it. She could only look at Songji with hatred. Fine, but you better not lie to me. Watching the people walk away, Ruanyu went upstairs as usual, turned the corner and ran into Xie Xingzhou, preemptively saying, you're still not sleeping? Isn't this waiting for you? Xie Xingzhou was a bit speechless. It was clearly him who came to arrest people. How was it like he was caught doing something bad? What's Songru asking you out for? Ruanyu gave him a blank look, said he had news from his brother and asked me to go to Cloud Mountain tomorrow. So are you going? Go? Why don't you go? Ruanyu looked at Xie Xingzhou with some suspicion. Someone was rushing to his death. Why not give him a ride? The two of them went up the stairs while talking. Hearing Ruanyu's words, Xie Xingzhou wasn't surprised at all, but he felt it was better to go later. Then it's better for you to go a day later. Why? Xie Xingzhou dryly coughed twice. I forgot to mention just now. Tu Nan came with a message saying that someone has asked us to meet at the top of Cloud Mountain. Also tomorrow. They also said they knew about Ruanyan, that they had tricked Ruanyan with your information before, but they must not have caught him, or they wouldn't have come to trick you. Ruanyu was speechless. How come every one of them knew about brother's news? Is everyone so well informed? When did brother become so incapable of hiding? Any idea who's over there? Speaking of this, Xie Xingzhou said with some embarrassment, I guess it should have been Fenglan who came over, and probably even met up with Suyanji. And then, Ruanyu instantly understood. That is, the enemies were all gathered together and then there was a new enemy over here. Then let's go to the water park tomorrow and then go to the seafood market. Let's let the three of them fight the landlord for a day. Seeing that Ruanyu agreed with what he said, Xie Xingzhou then asked curiously, why did they all choose Yunshan? How is the feng shui good? Given that Xie Xingzhou is not from a city, Ruanyu kindly answered, because Yunshan only has one way to go up and down the mountain. And when you get to the top of the mountain, besides one side of the slope to go up the mountain, the other side is a cliff. So he probably wants to fight us to the death. If anyone throws a bomb, it might actually destroy everyone in a group. I thought you said it was going to storm then. Let's dry them out for 2 more days. Ngwin nodded after a moment's thought. That's fine. After the conversation, the two went home and went to bed. The next morning, Bai Cha Su Yinji, one of the pedestrians gasping for breath, climbed to the top of the mountain. Bai Cha turned his head to look at Su Yinji. Finally, we're here. Yinji, do you think Ruanyu will come? Su Yinji hooked up a reluctant smile, his words revealing certainty. She'll definitely come, unless she doesn't want to hear from Ruanyan anymore. I hope it's as you said. Fenglan answered from the sidelines. He had thought that he wouldn't be able to find Xie Xingzhou, but he didn't think that he would be able to get there without making any effort, and he coincidentally ran into someone who had a grudge against Ruanyu. Regardless of whether Xie Xingzhou comes or not, he won't suffer any losses anyway, and if he comes, then he will leave the person behind. Just as he was about to say something, a small soldier came running over in a panic. Captain, it's bad. There are a lot of zombies coming up around here. All of them are third order. Captain sighed too. Fenglan hurriedly walked over to take a look. Bai Cha and Su Yinji followed suit, looking towards the road up the mountain. And sure enough, the surroundings were densely packed with zombies. They are also all third order. Fenglan also looked a little panicked. He is a fourth order alien. But so many zombies, he also goaded. How come there are so many zombies? Bai Cha exclaimed out in shock. Her current supernatural ability was only in the late third stage. It was hard to kill a fourth stage zombie. She didn't expect it to be a lightning crystal core. She could only give it to Su Yinji to enhance her supernatural ability. This is controlled by someone. Right. Su Yinji looked at so many zombies, running up in a well-organized manner, and felt that something was not good. When he came, but he didn't encounter a single one of them, and they suddenly appeared, obviously controlled by someone. Bang! 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 Fenglan suddenly fired 3 shots in one direction. Who is it? Hurry up and come out. The white T-Fu turned to look over, while silently thinking, I really hope it's Ruanyu, so that there will be a good show. Unfortunately not. A few people from Songji walked out and were still a bit surprised to see Fenglan. Fenglan, why did you come over here? Seeing that it was Songji, several people, Fenglan breathed a sigh of relief. I should be the one to ask you guys this, right? Are you controlling these walkers? Thinking back to when Songji escaped the Qingqing base, those people lied to them that the healing ability could cure them of the zombie virus, and that eating the meat of a healing alien had the same effect. Fenglan was inexplicably a little weak. They also didn't expect that someone would really awaken the healing ability, and how could Songji maintain their sanity when several of them were on the verge of turning into zombies? Thinking that Fenglan had helped them before, Songji didn't hide it. Maybe they had the same purpose. We had an appointment with Ruanyu here, and the zombies were controlled by us to come up here. The 4 of them ran all night last night, and that's how they were able to control so many third-order zombies. Coincidentally, we also have an appointment with Xie and Ruanyu. Fenglan sighed softly. I didn't expect Ruanyu to be so popular as well. Looking at Su Yinji, there are quite a few enemies, so casually encountered. When Songji heard this, he shifted his gaze to Su Yinji's side again, and Fenglan spoke up to explain. Together, for the same purpose. Only then did he ask, have you met Ruanyu? The purpose is the same. It's not good to fight now. Songru, several people control the zombies to hide. Which answered, seen it, observed it for days. That's why I thought of tricking someone out. Don't dare to go hard? Fenglan said with some contempt. All 4 of them are 4th-ranked alien, and they don't dare to go on? Songru glared at him. You're good. You're on. You're just going to pussyfoot around as if you can catch someone. Captain Feng, he's a 5th-order alien. If it were you, would you dare to go on? Does your base have a 5th-order alien? Chapter 63, The Cloud Mountain Day 2. Hearing this, Fenglan fell silent. He really didn't dare to do so. Their Qingqing base was at most a late 4th stage alien. It wasn't that they couldn't raise it. It was really that the potions that raised their powers could at best raise a person from the early stages to the later stages. And a level up like this would still require mutant fruits or crystal cores to work. Mutant fruits. Before they wanted to take a little more. Directly after cutting down the trees, those mutant trees looked at them and attacked. Without aggression, directly put poison. They then regretted it and thought of changing to another place. Hell, they knew that changing to another place, those mutated trees seemed to know that they had cut down the trees and attacked people on sight. Xie is also a 5th-order mutant? He was relying on the potion and the fact that there were more people to grab the mutant fruits, which made him rise to the 4th rank before them. But now he was countered instead, and the thought of it made him feel even more uncomfortable. Why can Xie, an experimental subject and a wanted man, still be upgraded so quickly? Looking at Fenglan's face, Songji decided to add fuel to the fire. Xie was a 5th-order alien from the time he entered a city. How come you're still at the 4th rank? Speaking of which, not to mention Fenglan, he was actually also uncomfortable. Why was he pressured head-on by Xie before, and now he still is? Even if he is a half-bereaved corpse, Xie can still press him head-on. Aren't you also a 4th rank? Fenglan rolled her eyes. Both are 4th rank, who is just as noble as the other. Aren't they all defeated by others? Let's cooperate then. My side can control the zombies. There are quite a lot of people on your side. I see that you have also arrived with explosives. Songru swept a glance at the people behind Fenglan. 100 or so of them had things in their hands, and a few 1 or 2 were carrying explosive packages. Okay, anyway, if the person dies, the process doesn't matter. Anyway, he didn't say who knows that he killed Xie. As for Ruanyu, the healing powers hang so easily. What can be the use of keeping it? It is better to die. As for the white T-Fu, They were still self-aware enough to know that they could only run alone, but she was relieved to see Ruan Yu die. When she heard about Ruan Yu's special ability, she was still a bit jealous. Why should she be able to upgrade so quickly? But the thought that she was about to die balanced her heart quite a bit, and when the time came to pick up the corpse while no one was looking, the space ring could only be hers, and no one else would know about it anyway. Feng Lan was a bit bored and looked at Su Yinji. Those guys over there come over for a chat? Bai Cha. Su Yinji and the others looked at each other, but still walked over. What does Captain Feng want to talk about? After sizing up White Tea for a moment, he then said, I heard that your psychic ability can be precognitive, so do you predict whether Nguyen Nok will come? Bai Cha gave a dry laugh. This can't be predicted, but from what I know of Ruan Yu, she'll definitely come. It was her intuition that if she had the chance, Ruan Yu would definitely come over and kill her. Just like she would definitely go and kill Ruan Yu if she had the strength. And there could only be one heroine in a world. And by having Tu Nan deliver the message, he was also hinting to Ruan Yu that she, Bai Cha, would also show up, so Ruan Yu would definitely come. Feng Lan snorted. Then what is the use of your psychic ability? What can you predict? White Tea Heart hate to strangle him. You useful not also did not kill Xiexingzhou? Still not letting people run away. More than 100 people can still let people run away in front of their eyes. More waste than her. My powers can only passively predict some disasters. Like what? For example, in a few days there will be half a month's worth of rainstorms in a row. There weren't many days left anyway. Bai Cha felt there was nothing to hide. Tuanan was also preparing. The man wasn't stupid, he should be able to guess. Song Ju snorted. A rainstorm? It hasn't rained for almost a month. So it's raining when you say it's raining. The meaning in Feng Lan's eyes was also clear. Funny? What kind of precognitive powers are there? What kind of disaster is a rainstorm? The young master who doesn't eat the fire of the world naturally won't know what is called disaster. But that river in D City will definitely rise. And it's not known whether this young master can go back or not. On the other side, Ruan Yu and the two of them realized that there were a lot less zombies around and guessed that they were taken away by Song Ji. Driving straight to the water park, Nguyen Nok was still sighing with a look on his face. What a nice guy. And he knew to take the walkers away. Xiexingzhou looked at her with an amused expression. You've determined to air them out for 2 days? Aren't you afraid they'll come back? Just come back. Didn't they ask me out because they couldn't beat me and had to set up an ambush? I guess White Tea and the others have gone too. The three parties have no big problem holding out for 2 or 3 days. Delaying for 2 more days waiting for the torrential rain. I guess Feng Lan will have a hard enough time going back even if he didn't die this time. Nguyen Nok said indifferently. I really don't know what these people think day by day. Does she look so easy to fool? Chatting all the way to the two soon arrived at the entrance to the water park. Just parked the car. The opposite side also opened, several cars stopped. Tu Nan came down from the car and saw the two of them. Immediately went forward and smiled and struck up a conversation. Aya, brother Xie, don't you just want to go to one place? Comparing the strengths of the two sides, Tu Nan said with a great eye. How about an equal share? Xiexingzhou and Ruan Yu exchanged a glance before nodding in agreement. The water paradise is mainly rubber boats, and some other water paraphernalia. After a few divisions, Tu Nan then looked at Ruan Yu and said, Brother Xie, and sister-in-law, since we have met, is it not possible to exchange some mutant fruits? Supplies are important. Strength is also important. Otherwise how to keep the supplies? Otherwise the group of people who took the gun before would not negotiate with him, but directly robbed. Well, he is not vegetarian. That's fine. But won't Brother Tu tell us what happened to last night's news? Tuanan was stuck for a moment, thinking for a while before saying, would you believe me if I said I didn't know either? Unbelievable. Tuanan, he really doesn't know. All I know is that a few people from White Tea went out to look for supplies and brought back 100 or so people with guns in their hands, and we couldn't fight hard. So in the end they shared a little ammo with me and asked me to pass on a message to you. I didn't say anything more than that, but their original words were to ask you to go to Cloud Mountain. Tu Nan said with a bitter face. Ruan Yu nodded. 100 or so people with guns, that is really Feng Lan did not run away. It is estimated that they are still waiting for them with explosives on Cloud Mountain. Okay, stop pretending. How much do you want to trade? Xiexingzhou White Tu Nan a glance. Are 1,000 years of foxes to pretend what to pretend? He does not believe that this person did not guess anything. D City Botanical Gardens, he is not clear at all news. Brother Xie, it's good to understand. We're just businessmen. We don't get involved in grudges and feuds, haha. Saying that, Tu Nan's face tightened and greeted a junior brother who walked over and took out 2 bags of crystal cores. 203rd order crystal cores. 24th order crystal cores. Brother Xie points a little. Xiexingzhou is really not polite. One by one count up. Watching Xiexingzhou finished pointing, Ruan Yu then took out 40 mutant fruits and handed them over, and put away the crystal cores in the process. Seeing that there was no giveaway this time, Tu Nan looked at Ruanyu. Sister, I heard that there was a 5th order zombie on the way to B City, or a man named Zhao originally built a small stronghold, but I don't know who set it on fire, and the losses were heavy. Later, I heard that a 5th order zombie showed up, the entire stronghold was wiped out, and the man surnamed Zhao also turned into a zombie. Usually when a well-informed person like that heard about it, that was basically the truth. As far as the wink went, she got it. Looking around the space, he took half a cigarette out. Giveaway. Alright, thank you sister-in-law. Chapter 64, Mutated Fruit Trees. After taking the stuff, Tuanan left in a hurry. He was still busy gathering supplies? Only after watching the people leave did Xiexingzhou say, "Want to go?" Ruanyu looked at him and nodded. The crystal core of a 5th order zombie. Although we can't use it, we can't let it go cheap. In fact, she didn't really want someone to have the same level of psychic ability as them. It was too insecure, and it was a good idea to stop it for a little while. And with White Tea's luck, it would be too much of a loss if it was cheap for her. Then the one who set the fire is you. Right. Is it far? Xiexingzhou did not object, but it was better to know more before going. According to Song Ru's character, if they didn't go today, Song Ru would be able to find them tonight to irritate Ruanyu in passing. And even though Ruanyu was also pretending, Yun Shan and the others really had to go. You can't have people besieging your home. It's more dangerous if the building is blown up and collapsed, and you can't find a suitable place for it in a short period of time. Before also mentioned with Xiexingzhou, Ruanyu also did not hide. I set the fire, but the White Tea they are also in. Not far. Drive faster on 3 or 4 hours like, a day a round trip no problem. Alright then, let's go and see if we can collect some seafood today. Then tomorrow we'll go and cut down the zombies. And the day after that we'll go to Cloud Mountain. The distance was not far. Xiexingzhou agreed very directly. He also didn't want this crystal core to end up being cheaper for Fenglan. Although that person didn't have this luck either. But what if? He couldn't give him half a chance. The two discussed it while also going inside the water park to reap the rewards. Alright, listen to you. Then let's hurry up and look for something that can be used. And then hurry up and go to the seafood farm to take a look. Finished pulling, Xiexingzhou ran towards an office. The door was not locked. Xiexingzhou pulled the person behind him and pushed the door in himself first. Looking around, this opened the door completely and the two of them rummaged through it together. Ugwin-nak went through a drawer and pulled out a packet of flower tea, 2 packets of melon seeds, and a box of cold punch. Although there is no shortage of supplies, but also adhering to the principle of not wasting, Ruanyu directly into the space. To confirm that there are no omissions this before looking at Xiexingzhou. Do you have anything on your side? There's a big box of small umbrellas. Xiexingzhou felt that he was at odds with these things. The last time he managed to find a large bag, it was also full of these things. Ruanyu looked at him derisively. Looks like you're quite attached to these things. Put them away and exchange them for 2 nan when the time comes. It can also be exchanged for some more crystal cores for Little Rose. Although there were these things in the space, this belonged to the extra income. Exchanging it for something else was just right. Hurry up and change an office. Xiexingzhou coughed dryly and hurriedly changed the topic. After collecting several offices in a row, they all received some scattered snacks. Ruanyu was too lazy to dislike them, and ate them as she walked, commanding Xiexingzhou to scavenge more carefully in the meantime. Finally made it to the cafeteria. Ugwin-nak lamented as he looked at the empty hall with nothing but tables and chairs, and one side of the dining counter. Hurry up and find something. There should be some rice cooking oil or something. The two made light work of it and headed for the warehouse. As for the refrigerator, there was no need to open it anymore. Walking into a small interior room, Ugwin-nak said with some excitement, "That's a lot of stuff. A dozen bags of rice, and 4 or 5 large unopened buckets of cooking oil, a large box of cooking salt, and a few boxes of soy sauce and vinegar, some bits and pieces of condiments." Putting things away, Ruanyu said with a sigh-like face, "It's true that you have to use your brain to find supplies. You can't just focus on those superstores." Xiexingzhou didn't say anything, but only nodded approvingly. After collecting their things, the two drove straight to their next destination. Before they reached the place, they saw several teams surrounding the entrance of the seafood base from afar, and 2 nan was among them. Looking at the two, 2 nan didn't feel surprised and directly went forward to greet them. "Brother Xie, sister-in-law, such a coincidence to meet again?" As for why these two didn't go to Cloud Mountain, what did it have to do with him? The message was passed on to him. The rest had nothing to do with him. But with so many people here, it's better to say hello first and not let someone else take the thigh away. Although there was some speechlessness in his heart, Xiexingzhou still faked a smile. Indeed, quite coincidental. Brother 2 looked to come for quite a long time. How did he not go in? Is there anything inside? Just about to go in? I've been here almost an hour and no one's gone in. And I heard someone went in earlier but didn't see anyone come out. Is there some kind of danger in there? Such a big place. It's hard not to have any danger. Even if it's a zombie. It's not so bad that the whole squad was wiped out. And none of them walked out. Tuanan laughed dryly and rubbed his hands together obscenely. I haven't been in here either. So how would I know? Xie Xingzhou blankly glanced at him and handed over half a pack of cigarettes. Do you know now? He. Or brother Xie understands me. Putting away the smoke Tuanan beckoned the two to come closer. Which then whispered. I also listened to their gossip. No. There is a mutated fruit tree inside. As for what is not no, but bear fruit. But you guys also know that mutated plants that attack people on sight. It's not always someone who thinks they are special. Then why are you still waiting here? Ruan Yu glanced at him. The man didn't want to go in at first glance, and then reacted after a moment. He couldn't be waiting for them. Could he? Sibling I have this crystal core ready again. So you know. At that both of them rolled their eyes at the same time. But where do you get trees where you keep lobsters and crabs? Did the owner plant them? It just didn't sound plausible. She was still more convinced that crabs would crawl out and attack people, and the mutated crab shells might be invulnerable to knives and guns. Under the watchful eyes of the other squads, the two of them, Ruan Yu, walked in. The interior was a bit run down, but nothing unusual. The wind was calm. No fruit trees, no crabs. Could it be in there? Let's be careful. It always feels like there's something odd here. Xie Xingzhou pulled Ruan Yu behind him, and the two of them headed inside one after the other. Ruan Yu released Little Rose while he himself looked around from time to time, and soon the two of them walked to the pond where lobsters and crabs were farmed. Just approaching, the two men frowned at the same time. The water was too muddy and smelled of blood. Gentlemen, have you found anything yet? A questioning voice came from behind them, and the two of them turned their heads to look over, but it turned out to be those squads from the doorway that had also walked in. But they didn't see Tunan's figure. No, we just walked here as well. Xie Xingzhou told the truth. There was nothing to hide anyway. Who the hell said there are mutant fruit trees in here? Isn't there nothing here? The other grumpy squad members directly spat out. The others looked at each other helplessly, and they also wanted to know who had passed on the news. They don't dare to go to the swarms of mutant trees, and it's rare to find a single one that naturally wants to come and try their luck. Let's all split up and look for it. Maybe it's in that corner and we didn't see it. Some of the captains didn't want to give up so easily and just started splitting up. Xie Xingzhou looked at them. I think it's better if you guys don't separate and look for them slowly together. Chapter 65, The Big Crab That Eats People. Thanks for the reminder. A smart squad leader immediately reacted. It would be disastrous if such a quiet place was broken down one by one. Some squads felt that it was Xie Xingzhou who was making too much of a fuss, so they were lazy and went straight to the mutant tree. Ruan Yu and the two of them stayed right where they were, and since someone had gone looking for them, it was fine for them to wait, but no one came in before. Why all of a sudden? Found it! Found it! Hearing the sound, everyone ran over that way, and sure enough, they saw a peach tree in the corner of one of the courtyard walls with about 10 fruits on it. It's still true. I thought it was a lie. All ready to go. But how is this going to be picked? That's a really good question. Ruan Yu looked over towards that side. A small peach tree surrounded by circle after circle of crabs and lobsters, all looking about half a meter in size. There were also some limbs on the floor that looked like they had been left behind by someone who had come in earlier. Ruan Yu looked to the squad that had thanked them earlier. Why are you all suddenly in here? Weren't you all guarding the outside for a long time before? Shortly after you guys came in, a squad came out with the mutant fruit pinched in their hands, and when the other squad saw the mutant fruit they rushed straight in, so we followed. Speaking later, that person was still a little embarrassed. So sketchy? Ruan Yu was a bit speechless as she listened. Not really, they said it was good to pick with wood powers. Nguyen Not didn't bother to say anything, pointing to the circle of large crabs. Are you sure? I was going to go up to the small building on the side and control the vines to pick them, but when I saw the pincers on the second floor balcony, Ruan Yu silently dismissed the idea. Do you think these crabs are still edible? I don't think we can. They seem to be eating human flesh. Xie Xingzhou looked at a thigh on the ground. The meat on it seemed to be missing a bit. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, a crab raised its pincers and snapped that thigh in two. Nguyen Nok, this crab is dirty. The others also sucked in a mouthful of air, and the squad that had wanted to rush over, somewhat fearfully patted their chests. Luckily, my old man reacted quickly and folded back. Xie Xingzhou struck a wind blade and hit one of the innermost crabs. It didn't seem to be of much use. The crabs were still able to run left and right. Looking at each other, they nodded at the same time and turned around. Just after taking 2 steps, he felt some slight vibrations under his feet. Run! Xie Xingzhou reacted quickly, pulling up Ruan Yu's hand and ran. Not caring about that much, the two of them fled as if they were running for their lives. The shell that could not be pierced by the 5th level of psychic ability, which is still not running. The squad that answered earlier, seeing the two running so fast, hurriedly followed. What's wrong with them? Like running for their lives? The other squads were still chatting and discussing how to pick peaches. Who knows? Wouldn't it be nice to leave them alone and have a few less people to share the fruit with? Also, the frequency of the ground shaking gradually increased, and the others sensed it and looked outside, only to see a dense piece of crabs and lobsters running towards the side not far away. The heads are still half a meter in size. The crowd reacted. Asterisk 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 run. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Those guys didn't even warn us just now? The group darted toward the door. The crabs in the yard didn't move, still guarding the peach tree. And that dense group of crabs ran extremely fast. A group of people had only left the yard for a while before the crabs had already chased them here. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of crab is this that runs so fast? You're still in the mood to talk? Why don't you run? I'm not running here? If you don't run faster, those pliers will be on your ass. The man looked back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Your uncle. Why didn't you warn me earlier? An agitated man rushed to the front, which was a relief, and looked back at the others. Hey, that girl over there, run quickly. That pincer is about to pinch your leg. Ah, the girl screamed as she rushed forward, watching the others gawk at how everyone has so much potential. Turning his head, he looked at the crab pincers coming right up to his ass, and in a fit of excitement, he ran ahead. A slightly fatter man couldn't really run anymore, so he could only use his powers to attack the crabs. The oversized fireball smashed into the closest crab, which only paused for a moment, and the pincers still clamped smoothly on his thighs. Ah, help, help me. A fireball of this size on the crab was useless, and the others just couldn't be bothered to try to save the others, especially since they were all on their own. A living human being just drowned in a swarm of crabs and was split up by a few of them, ending up with just a streak of blood. Seeing the scene originally had little strength, immediately ran towards the door as if full of blood. The two Wan Yu and the two squads that followed them, ran out of the gate and went straight to the car. And Tuan Nan couldn't even talk in time if he wanted to. The car rushed out. Only 3 words drifted in. Hurry up! Watching the two run so fast, Tu Nan reacted quickly to greet his brothers and get into the car and leave. In the car, he also took out his far mirror and looked back, just in time to see the other teams that had gone in earlier running out as if they were fleeing for their lives, getting into their cars and running. Looking at Tuanan, he was confused. Was there a ghost behind him? Just when he wanted to spit out a couple sentences, he saw a large group of crabs rushing out of the gate, chasing after the car. Tu Nan's eyes widened. Hurry up and drive. All of you. Don't let the others catch up with you. The strong feeling of pushing back made Tuanan, who had half of his body outside, have to retract and slap over. Accelerating doesn't even know to remind old me. The little brother who drove the car had an aggrieved look on his face, but he didn't dare to say anything, so he could only step on the gas pedal furiously. 10 or so cars, desperately chasing on the road. The crabs behind them ran faster and faster, just like taking stimulants. It is good that it is in the suburbs. Xie Xingzhou led the way and ran around the highway, never entering the inner city. After racing for almost an hour, Xie Xingzhou slowed down. Ruan Yu took out his binoculars and looked back. A group of crabs finally started to run back. Ruan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. There's no chase. Only then did Xie Xingzhou pull over, and Tu Nan hurriedly commanded his little brother to drive the car over. What's wrong, brother? Would you believe me if I said I didn't know? Listening to some familiar words, Tu Nan said seriously, believe. At once both of them will not be whole. We really do not know. There is indeed a fruit tree inside. There are a dozen or so peaches, but there are crabs and lobsters all around, just the kind you see. We found out that something is not right and rushed to run out. And then you know, Tuanan asked with a curious expression. That crab is so powerful? Xie Xingzhou pondered for a moment before saying, it's sort of invulnerable to swords and spears, and my supernormal abilities are of little use when they hit them. This time Tu Nan is really believe. No wonder these two people are running out as if they are running for their lives. Fortunately he reacted quickly, originally followed by a dozen cars. Now there are only 10 left, and now they are all parked on the side of the road to rest. Tuanan continued to ask questions like a curious baby. Anyway, there were no pursuers now, so it was no big deal to ask. These crabs aren't going to eat anyone, are they? Chapter 66. You can take out the word won't. Hearing this reply, Tu Nan sucked in a breath of air. So you guys are still going back to picking fruit? Not going. Just a dozen fruits. There's no need for that. Xie Xingzhou just finished speaking. His voice turned. Brother too. I heard that a squad ran out after we went in and took the mutant fruits. Did they run away? Tu Nan tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying. There was that one squad. 7 or 8 people. all in a sorry state with the beggars. People who were hesitant to go in were fooled by them, and I was almost all fooled into it. After those guys went in, that squad left, and where they went I don't know. As soon as the words left their mouths, the three of them understood, and together they were being used as scapegoats. Before he could say anything, there was a shout from the back. Wang Chao, how did you get hurt? It was only then that the person named stretched out his injured arm from behind his back. A not so long and not so short gash that didn't look too heavy, though the blood was black, and the man's face began to shift towards a bruise. You got caught in a crab? Crabs are poisonous? The people around them quickly dodged a distance away. What kind of poison could a crab have? It could only be the zombie virus. Hearing the sound, Nguyen Ngoc was looking towards the distance with binoculars, seeing several military vehicles from afar. Nguyen Ngoc was silent. What luck! Poking Xie Xingzhou twice, he handed him the binoculars and signaled him to look over that way. Quickly stuffing an uglier mutant fruit to Xie Xingzhou, he turned around and walked towards the car. Xie Xingzhou picked up the binoculars and took a look, and shoved the fruit in his hand to Tu Nan. Brother Tu, we still have things to do. If anyone asks about us, just say that we went to Cloud Mountain for an appointment. After saying this, no matter what Tu Nan thought, he directly got into the car and ran. Tu Nan looked at the ugly fruit in his hand with a messy face. How stingy. What kind of person would ask someone to do something like this, and they can't refuse to do it with their lips? The little brother on the side looked at the ugly fruit. If you don't like it, big brother, you can give it to mine. Little brother is very willing to do it for you. Tu Nan glared at him. Ugly is a little ugly. At least it is a mutant fruit. He does not mind. Directly put in his mouth to gnaw up. In case he is robbed will be a loss. The car hadn't gotten far when the injured man looked to be nearing necrophilia. Hey, hurry up and kill him. Your own team members don't kill themselves, and you want us to kill you and then blackmail us? He hasn't turned into a zombie yet. He's still human. Why are you guys doing this? A female voice rang out. Some of her saintly words were inexplicably uncomfortable. Captain, say something. Wang Chao is just infected. That captain also frowned. Xiao Yu, he's going to be necrotic. It's best to kill him now. Captain, why do you say that too? Isn't there a healing shifter? We'll just get her to heal us. Ah, where are those two just now? The girl called Xiao Yu immediately retorted and also looked over in the direction of Guan Yu and the others. But fortunately, the two of them had long since driven away. Even when Xiao Yu turned her head, she could only see a small black dot far away. Those two people? You mean that man and woman just now? The woman is Guan Yu? Yeah, sure. I still have a picture of her? Don't believe me, you guys take a look, said Xiao Yu. Directly took out a photo. It was a graduation group photo. Guan Yu stood right in the center, was very bright. Look guys, this is Nguyen Ngoc. Isn't it the same as the woman just now? Xiao Yu pointed to the person in the photo and showed the crowd, not forgetting to flash the name behind it as well. It's still true. Then isn't Wang Chao saved? That's not necessarily true. What makes people save lives? Shouldn't we all help each other? She dares not to save anyone. Isn't she afraid of being ostracized? That captain also looked and recalled Guan Yu's appearance. Even if it's her, they've already left. Wang Chao won't be able to last this long. Captain, don't you still have a mutated fruit? It can definitely slow down the infection. Let's go after them now. We're sure to find someone. Xiao Yu obviously didn't want to listen to the others. She felt she was right. How could she give up her life so easily? Completely not noticing the displeasure in the captain's eyes. Captain, please save me. I will definitely repay you as an ox in the future. Seeing that there was hope, Wang Chao hurriedly turned to the captain for help. Their team only had the captain's mutant fruit uneaten. The other squads were just watching. As long as no turned zombies were hurting anyone, they could still leave it alone for now. Captain, what are you hesitating for? Seeing that the captain was still hesitant, Xiao Yu became even more agitated. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the captain took out the mutated fruit, and after Wang Chao ate it in 3 or 2 sittings, the speed of the infection was really slowed down a lot. Thank you, Captain. Then Captain, shouldn't we set off to find Guan Yu? She was heading in that direction just now. Wang Chao wanted to leave after eating, completely not noticing that the squad members were still eating, and didn't mention how he was going to repay them. Xiao Yu was also excited and said, Yes, Captain. I haven't seen how healing powers heal. Let's hurry up and get going. The other team members finished the food in their hands in 3 or 2 times and directly got into the car to prepare for departure. Looking at Wang Chao's 2 gazes somewhat unfavorably, is Captain Lin ready to leave now? Seeing that captain about to get into his car, the other squad called out to him. Lin Yu turned around, his tone flat. Yeah, there's an injured teammate who can't just ignore him. The rest of the team looked at each other and wondered what they were thinking. Although that mutant fruit was picked by them together, each of them shared one for their own safekeeping. and this one belonged to him personally, and it had been pointed out by Zhang Xiaoyu in such a way. For normal small wounds, eating one mutant fruit would basically counteract the virus on the wound, like Wang Chao's wound which required several of them. And on the contrary, he was the only one in the entire team who still had the fruit. He was the captain, and he could have given it voluntarily, but now it was given as if the credit was all Zhang Xiaoyu's. Then I wish Captain Lin a safe journey. Thanks. After saying that, Captain Lin got into the car and it raced off in the direction of Ruan Yu and the others. Tunan looked at them and shook his head. Pro brothers still settle accounts. Look at this appearance is ready to go to moral abduction and I don't know if I have the life to come back. The remaining group of people, together with Tuan Nan and his group continued to rest, and in no time a group of uniformed people from the Qingcheng base drove over. Looking at the group of people on the side of the road, the leader picked out Tu Nan with precision. Hey, that fat guy over there. Seeing that Tuan Nan was still looking left and right, the man said again, locking Tuan Nan, that's the dark, fat one, don't look away talking about you. Tuanan who was looking around hated to strangle that person. You're the one who's black and fat. It's a skill for me to be able to raise myself to be so fat. If you have the ability, you can raise one yourself to see? Darkly and reluctantly, he walked over. What is it? The man pulled out a picture. Ever seen this guy? On the photo was a man wearing a green uniform. Tuanan glanced at it, his heart was shocked, and his face was still black. Met. Wasn't this his brother Xie? Thinking about that mutant fruit. It turned out to be waiting here. Where is he? It was here just now. Now it's going down that way. The direction Tu Nan pointed to was the direction that Xie Xingzhou had run in, and that road could go to the crab pile just now, as well as to Cloud Mountain. When he heard Tuanan's words, the man was ready to close the window. Normally people wouldn't lie to people in uniform like them, so it was natural for him to believe it. Ugh, wait a minute. You guys are from Castle Base, right? Chapter 67, Save Wang Chao. The man sized up Tu Nan again, his eyes revealing arrogance. Yes, this man in your picture is called Xie Xingzhou, right? Right. There was also a group of people dressed like you guys looking for him before, but it was about the top of Cloud Mountain, and this direction happens to go to Cloud Mountain as well, so you guys can stop by. Tuanan Dahe had a pleasing smile all over his face, with a bit of fear, as if to say how dare I lie to you? Do you know the name of the leader of that group? I think it's called Fenglan. Yes, it's called Fenglan. Tuanan pretended to think for a moment before he said the name. Good to know. Throwing Tuanan a can, he drove off straight away. What a coincidence. Xie Xingzhou, you can't get away this time. Watching the car walk away, Tunan had a disdainful look on his face. Bad luck. Casually, he threw the can to a junior. It's true that all the people in the base are so annoying. I don't know where they'll go over there. But Brother Xie certainly won't be going to Cloud Mountain right now, and I really hope the group gets whisked away by the crabs as well, because he wasn't in a particular hurry. Especially because he still wanted to take the people from Qingcheng base to slither to the crab pile. Xie Xingzhou drove slower, and Ruan Yu took out his binoculars to look towards the back. There's a car following behind us. It's from Castle Base? No. I think it's the same squad that got pinched by the crab, presumably to morally kidnap me. How did they recognize me? By the way, seeing that it was not from the Qingcheng base, Xie Xingzhou did not speed up and asked Tu Nan to tell the people from the Qingcheng base that they would be going to Yinshan. And in order to increase credibility, Tu Nan would definitely say that Fenglan was also there. By the way, those of them knew themselves. They must have known that they hadn't gone to Cloud Mountain, just so they could take them to feed the crabs. There's a girl in their squad I've seen in your college graduation picture. Xie Xingzhou blankly glanced at her. How did this person get into college at the age of 16 with such a poor memory? How did you ever see my graduation picture? Your brother saw it there. Say, how come you have such a bad memory? What's the point of remembering people who aren't important? I am too lazy to remember not remember. Ruan Yu retorted. College classmates she cannot recognize all. Graduation photo people went to the brain also did not go Who remembers so many people? Xie Xingzhou hooked his lips and smiled without retorting. At least Ruan Yu was able to call out his name as soon as they met. The others? Indeed. Don't matter. Ruan Yu reached out and patted him. Drive faster. The guys behind us are catching up. Good. After saying that, he kicked the gas down, and the car soared out a long way at once. In front of that market, I see a couple of 6-story residential buildings, so we'll go up and hide for a while. Okay. Seeing that Xie Xingzhou had figured out what to do, Ruan Yu directly nodded in agreement. Looking at the car on the verge of catching up, all of a sudden and disappeared, Wang Chao immediately exclaimed, You hurry to catch up late I'll be dead. That is, brother you cannot how to chase more and more far away. Just now can see the car. Now cannot even see. Zhang Xiaoyu also lit a fire on the side. The one called brother you gave them a blank look. A broken van still want to catch up with other people's Hummer. You line you on it is not my life, it is none of my business. It's not like he's a captain who can just morally kidnap himself and contribute his mutant fruit. He's the best driver in the whole team, and the others are good at their own thing. But these two losers talk too much and are useless. And I don't know what the captain meant just now. Without having to go around in circles, the two of them quickly arrived at their destination. And after getting out of the car, Ruanyu put the car away, and the two of them ran straight up to the rooftop, picking up binoculars and looking towards the distance. Xia Xingzhou, you're really right. The Qingqing bases really came this way. That said, do they have a grudge against Fenglan? None of them are going to Yunshan to rendezvous? Ongwin asked curiously as he looked at a beat-up van in front of him, and not far behind were several uniformed vehicles. If you could complete the mission alone, would you team up with someone else? The reward is so little, who would want to share it? Xia Xingzhou bluntly explained. Are all out of a place? Who does not know who? It was no fun to watch. Ruanyu looked over toward the peach tree again. The peaches were still there, and so were the crabs. But it seems like there's a bit more limbs on the ground. Xia Xingzhou, look over there. The limbs in the crab pile. It can't be the squad that let us lure the crabs away. It should be. Anyway, we've lured the Qingqing bases over here, so let's find a way to pick those peaches. It's not good to come here twice empty-handed. The two of them found a place to sit down. Ruanyu took out 2 hand cakes and handed one to Xia Xingzhou. Yes, if you were standing on the roof of the side yard, could your vines reach that far? I don't know. My vines can put out up to 30 meters now. Xia Xingzhou took another closer look before saying, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. I'm afraid that these crabs will jump up and attack the vines. Ruanyu glared at him. Can't you say anything nice? The two of them over here are talking and laughing and eating hand pies with a cozy face. On the other side, the castle bases directly overtook and surrounded the minivan. The people in the car were confused. They hadn't done anything wrong. Killing people in the last days is not a crime. As the captain, Lin Yu directly opened the door and got out of the car. After all, it wouldn't do to hide in the car. Hello, may I ask what you guys are up to? Looking at the person coming down who was not Xia Xingzhou, the leader was also a bit confused. Tell everyone in your car to come down. A minute later, all 8 people in the car got out, and the guy went to look in the car. Why are you guys going this way? Sir, we did have a teammate who was injured and came after Ruanyu, the healing psychic. Before Lin Yu could speak, Zhang Xiaoyu directly interjected. Everyone else except Wang Chao frowned a bit. Xiaoyu seemed to be talking a bit too much. And has this been seen? Xia Xingzhou's photo was taken out again. Seen it before. This guy with Nguyen Nok. Where are they? We chased them all the way here. And we didn't catch up when they sped up just now. Xiaoyu is quick to speak and holds nothing back. Ruanyu looked through the binoculars and said with some disappointment, I thought they would fight. Alas, unexpected. I seem to remember something about that girl who talks a lot though. Ruanyu thought about it for a while and couldn't remember. So she directly rummaged through her graduation photos from space. After searching around he finally found it in the corner. Zhang Xiaoyu? Quite a change. What? Hearing Ruanyu's self-talk, Xia Xingzhou was a bit confused. That one on my graduation photo. Zhang Xiaoyu? I haven't offended her either. She used to be so timid and scared, but now she talks quite a lot. People change. Also, Ruanyu didn't bother to dwell on it. With so many crabs, it was probably hard for them to survive. Ruanyu took out a grenade and handed it to Xia Xingzhou, using the wind to throw the grenade far into the trading market. Bang! What's that noise? Captain, it sounds like a grenade going off? Thinking of the military base they had passed by earlier, which was empty, the leader immediately thought of Xia Xingzhou. Quickly, drive over. We must catch Xia Xingzhou this time. The explosion had not only startled the people of Qingqing base, but also the group of big crabs. Both sides were quick. The men from the base walked through the gate and the big crabs ran to the door. The men immediately shot at the crab, but unfortunately it had little effect. The crab just paused and ran faster. By what monster? The leader made a snap decision. Back off. Get in the car and hurry. Lin Yu and his group hid in a nearby building the first time they heard the explosion, not daring to make a sound at all. Looking at the dense group of crabs, chasing after the people from Qingqing base and running away, Ruanyu and the two of them then went downstairs, and Lin Yu's group of people also came out of the building. Seeing Ruanyu, Zhang Xiaoyu directly exclaimed, Ruanyu, Ruanyu, it's really you. You have to save Wang Chao. He's been infected by the zombie virus. Chapter 68, A Worthless Life. Ruanyu was still wondering whether to tackle this man first or go pick peaches first when Xia Xingzhou had already pulled her towards the gate and ran. Pick the peach first, and take care of the rest later. The two of them, one after the other, completely ignored those 8 people as if they were running straight away. Ruanyu? Seeing the two ignoring them, Zhang Xiaoyu was also a bit confused. Thinking that the crabs were all lured away, the 8 of them also hurriedly followed. They could remember that there were mutant fruits inside. Xie Xingzhou pulled Wanyu to go to the yard first to see, and sure enough, all the crabs in the yard are still there. And on the spot, he decided to go towards the small building in the next yard. The two had just gone upstairs when they saw Zhang Xiaoyu's squad running in as well, and Wanyu looked over with a raised eyebrow. These guys aren't still trying to pick up the slack, are they? If it wasn't for the fact that her space didn't accept exotic trees, she would have been tempted to just move the tree, and it was a good thing there was no shortage of fruit trees in the space. Forget about it for now and try to pick a peach. Xie Xingzhou didn't even glance at those people, first observing the distance before opening his mouth to let Ruanyu release the vines to pick the peaches. Ruanyu did not talk nonsense, directly released 5 vines, stretching towards the peach tree. The distance is getting closer and closer. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Each vine was curled around a peach, and for fear of spoiling the peach, the barbs on the vines were put away, and the vines were quickly retracted before the crab could react. After placing the peaches, he stretched out the vines again, and after looking at the 8 peaches left, Ruanyu directly released 10 vines. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Ruanyu felt as if the crab was discussing something big. Sure enough, as the vine was picking off the rest of the peaches, the crab actually stacked up, ready to pinch the vine with its pincers. This crab actually has a brain? Looking at the crab playing Jenga, Ruanyu looked at Xie Xingzhou with a face of novelty. You guessed wrong. Crabs can't jump, but they can play Jenga. Xie Xingzhou helplessly glanced at her without answering, only condensing a wind blade in his hand. No wonder this tree bears taller peaches. It fits that the shorter ones are eaten by the crabs, and if it's a little later, the taller ones will be eaten. Nguyen Nok was not aware of it for a moment, and one of the vines was pinched off, but he reacted quickly and controlled the other vines to catch the peaches. Xie Xingzhou hit 2 wind blades in a row at the joints of the crab's pincers, and the pincers that were ready to pinch the vines again fell to the ground. Good thing you reacted quickly. Ruanyu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retracted the vines. This scene happened to be seen by Zhang Xiaoyu's squad. There. The mutant fruits have all been picked. Let's go find them. Zhang Xiaoyu reacted quickly and immediately ran towards the small upper floor where Ruanyu and the others were. The crabs downstairs saw that the peaches were all gone and rioted a bit, all running towards the outside. As if he could smell it, he began to run towards the small building where Nguyen Nok and the others were. Seeing that Zhang Xiaoyu and several people were running into the building, the two of them looked at each other and directly jumped down from the second floor, and ran directly after landing. When Zhang Xiaoyu and the others ran to the second floor, they were just in time to see Ruanyu and the two of them jumping down. Lin Yu reacted quickly and immediately followed, and the other team members also jumped down from the second floor, just running out of the gate. Nguyen Nok directly took out his car, got in and ran, in the same direction as the crab ran before. The car started also did not forget to look back and said with some pity, these people reacted quite quickly. All got on the car before the crabs chased them out. I thought they would be planted here. Xie Xingzhou looked at her with some amusement. It's going to be planted in your hands anyway, where it's planted is the same. The Hummer drove on unhurriedly, like it was afraid that the van behind it wouldn't be able to keep up, and Nguyen Nok took out his binoculars from time to time to check ahead. How long do you think the castle base ones will take the crabs on the slip? After chasing them for almost an hour, how about chasing the group for half an hour? Shouldn't be able to chase them for long. The group has better cars and runs faster. After skulking around for a while with the people behind him as well as the crabs, Nguyen Nok finally saw a large group of crabs coming back ahead of him. It's really so fast back. Find a high building to go up. At the beginning of their walk they looked at this side. Although it is a suburb, there are still a few neighborhoods with higher floors. That's why they took those 8 people to walk on this side. If they are surrounded by crabs, so high is not afraid of it. Not surrounded is just convenient for them to solve the problem of people to run away. The main thing is that the people from the Qingqing base will surely come back. It is better to find a high place to defend, and by the way, to clean up a meal for them, so as not to be like a follower, chasing and not letting go, and it would be impolite to let it go when it is all at the doorsteps of the house. Xie Xingzhou observed some, which stopped at the entrance of a neighborhood, and the two collected the car and quickly went upstairs. The minivan behind him was close behind, not wanting to give up any hope at all. It was a good thing that Ruanyu and the others habitually took the second building to go up, and Zhang Xiaoyu and the others climbed the first building. A few people soon met on the rooftop. Unfortunately not the same rooftop. Nguyen Nok, Ruanyu. Zhang Xiaoyu still persistently called out when she saw Ruanyu. The nearest side of the two buildings was no more than 5 meters, and each side stood on one side. Ruanyu said with an impatient face, "What are you shouting about? Who are you?" "I'm Zhang Xiaoyu, same classmate in college. Don't you remember? Zhang Xiaoyu explained with an agitated face that was so far removed from the person Ruanyu remembered that there was no semblance of resemblance. Don't remember. Zhang Xiaoyu directly took out his graduation photo and pointed at himself. Ruanyu, look. I'm here. I didn't lie to you. And then pointed at Ruanyu. Look, this is you. Well, I remember. What can I do for you? There was impatience in her tone. And Gwynnock felt like she was getting persecution paranoia. She felt like everyone who climbed on her bandwagon like this was trying to get a favor from her. White T Su Yenji 2 waste not to mention. Li Yi Wen Li 2. And now here comes another one. Neat on moral abduction. I said I don't remember. But I'm still trying to climb up the ladder. As if I had a good relationship before. And I don't remember if I really had a good relationship? Ruanyu. I know you have healing powers. Can you save Wang Chao? He's been infected by the zombie virus. Zhang Xiaoyu was truly nonchalant, directly pulling out Wang Chao and pointing at his arm as if she was giving a big order. What do you want her to heal? Xia Xingzhou suddenly interjected. Of course it's healing with healing powers, ah, Zhang Xiaoyu said without thinking, and the 6 people behind him tacitly took several steps back. Don't bring us along if you want to die. And what about your payment? Xia Xingzhou lazily glanced at him with a contemptuous tone. Just how did this brain survive? Ruanyu just moved her hands. Why does she need to be paid? Isn't that what she's supposed to do? Ruanyu was directly exasperated and laughed. People too Nan managed so many people. Looking for her no to mention the remuneration first. This person is good directly say this is what you should do. There were no free hospitals before the end times. Where will there be free doctors after the end times? Ha! Ruanyu looked at her with scorn, as if she was looking at a dead person. What about you? Is your life so worthless? In a flash, Wang Chao felt several lines of sight fall on him, but Zhang Xiaoyu had said so he couldn't break it up. Ms. Ruan, I know you're powerful, and you can save my life with a move of your finger. You don't worry. From now on, my Wang Chao's life is yours. I'll give you the mountain of daggers and the sea of fire, but I'll never excuse myself if I'm ordered to do so. With these words, Ruanyu understood. That is, she wanted to whore for nothing. Her life could be given, but not the stuff, and she wanted to hug her thigh. What the two did not notice was that after Wang Chao finished speaking, the 6 team members backed up even farther, as if telling Gwynnock that we're not with them. Doesn't that mean your life is worthless when you say it so beautifully? Chapter 69, Zhang Xiaoyu Wang Chaopan. Xie Xingzhou directly translated Wang Chao's words, his tone full of disdain. How do these people have the face to say it? If it's all worthless, what's the point of living? Wasting resources? If you guys don't want to save, just say so. Is it necessary to speak so harshly? Zhang Xiaoyu immediately retorted as if she was empathetic. The eyes that looked at Ruanyu were spiteful. Why should some people be born with everything? And she would have to serve her brother. She had obviously worked hard in college, but Gwynnock always managed to easily surpass her. And without a scholarship, she had to keep looking for a part-time job. There is no time to read. And the gap with Gwyn is instead getting wider and wider. And not only do her mom and dad not understand, but they are withholding her living expenses even more. But in a turn of events, they are able to buy limited edition sneakers for her brother. Give her $500 and they think it's a waste. As soon as she graduates she will either be pushed to pay for her living expenses or told to marry an ugly bastard who can pay a bride price. Gwynnock clearly have no parents. But there is a huge inheritance of food and clothing. All kinds of brand name brands wanna buy. Why this world is so unfair. She was happy at the beginning of the end of the world, because she was the only one in the family who had awakened her psychic ability, or the fire system with stronger attack power. And after that, she also awakened the control system's psychic ability. But mom and dad still think she's useless, and her brother still squeezes her like he always does, and all the resentment explodes in this moment, and she kills them all. There was nothing but excitement in her heart at that moment, a feeling of pleasure at being free of control and in control of someone else's life. The moment she heard about Ruanyu's healing powers, she could only gloat. So what if she was the pride of heaven? Now she was still being hunted down like a dog. So the first moment she saw Ruanyu, all she could think about was how to suppress Ruanyu and how to get back her sense of superiority. Is it hard to hear? As unpleasant as your dog barking? Ruanyu laughed coldly. There were always some people who thought that by awakening their psychic abilities, they could control other people's lives, and thought they were giving orders. Wang Chao's face changed, a little blue and purple. Ruanyu looked over and estimated that the mutated fruit could not suppress the zombie virus. Ruanyu, what do you mean? Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Ruanyu with an angry face. If you don't want to save, it's fine to hand over the peaches you just picked. It's useless to take so many, you eat them anyway. Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes turned and thought of those peaches. Anyway, she was just saying that Ruanyu could be wanted by the other bases, so she definitely wouldn't be able to come to the rescue. Throwing out conditions that the other party could not possibly agree to first, and then lowering her demands. She felt that Ruan Yu should be easily compromised. And as for Wang Chao, it wasn't like he had much to do with her. Or you can give me the lotus seeds you picked earlier. Those can also cure poison. This sentence she just swindled Ruan Yu. She only knew that Ruan Yu had been to the D City Botanical Garden, and there was a lotus plant there. Although she didn't know if Ruan Yu had one, but Ruan Yu didn't look like someone who would return empty-handed. Ruan Yu's expression remained unchanged. Her heart was a little surprised. What was the situation? She remembered very clearly at that time that no one saw her picking the lotus. Even Tu Nan didn't know about it, or else Tu Nan would have taken something in exchange for it long ago. What did you say? What lotus seed? Seeing this reaction from Ruan Yu, Zhang Xiaoyu felt that Ruan Yu should not have any lotus seeds, so she continued to pursue Peach. Peach has a share for those who see it. There are 8 of us on our side. If you take 8 out, the rest will be considered yours. Justified. As if those peaches were all hers. Giving them to Nguyen Nak was like a handout. MS. Ruan, don't listen to her nonsense. We're just passing by. We're not in league with the two of them. Lin Yu brushed off the relationship as soon as he opened his mouth. It wasn't just his strongest strength that made him the captain. His brain had to be quick to react as well. Anyway, he felt that the two Zhang Xiaoyu were now breathing dead. Zhang Xiaoyu, you seem to have never recognized your own position. How did you manage to be so arrogant as a level 2 alien? Looking at Zhang Xiaoyu's confident face, Ruan Yu was filled with curiosity. Not only her, Xie Xingzhou was also curious. Second level was so arrogant. Then how should he, a 5th level alien, be arrogant? You care about me. Hurry up and bring out the peaches. You don't want me to. Hurry up and give. Speaking in her hand also condensed a fireball. As long as Ruan Yu refused, she would not hesitate to throw it towards Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu let out a low laugh and threw out a water balloon. The vines quickly and accurately wrapped around Zhang Xiaoyu's neck. You're a dual system psychic? No, it's a triple systemic ability? Surprise was all in Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes, and as the vines gradually tightened, Zhang Xiaoyu's face and neck turned red from congestion. However, instead of begging for mercy, she took advantage of Ruan Yu's inattention and controlled a steel bar behind her to stab directly towards Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu made a sidestep, and the steel bar, which Zhang Xiaoyu controlled with all his might, smoothly stabbed on himself due to inertia. How's that for exciting? Being stabbed by steel bars under your own control, said Ruan Yu and sighed with a pitying face. It's just not very precise. Almost stabbed the heart. How did you find out? Zhang Xiaoyu was shocked. She was a dual system psychic, and every time she did this, she showed weakness while taking advantage of people's inattention to directly control nearby sharp things to sneak attack. And it was tried and true. Nguyen Nak controlled the vines to loosen and wrap around the rusty steel bar, pulling it right out. Hearing the scream, Ruan Yu controlled the vines to plunge back in with precision again. Haven't you inquired about my alien power level? You think everyone else is a little grade 2 trash like you? No, it's impossible. Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with panic. She had sneak attacked a level 3 empath before and succeeded with ease. You're a level 4 alien? How is that possible? Why was this world so unjust? Obviously awakened at about the same time, Ruan Yu was still able to upgrade so quickly. That's not fair. Zhang Xiaoyu had been muttering. On what grounds? On what grounds had she worked so hard? Even if she was a level 2 alien, killing a level 3 was no big deal. There were quite a few level 4 alien, but most of them were uniformed personnel, which made sense. What were Ruan Yu's grounds? Ruan Yu looked at her with amusement, retracting the vines and letting go of the already corporeal Wang Chao. How come you didn't ask on what grounds when you realized I was wanted by the major bases? Was it because you were gloating and preparing to fall on your sword? Coincidence, now it's my turn to fall on my sword. As soon as the words fell, Wang Chao directly pounced towards Zhang Xiaoyu, who was already seriously injured, and was quickly gnawed on and rapidly corpsed. Seeing that both of them had turned into zombies, Nguyen Nak directly controlled Little Rose to go through their brains, and the two corpses fell to the ground in response. When the 6 people across the street saw this scene, they either looked up at the sky or looked around, looking like it was none of my business. Originally there is nothing to do with them, although they also want to pick up the leakage, but so tough to pick up the leakage they cannot do it. Small life is important. Count down the 2 scourges solved. They should also be grateful to Ruan Yu is right. Along the way, because of Zhang Xiaoyu, their squad hadn't offended many people, and many of their acquaintances' squads didn't take it personally because of the captain's face. Seeing Little Rose pull out 2 crystal cores from 2 brains, Ruan Yu raised her eyebrows. Is evolution so fast now? Remembering that she had waited for people to turn corporeal before killing them before, she didn't pull out any crystal cores either. Xie Xingzhou, look. Xie Xingzhou happened to see 2 crystal cores on the vines, 1 second order and 1 third order. Now the zombie evolution seems to be a lot faster. The alien necromorphism, Or a few orders of alien. Turn zombie is a few orders of zombie. Ruan Yu suddenly came up with a novel idea. After the third stage, the battle power of zombies of the same stage is stronger than that of an alien. Do you think there will be a squad that can't beat the others, and will directly turn into zombies to fight? Xie Xingzhou seriously thought about it for a while. It seems like it's not impossible. The people of Qingcheng Base shouldn't be so stupid, right? As he was thinking, a voice came from the bottom of the building. Colonel Shay is really making it easy to find, isn't he? Chapter 70, it's Yujing. The voice didn't need to be thought of to know that it was someone from the Qingcheng Base, and out of respect the two of them looked downstairs at the same time. A bunch of big crabs didn't cause them to break men, except for the bodywork which was a bit lopsided from the fast traveling. As for Lin Yu's squad, they had already ducked into the house when they heard the sound. Both sides were people they didn't dare offend, so it was better to hide. Xie Xingzhou scanned contemptuously and looked at the leader. Isn't that because you guys are too useless? Colonel Xie, it's useless to show off. Why don't you think about how to escape? No one will be able to save you just right this time. The leader was not angry and looked at Xie Xingzhou as if he had become a prisoner, and then looked at Ruan Yu. This must be the healing psychic that the major bases have been making a lot of noise about. It's a pity that I only know his name, but it's really thanks to Colonel Xie's blessing that I got to see him today. I don't know if Ms. Ruan has any interest in visiting the Qingcheng base. Is the Qingcheng base great? But with losers like you getting into management, is there any value in visiting such a base? Ruan Yu smiled and asked curiously. Being called a waste by two people in a row. Chu Jing's face completely blackened, and his gaze toward the two carried killing intent. Whether it's valuable or not, it's still necessary for Ms. Ruan to go there to know. After all, Ruan Yan also lived there for a long time, especially the laboratory. I'm sure Colonel Xia remembers it vividly now. Xie Xingzhou's eyes were sharp and he looked at Chu Jing as if he was looking at a dead man. Thanks for reminding Captain Chu. Both of them were fifth-order psychics with unusually good hearing, and when they heard movement at the stairway, Ruan Yu had already taken the lead to go over, while Xie Xingzhou continued to confront Chu Jing. It had to be said that the people of Qingcheng Base upgraded their supernormal abilities really fast. The last time they saw most of them were only at the 3rd level, and now they were all running to the 4th level. This made Nguyen Nok suspect that they were the ones who cut down the mutated tree. Just as he walked in, a man popped his head around the corner of the stairs, and Nguyen Nok threw several grenades straight down. Bang! 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 A few explosions in a row. Chu Jing also heard it. Sure enough, all the arms in D City were taken away by you. Let me think about why Colonel Xia is carrying a liability. Healing powers, wood powers, and space powers. You're the one who's a liability when you do the math. Hearing this, backtracking Xie Xingzhou eyelids did not lift a bit. He will eat soft rice. How is it? Not compared to Captain Chu. First is the boyfriend of the political party's daughter. Then is the son-in-law of the military. And now to the laboratory to sell their lives. 3 surnames of slaves can live for so long cannot be seen. Captain Chu must live well. Chu Jing's face blackened completely. He was relying on a woman to get to the top. So what? What qualifications did he, Xie Xingzhou, a wanted man, have to point out? Just as Ruan Yu finished packing up, the man walked over and stared at Chu Jing's face with binoculars. What did you say again? It feels like the man is about to draw past in anger. Nothing, just reminiscing about the past and chatting a bit. Xie Xingzhou looked at Chu Jing and hooked his lips in a smile. Anyone with a clear eye could see that the people from Qingcheng Base wanted to use his hand to kill Chu Jing. There were 4 of them left in their squad, with 4 pursuers, and it was clear that he was the strongest, but the weakest one had come, and this one couldn't even see it. Otherwise, with his previous methods, it was a joke that this person could still chase him here. Oh, a dozen or so came up. All solved. How do you want to fight this time? Ruan Yu looked at him curiously. This person looked like he wasn't too smart. Xie Xingzhou actually didn't think of killing him. Oddly curious. In passing, she handed the submachine gun and grenade to Xie Xingzhou. She had only taken a pistol outside, and that was all she knew how to do. There was no way she hadn't been exposed to it in her last life. She hadn't learned it, and her brother had only taught her how to use a pistol. Introduce them all into the building and we'll slide straight down. Xie Xingzhou took over and attacked directly towards Chu Jing's rear. When those people saw Xie Xingzhou raise his gun, their first reaction was to take cover and hide back, not realizing that Xie Xingzhou was aiming for the back. There was some confusion for a while. Chu Jing reacted and immediately shouted, "All get up, go upstairs, and charge me." Seeing Chu Jing so uptight, Xie Xingzhou even raised his gun and swept a circle around him. Chu Jing's already dark and impenetrable face was horribly gloomy as he raised his gun and shot at Xie Xingzhou. Xie Xingzhou directly turned around and left without giving half a chance. While Xie Xingzhou was talking about how to run, Ruan Yu went straight to the back to tie up the climbing ropes and watched as Xie Xingzhou walked over and handed one to him. "You go down first, I'll make some traps. Okay. Before going down, Ngwin handed him a few more grenades, and a couple of thin wires, before sliding down the rope. At least I've rock climbed before, so it was a smooth ride, and I was soon sliding down. Just went down for a while. Xiexingzhou also came doan. Just happened to see Ruanyu and the collection of those things in the car. Can be used to take away, but not much. It wasn't surprising that so many people came out with spatial abilities. Xiexingzhou incidentally also put a few grenades in the car, and only then was satisfied to drive away. Bang! 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 Several explosions in quick succession on the roof of the building were heard with a satisfied smile. Isn't he with you? How could he still fall into your trap? Ruanyu looked at him doubtfully. Such a simple trap. Pit general people even if. These people at least have been trained. Last time anxious even if. This time how to still so easy to jump? I am the king of soldiers. They are not. Xiexingzhou smiled with a confident face. Pitting a few losers was not a handful. Chu Jing stood on the rooftop, this time with a truly black face, revealing two not-so-spirited eyes, viciously looking towards the Hummer that had already driven some distance away. Xiexingzhou, wait for me. Sooner or later I'll make your life worse than death. Is the captain still in pursuit? Nonsense. Don't go down yet. The group trooped down again and walked to the car. This time Xujing was a little wiser. Pointing to a random person, he said, wait a minute. You go up and check it out first. The man went straight up without a pause and checked all around before coming down. Captain, there's nothing. Check all the other cars for me. Captain, it's all been checked and the undercarriage looked at. No grenades or other explosives. Hearing the answer, Chu Jing froze for a moment. Xiexingzhou so wasted. This is not ready to trap? Get in the car and get after them. The lead car had just started when a familiar explosion rang out, followed by two more in quick succession. Hearing the explosion, Gwynnak even took out his binoculars to look back. Where did you put the grenade? I'm surprised they didn't find it. Secret. Gwynnak rolled his eyes. If you don't say it, you don't say it. What's the name of this leader one? So lucky that he didn't die. It's just as well that he didn't die. At this point he's probably over halfway through his casualties, so he'll go to Cloud Mountain on his own accord without us leading him. Gwynnak thought about it for a moment and thought it made sense to get help if he couldn't beat them. But are you sure he won't fight Foamlands people when he goes up the mountain? Won't fight the zombies hiding on the mountain? Chapter 71. Do you believe me when I say I didn't do it on purpose? Xiexingzhou had a calm face. What does it have to do with us if they fight? That's what you thought from the start, right? Ruanyu gave him a blank look. This man just had a bad taste in his mouth. I do. And I didn't think he'd be so cooperative. Going home now? Or turn around again? Let's turn around first, in case there's a tail. Okay. The two of them drove the car and wandered around all those orchards and stuff in the suburbs, and it was a little bit of a haul, not a loss. After returning home, Ruanyu held Black Obsidian as a jerk, touching enough this only to take out the rations of the two little ones. Looking at the empty rice bowl, muttered two sentences. I did not think you guys are quite able to eat She remembered going out with a day's worth of rations ready to go, and no one was watching both of them let themselves go. Poking Obsidian, he said, it's been a hard day for you guys. Obsidian, meow. Meow. Good to know. And don't give me more rations. He added two more fruits and a piece of roasted meat to Black Obsidian before he cleaned up and ate dinner with Xiexingzhou. Let's skip the grilling today and leave early tomorrow to find that fifth order zombie. Okay. The top of Cloud Mountain. The group waited until people were wilting. Hey, that white tea. Didn't you say that what's his name Ruanyu would definitely come? Bai Cha was also a bit puzzled that Ruanyu hadn't come. This was a good opportunity to kill her. I don't know. Don't you have precognition? Bai Cha smiled twice. This can't be predicted. Let's wait more. Ruanyu will definitely come. Songji interjected from the side. If you don't come, just wait for 2 more days to see. Xiexingzhou, that thing likes to make people wait the most, and also dead grudges. I guess I'm ready to hang us out to dry for 2 days. Alright, Captain Song has given his word. So let's wait 2 more days. Feng Lan doesn't care. It's best if you can meet them, but it doesn't matter if you can't. You can always meet them if they live here. It was just weirdly boring to wait like this, so he had to look at Songji with a gossipy face. Say, how did you know? Being hung out to dry by him? Songji breathlessly rolled his eyes. Yeah, on a previous mission. I spoke a little too much, was left out to dry for a few days, and ended up getting punked in the end. Feng Lan laughed. No wonder you know so much. This time it's just the right time to give you the chance to pit over. This side, although now not all the way people, at least worked together, gossip for a while or find a lot of common language. On the contrary, here in Bai Cha, it can be clearly felt that Su Yinji's attitude towards her is not as good as before, although they are still together, but the common language is much less. When Li Liyi was even more afraid to even say anything, and could only shrink back and gnaw on compressed crackers. Without spatial powers, you can only bring this kind of food that is filling and doesn't take up much space. As for Fonglan, 100 or so people have a space alien. Not big fish and meat, but also meat and vegetables. CYT, a few people straight drooling, but can only dry watch. Fonglan is not a kind person. Just watch it, it will not be 2 pieces of meat less. On the other hand, Chu Jing drove all the way to the bottom of the mountain with people. Originally chasing Xie Xingzhou, did not expect all the way to be taken in circles, watched them unable to keep up, but also slowed down, and finally did not know where to run. Looking at the people who had lost more than half of their number, Chu Jing hated to kill Xie Xingzhou, but this time he finally barely saw his strength and had to come over here to work with Fonglan. Those third-order zombies didn't move even when they saw the people, so they followed Chu Jing and the others. A group of zombies surrounded Chu Jing as he walked up halfway up the hill. Captain, there are so many third-order zombies. I'm not blind, I see it. Throw a few grenades out, Chu Jing said impatiently. This zombie looked like it was being controlled over, whose mountain was full of zombies. Fonglan, who was in the middle of eating, heard the sound of an explosion and immediately stood up. What's that sound, Captain? It seems to be coming up from halfway up the hill, and there's gunfire, and it looks like there's a lot of people. Fonglan laughed twice. He knew who it was, probably after Xie Xingzhou. Captain Song, go down and pick up the people. It's 80% that Chu Jing is here. Songji thought for a while, this time remembering Chu Jing. Why did he come? Fonglan said with a gloating face. Chasing after Xie Xingzhou, he was assigned the task of bringing back Xie Xingzhou. Then he's actually still alive? Songji was astonished. This person actually didn't get played to death by Xie Xingzhou? I guess I think it's just as well he's dead or not, and I'm too lazy to play. The two of them were talking and walking at the same time. That's when they saw the 40 to 50 people surrounded by the zombies. Captain Chu, it's been a long time. Why are you here? Despite being a bit of a mess, Chu Jing said with a calm face. I came after Xie Xingzhou. I heard that you guys asked Xie Xingzhou to meet here, so I came to make a scene. Songju had already controlled the zombies to leave when he walked over, and swept a glance at the 40 to 50 people. You guys have seen Xie Xingzhou? Fonglan also looked like she was watching a good show. Quickly, how did you get screwed this time? I've seen it this afternoon. I was chased by the mutated big crabs for a while and stepped on 2 traps made by Xie Xingzhou. Xujing said without a care in the world that it happened anyway, and there was no telling where they would inquire afterward if they didn't say anything now, and that what he said was at least the correct version. To be able to step on 2 pits in a row and still be alive. Indeed a great life. Fonglan reached out and patted his shoulder. It's fine. It's good to be alive. There's always a chance to retaliate back. It just so happens that we are also preparing to pit Xie Xingzhou. Let's join together. Although the people weren't very powerful, there were at least 40 to 50 people who could surround Xie Xingzhou together. That's what I came to see you about. Come on then, go up and take your time discussing it. The Toon Win Nok woke up early the next morning, packed up early and ready to go after breakfast. Ruanyu looked at Xie Xingzhou. Did Songji come last night? Came and got sent off by me. Told him he'd be there today. That's just as well. We can leave Obsidian to watch the house. Leaving the rations behind, Ruanyu and the two of them drove directly towards the B City side. The 5th order zombies they came. All the way unimpeded. Collect tolls from afar to see their car. Are active to get out of the way. Presumably Tu Nan commanded it. Nguyen skimmed his lips. So it looks like he's going to have to give a little more of a freebie next time. After driving for more than 3 hours, the two arrived at the small base where Boss Xiao had been before. Putting away the car, Ruanyu led Xie Xingzhou down the path and went inside. Walking for 10 minutes before arriving at a courtyard, Ruanyu raised her eyebrows. This is it. I didn't realize it was so run down. Xie Xingzhou followed Ruanyu's line of sight to look over. A few short houses were somewhat collapsed. The courtyard wall was half collapsed, and there were some headless bodies on the ground. The two carefully walked over. A slight rattle came from the house. Xie Xingzhou reflexively threw a large fireball over, and those combustibles in the house instantly ignited. Nguyen Nok turned his head to him in confusion. What did that mean? Xie Xingzhou smiled somewhat awkwardly. Do you believe me when I say I didn't do it on purpose? Chapter 72 5th Order Zombie Pawn. Do you see what I dare to believe? Ruanyu's eyes went wide. How could this man make such a low-level mistake? Just a reflex. Maybe the walker just jumped out. As soon as the words fell, a figure leapt out of the room that had just burned, directly pouncing towards Xie Xingzhou. Ruanyu looked at him with some gloating and said, "You're a good guesser." Looking at the two figures already fighting, Ruanyu silently wondered if she should join in. How rare is this 5th order zombie? But looking at Xie Xingzhou, it doesn't seem like he can't do it. There were many dual system adepts in the last life, and I didn't see anyone who could fight with the high-level zombies alone. Could it be because of Xiexingzhou's half-morning corpse? It is true that zombies of the same level will fight. After all, eating each other's crystal cores can upgrade, but half-morning corpses don't have crystal cores. They are still considered individuals in essence. Ruanyu looked at the two figures for a while and shouted at them. Want me to help? No. Since people had said so, Ruanyu directly took out a packet of melon seeds and ate it while watching Xiexingzhou's dual system of wind and fire. That zombie was actually a dual system of water and wood. Watching Ruanyu became more serious, only to see Xiexingzhou hit 3 fireballs in a row towards the zombie. And the zombie was not to be outdone, hitting 3 water balls. I didn't expect Xiexingzhou's fireballs to be followed by wind blades. The zombie was directly hit, but the good thing is that the body is strong, and it is also not weak to control the vines, but it is not as flexible as her vines, but it is not bad either. Probably having been pitted, the zombies also followed suit, controlling the water balloon towards Xiexingzhou while controlling the underground where the vines were ambushed. Xiexingzhou a dodge. Vines suddenly leaped out from under his feet. Good thing he reacted quickly. Fireball's wind blade don't need money to fling out, which was not entangled in the vines, although separated by a distance. Ruanyu could clearly see the shock on Xiexingzhou's face and laughed out somewhat unkindly. I have to say that the 5th order zombie is really smart. Xiexingzhou had pitted him several times before, but the tricks used would be learned to be used back on Xiexingzhou. Fortunately, Xiexingzhou had quite a lot of mind. Surprise hit the zombie several times in succession, and finally cut off the zombie head. However, he himself was exhausted, so Ruanyu then put away the melon and walked over to him, collecting the crystal core first before using her powers to heal his injuries. Well, not bad. This zombie is quite capable of fighting. If it's a 6th order zombie, we may really need to join forces. Xiexingzhou lying on the ground. Also do not feel ashamed. Cannot be how normal aren't you a zombie body? You can't beat them either? This point Ruanyu was really puzzled. Logically Xiexingzhou should be able to beat those of the same rank. How come the ones after level 6 said they couldn't be beaten? It's a half-zombie body. We still hurt and die from serious injuries. Zombies don't die as long as their head is still on their neck. People don't die. Okay. She was the one who had forgotten that half-morn corpses were no different from humans except that they were immune to the zombie virus. Putting some water for Xiexingzhou to wash his hands, he took a mutant fruit in space and gave it to him. Here, go back earlier after eating. It always feels like someone will come this way. Xiexingzhou sat up, not polite, took it and ate. Okay, it's good to go back early, but take obsidian with you from now on. Mutated animals can still fight than zombies. Go back and talk about it. Looking at the still burning house, Ruanyu released a large water ball and directly doused a large portion of it, followed by several smaller water balls, which completely extinguished the fire, setting fire to the mountain to sit through the bottom of the prison. Although it is the end of the world, burning the mountain is also not desirable. In case of burning to the mutant tree, how to lose The two rested and were just getting up and ready to go when a sweet child's voice rang out. Sister, are you a shifter? Ruanyu turned her head and looked at a 6 or 7-year-old girl standing not far away. Her clothes were pitch black and shabby, and her face was dirty. If it was before the end of the world, it must have been a child that could make people's sympathies flooded with compassion at a glance. Yeah, is there something wrong with you, little sister? Ruanyu replied in a gentle tone. Her face was a leathery expression. She hadn't forgotten the little girl who had given her a knife in her last life. She felt inexplicably phobic when she saw children now, and always felt that if she had the chance, these children would all have the same choices. My dad is hurt. Can you save him, sister? The little girl asked innocently. Behind her suddenly rushed out a woman. Looks like her mother. The person covered the little girl's mouth. Sorry to bother you guys. Her father was injured. A moment did not watch this, let her run out. Did not give you guys trouble, right? No. After saying that, the two turned around and left. The woman froze. The plot is not like this. They should not ask how her husband was injured? Shouldn't they have asked her husband how he got hurt? The little girl struggled and ran to Ruanyu. Sister, can you save my father? Ruanyu smiled gently and looked at her with cold eyes. I can't. Most people who were nosy in the last world didn't live long, and she could remember the lesson from her last life. Even though she knew that the little girl didn't have a murder weapon on her, it didn't stop her from keeping her distance and being on guard at all times. She was also a little curious about the little girl from her last life who appeared in front of her. Could she make a clean cut? Why? The little girl's tone is full of questioning. But where is the why? Not you ask for help, I have to save you. I don't want to save. After saying that, Nguyen Nok wanted to leave. The little girl stopped the two of them directly in their tracks. No. Isn't your healing ability used to save people? Why don't you save my dad? A murderous intent flashed in Ruanyu's eyes as she turned to look at the little girl's mother. You taught her that? MS. Ruan, I know you have healing powers, can you save my husband? He's been scratched by the zombies and he's not going to be able to hold out much longer. How can An and I survive without him? As long as you save people, this life of mine is yours. One word from you and I'll go up the mountain of daggers and down the sea of fire. And Anne's mom directly knelt down towards Ruanyu, tearfully crying for a while, and Anne saw this and also knelt down towards Ruanyu. Sister, please save my dad. Okay, I can't live without him. Sister, I will repay you, and I will do whatever you ask me to do from now on. Xiaxingzhou frowned tightly and kept staring at Ruanyu, fearing that Ruanyu's sanctimonious heart was overflowing. And what kind of good person could be able to stop her from saving people like this? Nguyen-nak took a deep breath and said, "Bring the people here. She would like to see who it is." When did her face become so recognizable? And when Xiaxingzhou killed the fifth order zombies, there was no one around here at all that she had seen. How did these two people just appear out of nowhere? Even she and Xiaxingzhou both didn't realize it. Even if they'd only just gotten here, someone who could recognize her straight away and morally kidnap her wouldn't be worth much alive. And Anne's mom's heart was so happy that she hurriedly got up. Thank you. I'll go and bring the people here. And rose to thank him as well, her tone childlike. Thank you, sister. Ruanyu glanced at Anne with a cold expression. How do you know me? Chapter 73 Traditional Virtues. Because my sister is pretty. And looked up at Ruanyu with sincerity in her eyes. Ruanyu sneered. There are a lot of beautiful people. She has been as far as D City. She has never been anywhere else. And the people who know her are coming one after another. White tea is really powerful. That's true. But it's a pity that you're so ugly. Xiaxingzhou squatted down and looked at Anne with an "I'm telling the truth" tone of sincerity, not half-teasing look. As soon as those words were spoken, neither of them missed the flash of resentment in Anne's eyes. How the children of the end times are saved. When were you so kind? You really want to save people? Xiaxingzhou looked at Ruanyu and asked directly. Not avoiding people. A little kid can't turn over the sky. These days together, he does not think that Ruanyu is so kind-hearted people. Looking at the people also did not jerk. Should not be able to save people. I didn't say I wanted to save anyone. Nguyen-nak swept a glance at him, then add on, and told the truth. Sister, you just and was anxious, looking at Ruanyu with eyes full of eagerness. You didn't hear what my sister said earlier? You said for mom to bring dad here. Yeah, that word said I was going to save the day? You lie. Anne was furious and directly lunged towards Ruanyu, but unfortunately, he was too short and was pressed by Xiaxingzhou's head and waved his arms, which looked quite comical. Who am I fooling? It's you who don't learn at a young age, and I don't know how your parents taught you. The little girl couldn't say no, couldn't hit anyone, and wowed out. And Anne's mom also came over with someone. Anun, what's wrong? What's wrong? Is someone bullying you? This was said to An, but his eyes were directed towards Nguyen-nak. Mom, Nguyen-nak, she lied. She didn't want to save dad. Mom, she lied to us. And Anne's mom looked at Ruanyu and stammered a bit. Miss Ruan, this, I've brought all the people here. Look, I'm looking at it. It won't live. Just bury it in the ground. Ruanyu glanced at it, didn't recognize it, didn't have an impression, probably hadn't seen it in his last life. Ms. Ruan, you said you would save people. And Anne's mom's tone was forceful, as if Ruanyu wouldn't let her go unless she saved people. First you tell me how you know me. You saved the day first. Justified voice. Nguyen-nak was a little confused. Then let him wait to die. Nguyen-nak was full of concern and said, who the hell is begging for it? Love to say it. I have news of Ruan Yen, and I won't tell you until you save the day. And then what? You don't want to know the news about your brother? Hearing the carelessness in Ruanyu's tone, and Anne's mom was a bit surprised. Before that person said that as long as he mentioned the news of Ruan Yen, Ruanyu would definitely come to the rescue. How come this was different? Ruanyu looked her up and down. In her last life she went to B City first. According to the time period, Bai Cha went to B City should also be B City. This person would not tell the people in the B City base that by mentioning her brother, she would save her life, right? Then the person who arrested her brother would not meet him and say, I have news of your sister Nguyen. If you don't come out you'll never know she's there in your life. Ruan Yen, who was hiding in the primitive forest, just wanted to say, sister, your guess is really accurate. Good thing your brother I am not stupid. Looking at Anne's mom with contempt, you're from B City, aren't you? Yes, the person who made you say that is called White Tea, right? Just stayed in B City for so many days and played out any tricks. One can only say that it really deserves to be a heroine. And Anne's mom's pupils shrunk slightly, and her face couldn't hide the shock. Seeing her reaction, Ruanyu knew that she had guessed about 8 or 9 times, and let out a cold laugh. Didn't she tell you that I hate people who morally kidnap? Originally I wanted to save people, but you guys actually know Bai Cha, alas. I don't save anyone who has heard her name. Friendly reminder. If you can't live, go to hell. Suicide doesn't hurt as much as turning into a zombie. Turning into a zombie is fine. And your family just happens to be neat and tidy. Just after saying this, she was pulled away by Xie and still wanted to stop, but she was directly slapped away. Two people with no psychic abilities. It's lucky they can go back. What does it matter to her if they can't? It's not like she's losing money. And Anne's father, who was lying on the ground, sat up with his hand propped up. Shaoling, go, taken in with you. I feel like I'm going to turn necrotic. No, I'm not leaving, I'm staying with you. Anne's mom whimpered, and walked up. Mom, do you not want me? She didn't want to die or turn into a zombie. She wanted to live. Ray, if you don't do it for yourself, do it for Anne. She's only so young. Ray, do as you're told and go. Honey, I don't want to go. Mom, the two of them, hiding in the shadows, watch as a dilapidated cab drives to City B, while An's dad is fully corporeal. Ruanyu directly released vines to harvest the crystal core. A mosquito is neat even if it's small. At least it's a third-order crystal core. Come on, go home. Watching Ruanyu put the crystal core away, Xie then said. The two of them got straight into the car and started it straight away to set off. All the way to the two did not talk much. Ruanyu eating snacks looked at Xie suspiciously. How this person is also out of the army. How to still not take human life as seriously as she is. Perhaps her sight was too burning. Xie gave her a sideways glance. What kind of eyes are you looking at? It's a bit strange. Isn't it your duty to guard the people? Even if it isn't now, then your instincts should be telling me to save people. Didn't you say so? My original duty was to guard the people. And where are the people in a post-apocalyptic world? Ruanyu was silent. No wonder she mixed so poorly in her last life. It was the end of the world. The previous post-apocalyptic novels were really all in vain. Not a single lesson was learned. You're right. I was narrow-minded. Xie laughed. Just now I was especially afraid that you would be nosy and save people. You won't live long in this world being nosy. Ruanyu looked at him breathlessly. Who was this person connoting? I'm not that stupid, am I? I'm just curious if my face is so recognizable now. Then don't you all guess why? Xie chatted as he drove. He couldn't think of anyone else besides Bai Ti. According to time, White Tea did not go a few days. The ability to set off the wind and waves is quite powerful. But the wind and waves, how much more far is a fleeting thing? Yeah, so in thinking about what would be a good thing to take with you when you go to Cloud Mountain, the traditional virtue of courtesy, even in the last days that cannot be forgotten. Why don't you just take control of the vines and bury a few explosive packets? Feng Lan will definitely bury it, right? Then you help him change places. It's okay. Things are solved. Ruanyu mood is much more relaxed, but the heart is still a little uneasy. This White Tea will not get some moths out of it. Cloud Mountain. White Tea suddenly woke up in a cold sweat all over his body. What's wrong with Cha-Cha? Did you have a nightmare? Even though he was griping about the previous incident, on the surface Su Yenji still looked like a hush-hush. 24 filial piety good boyfriend. It's fine. It's just a dream that Ruanyu came and I was accidentally pushed off a cliff. Bai Cha's pale face pulled up a forced smile and said with some afterthought, fortunately it was just a normal nightmare. Then Cha-Cha, if you're not feeling well, say so earlier. Good. White Tea looked down to hide the flash of darkness under her eyes, glancing at a remote button and a bottle of spray in her hand to make sure only she could see it, before letting out a sigh of relief. In her dream, she was indeed blown off a cliff, but a man approached her, saying that he was the heavenly Tao of this world, and that he could only kill Ruanyu with the bomb he provided, and also gave her a bottle of medicine that could make the alien who smelled the scent temporarily incapable of using his powers. And after saying that, the man disappeared, and she continued to have that dream of being blown off a cliff. Then I woke up with a start, not realizing that I had really woken up with something in my hand, and it was just like the dream said it would be. Thinking of this, Bai Cha's heart burst with darkness. Even the heavenly Tao is helping her. Ruanyu, what are you going to fight me with? Chapter 74, Sneak Attack. Ruanyu, two people all the way back. In the end was cleared out of the road, but there is no accident happened. But just into the A city ran into Tunan. To be precise, people are here waiting for them. Seeing Ruanyu and the two of them, Tunan smiled as if he had seen the god of wealth, smiling so much that he couldn't see the sky, rubbing his hands together in an obscene manner. Brother Xie, younger siblings are back. I guess things have all been resolved. Is there something wrong with brother too? What can I do? It's just a little business. Need we do not continue a little? Xie looked at him breathlessly. If not for Ruanyu's large inventory, I guess this business really cannot afford to do. Seeing Ruanyu nod her head, Xie then said, let's go then. How much does brother 2 intend to exchange this time? Not much this time, just 10 4th order crystal cores and 100 3rd order crystal cores. Just watch and give it to your younger siblings. Ruanyu was speechless in her heart. Didn't she just want the peaches they picked? Ruanyu picked and found 2 of the ugliest looking ones and handed them over along with the fruits she had picked earlier. Seeing Peach, Tunan's eyes lit up. Then thank you sister-in-law, but those people from Cloud Mountain before, I saw that they also brought explosive packs, so you guys should be careful if you want to go. Ruanyu nodded and handed Tunan half a cigarette. Thanks for reminding brother too. After a few casual pleasantries, the two headed downtown. On the way, they came across stores that hadn't been raided, and harvested them as they went along. No one minding the supplies. Cloud Mountain was still going to be there, and if they didn't go to pit a handful of people, it was expected that in a couple of days people would be surrounding the place where they were staying. It's not like a rainstorm can just fall for 2 days and cause a disaster. It was just after 6 when the two made their way home, and after a brief dinner, Nguyen Nok said, "Why don't we go in the early hours of the morning? Kill them by surprise. That hill must be full of 3rd order zombies. How about practicing first?" Looking at Ruanyu's bright big eyes, Xiexingzhou could only nod his head in agreement. "Okay, you have the say. So do you want to bring the two? Bring it." After that, the two of them went their separate ways. How many more hours were there? Catch up on your sleep first. In the early hours of the morning, the two men were fully loaded and ready to go. Cloud Mountain is not far away, to put it mildly, and it's almost a 2-hour drive. Xiexingzhou drove, and Ruanyu continued to sleep. At the bottom of the mountain, Xiexingzhou pulled over far away. Ruanyu directly lifted the black obsidian and directly put the car away. Xiexingzhou looked at her with a desire to speak. Silver Moon is still in the car. On second thought, Ruanyu should not be so stupid. Does that mean Nguyen Nok's space? Thinking of this, Xiexingzhou just stopped and followed Ruanyu towards Cloud Mountain. It's a touristy place anyhow, and the paths up the mountain are neatly manicured steps. The two walked along, harvesting the zombies around them and making as little noise as possible. The speed of going up the mountain was also several times slower than usual as well, and after consuming her powers, Ruanyu directly took out the fruits of the spatial knots, consuming them while recovering. The first to realize that something was wrong was Songji, and after waking up, he didn't alarm the others, but just quietly went down the mountain to take a look. In his impression, Xiexingzhou usually came openly and honestly. Sneaking around was really not his style, so he only felt that something ungrateful had barged in. Halfway up the mountainside, Xiexingzhou, Ruanyu and the two of them were sitting and nibbling on fruits. Songji is quite powerful. I don't know how far so many 3rd order zombies will have to run before they can be controlled over. Any more is still not killed most of them. I guess I will die of anger when I see it. Xiexingzhou smiled gloatingly. According to his idea must be to come during the day. So sneaky he is really the first time. I do not know Songji see this full of zombies is what mood. After preparing so many zombie traps, I didn't expect to lose them. Why do I get the feeling you're smiling so impishly? No, just thought that with all the commotion, song rhetoric should be coming down soon. Also, with so many brothers dead, if you don't wake up then you really deserve to be crushed by you everywhere. The two were chatting happily when they saw Songji walking over. Ruanyu greeted politely. Captain Song, what a coincidence. Looking at the zombies all over the ground, Songji's face turned blue. The 4 of them ran for 2 nights to bring them here, and they were so easily solved, most of them. Xiexingzhou, when did you also learn to do this kind of chicken stealing? Xiexingzhou innocently looked at him. What does it have to do with him? He is just more obedient. Do you mean you are only allowed to be shameless and not allow others to prejudge? Don't you both come to understand? A person to come quite bold, then it is just right to be buried here. As soon as the words fell, black obsidian pounced directly from behind Songji and directly clawed. Songji reacted quickly. The perceived danger directly avoided. Just stood still. The ground leaped out a few arm-thick vines. Even though he reacted quickly, he was still scratched by the barbs on the vines, and hit several purple powers in quick succession, which allowed him to dodge the vines. In fact, it was Ruanyu who reflexively controlled the vines to avoid it. Ruanyu wimped out. She didn't want to be electrocuted. Xiexingzhou controlled the wind blade. Ruanyu controlled the water droplets, and black obsidian went straight to the claws. And Songji, a 4th stage alien, was quickly taken down. Xiexingzhou, don't think you can walk out if you kill me. Do you know how many people are on the mountain? How many explosives are buried in the ground? And you, Ruanyu, do you dare to fight against all the bases by yourself? I advise you to better tie your hands, so that you might even be able to die a quick death. Nguyen Nok deflated. No point, thought you, an outcast from the base, would let us avenge you in passing? But it's no wonder. You're so wasted. How can you have the face to say that? And not begging for forgiveness is probably all about your former professionalism. Just because you don't dare doesn't mean I don't dare. so be buried well here. Song Ru laughed. I'm not losing out on having you guys buried with me. Then he froze, with an unbelievable look on his face, looking at Ruan Yu and yelling, what's going on? What did you do? Ruan Yu looked at him with flat eyes. Of course it was controlling the little rose parasitism. She also thought it was just a simple parasitism at first, only to find out later that the little rose drilling into it was actually drawing on the other party's supernatural energy, so that the possibility of the other party blowing itself up was perfectly circumvented. No wonder the little rose drilled into the zombie body. The crystal core are less eaten a lot. She thought it is not like to eat. Who knows that people are full to see? Trying to blow yourself up? There's no chance of that. It's better for the dead to be quiet. After saying that, Ruan Yu directly gave him a pain in the ass. Thinking about his physique, Ruan Yu directly picked open his skull. Inside there was half of a crystal core that was not yet fully formed. He's on the verge of becoming a zombie, isn't he? Xie Xingzhou thought for a while before saying, it should be. He also said at the beginning that he would slowly turn into a zombie. Chapter 75, Space Exposure. Ruan Yu said with some regret, I should have known to leave it for a few days. It might have been another fifth-order zombie. Xie Xingzhou looked at her with a helpless face. Let's go. Settle it early. The two got closer and closer, and there was no need to hide, as Feng Lan had already gotten up and greeted the others standing in front of them fully armed. Colonel Shay, MS. Nguyen is quite a coincidence. Nguyen Nok snorted. Nonchalantly. Not coincidentally, we're here specifically to kill you. It's been a long time since Nguyen Nok. Ha? When Bai Cha saw Nguyen Nok, he jumped right in to talk. Long? It's probably because you've been recuperating for too long, or you might never see each other in this life. As soon as she hears Bai Cha's voice, Nguyen Nok shades her, a constant reminder that she's just been blown up by herself. Nguyen Nok, I don't know what I did wrong for you to be so mean to me, but I'm not going to change. Instead of consuming myself internally, it might be faster to let someone else change. Do you think I'm right? A cold light flashed in Bai Cha's eyes. Since she couldn't change other people's attitudes, wouldn't it be faster to directly change her fate? Why did he himself have to follow Ruan Yu before? A new protagonist naturally appeared when the protagonist died. You're right. So why aren't you dead yet? Like Little John. What's the point of living so long? You can't even beg for what isn't yours. Ruan Yu looked at her with a tone of disdain, wanting to kill her, but also do not weigh their own a few pounds. Not to improve themselves, only want to take shortcuts. Death is also deserved. Colonel Xie, we've at least worked together. It's not good to be so cross-eyed. Why don't we take this opportunity to have a good chat? Feng Lan looked at Xie Xingzhou, swept a glance at Xu Jing and said, so many people are not afraid of Xie Xingzhou playing tricks. The ground can also be buried a lot of bombs. Talking about what? Talking about bombs? Ruan Yu directly controlled the vines to dig out the bombs and looked at Feng Lan with a sarcastic smile. Feng Lan's face darkened as he looked behind him at the several Earth-type psychics. Waste. Those few people could only bow their heads and take it. After all, it was a bit humiliating that several people hadn't grabbed Nguyen Nok. Bai Cha glanced at the bomb without her control and was pleased, just waiting for Ruan Yu to let her guard down. Ruan Yu held black obsidian in one hand and looked down in deep thought. Just now there was another place underground that was a bit strange, but the vines went through and there was nothing there. And looking at white tea again, it really made people think more. It can't be that all the heavenly ways in this book are helping white tea, something that can't be played with. Since MS. Nguyen has found them all, can we talk in peace now? The people brought by Chu Jing, directly surrounding the path down the mountain, looked at Ruan Yu, all with ambition in their eyes. Miss Ruan, why don't you think about whether you will voluntarily go with us, or we will help you go voluntarily? A healing shifter. As long as he brought her back, the others would be dead. Who would dare to trouble him? Ruan Yu looked around. Every one of them had ill will in their eyes, since this is the way it is to die. Turning his head and giving Xie Xingzhou a wink, he threw out a few smoke bombs, and Xie Xingzhou directly took his submachine gun and swept it, and she threw a few tear gas grenades and grenades out every now and then. I for one like to volunteer to help people ascend, so you don't have to thank me. There were vines to control it, and each grenade exploded with more precision. The scene gradually confused. Is the location of the white tea? The vine turned a few times, did not throw accurate. Cannot afford to play things? Can protect her for life? Ruan Yu, aren't you afraid that your secret will be exposed? Hearing the sound, Xie Xingzhou also directly swept over with his gun. Ah, Leafy, what's wrong with you? Just after that, Wenli herself was shot. Just Bai Cha and Su Yanji stood there nicely with their tops grazed. Ruan Yu turned her head to look at Xie Xingzhou. When did your marksmanship get so bad? Xie Xingzhou was also a bit helpless. Did this really have anything to do with him? So tell me what my secret is? Your space. It's $$ #at. After saying that, white tea was confused. She actually couldn't say it. Ruan Yu smiled. What the heroine herself hadn't even gotten to yet. I'm sure heaven wouldn't allow it to be spoken. How come you can't say it? Still afraid to talk about it? Ha? Where did you guys get all this nonsense? Why don't you hurry up and fight? Feng Lan directly interjected, her tone filled with anger. He's tired of fighting here, and he's actually in the mood to chat over there. Xie Xingzhou directly swept over again. Where is the little powerhouse that can't actually die? You, don't be cocky, don't you dare walk over here? Seeing that he couldn't say anything, Bai Cha had to guide Ruan Yu to walk near that bomb. This time, Nguyen Nok must die, and the space ring can only be hers. What wouldn't I dare? But how dishonorable of me to walk away when you tell me to. Would you dare to walk over here? Now it was certain that irregularity was White Tea's doing, and she wasn't stupid enough to take her life away from a couple of random irritations. White Tea was furious and took out his own spray directly, not knowing where Nguyen Nok was, and ran out to spray whoever it was directly. All around us there was a chorus of voices. Why aren't my powers working? Feng Lan also accidentally smelled a little bit and frowned, unable to see the spray in Bai Cha's hand. She only thought it was her supernatural ability. Bai Cha has this supernatural ability. Why didn't she use it earlier? And, are you trying to get us all killed together? He decided that after this time, as long as Bai Cha didn't die, he must take her back to Qingqing base. It didn't matter if there were 1 or 2 more experimental subjects. It's a shame not to study and research when you can use such powers. I forgot. Where is Nguyen Nok? Bai Cha said with a resigned face. Ahead of you. Bai Cha ran all the way over and rushed away again. And Nguyen rushed out of the way when she heard the noise, still smelling an odor. Xie Xingzhou. The moment she smelled the odor, Ruan Yu immediately called for Xie Xingzhou. It was obvious that she felt like her powers weren't working, not even her healing powers. All around them were sounds created by Feng Lan and the others, misleading their judgment. Luckily, the space was still usable and threw out several smoke bombs. Black obsidian. Quickly go find Xie Xingzhou. The 2 men and the leopard had just met. When Ruan Yu saw Bai Cha's wistful smile, wasn't her position the one with the problem? It was too late to think that much. The moment Bai Cha pressed the button, Ruan Yu directly took Xie Xingzhou black obsidian into the space. Explosions rang out, violent vibrations collapsed even the mountain by a small amount, and the explosive packets that Ruan Yu had dug out earlier were also detonated, and there were explosions all over the place. White Tea was still in a daze. Wasn't the space off limits to people? Even the book didn't mention that this space could take people in. What makes Ruan Yu able to go in and bring people with him? Bai Cha's eyes are unbelievable. Such a good opportunity. Ruan Yu escaped again. Su Xiang saw her like this, thinking that after that, he had to rely on her, directly pulling the person to run. As for Li Yi Wenli, who cares if he comes to himself? Feng Lan is actually still alive, pulling on Chu Jing and running after Su Yinji. The influence of the smoke bomb, they only thought that the 2 Xie Xingzhou were still in the center of the explosion. Unfortunately, the explosion was so fast that several people fell off the cliff from the impact. Inside the space, without supernatural powers, the other side was crowded, and Xie Xingzhou was still a little injured. The powers wouldn't work. So Nguyen Nok thought for a moment and kicked him straight into Obsidian's bathing pit. Xie Xingzhou had been in a state of confusion, and although he had guessed it, he was still startled to come in like this. I didn't realize your space was actually like this? Chapter 76, Man is a herd animal. Nguyen Nok shrugged. You didn't ask either. I can't use my powers right now, so take a dip. It'll ease your injuries. Xie Xingzhou, is this something he can ask? As soon as he entered the space, Black Obsidian brought Silver Moon to bite the corner of Ruan Yu's coat, and gave Black Obsidian a blank look, picking several fruits for it as well as Silver Moon. 2 of these subsided, smoothly picked a few more fruits and handed them to Xie Xingzhou. I guess I have to stay for a while before I can go out. The bombs outside have all exploded. This space of yours is so good. Why don't I see you staying in the space all the time? Xie Xingzhou looked like he had never seen the world. Looking left and right, it was really that the things in Ruan Yu's space were a bit overly rich. People are pack animals. She'd like to, but when she'd had the idea before, she'd been kicked straight out of space. Can't even think about it. And yeah, how is the plot going to unfold if she doesn't get out? But this time, those individuals should be seriously injured if not dead. Xie Xingzhou nodded. Seeing that the injuries on his body had healed a bit, he climbed up from the pit and looked around. Aren't you afraid that I'm going to rely on your space and not leave? So many supplies. I can't even walk when I look at them. And there are so many vegetables planted. Nguyen Nok yawned. Just try something. If you betray me, it's just as well that you're locked up in space straight away. Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Xie Xingzhou really tried to reach for something, and then he was confused. No matter how he reached for it, he couldn't reach it. Obviously the thing was right in front of him, but it was separated by something. It was as if he suddenly understood why Black Obsidian wanted Ruanyu to pick fruit for it. If he was locked up in here, he would really be starved to death alive. Just like a mouse that has entered a rice bowl. It will actually starve to death in the rice bowl. And it is really scary to think that Xiexingzhou has a cold shiver. No one else knows about this space of yours, do they? No. White tea knows a little, I guess. That's good. Although others can't snatch it away. But it's better not to expose it so easily. Xiexingzhou silently thought. Ruanyu was able to bring him in. Does it mean that Ruanyu trusts him very much in her heart? And such a big secret is directly exposed in front of his eyes. Suddenly it felt like a great responsibility. And that he had to protect Ruanyu properly. Ruanyu was stared at by him. Are you idle? Smoothly pointing to the plot of land next to him. Then you go plant the land. And those ripe vegetables. Harvest them. There's still corn that should be ready to eat. So you can carry it down by the way. After saying that, Ruanyu walked towards the small bamboo building next to her. Too tired. She needed to rest. Under the fence. Xiexingzhou honestly took things to work. With Ruanyu's permission. The vegetables in the ground he could still touch. But other things still could not be taken. Then what are you doing? I'm sleeping. Xiexingzhou, hoping that he was taken in for free labor? There's a bed over there. If you're tired, find yourself a place to sleep. Ruanyu rubbed his nose. He seemed to have gone a bit overboard, so he had to point to the bed on the side. After Black Obsidian and Silvermoon finished eating, they balled up under the fruit tree, one black and one white ball next to each other. There was hot water in the space, and after Ruanyu washed up, she directly laid down on the bed and closed her eyes comfortably. Xiexingzhou put the vegetables in the ground. Bean lettuce, these are harvested and put aside. This is to go to bed. Biological clock. Xiexingzhou woke up early. Something cannot get can only dry waiting. By the way, the Black Obsidian lift up again. Watching Black Obsidian skillfully walk into the bamboo building, Xiexingzhou nodded in satisfaction. Within moments Ruanyu was following behind Obsidian with a sleepy look on his face. Getting breakfast out separately. This is the only way to go back and wash up. On the other side, by Cha Su Yanji, the two of them were impacted and hugged each other as they tumbled and rolled down the hill. Just as they stopped, Feng Lan rolled straight down and crashed into them, followed by Chu Jing. Four people once again even speed towards the bottom of the mountain roll. As for the others, life is not big enough. Dead and wounded. Songzhu brought the zombies Ruanyu they did not finish killing. See, the ground is a person. With the same as falling into the rice vat of rats. Excited to run over. Left nibble 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 nibble, right nibble 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 nibble. People who had been seriously injured and didn't die managed to join the zombie army. Some were closer to the bombs and were directly split up, losing the chance to join in, and were directly picked up with limbs to gnaw on, which counts as joining in disguise. The four people rolled for a while, which rolled into the river necessary for the protagonist to jump off the cliff, and one person filled a few mouthfuls of water, which brought them to their senses. Unfortunately, his whole body was like being crushed, and he couldn't move at all, and with the spray from the white tea, his powers hadn't recovered yet, so he could only lie there silently. White tea was already in a worse state, and when he rolled down, he directly knocked on a rock, choked on a few mouthfuls of water, and directly fainted. She waited until the others had recovered their powers and dragged her to her feet, which was a long time ago. Cha, you're finally awake. Su Yenji looked relieved when she woke up and hurriedly asked, where is this? Looking around her, except for the trees and grass, except for the mountains and water, Bai Cha was a bit confused. Her good plan had failed just like that. Nothing happened to Ruanyu at all. Instead she was lying here half dead, under Yun Shan. Get up quickly when you wake up, Feng Lan said in an unkind manner from the side, although he voluntarily followed. But why didn't this person tell him when he buried the explosives? Almost gave Xiexingzhou to go with the funeral. So many bombs even if he reacted quickly, but still by the impact was forced to roll down. The top of the mountain is so big. According to their original plan is to lure Xiexingzhou up, fool them into walking to the center, and slowly detonate the explosives, so that they also have time to run. Hell, the man had set the bomb off straight away, and if he hadn't seen her half dead, he really would have gone up there and beat the hell out of someone. The powers are all restored. A few people had to help each other to walk towards the highway. White tea is a little weak, and did not dare to say anything. Ruanyu and Xiexingzhou finished breakfast and observed the surroundings before going out of the space. Luckily, the supernatural ability had long since recovered after a night, and as soon as he exited the space, he directly hit at the surrounding zombies. Seeing the uniforms on several fourth-order zombies, the two looked at each other with some surprise. The people in Qingcheng base have really turned into zombies. Xiexingzhou looked at the corpses around him while killing the zombies. There are no corpses of Baicha and the girls. These people should have been seriously injured and gnawed on by the zombies on the mountain. which turned them into zombies. Gwynnock nodded in agreement with him, but Bai Cha's bomb caused the other bombs to explode together, and the men were so preoccupied with themselves that they wouldn't have time to direct an evacuation. She didn't take the bomb back at that time, but she was completely thinking that she would see the opportunity to detonate the bomb afterwards and run away with Xie Xingzhou herself. I didn't expect White Tea to be able to come up with something that would make her powers temporarily unusable, on the off chance that it would be an indiscriminate attack. It's not surprising that these people won't die under the blast, but they'll also be gnawed on by the walkers rushing up the hill and turning into zombies. The two of them had been killing for a while, which was why they had killed all the zombies. Luckily they had killed a lot of zombies last night. It's a shame that such a big explosion, with the mountain half collapsed, actually let White Tea get away. How do you know she's not dead? Maybe her corpse is gone now. There are people who, as long as they haven't seen a body, then she must be alive. Chapter 77, Hoarding Vegetables. Ruan Yu's tone was firm, yet serious, and Xie Xingzhou didn't dare to refute it. The words are also true. Isn't that what happens to the protagonist of a TV show? As long as there's no dead body that might just suddenly blink out of existence one day. Resting while the two drove straight away, on the way just brushing shoulders with Tu Nan's car. Tu Nan looked back and murmured, "It's good that the god of great fortune is fine." "What did you say, boss?" "It's okay, drive your car." The driving boy continued to drive with an aggravated look on his face. According to the time counting, tomorrow will rainstorm. Ruan Yu, two people do not delay home to start checking the house will not leak. By the way, the other buildings in the neighborhood to check once, to make sure that no one before going home. After what felt like nothing, it was evening, and as it wasn't raining tonight, the two went straight on with their previous grilling spree. The aroma was overflowing, and for once there were finally no living people around. Ruan Yu sliced the meat, Xie Xingzhou fried the crispy pork and ribs, and Black Obsidian watched the grilled meat turn over, cooperating well. A pig was taken out neatly and put into space again neatly. Both of them were getting sleepy, so they didn't do any more and went straight home to rest. The morning light is bright. The two of them woke up early, and Xie Xingzhou skillfully ran to Ruan Yu's side for breakfast. Rarely have nothing to do, do not have to go out. Breakfast is more abundant. Donuts, soybean milk, pancakes, buns, steamed bread and eggs. Ruan Yu poured Silver Moon's milk before sitting down. Xie Xingzhou had already peeled an egg and put it in her bowl. Seeing Ruan Yu sit down, this is when she started to eat. "What are you doing today?" Ruan Yu thought for a moment before saying, "There's nothing going on. Fry all the dishes in my space during this time. I'll cook. You stir fry." Xie Xingzhou was just about to say something when Ruan Yu had already divided the labor. One could only give her a helpless look. "Fine. Then you'll split it by the way." "No problem." What she had in her space was a packing box. It was just a matter of loading it up. The main thing was that Xie Xingzhou's fried food was better than hers, and he was fine anyway, so it was okay to squeeze a little. After eating, the two began to divide the labor. Ruan Yu directly took out 5 rice cookers, more than she was afraid that the generator cannot bring. All kinds of greens, potatoes, took a small pile out, as well as all the corn. Thinking about the fish in the space, Ruan Yu took out a big bucket and put out several of them as well as 2 ospreys, and took quite a bit of pork out as well. As for lobsters and crabs, these, before the big supermarket has some. Looking at taking so many things, Ruan Yu also did not take out. There is still time, is not bad this day or two. Ruan Yu cooked all the rice and directly helped along with handling the green vegetables. Looking at the small mountain of vegetables, Xie Xingzhou let out a bitter smile. "Let's handle these vegetables in the morning, and slowly fry them in the afternoon with long time." "Fine. If you can't get it done, you can get it tomorrow." Meat, fish, these are Xie Xingzhou handle. Ruan Yu is mainly wash green vegetables, and bean curd simply pick it is finished. Watching Xie Xingzhou do so much work, Ruan Yu was a little overjoyed and took a watermelon, cut it into pieces and then fed it to him with a fork. The work on his hands did not stop. Xie Xingzhou took a bite and asked in passing, "You also bought a watermelon before? You didn't see it yesterday? With all the stuff in your space, can I read it all?" Gwynnock was silent. It seemed to make sense. It was true that you couldn't see the end at a glance, and the watermelons, the ones that were put in first, were indeed blocked by those from the supermarket. Watermelon, grapes, peaches, bananas, plums, all of these. A little bit of the other fruits are some of the supermarket collection. Not much, these are bought more individually. Hearing Ruan Yu say this, Xie Xingzhou ate it up. If it is less, it is better to leave it to Ruan Yu to eat by herself. And those bases don't know when they can grow vegetables. But Ruan Yu's space could grow things, so his worries seemed a bit redundant. While Xie Xingzhou worked, Ruan Yu played his hand and fed him something in the meantime, and the morning passed quickly. The food is not yet fried. The two can only eat the takeout that Ruan Yu ordered earlier. Ruan Yu picks and chooses. and takes a large portion of dry pot shrimp, and rice will eat Ruan Yu's freshly cooked. There's still some difference between fresh and from a takeout box, and both of them had a great time eating it. Directly after lunch, Nguyen divided the cooked rice and continued with the second pot of rice. Watching Xie Xingzhou prepare to fry, he directly took out a few cans of liquefied gas and put them aside. Various seasonings were also laid out, just waiting for Chef Xie to get started. Nguyen took out several large pots to make it easier to fill the dishes themselves and then portion them up. After 2 hours of frying and an intermission, Nguyen cut a few fruit plates, and the two of them were eating when Tuan Nan's voice came from downstairs. The two thought about it for a moment, but they went downstairs together. Partners anyhow. Why is Big Brother 2 here? Smelling the scent of the two, Tunan took a deep breath. Isn't this to report a message to you two? By Cha Su Yenji and Feng Lan Chu Jing. The four of them are still at my place right now. Xie Xingzhou was a bit speechless. These four people are really undefeatable. So they are not dead. It was a good thing that Songju's squad of four were all dead, or else they would really be diabolically dead. Thank you for informing Brother 2. But it shouldn't be the only thing that Brother 2 came for, right? Xie Xingzhou asked directly. Look at Tunan's appearance should not come to change the mutant fruit. Just changed. They do not have so many mutant fruit has been changed. Space in the growth of the certainly cannot be taken out. It's like this. I heard from the others earlier that my younger siblings had been to a pig farm. Brother Xie should understand. Xie Xingzhou's eyes were stern as he looked at Tunan, his body on guard, ready to strike at any time. Who said that? Seeing Xie Xingzhou look like a killing god, Tunan directly said. A working debt repayment. How can he be compared to his great wealth? White tea. Only Ruan Yu frowned slightly. They hadn't been there in their last life. That's how Bai Cha knew. Doesn't she know the same plot as herself? Wearing a book. Wearing a book. White tea is the heroine in a wearing a book text. So who was the heroine before she wore a book? Looking at White Tea's attitude, the protagonist of the original book would have been himself. So now it's a fight between her and Shiracha, sort of the two main characters? So in the very first book where she was the main character herself, she had been to a pig farm. So it's not surprising that White Tea knew about it. Since it had come from White Tea's mouth, he had the supplies for that pig farm in his own hands, whether he changed them or not. Depending on Tuanan's attitude, it's okay to trade it to him. After glancing at Xie Xingzhou and nodding, Xie Xingzhou then said, how much does Brother 2 want to exchange? It was a question, but the unkind look seemed to say, weigh yourself before you open your mouth. Seeing this, Tuanan had to speak cautiously. 1. How about 1 head? In exchange for what? When he heard Xie Xingzhou's words, Tunan knew that there was a game, and directly greeted a junior to come forward and took out 2 fireplaces. Brother Xie is well informed, so he must understand what I mean. Chapter 78 Upgrade. Xie Xingzhou was a little surprised in his heart, but on his face he was still calm. Big Brother 2 can't exchange these 2 units for a whole pig. Brother Xie, I naturally understand this. I just don't know how many crystal cores Brother Xie thinks it will cover. Tunan said with a smile. If it was a little lower than the offer he had in mind, that would be just right. Xie Xingzhou hooked a smile and did not take the move. Big Brother 2 will just watch and give. Looking at Xie Xingzhou's appearance, Tunan secretly spat blood in his heart. Then I'll add another 100 third-order crystal cores? Xie Xingzhou just looked and didn't say anything. Tunan cursed. 200? Looking at Tunan's appearance, it is estimated that it can only come out here. Xie Xingzhou then nodded. Ruan Yu saw that the price had been negotiated, and only then did he nimbly take out a whole pig and put away the fireplace crystals in his hand. The things were put away. Tuanan was directly ready to go. Then I'll leave you two alone. Bye Brother 2. Watching the people walk away, the two of them then went upstairs, and Ruan Yu suddenly said, should we go to the neighborhood and kidnap some zombies over here? Xie Xingzhou looked at her with a puzzled face. Why? Just watch Tuanan and the others come in a little too easily. Xie Xingzhou looked at her with amusement. No need. They're so relaxed because Songji and the others have lured the zombies away in the past few days. In a few days those zombies will be surrounding this place again. Okay. Seeing Xie Xingzhou say this, Ruan Yu was also too lazy to think about it. But now that most of the city was filled with fourth-order zombies, people in general shouldn't be able to come in, so there was no worry about moving for the time being. So that fireplace should be installed first sometime? Xie Xingzhou thought for a moment before saying, let's install it tomorrow. Let's fry the dishes first today. After a few words of small talk, they soon walked upstairs. Xie Xingzhou washed his hands and continued to fry vegetables, and Ruan Yu divided and packed. A moment ago it was sunny and clear, and then suddenly it was raining. Neither of them paid much attention to it and continued the work at hand, having prepared for it yesterday anyway. Ruan Yu took advantage of the gap to look outside through the window. What had been a light drizzle was now basically considered a pouring rain, and the dimly lit sky was briefly illuminated by a loud thunderstorm with long flashes of lightning. and then returned to its original state a few moments later. I don't know how long it will rain this time. In the last life it rained heavily for more than half a month. In this life the paths of both himself and White Tea are different. These disasters should be different too. There was a half-month respite after the downpour, and then it was winter. And the sudden drop in temperature also made many people die in their sleep. And I wonder if this life will extend the downpour and go straight into winter. Thinking about what? Seeing Ruanyu in a daze, Xiaxingzhou shook the spatula in his hand. Ruanyu came back to her senses. You finished frying so quickly? When he finished, he looked toward the kitchen, which had been filled with several large pots of processed vegetables, now steaming hot in large pots, just waiting to be portioned out for themselves. You don't even look at the time. It's almost 6 o'clock. Besides, this little bit of food is trivial. You still haven't said what you were just thinking? Shouted at you several times. Seeing that Ruanyu's expression didn't change much, Xiaxingzhou then continued to pursue the question and didn't forget to pack with her. It's nothing, just wondering how long this rain will last, and if it will be prolonged this time. Ruanyu sighed. Truthfully, there was nothing to hide. She was for once well fed and clothed, and wondered where her brother was now. Why are you worried about Ruanyan? Yeah. Xiaxingzhou didn't know how to comfort, and could only say dryly, your brother isn't stupid. He will definitely find a good place to hide. Don't think too much. This Ruanyu is naturally aware of this. In her last life she saw her brother before she died. What she is afraid of is that this time there is a change in the plot, which will affect her brother. I hope that her brother will be able to turn good luck into good luck, just like in her last life, to live a good life. Dinner, 2 people will be packing the rest of the dishes together to eat. No more or less left a little. Strange to take up space. Just eat. Ruanyu then remembered that the peaches they picked before hadn't been eaten yet, and looked at Xiaxingzhou and said, right, that peach that was picked last time, exchanged for 2 to go out. There are still 11 left. Later you take 6 just so that you can upgrade your psychic abilities. Xiaxingzhou didn't answer, but asked back, are you going to be promoted to the 6th level? Nguyen nodded, a little wary at the thought of not telling the truth before. Xiaxingzhou glanced at her, before guessing that she did not tell the truth, at least side by side for several times. How could she not see it? They hadn't seen each other in a while, and it was only right to be a little defensive of him, so naturally they didn't care about the details. Then you can upgrade first and give me the rest. I can't get to the 6th rank anyway. Alright then, next time I find a mutant fruit, I'll upgrade you first. Good. Seeing that Ruanyu had eaten her fill, Xiaxingzhou directly began to drive people away. He was a bit curious about what the difference was between the 6th rank and the 5th rank. Go upgrade your powers. I'll clean up. Usually used to squeezing, Ruanyu is not polite. Directly back to the room to pull all the curtains before entering the space. After first absorbing that 5th order crystal core and eating 5 peaches one after another, Ruanyu felt a little sign of a breakthrough and took another peach to nibble on. Only after 2 hours did Ruanyu open his eyes and feel the supernormal abilities, all breaking through the 6th order. Before he got up to observe the space, the creek hadn't changed much. The grove had gotten a little bigger and denser with fruit, but there was an additional vineyard next to the grove. Nguyen approached with delight, only to realize that behind the grapes there was also a melon patch. Watermelon, melon, cantaloupe and all that, and next to it was a small strawberry patch. There are so many kinds of grapes too. Purple, red, green, big and small, long and round, each with a fruiting vine. Probably because it's only just been upgraded. It's all just sporadic bunches, and those melons are a few sporadic. Thinking that the next upgrade would be able to knot quite a few. Looking around just a bit more than these, Ruanyu walked towards the small bamboo building. The small 2-story bamboo building was still the same, but it was decorated exquisitely and had everything except that you couldn't cook. Watching the change, Ruanyu was quite satisfied and wrapped herself in the quilt and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early in the morning, Nguyen was out of the space, who let all the food be put in her place, to get up and feed. Just stepping out of the room, Xiaxingzhou and the 2 fluffies were already sitting and waiting for her. Ruanyu raised her eyebrows. You guys are quite early, bringing out the breakfast. Silver Moon can now eat a little meat. Ruanyu is not shortchanged. Meat and milk, and fruit are put in a basin and served to them, before taking a seat opposite Xiaxingzhou. Looking at Xiaxingzhou, who hadn't moved his chopsticks yet, he had to say, you don't have to wait for me next time, eat first. Good. You upgraded your powers? Well, 6th grade. There are still 5 peaches left. Will you upgrade in my space first in a while? Or go back to your room to upgrade? Chapter 79, White Tea is in debt again. You can go to your space to upgrade? Xiaxingzhou looked at Ruanyu with a surprised face. Last time that was out of necessity, and he didn't expect Ruanyu to offer to go to her space to upgrade. It's okay. Anyway, it was exposed. There was no need to avoid him so much. It was fine if Xiexingzhou wanted to go in for an upgrade. It would have been safer in the space. And he wasn't afraid of any emergencies. Then go to your space and upgrade. You watch the time and let me out. Good. After breakfast, Ruanyu directly took Xiexingzhou into the space, looking at the woods that had densified quite a bit more, as well as the new vineyards and so on. Xiexingzhou was even more amazed. Your space can upgrade after you? Yeah. Looking at how easily Ruanyu answered, Xiexingzhou somewhat doubted himself. Was he making too much of a fuss? It was true that the space of a spatial alien would become larger as the alien ability was upgraded, but that seemed like two different things, didn't it? Passing the peaches to Xiexingzhou, Ruanyu picked 2 bunches of grapes and went out, tasting one and realizing that it wasn't much different from ordinary grapes, only a little more delicious. It looks like those melons. I guess it's the same, but there's already a fruit grove. These grapes are good even if they're ordinary. At least I won't worry about them later. There's always a time to eat up what you hoard, and it's infinite to be able to grow this. Ruanyu looked around. It was still pouring outside. Xiexingzhou was still escalating, thought for a moment, and took out a large bag of flour. Yesterday she was cooking thinking only about lunch and dinner, and this morning she realized that there didn't seem to be many buns left. There's a lot of frozen in the space, but who wants to eat frozen stuff when you can eat fresh? Add water to knead the noodles and wake up, all in one go. Ruanyu took out a piece of meat and broke it up with a meat grinder, and took some cabbage, as well as mushrooms, and chopped them all together. After it was all ready, almost an hour later, Ruanyu glanced into space and Xiexingzhou happened to open his eyes. Nguyen pulled right out, and couldn't be bothered with installing the fireplace today. Get to work when you're done with the upgrades. I'll make dinner and you go get the fireplace set up. Xiexingzhou face helpless. Work. Good thing that yesterday Tu Nan gave one incidentally attached to the manual. Xiexingzhou read it twice and began to work. On the other side, in Tu Nan's stronghold, Bai Cha Su Yanji, Fenglan Shu Jing and several others were sitting together. Big brother too. I've already told you all the news about the latter half a year. Can you let us go? Bai Cha looked at Tu Nan and said in a light slow leisurely tone. It was rare to hear such a gentle tone. Tuanan was still a bit unaccustomed to it. These messages can only offset the debt you owed before. At the foot of Cloud Mountain was I who brought you back, right? You are all badly injured. Surely you can't walk out of here. This medical expenses, lost wages, shouldn't we calculate it? And how long has it been raining? It'll be at least a week before it's done. In case it stops raining as soon as you leave. Doesn't that mean you're lying to me? White Tea has begun to freak out inside. What's wrong with this guy? He said yes. And besides, it's obvious that he volunteered to bring us back. And now he's starting to count such and such expenses. Isn't this just a way to see that now they can't resist? Then how much more news does brother 2 think I have to make up before I'm done? Getting her to replenish her supplies would be impossible. She was starving herself. Blame Ruanyu. Why she didn't go to the birthday party that day and didn't give her the ring. Blame Su Yanji. Didn't even know to pretend to be nicer and trick people over first. Fenglan and Shu Jing just stayed on the sidelines and didn't say anything. Now that they were both bare-knuckle commanders, they had no say in the matter. Fenglan looked at Bai Cha thoughtfully. Although he couldn't look at Tu Nan, he had to recognize people's ability. It looked like Bai Cha could really predict. But how did you get screwed over so badly at Cloud Mountain? Is it that you can only foretell others, but not those related to you? Tu Nan wasn't stupid, and directly took out the list. 104th order crystal cores, 500 pounds of grain, and 10 Newton fruits. MS. Bye. The 4 of you can just pick any one of them. We're not picky. White Tea took the list and blacked out, handing it to the other 3 to read. Shu Jing reacted a little slower and directly shouted out. So much, why don't you go grab it? Tuanan glanced at him. The meaning was clear. Am I not robbing? Brother 2. I'm sure you've already traded pigs back with Ruanyu. So does this news cover some of the supplies? White Tea looked at the list, the fake smile on her face barely holding on. Tu Nan said without lifting his head. This is after offsetting. It's rare to catch a sheep, so how can you not weed it hard? If not, where would he get the supplies to trade with the god of fortune for something? According to the path of the god of wealth, they had a lot of good things in their hands, so they had to exchange them a few more times to familiarize themselves with them, or else they wouldn't even be able to exchange them for other things. Seeing that Tu Nan couldn't make sense, Bai Cha had to look at the other 2. Captain Feng, Captain Chu, what do you think? As for Su Yanji, he had no say in the matter for the time being. Who made him unable to predict? Fenglan looked at Bai Cha with a smirk. Bai Cha, we are now like this, mainly because of the bomb you detonated. If you had detonated it at a different time, would we have no one on our hands now? I haven't even settled this account yet. How do you want us to look at it? Want to let him out of the supplies? The door is not even there. He is so unlucky is not because of listening to our plan. Now the plan failed. Always need to find someone to take the blame. With all this rain, it's impossible to return now, and the white tea must be hemorrhaged. White tea took a deep breath. Not angry, not fight. Then I will give brother 2 half a year's news again. I do not know if I can offset the debt? Hearing the satisfactory result, Tunan smiled and agreed. That's naturally possible. I have paper here. Just write it for me. Miss Bai. Seeing that Tuanan was so well prepared, Bai Cha breathed a sigh of relief. Saying it to Tuanan was one thing. Letting these 3 white Johns wouldn't work. Ruan Yu's side quickly steamed a pot of buns. Xiaxingzhou watched it and then first took the fireplace to his side to practice. And only after it was loaded did he come over for lunch. Well, can you install it? Ruan Yu asked while the two were eating. If they couldn't, while it was only raining now they could just go to Tunan and pay for some supplies to hire someone to install it. Xiaxingzhou did not think about it. Said, my side installed. Try this afternoon. Can then install your side. This look is not difficult. He has long been installed. Only in the check. Try in the afternoon is not much of a problem. Okay. Seeing that Xiaxingzhou was so confident, Ruan Yu couldn't say anything. The style that Tunan sent over she had seen other people installing. It really wasn't difficult. Your buns are good. Get more. Xiaxingzhou took a big bite of the meat bun and looked at Ruan Yu and said with some surprise, I didn't expect Ruan Yu to have this handicraft. Thinking that every time Ruan Yu asked him to cook, he thought that she wouldn't be able to do it, but it turned out to be laziness. There's plenty. It won't last you. Load up and keep frying tomorrow. Stock up. Chapter 80, Hail. Seeing Ruan Yu said so, Xiaxingzhou is not angry. Anyway, idle is idle. The alien ability also to the late 5th order. Temporarily there is no way to upgrade. Do some more cooking is also good. Okay, but you don't want to learn after all the guns you've collected? Speaking of this, Ruan Yu was instantly interested. She only knew how to use a pistol. And now that she had the chance to learn a little bit more wasn't a bad idea. So she said nonchalantly, you'll teach me tonight. Good. Xiaxingzhou laughed softly and responded, the enemies in the future would only increase. Killing is still only possible with hot weapons. Fast and accurate. Teaching Ruan Yu is not a bad thing. Adding that Ruan Yu would have been able to use a pistol. And the rest would only require some explanation to teach her how to use it. He was actually more than eager to try his hand at hand fighting with Ruan Yu. I don't think it will be much of a problem when I mention it in passing when I teach her at night. After the two of them finished eating, Ruan Yu picked up the binoculars and looked out the window while Xiaxingzhou brushed the dishes. Looking at the thin layer of water on the ground, Nguyen Nok muttered, how come there's standing water so soon? In her last life, she was at the base, and it rained for 4 or 5 days before some of the low-lying parts of the base had standing water. And judging by the speed of the current accumulation of water, it would flood into the first floor in less than 2 days. Xiaxingzhou put the bowl away and walked over. This is normal. Before the end of the world the drainage system was perfect and there were people to maintain it. Now it is estimated that the sewers are blocked. What you said is also true. Ruan Yu nodded in agreement with Xiaxingzhou and said with some concern, I just don't know how long it will rain this time. Last time it was half a month. This time it always seems like it will be longer. Maybe it's just an illusion. It's useless to think about it so much. If you're here then you're safe. Get to work. Xiaxingzhou directly changed the topic. He knew Ruan Yu's worries, but it was useless to worry so much. It was only right to live the moment first. In the afternoon, Ruan Yu continued to steam buns and steamed buns. Rolls these also got a lot. Xiaxingzhou directly tried his side of the fireplace. It took a while before he came back to install Ruan Yu's side. Ruan Yu raised her eyes and looked at him. Is your side done? Sure. An afternoon so passed. Xiaxingzhou get good and then come over to help Ruan Yu steam buns. Dinner take the day before the fried rice, but also to eat some of it does not matter. Come on. You said teach me to use a gun. After saying that, the two of them disappeared into the house, and the 2 clusters were brought into the space. Xiaxingzhou looked at a large pile of weapons. His eyes were almost green, especially when he saw 2 Wuji 10, rubbing this side and touching that side, coughing dryly twice, this time with a straight face. He picked up 2 targets and placed them at a distance. It's been too long since I've seen so much good stuff. Let's start with the submachine guns. It was rare to see Xiaxingzhou's expression so serious. Ruan Yu learned very seriously, not wanting to waste bullets. Each type of gun Ruan Yu after learning it, tried to shoot it once before starting the next one. It was a good thing that the alien's body was strong, together with the healing ability, otherwise Ruan Yu felt that her arms and shoulders would probably be directly wasted. Ugh. Finally finished learning. Ruan Yu sat paralyzed on the ground and let out a long sigh. Tired from this? Xiaxingzhou looked at her with an amused expression. Ruan Yu laid directly on the ground and gave him a blank look. Aren't you talking nonsense? Why do you still want to try my hands? Looking at Xiaxingzhou's expression, Ruan Yu instantly understood and hurriedly said, "Let's talk about it tomorrow. It's not impossible to have an expert to accompany you. The powers are important. And your own strength naturally can't be too bad." Seeing that Ruan Yu was really a bit tired, Xiexingzhou couldn't help but be a man. "Okay, why don't we spar for a while every day during this time? Okay, let's make it a night. We have to cook during the day." After saying this, Ruan Yu kicked Xiexingzhou out of the space. Looking at the suddenly changed environment, Xiexingzhou helplessly held his forehead. He's got good intentions too. He's just rushing things a bit, so watch out for that in sparring tomorrow. On the other hand, the Tunnan stronghold. "Boss, this rain won't stop. So many places are waterlogged. We'll have to row to go out in a few days," a junior brother said cautiously in front of Tunan. "Don't we have quite a few rubber boats? Gather a little more supplies in the next few days. Take the rubber boats with you on all your trips out, and send more people out." Tunan looked at the heavy rain outside the window. The news he passed on to the boss at the first opportunity, and he didn't know how the brethren in other places were doing, but there was no use thinking about it. There were still hundreds of brothers on his side? By the way, have the white tea girls said anything about going out in the last couple days? No. Okay, I'll go meet them. Tunan picked up a large umbrella and headed towards Bai Cha's side. The things his brothers brought back in such heavy rain could not just be allowed to be eaten in vain. He had to let these few people go out and look for supplies as well. Walking into the house, seeing that all four were there, Tunan casually handed the umbrella to the little brother behind him and said with a smile, "All of them are there. Then there is exactly something to discuss with you." Looking at this formulaic smile, Bai Cha subconsciously wanted to back away, being scared of being pitched against, but not having the strength to resist. "Big brother too, with such heavy rain? I wonder what's the matter." "There is no big deal. Is that the news given by MS? White can only pay back the debt owed before, but these 2 days you eat and live cannot pay These supplies can be my men braved such a heavy rain to bring back. I don't want to make things difficult for you guys, but Captain Foam and Captain Chu's army came out, so I'm sure they're willing to go out and find supplies." Tuanan looked at Chu Jing. The meaning was clear. "All of you go out and look for supplies. There's no way you can think of living for free. I'll let you say I'm black and fat. You've fallen into my hands. Big brother too. How about we go out tomorrow and look for supplies?" Su Yinji said as he looked towards Tunan. He actually wanted to go out and look for supplies on his own. It wasn't good to ask other people for them every time. It wasn't like the old Ruan Yu who could ask her for anything good. "Brother Su is refreshing. Since this is the case, then I won't bother you guys. Just discuss amongst yourselves. The pickup truck from last time is still parked outside." After saying that, Tuanan left, just as a little brother came to look for him, so he quickly walked back to the house. Feng Lan and Chu Jing wanted to say something else, but opened their mouths or didn't say anything. "So let's look for it. It's not like they haven't looked for supplies before." Ruan Yu woke up, washed up and went out of the space. Xiexingzhou was already sitting and waiting for her. "Take out breakfast, put it on the table, and both fluffy ones in their food bowls as well. Today's rain seems different from yesterday," Xiexingzhou said vaguely while holding a bun in his mouth. Nguyen-nak walked directly to the balcony with the bowl to see that it was indeed not quite the same as yesterday. The rainwater was interspersed with some white solids, the size of a soybean. "Is this hail? And there's this way of raining. Torrential rain and hail together?" The words came out, and Nguyen-nak was a little confused himself. "What is it?" Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Xiexingzhou cupped a bun and walked over as well. "It's really hail. It's quite rare." Chapter 81, Sparring. Xiexingzhou watched but did not react too much. So small hail, not too much impact. If anyone goes out looking for supplies at this time of year, they're probably going to be miserable. Hearing this, the first thing that came to Ruan Yu's mind was Bai Cha, Tuan Nan's typical no-truths. Surely he wouldn't let the four of them eat and drink for nothing over there. Feng Lan Xujing to return to the Qingcheng base. The first thing to consider is the problem of crossing the river. So heavy rain are rising. The current and rapid. The average person really dare not go over. Plus this way more than 1,000 kilometers. So heavy rain, who dares to go back? She was deliberately drying them for a few days is waiting here. If she's not going to die, she's going to take off a layer of skin. Otherwise she's not working for nothing. Individuals have their own way of living. Eat and hurry up to cook. Stock up a little bit more. Afterward, when it snows heavily, you cannot have to cook. So cold days do not want to move. Ruan Yu looked at him with a twinkle in her eye and said, "Didn't you say you would make me dumplings for the rest of my life? Today it's just right to wrap it first." After saying that, Ruan Yu directly took out several large bags of flour, as well as leeks, eggs, cabbage, mushrooms, bok choy, beef, and a lot of the corn that had been planted out before. Then looked at Xiexingzhou with a smile on his face. "This is what you said yourself." Looking at the pile of things, Xiexingzhou sucked in a breath. This if all rolled out. His arm is not going to waste. He dug his own pit to fill. And next time he will never take advantage of the mouth. He said Ruan Yu Hao did not react at that time. So in the grudge the same as Ruan Yen the same. All like to remember the small book. Xie Xingzhou made the noodles and Ruan Yu prepared the dumpling filling. After rolling out the dumpling skin for a while, Xie Xingzhou started wrapping it, and Ruan Yu also wrapped it together. Grabbing a dumpling skin, I scooped up a spoonful of filling, and with a squeeze of my hands, a dumpling was wrapped. Ruan Yu looked at the one she pinched, then looked at the one Xie Xingzhou pinched, and met his provocative smile. It's all the same when it's cooked. Anyway, it won't turn into noodle soup. Yes, you're right. But now at least good looking looks a little more pleasing to the eye. Xie Xingzhou said that it had been too long since he had committed a crime, and it was a little hard. Ruan Yu rolled her eyes and stomped heavily on his foot. Can't you see those bags of flour? It looks more pleasing to the eye if you're all wrapped up. All to be put in the mouth. What is there to pull the stump? She a southerner will be good. Do not know that the south to eat is a copy of the hand? Seeing Xie Xingzhou's collapsed face, we're not in a hurry for a while, right? That depends on the mood. Ruan Yu hummed lightly, letting you mock me. The four of them, White Tea and Su Yinji, set off in their small pickup truck to find supplies. Although it was Su Yinji who suggested looking for supplies, now that the four of them were still together for the time being, Feng Lan and Chu Jing were not in a position to eat for nothing. The neighborhood was definitely scavenged, though, and the four had to head downtown. Feng Lan Chu Jing was both a fourth-order alien, so he didn't have too much of a problem with it. Halfway there, Su Yinji remembered a canning processing plant that he had passed by before, so he said, why don't we take a look to the left first? I've seen a canning processing plant over there before. Bai Cha gave him a strange look. How did she not know? Words, there are no factories around here, right? It's a black workshop, very small and relatively hidden, so I guess no one will find their way there. Su Yinji said awkwardly, it's all about technology and ruthless work. We can trade it to Tunan. It's considered affluent to have these to eat now. After so many years of eating them, as long as you don't see them, don't think about it so much. With Su Yinji's directions, the few people soon arrived at a two-story self-built house. The house is rather long and has some trees planted all around it to surround it, so you can't always spot it without looking closely. A few people got out of the car and walked the concrete path for another 10 minutes before they reached their destination. Feng Lan's eyes widened as she looked at the place. Is this the canning processing factory you were talking about? A place the size of a palm is called a factory? All the positions are the same person, right? Chu Jing, who was originally from the bottom, didn't react too much. It's good to have. You can't just wander around aimlessly. After saying that, a few people walked towards the house, naturally not forgetting to take precautions. Even if suddenly rushed out of the zombies can also react in time. A few people split up and looked all around to make sure there were no walkers before searching towards the house. Found it. Here it is. White Tea suddenly shouted, calling the others over. A small room of about 20 square feet was stacked with canned goods, all sealed, and while the process line was a bit unpleasant where it was made, the finished product looked clean. Now is not the time to dislike, for people directly pick up the box, covered under the raincoat, back and forth several times before moving. Even the unopened bag of rice from the kitchen and a couple of bottles of spice products had been brought along, and the little pickup was half full in no time. Gu, get in the car. Feng Lan suddenly covered her head and said. There was a discussion about continuing to look for supplies, but it was suddenly interrupted. Then he got hit in the head himself, and a few people reacted by getting right into the car. Why is it still hailing? How are we going to find it now? Go back first? Go back first. The four of them agreed. This hail is not too big or too small. What if it comes down big in a while? Anyway, they had brought back half a carload of canned goods, and now that it was hailing, Tuanan couldn't say anything. Supplies are important, but so are lives. If you're used to being in debt, you're not afraid. The two of them, Ruan Yu and Xie Xingzhou, had really been making dumplings all day. Given the boiled dumplings they ate at noon, the two agreed to have fried dumplings in the evening, which Xie Xingzhou made. Nice craftsmanship. Yummy, Ruan Yu said vaguely as she caught one and put it in her mouth. It's delicious, but next time you can't work like this. I can't even lift my hands up, Xie Xingzhou said with a speechless face. Delicious is delicious, but rolling out a day's worth of dumpling skin, but also with a day's worth of wrapping to try? The man had caught him in a squeeze, and when he was tired himself, he ran off to rest, leaving him to do it alone. The more you can do. Isn't that what you said? It's only been a day and you can't take it anymore? Xie Xingzhou took a deep breath. Can this be the same? Okay, stop. Let's eat the dumplings first. Don't we have to spar for a while tonight? After that both of them closed their mics and ate their dumplings in silence. Obsidian Silver Moon also has a share of the unsalted Xiexingzhou well put in 2 rice pots. After eating, Black Yao looked at Ruanyu with bated breath, still wanting more. Ruanyu didn't want to move and turned her head to stare at Xiexingzhou, and Black Yao turned her head to stare along with her. In the end, Xiexingzhou honestly got up and went to make another portion to put in the black obsidian basin. Black obsidian only then subsided. After eating it, took the Silver Moon group bar up. The two of them consumed their food for a while before they started sparring. With a greeting, Nguyen threw punches directly at him, with vicious moves, occasionally interspersed with underhanded ones. In his previous life, he had relied on these tricks to kill a lot of people with bad intentions. But in front of Xiexingzhou appears to be somewhat insufficient. Each move Xiexingzhou seems to be able to prejudge the same, not only to avoid but also to return fire. Instead, she, who had struck hard, was forced into a bit of a corner. Seeing that he cannot fight, Ruanyu out of the leg in his waist and abdomen of a false swing, while Xiexingzhou blocking, a punch to the past, the eye is about to hit. I didn't expect Xiexingzhou to react quickly, grabbing her arm and directly removing the force, backhanding her, and reached out and pinched her face with a provocative look. Good kung fu. Just a little less than me. Pinched for a while, which released the person. Just let go of Ruanyu direct fists to greet. Xiexingzhou dodged while guiding Ruanyu to attack. After fighting for more than an hour, Ruanyu directly paralyzed on the ground. Although Xiexingzhou was teaching her, but looking at that cheap smile face, inexplicably wanted to punch him. Dogs, and pinching her face to take advantage. I told you that you can't beat me without using your powers, and you didn't believe me, but now you do? Ruanyu shot him an exasperated glare and turned her head to the black mass that had been awake for a while. Obsidian, beat him up for me. Chapter 82. The crab is floating over. Xiexingzhou, who was still smiling arrogantly, subconsciously turned around, only to see a large black panther pouncing towards him. The body reflexively backed up, dodged for almost half an hour before Obsidian collected his strength and slapped him on the ground. Somewhat feebly, he said, "You're also too much of a martial artist." Black Obsidian let go of his paw and looked away with a condescending face, walking towards Ruanyu with his head raised high. Ruanyu got up and hugged its head, jerking it around for a while before reaching out and taking 2 fruits and handing them to it. "It's still my family's black obsidian, that's awesome." It was only then that he said to Xiexingzhou in a good-natured manner, "Just practice more if you're a vegetable. I don't use my powers." Xiexingzhou, it's true that you didn't use your powers, but you hired outside help. After resting for a while, Ruanyu took Xiexingzhou out of the space. It is better to sleep outside. Any situation can be discovered in time. For most of the month there was not much disturbance. The two of them cooked during the day and practiced against each other at night. And Ruanyu's hands got better and better, and she became more skillful in the use of her powers. It's been raining for half a month. When is the end? Ruanyu sighed as she looked outside. It had clearly only rained for half a month in her last life. She didn't realize that this time it had really rained for longer than in her last life. Could it be her and White Tea's magnetic field? How long do you think it should be under? Xiexingzhou was cutting up pieces of meat and preparing to make braised pork, and he answered without lifting his head. "I thought it would be half a month at most, but I didn't realize it's been raining for 20 days. Ruanyu just happened to finish choosing the hollow vegetables in her hands and got up to take them to be cleaned, and said it in passing. "You want to go to Ruanyan?" "Yeah, anyway, it's like this now. Might as well go out and look for supplies while the rain stops. It's best if you can run into your brother. It's not a loss if you don't." According to her previous plan, this rainstorm would last for half a month at most, and when it stopped raining, they would go out and look in the direction her brother had run in, gathering supplies on the way. "Before, I was afraid of getting my brother into trouble, but now no one dislikes anyone. It's all trouble." According to the previous life after the rainstorm, after another half a month will directly cool down into the winter. If she did not find her brother, she can also calculate the time to come back. Now it has been raining for so long storm, and I do not know if it will directly cool down after the rainstorm stops. We'll just have to wait for the rain to stop and see in a couple days. Cities with failing drainage systems are really prone to flooding, and just in the last 20 days, the water downstairs has flooded up to the 4th floor. Hearing Ruanyu's broken thoughts, Xiexingzhou did not know what to say for a while. The remaining 3 comrades, he is also very worried, but he and Ruanyu's news is very easy to inquire about. Ruanyan they did not look for over. It means that they cannot get out of the way. Even if they look for the past, maybe Ruanyan they will also hide Ruanyu run. They should be fine for the time being. I asked Tu Nan a few days ago. No one from the Qingcheng base has gone back, so I guess they didn't catch anyone. If you catch someone, those people are afraid to brave the rainstorm to go back. This is a great achievement. You cannot show off a lot. Maybe Ruanyan had already inquired about you and didn't want to bring his pursuers here. So he didn't come looking for you. I hope so. As long as brother is safe now. Thought Nguyen Ngoc as he continued. When the rain stops in a couple days, let's scour the surrounding office buildings that haven't been scoured. In case the storm goes straight into winter. There's no fear of it over here. And I've heard that half-mourn corpses aren't that afraid of the cold. And I don't know if that's true. That way, even as we head into winter, my brother won't be too uncomfortable. Okay, you name it. Xiaxingzhou lowered his head and scooped up the blanched meat and set it aside. Start a pan with oil and add the icing sugar, stirring with a spatula as you do so that the icing sugar melts quickly. Frying the candy colors now? Aha. Then I'll wait for Chef Xie's handiwork. Ruan Yu chimed in while setting the meal on the table. Watching the oil in the pan turn juju bread, Xiaxingzhou quickly poured in the blanched meat, quickly stirring to make the meat evenly colored. Add ginger, scallion, star anise and other spices and stir-fry to get the flavor before adding cooking wine, soy sauce seasoning, and finally add water that does not exceed the meat. Smelling the scent, Ruan Yu hurried over. Isn't it going to be ready to eat soon? It's going to be cooking for a while, so why don't you have some fruit to pat it out? No, not that hungry. It just smells so good. Xiaxingzhou lowered his head and laughed softly. Get along for a long time to find out that this person is a full 10 foodie. Cooking is not better than him. To do those small snacks and small cakes craft is a first-class good. It was a good thing there were plenty of ingredients, which allowed her to make quite a few things to stock up on. The thought of food. Ruan Yu thoughts drifted away again. Half a meter large crab, alas what a pity. Do you think those crabs will float over when there's water everywhere? Xiaxingzhou's hand holding the spatula paused for a moment. This is a good question. But the crabs are in the suburbs. Even if they run, they will run to Tuanan's side first. You miss them? If they float over, you have a way to fight them? Thinking of the impenetrable crab shells, the corner of Xiaxingzhou's mouth twitched slightly. At that time he was also opportunistic, which made the crab pincers knock down. If a whole bunch of crabs, he really can't do anything about it. No, forget it or don't think about it. Just in case it does come, surely you can think of something in a pinch. After thinking for a moment that he hadn't expected it, Nguyen Ngoc swung straight for the fences. Might as well think about where his brother would be. After chatting for a while, Xiaxingzhou uncovered the lid of the pot, added a little seasoning, high fire juice. Not long after, a plate of braised pork was brought out. Ruan Yu handed him the bowl with the refilled rice and picked up the chopsticks and put a piece in his mouth. Lumping it, he said, "Yes, it's delicious. No one's taking it from you. I meant to say that you could make it more often. Better yet, make it every day and just stock up when you don't want it." Xiaxingzhou looked at her with a speechless face. Really a foodie. Lunch is a simple 3 dishes and 1 soup. 1 oyster soup, 2 fried green vegetables. Change before the end of the world is normal. But now a lot of small bases can't get these things. The math is still, he took advantage of it. If he is alone, I guess it's either eating noodles or gnawing on bread. Since Ruan Yu likes to eat, it's good to make a little more and stockpile it. And it won't go bad if she puts it in her space anyway. Then I'll make more tomorrow and put them in your space to stock up. Aha. Nguyen Ngoc nodded with an appreciative face. That's what she meant. She knows how to cook red meat, but with the same ingredients. It just comes close to being interesting. Having good food really puts you in a better mood. After lunch, Xiaxingzhou habitually collects the dishes and brushes them, and Ruan Yu gives a hand to clean up the table. And then with a cozy face, he slumped down on the couch, jerking a fur child with one hand. Xiaxingzhou finished brushing and came out, then saw this picture. You do not stand to eliminate food? Who said 2 days ago that he was afraid of gaining weight? In fact, it does not grow fat. Night sparring from the beginning of more than an hour. Now it has been added to 3 hours. Perhaps the girl's eyes, he does not understand it. Upon hearing the word fat, Nguyen Ngoc immediately got up and walked around the house, glancing at something moving in the distance. Ruan Yu hurriedly took out his binoculars to look over. See what it is and hate to smack yourself in the mouth. Xiaxingzhou, that group of crabs really drifted over. Chapter 83, Suffocating a Crab. Xiaxingzhou held the binoculars and his mouth twitched. What should he say? And then he heard Nguyen Ngoc say with an excited look on his face. This distance is just right for me to use as a target to try my marksmanship. Crab shells cannot hit the pincer joints, the best choice as a target. With that, Nguyen Ngoc took 2 sniper rifles out, 1 for each of them. When it's all said and done, pick up your gun, find a good spot, and go straight to work. Bang! The first shot misses, then the second, luckily hits, but does little to keep the crab from being affected. The third shot hit the knuckle, and Xiaxingzhou watched through the binoculars as a crab was missing a pincer. What goes around comes around, and with the first one, all subsequent hits are better. Xiaxingzhou is also not willing to lag behind. Pick up the gun to fight. Hit rate of 100%. Really deserve the word king of soldiers. for a moment running ahead of the crabs are no pincers. Xiexingzhou then turned his head to look at Ruanyu. Think of any methods? If they fight like this, although the crab has no pincers, but people are not dead, and there are so many of them, the two of them can't fight over it. Ruanyu looked at him and smiled confidently, having already thought about it. Put them all away in space. What is this way? Into my space? Isn't that just under my control? Xiexingzhou was silent, thinking about Ruanyu's space. It seemed like that was the case. The other alien space shouldn't be able to hold living things, so wouldn't that be just the thing to smother these crabs? Tuanan stood on the roof and loudly commanded a group of minions. You come on, get over there, hit those crab pincers, hit the joints. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come these crabs can't be beaten? Big brother, there are a lot of crabs over there too. Big brother. A moment later, a big brother. Tunan's head was big. Miss Bai, you four didn't think of a way? MS. White's precognition doesn't have a solution about crabs? Bai T was embarrassed. She didn't know. Who reads books not at a glance, where she remembers these details? Looking at these four people knew that they could not be relied on. It was good that they still knew to put up resistance. Otherwise he would have wanted to kick the people down directly to feed the crabs. Originally the crabs ran not on their side. Who knows that these four people went out and came back in no time, with a group of crabs behind them, and the four people actually didn't find any of them. I really didn't notice. Or was it intentional? And now there's no way to pursue it. I'm too busy to pay attention to the crab's pincers. Bai Cha's eyes turned. Since she couldn't think of a way, let someone else think of a way. Isn't Ruanyu the heroine? Isn't that just right? Anyway, now that Ruanyu is also in a city, it's just right to bring these crabs over to the city center. Originally she had brought the crabs here on purpose. Who knew that after all this time the group of crabs had not killed anyone? But of course it was possible that they were under her influence. Whoever made her happen to be sheltered by the heavenly Tao. After thinking about it and looking at Tunan, he opened his mouth somewhat wistfully. Big brother too, why don't we lead the crabs elsewhere? These mutated animals definitely like to eat mutated fruits. Let's lure some of them away separately. The pressure on this side will definitely be quite a bit less. Tuanan thought about it and thought it made sense. But then he felt that this person's purpose was impure. And looking at the brothers who were fighting bitterly, he could only agree to this method. In the end, White Tea and the others led some of the crabs away, and it was more comfortable for her to do it herself since she couldn't die anyway. Tuanan proceeded to send out several more squads, which relieved a lot of the pressure. A junior brother came up to Tunan. Big brother, will they bring the crabs downtown? Hearing this reminder, Tunan's heart was startled. Although he felt that those two gods of fortune could be solved, he could not make it seem like he did it on purpose. He had all but instructed his men to run elsewhere with the crabs, not thinking of running downtown. Hurry up and send a message over there. These two are not that easy to offend. The two of them, Ruanyu and Xiexingzhou, were holding half a watermelon each and eating it with a spoon, when Xiexingzhou turned the radio on in passing, just in time to hear Tunan's words. Brother Xie, White Tea and the four of them with a group of crabs don't know where to go. I guess it's rushing towards you guys. So pay attention to your defense and by the way, ask the two of you if you have any methods to kill the crabs. I've been surrounded twice on my side, and I really can't carry it any longer. Ruanyu froze for a moment. This wouldn't be the crab that Bai Cha brought over, would it? Xiexingzhou picked up the binoculars and looked again. There's another group coming from behind. They should be the ones who lured them here. She doesn't know where we live. She's probably just haphazardly bringing them towards the city. Also, looking at Tunan's appearance, it is estimated that he really can't carry on any longer. Tell him, believe it or not, it's up to him. If Tunan dies here, it's estimated that this side will be replaced with another person. It's not as good as Tunan. At least it's familiar with a little bit. Hearing Ruanyu's words, Xiexingzhou raised an eyebrow at her, put the melon aside, and began to give Tunan a reply. Big brother too, we also didn't think of a good method for the time being, but space aliens can't put living things in their space. Big brother too can try smothering those crabs. Holding the radio, Tuanan had thought they wouldn't reply to the message, but he didn't expect to hear this. Out of his trust in the two men, he felt sure that Xiexingzhou would not talk nonsense. Little tiger, go see how many space aliens are over here now? A black-clothed junior brother answered and ran out. It didn't take long for him to run back. Big brother, there are still 5 left. All of them are at the early stage of the second rank. Get them all over here. Soon those 5 space aliens all ran over. What does Big brother want with us? Follow me. Tuanan didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly led the people towards the place with crabs. Casually pointing to someone, try to see if you can take the crab into space. Big brother, space can't hold living things. The man looked at Tunan with some difficulty, then seemed to react. Big brother, you mean? Cut the crap and try it quickly. The man immediately collected 2 crabs into the space. and his consciousness probed into the space to observe the crabs. In like 10 seconds the two crabs hiccuped and the goon took control of getting the crabs out again. Looking at the motionless crab on the ground, Tunan walked over and kicked it twice. It's really dead. Do you guys know what to do? The five immediately nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. We'll go help. The eyes of the other junior brothers around him were glowing as they looked at Tunan. Big brother is big brother. This kind of method can be thought of. Unbeknownst to him, Tunan was also sighing in his heart. Worthy of being his god of fortune. There are just so many ideas. Running towards the center of the city with a group of crabs, and finally turning around several times to get rid of the crabs. White Tea returned with an excited look on her face. Su Yinji's three also knew what Bai Cha was up to. Coincidentally their thoughts happened to coincide, and the few looked at each other with a knowing smile. I don't know how Xiexingzhou Ruanyu will deal with this group of crabs. The city center is so big. This group of crabs can always meet Xiexingzhou, depending on the luck of these two people. A few people went back in high spirits, and their eyes widened at the sight of a huge pile of crabs stacked on the doorstep, with many more piles not far away. Tuanan had a way of killing crabs without telling them earlier, causing them to risk their lives by going out to walk the crabs. It didn't take much thought to realize that Tunan must have asked Ruanyu, and Tunan obviously could have contacted Ruanyu but had to wait for her to go out before asking. What did he mean? Was it necessary to be so defensive of her? As soon as he saw Tunan, Bai Cha began to yin and yang. I didn't think that we had only ventured out when Big Brother 2 thought of a way to deal with the crabs. If Big Brother 2 could have thought of it earlier, he wouldn't have had to send out so many people to attract the crabs. Tunan frowned at Bai Cha. What was this dog talking about? If it wasn't for her, would this place be surrounded by crabs? But surely he couldn't expose the two fortune tellers. As for what she thought of, it was none of his business. I didn't expect my brain to come up with a solution as soon as Ms. White went out. Maybe my brain couldn't react when Ms. White was there. Chapter 84, The Storm Has Stopped. Upon hearing Tunan's words, Bai Cha's face instantly darkened. Did I affect your play? She's not stupid. She might as well just say you asking Win knock. Besides, if it wasn't for Tuanan's pitiful behavior, would she have to lure the crabs here? If it wasn't for Tuanan, she would have gone back to the base by now. Why would she need to suffer here? But now that Tunan was half-hearted, and she couldn't offend him so quickly, she could only give a dry laugh and say, really? Then Big Brother 2's reaction is really fast. Then the conversation turned, and then followed up with the question. I wonder how Big Brother 2 killed these crabs. Tunan didn't even look at her and said with a disdainful and unapologetic face. You'll know if you go hook up with a group of crabs again. Before there was a threat he was too lazy to say. Just have a bottom in your heart. As for now, anyway, he just had a bad time. And those who gave him a hard time don't want to have a good time either. It's good to have a good time first. Wait for the people to go away and slowly pit. If people die here he is still quite troublesome. A hint of surprise flashed under Bai Cha's eyes. Was this person so straightforward now? Big Brother 2, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? You dare to say that these crabs were not brought here by you on purpose? Four of you two fourth-ordered alien? This can't be discovered. So wasted? Just as well. How great can it be to be picked up by me? Tunan looked at the four people half a good feeling. He is pit people, but he also saved people. This world half-dead people lying on the side of the road. If you can survive? Help! Take a little outside the body to repay how? He previously thought that this person at most will find a way to pit back. Who knew that will be directly rushed to his life? On the contrary, these four people, two of them were from the Qingcheng base, so he couldn't kill them directly yet. It is really a scourge. Yunshan, such a big explosion froze and did not kill people. It is really bad luck. Brother 2, aren't you guys fine now? Isn't it too late to pursue the matter now? Look at Tunan's eyes. White Tea knows that it does not make sense, so he broke the can and said, anyway, Tunan would not dare to kill them. Plus Ruan, you cannot kill her, let alone Tunan. Moreover, Fenglan had also said that he would take her and Yinji to the Qingqing base. The debt had been paid off. What was she afraid of? Before, she wanted to pull people to her side, but she didn't expect Tunan to be greasy and just pick on Ruanyu. It doesn't matter if it's early or late. You four will leave when the rain stops. I'm an eyesore. After saying that, Tunan turned around and left. Out of his place, there are plenty of opportunities to pit back. People live still afraid of them shrinking and the base does not come out? Isn't there a boss if he can't? As long as their boss doesn't want to pit anyone, there's no one he can't pit. See, Tunan's attitude of the other three also does not matter. Itself they are to go. Would have liked to take revenge before going. Did not succeed. Next time to find an opportunity is. The two of them ate melons and waited for a while for the crabs to encircle the neighborhood. Ruanyu repeated the previous operation and directly put the crabs into the space. Although it was taken in, the crabs didn't die. They were all circled in a clearing, a dense pile. Cannot run out. Also let them. In case she meets the white tea in the future, she can still return these crabs. Think about it as happy. More collection can also return double. Not a moment later, thousands of crabs were all collected into the space. Xie Xingzhou asked curiously, these crabs should not be able to die if they enter your space, right? It's true that they can't die. So I'm keeping them all in one place and returning them to Shiracha when I next meet her. Xie Xingzhou nodded in understanding. He thought that the crabs would go in and be thrown into that creek to be purified. He found out before when he was kicked down by Ruan Yu to soak in the water. Those waters repaired the dark wounds on his body. He thought that Ruan Yu was aware of it. Now it looked like Ruan Yu didn't know either. But it wasn't like Ruan Yu had been hurt much, so it was normal for her not to know. Seeing Ruan Yu's intention, that group of crabs is better not to be purified. He definitely won't eat it anyway. It's better to give it to Bai Cha. It's a good idea. And if you meet someone you can't beat, it's okay to just throw a bunch of crabs out there. Ruan Yu's eyes are bright. This is a good way. With their alien ability level, cannot be defeated is not really encountered. But meet Chu Jing kind of bring a group of people. Throw up, how cool, ah. Or you're a pitcher. I didn't even think about that. 10 more days passed in a flash. Xie Xingzhou, the rain has stopped. Ruan Yu with an excited face shouted from the balcony. In the morning I found that this rain has become a little smaller. Intuition is about to stop. I did not expect so fast. The afternoon directly does not stop. The sky, which had been overcast for a month in a row, finally sprinkled a little sunshine down at this moment. See, it's a little late today, so let's go out tomorrow and look for supplies. I didn't want to go out today. Ruan Yu looked at him with a puzzled face. Was she that stupid? The zombies should have come out by now. Isn't this just the right time to serve food? All those walkers could say was that they were worthy of being human. They knew to hide in the house. And if she hadn't watched them with binoculars as they ran towards the house while it rained, she would have been a little disbelieving. According to this trend, it's not impossible for these zombies to evolve into the handsome zombie kings in novels. I see you've got a bit of a jumpy look on your face. Wanting to go out and kill walkers so badly? Ruan Yu bristled. I'm just curious if those 4th order zombies will have evolved into 5th order zombies this month. Just go out tomorrow and find out. Ruan Yu thought about it and thought, yes. What was she in a hurry for? It was reasonable to say that a 5th order zombie wouldn't appear so soon, but they killed one just before the storm. Based on the experience of his last life, the ranks of zombies and aberrants would generally be maintained at an equilibrium point. And if a large number of 4th order aberrants appeared, then 5th order zombies would soon appear in large numbers. So sometimes when you look at the rank of the zombies, you can basically tell the rank of those aliens out there. She has extras that can't be counted. As for the 8th order or higher psychics, she had heard of 2 of them in her last life, and 8th order or higher zombies were completely unheard of. It's hard to upgrade the powers, and it's hard to upgrade the zombies, so they just can't each other up anyway. Even if the Qingcheng base researched a potion to upgrade the supernatural abilities, there was no way to upgrade them in large quantities, and there were side effects. In fact, she thought it would be good to leave each other alone and be at peace. If a 5th order zombie does appear, then you'll have to upgrade quickly. Being on the same level as the others, Nguyen Nok always felt insecure. Who made those people have no good intentions? Only strength can give her security. I know. Don't think too much about it. Eat and hang out early tomorrow. Okay. Dry rice first. Tomorrow. If it hadn't cooled down after the last few days, she could still go to her brother. And if it did, she wouldn't go out for a while. White tea couldn't her now and would definitely go back to base first. Chapter 85, Meeting the Flame Team again. The next morning, Ruan Yu rarely didn't stay in bed, and with Xie Xingzhou, the 2 of them finished fixing breakfast early, and drove out in their charge boats. A month of heavy rainfall, all flooded to the 6th floor. Xie Xingzhou had to take a grenade and jam it on the door of the 7th floor. Obsidian and Silvermoon watched the house, and in case the people who broke up couldn't be beaten, Obsidian would surely know to run to them and give them a heads up. Let's go. Over there first? Let's go to the north side first. People have been everywhere else. There are fewer people going there and it has the most office buildings to look at. The nearby superstores, those have been raided. Go straight to the farther ones. Good. Ruan Yu took the map and Xie Xingzhou drove the assault boat. And along the way, they saw the zombies in those houses looking at them with bated breath. Some zombies can't help but jump straight down. Can't swim and can't sink but flop over there. Ruan Yu looked away and directly controlled the vines to harvest the crystal cores. Not to mention, all that water has its perks. Look at all the walkers around us. And all of them can only look at us with bated breath. Xie Xingzhou looked at her with an amused expression. Didn't you want to know their rank? Now you can take your time to look. They're all like 4th order. And there's no 5th order. Ruan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like it would be a while before those zombies would rise to the 5th rank. The 2 of them really wanted to go to the office building at first. But when they looked at so many zombies all blocking the building, They gave up the idea and hurriedly headed for the outskirts. Soon the two of them arrived at a mountain park. Ruan Yu looked around, had never been here before, and had read online reviews before that were not bad. The two men leaned over and stowed their charge and headed in. Nguyen Nok picking up his binoculars and looking around. Suddenly noticing a small gray dot jumping, he hurriedly tugged at Xiexingzhou. There seems to be something over there. Seeing clearly what it was, he excitedly patted Xiexingzhou's arm. It's a hare. Let's quickly go over. Xiexingzhou didn't even have time to say anything before he was pulled by Ruan Yu and ran. But it was good that Ruan Yu was used to observing whether there were people around first and didn't have to worry about traps. So he followed. After running for a while, Ruan Yu looked at the rabbit and directly released vines to tie it up. Looking at the absence of barbs on the vines, Xiexingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Before, when he practiced against Ruan Yu, he would also spar with his powers. And Ruan Yu's vines were simply indefensible. And inevitably, he had been smacked a few times, so he knew what those barbs were for. It was then that Ruan Yu also realized that the barbs on the vines after she upgraded were poisonous, and previously only had a paralyzing effect. But the toxin wasn't fatal, and with how he was considered to have a special physique, it didn't affect him too much. In such a short while, Ruan Yu had already held the rabbit and pawed it twice. Xiexingzhou will eat braised rabbit tonight. This is so fat. You can still keep half of it for roasting. Xiexingzhou looked at the fat rabbit and said with a light laugh, this kind of rabbit usually doesn't have just one. Let's look for its nest and take it all away. He'd thought of several ways to serve rabbit. Every day it was either fish or pork, so he could finally change his flavor. I should have known to bring Silvermoon out. All meat-eating noses are sure to be sharp. Find it. The two searched around and finally saw a place with more excrement and a hole. Nguyen Nok directly controlled the vines to go in. No matter what's inside today, you have to come out for me. After searching for so long you must take the rabbit in one pot. She can't run away with her cold-eating rabbit. Braised rabbit. Dry-boiled rabbit. Xiexingzhou saw her pulling out so happily, but also lazy to care. Just let the wind on the side. He watched as Ruan Yu caught 7 or 8 rabbits out before he walked over and lifted one to look at it. The hares have little feeding value. And you killed them all today? Better cook it all up. Get some whole cold-eating rabbits and take them out whenever you want them. Rabbits reproduce exceptionally well. And both men felt that there couldn't be only 7 or 8 in an area this size. So they started the carpet search again. After looking for a while did not find, but found a bamboo forest. Would have liked to go directly, but was Xiexingzhou grabbed. Ruan Yu looked at him with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Xiexingzhou pointed to the small tip that rose up on the ground. Look at the ground. Bamboo shoots? Nguyen Nok was a bit skeptical. She only knew that bamboo shoots grow in spring and summer. Isn't this fall? Why are there bamboo shoots? Xiexingzhou blankly glanced at her and explained. There will be bamboo shoots all year round. Just different varieties. It doesn't affect consumption. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Ruan Yu already running over with a small hoe. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and dig. Xiexingzhou propped up his forehead. It should be a month at home to hold back the madness. Jumping around a little bit is good. Take a hoe to me. I didn't expect Ruan Yu to casually take a big hoe of the kind used for farming. You dig quickly. I'll look for rabbits nearby. After saying this, the person ran away, leaving Xiexingzhou standing there with a messy face. He said when did Ruan Yu work so actively? And was waiting here. Sighing, he resigned himself to picking up a hoe and digging for bamboo shoots. Ruan Yu was still the same Ruan Yu. When it was time to be lazy, he really didn't hesitate to pit him to work. He was the one who was suffocating the madness. How could Ruan Yu actively work? Ruan Yu's strength wasn't something to worry too much about anyway, so let her be. After circling around the neighborhood for several times, Ruan Yu finally had a glimpse of a large gray rabbit. But this time, Ruan Yu didn't grab it directly. Instead, he harassed the rabbit for a bit, and then ran after it. The big gray rabbit panicked and ran around. Seeing a hole and burrowing straight into it, Ruan Yu then followed, controlling the vines to probe in, grabbing 10 white rabbits one after the other, both large and small. Ruan Yu looked at them and then at the large gray rabbit whose fur was out of place. Is she that scary? This big gray rabbit actually got scared and ran to the wrong nest. So let go of the big gray rabbit and once again, you're in pursuit. Luckily, this time the big gray rabbit didn't run to the wrong place, allowing Nguyen Nok to catch 8 gray rabbits. Ruan Yu was squatting at the entrance of the cave, the big gray rabbit at her feet, holding the last one in her hand, and was about to put it away in the space, when suddenly a big gray rabbit crashed directly into her arms. Nguyen Nok was still a bit confused, but his hands reacted quickly and grabbed the rabbit straight away. Brother, hurry up. I just saw that rabbit running this way. Ji Jishi and Ji Chu ran over to see Ruan Yu holding 2 rabbits with one tied to her feet. Ji Chu reacted quickly and immediately greeted. Xia Yu, why are you here? Is Xia Xing also there? Ruanyu thought for a moment before remembering who this person was. So it's Captain G. I chased the rabbit here. By the way, why are you guys here too? She and Xie Xingzhou originally lived in a city, and it's normal for them to come here, but it's the Ji Chu team. Their base seems to be quite far away from a city. Right. And they came out so quickly? And also run so far? It just so happened that the rest of the quartermaster squad had also chased after them. And Ruanyu looked over. Why was Jianyu there? And how could this accomplice to the burning of the mutant tree still walk out of the botanical garden alive? Where's Feng? Bai Jian? Su Wu? They're not dead, are they? Blocking Jianyu's knife? We're temporarily staying over here. We were going to go back to the base. It's not like we ran into a big rainstorm. We've been here for a month. It's hard to wait for the rain to stop, so we wanted to come out and look for supplies first, then go back to the base. Ji Chu answered without thinking, half true and half false. It is true that I did not return to the base because of the heavy rain, but I came over here to rush to Ruanyu. Originally wanted to find Tu Nan to change Ruanyu's photo, but did not expect Tu Nan actually did not give it. Only they can inquire themselves, which delayed the time did not return to the base. However, seeing that Xiaoyu's two siblings also live over here, they probably know about Ruanyu's news, so they can ask later. It just so happened that Xie Xingzhou found his way over. Looking at Ruanyu who was holding the rabbit, and seeing Ji Chu's few people, he thought for a moment before saying, how did Captain Ji come over here? Chapter 86, Targeted. Xie Xingzhou walked towards Ruanyu's side as he spoke, lifting the rabbit on the ground in the process. Ji Chu sized them up, neatly dressed, rosy cheeks, and it looked like they hadn't suffered. Then look at them. Although they have Jiangyu, a space alien, but this side of the original quite a few people have come, coupled with the zombies in a city than other places of the fierce. Most of their supplies are stored before. This month's heavy rainstorms basically consumed almost. At first it was possible to go out and look for supplies, but later the water became more and more waterlogged and people were afraid to go out, especially when they also encountered a group of big crabs. The knife and gun were invulnerable, and if it weren't for the high position of the place they were looking for, they'd probably have died under the crab trap. We also came over to look for supplies. It's not rare to see wild game, so we chased it over here, and didn't expect to run right into it. As he spoke, Ji Chu's eyes remained on the big gray rabbit in Ruanyu's hand. Ji Jishi also did not even move his eyes. They had been chasing the rabbit for a long time, but they did not expect to run directly into someone else's arms. Can only be hard to speak, how also counted as acquaintance. Should not be so unreasonable. That's Xiaoyu. We saw that big gray rabbit first just now. Can we have it back? Ruanyu frowned. It had all hit her hands. How could she give it out? But do not give, these people certainly want to make a fuss. Xie Xingzhou also dug so many chutes. If they are seen is not good. These people did not make any big mistake. Directly kill cannot. Although she didn't like that Jiangyu who helped burn the tree. But with this person, this squad basically had no chance with the mutant fruits. These few people came this way. Maybe they came to look for her. So it would be good to get rid of them early. Looking down at the rabbit in his hand, he said with some meat on his bones, all right. Then they threw it directly at Ji Jishi. If they didn't catch it, then it wasn't her fault. They didn't catch the rabbit in the first place. Seeing that Ruanyu had distributed the rabbits, Xie Xingzhou interjected. Since Captain Ji still has to look for supplies, we won't be disturbed. We still have to look for supplies as well. Ji Chu did not think so. He felt that these two people look like they are not worried about food and clothing. Looking for supplies certainly have a hand. Looking at the two people who turned around to go, hurriedly shouted to stop. That wait, since we're both looking for supplies, how about together? And we both split the supplies we find? Xie Xingzhou glanced back at them and directly spoke out to refuse. No need. Is Captain Ji forgetting what I said before? Ji Chu suddenly froze, thinking for a while before he remembered that at the time when they were splitting up, Xie Xing did say that he didn't like to go with the treacherous ones, but he felt that Jiangyu was a space alien anyways, so it was a shame to just kill it like that. And just being threatened to help burn a mutant tree wasn't that big of a mistake, was it? But looking at Xie Xing's serious face, he couldn't force himself. In that case, then we won't force ourselves. We'll meet again if we have the chance. Looking at the back of the two walking away, Ji Chu looked back at Jiangyu again. If it wasn't for Jiangyu this month, the odds were that they would have starved to death over here. The surrounding house is full of zombies. The farther and dare not go too far. Even today out of the rubber boat, our yesterday saw the people of the Green Dragon Club to take things in exchange. Brother, let's go. There should still be rabbits around here. Let's go look for them. Ji Jishi obviously didn't think about it that much. After nibbling on bread and crackers for most of the month, all she wanted to do now was to eat meat, completely forgetting that they had to inquire about Ruanyu. Xie Xingzhou led Ruanyu to walk back to that bamboo forest, The bamboo shoots that could be seen in the whole area were dug out by Xiexingzhou. Even the shells were partially peeled. Ruanyu looked at the two small piles of white bamboo shoots, directly put away. No wonder Xiexingzhou dug for so long. The original shelling went. Why did you just split the rabbit? Seeing that no one was around, Xiexingzhou then asked. That rabbit was originally bumped into me by them chasing after themselves. I'm afraid that if I don't give it to them, they'll argue. And in case they see these shoots, wouldn't that be even more of a loss? It's not like people have offended us much, so it wouldn't be a good idea to kill it. Ruanyu said bluntly. Rabbits, she is not so bad. Counting her space, have more than 20 rabbits. Give them, just want to get rid of people early. Xiexingzhou thought about it for a while and felt that it was also true. Even if it was the end of the world, it was not good to kill people randomly. Just have it in your mind to keep looking for rabbits next? Don't change the place. Ji Chu and the others know at a glance that they haven't eaten meat for a long time. They'll definitely stay and continue catching rabbits. It's better not to collide with them. Xiexingzhou thought for a moment and felt that Ruanyu had a point. Let's go then. Both of them defaulted to not wanting to have contact with Ji Chu, and that Jiangyu didn't look like a good person. Ruanyu took out the punch bowl, and the two of them just walked for a short while before Ji Chu ran out with binoculars. Xiao Shi, did you see it clearly? Was it Xiaoyu who took out the punch bowl just now? Ji Zhishi took the binoculars and looked over in the direction the two had gone. Brother, I didn't see it clearly either. The two of them were too close to each other. These two should be Ruanyu and Xiexingzhou. Jiangyu suddenly interjected. Two people just dared to come out and hang out. Basically there is no escape. Not sure yet. Observe and watch again. Xiao Shi, when they were collecting things before, did you see clearly who was collecting them? Ji Chu continued to ask as he looked at the two people who were far away. The four people they had met yesterday had said that Ruanyu had spatial powers. Listening to their descriptions, and looking at these two people, in addition to different psychic abilities, it is simply a replica of Xiexing Xiaoyu. If it is proved that Xiaoyu is the only one who has spatial psychic abilities, then basically they can be sure that these two people are the people they are looking for. I was going to ask Xiaoyu and the others, but I didn't think it would be the right person. Ji Zhishi face helpless. She is really cannot distinguish. Binoculars can let her see, also cannot help her analyze. Brother, I have said, the two of them are too close together. Simply cannot distinguish. A little bit closer can definitely be distinguished. But these two people's alien ability level they couldn't sense at all. Plus their dress. At a glance, they knew that the level was higher than them. How could they follow close? Why are you so cautious? Wasn't the news from Tuanan's side? A healing psychic teamed up with a half-mourned corpse. Aren't these two just right? If they didn't have these qualities, how dare the two of them just come out? Jiang Yu said while still looking excited. These two had quite a lot of supplies at a glance. If he could get them to take out a little bit, he wouldn't have to risk coming out to look for supplies. Moreover, the four people they ran into yesterday had said that Ruanyu still had quite a few mutant fruits on her, and they had heard that the botanical gardens had collected quite a few lotus pods as well. There were just two of them, and 5 on this side, so they didn't know what Jichu was afraid of. Jichu thought about it for a moment and thought that it made sense. Their purpose in the beginning was the mutated fruit. If they hadn't brought Jiangyu with them, they wouldn't have had to keep chasing after Ruanyu. Suwu died because he blocked the knife for Jiangyu and was scratched by the zombies. If he had the antidote lotus seed, he wouldn't have to die. Those who picked the lotus seed before said that a single lotus seed can cure zombie poison, although they didn't know if Ruanyu had picked the lotus pupon. But thinking about the vines that Ruanyu had tied the rabbit with just now, he felt that it wasn't impossible for Ruanyu to try to pick the lotus pupon unknowingly. Let's go in their direction and pretend to have a chance encounter before we poke around. Chapter 87, Exchange of Supplies. Hearing Ji Chu say that, Jiang Yu didn't have much of an opinion. How to say that Ji Chu was also the captain? He couldn't refute anything. The same purpose would do. As for the others, they naturally had no problem with it. With the antidote lotus seed, it was one more life when killing zombies. With Jiang Yu, they were unable to pick any mutant fruits, but they were in great need of space aliens, and they knew how important space aliens were from this rainstorm. If he hadn't put away the supplies in the car, with all this rain, the supplies would have made it to the higher floors. But the car? Cars can be expensive these days, and there are very few people who know how to fix them. They're all on major bases, and they're expensive to ask for. Agreeing unanimously, several people took out their rubber boats and rowed in the direction of Nguyen Ngoc and the others. Xie Xingzhou drove the assault boat. Ruanyu looked around with binoculars, and when she saw that Ji Chu's squad was following far away, especially Ji Zhishi still holding binoculars in his hand, Ruanyu hurriedly turned her back to them. Ji Chu and the others followed. Xie Xingzhou controlled the charge boat and turned a corner. They're probably coming for us this time. None of them are injured. Why are they looking for us? Ruanyu was speechless. Why would a group of people looking for her when they were alive and well? If they were infected with the zombie virus and dying, she could still understand. Didn't we also pick a lot of lotus flowers? Tuanan also said in the morning that White Tea and the others left yesterday. So maybe they just happened to run into these people. Whether we have them in our hands or not, as long as they suspect it, then it doesn't matter if we have those in our hands or not. And don't you know very well in your heart what kind of person White Tea is? Ruanyu sighed helplessly. I was thinking that it would be good to give them the rabbit and get rid of the people. Who knew that they were really coming for me? Xiaxingzhou let out a light laugh. You are now the meat and potatoes. Anyone wants to nibble on you. Stroll around looking for supplies first. If they don't make a move, leave them alone for now. It's not too late to kill them when they jump out on their own. Alright, 5 people. 1 4th order alien and 4 3rd order aliens. Still pretty powerful. Why can't you figure it out? Ruanyu rubbed her face. She couldn't figure it out. White Tea and the 4 of them. 2 4th order shifters didn't dare to come to her. How come these guys are so daring? Ruanyu reached out and pointed to a place on the map. Xiaxingzhou watched the road and drove over. I have to say that Ruanyu does have a talent for finding things. As long as it is a place she takes, it will never go empty. Waiting for the place, Xiaxingzhou looked at the building in front of him a little confused. Office building? Yeah, why haven't I seen it before? Ruanyu looked at him with a look of disgust. How many supplies can there be in an office building? While it's true that office workstations in an office building can be searched for things, there's no need to come searching for these 3. Is there? Without pursuers, they could naturally take their time to dilly-dally. And originally they weren't lacking anything, simply wanting to come out for a walk. Are you questioning me? Ruanyu's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at him with some mischief. She must have thought about coming here. And there are very few zombies over here. Even if there are zombies in the office building, she's not afraid, unlike the stretch of road she just came out of, which was full of zombies staring at her. Don't dare. I'm just curious. Xiaxingzhou conceded very directly. This side of the ground is a little higher. The water is only flooded to the 5th floor. Xiaxingzhou directly cracked a piece of glass window, and took Ruanyu to flip in. Once inside, Xiaxingzhou was a bit dumbfounded. So many snacks? Most of this building is some Netflix company. The main business is live streaming with goods. Even if they don't engage in live streaming, they also engage in sales promotion of the same kind. So there will definitely be a lot of supplies. It's not as good as the big supermarkets, but it's also as good as some kiosk convenience stores. Ruanyu looked at Xiaxingzhou with a look of having never seen the world and opened her mouth to explain. It's not like she's commanding people to wander around. A city is so big. People like her who have nothing to do will surely wander around. It's normal to know some strange office buildings. What about the one next door? Should be running a pyramid scheme? With the police going over every other day. And what's that other building back there for? A normal office building. Full of cows and horses and people working in the early hours of the morning. The 2 of them talked while they looked for things, putting away any Gwyn in plain sight, going through drawers and whatnot. And after looking for them, the 2 of them switched sides to look for them again. How did you know? I've come over here to hang out. There's a hotel not far from here. The steam sauna over there is pretty good. I've been here a few more times and I know it. This time Xiaxingzhou was completely silent. His kind who only knew about missions every day really didn't understand. Hurry up and find it. The middle floor is basically food. The upper floors are mostly daily necessities. Hurry up and find the food. Don't cheapen the people in the back. Hearing Ruanyu's words, Xiaxingzhou could only work harder to find something. After flooding 5 floors, the 2 searched 5 more floors for food type things, and both were relieved to finally see all the necessities type things on the 11th floor, because they all heard the sound of someone coming in. It was no surprise that it was Ji Chu's squad that had come over. The people came after them, but the 2 were in no hurry, still carefully collecting supplies and waiting for them to find them. As soon as Ji Jishi entered the building, he looked around, but it turned out that everywhere was empty. Brother, don't look. It must have all been searched clean by Xiaoyu and the others. White Jane. Fong looked at the clean and dry drawer, and nodded with approval. There is not even a plug board. This scavenging is also too hard. 4 or 5 floors in a row were like this, and the 5 could only continue to go up. Finally, after walking 7 floors, he saw the 2 men who were looking for supplies. Xiaoyu meet again. I didn't expect you guys to come over here to look for supplies too. Did you find any? Ruanyu held up the tea bag in her hand. Yes, a bag of flower tea. Captain G, why did you also think of coming over here to look for supplies? Xiaxingzhou did ask politely. He was just curious as to what reason this person could make up. Those who are particularly short of supplies like them shouldn't be coming to the office building to collect supplies. It's just that this stuff is time-consuming and not very filling, so there's no need to come at all. He and Ruanyu didn't lack things themselves, and didn't care how much or how little they received. but mainly because they had been at home for too long and wanted to come out for a stroll. Ji Chu was really silent for a while. He really didn't want to come over to the office building to collect the supplies. Isn't this not found everywhere? I thought I'd take my chances here. And when I saw you guys, I came to say hello. Then Captain G will have to hurry up and find supplies. In case it suddenly rains again, you guys will have a bit of a hard time. Ji Chu's face was a bit bad. He felt that Xie Xing was connoting something, but the supplies in the suburbs on the edge of the city had long been scavenged, and there were so many zombies on the downtown side that they didn't dare to go there, or else they wouldn't have been able to look at a rabbit and chase after it for so long, even though there was a bit of a willful element to it. If it rains for another month, they're not going to make it. Then can we trade some supplies with you? Trade with crystal cores. Xie Xingzhou raised his head to look at him. How many orders of crystal cores? Third order. How many? 50 or so. That won't work. Low grade. Low quantity. Haven't you already risen to the 4th rank? Why only this amount of crystal cores? Chapter 88. What can we do? Ji Chu looked embarrassed. I've also only just risen to the 4th rank, and the 3rd rank zombies in this neighborhood are relatively few. This reason Xie Xingzhou is more agreeable. Most of the 3rd order zombies in his city have been taken away by Song Ru, so the zombies that can be seen are basically 4th order. As for the 2nd and 1st order, they have now drifted away and are completely unattractive. But they are not doing charity, so Xie Xingzhou refused very directly. In that case, why don't you guys find supplies? We have no shortage of crystal cores. Ji Chu obviously didn't want to give up yet. Can't you really change a little? I can't. You guys can get Tuanan to switch. Xie Xingzhou once again rationally refused. Wanting to exchange supplies and not give enough chips, who will change? Jiang Yu disdainfully glanced at Ji Chu. Why be so polite? Just say it directly. What if we must change? Ruan Yu looked at him with an amused expression. Give a reason. Jiang Yu looked over at Ruan Yu, an impish grin all over his face. If I'm not mistaken, you're Ruan Yu, and I'm guessing you don't want your location exposed so soon. Although Ji Chu's few people felt that it was inappropriate, but Jiang Yu had already said what he said, so it would be good for them to watch. In case there was an accident, they could set it aside. Space aliens were important, but their lives were just as important. Ruan Yu looked at him with a speechless look. Baicha left a city. Then her location is not a secret. She is now just waiting to see if this weather will directly cool down. If it directly cooled down in the next 2 days, then she and Xie Xingzhou could still continue to live. After all, the snow blocked the road. No one would be stupid enough to come out and look for trouble. If it didn't cool down, then she was just in time to go out and find her brother and scavenge for supplies elsewhere as well. Sweeping a glance at Ji Chu's few people, Ruan Yu decided to ask first, to set a couple of words, to see how much this person knew, so as not to let anyone die too unjustly. So what do you want to trade for? I'm guessing you want to trade for more than supplies. Listening to Ruan Yu's words, Jiang Yu only felt that she was compromising, and that any amount of calmness on her face was just forcing her composure and not wanting people to see it. So some lewdly sized up Ruan Yu, probably because he had lived in comfort for a long time, completely forgot about his previous interrogation by Xie Xingzhou, and only felt that he could now pin down these two people. Naturally, it's the mutant fruits, and the rosettes from the botanical gardens before. Ruan Yu still had that expressionless look. Xie Xingzhou looked at him unkindly and couldn't help but wonder if he had been a little soft at that time, giving this person the illusion that he could hold them? The reason he didn't kill this man was because he wanted those mutated plants to kill him, so that he could kind of avenge their compatriots. But that didn't mean he wouldn't kill people. We don't have a rosette. I'm curious how you guys escaped then. Those 2 golden gradient layers should not let people go over so easily. Jiang Yu's breath on his body. The mutant tree will not give fruit. They were so many squads at that time. It is not enough to share. Ji Chu's few people all averted their eyes, and Jiang Yu also coughed twice somewhat uncomfortably. This has nothing to do with you guys, right? As for the lotus seed, it's not difficult for a plant system psychic to sneakily pick the lotus seed, so you guys can just say whether or not you'll change it. No change, Ruan Yu Xie Xingzhou said in unison. Not switching? Not afraid I'll reveal your location? Also, you have a large number of lotus seeds in your hands, so you should understand how many people will come looking for you. Jiang Yu was surprised in his heart. His face did not show as he continued to make malicious threats. Unfortunately, the 2 didn't even bother to look at them, and turned their heads to look at Ji Chu's few people. Captain G, is this what you guys mean too? That, you guys also cheated us at that time. It's only right to give some compensation. Ji Zhishi met Ruan Yu's eyes. She felt that Ruan Yu would be able to give her rabbits, so she should be able to talk a little better. Then can you tell us what we've cheated you out of? Ruan Yu looked at her with a playful expression. This moral kidnapping angle was a bit of a clear-cut one could listen to. After lowering her head and thinking for a while, Ji Zhishi continued to speak. your names and identities, and the fact that at that time, you definitely didn't know that there was something in the botanical gardens, and that we were the ones who brought you there. And that big mall, you guys actually emptied it, right? She looked confident and gave Ruanyu a provocative look. At that time she felt that they had emptied that mall. She was just too embarrassed to say it. And they don't have anywhere to put it. So they don't bother. Ruanyu gave her a look. She had to say that everything she said was right. But why should she pay attention to this answer to a question? I'm asking what I lied to you about. It's not like those things she said were hers to take. It's not like it has anything to do with her. Ruanyu, that's not the way to put it. It's true that you guys didn't tell us your real identity names at that time. Cheating is cheating. Isn't it reasonable to give some compensation? Listening to these remarks, Xiexingzhou were stunned, looking at Ji Chu as if he was looking at some new species. No wonder this person can take in Jianyu. Together it is the same species. Going out in the peace era with an identity given to you, and asking others to tell the truth in the last days. Isn't that sick? And compensation. Make up a cut just right. Lazy nonsense. Of course there's compensation. You'll see if you can catch it. As the words fell, Xiexingzhou directly shot out several wind blades, which attacked towards the faces of the 5 people respectively. Ji Chu's few dodged out of the way. Xiexingzhou, what do you mean? Jianyu hid in the back and picked up. He must be trying to kill and exterminate. Xiexingzhou, lazy nonsense. Alien energy like no money to hit out. 5 people. Jianyu does not count. The remaining 4 people respectively hit the alien energy. Towards Xiexingzhou attack. Ruanyu looked around. There were no wood system psychic abilities. Thinking that Ji had said that 5 people on their team just happened to have awakened the 5 systemic psychic abilities of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. So it seemed that Sumu was the wood system psychic. For a squad in desperate need of space adepts, the wood adept that could only be catalyzed was indeed the most likely to be discarded. Speaking of how they escaped, there was a flash of discomfort on several people's faces, so they knew they had done something ungenerous as well. Ruanyu just watched Xiexingzhou abuse the vegetables. Captain G, how about we talk about how Sumu died? My guess is that those mutated plants chased you, but you didn't want to give up the space alien, so you chose someone to die for Jianyu, right? Jianyu hid behind the 4 and poked his head out. So what if it's yes? That kind of useless alien was supposed to block the knife for me, but you guessed wrong. We escaped from the botanical gardens and he was killed by a walker. Originally, he wouldn't have died and hid in the back like me, but one of the zombies was smarter and ran to the side to attack Sumu and I. I reacted quickly and directly pulled him to block the knife for me. Ruanyu clapped her hands. Impressive. No wonder your original squad only had you, a non-aggressive alien. Escape. Then he continued towards Ji Chu. Then Captain G didn't see it? This person killed your teammates, and you guys are actually teaming up without any qualms? It's different to be a captain. The pattern isn't normal. After saying that, he also looked at Ji Chu with a face of admiration. Xiexingzhou is not in a hurry to kill people, just like walking a dog, so that they can avoid but cannot run away. Shut up. You think anyone can't die like you, with healing powers and spatial powers, and following someone who can fight so well. We live to defend ourselves against both walkers and our own kind, and we have to grab supplies to find them, and even if we see them, so what? What can we do when he has all our supplies? Chapter 89, change it then. This is not something that Ruanyu agrees with. She has also died. She just won't be infected with the zombie virus. She also has to defend herself against people, zombies, and grab supplies. Otherwise you'll have the kind of people who are fed and idle looking for trouble. As of now it's mostly defense against people, and the zombies are kinda frowned upon when you get used to seeing them. A purpose written on the face, and the purpose hidden in the heart. Who should be more guarded? When you don't know what to do, there's still a way out for you. Easy for you to say. So tell me what road. Ruanyu looked at him with an expression of looking at an idiot. Don't you guys still have a dead end that you haven't gone through? Why don't you dare? It's okay, we help you. As soon as the words fell, Ruanyu directly released vines to tie up Ji Chu and Jianyu. 5 thick vines. Even if it was a 4th-ranked alien, that could only resign themselves to being tied up. As for the others, it's straightforward to give them a head start. Say, what unfinished business is there? Say it for my amusement. Naked humiliation. Favoring Ji Chu cannot resist, can only look at Ruanyu with indignation. Who was it that said we had rosettes? Seeing that Xiexingzhou was so capable of fighting, and the vines Ruanyu released looked lethal, Jianyu hurriedly offered. I can tell you, but you have to let me go. Ruanyu didn't even bother to look at it and directly controlled the vines to strangle the person to death. Reaching out, he pointed at Ji Chu. You say. Ji Chu directly twisted his head and didn't look at her. Kill it. Don't you want to know how we recognized you? I thought you weren't going to say anything? Ruan Yu looked at him speechlessly, thinking that this person was not afraid of death. Ji Jishi died and didn't see any reaction from him. Not until you let go of me. Then you go to hell. Ruan Yu directly controlled the vines to tighten. Love to talk. She was not a reasonable person. I'll say. Ruan Yu silently controlled the vines to relax a little. It was Tuanan who gave us your picture. Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow and looked at him. This person couldn't have thought that she would believe it just like that. Even though Tu Nan was more black-hearted, his character was at least better than these guys. A man's word is good, you may not believe it, but it doesn't stop me from saying it, Ji Chu said with a bashful face. Tu Nan didn't give them news about Ruan Yu. He should have some kind of cooperation with Ruan Yu. And as for those 4 people, it is estimated that they have a grudge against Ruan Yu. Anyway, Ruan Yu will not let him go. It is just as well to pull Tuanan. Whether Ruan Yu believe it or not will always suspect. Yeah, I prefer to confront the parties involved. Why don't you guys do it in person? If I'm not mistaken, another group of people came in this building, and they should be next door to them at this moment. And there's no one else except Tuanan who knows so much about things. If you call him over, I can confront him face to face. He just couldn't believe that Tu Nan could just happen to come over here. Xie Xingzhou walked directly to the door and shouted, Big brother too, come all the way here and don't come over to nag a few words? There's someone here looking for you. Even though he was just fighting, it didn't stop him from hearing other movements. Tu Nan had just lit a cigarette when he was suddenly shouted at by Xie Xingzhou and almost threw it away. Resigned to his fate, he stood up, the god of fortune summoning the need to pass. Alas, brother Xie looks like he's having a good day, and it's been a long time since my younger siblings have seen him. After saying that, without waiting for Ruan Yu to speak, he directly walked towards Ji Chu. He had heard it just now. I hear you're going to confront me? Looking at Tu Nan, Ji Chu was a little panicked. On the face or forced calm. How this person will come to this side. I've approached you before to swap pictures of Nguyen. Yeah, what's the problem? No, just verifying. Oh, I didn't give it anyway. What do you want to verify? Ji Chu was silent, and Ruan Yu spoke up. He said that he could recognize me all thanks to the photo given by Big Brother 2. Tu Nan's eyes went wide with an aggrieved expression. Sibling, unjustly accused. Don't you know my character? Although black-hearted but also a man of his word. Said not to expose you guys. Definitely didn't expose you at all. That white tea is none of my business. I naturally believe in Big Brother 2's character. But what does Big Brother 2 think should be a good way to handle this person? Nguyen looked at him with a smirk. Well, younger siblings can naturally handle it however they want. Seeing Tuan Nan say this, Ruan Yu didn't bother to talk nonsense, directly controlling the vines to strangle the person to death. Xie Xingzhou hit the wind blade to make up for it. After finding a few chairs to sit on, Xie Xingzhou opened his mouth to speak. I don't know what Big Brother 2 is looking for us for? Tu Nan snorted. Naturally, there's business. Although white tea is gone, there's quite a bit of news left behind. Like what? That antidote to the poisonous lotus seed, and the fact that my younger siblings have collected a large supermarket. That's it? Ruan Yu looked puzzled. White tea would only say so little news? Brother Xie, younger siblings, you are not afraid of zombies. Naturally you don't know how sought after the mutated fruit that can cure zombie poison is. This is all priced stuff. And this one message will get you a better car at my place. And the other message naturally gives a bit of food. Tu Nan opened his mouth and directly sold white tea. Although he felt that Ruan Yu could definitely guess it. But he could definitely represent his position by saying it. So you're here to trade for lotus seeds? Mostly. It would be nice to trade for a little something else. Xie Xingzhou interjected. Other things mean? A freebie from our first trade or something. That stuff was a hot commodity. And he had a hunch that Ruan Yu must have a lot of it here. For Tuan Nan, who took something in exchange and still gave her free information, Ruan Yu still saved her goodwill. The most important thing of course was that Tuan Nan's boss didn't take advantage of both sides. Naturally, you don't have to worry about becoming an enemy in the future. Seeing Ruan Yu's look, Xie Xingzhou knew that she agreed, so he asked, then why don't Brother 2 start with the price? Seeing that there was a show, Tu Nan didn't talk nonsense. How about 200 fourth order crystal cores apiece? Ruan Yu was worried. A lotus seed of a dozen lotus seeds. Although it was rumored outside that one lotus seed could cure zombie poison, but it was related to the degree of injury. If you seriously injure a lotus seed, certainly not. General scratches are naturally no problem. But the end of the world has been going on for so long that most people would only be slightly injured against zombies. It's not like there's no way to run in a zombie siege kind of situation. 200 crystal cores for a dozen lotus seeds, how to feel a loss. Tu Nan take back certainly one by one to sell. Looking at the expressions of the two men, Tu Nan knew that this price would not work, so he continued to raise the price. 300? There was a silence. 400? Or silence. Tu Nan gritted his teeth and said, 450. This was his final bottom line. Although the fourth order zombies have skyrocketed, but it is not easy to get together so many crystal cores. There are still a lot of them he borrowed from his brothers in other places, waiting for these lotus to make money to pay off the debt. Seeing Tunan's needy look, Ruan Yu nodded. Since Big Brother 2 is so sincere, let's change it. Chapter 90, continuing to scrounge. Seeing that Ruan Yu agreed, Tunan greeted one of his juniors and took out several bags of crystal cores. Brother Xie, order some. Xiaxingzhou or the usual are poured out and counted. Ruan Yu only pick out a lotus seed. Lotus seed more she is not willing. Lotus seed less and not too good. Finally compromised and took a 15 lotus seeds out of a lotus seed. Counting down to 34th order crystal cores a lotus seed. It shouldn't be too expensive. There's no shortage of 4th order walkers anywhere right now, and it's still easy to put together. Brother 2 take it. Handing it to Tunan in passing. He collected the crystal core on the ground. Tunan took the lotus seed, glanced at it, and smiled with satisfaction when he saw that there were 15 lotus seeds. He thought that Ruan Yu would pick the one with the least amount of lotus seeds and give it to him. The lotus seeds have been exchanged. I wonder what else Big Brother 2 would like to exchange. Xiaxingzhou watched both sides put things away before he continued to ask. Tunan hesitated for a while before handing over a list. These few things? I wonder if younger siblings can exchange a little out. Xiaxingzhou took the list and came over next to Ruan Yu. The two of them looked at it together. Cigarettes, alcohol, small umbrellas, cold medicines, anti-hypertensive medicines, and quick-acting heart-saving pills. Looking at these things, Ruan Yu frowned and said, I do have the first three, but I don't have the ones behind here. Big Brother 2 should think of other ways. She'd collected 2 pharmacies when the end times first started, and had been to the hospital, and the counselor had shopped around, and there was no shortage of drugs, but that didn't mean she was going to switch out. Drugs in the end times, that is an extreme lack of existence. This if changed once, the trouble in the future may be more. Tunan wasn't surprised. It didn't matter if there was one or not. What mattered was that Ruan Yu said there wasn't one. Then he had to believe it. It's fine to have just those few. Medicines are supposed to be scarce. I'm just here to take my chances. But the 4th order crystal cores are all given to you. So the 3rd order crystal cores can be exchanged, right? Could be. Although the 3rd order crystal core grade was a bit low, it didn't stop the mutant plants from liking to eat it. And when the time came to give them all to the mutant plants, to increase a little bit of goodwill, and maybe exchange them for some more fruits. As for the 4th order crystal cores, naturally it was for Little Rose to eat. Originally Little Rose could feed back to her by absorbing the energy, and she had a hunch that if Little Rose ate all these 4th order crystal cores, her psychic ability could be elevated to the late 6th order. As for the 7th order, can't be thought of for the time being, mainly because the zombie upgrade is a bit slow. Now the 5th order is estimated to be there, but it's too little, and the 6th order is even more absent. Even if she had a plug-in, her ability level would be at most one step higher than a walker, so it was probably a balance. I wonder how much Big Brother 2 wants to change. Naturally, Tunan did not talk nonsense and regreeted another junior brother, once again taking a few bags of crystal cores. Xiaxingzhou took a rough look at it and estimated that it was like 500. The 450 crystal cores just now, and now another 500. Ruan Yu asked with some surprise, Big Brother 2, are you guys attacking the city? Or stabbed a walker nest? Tunan waved his hand carelessly. Sister brother is joking. We are businessmen. How could we be so violent? These can be his explicitly earned. How long will he kill so many zombies by himself? Nguyen Ngoc was a little embarrassed. Why didn't she have the brains for this? It wasn't faster than killing zombies? How much does Brother 2 want to exchange? Take as much as your younger siblings feel they can exchange. Ruan Yu rolled his eyes without a care in the world. The adulterer kind of played it out for him to understand. Nguyen Ngoc probably gave a little discount based on the prices in the last life, and took 40 cases of beer, 1 case of cigarettes, and a dozen boxes of small umbrellas. During that time, he also looked at Tuanan's expression, presumably more satisfied. Seeing this, Ruan Yu was also relieved. These things she took, there is not much use. Brother and his comrades also do not smoke. Wine she space more than enough. There is no shortage of this. What does Brother 2 think of these? It's fine. It's still siblings who are quick, not stingy at all. Greeting his little brother to put his things away, Tuanan stood up nimbly. There's a flower, bird and fish market over in the suburbs. I've changed it a bit. It's kind of a simple trading market. The two of you can go and take a look when you're free. Okay, I'll definitely go and take a look when I have time. Xiaxingzhou nodded. Then I'll leave you two to find supplies. After saying that, the people left, full of money, walking fast for fear of being called by them. The two watched Tuanan leave. Come on, keep looking for supplies. That trading market to check out? The end of the world. For so long it was rare to have a trading market, but also so close to them. Xiaxingzhou naturally wanted to go and take a look. Check back in a couple days? Ruan Yu tried. In fact, she also wanted to go out for a stroll. It might cool down in a few days, so when the time came to wrap her face up, the average person wouldn't be able to recognize the two of them. Okay. With that said, the two continued upstairs in search of supplies. Drawers, cabinets, pantries. Nothing at all. Soon the two were done scavenging. Ruan Yu was a little sad. She thought this kind of Netflix company would have a safe or something. After all, it's so lucrative. How come the boss doesn't have any collecting hobbies? What's that look on your face? Xiaxingzhou looked at Ruan Yu with a little regretful little expression. Slightly hooked his lips and looked at her with an amused face. It's a bit of a shame that I didn't actually search for anything worth more. Don't presidents have a collecting fetish anymore? Ruan Yu shook his head with a look of pity. If the collection is in the villa, it is now estimated that it is not good to find. The city center is mostly soaked, and the halfway point of the mountainside does not dare to go. Who knows if the mountain is sturdy or not? People aren't stupid. Who would have a collection in their office? Xiaxingzhou finished and felt that there is something wrong there. Lowered his head and thought for a moment. He remembered that a former classmate's father liked to engage in the office collection. This kind of cattle and horses or more office buildings should have a different harvest. So he said, why don't we go to that office building? There's usually a few oddballs among the more normal people. Maybe there'll be a president there who loves to collect in his office. Then go. Ruan Yu didn't bother to retort. She was going to go too. Ruan Yu took out the punch boat. The two quickly arrived at another office building. The method of entering the door is still relatively simple. Xiaxingzhou directly broke a glass. After going in, Xiaxingzhou nodded. This is a normal office building. In addition to the documents, is the computer, and the projector and so on. Ruan Yu just opened up one of the offices. Xiaxingzhou had already removed the projection. Put this away. It's easier to watch TV and movies when the time comes. Ruan Yu silently put it away. She really didn't have a projector in her space. She could have collected a few more. Turned over several companies in a row. The drawer in addition to coffee is milk tea. A little more nourishing, all goji berries, red dates. Nguyen Nok was speechless. What's the point of perking up in the office when you become a cow or a horse? Based on the principle of not wasting, Ruan Yu still put it away. Xiaxingzhou has a clear purpose, and has dismantled several projectors one after another, as well as the computers on the lookout for her to collect one. It was Ruan Yu who flipped inside. I really can't count on these cows and horses to have good things. Chapter 91, the road is blocked. This is only looking for a few floors. Don't be in a hurry. Usually the president is on the top floor. Let's slowly find our way up. Xiaxingzhou laughed lightly and hurriedly comforted. Hearing Xiaxingzhou's words, Ruan Yu was energized again. Also, finding things as they spoke sped up quite a bit, especially finding some small snacks that brought a little surprise. Nguyen Nok, come this way. When Xiaxingzhou called her out of the blue when she was looking for something, Ruan Yu felt that there should be something going on, so she didn't ask and ran straight over. Into that office. Ruan Yu's eyes are wide. Small office but several antique vases. There are a lot of other antiques. There is a painting on the wall. A look is some years. Behind the seat on the shelf there is also a tang knife. Silver sheath, vintage pattern. Look, no, very expensive. Ruan Yu walked over directly into the space. Vases and paintings are not spared. This time cannot be used. In case it can be used in the future. Her space wasn't bad for the location anyway. That's very ungracious of you. Xiaxingzhou had a smile on his face as he watched Ruan Yu put everything away and pointed to the safe next to him. That one doesn't take it? As soon as the words fell, the safe disappeared, and seeing that there was really nothing left at all, Ruan Yu walked out with a calm face, followed closely by Xiaxingzhou. Finding two more similar offices in a row, the more Nguyen Nok collected, the more excited he became. Finally finished looking. Too bad there's only 3 offices with good stuff. Be content. There's no use holding it now, and as for later, who knows? But in these last days, you have to find something to keep you interested and happy, and if you keep falling apart, something will go wrong with you. The two climbed up to the rooftop. Ruan Yu took out the binoculars and looked around, and then handed it to Xiaxingzhou and took 2 meals out. Let's keep it simple for lunch, and go back to roast rabbits at night. Handing Xiaxingzhou a portion of the meal, with a sigh-like face, he said, I thought that Ji-Chu would follow us for a while longer, but I didn't expect to jump out so quickly. Oddly boring, said and remembered the white tea, or this person is powerful. Killed twice. People froze half a thing. Thinking of white tea? It's good that you didn't kill it a few more times this time. How can anyone be so lucky all the time? Speaking of this, Xiaxingzhou is also very speechless. How can there be people who are so lucky? LOL. We'll just have to work hard for them to kill a few more times. Otherwise it's weirdly bad. The two chatted idly as they ate. Where are we going to hang out again this afternoon? Ruan Yu ate her meal and thought for a while. I don't know. I remember that there seems to be a vineyard over here, surrounded by some orchards as well, so let's go take a look in the afternoon. We might be able to pick mutant fruits again. Speaking of a city near the orchard is not lacking. They have not been to one. Go to see good. In case nothing, it does not matter as a shopping. The fourth order zombies were all running towards the city, all crammed into the houses, making it hard for them to get to the supplies, so they had to run outside. Xie naturally had no complaints. He didn't come this way often and wasn't as familiar as Ruan Yu, so he naturally listened to Ruan Yu. This direction was the opposite of Tuanan, and there was no worry about colliding with Tuanan again. Okay, but isn't there a reservoir here? It's fine to catch some fish up. There doesn't seem to be much left in your space. There doesn't seem to be any. But there are a few fishing places that should have fish. Ruan Yu thought carefully for a while, and there really was no memory of a reservoir. Only places where he could fish. Then stop by, and if you don't like the food anymore, just give it to Tuanan instead. He should be happy. The two finished their meal in a few moments and took 2 turns on the rooftop before heading downstairs to get ready to head to their next location. Probably compared the location with Xie. Looking at the map, the two of them set off in the assault boat. The water was much shallower in the suburbs, and the two men stowed their canoes and drove a bit further to get to their destination. Having been here before, Ruan Yu pulled Xie and skillfully walked to the picking area. I was expecting more or less fruit or something, but I didn't realize that the land was barren and some of the barns were destroyed. It's a pity. This look is corroded by acid rain, Ruan Yu said helplessly. At that time, they were all busy running for their lives. Who would think of coming to pick grapes, fruits and all that? The fruit that stays. The fruit trees are mutated. Come what may. Take a stroll. There should be places to eat and stay here. Look around. There might be something. Although I guess this was the case before I came. But having come here, I have to find a way to bring something back. How bad it is to be empty-handed. Let's go then. Ruan Yu thought about it for a moment and felt the same, leading the way towards where there was a house. The door was unlocked and the two men pushed right in. There was a layer of standing water on the floor and a thick layer of dust on the tables and chairs. The way it looked, no one had probably lived there for a long time. Nguyen nodded in satisfaction. She liked searching houses like this. The house is this big, so the two of them don't split up. Let's go together. There's about 10 employees here. There should be a small cafeteria. Let's go check it out first. After taking Xie around a few times, the two of them walked to a place that looked like a cafeteria. Looking at several large round tables in the living room, Nguyen knew he hadn't gone to the wrong place. This cafeteria is so small. I don't think there's much in it, so let's collect it and then go see if we can fish. Xie looked at the environment, estimating that there is nothing. Or first go to see if there is no fish fishing. Are not directly home to roast rabbit. Tomorrow continue to come out to shop. Good. Nguyen found his way straight to the small storehouse. Just a few bags of rice and a bucket of cooking oil. Nguyen collected them and left. I'm sure there's nothing there, so let's just take a break and go fish. On the other hand, the 4 white tea people left yesterday afternoon though. But the rain has only stopped a short time ago. The road surface water is more. The car drives more slowly. Coupled with the previous bombing, White Tea and Su Yenji has always felt that the road is unlucky. So the 4 of them have to take another road. Feng Lan and Chu Jing had also paid the toll when they came over. So naturally they didn't know what the other road was like. A few people drove over there in a hurry. And when they saw that they were almost at the bridge, they didn't expect to see a mountain of cars piled directly on top of each other. Who's so ungrateful? A few people were angry but had no choice but to turn around. And one thing led to another straight into the night. How about we just make do in the car tonight and take turns keeping watch? Okay. Feng Lan and Chu Jing both wanted to go back early, so they naturally had no problem with it. After a quiet night and paying the toll again, a few people figured there would be no surprises this time. Driving over only to find several cars parked over there, Su Yenji consciously opened the door and went down. Grabbing a random person, he asked, "Dude, let me ask what's going on up ahead. Not allowed to pass?" The man looked at Su Yenji. There was a bit of a landslide up ahead that just happened to block the road, and the Green Dragon Society's people are clearing it up. How long does that take to clean up? I don't know about that. We've only been here a little while and there are several cars parked in front of us, so you can ask out front. Su Yenji looked in the end, did not go, just went back to the car and said, White Tea face helpless. How so unlucky ah. Chapter 92, Catching Fish in a Net. The road is blocked. White Tea 4 people cannot help. If now go back do not know how to be pit. And they paid the toll. Now out of the people will not return. Originally, Tuanan was more stingy in giving supplies, and then gave it back to him to make it even more heartbreaking. White Tea in the heart are Ruan Yu cursed to death. Since the end of the world met Ruanyu has not had a good thing in the past, but also can pit Ruanyu a lot of things, and now she can live are the reason for the heavenly way to shelter. Thinking of this, White Tea spoke up with a hint of resentment. So many people are waiting. I guess it won't take long to clear out. Let's wait a little longer. All right. Fenglan responded, just as they didn't want to turn around and go back. Ruanyu took the map and went around a few times with Xiexingzhou, and finally arrived at a fishing ground, which used to be a place where you could not only fish, but also catch lobsters. Thinking about it, Nguyen Ngoc remembered the group of large crabs, and some large lobsters interspersed in between. Let's be careful this time. I remember there were lobsters coming in here. Ruanyu patted Xiexingzhou and said, although there is a solution, but everything has been solved by her. Where will those who come after her get the chance? And you're afraid of this? There's not a lot of standing water over here, so the fish shouldn't get out. But the lobsters are probably running around just like that bunch of crabs. Xiexingzhou responded casually, it is not strange that there are lobsters in the fishing place, but the crabs are all over the place, and the lobsters should not be idle. Ruanyu was silent for a moment and felt that there was some truth to it. The big deal was that when they met them, they put them away in space and released them again when they caught the fish. You're also right. I just don't know if those fish have mutated and are still edible. She remembered that in her last life, the fish and shrimp in those rivers were edible, provided that no one fell and fed them to the fish. It was also edible, but it felt awkward anyhow, and she couldn't put her mouth on it anyway. One can only pray that those people aren't that idle, and that human food doesn't go everywhere. After a few turns, the two finally made their way to the fishing pond. A 200-square-foot fish pond, usually half full of water, was now full, and looked like it had overflowed quite a bit before. Still, there are quite a few fish in the pond, probably due to the lack of oxygen, and there are still fish popping out every now and then. The two of them split up and went around the area. There were no other people's footprints, and there were no clothes or anything in the pond, so Ruanyu nodded with satisfaction that it was fish that could be eaten, and then looked at Xiexingzhou. How do you fish? Ruanyu took out two fishing net pockets from space, long poles with a coil of wire. Ruanyu looked at them and silently withdrew them. With a fish this fat, this netting shouldn't be able to do the job. You watch here. I'll go look for a fishing net. Xiexingzhou felt that there must be fishing nets here, although he wouldn't be able to, but there were so many fish here that he could always stumble upon a silly one. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the hut next to him. Ruanyu looked at it and felt that it was probably not good to spread the net with so much water. So he controlled the water to sprinkle towards the outside and watched the pond edge where he could see half a foot of mud before he called it a day. Just as Xiexingzhou walked over with a fishing net, Ruanyu looked at it. You know how to cast a net? No. Wouldn't still be so justified, but with so many fish, it would be possible to fish quite a bit of all of them, wouldn't it? The two of them studied the fishing net for a short while, recalling the short videos they had swiped before, and getting a rough idea of what it looked like. Why don't you try it first? See if you can fish it out. And in case you can't adjust it again? Ruanyu looked at the fishing net and thought that it would be better to practice first, otherwise it would be useless to say more. So Ruanyu took the initiative to step aside for a distance, and Xiexingzhou lifted the fishing net with both hands and directly threw it out. Nice pose, but it didn't work. The net was only half open. It's normal to be unskilled the first time. Pull it up later and see if you get a fish. Xiexingzhou thought that it was also true that he would not have been able to, and there was no need to demand so much for the first time to throw a fishing net. I think so too. It's still early. I'll just practice a few more times later. The two men waited a short while, thinking the net should have sunk, and slowly prepared to pull it up. Ruanyu stood aside and saw that Xiexingzhou was struggling a bit, so she released her vines to help pull along. Halfway through pulling, Nguyen Ngoc saw a large fish in the net and her eyes lit up. I didn't think there was really such a stupid fish that could be caught like this. Xiexingzhou was a bit speechless. Wasn't this his skill? But he had the good sense not to say anything, and could only think silently. Then the net was pulled up and there was only that one fish. Not bad. There's a lot of room for improvement. Ruanyu did not mince words of encouragement. Luckily there was no one around or she might not have been able to hold in her laughter, which she felt the others should have seen and then infected her with. Laugh if you want to. There's no one else anyway. Xiexingzhou sighed and said helplessly. Ruanyu put the fish into the space and threw it into the big puddle where Black Yao bathed. The water had been changed before. Black Yao was now holding Silver Moon every day and didn't have time to wash it. Just enough to keep the fish. I'm afraid of blowing your self-confidence. You might as well keep casting your nets. Ruanyu tried to suppress the laughter at the corner of her mouth. It was rare that there was something that Xiexingzhou wouldn't know how to do, but it wasn't good to laugh out loud, so she could only mock it in her heart. The second time Xiexingzhou reckoned that he knew how to exert himself, and all the fishing nets that were spread out opened. Awesome! Mastered it so quickly. Ruan Yu directly praised. You might want to keep your mouth shut, in case there's only one more. How are you going to round out the conversation this time? The words are so. Xiexingzhou thinks so many fish. He should not be so untalented. He used to brush the short video to see those people gently flick. Can fish a lot of fish Nguyen Nok had the good sense to shut up. What was she supposed to say in case there really was only one? Well, this time there was a big improvement and 5 fish were fished up. Only then did Xiexingzhou evoke a smile. Come and collect the fish. I'll continue casting the net. Looking at the upturned corners of Xiexingzhou's mouth, Ruan Yu didn't want to blow his confidence and consciously put away the fish. A few times in a row. Xiexingzhou also changed a few places. The fish indeed more and more fish. But is it really normal to cast the net 8 times for 100 or so fish? Looking at the fish jumping up in the middle of the pond, Ruan Yu felt as if it was mocking Xiexingzhou. Why don't we think of something else? I think that fish was laughing at you earlier. You're looking at it the wrong way. I think I'm pretty good at it. Ruan Yu looked at this person who didn't have any self-awareness at all, and inexplicably thought of how she herself seemed to be like this when she played the poker game. Other people are getting more and more gold coins. She plays for a while, the gold coins will be bottomed out. Say her skill is not good. Every time you can catch fish, but it is not worth money. Looking down at the time, she felt that Xiexingzhou was playing up. And anyway, there was no other place to scavenge around. So just play. After spreading it 5 or 6 more times in succession, Xiexingzhou seemed ready to give up. Am I really not talented at this? Yes. Chapter 93, so how much space do you have? She really wanted to say, did you just realize that? Hearing Ruan Yu answer so seriously, Xiexingzhou felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart. How many fish have you caught? Ruan Yu probed into the space and looked at a rough count. 200 or so. I've enlarged the obsidian bath pit a little, and the fish are kept in it. Ruan Yu thinks that so many fish is enough. It is the same to come back tomorrow. Anyway, there are quite a lot of pigs in the space, and there are still a dozen or so. Not afraid of not having meat to eat. It's still early. You can play a little longer if you want. Never mind. We'll look somewhere else tomorrow. The two of them had a chat. Xiexingzhou was still pulling the fishing net in his hand, when 7 people walked in. 4 men and 3 women, and it looked like a small team. Ruan Yu turned to look over and raised her eyebrows slightly. Still a familiar face. The same squad that cooked in the botanical gardens. Originally ready to go. Xiexingzhou began to pretend to organize the fishing nets again. Hey, boy, got any more fishing nets? The leader, an uncle-like man, saw the fishing net in Xiexingzhou's hand and asked directly. No. Xiexingzhou answered very directly. He looked around and only found this set of fishing nets. The group took a few steps over to the fish pond and saw Nguyen Nok smiling and nodding, to which Nguyen Nok nodded in response. A relatively young and cute little girl came up to Ruan Yu. Missy, how long have you been here? Ruan Yu thought about the last time she took out her cooking tools at the lotus pond. Knowing full well that this was a spatial aberration, she still habitually took 2 steps back in defense. Who knew if this person would have other aberrations? Just been here a while, still working out how the fishing nets work. Xiexingzhou gave her a grudging look. Were his netting skills really that bad? Didn't he catch 200 fish? Ruan Yu didn't care. She was just waiting for these people to borrow the net to fish, so that she wouldn't be able to stock up on more fish. It's the white hoarding that smells the best. In that case, I see that there are quite a lot of fish here, and it just so happens that I know how to cast a net, so why don't I get it? How about splitting the fished fish equally? Uncle thought for a moment, directly said. These 2 young people at first glance will not be able to cast a net to catch fish. He himself to share a little out is fine. Otherwise it is too delayed. And this 2 of them will dare to come out to mix. The strength is also estimated to be not low, which is proposed to be divided equally. And after that to divide the fish is still not his own share. Ruan Yu and Xiexingzhou exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Yes. Xiexingzhou directly walked over and handed the fishing nets to the uncle. Here's just 1 set of fishing nets. Just don't break them so quickly. What do you do with the fish though? Space doesn't seem to be able to put live fish in, right? Xiexingzhou asked curiously. The older man smiled and didn't say anything, and the cute little girl had already taken out the table cutter chopping board, and a big bucket. The young girl finished taking her things and smoothly pulled out a chair and sat aside, leaving a woman in her late 30s or so, and another young girl standing at the table waiting for the fish to arrive. Ruan Yu walked next to Xiexingzhou and reached out to poke him. Aren't you going to learn the technique? There's no need for that, is there? I shouldn't be able to learn. This time Xiexingzhou replied with rare self-knowledge. It just so happened that the older man casually threw the net out and the whole thing completely spread out on the surface of the water while sinking. Xiexingzhou even more silent. He is also so spread but why those fish are running away? Ruan Yu looked at his skeptical little expression and spoke out to comfort him. There are specialties in the arts. You can't just cast the net out and catch fish. Sure enough, not long after the uncle pulled up the fishing net. Next to a few boys also help pull. Not big fishing net. Large and small 100 or so fish. Xiexingzhou is even more silent. He is against the fish. Tonight he goes back to cook a few more. Ruan Yu whispered. You're fishing for bigger fish. If we netted multiple ones like this we both probably wouldn't be able to pull them up. Xiexingzhou thought about it for a while and thought it was right. Although he caught a dozen times before fishing up 200. But most of them are 5 or 6 pounds. 7 or 8 pounds. The largest is the first time to fish the one that is about 10 pounds. Doing the math that way, he's pretty good at catching only the big fish. Watching a fish get up. 3 youths came over and took 2 large buckets over. The 4 of them pick and choose, dividing it into 2 buckets, and throwing back into the pond what is too small. It didn't take long for the 4 to carry 2 large buckets over. Ruan Yu thought she would be allowed to choose one, but she didn't expect Uncle to put a bucket directly in front of them. Ruan Yu looked at the other bucket, and in front of him, half of it was missing, and after thinking that he hadn't contributed anything, he didn't say anything and just looked at the uncle. That girl, you can see that we're contributing on our side, so I'll share a little extra. Is that okay with you guys? The uncle didn't hide it, he just said it without hiding it at all. Xiexingzhou frowned. He and Ruan Yu were indeed ready to go, but this uncle said that they would split it equally, and now he came up with this. Was he looking at them to be bullied? However, they really did not contribute. Would have been equivalent to white whoring, also lazy to count. 1/3 is not bad. Tomorrow they have to come out to fish, not bad this point. As long as this uncle doesn't go too far behind. He's still a kind man. No problem. As long as uncle thinks it's reasonable. Half a bucket of fish. Ruan Yu took a bucket out to vacate in, added some water, and temporarily placed it outside. With Xiexingzhou too continue to watch them spread nets to catch fish. Table next to the 2 men began to deal with the fish. Large strips of the knife to take 2 shots. The fish shot dizzy, which scraped the scales. Break the belly. Get a good one rinsed with water on the side of the vat. The little carp looked a little too much. The man said toward the little girl sitting there. Xiao Yu, there are too many little fish. Come and help remove the scales. Xiao Yu did not raise her head and continued to sit. Mom, when we agreed, you and your sister-in-law 2 people to cook. I am a spatial ability is responsible for loading things. Dad and brother, cousins to protect us? You do not have the ability to how to start to care about me again? Don't you see that sister-in-law didn't say anything? Sister-in-law also has wood system psychic ability? Although it's useless, it's much better than you, an ordinary person without psychic abilities. Xiao Yu's mother was a bit helpless and smiled apologetically at Ruan Yu. Indeed, she was the only one in the entire team without any powers, but the entire squad's food and living was taken care of by her and Xiaolan. She was fine, but Xiaolan's psychic ability could catalyze growth and provided a lot of vegetables along the way, and she didn't expect them to be the same here in Xiaoye. Since when did it start? It seemed like it was when Xiao Yu awakened her spatial ability, and whenever she said half a word about Xiao Yu's faults, everyone else would defend Xiao Yu, unconditionally, accusing her without asking for a reason. She used to be at the top of the food chain, now she's at the bottom. Nothing is the same in the end times. Who made her a liability? After some rambling thoughts, she resumed the work in her hands, but it was just a change in status. She could get used to it. Ruan Yu took a look and retracted her eyes. Things that had nothing to do with her. Gossiping was fine, but she couldn't get involved in it. Missy, are you a space alien too? Xiao Yu did not know when to Ruan Yu next to the good Ruan Yu reaction. Fast people did not come close to have already retreated 2 steps away. Right. She had originally taken a bucket out and was too lazy to deny it. But it looked like this squad didn't recognize her in Xiexingzhou. So how much space do you have? Chapter 94, I get sick when I don't feel well. Nguyen Nok thought for a moment and replied, as big as I can see. Xiao Yu obviously didn't understand what Ruan Yu meant and continued to press. Then how big can you see? As big as I can see. Luna. Xiao Yu was speechless for a moment and glared at Ruan Yu. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Are you like that? Ruan Yu opened her mouth and naturally picked up. As long as you're not blind or stupid. There are plenty of people like me. Looking up and down at Xiao Yu. The end of the world has been so long. It's not like this person hasn't been out of the house before. Why are they still asking this kind of question? Who would tell their bottom line? You scolded me? Xiao Yu reached out and pointed at Ruan Yu with an unbelievable face. Since she awakened her spatial ability, everyone had obeyed her and never said a harsh word about her. Even my mom, who held the financial power before, is now afraid to control herself. What does this person have? Did she know how scarce space adepts were now? Especially for a 3rd-level space alien like her. She could get good treatment at any base. Ruan Yu snorted. This man's brain is used for stuff. I can't help it if you want to think that way. It so happened that Uncle and the others once again pulled up a net of fish. Looking a little more than the first time, A few people sorted for a short while, carrying 2 large barrels over. Ngwin swept in and gave her only a third of the fish just like the first time, not caring if it was all for nothing anyway. Xiaoyu jumped out from the back, rubbed her tearless eyes twice, and cried, "Dad! She just scolded me, called me stupid and said I was blind." That uncle was silent for a moment, patted Xiaoyu's back and comforted. "Xiaoyu, you go sit down for a while, wait for us to fish a little more." As he spoke, he signaled the 2 men next to him to carry the fish to Ruanyu. This time there were more fish. Ruanyu took another bucket out, and Xiexingzhou hitched a hand to replace the fish with another bucket. The 4 men uttered a few words of comfort to you and turned around to continue casting their nets to catch fish. You sat back in her chair again and gave Ruanyu a hateful look. Ruanyu was half affected and looked at Xiexingzhou. "Why don't we dispose of the fish here as well?" Xiexingzhou thought for a moment. "Yes, you take out the tools." Nguyen took out the table chopping board and knives in a few moments, as well as 2 large buckets filled with water and a couple of dishwashing-sized pots. Looking at Xiexingzhou's clothes, he handed an apron over. "You go watch from the side. I'll do it." Xiexingzhou took the apron and tied it while talking to Ruanyu. "I'll watch over here. Do you want to go somewhere else to take a stroll?" Before he was spreading the net when he saw Ruanyu a little lack of interest. This moment is also nothing. This group of people look at the temporary will not find things. Let Ruanyu go out to stroll is also good. He felt that Ruanyu was particularly good at finding things. He had never seen her empty-handed, and she was strong, so there was no need for her to accompany him all the time. "Since you said so, then I'll go for a stroll." Ruanyu gladly accepted the offer. It was weirdly boring to watch here. It was supposed to be whoring around. Having Xiexingzhou watching was just as good. After saying Ruanyu picked a direction to go, Xiexingzhou looked at her back and skillfully fished the fish up, removed the scales and break the belly, and then cut the pieces and rinse with water. Put it in a basin. Xiexingzhou also did not want to do a big job, just picking a part of the big fish to deal with. Xiaoya's mother and Xiaolan looked at Xiexingzhou's skillful technique and looked enviously in the direction Ruanyu had gone. When would their man have this skill? Or when would he have the idea of cooking? At first it was the 3 of them female cooking. After Xiaoyu awakened it was her and Xiaolan cooking. Then Xiaolan also awakened the supernormal ability. I didn't realize that it was the wood system role is not very big. Everyone also acquiesced to Xiaolan and she continued to cook. As for the men, no matter whether they have awakened their powers or not, they don't have to cook. It's always been the default. Men don't enter the kitchen. In the end, it's still what they've spoiled themselves with. If they were a little stronger in the beginning, they wouldn't be like they are now, making them feel like they're not contributing at all. And every time they run away, they're afraid that they're going to push themselves out of the car. Xiaoya's mom sighed helplessly and exchanged a glance with Xiaolan as she continued to handle the fish in her hands. Xiaoyu watched Ruanyu walk away and came over next to Xiexingzhou. "Handsome guy, is that your girlfriend?" "Yes, you've seen it all. Why don't you stay away from me?" Xiexingzhou didn't raise his head and said directly. "You froze for a moment. Are there still men like that now? Handsome, dedicated, and able to cook." His girlfriend was a spatial alien, so his alien ability must not be bad, or else the 2 of them certainly wouldn't have come out with such a big grin on their faces. Thinking this way, Xiaoyu stared at Xiexingzhou with glowing eyes. "Handsome hasn't asked what your name is?" "My name is Songyu, the moon of the moon," said Songyu looking at Xiexingzhou with an expectant face. "My name is Wang Taiju." "Songyu is a fake name, right?" "This face that name does not match. Why don't you say something?" "You don't mind my name?" "I knew my girlfriend was the only one who didn't mind me. So go away. I don't feel good when I see people who dislike my name. Whenever I'm not feeling well, I get sick. And after that, I'll cut someone with a knife. And only my girlfriend has been cut into the hospital twice without ever minding me." Xiexingzhou spoke with a serious face, eyes and tone of voice firm without the slightest trace of falsification. The kitchen knife in his hand was raised high and fell heavily, and a fish head just separated from its body. Koyuki watched him and swallowed, turning back to her original position, dragging her chair a little farther away before sitting down. Watching the people go, Xiexingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. The end of the world always manages to put out those cowards. Can't you see he doesn't want to talk to anyone? Ruanyu followed a road for a while. There is not much fruit trees and the like nearby, but next to the hill to see a nest of bamboo. It is true that the most important thing around the city of A is bamboo. Ugwin decided to check it out later. For now, he would find out where the employees of the owner of this fishing farm lived. Didn't expect much, but a mosquito is meat, and finding it is luck. After walking for some distance, Ruanyu found 2 self-built houses, and after looking around and seeing no one around, Ruanyu went straight towards the houses. The lock on the door was rusty. Ungwin kicked it straight in and the door fell to the ground with a loud thud, perhaps too loud, and a walker ran to Ngwin left and right. So sound still attracts walkers. Ngwin whispered a sentence and directly released vines to whip towards the zombie. The two are fourth-order zombies are not stupid. While running over while hitting the alien energy, a purple ball of alien energy and a blue ball of alien energy at the same time towards Ruanyu smashed over. Look at this situation Ruanyu subconsciously avoided, directly controlling the two large water ball towards the two zombies smashed over. Seeing that Ruanyu dodged, the zombie continued to condense its psychic energy. Looking at the slowly condensing purple psychic energy ball, Ruanyu directly controlled an oversized water ball and smashed it over. Watching the zombie being electrocuted, Ruanyu nodded in satisfaction and controlled the vines to directly roll up another zombie to smash it onto the electrocuted zombie. Looking at the purple light still bubbling up, Ngwin continued to smash the water balloon. After a while Ruanyu controlled the vines to pull out the crystal core, and Little Rose directly began to absorb it. Chapter 95, Nonsense. After absorbing the crystal core, Little Rose directly on Ruanyu's shoulder. Ruanyu reached out and poked twice and then didn't bother. If she met a zombie, Little Rose's reaction was much faster than hers. After roughly surveying the house, Ngwin headed straight for the kitchen, which was larger in self-built houses. Inside the house there is a traditional wood stove. There is also a natural gas stove. Cabinets are also new. Ruanyu walked in and found that there is still a large part of the rice tank. Although a little long insects, Ruanyu does not care. She does not eat it. Is not still able to feed the pigs? Turning around and finding some corn kernels and 2 bags of unopened rice, Ruanyu simply put them away, making sure she couldn't find anything else. Ngwin then turned to the other house. The house next to it had even less, just a bag of rice, and nothing else was usable. After putting it away, Ruanyu went straight towards the bamboo forest. Watching a lot of spikes popping up on the ground, Ruanyu was a little happy. Finally, I've met something good. It's not worth me walking for so long. Taking out a hoe from the space, Ruanyu directly started digging. The bamboo shoots on this side were relatively few. Ruanyu dug more than 20 of them and couldn't find any more. Sighing, he had to give up and squat down to start peeling the leaves off the asparagus. After getting it done, Ruanyu realized that the time seemed to be a bit late, and hurriedly got up and went back. You're good with a knife, brother. You used to be a chef? The Song brothers gathered around Xie. Looking at Xie skillful and clean knife skills, they couldn't help but strike up a conversation. No, my girlfriend loves it and learned it on purpose. The Song brothers all snorted. The rule in their family was that men didn't go into the kitchen. They say that the man is in charge of the outside and the woman is in charge of the inside. Brother, you're doing it all by yourself. Women can't be so spoiled. Xie took a deep breath and glanced at them breathlessly. Waste is like to find excuses. Obviously nothing can be done. Strange will find superiority. The rule in my family is that wives have to be pampered and held in high regard or they deserve to be single for the rest of their lives. The 2 Song brothers who were about to run 3 inexplicably felt stabbed in the heart, which was connoting them, right? The 2 of them are the single dogs here, except for Xiaoyu, who is underage. Ruanyu came back just in time to watch the scene and spoke out. Are all the fish finished? The remaining fish are smaller, so I didn't fish them. Xie pointed to the remaining vat of small fish. Do you want these? Keep it and fry small dried fish for dinner. After saying that, Ruanyu looked at Xiaoyu's mom, and the 4 men standing around doing nothing, and couldn't help but mentally ask if this squad could really survive in the post-apocalyptic world. All of them are relatively close, and they're actually so public and private? Are a couple of men blind and handicapped? Turned to look at Xie more and more smooth eyes. Fortunately, her family has always been her father and brother to cook. She is at most to hand wash vegetables and cut vegetables and so on. As for the cooking skills, they were all practiced later when my brother was away. Good. Wait a little longer. There will be 2 big fish left. Hearing Ruanyu's words, Xie naturally would not object. Ruanyu walked over and collected the 3 large pots of fish that Xie had handled into space. Uncle Song walked over and saw some dirt on Ruanyu and asked, where did the girl go just now? Ngwin pointed in the direction he came back from. There. So where did the dirt come from on you? Ran back and fell. Uncle Song was silent, and then asked, before, Xiaoyu said that you scolded her. What's going on here? She said that. Why don't you ask her about me? Ruanyu frowned at Uncle Song and her eyes turned to Songyu. Songyu unapologetically raised her head and locked eyes with Ruanyu. Her eyes were all provocative. What kind of attitude did this person have? At the expense of the fact that she had just taken pity on this person. That's the kind of man a relationship brain should be with. Ruanyu felt Songyu's strange look and looked at Xie. What did you just say? Uncle Song had already stepped aside to ask Songyu. The 2 didn't know what they said. Songyu narrowed her eyes for a moment, and Uncle Song didn't say anything else. His own daughter, what virtue? He knows in his heart, but just find an excuse to talk. Who knows, people simply ignore. Looked at their side, there are still half of the fish did not deal with. The fire immediately came up. Zhao Yu, how the matter? What's wrong with you? We worked so hard to catch the fish, and you can't even handle it? What have you been doing for so long? Look at the others. One of them is almost done with it. What are you two doing? You haven't even gotten half of it done. If you can't handle it before dark, you two won't be eating tonight. Xie Xingzhou just wanted to respond to Ruanyu, seeing the three Song brothers still surrounded by the side. It is not easy to say just I gesture, just casually said a few words. Ruanyu also knew that now was not the time to talk, so she had to look around and heard Xiaoyu's mom and sister-in-law both being scolded before Ruanyu looked at the proportion of fish. The heart despised the men, said that the equal share, which is estimated to be divided equally by head, but also suspected that people are slow to deal with. You line you on and not handicapped. Xiaoyu's mom and sister-in-law both handled the big fish and one handled the small fish. The division of labor was pretty good. It was just that there were a bit too many fish, which made it seem like they were moving slowly. But it's good to gossip about such things. It's not like it has anything to do with her. Xie Xingzhou handled the last fish and reached out to shake his hand in front of her eyes. What are you thinking about? Called you a few times. Nothing. It's time to call it a day. Xie Xingzhou washed all the knives and took off his apron and said. As soon as Nguyen Nok put his things away, the two of them turned around and tried to leave. Wait, is that handy to ask where you guys live? Looking at the two with somewhat dangerous eyes, Uncle Song continued. Don't get me wrong. We've only been over here for a short while. We don't know which side is suitable for living, so we just wanted to refer to it. If you guys don't want to do it, forget it. Xie Xingzhou pretended to think, slowed down a bit before saying, so nothing, unwilling, we live in the house. You just find a house. Uncle Song's face darkened as he looked unkindly at the back of Xie Xingzhou as the two of them walked away. He wanted to hit someone just as much as you did now. These two popular people's words were so identical. Xiaoyu looked at Song Dad's black face and snickered. She couldn't be blamed for this, turning her head to look at the huge pile of fish. Mom, sister-in-law, when will you guys be done? I'm starving. Xiaoyu, I see that girl has put the fish into the space. Can you also put the fish away? We'll deal with it the same way next time. The space is supposed to be static. It doesn't matter if it dies. No. If you don't take care of it now, are we going to have to wait for you to take your time every time we eat fish after that? Uncle Song came over and interjected. Hurry up and get it. I'm also hungry to cook first. After cooking you guys continue to deal with it. There is a house next to it. Spend the night here tonight. If you two don't deal with all the fish, don't sleep tonight. You made a face at her mom. She knew her dad would be on her side, who put her in charge of everything. If she got upset, there would be a lot of people who would suffer. Mom, make it quick. I want to eat pickled fish. I want braised fish. The Song brothers found a few bamboo poles out of the hut after reporting the dishes. Come on, let's fish for a while. Nguyen Nok and the two of them drove off for a while before switching to the punch bowl and driving towards the city. What did you tell that you? She asked me my name, and I said my name was Wang Taizhu, and said that if I saw anyone who disliked that name, I would be sick and would cut people with a knife. And then she walked away. Nguyen, or you can make it up. Such a serious tone of voice as a person will believe it, right? Where did you get this mud on you? Digging for shoots rubbed off. Chapter 96 Ching Ching Base. Xie Xingzhou looked at her with some surprise. You went to dig bamboo shoots again? Yes, there is nothing around the house. Just happened to see that there is bamboo, so I went to take a look. I did not expect that there are really shoots. Nguyen Nok's tone of voice was filled with helplessness. She really walked a long way not realizing that there was nothing. Xie Xingzhou let out a shallow laugh. You don't want to see how long it's been since the end of the world. This kind of place with fewer zombies would probably have been rummaged through long ago. Also, let's go. Fish tonight? Yes. What kind of fish would you like? Ruanyu cocked her head and thought for a moment. Let's have boiled fish. Just so I can eat the bean sprouts I sprouted 2 days ago. Put some in. The two drove a short distance to where the water was deeper and switched to the punch bowl to continue the drive home. Before going upstairs the two also checked the traps they had made on the way out and they were all intact. Good. No one's been in here. After saying this, Ruanyu took the lead to go upstairs, and Xie Xingzhou slowly followed her footsteps. Hearing the sound of someone coming up the stairs, Black Obsidian turned directly into a large black panther to guard the stairway, and then turned into a black cat to ball up on the couch when he smelled a familiar odor. Nguyen Nok entered the room and reached over and rued on both heads, refilling their rice bowls in the process before sitting on the couch. After running around all day and finally being able to relax, Ruanyu's entire body collapsed on the sofa. It's still comfortable at home. Take a short break and cook later. It just so happened that Xie Xingzhou was thinking the same thing. He had cut the fish for more than 2 hours and his hands were sore at this moment. Ruanyu took a few fruits out and threw 2 to Xie Xingzhou, and Black Yao, who smelled it, hurriedly ran over to pickpocket her. Meow. Where's mine? Nguyen Nok reached out and poked a finger on its head. Less for you. Then he gave it 2 fruits. Black Yao ran away with the fruits in his mouth. Ruan Yu turned his head and came back to continue staring at the fruits in her hand. Ruan Yu watched as it turned its head to look at Silvermoon nibbling on the fruit and gave 2 more to Black Obsidian. Looking at Silvermoon, who had grown quite a bit, he touched Black Obsidian with an appreciative face and gave 2 more fruits. Good job. Xie Xingzhou finished the fruit and went to the kitchen to get ready. Ruan Yu took a pot of fish out, and the side dishes these also took quite a few out. By the way, you spent so much time with those guys, they didn't recognize you, did they? Nguyen Nok suddenly asked. Xie Xingzhou froze for a moment before responding. I guess not. Try to have as little contact as possible. It feels like they won't get far as a team. There's quite a lot of conflict. That's what I thought. Let's change it up tomorrow. There's still several fish farms we haven't been to yet? Nguyen responded as she cut the side dishes. Xie Xingzhou nodded. I hope I don't run into them again tomorrow. There's nothing we can do if we meet them. There are only a few fish ponds and they're all in the suburbs. Ruan Yu thought for a moment and then continued. Why don't we observe them first tomorrow, and when we see them we'll change places? It's okay. Have you cut the pickled ginger yet? Xie Xingzhou asked as he heated up the oil and looked at Ruan Yu. Alright. Ruan Yu directly pushed all those side dishes and seasonings next to Xie Xingzhou. Okay, go sit down. Good. Nguyen Nok wiped the table down and sat back on the couch, pulling out her tablet to watch a movie. Meanwhile, the 4 white tea people were sitting around nibbling on bread. Originally, when they left early this morning, a few people could almost reach the Qingcheng base in the evening, but it had rained for so long, and more than one place had collapsed, so a few people had to go through a few setbacks to get to D City. The nearest way was through the city, but the city was almost as flooded as City A, so several people had to take the long way around. After a long walk, it was getting dark, so the 4 of them had to find a house closest to the highway. Neither had spatial powers and could only nibble on the bread they had traded from Tuanan. Brother Feng, does the Qingcheng base have a potion to enhance psychic abilities? Bai Cha asked in a small voice. She remembered that it was written in the book that the Qingcheng base was the largest base, in which not only the solution to the zombie virus was being researched, but also the method of boosting psychic abilities. There were even potions for awakening psychic abilities, but the success rate wasn't high. Thinking about this, Bai Cha was a little thankful that he had awakened his fire psychic ability, or else in such a psychicized world, ordinary people might not have a chance to live at all. There are quite a few. You want them? I'll get you a tube when we go back. Fonglan directly said that these were not a secret in the first place, only that there were after effects and it was more difficult to upgrade later. Is it really okay? Sure. However, with your precognitive psychic ability, if you go there the treatment won't be worse than mine. This kind of potion is more than enough for people to send. Originally, he also wanted to bring this person to do experiments, but precognitive psychic ability, if this is wasted, is not good. When the time comes to report first, see what those people in the laboratory say. It had rained for so long that it didn't completely prove what Shiracha had said, but what she had predicted did happen. This is just my luck, but unfortunately I don't have much attack power, so I can only drag my feet, White Tea said with some embarrassment. One wrong step at a time. If she had let Su Yenji ask for Ruan Yu's ring in the beginning, she wouldn't be in such a mess now. Words can't be said like this. This precognition of yours allows Tuanan to prepare in advance. How many fewer people died? If you were at the base, precognition did not know how many more people would be saved. So that counting down, we are the ones dragging our feet. Fonglan opened his mouth to say what Bai Cha loved to hear. And now that the person hadn't gone to the base yet, he always had to coax it first, or else he'd run off halfway, and he'd definitely be scolded to death when he went back. A hint of smugness flashed through White Tea's heart. Even if she didn't have spatial powers, with the plot she knew, she would be able to mix it up by going to that base at random. Didn't this guy look down on her in the beginning? And now he's holding her up. Big brother Feng is joking. How could I be so powerful? Feng Lan did not answer. He just casually said, what strength? He has no idea in his heart? Take an early rest at this late hour, and leave early tomorrow so that you can cope in case there are accidents. Su Yenji suddenly interjected. White Tea couldn't continue to ask, but could only find a spot to prepare for sleep. It was indeed safer to arrive at the base earlier. Ruan Yu, the 2 of them ate dinner early and went back to bed. Now they can still run around, so they will stock up on more things. Later, if there are too many people to catch her, they will find a place with her brother where no one is and just hide. There was no need to go out or look for supplies, and this way they didn't have to worry about someone coming after them and catching them. The thought lulled him into a deep sleep. The next day, Ruan Yu had just put breakfast away when Xie Xingzhou came over from next door. Looking to Ruan Yu, still a little surprised. Why are you up so early today? I get up early every day. Ruan Yu gave him a blank look. Who doesn't love to sleep in? We'll go early today. Maybe we'll catch a few more fish. And if we run into that squad again, we'll just leave and take the nets away for a change too. Xiexingzhou replied as he drank kanji. Whatever. I don't really want to get in touch with them either. Ruan Yu's space, he had been there several times. Originally they were not short of supplies, but no one would mind having too much stuff. When they met, they always thought of hoarding a little more. Chapter 97, Catching Fish in the Water. I see they're quite welcoming. Ruan Yu looked at him curiously. Maybe the aura doesn't match. Seeing that Xiexingzhou didn't want to say more, Ruan Yu didn't bother to ask. The two finished breakfast in a few moments. Xiexingzhou cleaned up the dishes, and Ruan Yu refilled the 2 rice pots in the caretaker's house and put in 4 or 5 fruits. Rubbing Obsidian's fluffy head, the two set off. Is it this foggy? Gwynnock said with a surprised look on his face that he hadn't paid much attention just now upstairs, and that there had been fog yesterday too, but it hadn't been this bad. A breeze blew over and Ruan Yu shivered. Is this going to cool down? Didn't you say before that there might be a big drop in temperature in winter? These 2 days might be a reminder. Xiexingzhou looked at the fog outside and replied thoughtfully. Ruan Yu took a jacket and handed it to him. Even yesterday he was able to wear a t-shirt. Today he had to add a jacket. At this rate, tomorrow he should wear a down jacket. Then let's go early and come back early. Xiexingzhou put on a good jacket and 2 people in an assault boat and set off. Not wanting to meet yesterday's people, picked a fish pond furthest away from yesterday's fishery. Are in the suburbs, driving a long-time punch boat and then changed to the car to drive for a while before the 2 people to the fish pond. Walking to the door and looking at the ground with no footprints, Ruan Yu suggested, why don't we split up and turn around? In case there's someone living inside we can also take precautions in advance. Good. Xiexingzhou had no opinion. With the strength of the 2 of them, splitting up would be fine, and they could run when they met those they couldn't beat. Ruan Yu chose the left side. Xiexingzhou took the right side. For security reasons, Ruan Yu rummaged through the space for a long time last night, which led to the identification of 2 walkie-talkies. She'd forgotten to stock up on that stuff herself, or it just popped into her head last night. Giving one to Xiexingzhou, take this. If you meet a difficult person you can be informed in time. Xiexingzhou took the walkie-talkie before the 2 of them split up and set off, following the road. Gwynnock walked for 10 minutes before he saw a small shed and walked in quickly. Into the eyes are some fishing tools. Above is a thick layer of gray. Ruan Yu pick and choose a bit. The fishing net and the mesh pocket are collected into the space, and collected a few fishing rods before leaving. After walking for another 20 minutes or so, I walked to a large fish pond that looked a little bigger than the one from yesterday, and Xiexingzhou happened to be coming from the opposite side. Looking at the empty-handed man, Ruan Yu asked directly, nothing on your side? No. Okay. Ruan Yu took out the fishing net and handed it to Xiexingzhou. Keep practicing? Just as Xiexingzhou's hand touched it, Ruan Yu took it back. Forget it. Let me try it first. Maybe I have the talent? Xiexingzhou just quietly watched Ruan Yu cast the net and waited for the net to sink before walking over to get ready to help. Guess how many fish I can net? 1. Xiexingzhou said very unenthusiastically. Gwynnock reached right over and smacked him. Shut the up. The 2 joked and laughed as they pulled the net up. And Ruan Yu was a little skeptical of life as she looked at the net that had been pulled up with great difficulty. Looking at the lone fish in the net, Xiexingzhou laughed out nonchalantly. Looks like you don't have this talent either. Ruan Yu glared at him and said in a bad tone, I blame your crow's mouth. Reaching down, he put the fish away in space. Here, you do it. Let's see how many you can net today. Xiexingzhou was dumbfounded and took the fishing net and adjusted it, throwing it out in a different place. This time it was really quite a bit more skillful than yesterday, and I got the net all the way out on the first try. With a provocative glance at Gwynnock, guess how many bars I can net? 2 strips. You're being jealous. What do I need to be jealous of you for? Given our half-assed skills? This time Xiexingzhou directly silent. Seems to have some sense. He is not much better. The first time is not also only fished up one? Xiexingzhou pulled the fishing net, and as it gradually surfaced, Ruan Yu moved to the side to observe. Finally, when the nets were all pulled up, Gwynnock's unrestrained laughter echoed all around him. Ha ha ha, you've really improved your skills here from yesterday. Gwynnock spoke while holding in his laughter, and then continued to let out a loud laugh when he finished. Xiexingzhou looked at the 2 fish in the fishing net, and was a little skeptical. Could it be that both he and Ruan Yu had a speech spirit physique? After laughing enough, Gwynnock walked up next to him and patted him on the shoulder. Still quite an improvement. Maybe it's because there are fewer fish over here. Looking at Ruan Yu's face with a smile and the fish that popped out of the pond from time to time, Xiexingzhou was speechless for a while. You'd better stop talking and keep laughing. Watching Ruan Yu put the fish away, Xiexingzhou continued to cast the net again, and sure enough, there were a few more than one at a time. After 2 hours of fishing in a row, Gwynnock took out 2 chairs and sat aside, flinging out a fishing rod with a small piece of banana dangling from it. Looking at this cozy look of Ruanyu, Xiexingzhou also walked over. Any more? Ruanyu glanced up at him and handed over a fishing rod. Here. The two just sat there and started fishing when suddenly the line on Gwyn-Nok's side moved, and Gwyn-Nok excitedly stood up and started reeling in the line. Lift the rod slowly, feel the pull, and jerk the rod up. Wow! What a big fish! Still fishing suits me. Xiexingzhou looked at the fish. Indeed, fishing is more suitable for you. That's a lot of luck to catch a big fish in just a little while. Then the line on his side also moved, and Xiexingzhou lifted it up. Also a big fish. You're lucky too. Is it because this is a fishing ground that the fish don't like to be pulled up in nets? Xiexingzhou nodded his head and smiled. He felt that this explanation was reasonable. The two of them caught several fish up one after another and were having fun when Uncle Song's family walked in. Aya, the two of you meet again. What fate! It's a good thing that when Xiexingzhou didn't cast the net, Ruanyu directly put away the fishing net. Seeing these people, Ruanyu really do not want to care. What fate! She has deliberately run far away. This can meet. Really unlucky. This place is just so big. It's normal to meet. You guys come fishing again? Uncle Song looked around. Why don't you guys use fishing nets today? No fishing nets in sight. Ruanyu said as she looked at him. There were actually 2 or 3 sets of fishing nets, but she had put them all away. Let's go look for it then. Fishing like this, who knows how long it will take. Uncle Song said as he looked at the fish that jumped up from time to time. Turning his head to look at Songyu. Xiao Yu, did you put the fish net over there into space? Suddenly being named Songyu was a bit confused. No, you didn't say to put it away. And that fish net is so dirty. Uncle Song was silent for a moment. Let's go and look around, there should be fish nets here as well. The 3 Song brothers went to look for fish nets. Songyu took out the same stance she had yesterday to bring out everything, and also took 2 buckets of fish, which looked like they hadn't finished processing them yesterday. After thinking about it for a moment, I retrieved another bucket, presumably because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to handle the stink. Songyu's mom looked at the large bucket of fish, exchanged a glance with Xiaolan, and let out a bitter smile as she continued to handle the fish again. As usual, Songyu took out a chair and sat aside. The Song brothers searched around and only brought over a few fishing rods. Second uncle. I didn't find any fish nets. I just saw a few fishing rods. Uncle Song looked at Ruanyu's side and then at the people on their side. Xiao Yang, you use your supernatural ability to release some water from the fish pond. I'll go see if there are any water pants, and we'll go straight down to catch fish. Ruanyu raised an eyebrow and looked over. Quite good at thinking. But there should be more than just fish inside such a large fish pond. Chapter 98, Meeting Tuanan again. Just as the fishing rod in her hand moved, Ruanyu got up and skillfully caught a big fish. Xiexingzhou was almost synchronized with her. Ruanyu raised her eyebrows and looked over. Such a coincidence? Then pack up and go. Xiexingzhou put the fish in the bucket and handed it to Ruanyu, while later putting the fishing rod away. Change the place, or go somewhere? Gwyn-Nok put everything away, saying as he walked, of course it's time to look at a different fish pond. Let's find a place to eat now and check out the other 2 fish ponds this afternoon. Watching the 2 go toward the door, Uncle Song looked and did not say anything. Gone, just no one to grab fish with them. Ruanyu took out the car and the 2 drove away. Xiexingzhou gripped the steering wheel and said, there seems to be a lot more people around the neighborhood in the past 2 days. And when we went back last night, Tuanan also came with a message saying that a lot of people have come to a city recently. So let's be careful. Ruanyu frowned. It could be that when Bai Cha and the others went back, they spread the news about us. And it's not good to just go out in this weather right now. Forget it, don't think about it for now. Even if we go out now, we won't be able to find Ruanyan. And you also said it might be cooling down. Maybe we'll be stuck on the road. We might as well stay and see what happens. Those people probably won't dare to come in at will. Really? If someone doesn't take it seriously, don't we still have all that ammo? Gwyn-Nok nodded. You're right. The people who come this way aren't all malicious. In these 2 days, it is estimated that not many people cannot come. Just that they have not seen so many people for too long. Seem to be a little worried, counting down these people to really go to the city. Not enough zombies to stuff teeth. But suddenly came so many people. Ruanyu think it's better to be on guard. Otherwise when her brother comes to find her, probably it will be the same as the last life. After thinking for a while, once again opened his mouth and said, while you're back there today, line up anyone around. And let's be on guard for the last few days. Just to be prepared. The center of the city where they live is already the place with the most zombies. If there are still people living in it like them, the purpose is self-evident, and it would be better to clear it out early. Okay, we'll go back early then. After Xiexingzhou drove for almost an hour, the 2 arrived at a new fish pond that looked like no one had been there yet. Xiexingzhou parked the car. Ruanyu took out 2 home-cooked dishes. Let's eat first. It's not that bad. Maybe it's because this side is more empty. Ruanyu couldn't help but shiver. Aren't you cold? Xiaxingzhou looked at what she was wearing. I have a fire ability. I don't seem to be that afraid of the cold. But by the looks of you, has the temperature dropped again? Ruanyu gave him a blank look. When I added the jacket in the morning, I basically didn't feel cold. But now the jacket doesn't seem to be of much use. And haven't you noticed that the food is getting cold a little fast? Xiaxingzhou put a chopstick of bok choy in his mouth. It was cool with almost no heat, and frowned as he responded. Hurry up and eat. It feels like it will freeze later if you don't eat it. Not really. Still speeding up their meal, the two of them headed towards the interior of the fish farm after a few bites. As the two walked side by side, Xiaxingzhou looked sideways at Ruanyu. Is that trading market in Tunan still going? Go ah. You ask, so I do think this side came so many people also have that trading market reason. This nearby several city, just this one can exchange things. Come, a little more people is normal. We do have quite a few supplies, but they may not be comprehensive. So it's good to go and take a look. Xiaxingzhou didn't retort. He felt that if the temperature suddenly dropped, no matter what the purpose of the people who came here was, most of them would be stranded here, and it would be a big trouble once the temperature warmed up. Might as well they come back for more trouble now and get it over with before it's too late. The two had just walked to the mouth of the fish pond when Tunan started to greet them from a long distance. Brother Xie, younger siblings, you've come to fish too? Ruanyu didn't know what to say for a moment. What kind of situation was this? If she turned around and left, would there be someone at the next fish pond? If not, she'd better go home. How long has Big Brother 2 been here? He has fished a lot of fish, right? Xiaxingzhou also did not expect to meet Tunan again so soon. Sinful fate ah. Come well for a while. Isn't this opening a trading market? These things are sought after goods. I'm going to fish a little more, and then sell them after it cools down for a while. Now people can fish for themselves, and they can't afford to sell them at a good price. Tuanan didn't hide the fact that he had thought about it when it rained torrentially, and how the businessman had to maximize his profits. Big Brother 2, quite good at doing business. Xiaxingzhou smiled and picked up. After the two of them made some small talk, Tunan suddenly said, why don't we nag somewhere else? And then whispered, I've exchanged a few mutant fruits elsewhere. Is Brother Xia interested? Hearing the mutant fruit, Ruanyu's eyes lit up. Breaking through the alien ability is not estimated to be enough, but it can be hoarded, and when they go out the next time to find the mutant fruit, breakthrough will be made. The two followed Tuanan's footsteps towards a small shed, which consisted of a few simple tables and chairs, all wiped clean and free of dust, looking a bit out of place with all the gray stuff around them. You two will be fine, haha. Can't stay long enough to get a random one. Big Brother 2 is polite. We don't care about these falsehoods. After the three of them sat down, Tuanan took out 3 red fruits, just the size of small apples, from his small backpack. I'll just change to 3, all from one tree. Xiaxingzhou and Ruanyu exchanged a glance before speaking. I wonder what Big Brother 2 wants to exchange. Crystal nuclei 2 Nan should not be lacking. Mutant fruit 2 Nan has already exchanged a lot. More they do not want to change. Basically a tree to change down the meaning is not very big. The fruit from that big tree in the botanical gardens before, they all ate it as snacks. Or else they gave it to Obsidian as a snack. As for supplies, Tuanan should have stockpiled quite a few by this time, and they were only changed yesterday. Tuanan laughed. I'll start by stating that I haven't investigated what happened before you guys. It was all told to me by White Tea before she left to try and switch cars. Originally he wanted to ask yesterday, but he only had crystal cores, and it wasn't too good to ask, and only last night these mutant fruits were sent over, and he kept 3 of them, thinking that these 3 could probably be exchanged for some other things. Big Brother 2 can just say it straight. We don't have any secrets to tell now. Nguyen Nok said unconcernedly. About the space White Tea certainly cannot say. Can only be about the supplies. It's like this. White Tea said that her younger sibling's psychic ability was awakened when the end times first started. And since our younger sibling is so powerful, she should have stocked up on a lot of fruits and vegetables and such. Tunan observed the 2 men's faces and said carefully. Seeing that the 2 men's faces were as normal, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it really came to a fight, he didn't think his hundreds of minions would be able to protect him. Brother 2 wants to change fresh vegetables and fruits? Yes, that's what I mean. I don't think there's a shortage of wood system adepts on Big Brother 2's side, right? Ruanyu looked at him with a meaningful face. The end of the world just started to hoard things can be more than just her. The last end of the world 4 or 5 years after the end of the world, or people take out the previous hoard of fruits and vegetables, which has just begun not long. Not so much as to want to change these things. It's definitely not the same as this hyped up one that actually grows in the ground. And we didn't collect any seeds. These fruits are my personal ones. They have nothing to do with the Green Dragon Society. Can sister-in-law change some of them for me? Chapter 99 Antidote Potion Research Successful? Xie Xingzhou said with a disapproving face. Brother 2. If this were to change, can you guarantee that no one will come over to us one after another? This is natural. Now although a lot of people have come, but none of them know your address. A number of places I have deliberately arranged for people to lead a number of zombies over. Most people come to the trading market to exchange things. Tuanan seriously assured that he did not exaggerate the facts. He is not stupid. Some things are not more people that side is right, but did the right thing? For their own welfare that is also normal, right? Xie Xingzhou thought for a while. We can exchange some seeds for you. What do you think? Ruan Yu didn't retort. She thought the same thing. Something like seeds were not a big problem even if other people knew about it. She wouldn't think of planting even if she couldn't feed herself. It's okay. Seeing that Xie Xingzhou 2 people are really not too willing to change, Tu Nan also had to agree. Some things are really not good to show. There are seeds also line. But I want soybeans. Are green bean seeds okay? Tu Nan looked at Ruan Yu expectantly. The bean sprouts don't need to be catalyzed. Just add some water. And they are also considered vegetables that actually grow. Could be. Both kinds of seeds. Nguyen filled a small bowl and poured it into the opaque bag. Thought for a moment to put a few large plums into it. And handed it to Twin Nam together. Sort of testing it out. In case Tuanan exposed what they had. It would have to be someone else who could keep the secret. Knowing is one thing. Saying it is another. Tuanan took the bag and opened it to see a few plums inside. His eyes lit up. But it was only for a moment and immediately returned to normal. It seems that he has to ask for more information. Otherwise sorry for these two. God of wealth, beware of small life. That I have a message on my side. But it's not fidelity. So I don't really dare to tell you guys about it. Tuanan deliberated for a while before speaking. Ruan Yu looked over curiously. It was reasonable to say that the news from the Green Dragon Society was usually not wrong. And there was still news that was not fidelity? What does Brother 2 say? We also heard the Qingcheng base seems to have researched an antidote to the zombie virus. But it's still in the trial stage. So we haven't inquired about the rest. Tu Nan looked at Ruan Yu after he finished speaking. If he really developed it, why was he still chasing after the healing system psychic so much? Or are there too many side effects? Or is it only supplied to the powerful? And healing psychics can't be used by them, so they have to be destroyed? The more he thought about it, the more Tu Nan felt alarmed. No wonder the boss had mixed with the top management in the base and still left with his brothers without any hesitation. And those comrades of Brother Xie, we have also inquired about them. We only know that they are still alive. The others, they ran too fast, there is no way to know the location. Thanks for informing Brother 2. It's all the brothers underneath who have inquired about it. And we're also mutually beneficial. So just don't you guys suddenly make disappearances. If Brother Xia has nothing to do, I'll go watch the fish. Oh, and the mutant trees, those I'm also keeping an eye on. Brother Xia, just pay attention to the news. Tuanan walked out after saying that, in a rather good mood. Having said so much information, although it was a bit of a loss, his trust was higher. Also exchanged to the fruit, even if it is in the test. That also shows their trust in their own. Anyway, he does not look at the base. As for the other people themselves cannot carry the death of what has to do with him it. He only need to hold tight to the God of Fortune thighs on the line. Seeing Tu Nan walk out, Xie Xingzhou asked, what do you think? Do you think the Qingcheng base can research an antidote to the zombie virus? It's hard to say. I've always felt that they've worked it out a long time ago. It just has more side effects. And even if they did, they wouldn't publicize it. Xie Xingzhou thought of his own experience in the lab and was half-hearted towards Qingcheng base. The antidote to the zombie virus might really just be a tool for power struggle for profit for them. Thinking for a moment, looking in Tuanan's direction, he continued. Shengzi seemed to be a high-ranking member of the Aurora base before, and after he became more connected to the Qingcheng base later on, he left with his own brothers, and the exact reason for that is unknown. Ruan Yu had been thinking with her head down. If the Qingcheng base had long ago researched an antidote to the poison, then all those experiments done on her in her last life could be explained. The threat of the virus had been lifted. And all that was needed to take over power was strength. In a world of alienation, it's only by boosting your powers that you can hold the power of speech. And in the end, even if there was no white tea, she would have been captured. Right? It's just that white tea milked her for all she was worth and used her to get the benefits of the castle base. We don't need this antidote potion either. If it's really researched, we can help them publicize it for free. As for Xingzi, if you meet him, go ask. After saying that, Ruan Yu stood up and continued. At least now we know that brother and the others are fine. We can't care that much about the rest. Xie Xingzhou nodded and said, then let's ignore it for now. Come all the way here and go catch fish first. The two of them walked to the fish pond just in time to see Tu Nan directing people to pull up a net full of fish. Several hundred of them, big and small. Ruan Yu and Xie Xingzhou looked at each other as if they had some heart attacks. How come other people had such a smooth time with fishing nets? But they couldn't catch a few fish? Ruanyu took 2 cigarettes out and handed them to Xiexingzhou. Should I let Tu Nan share some? Xiexingzhou took the cigarettes and walked towards Tu Nan. Brother Tu is busy? Why don't you help us fish up a little bit too? As he spoke, he put 2 cigarettes into Tu Nan's hand and looked at him with a sincere face. It was natural that Tu Nan could not say the words of refusal. He had just had such a difficult request. Ruanyu had quietly satisfied him. He could not excuse himself from this small matter. Brother Xia has opened his mouth, so naturally there's no problem. Tu Nan took the 2 cigarettes and clipped them to his armpit, pointing to the net that had just been pulled up. How about this amount? Twice? That's fine. Then thank you in advance. Big brother too. Xiexingzhou quickly picked up the conversation. He thought that Tu Nan helped them to net fish once on the line, did not expect to have an unexpected joy, really usually more good things or help. Hearing Tuan Nan's words, Ruanyu also looked delighted. With so many fish they wouldn't have to go to the next fish pond. It's a waste of gas if we run into someone else. It's still Big Brother 2's atmosphere. After Tu Nan packed the fishing net and cast it twice in succession, Ruanyu took out a couple of big buckets, and Tu Nan directly commanded a few juniors to fill them with fish. This broad look made Ruanyu a little embarrassed, thought about it and handed over 2 packs of cigarettes. Anyway, these things are useless to her. Switching to the base was definitely out of the question, so it would be better to switch to Tuanan, which wasn't a loss. Sending something to the door, Tu Nan naturally took it. Anyway, it is just a little bit of effort. The fishing here is finished. They change of places. Not bad this fish. After collecting the fish, Ruanyu and the 2 of them were ready to leave. Xiexingzhou greeted Tu Nan. Then Big Brother 2, we won't bother you anymore. Tuanan waved his hand carelessly. Go, don't mind me. Chapter 100 Snakes. After greeting Tuanan, the 2 of them turned around and left. They had already collected so many fish. It was just time to go back early. There were still quite a few houses around them, and it was still time consuming to line up all of them. Although most of the houses have walkers squatting in them, it's a little more reassuring to check them out once they've been lined up. Ruanyu habitually sat on the co-pilot and tilted her head to look at Xiexingzhou. It's still early. Go back and look through the surrounding houses. Xiexingzhou nodded approvingly. If there is really someone, the ground is so much water. Running away can also be seen by them. The people with improper minds now clean up a few more. The threat will be 1 point less in the future. Okay, split up or together? Go back and talk about it. The 2 had been driving for more than half an hour when a van came on their way. Extremely fast, and Ruanyu hurriedly took out her binoculars to look over. Seeing the visitor as well as what was behind the car startled him and immediately said, "Turn around quickly. There are snakes." Hearing the words of Ruanyu, Xiexingzhou reacted quickly and did not ask directly to control the steering wheel to turn around, a foot of gas pedal to the end, and rushed back to run. Looking at a large distance away from the van, Xiexingzhou only turned his head and asked, "Is it that family squad from before?" Ruanyu nodded heartily. "It's them, followed by many snakes." After saying that, "I still feel a bit unbelievable. Shouldn't these snakes be ready to hibernate now? Why are they still coming out? It's a bunch of anacondas, isn't it? These guys aren't really draining all the water, are they? It's true that there have been a lot of anacondas in A. It's not surprising that there are snakes, but are so many gathered together in preparation for hibernation?" Xiexingzhou didn't feel intimidated. They had seen a lot of them on previous missions. It could be. The water does get warmer than the surface in the winter, and this group could be messing with people by draining the water. That seems to make a bit of sense. So there wouldn't be one on Tunan's side, would there? Xiexingzhou suddenly asked. The animals in the end of the world are generally smarter, so they should be able to divide the territory. Ruanyu held the binoculars with a grimace. You could have talked less. Tuan Nan is running towards us, with a group of snakes behind him as well. So counting down, we were lucky yesterday. Xiexingzhou let out a light laugh and controlled the steering wheel to turn the corner. There were snakes in front and behind, so he could only run towards the city. You're still laughing. I don't know if these snakes have mutated yet, so 2 groups of them are scary to look at. Xiexingzhou did not say anything, just stepped on the gas pedal hard, and soon reached a place where the water was deeper and the car could not get through. Ruanyu hurriedly took out the punch boat, and put the car away in the process. Find a higher building to go up to and see how they work it out. Can't take a snake to the center of town, Xiexingzhou said while controlling the charge boat. Then take the left. There's a couple office buildings I can see up there. Nguyen Nok took the binoculars and pointed the way, and the 2 of them went over towards the office building at breakneck speed. Tunan saw Ruanyu's extremely fast-moving car of the 2 of them from afar, and knew at a guess that there was something chasing behind them as well. Hurry up and follow that Hummer. Yes, boss. Driving the little brother stepped on the gas to the end. Did not dare to look in the rearview mirror. Dense snakes are really a little scary. Tunan also cannot help but sigh. What luck. Just catch a little more fish. Who knows that under the fish pond is full of water python. Early not come out, but when they are fishing in the heat of the moment, suddenly come out or a group of fish. The fish did not bring much. Really, the more I think about it, the more bad luck or his family's too god of fortune lucky, but just leave so early for a while. Watching Xie Xingzhou walk towards the office building, Tu Nan and his group followed. Ruan Yu took the binoculars. There were fewer zombies over here, but there were still a few in the office buildings. Ruan Yu found the building with the least number of zombies and directly controlled the vines to harvest the zombies. The two of them put away the assault boat and headed upstairs. And just as they reached the rooftop, they saw that Tu Nan had also followed them in his assault boat. Is this Tu Nan following us all the way? Isn't it obvious? But seeing as he's so flustered, I'm guessing he didn't take many of those fish. Ruan Yu was silent for a moment, and said somewhat pitifully, then he's really unlucky. It didn't take long for Tuanan to come up with his minions, a line of 11 people plus Tuanan. The chubby figure suddenly climbed the stairs for so long, and as soon as he came up, he gasped for air and came up for air. Looking at the two Ruan Yu, brother Xie, sister-in-law meet again. Big brother Tu stopped talking first to slow down. Ruan Yu looked at him, really afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch his breath. After waiting for a while, Tu Nan slowed down. Xia brother you guys are running fast. You don't even know how scared we were when we fished up a net of snakes. We were already scared half to death. And snakes kept crawling out of the water. Just lucky. Big brother Tu didn't escape here too? Xie Xingzhou somewhat stiffly answered, although he was not afraid, but a dense group of looking or scalp numb, as if to understand why Ruan Yu reacted so greatly. Yes, I escaped, but I have a psychological shadow. Those snakes stay well. Not good? Why do they come out to scare people? Tuanan said with a palpitating face. He would never dare to go fishing next time. Xia Xingzhou and the two of them looked at each other. They didn't want to go either. It was weirdly scary. Maybe we disturbed their hibernation. Tu Nan suddenly froze. Brother Xia, it seems a bit reasonable for you to say that, The temperature difference between this morning and afternoon is indeed a bit big. I feel a bit cold even with such thick meat. So I guess anacondas do have to prepare for hibernation this time of year. Originally still felt strange. Suddenly realized that he seemed to have disturbed someone's hibernation. Tu Nan felt that being chased seemed like it wouldn't be wrong. But could his fish be returned to him? Nguyen Nok looked down with his binoculars. The man in the van chased after him from the other direction. Probably because there were no zombies in the building, and the seven didn't hesitate to run in. There's another one coming. Ruan Yu suddenly voiced a reminder. The guy in the van? Tuanan asked. Mainly because he saw it too. But looking at their speed, they shouldn't have been able to catch up with him. Yes, they came from the other direction. Afraid of people suddenly leaping out, Tu Nan also stopped talking, and huddled together with a few juniors. In order to bring more fish back, the space aliens did not bring anything with them. And it is indeed a bit cold at this moment. If Big Brother 2 is cold, go to those offices and see if there are any small blankets or something. Just make do. Tuanan's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of that? Oh, maybe it's because he hasn't sat in an office before. Lifting his hand, he pointed to the 5 men. Go on, you lot. Move together and don't split up. Don't go far. And if there's any danger, run up here in a hurry. The 5 black-clad minions answered the call and descended the stairs, just in time to run into the 7-man squad. Looking at each other for a few moments without saying anything, they walked up to the rooftop and found a spot to stay together. Uncle Song looked at Xie Xingzhou and greeted him with a smile. Young man, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Chapter 101 Conflicts within the Song family team. Indeed, I didn't expect it. You guys wouldn't really have drained all the water. Xie Xingzhou smoothly picked up the conversation and asked curiously. He was genuinely curious. If the water was drained, the group shouldn't be able to run so fast. Uncle Song has a little uncomfortable said. No, just smoked half of it. Saw a snake come out and rushed away. Luckily, he reacted quickly, or else he really would have been accounted for there. You guys are pretty lucky then. Are you guys being chased by snakes here too? Xie Xingzhou gave him a breathless look. Caught in the middle by the snakes you brought. I could only run. There was no cover on the rooftop. And Uncle Song shivered in his t-shirt and took a deep breath. We didn't expect this either. He was a little skeptical that the man knew there was something in the water and deliberately didn't tell them. But then again, he didn't think it was possible. Or else could these two be relaxing and fishing there? It was really a bit cold. Song Yu took out a thicker jacket and put it on. Song Mom saw it and also opened her mouth to ask, Xiao Yu, do you still have clothes there? Song Yu said without lifting her head. Yes, but there are no clothes for you and your sister-in-law. Only for me and my dad's brothers. With that, he took out the clothes of several other people and handed them over. Xiaolan winced and looked up at Song Yu. Xiao Yu, we are all about the same size. Can you lend me and Mom your clothes to wear first? Originally, Song Yu had collected their clothes before, but at that time, Song Yu hadn't upgraded her powers, and the space wasn't big enough, so in order to pack a little more food, she could only throw away her and her mom's clothes, along with some other things. In their minds she and mom had contributed the least and were beings that could be discarded at any time. No, it's so short of water now. What if you wear it dirty? You don't put away your own clothes yourself. Why do you keep thinking about other people's things? Song Yu hurriedly waved her hand and refused. Her clothes were all her favorites. How could she just give them to someone else to wear? Besides, it's not that cold. Can't we just put up with it? Yu Xiaolan was so angry and helpless that she could only retreat. Bring out 2 of your brother's clothes. Before Song Yu could speak, Song Yi immediately interrupted with his words. No, I only have a few pieces of clothes, and it's not that cold. Can't you bear it for a while? The remaining 3 hurriedly averted their eyes and did not meet Xiaolan's eyes, including Uncle Song, who had an expression of I know nothing and do not want to get involved. Xiaolan and Song's mom looked at each other and let out a bitter laugh, curling up together. Ruan Yu looked at them with a gossipy face. 7 people. Only Xiaoyu's mom and her sister-in-law were still wearing summer clothes. The rest of them were wrapped in thick coats. It's not like we don't have any clothes. What's the point? Turning his head to look at Tu Nan. Would these 2 people directly follow Tu Nan? At least Tu Nan wouldn't oppress people so much. Not a moment later Tu Nan's several junior brothers came up with blankets and took the biggest one and handed it to Tu Nan. Big brother, we looked for 3 layers. This is the biggest one. We really can't find a bigger one. Tuanan took the blanket and gave him a blank look. Why did he say it if he knew it? Didn't he want to lose face? The little brother seemed to know that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly slipped away, taking the blanket and distributing it to a few other brothers. With a small blanket on, it was still a little chilly, but much better. Xiaolan and Song's mom both saw that they also got up and were ready to go down to look for them. Their own families could not be relied upon, and they did not expect others to do the same. Mom, where are you going? Watching the 2 walk to the door, Song Yu hurriedly asked after them. Anyone in their right mind knows what they're going to do, but some people just want to play dumb. Go find if there are any clothes. It's not like we have any space to put things in. We can only make do with what we have. Song mom responded in a cold tone. This is what she gave birth to. Can only say that it is really worthy of the surname Song. 7 people on her in Xiaolan, 2 foreign surnames. Cannot seize the opportunity to bully well? Oh, then you guys stop by and find me one too. And those snakes are coming after us, so look for them fast. In case the snakes come up, we won't dare to save you. Song's mom didn't bother, and Xiaolan went straight downstairs. Tu Nan looked at them with an interested face. Just a few people actually showed him the hierarchy. The 2 who went down just now seemed to be at the bottom of the food chain, and the one who was talking is probably at the top of the food chain. It looks like it's a spatial ability, but it's just the ability to put something in. I didn't expect to be held so high. The snakes seemed to be getting ready to go upstairs. Hearing this, Tu Nan and also the Song clan squad all leaned over the parapet to look downstairs. Song Yu looked at the binoculars in Ruan Yu's hand and said directly, Hey, show me your binoculars. Tu Nan looked at Song Yu with a horrified face. Is this person so brave? Song Yu didn't care about his gaze at all. She felt that the first time it was because she had acted too politely that this woman had cornered her and scolded her. As long as she was strong, she didn't believe that this person would still dare to scold her. Ruan Yu didn't raise her eyelids for a second, not bothering to pay attention to her. Seeing that Ruan Yu ignored it and Xie Xingzhou pretended not to hear it, Tu Nan silently walked a little farther away. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Do you think these snakes can climb up to the rooftop? Ruan Yu looked at the snakes moving upwards and turned her head to ask. Should be able to. Xie Xingzhou responded in a low voice. Looking up at another building not far away, the 2 of them should be able to get through. As for the rest of them, it didn't seem too easy. It was a good thing that the office buildings had relatively smooth glass windows, and those snakes crawled some distance before falling into the water. But don't rule out the fact that those snakes are partly outside pretending to be there and have actually crawled up from inside the office building. Talking to you. Don't you understand? Seeing Ruan Yu directly ignoring her, Song Yu suddenly came up behind Ruan Yu and yelled. The 2 of them were a bit close. Ruan Yu reflexively, directly kicked over. Ah, you're sick. Accompanied by cries of shock, Song Yu was kicked out some distance, covering her chest in cold sweat from the pain. Song family members rushed over to see Song Yu. Song mother, 2 people also wrapped in blankets came up, coldly swept a glance at the Song Yu lying on the ground. Ruan Yu rubbed her nose in some embarrassment. She really didn't mean it. Sorry, I thought someone was trying to sneak up on me from behind. I didn't stop for a moment, so you shouldn't mind, right? Song Yu was in so much pain that she could barely speak, looking at Ruan Yu with an angry face, her eyes almost spewing fire. I think you're just ignoring me on purpose, waiting for me to pass so you can get back at me. Uncle Song held Song Yu's shoulder with a nervous face. Xiao Yu, you're in pain there. Quickly take out the medicine. Turning her head to look at Song's mom. Are you two wooden? Why don't you come over and help take a look? Seeing that they couldn't help, the Song brothers stood in front of Ruan Yu with fierce faces, afraid that the culprit would run away. Xiaolan thought for a moment or walked over, took Song Yu from Uncle Song and examined her. She was a surgeon before and a simple examination was still possible. The original slender white hand, now with some blisters and calluses, slowly moved around Song Yu's abdomen, touched Song Yu's injured place, pressed it heavily, and asked with an innocent face, "Is it here that it hurts?" "Ah, you did that on purpose." Song Yu let out a cry of surprise and slapped Xiaolan heavily. Suddenly beaten Xiaolan had an aggrieved face and whispered, "Broken ribs? You have to put the bones back together and get well before you can do anything about it." Uncle Song hurriedly pursued, "Then can you take it back?" "I can't. I'm a surgeon who doesn't do that. Even if they would, they must not now." Uncle Song had to shift his sight to the culprit. It's not too much to pay a little compensation for a little girl injuring someone, right? Not excessive, but I think it's excessive when you say it. Chapter 102, Let Me See You Dance? Seeing Ruan Yu's emboldened look, Uncle Song said with some exasperation, "What do you mean? Today you have to pay for it even if you don't. Otherwise don't blame us for not being polite." "Uncle, I haven't asked you for compensation yet. How did you have the nerve to ask for it? What kind of mind did she have when she ran behind me as a shifter? The height of the guardrail on this rooftop. All it would take is one push from her and I'm guessing I'd fall." Ruan Yu coldly looked at the Song family crowd. Her tone was cold. Without malicious intent would she strike so hard? Song Yu heard Ruan Yu's words and bowed her head somewhat sheepishly, not daring to meet the other's eyes. She did have this idea, but hadn't she not done anything yet? The man had obviously kicked her on purpose. Uncle Song turned his head to take a look at Song Yu's appearance, and knew that Ruan Yu's words were right, but he still had to protect his own people. And besides, it wasn't like Xiao Yu had started to do anything. "What I saw was that you hurt my daughter, but my daughter didn't put out a hand to hurt anyone, and even if you call black-white, that doesn't change that fact." Uncle Song's tone was firm, and he directly convicted Ruan Yu. Tuanan looked at Uncle Song with a look of watching a good show. His position was just right, just in time to see that little girl reaching out. Originally, he wanted to remind Ruan Yu, but he didn't realize that people reacted super fast, and before he had a chance to speak, he was kicked away. "You're going to carry on like this, and you'll not only see me injure your daughter, but you'll see me injure your son, and you." Ruan Yu leaned against the parapet, her tone casual and diffident, with contempt in her eyes. Was she so easy to take advantage of? It's the end of the world where reason is not as real as fists, let alone a group of unreasonable people. She was just giving a step, and these people really thought she had accidentally kicked someone off. Oh, this is not a world where you can take advantage of it just because you're messing around. What do you mean? Who's messing around? It was you who indiscriminately struck out and hurt someone. What's wrong with getting some medical bills? The other two brothers of the Song family retorted in unison. Ruan Yu did not even bother to look. What kind of virtues of their own family they do not know in their hearts? Uncle Song turned his gaze to Tunan. "Over there, you guys come and judge whose fault it is." After saying that without waiting for a rebuttal, he turned his head to look at Ruan Yu. "I'm not going to get into it with you, little girl. Let outsiders weigh in and see what people say." Tunan was confused. What was wrong with this person? He couldn't say it himself but still pulled him down. "But well, it's definitely wrong to lie to people, so we'll just have to be honest. What's your name?" "Uncle? Surname Song. That's my daughter Song Yu." Tuanan rolled his eyes in his mind. "You're so nonchalant." Looking at Ruan Yu and then Song Yu who was lying on the ground in a cold sweat, he said with a righteous face, "Then I'll be blunt. I just witnessed Song Yu running behind this young lady and trying to push her, and even though it was an attempted murder and I myself was kicked half to death, doing wrong is doing wrong. It's okay for you to compensate the young lady for some moral damages. I don't think they're calculating people. After compensating for the stuff we'll all just write it off. The guys still need to be more united. Maybe those snakes will run up later." After hearing Tunan's words, Ruan Yu looked at the Song family members with a wry smile on her face. "Uncle, do you have anything else you want to weasel out of? You two came up first. You must have known each other for a long time. He must be on your side." Uncle Song said unconvincingly. He all eyes implied so understand. How this dead fat man did not understand at all. "Oh, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. Uncle, have you got a twitch in your eye? Why do you keep winking at me?" After saying that Tunan then looked like he suddenly realized. "Uncle, you can't be trying to imply that I'm telling a lie. Right? Oops, you see how my brain didn't react, and I even said it straight away." Uncle Song hated to immediately strangle Tunan. "Is this person sick? Can you shut up? It's windy on the rooftop. You're looking at it wrong. No matter what you say, My daughter is the victim now, and I'm not the one who should pay for it. Looking at Uncle Song's expression of taking things for granted, Ruanyu seemed to understand why Mama Song and sister-in-law Song were bullied so badly. One could only say that the family genes were such. He was about to say something when he saw a head sticking out of the stairway on the rooftop, spitting out his tongue over and over. Then you shouldn't be looking for me. I didn't make you come up here. Go find the snakes that made you come up here. If it wasn't for them, your daughter wouldn't be kicked by me, no. And now you don't have to look for them. They come up to you. Ngwin looked at the snake head and shrugged indifferently. Surely she had a way to run anyway. Ah, there's a snake. Mom Song was shocked at the sight of the snake and rushed towards Ruanyu and their side. Songyu was just lying on the ground all alone. Dad, pull me up. I don't know what came to mind. The person who was running towards the side suddenly turned around and ran towards Songyu. Xiao Yu, don't be afraid. Bear it and get up. Those snakes haven't come over yet. Seeing the snake coming up, Uncle Song couldn't care less about Ruanyu's side and only thought about escaping to save his life. Supplies are important. Lives are more important. Ruanyu looked at Uncle Song with some surprise. Is this man so heartbroken for his daughter? I didn't see it before. Other than blackmailing her for compensation, I couldn't see it at all. Sibling, is there any way out? Tunan rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, came not far from Ruanyu and asked in a low voice. Now it's just one. I don't know how many will come up in a while, and the downstairs is full of snakes. So I really don't give a half a chance to live. Ruanyu turned her head to look at Xiexingzhou. Have you thought of a way? Xiexingzhou was holding the binoculars to watch those snakes, constantly crawling upwards and then falling back into the water. Suddenly being asked also froze for a moment. Snakes came up so quickly? Ruanyu pointed to the newly emerged snakeheads. Why don't you go ask them how they came up so fast? That's not necessary. That building isn't far from us. We can jump over. Xiexingzhou glanced at the two snakeheads and raised his head to signal Ruanyu to look at the office building on his left. Why don't you dance one and I'll see? Ngwin rolled her eyes and pointed at the office building that was at least 5 meters away from them. Xiexingzhou let out a light laugh. I have wind ability. Using the wind to jump over is not a big problem. I can try to take you there. Don't. I value my life. I can get there myself. Ruanyu quickly refused. She still had vines? It's such a small distance that it's completely possible to build a bridge to get across. But if she builds a bridge so soon, wouldn't that give the others a chance to morally kidnap her? This was definitely the time to first see how the Song family squad responded to the snakes they brought in. So how could she figure out what to do? Songyu forced herself to endure the pain and weakly spoke. Dad, what are we going to do? Uncle Song looked around. That building was definitely too big for so many of them to jump over. Watching the two snakes that came up first and didn't attack them, Uncle Song looked around the rooftop and saw that there were no snakes at the back of the building. His eyes lit up and he turned back. Do you still have the hiking rope you collected earlier in your space? Chapter 103, The Vine Bridge. Songyu looked up at Song Dad with a puzzled expression. Yes, but there are only 5. It's not like she likes them and doesn't want to overcharge a little. Wouldn't it be nice to have a few? Without thinking, Uncle Song said, that's enough. And then holding Songyu, he signaled the Song brothers to walk together to the back of the office building. There are no snakes on this side. Let's tie up the rope and slide straight down later. The Song brothers' eyes all lit up. Or his dad, second uncle, is smart. Songyi looked at Songyu and suddenly said, what about Xiaoyu? She's in the center, and I'll slide down slowly with you holding her up. Seeing that her father and brother had set themselves up, Songyu then took out all the ropes, and several people subconsciously ignored Mama Song and Xiaolan. Tuanan looked at Xiaolan. He had just heard that there was the greatest shortage of doctors in the end times, so he couldn't let it go at this moment. Pretty girl, I just heard that you're a doctor? Surgeon. Xiaolan responded with a nod. That's just right. I'm short of medics over there. If you don't go back with me, I'll give you a salary just like before the end of the world. Supplies crystals are fine. Food and shelter are included. The food is all the same. So if you want to eat well you have to get something for yourself. Xiaolan was silent for a while. It was questionable whether she could escape in this situation. If she agrees, this person can take her away. It doesn't matter if she goes to take a look. Even worse than the Song family who look good. Looking at Song's mom, she saw that she also had a supportive look on her face and nodded. Yes. Seeing that Xiaolan agreed, Tunan turned his head to look at Mama Song again. Auntie, you should come along too. I'm still short of cooks somewhere. The treatment will definitely be worse than a doctor's. Do you feel like going? Tuanan wasn't wrong about that. His side were all big boys. They were masters at cooking rice. It would be good if they brought a cook back with them. What's more, you've got one tired person with you, and you don't care about one more. Song's mom naturally had no problem with it. She only knew how to cook anyway. It would be the same everywhere. As far as the Song family was concerned, She never wanted to meet those people again. Tunan walked over to see the 5 members of the Song family all tied to the rope and slowly slid down. Only then did he turn his head to look at Ruanyu and the others. That brother Xie. Sister, take us with her. I still have the mutant fruit here. As he spoke, Tunan pulled out 3 more mutant fruits from his own small bag, which looked to be of the same variety as the ones he had exchanged before. Looking at the expressions of the 2 that didn't have much of a rise or fall, Tunan spoke with some embarrassment. That's all I have for now. But the mutant fruits that I've exchanged from elsewhere will arrive tonight. So how about I send them over to you at that time? Nguyen nodded as he looked at the mutated fruit. Could be. After saying that, he raised his hand and controlled the vines to collect the mutant fruit in Tunan's hand, turned around and walked to the place closest to the building next to him, controlling the vines to extend over. The vines firmly rooted on the wall and the ground. In a few minutes a vine bridge inlaid with roses was constructed. Okay, who's going to try first? Tuan Nan's heart burst with envy. How come Ruan Yu's wood system powers were so good? His group of juniors would only be able to catalyze it. I'll do it. Out of trust in Nguyen, Tu Nan went straight forward, looking at Tu Nan's rounded body. Ruan Yu then looked at the thick vines and secretly nodded her head. It was good that she had upgraded her supernatural ability. Otherwise she really couldn't control so many thick vines. Tu Nan stepped onto the vine bridge with 1 foot. Due to the lack of support, the vine bridge swayed for a moment, and Tu Nan hurriedly grabbed onto the vines that acted as handrails. As Tuan Nan walked, the vine bridge swayed even more, and Tuan Nan forced himself to move forward with fear all the way, finally relieved as he stepped onto the opposite rooftop. No problem, come on over here all of you. Seeing that Tu Nan was fine, those juniors also went over one after another, looking at Ruan Yu with a grateful face. Without Nguyen they'd probably be accounted for here. You can't run at all, and if you get in the water, you can't run even more. Finally it was the turn of Song's mom and Xiaolan, and there were already quite a few snakes coming up from the rooftop, and both of them were shaking in their legs. Ruan Yu looked at so many snakes, also a little bit of scalp numbness. This situation does not have intensive phobia, also want to commit a disease. Probably because there were more companions. Those snakes had a bottom, bouncing up and attacking towards the 2. Xiaxingzhou directly released a wall of fire. Several snakes hit it and fell straight to the ground, twisting into twists. That's quite a wall of fire you've got there. That's natural. I haven't seen several creatures that aren't afraid of fire. Xiaxingzhou looked at the snake. Twisted into a twisted snake is still a little pity. If the thunder system ability is good, those snakes are estimated to be afraid to catch up. Your psychic ability is already enviable, and a lightning psychic doesn't necessarily electrocute this many snakes. Ruan Yu deflated her mouth. Was this person considered to have gotten a bargain? The people are done passing. It's our turn. Xiaxingzhou didn't return his head. You go first. Once I leave, this firewall won't last long. Good. Then be careful. Ruan Yu turned around and went up to the vine bridge. If she were to excuse herself here, wouldn't she be wasting Xiaxingzhou's supernatural powers even more? She might as well go over earlier. It wasn't that far anyway. Her powers could still attack the snakes. Nguyen walked quickly across the room. I'm here. Hurry over. Looking at the increasing number of snakes, and seeing that the firewall would not be able to stop it, Xiaxingzhou turned around and jumped onto the vine bridge, running to the opposite side in a few steps. Ruan Yu kept her eyes on Xiaxingzhou, and when she saw that the man had landed on the ground, she immediately put away all the vines. A couple of the fastest running snakes fell straight down the stairs. It's a good thing I collected it quickly. What now? Those snakes surely won't go away so soon. Ruan Yu suddenly thought of the 5 members of the Song family and secretly spat at herself. How could she let the Song family lure the snakes away? Wait a while and see. Maybe those snakes are gone? Xiaxingzhou said with a smile and did not explain. Sometimes the side without danger often hides a greater danger. Ruan Yu intuited that it had something to do with those people from the Song family, but Xiaxingzhou had been next to her and hadn't been in contact with the Song family. Asterisk of so many snakes? Those individuals are too miserable. Hearing Tuan Nan's exclamation of surprise, Ruan Yu hurriedly walked over and took out her binoculars to look. Only the 5 members of the Song clan were seen sitting in the charge boat and moving forward quickly, followed by a dense group of snakes. Some snakes directly jumped up and attacked people. The Song brothers also reacted quickly. Fireballs and ice blades constantly greeted. It wasn't until Ruan Yu saw a purple ball of psychic energy thrown into the water that the group of snakes slowed down a bit. Within a few minutes and recovering again, Ruan Yu turned her head to look at Xiaxingzhou. Don't you see that's a thunder system ability? It doesn't have to be that powerful. Any more powerful powers still depend on the user. Looking at the electrified snakes, Nguyen said thoughtfully, if those snakes don't leave in a while, I have an idea. That's what I had in mind. Xiaxingzhou knew what Ruan Yu wanted to say as soon as she looked at her. The lightning system's psychic abilities definitely couldn't support it for long, but they had a generator. The next step was to see if the snakes were smart enough to do it, or else they'd just get electrocuted. Winnock looked at the clock at 3:30 p.m. Give them an hour or we'll be too late to get back. Nan came over with a big black face in a daze. Siblings, what are you talking about? Talking about a way to deal with that group of snakes. Then why didn't you chase them away just now? I didn't think of a way to do it just now. Chapter 104, The Snakes Disperse. Nan was speechless for a while in his heart, but he could only secretly spit in his mind due to the situation. Ruanyu picked up the binoculars and continued to watch the 5 men. The punch bowl ran fast, but the snakes behind them were not shy about chasing after them, and the occasional snake that broke into 2 sections could not affect the speed of the snakes. A large portion of the snakes that had gathered downstairs were missing, and the rest still surrounded the office building that had been there before. Dense snakes emerged from the already murky water, giving you goosebumps. Looking at Nan's anxious appearance, Ruanyu spoke out to comfort him. Big brother, don't be in such a hurry. Wait for a while. If the snakes don't leave, we'll attack out. Although there was a way to deal with the snakes, Winnock didn't want to massacre these things in a big way unless it was necessary. I'm in no hurry. Just watch and come. Sister-in-law. The group waited for an hour right here on the rooftop, and the snakes underneath dispersed quite a bit, with several of them making their way back one after another. The snakes seem to be quite a bit less, so if we wait a little longer we'll probably disperse. Xiaxingzhou walked up. It seems that we don't need to make any detrimental moves. Ruanyu gave him a blank look. What do you mean by a detrimental move? Isn't that a no-brainer? Even if the psychic abilities were more powerful, with so many snakes, who could fight them? If those snakes look better, maybe she can still collect space with the crab before. So scary. Collected into the space. That is not every day to be scared a few times, especially in the morning. Once you open your eyes and come out, all the snakes. Think about it is scary. Watching the snakes disperse quite a bit, Nan also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Ruanyu said that there were ways, he always felt that those ways were better used sparingly. And I wonder what happened to those 5 people just now. Xiaolan and Mama Song were very open-minded. People have their own destinies. Maybe they escaped a long time ago. The coming 2 were quite sensible about the outright abandonment of their people. Feelings were worn down little by little, and now it was just time to wear down the last bit. Ruanyu smiled indifferently. Can you guys tell us why those snakes are chasing you? Xiaolan opened her mouth after a moment of silence. It's just like what Uncle Song said before, pumping almost half of the water with his water-based psychic ability. I was the one who first saw a snake running out and proposed to go first, but there was only one snake that ran up first, so naturally they didn't take it seriously and killed it by directly releasing an alien energy. And after that a group of snakes ran up and kept chasing us. Winnock nodded in understanding. I see. No wonder these snakes can chase so far. After waiting for a while longer and watching the bottom of the building almost free of snakes, the group slowly started down the stairs. When he was almost to the flooded floor, Xiaxingzhou suddenly asked, Big brother too, do you have any thunder system adepts on your side? Yes. Biaozi, come here. Nan directly called a little brother to come over. The little brother called Biaozi didn't talk nonsense, and directly coalesced a purple alien energy ball in his hand. Xiaxingzhou nodded. The snakes looked to be gone. Who knows if those snakes were hiding under the water, just waiting for them to go out. The group quickly made their way downstairs and parked on the upper floor of the flooded one. Xiaxingzhou directly smashed a window. That Biaozi right. Come throw a few lightning balls down. The man glanced at Nan and saw him nod before he stepped forward and threw several lightning balls down one after another. Not long after the water that was hit by the lightning ball suddenly floated up a few snakes, twisted a few times, and burrowed underwater again. These snakes are pretty smart. Ruanyu looked at the snakes and said with a surprised face, I didn't realize that these snakes had even evolved their brains. Tuanan had a feeling that he had been robbed of his life. If he had watched the snake go, he would have probably gone straight to the road in his assault boat. I didn't realize that these snakes were really good at it. You think they're gone, but you don't realize that they're just hiding and trying to lure you down. Xiaxingzhou spread his hands. It seems that we can only use detrimental tactics. Winnock nodded helplessly. It'll have to do. With that, Winnock pulled out the generator, and a long plug-in board. Tuanan looked at the stance and his eyebrows jumped. Indeed a big loss move No wonder he mixed so badly. The original is not enough loss Xiaxingzhou debugged the generator in a few clicks, added gasoline, and then started the generator and threw a wire into the water. In no time at all, snakes kept emerging from the murky water. The more unlucky twitching a few times before passing straight on. The less affected snakes kept running out. Looking at the snake that kept rising up, Ruanyu said with satisfaction, That's a pretty good trick. I guess there won't be any snakes around here for a while. After waiting for about half an hour and looking at the water with no more snakes running out, Xiaxingzhou stopped the generator, and Ruanyu smoothly retrieved the space. Now these snakes are probably running away. Let's go. Big Brother 2 remembered to come and deliver the mutant fruit. Preparing to split up? Xie naturally wouldn't forget the mutated fruit that Tu Nan had promised earlier. Don't worry Brother Xie. This point will not be forgotten. A few people downstairs, looking at the water surface floating up the snake still feel a little scary. Separated from the distance has been afraid. And now also from so close. In case they get on the assault boat, these snakes swindle how to do ah. Tuanan took his stick and hit several snakes in a row, making sure those snakes were dead before turning around and asking his minions to take out the punch bowl. Ruan Yu and the two of them had long since traveled a good distance in their assault boats. Hurry up. What if that group of snakes comes back? Don't worry. Surely won't come back so soon. Besides now cooling down so fast, those snakes would have been to feel what this is gathered under the fish pond. It's all dispersed now. There's no point in running back again. The water here isn't as deep as a fish pond. Xie Xingzhou while driving the assault boat while explaining that if the temperature really cools down, this side of the water may be frozen. But the water of the fish pond is not necessarily. So those snakes for their own sake will not run away and come back here. You're right in your analysis. But it's safer to go back earlier. If it weren't for Tuanan and the others, I'd want to release a portion of the crabs to see which one of them is more powerful. Ruan Yu nodded in agreement. In fact that was what she thought at first when she saw the snakes. But wouldn't releasing them reveal the fact that her space could hold living things? So she could only think of some detrimental tricks. She had given the snakes a chance to leave. Who knew that they didn't treasure it, which can't be blamed on her. That's quite a good idea you have. Maybe you'll have a chance to try it later. Xie Xingzhou smiled. He had almost forgotten that there was a large group of crabs in Ruan Yu's space. Using the crabs against the snakes was one way to deal with them. For fear that they would join together against them, that would be a real loss. After driving for over an hour, the two of them finally arrived at their house. Nguyen took the binoculars and looked around. Let's check if the traps we made are not damaged first. Xie Xingzhou nodded. Ruan Yu stepped forward to control the assault boat, and the two of them slowly approached the bottom house. Looking at the grenade that was stuck properly, and the cotton thread on the window, Xie Xingzhou twisted his head and said, "No one. Let's go. Check all the cell blocks in the neighborhood first." Good. Chapter 105 The Great Cooling. Neither one mentioned splitting up, and together they approached the nearest cell block. The two men divided the work. Ruan Yu drove the punch boat and waited below. Xie Xingzhou went upstairs to check. To the next building, Xie Xingzhou stayed below. Ruan Yu went upstairs to check. It took another 2 hours or so for the two to finish lining up the two nearby neighborhoods, the stores and all that, constantly climbing up and down the stairs. Both of them felt a bit exhausted, and when they got home Ruan Yu directly collapsed on the sofa. Let's not spar tonight. Too tired to rest for the night. Xie Xingzhou's stamina was a little better, but he didn't want to move either. Nodding his head approvingly. Good. Touching his stomach again, which was beginning to sing an empty song, he looked to Nguyen Ngoc and said, "What's for dinner tonight? I'm so hungry." Nguyen Ngoc was hungry too, but too tired to move. After resting for a while, Ruan Yu took out the meals. Braised pork, pickled fish, small fried pork, small crispy pork, stir-fried cabbage, each took one out, and finally took a meat soup. It's been a tiring day. Eat something nice. Ruan Yu put all the rice on the table and remembered that the rabbit from before was still in the space. Thought for a moment and said, "Let's dispose of the rabbit tomorrow, and make the bamboo shoots as well." Xie Xingzhou lowered his head and fiercely dried his rice, responding vaguely, "Good." The two of them ate in a flurry, and in no time at all the dishes on the table were swept away. Ruan Yu rubbed her stomach and didn't want to move even more. Looking at Xie Xingzhou, who was also paralyzed on the sofa. "That's it for today. The dishes will be cleaned up tomorrow." Xie Xingzhou nodded approvingly and watched Ruan Yu go back to her room, dragging her tired body back to her room as well, probably really too tired. The two of them went back to their room and directly collapsed on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. At 3:30 a.m. Ruan Yu was directly woken up by two fluffy pickpockets, Black Obsidian and Silver Moon, and woke up with a cold shiver directly. Seeing that Ruan Yu woke up, Black Yao directly ran away, looking like he probably went to call Xie Xingzhou, tucking Silver Moon under the covers. Nguyen Ngoc walked straight to the living room wrapped in a thick quilt. It just so happened that Xie Xingzhou also followed Black Yao over. Looking at the person wrapped so tightly, his heart was relieved. Although this temperature is not so fast to freeze to death, but still subconsciously relieved to see that the person is fine. "Why don't you light the fireplace?" The words fell. Xie Xingzhou directly went over and picked up the wooden block to light the fireplace in a few clicks. Seeing someone working, Ruan Yu directly nestled on the sofa, sizing up what Xie Xingzhou was wearing. "You're wearing so little. Aren't you cold?" "I'm not afraid of the cold with my fire ability. And besides, my physique isn't that afraid of the cold." Feeling the fireplace began to emit heat, Xie Xingzhou went to close the doors and windows again. He had never used the fireplace before, so Xiexingzhou left a gap when he closed the windows. In that case, this physique of yours is quite good. Ruan Yu looked over with some envy. Zombies don't bite and aren't afraid of the cold. It's simply a necessary physique for the end times. Xiexingzhou smiled and didn't answer, taking out a thermometer to measure the temperature. It's 20 degrees below zero. Is it 20 degrees below zero so soon? Ruan Yu was a bit surprised. At this rate, this temperature would drop at least 10 more degrees. In my last life there was a gradual acclimatization time for the temperature to drop, but I didn't expect it to go straight to sub-zero this time. Even if the temperature dropped a little bit in the afternoon, but not to the time to wear a down jacket. I guess not many people put on the heart. This moment directly cooling can really give people a surprise. Nah, see for yourself. Xiexingzhou directly handed over the thermometer. Ruan Yu looked away. Is it snowing outside? Well, there's snow in some places, and it should have been falling for a while. After thinking about it, Xiexingzhou added, don't go out for a few days. Wait until the ice downstairs is firmer and then go out for a stroll. I'll tell Tuan inside in a while that I'll come back to deliver the mutated fruit when the ice is solid. Watching Xiexingzhou basically arrange everything, Ruan Yu nodded. Good. It's so late. Don't you want to go back to bed for a while? Looking at Ruan Yu's sleepy appearance, Xiexingzhou didn't say anything and turned around, ready to go back to his room. With the fireplace in effect, it was warm all around, and Nguyen Nok just lay down on the couch, right under the covers. Is there a fireplace in the room? It's too much of a waste of electricity and gas to use the air conditioner. It's easier to sleep in the living room. Xiexingzhou returned to his room and also lit the fireplace, covered with a blanket, and also slept on the sofa. The next day, Xiexingzhou woke up early in the morning, thinking that both of them were tired last night and delayed for a while in the middle of the night, and then continued to lie down again. Anyway, Ruan Yu certainly would not wake up so early. It's true that Nguyen Nok wouldn't wake up this early, but Obsidian could, and still pickle Nguyen Nok awake. Obsidian, can't you sleep a little longer? Nguyen Nok lifted Black Yao up with a helpless look on his face, refilled both fur children's food bowls, and retreated back to sleep on the couch. Sure enough, when Xiexingzhou came over, he saw Ruan Yu sleeping soundly on the sofa covered with a quilt, and the two obsidian silver moon clusters were also curled up on the sofa. Xiexingzhou let out a light laugh and gently cleaned up last night's dishes. By the time he came back from washing the dishes, Ruan Yu was already awake and still had breakfast all over the table. Why didn't you call me? I was too tired yesterday to let you sleep more. Okay, let's eat first and take care of the rabbits first later. Ruan Yu didn't bother to think about it. She glanced at the rabbit again as she got her breakfast, and now all she could think about was how to cook it. Okay. After breakfast, Ruan Yu walked to the balcony and looked at the white blankets outside with a look of emotion, not realizing that it had been so long since the end of the world. Turning around, he took out several large fat rabbits and handed them to Xiexingzhou. Kill these fat ones first. Xiexingzhou took the rabbit. How do you want to eat it? Ruan Yu pondered for a while. Let's get a braised one to try first. And if you bake a rabbit, it's not good to bake it when it's so cold. Get some cold eating rabbit. You watch the rest. I don't know what rabbits do. It wasn't something that was meant to be eaten very often, and Nguyen Nok just couldn't imagine how many ways there were to do it. How many ways this rabbit could be made to taste good. Why don't I try making 3 cups of rabbit first? I rarely do. I just remember a few ways to do it. Xiexingzhou took the rabbit, bled it with a knife, disemboweled it, then started to skin it, and soon a skinless rabbit was lying quietly on the chopping board. The remaining few are the same. The kitchen is not heated. Good thing there is electricity available. Almost all of them are washed with warm water. Ruan Yu helped to wash and cut the seasonings. Small dishes. Looked not to help much. Before walking back to the living room to stay, it was really a bit boring. Ruan Yu took out the tablet and found a movie to watch, and every now and then went to the kitchen to see if Xiexingzhou had to help. The two Nguyen Noks took it easy on the first day of the big cool down. She didn't know how Hakucha was doing at the moment. She had a feeling that only one of them could survive the next meeting. Since they're both protagonists, there's always going to be a division. Chapter 106, Tu Nan's Arrival. A week later, the water downstairs had condensed into thick ice. Inside the house, the two men were processing the small fish they had put away earlier to be made into deep-fried dried small fish. Vaguely seeing something approaching through the window, Nguyen Nok pointed out the window. It looks like someone's coming over. Shuffling her hands, Ruan Yu took out her binoculars and looked over. It's Tu Nan. They should be here to deliver the mutant fruits. Speaking of which, we haven't gone to the trading market yet to take a look. Why don't we go for a stroll this afternoon? Good. Xiexingzhou agreed directly without lifting his head, recognizing the handling of the small fish boy in his hand. Watching Tuanan almost reach the bottom of the building, Ruan Yu and the two of them walked down only after waiting for a while for Tuanan to come over. There is no way to drive on the ice, is not very good control. Can only walk over? Afraid of the car out of control. Long time no see. Big brother too. Only after watching the person approach did Ruan Yu open her mouth to greet him. Tuanan looked at the thick cold-proof clothes on the two men. A burst of envy touched the sable coat on his body. Secretly said, "Mine is not bad. It's been a few days. I was going to send the mutant fruit over the next day, but I didn't realize that the day had suddenly changed." Big brother 2 is talking nonsense. It's not like you can decide. But Big brother 2 himself came. Is he trying to exchange something again? Xie Xingzhou spoke out to pick up the conversation. Looking at Tu Nan's appearance, it is estimated that he came to exchange supplies again. Brother Xia really does understand me, so I won't hide it then. Saying that, Tu Nan directly took out 6 mutant fruits that looked similar and looked like they were from the same tree. 3 of these are the payment I said before. And the other one. Brother Xie also knows that I didn't take all those fish away that day. So, it's an old patron. Xia Xingzhou didn't bother to talk nonsense. How much does brother 2 want to exchange? He and Ruan Yu had already checked this neighborhood again the day before. There were no living people. And just in case, he had tied up quite a few zombies to hide in the houses in this neighborhood. It was also only yesterday that I realized the walkers were hypothermic and just didn't move. But you were walking up to him and it was like he was all faked. Tu Nan also did not talk nonsense. Handed the mutant fruit to Xie Xingzhou, and directly said, "I don't want much for that one. Just the 2 nets I helped to cast last time. In exchange for the fish in one of my nets will be fine. There were quite a lot of fish last time. And although the mutant fruits were rare, 3 of them for that many fish wasn't too realistic, was it?" Tuanan also knew that he didn't have enough chips, greeted a junior brother and walked over. Took 2 more bags of crystal cores, both of the 4th rank, estimated to be around 200. More of these things again if you only change the fish. That sibling just watch and give. I don't pick. Seeing Ruan Yu frowning, Tu Nan quickly spoke out. He had made a lot of preparations before and wasn't really short of anything, but supplies will always need to be hoarded. And what could be exchanged for more? Tu Nan himself wouldn't let go of. Before Ruan Yu probably guessed that Tu Nan will come to exchange supplies, early to get a lot of dead fish, coupled with the plummeting temperatures, are frozen into ice cubes fish put. This moment Tu Nan want, directly out. The fish is here. As for the rest, brother 2 might as well say it. Ruan Yu took out the fish and just looked at Tu Nan, letting her take it by herself. She always felt that she would be at a disadvantage. It would be better to let Tu Nan say it by himself. She could still compare. Sibling, you know that nothing can grow in the ground in this weather, so can you change a little bit of vegetables out? As he spoke, Tu Nan had his little brother bring out another 100 or so 4th order crystal cores. Ruan Yu thought for a while, before she went to the vegetable market with Mao Rui, and their collection of vegetables are still in the space. Space can grow vegetables, plus she also bought a lot of vegetables before the end of the world. Those wilted vegetables were directly ignored by her. It's just as well to switch to Tuanan now, but it's definitely not a good idea to switch that much. Under Tu Nan's expectant gaze, Ruan Yu took out 2 large winter melons and a few pounds of somewhat yellowed greens, looking at it as if it was a bit low. Winnock brought out 2 more large pumpkins. What does brother 2 think of these? It's fine. It's all good. Tu Nan nodded his head repeatedly. Although these were different from what he had imagined, they did count as vegetables. Looking at Tu Nan's somewhat reluctant appearance, he probably knew that these things did not meet his heart's expectations. After all, he had also cooperated for so long, and it was not good to let people suffer so much. Ruan Yu took another 4 or 5 bamboo shoots out, plus a somewhat skinny rabbit, which she felt was scared to death. Not very auspicious, or give it to Tu Nan. Looking at the rabbit, Tu Nan's eyes lit up, and he hastily reached out to take it. It's still sister-in-law's generosity. After both sides collected their things, Tu Nan spoke again. The trading market I made continues to be open. There are still quite a few good things in there. Younger siblings can go and take a look when they have time. After saying that, Tu Nan was ready to leave, and before he left, he spoke again. That younger sibling, 2 days ago there was one called Mao Rui who was inquiring about you, and by the looks of them they weren't unsuspecting, and they've all been hanging around in the trading market lately. Okay, thanks big brother 2. Ruan Yu smoothly handed 2 packs of cigarettes to Tu Nan and watched the man walk away before the 2 turned to go upstairs. Who is Mori? Walking to the stairway, Xie Xingzhou suddenly asked. I met them when the end times first started, teamed up to kill zombies once, and then they went to the base afterward and didn't have any contact. Winnock explained that he didn't expect Mao Rui and the others to come this way. It looked like they came this way when the rain stopped. What's wrong? Seeing Ruan Yu's face as usual, Xie Xingzhou probably knew that Ruan Yu was limited to knowing them and had nothing else to do with them. Nothing much, just asking. It's better to be on guard in the end times. I know. Alright, hurry back and dry the fried minnows. Meanwhile, the Qingqing base, Su Yinji and Bai Cha were both wrapped in thick old cotton coats, and it was always cooler indoors than outdoors in the south during winter. Bai Cha was shivering from the cold, but there was nothing he could do about it. Although Feng Lan had brought them here and the lodging was free, everything else had to be exchanged for supplies. Either they work at the base to exchange points. The two of them are new to the country and can exchange some thick clothes has been considered to be a good mix. Plus there is also Feng Lan to help. Compared to the grassroots staff is also considered to be relatively happy. Thankfully on the way to the Qingqing base, they killed a 4th order zombie, which happened to be fire type, and her psychic ability was upgraded to 4th order. But she couldn't keep warm with her powers all the time. She still needed to go out on missions or she wouldn't have food. White tea. Su Yinji, are you guys ready? It's time to leave. It was Chu Jing's voice. Bai Cha hurriedly agreed. Alright, big brother Chu, we'll be right down. Chu Jing and Feng Lan looked at each other in the cold wind. Originally they thought that they would definitely be heavily punished when they came back, so they just reported Bai Cha's situation. I did not expect to be directly arranged to watch White Tea, so the two had no choice but to team up with White Tea, always observing White Tea. As for precognitive psychic ability, the base said that they still need to look into it, and the two of them can be exempted from punishment and can only take White Tea and Su Yinji with them. Chapter 107, Going to the Market. It didn't take long for Bai Cha and Su Yinji to come downstairs. Looking at Chu Jing and the two of them, Bai Cha pulled up a far-fetched smile. Big brother Chu, this time we're going over there to look for supplies. Check around downtown. Several teams have hauled a lot of stuff back before. At that, Bai Cha nodded and looked at the few people behind Feng Lan again. This is? Space aliens? Bring an extra one so you don't have to go out looking for things so often it's weirdly cold. Seeing this, Bai Cha couldn't say anything more. She didn't want to go out either, but she also needed to eat. She and Su Yinji couldn't get by alone, so they could only team up and go out to look for supplies. As for working for the base, she hadn't thought about this one. Originally she didn't know anything, plus she was now a 4th order alien. If she nestled in the base and didn't go out, she didn't know how many people would laugh at her. The first contact with Su Yinji was originally because he was the male lead. Who knew that after this person left Ruanyu, he didn't have the appearance of a male lead at all. Thunder System's psychic ability before also feel rare. A bit of male lead came to this side of the base only to realize that grab a large number, depending on who was more skillful. Just Su Yinji's ability could only be considered moderate here, and her fire ability was about the same, so the two of them alone wouldn't even dare to go out. The zombies outside didn't know what was going on. They suddenly rose to the 4th order. Dealing with the 4th order zombies usually required 3 same level psychics, so as to maximize the guarantee that they wouldn't be scratched by the zombies. The potion that boosted her powers was what she was going to drink at first, but a voice suddenly appeared in her head telling her not to drink it, just like the voice of the person in her dream earlier. It was only later that I realized those things had side effects. The powers were boosted and the ceiling was just that. Then what's the difference between her drinking it and waiting for death? Can she still fight Ruanyu? Cha-cha, what's on your mind? Seeing Bai Cha's silence, Su Yinji reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. It took a moment for White Tea to exit from her thoughts. Nothing. Was wondering if there were any closer food processing plants nearby. If Ruanyu was there she wouldn't have to brave such a cold day to come out and look for supplies. And if she had spatial powers, would she still need to go through so much trouble to find things to exchange for necessities? Naturally, she didn't need to. She could have hoarded these things in her space to begin with. And all she needed to do was level up her powers to leisurely get through the end times. In the end it's all Ruanyu's fault. What's wrong with her being a heroine and sharing a little bit of chance out? So selfish deserves to have even the heavenly Tao deal with her. We're leaving, so get in the car and take your time thinking about it on the way. Bai Cha nodded and followed Su Yinji to the car. At noon, Ruanyu and Xiexingzhou finished their lunch and were ready to go out. The same old black obsidian watching the house. At this moment, there is ice all around, and the zombies are all hiding in the house. As long as they don't enter the house the zombies are too lazy to attack people. Xiexingzhou suggested, why don't we tie up some zombies on the bottom 2 floors and put them in the house? They're too lazy to move anyway, so putting them there to scare people is just right. Nguyen nodded. Yes. After saying that, Ruanyu directly found a house with more zombies and controlled the vines to drag a dozen zombies back. Xiexingzhou also dragged a few zombies over from the other direction and said enviously as he looked at Ruanyu's vines. It's still convenient to have your powers. You can play offense and defense, and you can play miscellaneous, so it's a must-have at home. But I haven't heard of any other wood system adepts being able to do this, so I guess it's a unique vine. After all, so can eat crystal core vines? General people cannot afford to raise, and Tunan exchanged so many crystal cores, all to the vines, although the strength of the vines rose, but do not deny that it really can eat. Not bad, just average. Ruanyu smiled smugly. Although the vines could eat the crystal cores, they would feed back to her. In just a few days her psychic ability had gone from early stage to late stage. The mutant fruits have been given to Scavenging to eat, and there is no sign of him upgrading his powers. So it seems that he still needs to look for the mutant tree again. As the two spoke they dragged the walkers inside. In front of the windows, by the doorway stairway, putting the zombie Gwynnock controlled the vines to loosen the ties, and only then did he leave with peace of mind. Looking at the sturdy ice, Scavenging turned his head to look at Ruanyu. Is there any Tula? How long will it take to walk like this? They live in the city center and Tunnan's trading market is in the suburbs, which is over an hour's drive at the fastest. Gwynnock threw him a pair of roller skates. Nah, will this do? Looking at Ruanyu's somewhat dangerous eyes, Scavenging subconsciously nodded. Will, that's good. Gwynnock didn't give a, she sure as hell did anyway, and played it well. Both she and her brother had been able to do this since they were young, so she had put it all away when she came back from her rebirth. Something that can walk on ice can be very useful. It was a pity that this was rarely sold in the south, or she could have stocked up on more to sell to Tunan. Watching Scavenging skillfully skating a circle, Ruanyu put on and also skated over. Let's go. Don't play. When you come back to play slowly there is plenty of time. I know. I'm not familiarizing myself with it. Cut the crap and hurry up. The two slid quickly across the ice for a long distance, and it took a while for the two to skate to a drivable surface. Occasionally, someone sees such a complete outfit and casts an envious glance, looking at the two neatly dressed, but also did not rise to snatch the mind. The end of the world for so long, can wear such a good people's strength is certainly not bad. They are not stupid enough to door to send food. Ruanyu directly took out the car, looked sideways at Scavenging and said, drive slowly. I don't want to get into a car accident here. I'm not that stupid. Scavenging answered somewhat breathlessly. He wasn't stupid enough to drive at normal speed on this road. So who knows? Gwynnock shrugged her shoulders indifferently. Just a reminder for safety's sake. After getting into the car, Scavenging traveled according to the location Tuanan said, and on the way, there were quite a few people out looking for supplies. Naturally, many people were also killed by the zombies in the house. Who would have thought that the outside looked not too different from the pre-apocalyptic winter? Those houses would be full of zombies. Those zombies were still motionless, and at a glance they thought they were all frozen. But as soon as a person got close, it was still the same biting zombie, and its reaction speed wasn't slowed down at all. These walkers are pretty smart. It's those people who are too stupid. Looking at the zombie does not move. The first reaction must be to kill actually close to the zombie. This is not properly feed the food to the mouth? Scavenging looked at those who were bitten by the zombies somewhat speechless. Could it be that the weather was too cold and froze their brains? Maybe it's too cold for your brain to turn around. Ruanyu looked coldly at those who tried to stop the car. How could she still think of asking for help after so long in the last world? Isn't it almost time? 108. Material exchange. Gwynnock took the binoculars and saw a place up ahead where a shed had been erected. Scavenging looked around and nodded. That's it up ahead. Tunan is quite good at this. Looking at this place, it's quite big. Ruanyu took the binoculars and said with an appreciative face, to still have such a big trading market in the end times was already remarkable in itself. You should know that in the previous life, several bases did not have a place to exchange supplies, just a few large bases had, and many people in small bases could only come out to look for anything they lacked, or go to the large trading market opened in Xingza. The distance is so great, though, that most people choose to find it on their own, or ask around and swap with others on their own. I didn't expect Tuanan to straighten out a trading market so quickly this time around. He was indeed quite a man of skill. He's got to feed so many people. He's got to find some way to do it. And all those people who set up stalls are expected to pay a little stall fee. You're right, but booth fees are to each his own, and it's right to charge appropriately. The two talked for a few moments. The car pulled up to the entrance of the trading market. Ruanyu took out two masks. The hat was worn all the time, just enough to cover his face. Put the car away before the two walked in. Just as I entered, someone came over to talk to me. You two look a little strange for your first time. Well, are there any rules here? The man smiled. There are no rules, just no fighting. It's a mixed bag here. It's all in your eyesight. That's why we have this rule. Scavenging nodded, which meant that this rule was not there in the beginning. There were more people fighting, and Tuanan definitely didn't want to care about this, and directly set the rules. Thanks for the reminder. You're welcome. I'm the janitor over here. You two can come to me if you need anything. With that the man turned and walked away, not far from a small shed that just happened to be where he was standing guard. Ruanyu and the two of them looked at each other and headed straight inside, not going far before they reached the place where the supplies were exchanged. The ground stalls on both sides of the road had all sorts of things on them, and those people's eyes lit up as soon as they saw Ruanyu and the two of them. One look and you know they're big. Rich people. Beautiful women take a look at all the antiques that have been passed down from their ancestors. Ruan Yu followed the vendor's voice and looked over. Vases and paintings. Jade ornaments. They did all look like antiques, but it wasn't like her space needed to absorb them. There was no need to change them. No, thanks. Along the way were things that were particularly valuable before the end of the world, but were now only on the floor. There were also a number of floor stalls that were of the jewelry variety, and very few that were of some clothes, but they were all for spring and fall. There doesn't seem to be much of anything. Looking around, Nguyen Ngoc looked disinterested. Xie Xingzhou looked at her and smiled. There's still such a big place to visit? Why are you in such a hurry? Also, the outermost ones are probably the bad ones to get out. Sure enough, when I walked in a little bit, the things on the ground stall were slightly better. They were all knives and so on. All kinds of kitchen knives, pocket knives, daggers. Take a look. Pretty lady, they're all name brand knives. Tens of thousands of them before the end of the world. That won't work for you. Look at mine, beautiful. These machetes are capable of cutting up zombies. Much better than those fancy name brand knives. Beauty, look at my side. I have an antique dagger. And mine. It's a Tang sword that cost over $1 million. Hearing here won you up interest. Tang knife is indeed practical, but now the roll is not very big. And she also vines cannot be used. But used to collect is not impossible. Xia Xingzhou knew she wanted it as soon as he looked at her expression. So he spoke up and asked, how can I exchange this Tang sword? Ruan Yu sniffed and immediately resumed that expression of looking at nothing. At a glance at Ruan Yu's appearance, the vendor let out a dark cry and deliberated for a moment before speaking. How about 5 pounds of hanging noodles? The other surrounding vendors instantly began to cajole. Oldly, I'd say you're really a lion. That's right, just such a knife dares to ask for 5 pounds of grain. Beautiful woman, want to look at me here. This dagger is not bad. Or bronze, not worse than the Tang knife. Ruan Yu didn't say anything, glanced at the dagger. It's just like that. It's better to look handsome with a Tang sword. It's just right to give it to your brother when you find him. Do you feel reasonable? Xie Xingzhou frowned and said, the end of the world at the beginning of this knife can still be used, and now simply cannot cut zombies. Bring it also in the home to put. Either that, or they'd be looking for a gold alien to strengthen them. But in their case the latter item was a no-brainer. Old Li was silent. This knife looked handsome, but it really didn't serve much of a purpose now. If he went to find a gold system psychic to strengthen it, he didn't know how many things he would be slaughtered. And he also had more than just this Tang knife. This was just the best looking one of them. How about 2 pounds? Could be. Hearing that Xie Xingzhou had negotiated a good price, Ruan Yu then turned back to look in the space. There just happened to be a pound of those hanging noodles. And Nguyen Ngoc took out 2 handfuls straight away. Here, after receiving the Tang blade, they stowed it away in space, and the two of them continued on their way. Looking around, they were all knives, until they saw a couple of large iron pots in the corner, and Nguyen Ngoc's eyes lit up. The pots and pans you receive at the supermarket are ultimately no match for this large traditional iron pot. Reaching out, he pulled Xie Xingzhou a bit. There are iron pots there. Change a few back. Looking at the thick iron pot, Xie Xingzhou nodded approvingly. Let's go. The vendor of the iron pot was a somewhat older man who immediately sat down when he saw someone coming. Uncle, how do you sell this iron pot? 2 packets of bubbly for that smaller one and 3 packets of bubbly for the bigger one. Nguyen Ngoc looked at 2 small iron pots and 3 large iron pots, so he could swap them all away. So turned his head to signal Xie Xingzhou bargaining, something she is not short of, but not bargaining that is a proper wrongdoer. And then change things, each will be a lion's share of the price. Xie Xingzhou instantly read Ruan Yu's eyes. Can't uncle be cheaper? We'll take all these pots. How about 10 packs of noodles? The older man was silent for a long moment and took a deep breath. Okay, you all take it. Seeing this, Ruan Yu took 10 packets of instant noodles out and handed them to the older man and directly took away all the pots. Looking at the uncle in front of the empty, still holding 10 packets of instant noodles in his hand, the people around him cast envious eyes. Old Zhang, hit the god of wealth today? Just lucky. Looking at the iron pot that disappeared from the ground stall, the surrounding area is a look of surprise. No wonder the hand is so generous. Space alien, that makes sense. At the beginning of the end of the world, space aliens are a complete drag, a liability, in addition to being able to put something nothing to do. Only after a long time did everyone suddenly understand the preciousness of space aliens. Only at the very beginning everyone was hard to protect themselves. Who was willing to protect others? Chapter 109, Meeting Mao Rui again. After exchanging it for what she wanted, Nguyen Ngoc was in a much better mood. And I wonder if anyone here will trade food out. The two didn't have far to go before they switched to another street. And this side was all about household goods. Shower gel and shampoo, toothpaste and toothbrush and all that. But she's not missing any of it. Just wanting to continue walking forward, Xiaxingzhou suddenly pulled her back and pointed to a stall. Aren't you going to hoard some? Ruan Yu looked over. It was several boxes of tampons. No, I have quite a few more. It was such a scarce commodity that she had quite a few that would last her 2 lifetimes, so it was better to leave it for those who needed it. Seeing Ruan Yu's appearance, Xiaxingzhou also did not say much. Our adults have a good heart. There wasn't much to shop for household goods, and the two of them turned left and right before reaching the food section. The ground stalls along this road were full of food, vegetables and meat, and quite a few mushrooms. Vegetables seemed to be hypnotized. Meat is estimated to be just to go hunting small animals, but the mushrooms look good. Quite fresh to say that it is picked on the mountain. One you certainly do not believe. So he pulled Xiaxingzhou over. What do you want to exchange this mushroom for? The stall owner, a relatively young man, looked up at the sound and sized up the two. Ruanyu, change into cotton clothes. Ruanyu froze for a moment, then noticed that the man was still wearing his fall clothes over 3 coats, revealing skin that was still a little bruised. You can't trade these for cotton clothes. Xiaxingzhou similarly sized up the situation before saying, what do you want to exchange? The youth wasn't surprised, but simply asked in return. He knew how valuable cotton clothing was nowadays, and he was sure he couldn't exchange this for anything, so he might as well ask the man in front of him what he wanted. There were quite a few people who came here, and it wasn't like there weren't any dressed like them, and several of them he'd asked, and none of them turned out to be what he wanted. This is a question that Xiaxingzhou asked. Ruanyu does not lack anything. He is a dabbler, there is nothing that he needs. Looked at the things on the stall. You're not a wood shifter, are you? No. These mushrooms were traded to me by someone else, and I don't know where they got them. I know a place with mutant trees that can take you there. Can this be changed into cotton clothing? Ruanyu and the two of them glanced at each other. There was a mutated tree that meant there was a mutated fruit, but for this person to say it with such a big grin, it meant that there weren't a lot of people who knew about it. But this person still said to take them there, which means that the mutant fruit is still there. So many people have not picked it. How powerful is that tree? Ah. Seeing that both of them were silent, the youth continued. I can take you there first, and these mushrooms count. Could be. Not long after the three of them appeared at the entrance of the trading market, Xiaxingzhou asked, the mutant tree is over there? Nguyen Nok took out his car, took the youth with him and left, driving for almost an hour before finally reaching the foot of a hill. There were a number of cars parked nearby, and the people around them were whispering in groups. This is it. The youth spoke. The mutant tree here was found a couple days ago, but it's kind of hard to pick. Ruanyu put away the car and asked curiously, how is it a bad pick? There's a mutant dog under the tree. High level. Small bushes near the big tree. These attack people whenever someone approaches. People have tried to lure the dog away before, but they've failed. Some of those little bushes are poisonous. So these guys are just going to have to circle around and wait for someone else to figure it out. The youth was a little embarrassed when he said the latter. This news was known to most people, and saying it for something was just a little inadequate. Ruanyu looked at it. This distance was just enough for her vines to reach, but there were only 5 fruits. If she picked them, wouldn't she become a public enemy? Ruanyu was still wondering whether to pick it or not when the youth took out the mushroom and looked at Ruanyu with an expectant face. That cloud mountainside also has mutated trees. You two can also go over there and take a look. I wonder if I can swap my cotton clothes for mine. Ruanyu thought about it for a moment, but it was better to give it. So she searched around in the space and found the ugliest looking one and handed it to the youth. The youth didn't care and took the cotton shirt and put it on. I can go then, can't I? Looking at both of them, neither of them said anything but nodded, and the youth had the sense to walk away. That, Sister Nguyen? Hearing the voice, Ruanyu turned back to look over, somewhat surprised to raise his eyebrows. It was actually Mao Rue. One of the party was not missing. The level looked not low. It seems to be a good mix. Thinking that he was wrapped up as a bear, he wondered how Mori had recognized him. It's you guys. It's been a while. Nguyen Nok greeted kindly. Sister Ruan won't be in a city all this time, right? Mori looked around and took the two Nguyen Noks to one side and whispered. Nguyen Nok looked at him with a flat face and, what are you trying to say? That we have been looking for you for a long time. Some time ago a mother and daughter returned to the base. They said that you were over here, and also said that you cured her husband with your supernatural powers, but they were unlucky to run into zombies again on the way back, and her husband was infected again. There's also the fact that you have so many supplies on hand, and that you don't have a high level of psychic ability, and that you're so scared that you immediately step in to save the day after being threatened her husband. That's why there's an extraordinarily high number of people from the base side coming here. Mao Rue immediately spoke out to explain. And Li Tian's few people all stood outside to surround the three of them in the center. Nguyen Nok thought for a moment before remembering the mother and daughter she had let go. Then why did you tell me? Ruan Yu looked at him curiously. Wouldn't it be better to stand with the majority at this time? Though she had guessed this outcome when she let the mother and daughter go, this was what she wanted. The enemies of her last life were basically concentrated in the base of BC City. She definitely wouldn't go looking for them, letting two people go back with the message. Naturally there were people looking for them. Mao Rui touched his head and spoke with some embarrassment. We didn't think about it that much, but I know very well that if we hadn't met Sister Ruan in the beginning, our journey wouldn't have been so smooth. At that time, on the way to the base, if it wasn't for the fact that they were killing zombies more fiercely, they would probably have turned into zombies. The ones who were traveling with them screamed at the sight of a walker and would do nothing but start moralizing if they didn't save the day. They complain when they don't save the day. And sometimes they really want to kill someone. The first thing he did when he arrived at the base was to pay off the supplies he had on him. When he had left a note to write off the space alien on their team as an ordinary person. Otherwise they're all starving to death on the base. The supplies paid for are to be used by the entire base. And those who go out to get supplies and come back are assigned the same supplies as those who stay on the base. Their own desperation to get back the supplies, or all the surrender. Did not stay a few days they want to leave, did not expect to go away at all. Every time you go out there is a group of people followed. Shaking off all the people cannot be shaken off. This time it was still a good chance for him to run out. Seeing them in this situation, Ruan Yu knew that they couldn't stand the system of the base. And there were things that if she hadn't experienced them, it was useless for her to mention so many things. So you guys are off the base for good now? Chapter 110 Cloud Mountain Mutant Tree. Mori nodded. Been away for a while. There were a number of squads with us that left, probably because there was too much turnover, and the system on the back of the base was a lot better, but not many people went back. Those who can afford it form their own bases, and those like us just walk around and look for supplies. That's good. How long have you guys been over here? Ruan Yu asked with some curiosity. If she came early too, Nan should have told her already. Mori looked up a little embarrassed and said, it wasn't that long ago, just the day before it cooled down. We all brought our own clothes with us when we went to the base. Just thought we'd stock up on supplies while everyone else was busy looking for clothes. If they had known that Sister Ruan lived over here, they should have told Sister Ruan this news earlier. Ruan Yu didn't really care and looked at the mutant tree not far away. How long have you guys been here? Did anyone pick any fruit? It hasn't been long, and I've heard that no one has ever picked it, Mori said truthfully. Xia Xingzhou looked around and interjected. Forget it, so many people on these few mutant fruits. Go to the Cloud Mountain side first. Mao Rui. Several people looked at Xia Xingzhou. Sensible did not ask. This way they still heard a lot of news. Well, that's what I thought. After saying that, Ruan Yu turned her head to look at Maurice and the others. Do you guys want to join us? A few of Mori's eyes lit up. May I? Ruan Yu nodded and got into the car with Xia Xingzhou, signaling several people to follow. The group of two cars left in full view of the crowd. Sensing that Xia Xingzhou's air pressure was a bit low, Ruan Yu turned her head and asked, what's wrong? It's fine. I didn't realize you were quite popular before. Xia Xingzhou's tone was light, unable to hear joy or anger. Nguyen Nok looked at him a little puzzled. Are you freezing your brains out? It's not like I'm going to team up with them all the time. It's not like I've seen them, and they've even brought a message to bring them along to see the mutant tree. It's just a courtesy. Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Xia Xingzhou's expression relaxed quite a bit. After driving for more than an hour, the group arrived at the foot of Cloud Mountain, and there were a lot fewer people over here. Probably because it was farther away and the news hadn't gotten out yet. A few people got off the car. Mao Rui. A few people collected the car and walked up. Sister Ruan, we haven't been over here before. We don't know the situation. I've asked Li Tian to go and poke around. We haven't been here either. So wait a while. A few people stood casually talking, and occasionally a passerby looked at the equipment they were wearing and looked back with some envy. Not a moment later Li Tian ran back, gasping for a few mouthfuls of rough air. Big brother, Sister Ruan, I asked. The mutated fruit over here can inhibit the zombie virus. Several people have picked them, and if they go over there holding a crystal core, the mutant tree will take it away and hand out the fruit. Ruan Yu was a bit surprised. Was this mutant tree also humanized? But if it's so simple, why are there a lot of people around here? Any more news? Li Tian looked around and whispered. These people around here, they picked the fruits themselves, but they were too little, so they spontaneously stayed behind to try to rob the squads that were a little less strong. I've heard that several squads have gotten it a couple times. Mori asked out curiously. Then won't they trade the crystal cores for a few more times? The mutant tree recognizes people. A person can only be exchanged once, and if you take the crystal core to exchange it later, it will only collect the core and not give the fruit. Li Tian explained in a small voice. Saying this he was a bit unconvinced, but felt that it was not impossible. Those who burn trees and cut them down, The mutant trees could recognize them and only caught them attacking. So it was normal that these ones who had switched fruits, the mutant trees could recognize them. This mutant tree is quite smart. How many crystal cores can you usually take in exchange for the fruit? Li Tian thought for a moment. He went over just as someone was exchanging fruits. I saw that some people took 3 or 4 fourth-order crystal cores and were able to exchange them for fruits. That big tree bears a lot of fruit. At least a couple hundred. Hearing such a cheap mutant fruit, Ruan Yu was a bit embarrassed if she had pitted too many crystal cores before. She was not lacking in crystal cores. Although Little Rose ate a lot of them, she would usually keep 100 or so cores up before giving all the rest to Little Rose. How many crystals do you have? Mao Rue said uncomfortably. Just 7 or 8 fourth-order crystal cores. And the rest are all second and third-order ones. All of their powers had only just risen to the 4th rank. And a good number of the crystal cores had to be kept to stabilize their powers. So there were fewer of them left to go around. Ruan Yu felt that he couldn't go back empty-handed after coming here. And handed over 20 crystal cores. Count me as borrowing from you guys. And just pay me back when you have the cores. Originally, Mao Rue still wanted to excuse himself for a few sentences, but as soon as he saw Ruan Yu's expression, he swallowed his words. Then thank you first, Sister Ruan. Don't worry Sister Ruan, we will go back and kill more zombies. And raise all the crystal cores earlier. Ruan Yu waved her hand unconcernedly. Cut the crap and go change the mutated fruit. Ruan Yu was walking side by side with Xie at the sight of those alien ability squads that were ready to rob. Ruan Yu's eyes darkened. It was really a narrow road. Xie, who had been observing her, noticed it the first time and asked in a low voice, how come these squads all have a grudge against you? Aha! Then kill them all later. Hearing Xie cloudy words, Ruan Yu looked at him with a sideways glance and a horrified face. Is this person jerking off today? What's in your eyes? Xie looked at Ruan Yu with some frowns. He wasn't a murderous maniac. Why look at him like this? Even if he did, he couldn't beat her. Nothing, just thought you were pretty weird today. Felt possessed by something dirty. Nguyen Nok spoke directly from his heart. Xie listened even more helplessly. Don't you even admit that those people have a grudge against you? It's best to kill them before it's too late. You don't want to wait for them to find trouble. Yes, always have to division. Ruan Yu said with some seriousness. Having a grudge is a matter of the last life. This moment to fight up for no reason. Other people probably think she is jerking off. Xie thought about it for a while and thought that it made some sense. Then you let your Little Rose pester the mutant tree. Maybe it will be like the mutant tree in the botanical gardens and just give you all the mutant fruits. That's what I thought. The two of them walked over slowly. And a few people from Maurice had already switched to the mutated fruit and walked out. Is there anyone else in there? Nope. Nguyen Nok nodded just as she wanted. It was all hers now. Those squads out there might join forces to rob the place. You guys can wait for us for a while if you're not in a hurry. Hearing this, Mao Rue's eyes lit up. How could there be someone as kind as Sister Ruan in this world? They came out all thinking about how they could run away, not realizing that Ruan Yu would actually take the initiative to help them. Sister Ruan, go on in. We're in no hurry. Chapter 111 Operation Lighttree. Then by the way, you guys help me stop the people who want to come in behind me. If they're strong, forget it, I'll pay for it. After saying this, Ruan Yu pulled Xie inside. Li Tian was filled with doubt and asked, Big brother, what does Sister Ruan mean by this? Mao Rue also have doubts, but thought of Ruan's sister seems to have wood system psychic ability to come. That Ruan's sister will not be wanting to. Just keep a good eye on it. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Maori slapped him across the face and counted. Oh. Li Tian covered his head with a resigned face. Ruan Yu and the two of them didn't take a few steps before they saw the mutant tree. The lush canopy was full of fruits, all fist-sized red, looking quite festive. The large tree was surrounded by small shrubs that left a circle of open space around it. Nguyen Nok walked under the canopy of the tree, released Little Rose, and took a cup of spring water from space and poured it at the roots of the tree. Seeing the big tree shaking with excitement, Ruan Yu smiled with satisfaction, and the Little Rose even wrapped itself directly around the trunk of the big tree. Is this a done deal? Xie asked suspiciously. Pretty much, but it depends on how well Rose communicates. As long as the water and the space worked for the big trees, then taking these fruits would be less of a problem. When the time comes to switch to Tuanan, let Tuanan switch out again. There are not many good people coming out of the BC city base anyway, so a little bit of pitfall is a little bit of pitfall. The two of them just watched as the Little Rose wiggled two leaves one moment, shook a flower the next, and the big tree stretched out two branches in a gesture. The two men looked confused, presumably because Rose Jr. was haggling. After a flurry of gesticulations, Rose Jr. returned to Nguyen Nok for another flurry of gesticulations, circling up in a circle with her own branch. Gwynnock probably read it and took a basin the size of the one it circled and pumped a basin full of water out. Little Rose took direct control of the branch, picking it up and dumping it at the root of the large tree, then pointed to the pot and gestured in a large circle. Gwynnock brought out a larger container, and the large tree shook its crown, controlling its branches to pick several fruits to put in it. Little Rose handed over the basin again, and Gwynnock once again pumped a basin full of water. After 3 repetitions, the canopy of the large tree was finally bald, with not a single fruit. Gwynnock directly collected all the fruits, her eyes full of happiness. After waiting for Little Rose to have a go with the big tree, only then did Ruanyu pull Xiexingzhou out. I don't know if it was just luck, but when the two of them went out, there was no change in the people outside. It was still a few people from Maurice and the small group of people waiting to rob the place. Sister Ruan, out so soon. Ruanyu smiled and handed him a bag with 20 fruits in it. This is for you. The effects behind the mutant fruit would be much smaller after eating one, so Ruanyu wasn't going to give more. Mao Rui took the bag and opened it to see his eyes straight. Sister Ruan is really a hit. That mutant tree is awesome at first glance. I didn't expect Sister Ruan to pick so many fruits. Thank you, Sister Ruan. We didn't do anything. If Sister Ruan has anything to do in the future, just ask us. We'll do whatever we want. Mori, several people assured with a serious face. We'll talk about it later. In a while you guys can just go. Don't worry about us. Looking at Ruanyu's serious expression, Maurice instantly understood that this was a personal vendetta. It was inappropriate for them to stay. Okay, we'll listen to Sister Ruan. The group quickly made their way to the concrete road, and the shifter squads were very quick to surround them. Bro, how many mutant fruits were exchanged? Can you spare some? Xiexingzhou answered with a cold face and a bad tone. None of them have been exchanged. They can't be divided. The man's face darkened. I advise you to be sensible, so that you can suffer a little less flesh and blood. And we don't ask for much. Here are 5 squads, just 1 for each team. The 6 people on Mao Rui's side, plus her and Xiexingzhou, would normally have 8 mutant fruits, and this time 5 went. No normal person would want it. Xiexingzhou directly kicked over. I'll let you enjoy the pain of skin and flesh first. What the hell? And try to rob him. Those people didn't expect Xiexingzhou to make a direct move. They didn't react for a moment, and several of them were kicked in the face. Looking at those people in a bit of a mess, Ruanyu looked down at Mao Rui's few people sideways. You guys hurry up and leave. What's coming next is a bit bloody, so it's better if you don't watch. A few people immediately thought of the way Ruanyu had chopped people up earlier and turned around. There were some hilarious moments that they couldn't blindly attend. Xiexingzhou punched a few times. Those people reacted. How is also in the end of the world so long people? The reaction should still have. Everyone get together and fight for me. I want to see how much he can do. Xiexingzhou couldn't wait for them to come together. Most of them were 4th order psychics, just so he could let go of the fight. Windblade fireballs kept being thrown out, and all around him, balls of various colors of supernatural energy were also slammed towards him. Seeing that Xiexingzhou was so excited, Ruanyu didn't bother to intervene and just watched from the sidelines. And those who wanted to lay their hands on her, she would see and strike first. It has to be said that the gap between the 4th order alien and the 5th order is still quite large. Plus those people were not united in the first place. But it seems that Xiexingzhou looks like he is in a state of ease, together with her dragging out the ones that looked bad with vines from time to finish them off. After more than half an hour of fighting, there were only 5 left of the group still standing. However, their faces were all colored. Xiexingzhou was also slightly injured, and the two sides were facing each other when Ruanyu walked over. Getting comfortable? It's not bad, if only it was a little longer, Xiexingzhou said with some excitement. Fighting against Ruanyu, both sides would subconsciously close the fight. It was hard to have fun, and later on, he saw that Ruanyu had pretty much learned the ropes, and they both took turns going down to find walkers to fight. Overall it was still good, but the zombies never reacted as fast as the people, and their enemy was still human. So naturally they preferred to fight against people so they could test themselves better. Listening to Xiexingzhou some contemptuous words, the opposite 5 people face black cannot be black again. The gap in strength a few people dare not say. Why don't you give in? Still want us to suffer skin and bones? Xiexingzhou looked at the opposite 5 with a face full of provocation. Looking at the corpses on the ground, one who looked like a good person spoke up and questioned. It seems like we didn't do anything to harm the heavens and the earth. Do you two have to be so deadly? Bad people don't even think they're doing bad things. But we're good people and we're just doing good things now. Good people meet robbers naturally have to take the initiative to clean them up. Or else I don't know how many more people will be robbed by you guys back there. So did we do anything wrong? Ruanyu answered with a smile on his face. If he and Xiexingzhou were undefeated, these people wouldn't necessarily leave them alive. It had been her intention to kill these people. How was she not considered a good person when she could be so reasonable? The 5 people were so angry that they could hardly speak. We didn't do anything to you guys. Strength is honored. Those people don't have the strength themselves to pay tribute to us. What's wrong with that? Ruanyu looked at them with an amused expression. You guys also said that strength is honored. Chapter 112, the zombies are confused. The 5 people looked at Ruanyu with a look of anger. If they could, they would have liked to strangle this woman. On the contrary, the man who spoke at the beginning sized up Xie and thought of several people being sneak attacked by the vines, and continued to speak with an air of confidence. If I'm not mistaken, you're called Ruanyu, right? Oh, so you guessed wrong. Don't try to weasel out of it. The one next to you with fire and wind is definitely the half-mourned corpse that escaped from the Qingqing base. Go on. If you let us go, then how about we pretend we've never seen each other today? Ruanyu snorted. Why are these people so naive? Don't they know that only the dead can be treated as if they've never seen it? Not how. I prefer to look at corpses. As soon as the words fell, Xie directly let go of his hand to strike his supernatural energy, while Ruanyu used her water-based supernatural energy to separate the moisture in the body of the person who spoke. Looking at the man's face of pain, Ruanyu nodded with satisfaction. Having experimented with it a few times before, he didn't expect it to be quite convenient to use it on a human body. Xie looked at the corners of her hooked mouth, subconsciously trembled. A look of pity at the curled up on the ground. Nothing to provoke her. Why? It would have been a pain in the ass for you guys, but now we'll just have to wait for her to experiment slowly. After a while, Nguyenok had almost enough fun before he just gave the man a hard time. Xie skillfully destroyed the corpse. Alright, it's all burned clean. Let's go then. Walking to the parking place, Ruanyu realized that Mao Rui and the others were actually still there. Ruanyu raised an eyebrow. You guys haven't left yet? We didn't have much to do, so we stopped by to see if anyone was coming. Mori scratched his head and whispered, do you have a place to stay now? Nguyenok asked. A villa we've taken up in the suburbs. There are fewer walkers around and the lines are more complete, so for the time being we're just going to live over there. Mori didn't hide it, explaining in detail. Ruanyu nodded. It's fine. Don't run downtown if you're not doing anything. If you guys want to find me, let Tunan send me a message. Let's go. Each to his own. After saying this, Ruanyu turned around and got into the car, waving his hand, and Xie drove the car out a long way with a kick of the gas, leaving Maurice a few people looking at each other in disbelief. Big brother, is Sister Ruan not letting us follow? Mori was silent for a while before he said, pretty much, probably afraid to involve us. Have you forgotten who all the people who come this way are coming for? It's good for us to be outside, and we can inform Sister Ruan in time if there's any news. And besides the city center, you dare to go? Don't dare. It's not that he's a wimp, it's that he's more life-thirsty. A 4th order psychic can't really up a 4th order zombie, except for the perverts. Come on, go home. On the other hand, White Tea and his group were looking around for supplies. The car drove to the city. Fenglan thought that the strength of a few people is not bad. It is better to look for them separately, so that they can return to the base sooner. So he parked the car and spoke. Why don't we split up into 2 groups and look for them separately, and meet here later? White Tea immediately retorted. No, Brother Feng, now that the zombies are so powerful, if we separate, in case one of the parties gets trapped, how dangerous it would be, and we would also lose a spatial adept for nothing. Now that the zombies were evolving so fast, if they encountered a group of zombies, there would be 3 4th order adepts in one group, and they would have to protect a space adept. She's nodding. Nguyenok. She won't be infected with the zombie virus, so isn't that a dead end? She would like to push someone behind her back to block the knife. It's fine if the person is dead. If not, can she still stay in the base? Su Yenji was now completely cognizant of reality, so he helped out. Cha-Cha has a point. In case we meet 2 or 3 4th order zombies, aren't we just sending food to the door? The others didn't say anything, but they also acquiesced to White Tea's words. They were clear about their own strength. Although splitting up was the fastest, the drama told them that splitting up tended to kill them faster. Seeing this, Fenglan couldn't say anything, and Bai Cha didn't say anything wrong. Then let's go together. That Lin Yu, you put the car away. Watching the car disappear into thin air, several people headed towards the nearest convenience store. Fenglan, who has the fastest reaction, and Su Yenji, who has the strongest attack power, go in front. Not seeing a zombie doesn't mean there isn't one. It's better to be careful. Fenglan pushed open the door. Su Xiang held up his purple alien energy ball and probed in. His pair of ebony eyes directly locked with a pair of greenish-white pupils inside. Ah! Su Yenji was startled, and the alien energy ball slammed into it several times for no money. Fenglan was speechless, although it was indeed a bit scary. But wasn't this a bit of an exaggeration? Alright, don't smash it. The zombies are all mushy. Reacting. Su Yenji was a bit embarrassed. It's a bit of a stress reaction to suddenly lock eyes with a zombie. The people behind him could of course only laugh a little in their hearts. And naturally their mouths would only say good things. It's okay. It's the same with someone else. Words. It's good that you're alright. Killing a fourth order zombie so quickly is really impressive. Yeah. Thanks to your quick reflexes. Otherwise the zombies might have reacted and attacked us. Feng Lan rolled her eyes. You guys might as well just say that you all let him go to the forefront afterward. Each one of you has a first-class ability to open your eyes and talk nonsense. Although it was set that the 6 people would be divided into 3 groups and take turns to walk at the front, but when someone volunteered to play the lead all the time, the others naturally wouldn't refuse. As for the 2 space aliens, they were protected animals, so naturally they had to be surrounded and protected in the center. Alright, Lin Yu, you 2 hurry up and collect your supplies. 2 of the group stayed outside to keep an eye on things, and the rest went into the tiny convenience store. The convenience store had obviously been raided. Just a few boxes of stuff and a smattering of merchandise on the wall shelves. Not a moment later Lin Yu walked up to Feng Lan and said, Team Feng, it's all stowed away. Feng Lan surveyed the area. Those corners they had rummaged through, confirming that there was nothing there. Let's go then. Continue in another place. The group hoofed it inside again. Seeing a fondue restaurant, a few people weren't stupid. Liquefied gas and all that was still popular. Most hot pot restaurants had glass windows, and a quick glance at the inside to see if there was anything there made a few people a little less defensive. Inside, it was indeed as they saw it, only tables and chairs and all that, and several people split up to get the gas tanks out from under the tables. The excitement of the job was high when an unlucky man walked up to the back kitchen door, his back to the door. A zombie stepped out silently and lunged straight for the man's head. Where did the zombies come from? Luckily I reacted quickly. The unlucky man dodges the walker with his intuition and throws a golden light, and after seeing that it's a walker, he takes control of the metal objects around him and smashes them towards the walker. The others hear the sound and join in attacking the walkers. Soon a fourth order zombie fell to the ground under the crowd's siege. Feng Lan whistled. Xing Zi, pretty quick reaction. Chapter 113, this is the effect you want. That's true. I'm practiced at this. The shifter named Xing Zi had a confident look on his face, and probably because it was so cold, he didn't notice that there was actually a bloodstain on the back of his neck, which was still greenish-black in color. Finished, right? Let's go. Change places and continue. The Toongwin Nok drove straight home to where they had come out on roller skates earlier. Tuanan and his party were carefully driving and sliding out. The people in the car didn't dare to utter a single breath, deeply afraid that because of this breath, the car would directly slip out uncontrollably. Seeing Ruanyu, Tunan's eyes lit up. His little brother had informed him long ago that Ruanyu had gone to the mutant tree. Looking at the 2 fortune tellers, odds are that the harvest is full. Be careful. Pull over and stop. Don't scare our fortune teller. The 2 vans carefully stopped at the side of the road, and Tunan walked straight toward the 2 men as soon as he got out of the car. Brother Xie, does the younger sibling do business? Looking at the 2 of you like this, I guess you can make a big deal out of it, right? Ruanyu smiled and didn't say anything. Sometimes she really felt that Tunan was a dog. She had only changed things in the morning. They had just picked the mutant fruits, and this person had directly encountered them by smell. Does Big Brother 2 still have crystal cores to exchange? Xie Xingzhou responded. They had picked so many fruits, how could Tunan not eat them? Tuan Nan naturally knew how many kilograms he had. Not to mention that he had only been emptied of his crystal cores in the morning. I definitely don't have many more crystal cores, but we can change the method. Big Brother 2 tell me about it? As soon as he heard Tunan's words, Xie Xingzhou became interested and Ruanyu also looked at Tunan with a curious face. Tunan looked around and pointed to a side of the house and said, that why don't we go inside first? Discuss slowly. It's really a bit cool outside. Could be. Xie Xingzhou walked in first, looked around, and nodded towards Ruanyu. The 3 men each found a stool in the house and sat down. Tuan Nan didn't sell the story and spoke directly. Brother-sister should have picked quite a few fruits in her hands. There are a few. Here's what I'm thinking. Aren't there a lot of people here these days? I'll help you 2 sell the mutant fruits. How about you 2 give me a 2-point cut? A lot of those people from the base are rich, so it's good to pit a little now. Ruanyu and the 2 of them looked at each other. This method seems to work, but you can't give more. Take 20 at most, and sell them in batches. Starvation marketing in order to pit more people. After selling the fruits, after letting Tunan reveal a little bit of her news out, before eliminating all those people with wrong intentions, pit crystal core revenge for both. The method is fine, but how many crystal cores is Big Brother 2 prepared to take and sell at a time? Tuanan thought for a moment. 3 to 5 at a time. Sold in bundles. Gwyn nodded. A would-be puddle of crystal cores. In that case, I'll give you 20 fruits. Big Brother 2 play well and pit the crystal cores to the best of his ability. Hearing so many mutant fruits, Tunan's eyes lit up. Isn't this a chance to get rich? Sure, no problem. Ruanyu took out a bag containing 25 mutant fruits. Big Brother 2, here are 25 mutant fruits. 5 are for you. This time, the mutated fruit is able to cure the zombie virus. Big Brother 2 must play well. The last thing that's lacking here is zombies. Hearing the 5 mutant fruits, Tunan's eyes brightened even more. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll be sure to drain those people dry. 5 mutant fruits to solve the zombie virus. That can be more sought after than the enhancement of supernatural ability. Supernatural ability can be enhanced by killing zombies, but the infection virus is not solved by killing zombies. Oh yeah, that manhwa that Big Brother 2 talked about in the morning. It just so happened that I ran into him. And this time, we even went to pick mutant fruits together. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Big Brother 2 think about how to pit people. Words fell, the two got up and walked out. Watching the two walk away, Tunan only then reacted. Ruanyu, this is to tell her that manhwa a few people she knows. Let him by the way to take care of it. However, the strength of those few people is not bad. The leader is not stupid, and does not need him to take care of. If there is news he will promptly notify. 5 mutant fruits. Of course it's not a problem. Tuanan walked out and greeted his minions and drove off. The two of them put on their roller skates and skated along. And halfway through, Ruanyu realized that there was actually a small team on the side of the road looking for supplies. Xiexingzhou also saw it and lowered his head. Why don't we go look for supplies as well? Could be. It just so happened that she had met all of these people in her last life. It's just a dozen kilometers from the city center. So let's just get the people out of the way. With that said, the two leaned over to change their shoes off and watched as the small group walked into a side room. The two following slowly. These guys don't have a grudge against you two, do they? Ruanyu thought for a moment. More or less. The leader of this squad is the father of the kid who stabbed her in her last life. Coincidentally, in his last life this person was also scratched by a zombie in City A. He was injured a little bit, and he relied on the mutant fruit to return to City B to be saved by her. The man behind her, in order to thank her, took his squad to go with her to the Qingqing base, and then picked up his wife and son after he had put down roots. Looking at this situation, this person has probably left his wife and children in the base. Also, such a dangerous end of the world. The base, although there are many rules, at least it is safer than the outside. Plus their strength. In the base more or less will be some preferential treatment. manhwa several people's strength is strong, but there is no drag. Coupled with the character of several people sooner or later to run, the base will naturally take advantage of the people in the more pressure for a while. It's not now, it will be later. So snuff it out while you can. Xiexingzhou, why don't you just say they had a grudge against you in their last life? It seems like you can't either. There are some things that you just know in your heart, but not when you say them. It's better to prepare an enemy and snuff it out before it's too late. Ruanyu glanced at Xiexingzhou with a blank stare. What the hell is a preparatory enemy? Less talk, more watch. Hurry up and follow. Walking up to the door, Ruanyu looked up and visually measured that there were still about 24 floors to go, and quite naturally stopped in her tracks. This seems to be a commercial building. Why don't we wait downstairs for them to come down? It's okay. Xiexingzhou was full of approval. He didn't want to climb the stairs either. Besides, he and Gwyn had pretty much scoured this neighborhood before the cool down, and this kind of building didn't seem to them to have any real purpose other than to pass the time. With the storm so long, some places flooded 5 or 6 stories, some 4 or 5. There weren't many places to find food. There weren't many restaurants that could open on the upper floors, and naturally the food was even less. But of course that didn't rule out the fact that these people were looking for thicker clothes. Ruanyu pulled Xiexingzhou to hide in the corner and took 2 handcakes out. Running for so long kinda consumes energy. Here you go. I almost forgot that there are still a lot of handcakes that I haven't eaten. Xiexingzhou laughed. This scent is just right. Those people coming down will probably come over to you of their own accord. That was the desired effect. Plus she was really hungry. Chapter 114, Brother, eat quite well. The two of them nestled in the corner eating hand pies. And when they couldn't get enough, Gwyn brought out another order of fried potatoes. After eating and not seeing anyone come down, Ruanyu grabbed a handful of fried skewers out. Not to mention that this kind of unhealthy food really smells good and tastes even better. It smells so good. It's been a long time since I ate like this, Ruanyu said with a face of emotion. When he was nesting at home, Xiexingzhou cooked every day in different ways. If he still ate these, weirdly embarrassed. This was just the right situation now. In case there were other people around, they might just come sniffing around. It's not bad. It's also just an occasional bite that's really good. Xiaxingzhou held the potatoes in one hand and the fried skewer in the other, and took a big bite and lapped it up. Gwynnock went over with a knife. Eat your food. I don't see you eating less. Just in time to go back and get some fried skewers to stock up on. After a while, the two of them were eating deliciously when a squad came in from outside the building, and the squad from upstairs also came down after scavenging. The two squads turned on their strong flashlights at the same time and shone them towards Ruanyu. Man, that's some good eating. It's okay, average. So many people watching. The two did not half embarrassed. 3 or 2 eat and put the mask back on. Looking at the place a bit narrow, the three parties walked to the door in silence. There were still a few people standing behind them, so the two of them, Ruanyu, had no choice but to stand silently to the side, listening to the other two parties exchange pleasantries in a peaceful manner. Captain Sheen just came downstairs. It looks like the harvest was good. Forrest greeted with a smile on his face. Captain Lin found his way here so quickly, so I'm sure it can't be that bad, right? It's just like that. I wonder if Captain Sheen has any ideas? Forrest sized up Ruanyu and the two of them and picked up with a smile on his face. That depends on what Captain Lin thinks. Sheen Ran smiled meaningfully, but both sides read each other's eyes. After that there was another round of pleasantries between you and me, and then a consensus was reached that these two were the big ones and had to be slaughtered together or no one would get it. Ruanyu and Xiaxingzhou seriously played the role of lambs to the slaughter, silently watching the two hunters. It's quite a coincidence that the haters are running in piles. Ruanyu felt that even though she had upgraded quickly, she had to admit that these two squads were really strong, and if they were ordinary people, they could indeed discuss in front of others like this. But how can the average person be so stupid as to eat food with such a heavy scent in this location and want to die and run towards the zombie pile? But that's good. Maybe when they've discussed it, another team will come in a little while, and with this heavy oil stuff, the scent can travel a long way. These two squads, 16 people, usually this kind of squad will have a space alien. 2 squads remove 2. There are still 14 combatants. Ruanyu had looked at them early on, all 4th order psychics. It was obvious that they were doing well over here, and it looked like it was about time for the 5th order zombies to show up. Sheen Ran and Forestry simultaneously turned their heads to look at the two Ruanyu. In that case, let's come together and ask these two friends what they mean. 16 people surrounded Ruanyu and the two of them. Some of them were rather lewd, and even though Ruanyu was wrapped in a thick winter coat, those people's eyes kept scanning over Ruanyu's body. There were only 4 or 5 decent ones. None of them had good intentions at all. Ruanyu was a little scared and hid behind Xiaxingzhou, but fortunately with the mask on, no one could see her expression. What do you want to ask? The tone of her voice was so weak that she probably wouldn't have been heard if it hadn't been quiet enough around her. However, alien hearing is naturally not bad. While Xiaxingzhou looked at her with an expression of seeing a ghost and reached out to touch her fluffy hat as if to comfort her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. The two captains, Lin and Sheen Ran, looked at each other. It looked like they could have pitched more. Who made them so stupidly white and sweet? The end of the world for so long and still dared to eat something that tasted so heavy in a crowded place. Those things didn't smell any different than they did before the end of the world. So didn't that mean they had not only more but abundant supplies on hand? Don't be afraid, little girl. We're not bad people. We just want to ask where all the food you just ate came from? Sheen Ran said with a gentle tone and a kind face. Ruanyu directly buried her face in Xiaxingzhou's clothes. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold back her laughter. Good thing there's still Xiaxingzhou to pick up the conversation. It's a better looking girl who gave them to us. She's more kind, and she's been giving them away for free in one place for a while, or Xiaxingzhou would say. Looking at the several people in forestry with a look of disbelief, Xiaxingzhou continued, if you don't believe me, I can take you with me. She's been staying at the hospital, and she's the one who gave me anti-inflammatories when I got hurt earlier. Ruanyu carefully avoided the other people's line of sight, handed half of the anti-inflammatory medicine to Xiaxingzhou. Xiaxingzhou took it into his pocket and took it out and held it up and handed it over. Nah, that's the anti-inflammatory she gave me. Forrest reached out and took it, turned his head in disgust with Sheen Ran again. Believe it? Naturally, I don't believe it. But what if it's true? Even if it was fake? A dozen or so 4th order psychics on their side. Many small bases didn't have so many psychics. What were they afraid of with such a lineup? Isn't gambling what the end of the world relies on? Winning the bet was a large amount of supplies, and losing couldn't do anything to these two alone, and they had seen all around here. Basically no one had been here before. If these two had power behind them, these places probably wouldn't have been their turn to come. The two of them looked at each other in silent agreement. You guys don't keep anything you eat well, and that person who gave you the stuff is a space alien? We're not sure about that. But anyway, she always has a constant supply of food on hand, and sometimes we go early enough to see her cooking. Sheen Ran let out a low chuckle. You talk a good game, But how do we know if you're lying? Xie Xingzhou's voice was tinged with anger. If you like to believe it or not, it's you guys who have to ask. If you don't believe it, just go and see for yourself. Now that you've asked, it's time to let us go. Seeing this, Forestry hastened to pacify him. Don't get excited, brother. We're just scared of being cheated. How about you guys come with us on another trip? How can I say this kind of thing? No matter whether it is true or not, as a person will be curious to see it. This is the end of the world, the peace era. No one dares to send things like this. How dare this person? Or women? The Xie Xingzhou of course also understands that is why it is so made up. If these people do not go, it is not impossible for him and Ruan Yu to kill, but lure them elsewhere. And along the way they might be able to seduce others along with them. It was all murder anyway, and a few more or fewer would make no difference. Seeing that Xie Xingzhou didn't say anything, Forestry began to provoke. Brother, why don't you say anything? It won't be a lie to us, right? Xie Xingzhou looked like he was really enraged and directly began to put out harsh words. Just go. Who cares about lying to you? Whoever does not have good intention shall not die. Go on. Hurry up. Lin Lin and Qin Ran looked at each other and nodded at the same time, and then arranged for the people to go on the road together. Xie Xingzhou and Ruan Yu sat in the back row to point out the way. The three cars drove slowly in the direction that Xie Xingzhou pointed. Chapter 115, 3/5 Order Zombies. Although Ruan Yu cooperated with Xie Xingzhou to make it up, she really didn't expect that Xie Xingzhou would directly bring people to the mental hospital. So he reached out and wrote on Xie Xingzhou Dao's palm. What do you think? She did say before that psychotic aliens and zombie attacks would be stronger than normal, but she wasn't sure there would be powerful zombies in the asylum. Don't you want to know about that asylum too? Isn't it safer to bring these people with you than the two of us? Xie Xingzhou pulled Ruan Yu's handwriting to explain. People like to die, and he was curious when Gwyn Nok brought this up, itching for a chance to visit a mental hospital. However, the fourth rank and above were zombies that would actively attack him if they thought they could beat him, and with Gwyn Nok being more attractive to zombies as well, this idea would have to be put to rest. This group of people came just in time. He thought that if Ruan Yu wanted to directly kill people, even if did not think that Ruan Yu would directly give this opportunity, then it is just the right time to bring the people over. Seeing as how Ruan Yu was so cooperative, he must have wanted to go as well, and the two of them still had similar talents for making a fool of themselves. You've been thinking about this for a while? That wasn't even a chance you gave. Luckily, the mental hospital wasn't very far away. Even if the car drove slowly, the group still arrived after half an hour. The terrain left 2 floors of the asylum unflooded, with the words mental illness in particular standing out. The group got out of the car and looked at the eye-catching sign and were dumbfounded. Dude, is this where you're talking about? You guys live here too? Or have you always lived here? Xie Xingzhou rolled his eyes and took a deep breath before answering. Do you see me dressed like a psychopath? Besides, what's wrong with mental illness? Now are all zombies do not like to kill is? How you have not killed zombies? If you're scared, just turn around and go back. I'm not dragging you. I won't let you go. If you can't, go back and stay. Softy, let's go and order more food this time so we don't have to come out tomorrow. The comment mocked La Mancha and managed to talk both squads up. 16 people. 2 space aliens put the car away and hugely followed the footsteps of the 2 Ruan Yu. As soon as they left the line of sight of those people, the 2 of them, Ruan Yu, directly disappeared. I just sensed it. There are 5th order zombies in here. Just after entering the space, Xie Xingzhou opened his mouth. Then these people should be excited, right? It would definitely be exciting if there was only one, but there's 3 of them in here, and several 4th order walkers. Then they'll probably die of excitement. The space could see outside. The 2 were sitting on the sofa, one of them holding half a watermelon. This forestry industry reacts quite quickly. The zombies just showed up and hung up. He's a captain who doesn't have that kind of reaction, so can he still lead the team? Also, Qin ran forestry 2 squads into the hospital. Head-on is a 4th order zombie. Forestry reacted quickly, an ice blade on the past. Qin ran also not willing to show weakness, control a large knife on the cutover. The dimly lit interior made it necessary for the group's flashlight to continue on. Seeing the environment, Qin ran forestry frowned at the same time. This place looks like no one has been here. Those 2 are really skillful and bold. Even dare to cheat so blatantly. Running that fast, it looks like it's done that a lot. There's a sound attraction, and a couple more 4th order walkers come in. The 2 space aliens skillfully hid in the corner, and the remaining 14 people all tacitly put aside their previous stigma for the time being and attacked towards the zombies together. Colorful balls of psychic energy hit towards the zombies, and the zombie side similarly hit colorful psychic energy towards forestry and their side. Outnumbered, and with the shifters already having a lot of hard eyes, the 5 zombies soon landed on their heads. Ruan Yu watched with excitement in space, not to mention These two squads are much more powerful than Foamland's two pieces of trash. 5 fourth-order zombies. And not a single person on this side froze and got hurt. But they all know we're cheating, so why don't they leave? Xiaxingzhou looked at her with an amused face. A mental hospital is also a hospital. Come all the way here. Don't you look to see if there is any medicine? Besides, medicine for mental illness is already scarce. And who dares to say they are completely sane in the end times? It wasn't that Nguyen Ngoc hadn't thought about it, but what hospital would put medicine on the top floor? She's never been to a mental hospital either, so who knows where the pharmacy is? Have all the fourth-order zombies come down? There are still 3 fifth-order zombies left, so I'm really looking forward to it. Nguyen Ngoc looked out expectantly as he ate his melon, but the space could only see things within sight of the location of the ground where he entered the space. After the upgrade, you can get out of space without having to be in the same place, but only within 10 meters of where you were, which is still pretty good. The two squads entered the house and killed a total of 6 zombies. The two captains were too lazy to discuss. The team members had already tacitly divided. 3 crystals on one side. See if there are any more walkers and don't go alone. Look carefully for any medicine. The group searched around and didn't find anything, so they continued up the stairs, watching the people go up. Ruan Yu and the two of them also went out of the space and carefully followed. Walking to the top stairway, the two disappeared again. Forrest frowned. Why do I feel like someone is following us? Qin Ran is not stupid. Forestry can say, surely can feel something. So bring a few people walked to the stairwell to look around. No one in sight? Could it be a walker? As soon as Qin Ran's words fell, 3 zombies walked out of the 3 wards with open doors. Before the others could react, the 2 captains shouted on the spot, run! If a 5th-order zombie, they were naturally not afraid. 2 were barely, and 3 could only run away. Zombies can be killed at any time, but they can't be so desperate. They've only risen to the 4th order not long ago, and they still want to live a little longer. The other members of the team also reacted. A group of people quickly ran toward the outside. The stairs are too dark. Forestry reacted quickly to lead the people to directly smash the window and jump down. Come on, jump out the window and get the car out in a hurry. Everyone, whether jumping out of a window or running away, reacted exceptionally fast, and in the blink of an eye 16 people had run out onto the ice. But the 3 walkers also reacted quickly and half-heartedly, and before the people could get on the car, the walkers had already run to stand on the roof of the car. Ruan Yu and the 2 of them rushed out of the space and stood at the window to watch. The other 2 walkers both hit the car with their powers separately, and the walker standing on the roof of the car, presumably a power type, bounced off the car a few times, and the car, though not completely scrapped, was definitely undrivable. Qin Ran made a snap decision and said, split up and run. Unfortunately, the zombies didn't give a chance at all, and the 3 zombies went in 3 directions, with no escape path at all. And comparing to a 4th-order zombie, the movement speed of a 5th-order zombie was not a class at all. Spell it out, everyone. Forrest turned his head to Qin Ran. I'll control the ice to freeze the zombies' feet. You lead the men to grab the opportunity to cut off their heads, and if you can't cut off their heads, you should also cut off their legs to prevent them from moving. Yes. Qin Ran immediately began to make arrangements. You guys take care of the wood one, the rest of you take care of the water one, and I'll take the power one. Looking at the zombies jumping around, Forestry kept his eyes on them and watched as soon as 6 of his feet dipped into the ice. He directly activated his powers and burst out. Quick! Now! Chapter 116, Psychopathic Alien. The feet of the 3 zombies were instantly frozen, and everyone unleashed their powers towards the zombies. However, the 5th-order zombie was not so easy to deal with. The moment the supernatural energy smashed over it broke free from the ice on its feet and dodged aside. The wood and water-type zombies still did not forget to hit the supernatural energy at the people who attacked it. No! You can't freeze 3 zombies at once, one by one. Qin Ran immediately reacted to the situation and brought the others to hide to the side, uttering a reminder. I'll control one first then. You guys watch your timing. Okay. You guys hold off the other 2 walkers as I just divided up. Qin Ran arranged it in a few moments. Looking at the zombies that Forestry had been staring at, controlling several metal weapons behind him. Seeing that the zombie had been dodging around, Qin Ran controlled the large knife to slash over, and as soon as the zombie's feet touched the ground, Forestry quickly froze the lower half of the zombie's body. Qin Ran's metal weapon also arrived as expected, and the few team members around him saw the zombies being trapped and flung out their powers for no money. After almost half an hour, the first 5th-order zombie was successfully resolved. In a flash, the 2 of them set their sights on another water zombie, and seeing that one of their companions was dead, the 2 zombies cooperated well and stayed next to each other, never letting themselves be left alone. Forrest frowned as he watched. Think of a way to separate the 2 walkers. So long as the alien's powers are almost exhausted, but the zombies are still so alive. Several teammates were injured. Forestry 2 people are anxious and cannot do anything about it. Control the water balloon. Smash it on them. I'll freeze them, and you guys hurry up and attack while they don't break free. Good. Smashing several large water balloons on the 2 zombies one after another. The moment the zombies bounced to the ground again, 2 large water balloons smashed straight onto them, and the water on their bodies immediately condensed into ice. The team members, who were already exhausted, once again exploded their potential and kept attacking the zombies. And after a while, they saw 2 zombies fall to the ground. 14 men couldn't hold out any longer and all lay on the ice. The 2 captains were a little better and could still talk. Look at each other. And if there are any injuries, hurry and get the mutant fruit. 2 space aliens ran out from the side, checking on each one, feeding a mutant fruit when they saw an injured one. 14 people, 10 were injured. The first 2 were more seriously injured and ate 2 mutant fruits before they got better. The 2 of them, Ruan Yu, stood upstairs and watched with a sigh of relief. There really is still an advantage to having many people. It took 3 zombies to fight for more than an hour. Xiaxingzhou felt that Ruan Yu seemed to be connoting something. These 3 zombies are all single-system psychic abilities, and they're just average, and they're not comparable to the ones we encountered before. You see, they killed the walkers, but at this time of the day with a random walker, they probably wouldn't be able to put up much of a fight. You're right, but aren't there still 2 space aliens standing in their midst? What are you afraid of? Ruan Yu said as she looked at the 2 space aliens. She couldn't believe that these 2 aliens hadn't killed zombies before. The 2 men didn't stand around stupidly, looking around with binoculars, just in case some unsuspecting person or zombie suddenly came. Ruan Yu said with some curiosity as she looked at the group of people lying dead at the bottom. Do you think if we go down there at this point, they'll just jump up in fear? Xiaxingzhou held the binoculars and thought for a moment. Maybe, but there's no rush. I saw a person walking over, most likely a psychotic alien. The ones in blue and white striped suits he could only categorize as mentally ill. Nguyen Nok lamented. Looks like we got lucky today. The 2 space aliens downstairs also saw it and hurriedly ran next to their captain. Captain, someone is coming over. They don't look like good people. How many? 1. Forrest sat up. Rested? Get up. See if the car can go? Bring out another one if it doesn't. Although a person forestry felt that there was no danger, but they had just had a big battle. At this time, if a random 3rd or 4th ranked aberration came, they would be seriously injured. In case the one who came was a 5th order alien, the power behind the one who could rise to the 5th order must not be small. Who knows how many people would walk out behind him? Even if there were none, now was not the time to fight. Qin Ran naturally understood this, and also called the team members up. Captain, he's coming along. Both space aliens leaned towards their captain with some fear. All eyes were on the slowly emerging figure. There was nothing special about the visitor except that his clothes were a little wrinkled. His face was normal, and there was no blood on his body. Forrest reached out and patted the space alien beside him. It's just an ordinary alien. What are you afraid of? The man was a little aggravated. Captain, look at his cuffs, blue and white striped shirt, and he's headed this way. Don't you just want to say he's psychotic? Forrest had had a relatively smooth ride all this time, apparently not realizing the horrors of psychotic aliens. No, Captain, normal people usually can't beat psychopaths, so isn't it the same for aliens? Ruan Yu held the binoculars and smiled at the person who approached her. Wasn't this the psychopath she used half her life to kill in her last life? I really didn't expect this one to show up so early. The psychopath himself has the superhero gene, combined with persecution paranoia about anyone he meets thinking the other person is trying to kill him. And on top of that, the man has awakened power psychic abilities, hand-tearing zombies and hand-tearing living people. That's really skillful. Awakening power psychosis. These 2 squads are truly blessed. Xiaxingzhou observed. It was a good thing that this psychotic psychic ability level was not high, otherwise he would have been a bit of a wimp. So are we going to kill him? Let's kill it. Doesn't Tuanan come hanging around downtown a lot too? It'll be troublesome if he meets us. Ruan Yu felt that working with 2 Nan was quite pleasant. And if they suddenly changed to another person, they didn't even know if they could still work together like this. The boss is the same, but the people underneath are all unique in their own way. Good. I'll meet him later. Ruan Yu shrugged indifferently. Someone liked to fight. Of course she had to fulfill it. Psycho stepped a little closer and also got a good look at the dozen or so people across the room. Are you here to play with me? Forrest frowned. No, we were passing by. Psycho blushed. You're not here to play with me, so you're here to kill me, right? Watching an ordinary face instantly become hideous, all 16 people subconsciously took a step back. Watching the group of people's backward movements, Psycho's expression became even more terrifying. You guys are afraid of me? You're all bad people. Only bad people would be afraid of me. Bad people deserve to die. Psycho finished his speech and ran towards the forestry group, probably afraid that his clothes would affect his play. And as he ran, he took off his jacket. The jacket fell to the floor, revealing the blue and white hospital gown underneath, stained red with blood except for some parts of the limbs, shoulders and neck where a blue-white color could be seen. Forestry's voice trembled a little as he looked at the bloody man running over. Sheen ran. Quickly control your greatsword to cut the man down before you do so. Chapter 117, Two Psychopaths. Sheen Ran controlled a greatsword to slash over at the first opportunity, and due to his excessive consumption earlier, he could only control one greatsword now. The greatsword flew towards the psychosis, and as it approached it was whacked directly into the ice, the blade sticking halfway in. Sheen Ran was a bit confused. This was the first time he had encountered this situation. The others had already flown out some distance, and Forestry, looking at the somewhat frozen man, hurriedly shouted, "What are you fuming about? Why don't you hurry up and run?" Psycho looked at the large knife welded into the ice, reached down and pulled it out, weighed it twice in his hand, and held it up as he chased after the group. The ice surface was already a bit slippery, especially in such a panic situation. An alien who had been injured more severely before and hadn't fully slowed down yet directly skidded and fell onto the ice. Looking at the raised machete, cold sweat broke out. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" The greatsword fell without mercy. "Ah!" A shout that resounded through the sky. The greatsword slashed crookedly, and the man on the ground had his whole arm cut off with his shoulder blade. One could only say that the greatsword that had been strengthened by the golden alien was indeed sharp. The others ran even faster, and the space aliens ran some distance away, hastily taking out the spare cars in their space. A few people close by rushed to get into the car, and with a kick of the gas pedal, the car went straight from the thick ice straight into a house on the side, and the body got stuck straight away. As the shouts became smaller and smaller, the man was directly divided into several pieces, and seeing that the drive was not good, those people immediately dispersed and ran towards the high-rise building. After hacking one man to death, Psycho looked a lot more excited, looking around with his knife and walking towards the stuck car. The people in the car panicked even more, kept smashing the windows, and all four of the people in the car climbed out as Psycho was about to walk in. Looking at the approaching bloodshed, several people quickly ran towards a flight of stairs, and luckily for them, they crashed into a 20-something story residential building. Ruanyu held the binoculars and started chatting when she couldn't see the situation in the house. "I can see that these people really used all their strength when they were killing the zombies. It means people are more united." Xiexingzhou looked at the people fleeing in all directions and commented more pertinently, "However, if they didn't put their best foot forward, those 3 fifth-order zombies really wouldn't be that easy to take out." So much so that he was now being chased around by a psychopath, occasionally hitting a few of his powers with little effect. Watching the Psycho walk into a house and a handful of people run out of hiding, the other space alien pulled out his car, and before he could get in, the Psycho suddenly ran over. Nguyen-nok looked on with a surprised face. This Psycho didn't go upstairs. People are psychotic, not cuties. If we go up there, won't we just cut those few people? If you don't go up and cut the people outside, you can still go back and cut those few people later. They must be too scared to come down now anyway. Xiexingzhou looked also a little surprised. Have a brain really are not easy to deal with. Looking at the psychosis that suddenly leapt out, the already panicked people panicked even more and turned to run, and a few of them looked at the miserable state of the person before and fell to the ground with a weak leg. They were killing a lot of walkers, but anyone who cuts people like that would be scared, right? Chopped once. This time the maneuver was much more skillful. A slash down the arm fell straight to the ground. The miserable screams, making the Psycho with the big knife enjoy squinting his eyes. There was fire in his eyes as he looked to the rest of the group, and hearing the voices a little less, he raised his knife again to cut off the other arm. It was repeated twice, and the man on the floor could no longer make a sound. Psycho once again raised his machete and gave chase, and for a moment there were screams of misery all around him. Ruanyu frowned a little. In his last life no one rushed to send weapons. This moment directly opened the door to a new world for people. Not only that, but the screams actually overlapped. "Did you hear that?" Xiexingzhou nodded. "I heard it. There were 2 screams." Hearing the screams shift from the lower floors to the upper floors, Forestry and Sheen Ran stepped out of the way, and the 2 of them went straight to the newly taken out car. Just started the front suddenly flashed a person. Clothes are blood red. Looking at the 2 people in the car smiling happily. Hey, caught you guys? Quickly come down to play with me." The face that was obviously smiling happily was no different from a death smile in the eyes of the 2. Sheen Ran directly kicked the gas down, and the car sped out at once, and the person who flashed was directly knocked away. "But you obviously can't drive like that on ice." And the 2 men, like those before them, crashed right into the wall, started several times, found that the car cannot move, is anxious, and through the rearview mirror to see the person who was hit by the fly stood up. The two rushed out of the car towards the upstairs run. This mental illness is quite resistant to being beaten up. It seems like it's fine even after it's all crashed and flown. As soon as the words fell, there was another miserable scream. Ruanyu carefully counted 14 times, which meant that there were only 2 people left in forestry Chinran. As he was lamenting, the psycho carrying a large sword stepped out and turned his head to meet Nguyen Ngok's eyes directly. Nguyen Ngok rubbed his nose in embarrassment. It seems to have come at us this time. Correction, it's coming at you. Xie Xingzhou's voice came from below the windowsill. Ruanyu glared at him and kicked him over. Didn't you say you wanted to meet him? I purposely attracted it for you. Why don't you hurry down? That big knife is kind of scary. Haven't thought of a way to do it yet. Are you stupid? Can't you use fire? While the two were talking, the man carrying the greatsword had walked to the door, and Ruanyu felt his eyes glowing as he looked at her. It's at the door. Let's jump down when he gets to the stairs. Watching the person walk in, but not hearing the sound of going up the stairs at all, Ruanyu was silent for a while and directly threw 2 grenades to Xie Xingzhou. And don't tell me, they've got you figured out and are waiting at the bottom for you to jump. Xie Xingzhou couldn't suppress a laugh and took the grenade and walked over to close the door. The grenade smoothly stuck on the door handle. The two just stood there at the window until another empty-handed psycho came along and the man carrying the big knife slowly made his way upstairs. Ruanyu only felt her IQ being rubbed on the ground, so it was here waiting for them. When they heard the one carrying the machete coming up fast, the two jumped straight down. Watching the empty-handed psychosis approach, Ruanyu controlled 5 thick vines to tie up the person as soon as he landed, and Xie Xingzhou hit several wind blades in a row, so that the other party couldn't even speak before the head had already landed on the ground. Bang! At the same time there were also explosions coming from behind them. Ruanyu retrieved the vines. Xie Xingzhou directly released fireballs to ensure that the people behind them would not swindle. The two of them turned their heads in unison to look at the window opening where they had just stayed. After waiting for a while with no reaction, Xie Xingzhou directly threw a fireball in. Ruanyu looked at him with a sideways look of contempt. Is this what you call meeting people? Aang, don't make a move. I'll do what I say. Nguyen, who can dog you? Chapter 118 Lin Shan Squad. The fireball was thrown in for a few moments when a man suddenly leapt out of it, his face all bruised and his already tattered clothes now burning. The man jumped right onto the ice and started rolling as soon as he landed. You really don't say. This guy actually carried the bomb. But why don't we see him with a big knife anymore? Ruanyu looked at the person rolling on the ground with an interested face. It can be seen that Xie Xingzhou through the fireball is quite capable of burning. Have rolled so many circles that the fire really did not become smaller at all. Or are you lacking enough? How long is this going to burn? That depends on how long it takes for someone to come to his rescue. The man's clothes were pretty much burned to the ground, and it was no longer at all obvious what he had been wearing before. Xie Xingzhou looked around and looked at the person slowly walking over and spoke out to remind him. It seems like there are good people coming. Turn around and take a look. Do you want to give this person a pain in the ass? Somehow he had a feeling that the person who came this time still had a grudge against Ruanyu. Xie Xingzhou's voice came from behind him. Ruanyu turned around and looked over. Another 6-man squad had come. Seeing the face, Nguyen Ngok once again lamented what a great day it was. Wasn't this captain one of White Tea's loyal supporters in his last life? Lin Shan? He didn't come over here in his last life. This time could it be because Bai Cha went to the Qingqing base? But it was certain that he and White Tea had definitely met, and this stance looked like it was aimed at her, especially when he saw the burning man on the ground. Lin Shan frowned and threw over a large water balloon. The fire went out, and the man on the ground could still breathe, not fainting for the moment, but he didn't have the strength to stand up either, and could only lie still. A female team member behind Lin Shan hurriedly took out a piece of thick clothing to cover that mental illness. Watching that female team member nod at him, Lin Shan then began to question. I wonder what mistake the people on the ground have made, that the two of you are actually abusing your compatriots like this? Nguyen Ngok and the two of them looked at each other and confirmed that they were big idiots, and that meddling in the post-apocalyptic world was the most taboo. Also, in the last life, this person was attracted to White Tea as not she can save lives and help the injured? In fact, White Tea out of a mouth. The rest is all her in the dry. These people are as blind as completely blind, even if every time to save people in their eyes is useless. Blind is blind. Blind she naturally wouldn't see eye to eye with them, but in her last life this person had gone to the base of Qingcheng, forced her to save people just like the others, briefly regained her sight, and then went blind again afterward. That being said, they have a reputation for being nosy and giving aid to anyone they see in a vulnerable situation. Ruanyu sneered at the thought. What mistake could he have made? Of course it's because of being alive. As soon as Xie Xingzhou heard this tone, he knew that his intuition was right. This squad definitely couldn't stay. So he silently walked next to Ruanyu. Once Lin Shan heard Ruanyu's words, The expression on his face became even angrier, as did his teammates behind him. According to you, it's wrong that we're alive too? Ruan Yu nodded approvingly. There aren't many people as self-aware as you. You're still the first one I've met. It's okay to die early if you save people so indiscriminately. Although he hadn't been over here in his last life, this person on the ground was indeed the one he brought back to the B-City base. And the dead people aside, this group of fourth-order psychics directly pushed her, a second-order healing psychic, out of the way. It's a good thing this psycho didn't have a big knife in her last life, or she wouldn't have had to suffer all the pain behind her. She had healing powers, but she couldn't be reborn with a severed limb. You're alive too, so why don't you kill yourself too? Ruan Yu spread his hands indifferently. If you can kill me, then I have nothing to say. What? Want to take this guy? Lin Shin was silent for a moment and said in a bad tone, there are only two of you, or don't be too confident. This person on the ground I must take away today. Say, what are the terms? Ruan Yu looked at the people on the ground. It's fine to go to B-City base to break in. Don't come to a city anyway. That depends on how much you can give. Lin Shin turned his head and whispered to the other team members. How many exotic fruits do we have left? Captain, we just have 6. The crystal cores were all taken for supplies. The rest are second and third order. A second or third order crystal core, that woman will definitely not agree. It certainly wouldn't have worked if we had followed the previous ransom. Captain, why don't we swindle them? Look at the two of them. A man and a woman. Who else but Nguyen Nok to team up like this? We can threaten with this news. No. What if she changes her mind and tries to kill us all? What are you afraid of? If they are powerful, they will at most be in the late 4th stage. Isn't our captain also in the late 4th stage and will soon be promoted to the 5th stage? There are also a few of us who are at the middle stage of the 4th order. Ruan Yu just watched from the sidelines. Their voices were indeed very small, but she was a 6th-ranked empath, and the sound was just within her hearing range. Regretfully glancing at the person on the ground, it seems that there is no such blessing to go to the B-City base. How long do you think they're going to discuss it? Xie Xingzhou looked at her helplessly. If you don't want to hear it, just start the fight directly. No, I want to hear it. I love these people who discuss how to deal with me right in front of my eyes. There's really no psychological burden in killing them. You're psyching yourself out by not discussing it in front of you? No. Xie Xingzhou touched his chin. These people's methods are really good. 6 people actually have a toxic system of psychic ability, but can only cause hallucinations. If he really only has a 4th order psychic ability, now certainly turn around and run. Ruan Yu had a learned expression on her face, no matter if it was in her last life or this one. These people always had extraordinarily high IQs when they dealt with her, and their schemes were one more profound than the other. Xie Xingzhou poked her. Why don't we come out tomorrow and wander around a few more times? Ruan Yu didn't hesitate to pick up. Yeah. Xie Xingzhou nodded. He felt that in the future when he met these people it would be better to just kill them. How can people save people indiscriminately on one side and then use their most vicious methods against people on the other side? Is right and wrong really what you see? Listening to these thoughts, Xie Xingzhou really couldn't suppress his desire to kill. Why don't you heal that person's injuries? Don't you still have a tang sword? Lend it to him as well? Ruan Yu's eyes lit up. Sure enough, she was still too kind. Sure enough, you're still the better dog. You can even think of this method. After whispering, Ruan Yu walked straight over and directly peeled the female member away. Xie Xingzhou hurriedly dragged the person away and threw her next to Lin Shin. The female team member shouted out in a hurry. What are you doing? Lin Shin's few people also hurriedly looked over and watched Ruan Yu's movement of reaching out and hurriedly spoke. Stop. What are you doing? Ruan Yu didn't bother to look at him, healing the man on the ground in a few strokes, handing him a knife in the process, and even finding a stimulant to inject him with. After doing this, Ruan Yu directly pulled Xie Xingzhou and ran to the side. The man on the ground directly jumped up excitedly with his tang sword, looking at Lin Shin and the others with a perverted smile. Are you guys here to play with me too? Chapter 119. Why is the world so unfair? With this abnormal speech and perverted smile, what else did Lin Shin not understand? Wasn't this just a mental illness? Disdainful look at Ruan Yu, them a glance. Just so a mental illness cannot deal with. They just discussed for so long why. Directly on the arrest of the person is not good? Ding Ling, you go. It's just a 3rd order alien. Didn't you just ascend to the 4th order? Just in time to practice. Ruan Yu and the two of them just watched from the sidelines as the female team member named Ding Ling stepped forward and gave that psychotic a disdainful look. Just a 3rd order psychic didn't know what there was to be afraid of. Even if she was mentally ill, could she still be more powerful than her? A normal person? Ruan Yu sighed and shook his head. The biggest common problem of the psychic is that they are self-conscious of being superior, and think that with psychic powers, everything will be fine. Psychic powers can improve the physical quality, but if you are a sickly beauty yourself, the psychic powers will not turn you into a special forces physique. Even if you improve your physical fitness, you don't practice extra hard. There is not much difference between you and an ordinary person after your supernatural ability is exhausted. Ding Ling disdainfully controlled several fireballs to slam over, and that psycho got even more excited. He was burned for so long just now because he didn't dodge. This time he must kill this bad guy who burned him with fire. Psycho held up his tang blade in a serpentine position towards Ding Ling and rushed towards her, perfectly avoiding the fireballs that Ding Ling threw. Seeing this, Ding Ling hit several more fireballs in a row. Unfortunately, the psycho with the stimulant was too fast and rushed to Ding Ling in a few steps, holding his knife up and ready to slash through. Seeing this, a gold system alien behind Lin Shan hurriedly controlled the tang blade to detach itself from Psycho's hand and slash towards Psycho. Psycho wasn't stupid, and rushed to dodge as the tang blade plunged straight into the ice. Ding Ling saw this and turned to run. Psycho froze for a moment looking at his empty hands and chased after her, choking the back of Ding Ling's neck with his bare hands. Ah! Help! Captain, help me! With Ding Ling's miserable scream, an arm was thrown directly to the side. Seeing this, Lin Shan's few people didn't hide, and hurriedly struck out their supernatural abilities to attack towards the psychosis. But people aren't cuties either, carrying a pale-faced Ding Ling in one hand while dodging attacks. The dodging process also did not forget to perform the unarmed tearing. Not long after Ding Ling's voice completely disappeared, the person also almost disappeared, and the ground was full of Ding Ling's pieces. Ruan Yu was calm. It wasn't like she hadn't seen it before in her last life. Looking at the two standing calmly on the side, Lin Shan couldn't help but yell over. Are you guys just going to watch? Nguyen Nok rolled his eyes outright. So I clap? Snap. Xiexingzhou also really raised his hand and clapped. Ruan Yu glanced at him and joined in. Lin Shan's face was a burst of blue and purple. They're all compatriots. Even if you don't step in to save them, you're still applauding in such a cold-blooded manner. Do you have any humanity left? Nguyen Nok said, half in pity and half in derision. This one who likes to tear people up with his bare hands was about to be burned to death, and I don't know what you thought of saving them, but now it's your turn to suffer the consequences. So what else can I do if I don't applaud? Help collect her body? Is there any point in collecting it when it's shattered like this? Saving someone on their own should have been their own consequences. The last life pushed her out even if, this time still want her to make a move. No way. It's good if she doesn't fall on her sword. You, Captain, why don't we run first? Get the car out and drive away quickly. Upon hearing this, the female team member from before hurriedly took out a car, and the rest of the group rushed up to sit in it. The car started slowly, and Psycho quickly chased after it, the people in the car opening the windows and attacking with their powers constantly. Looking at the car that was not moving slowly, Xiexingzhou hit a few wind blades, and the four tires directly exploded, and the car could only stop. Nice work. It's okay, these guys have guessed who we are. They should never be let go. I wasn't trying to let go. You were the one who struck too soon. Psycho quickly stepped forward. A few of Lin Shan rushed out of the car, and a few of them surrounded the Psycho alien and attacked. Psycho was hit several times in quick succession, but he was as quick as if he wasn't afraid of pain. Whichever one he sees, he keeps chasing after, and no amount of attack from the others will help. This time it was a wind-type psychic. Psychosis was covered in wounds left by wind blades, but his running speed wasn't affected at all. That wind psychic, with his powers running out, Psycho was still in hot pursuit. The usual consequence of not exercising is that the alien energy runs out straight after him, and without a knife in his hand, Psycho simply performs another unarmed ripoff. Lin Shan, several people see the situation know that this is not the way to go on. Even attacked so many times, ordinary attacks that person directly do not avoid, deadly attacks to avoid and super fast, simply cannot take, completely not zombie comparable. After looking around, Lin Shan hurriedly commanded the others to run. Run! Run towards those buildings. Ruan Yu looked at the psychosis that was tearing people apart, truly worthy of the person who had torn up a lot of fourth-order aliens in his last life by causing havoc in the base. To think she had gotten several pieces of flesh torn off when she killed this man as well. On the other hand, the white tea guys had found several stores, each with not much stuff, but the accumulation of small amounts made a lot, and now they had collected quite a lot of stuff. Lu Xing, the one who had been scratched on the back of his neck by the zombie, was already a bit uncomfortable. His face started to turn white and began to change towards bruises. Fenglan was the first to notice and hurriedly inquired. Xingzi, what's wrong? It's okay, I guess it's just too cold to take it a little bit. Lu Xing waved his hand in a hurry. Only he knew clearly that his symptoms were similar to those of the zombies that had turned into zombies. It was just that he couldn't figure out how he had contracted the virus, and they hadn't encountered many zombies along the way. Fenglan only saw Lu Xing's whitened face and didn't say anything as long as it wasn't bruised. Then if you're not feeling well, say it earlier so we can go back earlier. Lu Xing was naturally reluctant to go back at this time, So wouldn't all these people put the charge of not being able to find supplies on his head? This time he could still suppress. As long as he held on for a while longer, surely he could get to the base. The base had antidote potions, although there were side effects, but they were nothing compared to his life. It's okay, let's get to the supplies. Once again, the group found a food processing plant full of canned fruits, yellow peaches, strawberries, oranges and whatnot. A few were also very purposeful, looking only for well-sealed ones, even though they were now frozen into ice cubes. But a sealed one at least proves it's still edible. And when it's frozen, so we'll talk about it when it's time to eat it. With this processor's stuff, the two space alien spaces were basically almost full. Originally, the space alien level was not high, and the space was naturally not much, so it was natural to propose going back at this moment. My space is almost full. Mine too. Even if Bai Cha still wanted to look for something, she could only conjure up a forced smile. Let's go back then. I didn't expect the space to fill up so quickly. In his heart, he thought, how can these two people be so wasteful? Just this stuff is not enough to stuff their teeth. And when he thought of Ruan Yu's space, his heart was even more angry. Why is the world so unfair? Chapter 120, leading to infighting. Cha-cha, what's wrong? Bai Cha looked back at Su Yinji. It's time to get on the car. What were you thinking about just now? So absorbed. It's better not to do this in the future. It's strange and dangerous, Su Yinji said with concern. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not. He felt that Bai Cha froze longer and longer. Although he could get by in the Qingqing base on his own, he could also see during this period of time that those people were clearly more interested in white tea, and he was merely incidental. And in this strange base, he was the only one white tea could trust. Perhaps it was the fact that the two had their own concerns that in turn made their relationship stronger. Bai Cha habitually sat in the passenger side. Su Yinji drove, and the two space aliens sat in the other car. Lu Xing and the other two teammates sat in the back, and along the way Lu Xing's face became worse and worse, gradually changing towards bruising. White Tea was still looking down and thinking. She didn't know why she seemed to feel like she had lost something just now. It couldn't be that something had happened to Lin Shen's group, could it? She had told Lin Shen before, not to go to a city. They shouldn't be so stupid, right? He was lost in thought when suddenly he heard a voice behind him. Hinko, what's wrong? I'm okay? Stop the car. The team members sounded a lot angrier. It's fine? It's going to mutate and you're saying it's okay? If I hadn't found out, would you have wanted us to accompany you? Su Yenji kicked the brakes and the car came to a violent stop. Behind him Feng Lan's car also stopped. What's going on? Two members of the team ripped Lu Xing off with one hand each. Captain Xing Zi has been infected with the zombie virus. Lu Xing forced himself to hold back the discomfort in his body and said with a hoarse voice, Captain, I'm fine. I can hold back and return to the base. Feng Lan gave a cold look. Xing Zi, can you guarantee that you won't completely mutate on the way? It'll be at least an hour to the base now, and I need to make sure the others are safe too. Not infected with the zombie virus, or infected at the base, he can still treat Lu Xing as a brother, but now that he is so far away from the base, Lu Xing is a zombie and he has to kill the zombie to ensure the safety of his teammates. Captain? Lu Xing looked at Feng Lan with a face full of shock. His eyes were full of disbelief. He had never thought that the captain would be so cold-blooded. Captain, mission failure to return alone. A number of people are afraid to continue with the captain. Only he had no choice but to stand up. Did not expect. Feng Lan didn't have that much emotion. His mission had failed, but the others hadn't seen success either. Lu Xing urged other people to alienate themselves from him, but he himself is like a brother and friend to him respectfully. Is not it because of the Feng family behind him? Bringing him out this time is just to find a chance to dispose of it. Do you really think that he doesn't know what symptoms turning into a zombie will have? It is just as well that he is dead now. He was able to grow up in the Feng family. Even if he is not as good as Xie Xingzhou, he is not something that these people can count on. Bai Cha was already numb from seeing this scene. If Ruan Yu was there she would still be able to get Ruan Yu to save the man while making the man grateful to her. Now she could hardly protect herself. Lu Xing violently broke free and lunged towards Feng Lan, and was injured by one of Feng Lan's supernatural powers. Seeing that he couldn't injure Feng Lan he began to attack indiscriminately. White Tea in particular would probably have been infected if she didn't have fire powers. Bai Cha was so angry that she cursed how her luck was getting worse. Looking at Bai Cha unharmed, Feng Lan secretly said a pity. She thought she could dig out a little more secrets? Lin Shen's few people running away really wasn't ordinary fast. Just for a while they couldn't even see the silhouettes. Ruan Yu watched as they actually all ran into a building and looked over with a look of pity. Are they really stupid or not? The unity was true, but there wouldn't be anyone willing to volunteer to die. And in the situation just now as long as one person was willing to hold off that psycho, the others attacking together would still be quite easy to kill. but the odds are that the one dragging out the psycho won't survive. Sometimes suicide attacks are tragic, but useful. That's what she did in her last life. Or she wouldn't have wasted half her life. Psycho tore the man apart a few times, got up and looked around, and finally stared at Xiexingzhou. The two of them looked at each other running towards the building where Lin Shin and the others were. Whoever saved the people, cleaned up the mess. Where's the good in being a saintly mother and not taking responsibility? The two of them, Ruan Yu, didn't take more than a few steps before they ran into the building that Lin Shin and the others were in and found the stairway and climbed straight up. Under the effect of the stimulant, the psychotic zombie ran really a bit fast, and Win Nok still looked back every now and then, afraid that a hand would grow out of the back of his head. Watching the fast approaching, released vines to tie up the person. 2 thigh-thick vines. It is normal to be unable to break free. 10 minutes later, the two of them, Ruan Yu, met up with Lin Shin's group on the rooftop. You guys are just going to wait here? Ruan Yu looked at a few people and the eyes are unbelievable. These people so stupid? Or is it because in his last life his brain was taken away by white tea and he's straight up brainless in this life? If you had your way, would you still be running up here? I ran up here because you guys were there, right? Of course you can only solve the problem yourselves. Ruan Yu looked at them breathlessly. She wasn't in that much of a mess, okay? Lin Shin's face was filled with displeasure. He felt that since Ruan Yu had the strength, why didn't he save a few more people and contribute more? Why don't you kill him if you have the means? I killed it. Ha? You so why don't you kill again? Have to watch 2 living people die in front of you? Ruan Yu snorted. If she was a saintly mother in her last life, then this man was a full-blown saintly father. She was forced. This man was voluntary. It's just that the retribution for both fell on her alone. Aren't there 4 of you? As long as one of you goes up to hold that person, and the rest of you quickly attack with your powers, isn't it easy to kill a third-ranked aberration? Only the odds are that the alien holding that psycho will just die. Ruan Yu looked at Lin Shin with a smile. Retribution fell on his head is not a holy father. How not to take the initiative on their own? I don't dare to do it. You could have killed him again. Why did you have to waste a human life? Lin Shin obviously couldn't understand this approach. What happened to extending a helping hand when he met a vulnerable person? He was right in the first place. You guys could have killed him the way I told you. Why do you always expect others to do it? Can't you do it yourselves? After saying that, Ruan Yu then realized somewhat. For 4th-order psychics, being chased by a 3rd-order psychopath, it's indeed quite impossible. It only takes one teammate to be sacrificed so the others can live. So why don't you consider doing that? Do you want to die together? Chapter 121 Never Counted. Lin Shin was furious. You think everyone is as cold-blooded as you? My teammates are my family. I would never do this. You mean on your own? This one? Then you'll have to make the best of your time. It's coming up soon. Lin Shin's other 3 teammates stood silently to the side. Captain, we'll remember your dedication. Lin Shin, when did he say he wanted to go on by himself? Lin Shin's teammates tacitly stepped back. They were not going to die together if they were going to die anyway. Seeing this, Ruan Yu nodded with satisfaction and pulled Xiexingzhou to the corner of the rooftop. Looking at Lin Shin's 3 teammates, he asked in a low voice, didn't you guys bring any rope? While that psycho was running upstairs, you guys can hurry up and jump off. The eyes of the other 3 lit up. Only the space alien was a bit embarrassed. With only 2 ropes, she definitely couldn't grab them, so simply took just one out. Bring it on. How come there's only one? I took one, and the captain said at the time that it was useless and didn't need to be taken? It's good to have it. Lin Shin walked over. What do you guys mean? Captain, we don't want to die either. Bring the rope. Won't it be okay if we use it to tie up the psycho later and we attack slowly? The other 3 could only acquiesce when they saw this, but only they knew in their own hearts what they really thought. Ruan Yu looked at the thin rope and no longer knew what to say. Whoever dies is not dead, and it's nice to think that she doesn't have to kill anyone. Without saying a few words, the psychotic alien arrived as expected. Lin Shin immediately arranged for his teammates to take ropes and circle around the psychosis, and the spatial system psychic quietly took out a rope and tied it, and tried a few times to see if it was sturdy. Seeing this, Ruan Yu exclaimed, you still have a rope? Ha? Are you getting ready to go down? Don't you care about your teammates? A few of the men who were battling psycho panicked, and the nearest one was punched several times in a row. You hold him. Lin Shin hurriedly attacked with his supernatural ability, and when he saw that he was about to hit, he didn't expect to be dodged. Captain, for so long I've listened to you on everything, but this time I don't want to. To die we all die together. The man finished by hitting Psycho hard several times, completely enraging the man. Psycho ripped the head right off the man in front of him and threw it at the remaining 2. Having already consumed a lot of psychic energy, everyone's stamina was a bit low, and within a few minutes Lin Shin was captured. Naturally, they'll end up in pieces. As for the space alien, just went down a layer. Xie Xingzhou directly threw a small flame on the rope. The man had not gone down a few layers of rope broke. Looking at the debris on the ground, Ruan Yu raised her eyebrows. Didn't you want to meet him? It just so happens that he has his eye on you as well. Sure enough, after tearing people, the psychosis directly lunged towards Xie Xingzhou. And this time Xie Xingzhou didn't use much of his powers. And the two of them were almost purely physical combat. Ruan Yu watched on. Purely physical battles were rare nowadays. However, against a strength-based psychic, Xie Xingzhou was kinda at a disadvantage. The two men threw several punches back and forth, and when the two fists collided, Nguyen Nok keenly heard the sound of bone cracking. Xie Xingzhou also did not love the fight. If he continued to fight he would lose his hands. All men Xie Xingzhou directly in the lower disc of the false, and then do not know where to touch a dagger, received several punches, before the knife straight into the neck of the psychosis. Not too much also spun around a few times and watched the person completely out of breath before letting go. Ruan Yu was just about to walk over when she saw Xie Xingzhou lying straight down. Scared, Ruan Yu rushed over. Can you still breathe? There's still a breath left. Why don't you remind me of that? That strength of his isn't even a cow that can do it, right? Ruan Yu gave him a blank look while using her powers to heal him. I've told you he's a strength-based psychic. Who knew you'd actually come to a physical fight? He that moves so fast. How dare I use my supernatural ability? The moment the fireball comes out that is not directly provoking him, Xie Xingzhou said with an aggrieved face. He said that the person who ran so fast must have more than just strength powers, and only realized that they also had speed powers once they exchanged hands. How can he use his powers to attack well? People dodge to avoid, but also can counterattack him. If the powers run out of pure physical combat, he is afraid not to become a meat pie. Mainly because he'd said he wouldn't let Ruan Yu fight, so it would be weirdly embarrassing if he couldn't. Well, hurry up. Ruan Yu directly rolled her eyes. She will not believe that Xie Xingzhou has no way at all, as much as we'll pretend. How can this injury be good enough to fall directly to the ground? Seeing that Ruan Yu didn't answer and turned to leave, Xie Xingzhou stood up directly to follow with a carp. Going home now? Aha. How many other enemies do you think you have? Why does it feel like it's everywhere? While walking, Xie Xingzhou was looking for a topic. This he really wanted to know. How come every time he came across a somewhat powerful squad, they were either brain dead or had a grudge against Ruan Yu? Isn't there a normal squad? The Mori guys don't count. Didn't count. Nguyen Nok pondered for a while before saying, so many people where she counted, encountered the first to solve the problem, and then these people themselves are not very normal, dead or good, so as not to wreak havoc on others. Why don't you just say more than you can count? Nguyen Nok took a deep breath. I think you're in love with the concrete floor of the rooftop. Why don't you go back and I'll let you continue to go up to the rooftop and lie down? Xie Xingzhou hurriedly pulled his mouth shut. You just have a lot of enemies, don't you? Why are you still in a hurry? Who doesn't have a few enemies in the last days? The two quickly went downstairs, changed into roller skates and skated towards the city center. It was true that the more zombies there were, the fewer people there were, and there was no one else in the city center but them, and for Nguyen Nok that was a full sense of security. By the time I got home it was completely dark, so I didn't realize that it was quite a colorful day. Why don't we go out tomorrow morning and wander around? Maybe we'll meet a few more enemies. If we kill a few more now, won't we have a few less enemies in the future? Xie Xingzhou looked at Ruan Yu with a look like you'll tell me if I'm making sense. Ruan Yu was about to laugh. Okay, you're right. I'll go out tomorrow morning. Ruan Yu reached out and pushed the door open, skillfully turning on the lights as Obsidian transformed into her prototype and plopped down on the couch, her eyes looking straight at the door. Silvermoon lay on top of it, both fluffy eyes the same, and just looked at Nguyen Nok. Nguyen Nok touched them with some embarrassment and hurriedly refilled all the rice bowls. I was wrong. I'll never come back so late next time. And then after picking up Jinjiu, Obsidian then walked over with a haughty look on his face. Ruan Yu hurriedly smoothed Black Obsidian's fur for a while before Black Obsidian turned into a kitten and rubbed against her hand. Meow. Let's see if you dare come back this late next time. Soothing the too fluffy Nguyen Nok before going to wash her hands. What do you want to eat? It's all right. You watch. Hearing Xie Xingzhou say this, Ruan Yu gave him a meaningful look. Straight away, I took several plates of food out. Braised pork, back to the pot, boiled pork slices, meatball soup, and finally a plate of baby bok choy out. You've had a pretty hard day. Eat more. Chapter 122 White Tea's Bad Luck. Xie Xingzhou looked at the dishes on the table, strangely glanced at Ruan Yu, and sat down very calmly. Don't you know that people in special professions like mine will have training in this area? I know. I just wanted to help you remember it properly again. Xie Xingzhou. I don't know who I'm testing when I come back at night with this red meat after that afternoon splintering. However, it was clear that both men were not ordinary people, and it didn't take a while for them to disk directly. Let's go out early tomorrow. Tuanan took so many mutated fruits today. There will probably be a lot more people coming in tomorrow. Looking at Xiexingzhou who was brushing the dishes, Ruanyu said with a calm face. She thought about it when she gave Tuanan the mutated fruit. She thought it was better this way. She couldn't wait for those people to know where she lived and then come together to surround her. Now that each had their own means of saving their lives, surely the priority was to try and gather more supplies. Just the right time for her to slowly harvest heads. It never felt good to kill people, but it felt good to kill enemies. Isn't that what you thought at first? Just get an early night and don't stay in bed. Originally, he had wondered why Ruanyu had given out so many mutant fruits, but he probably understood when he encountered those 3 squads later. There are so many enemies. Take your time to kill them. A little bit of hard work now will make it a little less dangerous in the future. Well, you'll be back long after you finish packing. After that Ruanyu returned to the living room. The fireplace was installed in the living room. Of course, it is still more comfortable to sleep in the living room. Just as he wrapped the quilt around him, the 2 fluffies came in as well. Song Gwyn-nak had to sleep with one arm around the other. After White Tea and the others finished with the already mutated Lu Xing, they got on the bus and prepared to return to the base. I don't know if it is too unlucky. At the moment Lin Shen died by Cha happened to get on the car, and then a whole person directly fell in. Su Yenji hurriedly went forward to check. Cha, are you alright? After saying this, he hurriedly helped Bai Cha up. Bai Cha forced the pain on her face. Her watery eyes were not faking it all this time, and she looked at Su Yenji blearily. I'm fine. Yenji, you drive quickly. Don't delay the time. Seeing that Bai Cha only has a big bag on her forehead, nothing else, Su Yenji is not good to ask more questions. Now this time cannot afford to delay. If we're late getting back to the base, there's no telling what could happen on the way. Then Cha, bear with me, we'll go back to the base and go to the hospital again. White Tea gently touched her forehead which was a large bag. Hiss, strongly enduring the pain. In her heart she was about to curse. Why was she so unlucky? If I had known, I would have gone back to the B City base. There is not a single good thing about coming over here, and I can't fool a single person. Fenglan talked a good game when she came here, but now she really can't wait to find out all her secrets. What she said before was all fart, not useful at all. When this time passed, she must go back to B City first and take those people to empty the granary. It was the most well-preserved granary ever written in a book, and it took several bases to cooperate before it was emptied. So as long as she went there first, she might be able to hold the B City base in her hands, and then Ruanyu would have to deal with not just her, but a base, or several bases. Now those bases basically didn't make a move against Ruanyu because the other bases were waiting to see what would happen. All she had to do was take the initiative and envision the future, and more than enough bases would come to cooperate, dreaming big dreams along the way. White Tea's group also arrived at the base without any problems. Cha, are we there yet? Looking at the still familiar surroundings, Bai Cha opened the car door and walked down, being especially careful to avoid falling again. Fenglan walked over. Go ahead and divide the supplies. Fenglan walked ahead after saying that, leading the people back to his own villa. There was no way just his house was the biggest and most spacious. White Tea had to follow suit, but with so many supplies they definitely couldn't move them all at once, so they had to let the space aliens help out, and then split another portion. Fenglan was very conscientious, except for the 30% that had to be handed over to the base. Everything else was divided equally among all of them together. This White Tea is quite satisfied. Along the way everyone is also contributed. Equal share next time, okay? Cooperation. The next day, Xiexingzhou arrived at Ruanyu's side early, looking at the person who had already gotten up and was still a bit surprised. Getting up so early today? I get up early every day. Ruanyu did not have the good sense to look at him. It is not just that she got up late a few times before and starved him for half a day. Why is this person so careful to remember for so long? Given that he was going out to harvest heads today, Ruanyu decided not to get on his bad side. Hurry up and eat. As he spoke, Gwyn-nak refilled obsidians their food bowl and then put in twice as much food as yesterday. One hand touched a fluffy head. Keep a good eye on the house and don't eat it all at once. After breakfast, the two of them went out early, dressed as usual, hats and masks alike. It's 30 degrees below zero and it's just too cold. Going that direction first today? Ruanyu looked around. All the zombies that she and Xiexingzhou had tied over to watch over the house, and thought for a while before saying, it's better to go in the same direction as yesterday. Yesterday, I met 3 teams in just a short while, which means that the popularity of that side is high. So I'll go there today and see if I'll have better luck in meeting a few more teams. Xiexingzhou naturally has no opinion. He feels that he is now a hitman who does not get paid. Ruanyu covers food and shelter, and he helps to kill and take revenge. And by the way, he had to help clean up the house. although he volunteered. Then hurry up. You might even get back early today. After that the two changed into roller skates and skated out. Soon the two arrived at the psychiatric hospital from yesterday, and looked at the debris still so neatly on the floor that they didn't bother to look at it. They had looked at all the buildings when they went up yesterday, and none of them had been searched yet, so they were idle now anyway, going from house to house. Slowly the two of them then walked a good distance. After the two of them finished scouring a building, Ruan Yu said with a look of emotion, "What's going on today? After 2 hours no one has actually come in yet. It's probably too early to wait and see more." As they were talking they suddenly heard the sound of someone coming over and the two of them rushed to hide. "Boss, we've searched several buildings. There's nothing," Li Tian said with a bitter face. "Why is it so unlucky today? It feels like every place he goes can be shortchanged. How long has this been going on? Look around again. With so many people coming this way, it's normal for someone to get a head start." Maori is also a bit helpless. He was looking for something yesterday, and today he has been looking for 2 hours. Alas, Ruan Yu couldn't help but sigh as she looked at them. There were actually unluckier ones than her, and anyway, she wouldn't admit that everything in the neighborhood had been scavenged by her. After thinking for a moment or pulling Xiexingzhou out, he asked politely, "Why did you guys come over here?" Suddenly hearing such a sentence, several people were startled. "Sister Ruan, why are you guys still out?" Nguyen Nok was full of doubts. She couldn't come out yet? Chapter 123, Go Shang. The enemy. Seeing Ruan Yu's expression, Mao Rue and the others knew that she didn't know anything, and they hurriedly explained, "I don't know who said that you live in the city center, and now there are a lot of people coming this way, and a lot of them are coming for your healing powers. Some were infected and suppressed with mutant fruit, and some with missing arms and legs actually came along. We didn't find you either. Thought you were all hiding." Hearing this Ruan Yu nodded. "I see. So how many more heads can be harvested today? It's kinda cool to think of the haters all grouped together and letting you kill them slowly. We also came to stop by for supplies. After all, who knows how long before this weather passes. Then you'll change places. I've searched the neighborhood." Seeing them like this, Ruan Yu threw a peach to one of them. "This way you guys go and look around in other places. If you meet someone who wants to find me, just say that I'm over here." Mao Rue held the peach and looked at Ruan Yu with some horror. "Sister Ruan, you, just say yes or no. That must be done. We're leaving right now." After saying that Mao Rue several people did not say any nonsense at all, got up and left. "Boss, what do you mean Sister Ruan? Stay out of it, and do whatever Sister Nguyen says." Mao Rue is also too lazy to explain. Anyway, Sister Ruan will certainly not let them work for nothing. Besides, those people are not good people in the first place. Sooner or later they will have to meet Sister Ruan. They speed up a little bit. It does not matter. Looking at Mao Rue several people so dry. Ruan Yu is still a little embarrassed. She has not even given something yet? Never mind. I'll just give more next time we meet. Come on, let's go to the rooftop and check it out so we can be prepared in case someone comes. Xiexingzhou took the binoculars and looked at it. No need. A car is coming. Ruan Yu was silent. What a coincidence to come. It couldn't be that he was following a few people from Mao Rue, right? Is not all unimportant. First look at the people. Have a grudge directly karma. No grudge is not a good person also karma. The car quickly stopped at the entrance of the building where Ruan Yu and the two of them were located, and the two of them walked out with a calm face. Looking at the car down a few people at, Ruan Yu raised his eyebrows. Have a grudge? Then you do not have to be polite. This car looks quite new. Do not want for nothing. Xiexingzhou watched Ruan Yu's eyes keep staring at the car and probably understood that this was looking at someone else's car. If she didn't have an axe to grind at best, the fact that her eyes were glued to it probably meant that the car was now hers. Ruan Yu, it's been a long time. I didn't realize you were still alive. A girl in a pink duffel coat waved at Nguyen Nok. Ruan Yu wondered how each of them could recognize her at once with her thick down coat and hat and mask. Ruan Yu looked over towards the man and thought for half a day, but didn't have the slightest impression. I know you? How are you still alive too? The entire squad of 8 people. Ruan Yu remembered the leader called Go Shang. The last life to see this person. He was still half dead lying in front of the base. Or she saved the people. Did not expect a white tea that is 1,000 thanks almost to the body. When she went out to look for supplies, the man hadn't been able to suppress her, and was always robbing her supplies for white tea. Every time she divides the supplies, she finds all kinds of excuses to deduct hers, and acts like it's all a big deal. However, he was more unlucky. White tea wanted black obsidian. This person directly on the hand to grab, did not expect to be directly by black obsidian a claw. For once she didn't need obsidian. She could beat it up herself. Seeing that Nguyen Nok couldn't recognize her, the pink-clothed one said with an excited face, Me, Lofi, we're best friends. After saying that, He also looked at Ruanyu with an aggrieved face. You said at that time that we would always be the best of friends, and now you've forgotten about me. Nguyen was full of questions. She would say something so stupid? Then he turned his head to look at Xiexingzhou. Usually when she had this kind of friend, she would definitely bring it to meet her brother and their comrades. Xiexingzhou was equally a bit confused. How did he not know that Ruanyu still had a best friend? Wasn't she all hung up on Su Yinji before? Two clueless faces nodded at the same time, confirming that neither knew the other. Shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Why did I forget you alone? And why didn't I forget anyone else as well? After saying this, Ruanyu wanted to pull Xiexingzhou away. Luo Fei hurriedly blocked. Don't go. We're here to find you. So what did you say you wanted to see me about? Luo Fei looked at Ruanyu, then turned her head to look at Gou Shang and whispered. I want to seek a cure from you? I can't cure brain damage. After saying that, she left without the slightest delay. She wanted to see what kind of head this Gou Shang had grown this time. MS. Nguyen, stay back. It's like this: I have a team member who was scratched by a walker. Before Gou Shang could finish his words, Ruanyu directly interrupted. If you're scratched by a zombie, then hurry up and kill it, or else keep it for the new year? Suddenly interrupted. Gou Shang's face darkened for a moment. Can MS. Ruan know some manners and let me finish my sentence? Can't. Gou Shang, this woman has a problem. Ruanyu, can you let Brother Shang finish his sentence? Luo Fei said with a prayerful face and a weak tone. I don't know why I heard the tone. Ruanyu inexplicably thought of white tea. No wonder Gou Shang likes white tea so much. It's a good thing that people like this tone of voice. If he's going to say it, he's going to say it. I'm not tearing his mouth apart. How come he can't speak? I've seen people who are dying before who can't speak. So get ready for it. After saying that, Ruanyu also looked at Luo Fei with a pity face. She really couldn't think of who this person was. And with her tone of voice, it was impossible for them to be friends. Gou Shang's face couldn't get any darker. Ruanyu, shut up if you can't talk. Ah, you can talk. I thought you were dying and couldn't speak. Ruanyu covered her mouth and looked at him with a surprised expression. Her tone all mockery. Ruanyu, my brother was scratched by a zombie. Can you save him? Luo Fei interjected again with a pitiful look. Ruanyu rolled her eyes. Tunan is not selling mutant fruit? Scratched, hurry to buy. Look at the dress is not no supplies of people. And want to come to White Hoarding. What is it? I can send him to heaven. Or hell if you're not satisfied. Gou Shang winked back and the remaining 6 members of the team spread out and surrounded the Toon Nguyen Nok. You have to save today, or we can send you to hell too. Xiexingzhou looked at Gou Shang with an expression of looking at a psychopath. Don't you even weigh your own ability before you speak? Just a 4th order alien. Where did he get the courage to say this? Is it because brain damage is contagious? One will cry and the other will talk big. If he would have stomped on people first and then slowly bragged about it. Looking at the situation, Lofi was anxious and hurriedly began to play the emotional card. Ruanyu, can't you save my brother? You forget that I even set you up with Su Yinji before. I even helped you chase him. Chapter 124, Killing the Vengeance Again. When these words came out, Ruanyu and Xiexingzhou simultaneously turned their heads to look at her. What did you say? Nguyen Nok frowned, another one who knew about his black history. All of them came to seek death. It seems that they have to be solved early. After saying that, he exchanged a glance with Xiexingzhou and directly released an alien energy attack. Dense wind blades mixed with water droplets, and vines with barbs. Gou Shang and the others didn't expect Ruanyu to start fighting so dryly. They froze for a moment and immediately reacted, and kept hitting their supernatural abilities to start counterattacking. Gou Shang also found the right time to run directly to Ruanyu's side, and was heavily jerked by the vines. Looking at Gou Shang's reaction speed, Ruanyu was a bit surprised. 5th order psychic ability? Gou Shang adjusted his stance with an arrogant look. It's good to know. Why don't you hurry up and tie your hands? It's better for everyone. Seeing this, Ruanyu and the 2 of them stopped walking the dog and took care of the other 6 in a few moments. I think it's better for all of us now too, don't you think? Originally, Ruanyu and Xiexingzhou were both closing their fights, which is why Gou Shang didn't realize the 2's level of psychic ability, and now that they exploded out at once, Gou Shang's entire body was confused. You're a 6th order alien? Good to know. Are you going to die on your own? Or am I going to help you? What about you dying on your own? It's better for everyone. Luo Fei rushed out crying again. Ruanyu, you can't kill him. You weren't like this before. Why have you become like this now? I beg you not to kill him, okay? I know where white tea is. Don't kill Brother Shang, okay? Ruanyu frowned and controlled her powers to hit towards Gou Shang, which was dodged by Gou Shang. Xiexingzhou walked over to him and fought against him, and in no time, he was stomped on by Xiexingzhou. I also know where white tea is, so it's better to kill him. After saying that, Xiexingzhou struck a wind blade. Gou Shang's entire head began to roll with the wind. Say, who the hell are you? I don't remember us meeting. Ruan Yu looked at Luo Fei with an unkind face. Climbing relationships is not like this. Besides, she can't recall this person at all. Moreover, Go Sheng died just like that. This person looked a little bit happy, afraid that he was not thinking about how to provoke her from the beginning. Luo Fei said with a smile as she watched Go Sheng die beyond death. I'm Lo Fia. We're in the same department at the university, but not in the same class. Oh, this answer Ruan Yu was obviously not satisfied, so he directly controlled the vines to whip towards Luo Fei. Before Laffy could react, the man was already jerked to the ground. Ah, are you sick? Ruan Yu smiled. Does it matter? The point now is that you should think about how to please me and keep yourself alive. Of course Nguyen Nak was not going to say that he hadn't thought about staying alive. Xie Xingzhou walked directly to the front of the car and pulled open the back door to pull out a sickly-looking man from inside. Ruan Yu looked over and instantly smiled. A great burst of luck. Wasn't this the same doctor who had been quite close to white tea in his last life? Qingcheng Base's research institute is the least short of doctors. This person is one of them. It looks like the last life met Go Sheng alone is caused by these two people. It was true that luck couldn't be stopped when it came. And what kind of good person could be in the institute? Especially one who had also drawn blood on her. With a look over, Xie Xingzhou directly threw a large fireball at the man. Tell me, what is your purpose? Lofi held back the pain and rushed over. What are you doing? What gives you the right to just kill people? As he spoke, he patted the fire on the man's body, though the alien-controlled fire obviously wasn't that easy to extinguish. Ruan Yu just looked at the two with a smirk. Have you never killed anyone? Lofi choked for a moment. Not only had she killed but she'd killed quite a few, and a good number of them were still children. But this was supposed to be the world of the weak and the strong, and she'd killed as she went along. Not only have you killed, you've killed indiscriminately. And as for me, at least I haven't killed like you have. Nguyen Nak said indifferently. Anyway, she kills people and at least gives them a little bit of credit, so she's still a good person by the math. The person who was already sick and suffering, even if he was burned by the fire, he didn't have much strength to move, and he looked at Luo Fei breathlessly. Fei, you quickly leave. Don't care about me. Go to Qingcheng Base and look for Mayor Feng. Without saying a few words, the whole person broke off. Luo Fei looked at Ruan Yu with a face full of anger. Are you satisfied now? That's about it. Who let you breathe? After saying that, Ruan Yu continued to control her powers to whip towards Luo Fei. After being whipped a few times in a row, Luo Fei began to beg for mercy. Don't kill me. My powers are useful, can help you. My powers can cut through a space alien's space, but an alien can only do so 3 times, up to a maximum of 20 cubes at a time. Hearing this psychic ability, Ruan Yu came to be interested. Is it giving the cut space to other psychics? What are the consequences? It can be given to other people with psychic abilities. Ordinary people without psychic abilities can't use it, and space psychics who have been cut can only increase their space by 10 cubic meters each time they upgrade in the future. Sometimes less. Luo Fei looked at Ruan Yu's face and explained in a small voice that it was because of this psychic ability of hers that her brother thought of taking her to the Qingcheng base. But he didn't expect to be caught by Go Sheng. She and her brother had been looking for an opportunity to meet a strong squad and provoke them so that she and her brother could take advantage of the opportunity to escape. As for Ruan Yu's matter, she didn't hear much about it when she was in college, and seeing that the person next to Ruan Yu wasn't Su Yenji naturally knew how to provoke Ruan Yu. But she didn't expect Ruan Yu to kill so dryly, and his brother to kill so dryly. She and her brother weren't all that close though, and going to the base together was just a matter of each having their own skills, and they'd mix better together. She couldn't say much about her powers, but there were bases that invited her over. After all, who wouldn't want an extra space for themselves? It was just that those space aliens were more unlucky. But what did it have to do with her? So you're quite useful. After saying that, Ruan Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. It was better not to keep this kind of alien ability. There really aren't many offensive psychic abilities, and there are 1,000 secondary psychic abilities. Seeing Ruan Yu's appearance, Luo Fei's face was happy. She had been caught before. As long as she talked about her powers, basically nothing would happen. Even if Ruan Yu had spatial powers, didn't she still have companions? Ruan Yu didn't say anything, just watched as Luo Fei was immersed in her own thoughts, directly controlling the vines to wrap around her neck, and in no time the whole person snapped. Xie Xingzhou sent a small fireball to all the corpses on the ground. This type of aberrant will be killed when they meet in the future. This ability to say is only able to cut 3 times. If only awaken spatial ability the person. This cutting method, I still have space? Adding the side effects. Those spatial adepts were afraid that they would be infuriated to death. And surely she wouldn't talk about the side effects while she was cutting. Right. So maybe we won't know until those space aliens upgrade. I know. Didn't I meet one last time that could take out something from someone's space the moment the space ability died? These abilities are really getting more and more skewed towards the crooked side. Chapter 125 Continuous Harvesting. Xie nodded with a face of recognition. Indeed, the two of them had already checked the car all over while they were talking, and those corpses around them had been burned clean. Ruan Yu put the car away, and the two of them went straight up to the rooftop. Stand tall and see far. Delayed for so long is almost noon. Go to the rooftop to eat is safer. The fragrance can also float a little farther. A simple 4-course meal for lunch filled both of them. After sitting and resting for a while, the two men split up to look around with binoculars. There are 2 cars driving over here. Xie suddenly turned back and said, "There's a car coming my way too. Can you see the face?" Nguyen Nak asked. Probably because she was close enough on her side to see the faces, and at a glance, she knew they were here to die. "You can see it. Come and look at it." Hearing this, Ruan Yu also walked over to take a look. What a coincidence that all of them came to die. It seems that today's luck is indeed good. Nguyen Nak took out a number of bombs. "Why don't you go downstairs and get some traps?" "No problem." Xie took it without hesitation. His profession made him naturally prefer these hot weapons, powerful and convenient. So he went down in high spirits, starting with a layer near the ice, and set up 5 layers in succession before he was satisfied and went upstairs. Nguyen Nak, on the other hand, stood on the rooftop and walked around to make it easier to draw people in. And she wasn't the only one with binoculars. There were also the co-pilots in those cars with binoculars in their hands as well. Those people with binoculars were looking at the people on the rooftop. Their eyes were glowing. It seemed that the squad hadn't lied. Ruan Yu was really here. It didn't take long for Xie to walk up. The 5 floors below are all set up with traps. Should we get one for the rooftop as well? Nguyen Nak looked at another building that was closer. Yes. It would be nice to see those people break through the 5 layers of traps and come all the way up unimpeded. And then bang. They didn't realize there were traps. And handed Xie a few grenades. And a submachine gun. There are many people or hot weapons are good. The alien is not invulnerable to knives and guns. After everything was set up, the two of them, Nguyen Nak, with binoculars in hand, just quietly looked down at the 3 cars downstairs meeting up. "Hiya, Captain Su, Captain Zhao, long time no see." Li Jiao looked at the 2 cars on the opposite side and hurriedly greeted them. "Captain Li, don't come around. Looking at Captain Li like this, it's quite a harvest." Rika smiled and waved her hand. "That's about it. Surely you guys aren't too bad. We're all here. I'm sure we all have the same purpose. Why don't we cooperate?" The 2 captains, Su Zhao, glanced at each other and looked at Li Jia together. "Yes. I wonder how Captain Li would like to cooperate." "Naturally. How about we work together to subdue the man first and split everything behind us equally?" They had heard before that Ruan Yu not only had healing powers, but also spatial powers, and with this unique condition, it seemed that there was the least shortage of things. After saying that, Li Jia pointed to a person behind him. "This is the one I spent a lot of money to hire. His supernatural ability can cut through space, allowing people to take advantage of the opportunity to take out the things in the space alien space. You can also fill the space back up after cutting, but you need to get it while the person is awake." Su Zhao and the 2 of them glanced at each other. This psychic ability was a good thing, but they would have to keep an eye on their spatial psychics, lest they be stolen from their homes. If Captain Li has said so, we naturally have no problem with it. With that, the 3 squads came to an understanding and were ready to walk into the stairway as they joked and laughed. Then there was a loud thud, and the teammates leaning back were okay, taking the hit but still standing. Li Jia, who walked in the front, was unlucky, or rather all 3 captains were unlucky, facing the impact of the bomb directly. Even if he had his supernatural ability to strengthen his body, there was no hope of living now. "Captain!" Each helped their respective captains to their feet, and those who had been standing together now went their separate ways. The team shouted for a long time and had to accept the reality that their captain was gone. What to do? Are we still going up? The group looked at me and I looked at you. Not one of them said a word. Of course we're going on up the stairs. How come you guys don't live when the captain is dead? The special alien spoke out. He was still counting on this order to get rich? Who would be happy to leave just like that? You guys think about how many supplies Ruan Yu will have. And Ruan Yu's psychic powers. A good number of you have dark wounds. Right. And don't want to heal them for a few more years? Think of your families. How will they live without bringing supplies back? After a flurry of brainwashing, those team members were all convinced and screamed to avenge their captain. Led by the special alien, the group went up the stairs again. This time the group was a little smarter and threw a few rocks over them, realizing that they were fine before continuing on. Not surprisingly, the line was missing several more. There were several explosions in quick succession, and Ruan Yu and the 2 of them were numb. Are these people that stupid? Xie smiled. That means I got my trap right. After 5 explosions, the 2 listened carefully to the movement downstairs. There's actually someone coming up? Quite a life. Is this the advantage of being outnumbered? Listening to the sound of approaching footsteps, the two men raised their guns and aimed them at the rooftop door. There was another explosion, and one of the few who had been there was now left, trembling as he walked up to the rooftop. Then he saw two murderous gods with guns pointed right at him. "Don't kill me. I'm useful. So tell me what you're good for." Nguyen Ngoc said disdainfully, "People live to be useful. Waste is not still a waste of air? My powers allow me to steal supplies from a space alien's space and take them while the alien is awake, without damaging the space." You two people looked at each other. This alien ability is one more than a flower. In the condition of people awake to take away people's supplies. Is it so that he remembers you convenient revenge? I can help you get supplies for the other aliens. Before the words were finished, Nguyen Ngoc took control of the water droplets and sent the man straight away. There's no point in wasting bullets in this situation. Supplies she could find on her own. It wasn't her style to sneak around and grab them like that. Luckily, she was the one who met her. If Baicha would have died of joy, being able to cut space and steal supplies, isn't that what Baicha needs the most? As per usual, Xie Xingzhou put a small fireball on him. They were not good people, but it was still important to prevent these people from carrying the virus. The two went all the way downstairs, piling all the bodies together and setting them directly on fire. Nguyen Ngoc looked at the three cars, some of which still had quite a few bubble cakes or something in them, and collected them with their stuff. It's not worth it. Cars and stuff are expensive these days. Let's go. Which building this time? Bombed a few times. This building is probably not able to cheat people up. Change a better building to facilitate cheating people up to step on the traps. Nguyen Ngoc looked around and pointed to the oldest building. That's it. Chapter 126 Continuation. After saying this, Ruanyu took the lead and walked towards that building. When she reached the stairway, Ruanyu skillfully took out several bombs and handed them to Xie Xingzhou. "Nah, here, get it right this time." According to the usual routine, the second time around the person would be a bit smarter. So Ruanyu thought it would be easier to set up a better setup to trap people. A little something. Xie Xingzhou took it and then skillfully set it up while Ruanyu continued to the rooftop. On the two floors near the rooftop, Ruanyu waited for Xie Xingzhou for a while and handed a few more grenades when he saw the man coming up. "Get some more traps." "Good." On the other hand, White Tea sneezed several times in succession. Since the morning, White Tea has been unceasingly unlucky, choking on his food, choking on his water, and even managing to hit the wall when he walks. No. Trying to drink water again. I sneezed several times in quick succession, and a glass of water was wasted again. Cha-cha, do you have a cold? No, it just feels like something is missing, White Tea murmured with a frown. She had felt something detach from her since the morning, and with the fact that it had been a day of either bad luck or on the way to bad luck, it had to make her wonder if something had happened to the BC City base. Yenji, can you help me ask Fonglan about the situation at the BC City base? Bai Cha looked at Su Yenji somewhat prayerfully. In the end, they had lived and died together all the way, plus it wasn't a big deal, so Su Yenji didn't refuse. Okay, then you rest well. After saying that, the person walked out the door. Bai Cha watched Su Yenji leave. In the end, how is it? Ruanyu, no matter how powerful, will not be stupid enough to go directly to the base to kill A. Before she can feel the back of their own can have space, but now this feeling completely disappeared. B City met that can cut the space of the alien. At that time also some dislike. Think that this point of space is not as good as the space in the hands of Ruanyu, but now I think that there is also better than nothing. She has been so unlucky. I just hope that this person must not meet Ruanyu. The book also mentioned those who can cut space, can steal space alien things. Those people in the encounter Ruanyu will be killed. Although she also felt that these people's powers and practices were immoral. It was only when she became a beneficiary that she realized that morality was no match for profit. After a while, Su Yenji came back, and Bai Cha couldn't wait to ask, "How was it?" Su Yenji frowned, but also did not care. Asked, "Nothing happened, just a sudden drop in temperature, not much defense. The other is not a big deal." "And are there any alien squads that went out and didn't come back?" "That's not clear." Hearing this, Bai Cha's heart that had just been put down lifted up again. Those little cuties. But don't go to Ruanyu. After setting up the trap, the two of them, Nguyen Ngoc, were a bit bored on the rooftop. "Anyone coming your way?" "No, not on my end either." Ruanyu sighed helplessly. "How come no one came? Was the temptation not strong enough? Why don't we roast a rabbit? After all the rabbits we caught last time and the sudden drop in temperature, we didn't even have time to roast them. So now it's just right." Looking at the surrounding are no one. Xie Xingzhou naturally will not refuse. Someone is not afraid. "Okay, you get everything out." In 3 twos, he took out what he needed and handed it to Xie Xingzhou. "You bake quickly. I'll continue to keep an eye on it." After saying that, the person took the binoculars and walked to the side. Xie Xingzhou shook his head helplessly, took the treated rabbit and fixed it on the rack and was ready to start roasting. For a while the rabbit gave off a thick aroma. Ruan Yu inhaled. Is it almost cooked? Almost. Someone's coming? Ruan Yu nodded her head and said, well, quite a few have come. Where are the 8 cars? I didn't realize that this rabbit also attracts wealth. Just for a moment it attracted 8 cars. According to the model Ruan Yu roughly estimated, came over next to Xiexingzhou and stared at the rabbit and said, there are almost 50 people. Xiexingzhou froze for a moment and said with some surprise, so much? What did this person do in his past life? So many enemies, a group of them for a while, really can't count them. Much? It's no less than your group of pursuers? Xiexingzhou, it's less than his, but his won't come in dozens and dozens at a time like this. When you do the math, it's not really clear who has more. Less now, less later. Don't worry, just work a little harder in these 2 days. After the killing, isn't there no one back there? Hurry up and brush the oil. Leave them alone. 10 minutes later. The two Nguyen Knox had one hind leg in each hand and binoculars in the other, watching the 8 cars downstairs. It turns out that Nguyen Knox is still conservative. The van is really able to accommodate 8 cars down 65 people. Ruan Yu's entire looked quite excited instead. These people have actually grown smarter and know to team up and come over. The people at the bottom of the room are talking about it. It smells so good. Who's roasting? Looking around, a few people looked up. Up there. It's Nguyen Knox. The captain is saved. I didn't realize that Maurice really didn't lie. Who cares if he's cheating or not? Just find the person. We must catch Ruan Yu this time. And in the future, everyone won't have to worry about getting hurt. And the supplies are for her to hand over. I've heard before that Ruan Yu has spatial powers. And with this scent alone, I know it's not just empty blood. Okay, all quiet. For a moment everyone around them stopped talking and looked at the man. The man is right here, as everyone can see. Now the point is, how do we get up there and get him? As soon as the words came out of their mouths, the men silently bowed their heads. They would only work, and it would be more appropriate to leave the brain activity to their captain. Several of the men who had gotten out of the car and gone to scout around ran back. Captain, there are signs of an explosion in that building over there. It's on several levels in a row. The people around the room sucked in a breath at those words. It was a good thing there was no impulse to go upstairs. The bomb. No matter who had it. The fact that Ruan Yu was able to stand meant that she had killed those people. And looking at it that way, it did need to be figured out. The leader pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, what's the interval between the nearest buildings? Almost 5 meters. That's enough. Let's split up. Half of us will follow me to the other building and half of us will go up this way. Go grab a couple walkers over here and tell them to go ahead. Ruan Yu both started to gnaw on the second leg, and the group downstairs hadn't come up yet, so he couldn't help but spit out. They're not afraid, are they? Xiexingzhou looked around carefully just as a few people walked over with zombies tied to them. They should be trying to split into 2. One part of them going up the stairs to use the zombies to scout first, and the other part coming from that building. Ruan Yu looked over in the direction of Xiexingzhou's finger. That building is indeed very close to us. Xiexingzhou looked at her with a wry smile. Is that building close to us? Or are these buildings the only 2 closest to each other? This guy had it all figured out from the start, didn't he? Just waiting for the smartass to come up the side. It's the same. It doesn't matter. Those who go to the rooftop next to us. Won't our submachine guns come in handy? They're all living targets. And we've chosen a good spot for them. Chapter 127, Seconds on Exposure. Ruan Yu looks like he doesn't care. No one can do anything good today. All of them will die for me. No matter what method you use to come up. With so many pursuers on both her and her brother. And obviously a little more on her side. It was such a good opportunity that she had to kill a few more. So that it wouldn't be so much of a burden to go to her brother when she warmed up. You can't bring a bunch of tails to your brother, who is already annoyed with those tails on his side. Yes, you're right. Why don't I go over there to the rooftop and get a couple bombs too? Nguyen Knox's eyes lit up. Yes. After saying this, he controlled the vines to build a simple vine bridge and gave Xiexingzhou several bombs. Go quickly. Xiexingzhou need not be so aggressive. Taking several bombs, Xiexingzhou walked over to get 2 layers down before coming back. And Ruan Yu smoothly put away the vine bridge. A little tired of eating the roasted meat, Ruan Yu took out 2 more pieces of watermelon. Listening to the sudden explosion from downstairs, Ruan Yu nodded with satisfaction. That's nice. Finally shutting up. Downstairs, there's still a bomb. Good thing we let the walkers go first. The people in the other building heard the explosion and looked as if it was true. Traps. Anyone can do it, but not everyone will step on it. Several explosions in a row, a group of people are numb. Which people set up traps like this? Fortunately they caught a few zombies to explore the road. The zombies that had been intact were now in pieces, and the group looked on in horror. Still, the captain had the foresight. There don't seem to be any bombs on this floor? A few people threw the quartered walkers over and watched as they didn't explode, one carefully probing over. No bombs. Phew. Finally no more. Let's go before Wanyu runs away. The group winded their way up to the rooftop. And when they almost reached the rooftop there was another explosion. And the two men in front of them were directly split in two, with several behind them taking the impact. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That old six made a trap. Shut up and look at those injuries. Everyone hold on. There's one more floor. Going up or not? Everyone hesitated. No one wanted to go on. Who knew if there would be a bomb? Hearing the explosion, another building, a group of people who were about to go up another floor suddenly break their feet. Go get some more walkers. For the sake of their little lives. Everyone naturally won't have any complaints. This side of the world saw that everyone didn't want to go on, but also had to send a few people to catch the zombies. The two parties meet right downstairs and look at each other helplessly as they set off to catch the walkers. What's the point of working a little harder now as long as we can catch Wanyu? It can all be earned back in the future. As for whether Wanyu is willing or not, what does that have to do with them? What's the point of talking about conscience and morality in this post-apocalyptic world? Why aren't they all coming up? Obviously the explosions were very close. Just didn't hear anyone coming up. Wanyu couldn't help but be curious. It's not all going to catch walkers, is it? It's really possible. They grabbed a few zombies together when they came up. Xiaxingzhou responded as he ate his melon. The two of them had absolutely no sense of urgency of being surrounded by people. One hand watermelon and the other hand roasted rabbit meat. Not to mention how comfortable it was. It's true that the people who came the second time have evolved, and their brains have grown with more people. Wanyu said with a look of emotion. But it didn't matter. She could send them all away. After waiting for a while, finally heard a bit of heavy footsteps. The two were almost full. Wanyu put away all the things and leaned on the railing with Xiaxingzhou. Do you think they'll step on this trap on the rooftop? Xiaxingzhou looked thoughtful. It will, won't it? I left the rooftop door open. Also, the two men were just aiming their guns at the small door on the rooftop. So many people didn't use their guns it felt weird to look at them like that. As the footsteps got closer and closer, the group let their guard down a bit as they watched the wide open door. Bang! Bang! Two explosions followed in quick succession, and both buildings were injured. Watching the bombs explode, the group of people did not care to walk straight up to the rooftop. Nguyen and the two of them were just off to the side, watching several people come out before the two of them turned on their sweeps. Back up! Stop squeezing and get out of the way. The men who had walked up to the rooftop were lying on the ground under the weight of the bullets, and when they saw that no one was coming out, the two men walked back up to the stairway and swept in another volley of shots, tossing a couple of grenades over the top in the process. Watching almost before the two come out to confront the other building, without further ado, a sweeping shot first. Some of the people in the next building fell to the ground again when they couldn't dodge. The leader of the people in the heart are fast to the people cursed to death. Where there is such a come up to all start fighting, words will not say? Seeing that the people were hiding and couldn't fight anymore, Wanyu and his two men put their guns down. Opposite side, is there any more breathing? If you don't want to catch your breath, squeal and I'll give you a ride. Xiaxingzhou was speechless. If you shout like this, do people still dare to squeak? What do I care what they do? Just kill. Sure enough a man trembled and showed his head, and Nguyen went straight for seconds, not giving the slightest chance to speak. Wanyu, we're here to find you to cooperate. No offense. Can you let me have a few words with you? Listening to the voice Wanyu thoughtlessly and directly said, fine, but how can I believe what you say when I can't even see you like this? That person's teeth are almost gritted. If I dare to venture out, do I need to talk like this? Earlier, I thought that Wanyu's side was only two people, and that his reaction could be faster than that of so many of them. Who knew that these two people would shoot directly, not giving them a little time to fool around? The supernatural ability is no longer so fast. Our lives are in your hands now, and I wouldn't dare tell a lie. Nguyen nodded. It was dare not rather than won't. It was better to show your head and take seconds. It was safer. It's the dead who don't talk nonsense and fool people. Then speak and I'll listen. Wanyu attracted attention while controlling the vines to build a vine bridge. People didn't go over the vines, went over quite a bit, and ran into people either wrapping their legs and dragging them out, or fighting with them. Those people were naturally harvested by Xiaxingzhou, who made Xiaxingzhou a better shot. That way there would be no wasted bullets. Looking back at the dwindling number of people and the roses that swayed from time to time, the man instantly realized that he had planted himself. These two people were the god of murder, and they didn't listen to any human words. Well, have you thought about what you're going to say? After a moment of silence, with the idea of dying together, the man directly blew himself up. We hadn't thought of arresting you. It was only because Mao Rue's squad said you were here that we thought of coming. Not only us, but quite a few other squads have come over here together because they heard Mori and the others talking. Oh, isn't it true that you guys wanted to come looking for me and then asked around and happened to run into a squad that knew where I was? Ruanyu said while mentally giving Maurice a few people credit for working so hard. They must be given more food. Thinking that this person probably couldn't say anything good, Ruanyu directly killed the person, controlling the vines to pile the people together. Xie Xingzhou set fire to eliminate the possibility of fraudulent corpses, not forgetting to drag all the bodies down the stairs on the way down, pile them up in the doorway and burn them again. After changing several buildings one after another in one afternoon and harvesting the last batch, I saw Mao Rui and Tu Nan walking over together. No. Sis, are you guys okay? Chapter 128, Change of Venue. What could I possibly want? Nguyen Nok just happened to drag out the last body with a relaxed face. Tu Nan and Mao Rui both saw the still burning body, looked at each other and gulped. Luckily they didn't make a stupid mistake. What brings you guys over? Ruanyu asked curiously as she surveyed them. It was only 5 o'clock, and although the sky was darkening faster now, this time was indeed still early. That, sis, we tried our best, just met this point of people. The others cannot fool around, are afraid of traps. Mao Rui looked bitter. Are the end of the world for so long? In addition to the interests of the dizzy, most of the people are still very smart. Whereas he want a fool can be fooled. That's okay, it's still your own safety that counts. Ruanyu didn't care. It was good enough to kill so many people today. The rest of the smart people probably wouldn't be stupid enough to go to the city center. Not to mention that not all of them were dead set on her. There are more zombies on this side itself. Plus the supplies here are pretty much scavenged, so there's even less reason to come in and die. Brother Tu came over to be? Said Ruanyu curiously looked at Tu Nan. Only yesterday he took the exotic fruit. Today it's sold out? Brother's sister is joking. Of course I'm here to deliver the crystal cores. As Tu Nan spoke, he signaled a junior behind him to take several bags of crystal cores out. Basically all of them were 4th order, and occasionally there were a few 5th order cores. Ruanyu looked at him with a surprised face and couldn't help but praise. Big Brother 2 is awesome. Ruanyu didn't say much, and directly put it away, and took a few more exotic fruits to Tu Nan, which she could only take as snacks anyway. It's really hard on Big Brother 2. Tuanan laughed so hard that his eyes couldn't see the sky, and after pushing back a few times, he happily put it away. Ruanyu turned her head to look at the Maorui few. Can you cook yet? Maorui was still immersed in the shock of Tu Nan actually being able to take out so many crystal cores, and when he heard Ruanyu ask, he immediately returned to his senses. It'll be a little bit. It can be cooked. Nguyen Nok nodded and took a whole pig out, half on Tu Nan's side and half on Maorui's side. Thanks for your help this afternoon. The fact that these two waves of people came together meant that some of them were actually lured over by Tu Nan, and I'm afraid that Mao Rui alone didn't have the luck to meet so many people. Siblings are so polite. That's what he said. But Tuanan's hand movements were not slow at all. Mao Rui and his party's eyes were glued to the pig. Thank you, Sister Ruan. Polite words these Ruan sisters certainly do not like to hear. And besides, since Ruan's sister gave, it shows that she is not bad this thing. Afraid that someone would suddenly come over, the spatial aliens from both sides rushed forward to put it away. Sister Nguyen, shall we continue tomorrow as well? Tu Nan also looked at Ruanyu with the same question. Such a chore could be given to him more often. Nothing more than simply liking it, especially the half-pig. Ruanyu thought about it for a moment. There were almost 300 people who came today in total, excluding a few waves of 100 or so who volunteered to die. The rest were more or less related to white tea, counting the number of people she hadn't killed. After a while, Ruanyu spat out several names. Song Hui, He Hua, Xiang Ming, Yi Rong, Zhou Zhang, He Huai. Big Brother 2 helped me inquire about these people, or a squad that has a better relationship with a few people. These people were all on good terms with Bai Cha and had helped her, but helping Bai Cha was naturally unavoidable to step on her, so it was better to settle it early. Based on the mere fact that these people had taken turns visiting her in the lab in her last life, she had already set a death sentence for these people. These were the ones she had a deeper impression of, and the rest of those who didn't have that deep of an impression would take their time. Who let the one who was reborn be her? If White Tea had been reborn, she would probably have been tied up into the Qingqing base long ago. After dropping her eyes to think back for a moment, Ruanyu continued. As for tomorrow, change the place. I remember there's a shopping plaza to the south. Let's go over there tomorrow. Tu Nan had a face that understood in seconds. Don't worry, younger sibling. I'll definitely inform you the first time I have news. And if I meet them I'll definitely let them come to you. Don't worry sis. Tomorrow we will definitely go out earlier and bring more people over. Mao Rui several people also said with a serious face. They were originally on Ruanyu's side. As for the base, the more they talked the more angry they became. Without a long heart, it was estimated that they would die in the base. Ruanyu looked up at the sky. It's almost dark, so let's call it a day. Everything that needs to be said has been said. Plus it's getting dark really early, so it's better to go home and get an early night. Thinking of something, Gwynnock took out a couple of intact entrails. Do any of you like to eat them? Take them away together. Ruanyu said with a disgusted face. The pig has taken this offal, also take them. Originally thought to give Black Yao to eat. Who knows that after that guy ate roasted lamb, he likes to eat roasted meat. The offal of these disgusted to the point of no return. Obviously she could have liked it in her last life. And it was true that she had gotten rich and obsidian had raised her mouth. She herself didn't like eating these things, and Xie Xingzhou didn't like them much either. So it was just right to take them out now. We won't get it. Mao Rui hurriedly refused. They couldn't get it right even if they took it back. It might even go to waste. It was better to give it to Tu Nan. His family had a cook. Thinking about it, Mao Rui's few people couldn't help but look at Tu Nan with some envy. Ruanyu even took it out. Tuan Nan naturally accepted it happily. Then thank you, sister-in-law. After saying that, the group happily got into the car. Let's go. It's rare to receive so many goodies, so of course we have to go back and celebrate. And in the meantime, show off to our brothers in other places and ask for news. Give more useful information and the God of Fortune might be more generous next time. Ruanyu looked at Mao Rui's few people and thought about taking a few pounds of hollow cabbage to them. You guys go back too. After saying this, without looking at their expressions, he turned around and pulled Xie Xingzhou in the direction of the city center. Watching the people walk away, Li Tian came over and whispered, Big brother, do you think Sister Ruan still lives in the neighborhood? The odds are. Mori replied with some approval. The city center is just a few neighborhoods. Their own house of course is to live in their own home, and Ruan's sister's house that decoration. The average persons cannot compare if he must also choose to live in their own home. It's useless to think so much, so I might as well think about how I'm going to eat meat tonight. So I turned around and asked, whose turn is it to cook today? Not me. I did it the day before yesterday. I made it yesterday. A few people noisily walked towards the suburbs, with their current strength, or live in the suburbs a little safer. Anyway, Tuanan is not far away from them. Nothing to go to dabble in the time is also good. The two of them took out their roller skates and changed into them after walking a distance. Xie Xingzhou looked at Ruanyu and said, those people you mentioned, have you seen them before? I've seen it in my dreams, and it didn't look like a good guy, so I was on guard early. The roller skates glided quickly, and it wasn't long before the two were downstairs in their own house. Xie Xingzhou suddenly came. Will those people you said come this way? Will do. Intuition told her these people would be coming. As to what they were coming for, that was unknown. And after killing so many people today, she clearly felt something coming back to her, and wondered if it was an illusion. It couldn't be that she had killed off White Tea's chi and those chi couldn't find anyone to come to her. Chapter 129, Take your time. After thinking about it for a while, and not being able to figure it out, Ruanyu didn't want to think about it. As far as the current trend was concerned, White Tea probably couldn't make any waves. Since he couldn't kill White Tea, it would be nice to kill all her helper lickspittles. Xie Xingzhou lowered his head and thought. The names that Ruanyu said. It seemed like he had heard them all before, but the ones that could let him know, that strength naturally wouldn't be too bad. Those people, if he remembered correctly, all had some connection with the Qingqing base, and although they didn't live in the Qingqing base permanently, everyone else knew which base they were from, and such a squad Qingqing base has a lot of. Are to collect those alien ability is more special alien news, as well as some special plants and animals, met naturally are all trying to find a way to send into the base of Qingqing. As for the rewards are naturally also unexpected generous. Those squads had been set up since the zombie outbreak began in full force, and even without White Tea, Ruanyu wouldn't be able to hide her psychic abilities for long. Now this situation is that the major bases are still waiting and waiting, just waiting for the Qingqing base to take the people away, and they come to their door to ask for favors. As for whether there is no shot in the dark, we are all openly unspoken. Other bases are far away. Naturally, not much people over the nearest BC city base. The number of people killed today alone, secretly afraid of issuing a wanted notice. Ruanyu shouted a few times and no one answered, so she directly went up and pinched Xie Xingzhou's face a few times. What are you thinking about? I've called you several times. Seeing that the person had reacted, Ruanyu immediately withdrew her hand and looked over with a straight face. Seeing Ruanyu like this, Xie Xingzhou hooked up a bad smile and said as if he was feeling emotional. Thinking about you, it feels like you're like the longevity monk right now. There are demons and monsters all around to snatch people up. I just don't know who's going to get the longevity monk's meat anymore. Are the people at the institute all so useless now? They actually want to use their healing powers to study how to solve the zombie virus. Other powers are powers, healing powers are powers. Aren't they all essentially the same? especially Song Ji and the others, actually believed that the healing powers could change their physique, even though they were dead now. But when he thought of him saying that Ruan Yu's flesh and blood could restore them to normal, he felt that this person was 80% sick, and not too sick, and he actually believed in such an obvious scam. It's like eating the flesh of the monk to live forever. Has anyone eaten it? No one has even eaten it, and the news is out. From the time he met Nguyen Ngoc. Except for him, Nguyen Ngoc had used her powers to treat that psycho. If it was said that Ruan Yu didn't have healing powers, I guess no one would believe it. If those people found out that Ruan Yu really didn't have healing powers after he was really captured, would they let the person go? His intuition told him that he wouldn't. So what reason did he have to object to Ruan Yu now going ahead and killing the people who would be a threat to her in the future? Even though some of those people had worked with him before, the world was different now. So of course he was going to kill together. Ruan Yu glared directly at him. You're thinking about fart food. Hurry up and go cook. In my heart, I agree with Xie Xingzhou's statement. Now there are not all the demons and monsters that want to eat her. It's a good thing that the Dawn is allowed to live to see the end. So Hakuche is just a demon with a background that does take a little more time to defeat. Got it. What do you want to eat? Xie Xingzhou resigned himself to the fact that he was now moving more and more towards being a family cook. Alas, Ruan Yu thought for a moment before saying, get some sweet and sour fish. Didn't you fry a lot of fish that you didn't eat when you fried the crispy pork the other day? Okay. Then hurry up and get up there. You can rest early today. The two of them quickly walked up the stairs, probably because they came back earlier today. Obsidian Silvermoon actually had food in her food bowl. Seeing the two of them come back so early, Black Obsidian made a flying leap into Ruan Yu's arms and rubbed himself vigorously. Ruan Yu reached out and icked Black Obsidian, smoothing its fur for a while. Why are you so enthusiastic today? Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Black Obsidian had a slight heartburn and continued rubbing his head with it. Looking at the silver moon that came over, Ruan Yu also embraced over together to jerk. The two Fluffy obediently cooperate with Ruan Yu. Xie Xingzhou walked out of the kitchen with a pot in his hand, and the corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at the two fluffy ones in Ruan Yu's arms. Ruan Yu looked up at Xie Xingzhou. What's wrong? Xie Xingzhou didn't say anything, just lifted the pot up and stared at Ruan Yu through it, looking at a big hole at the bottom of the pot. Ruan Yu was silent. No wonder these two were usually indifferent, but today they were so enthusiastic. She thought it was because they came back earlier today. One hand then cupped the back of a Fluffy's neck, eyes narrowing slightly. Who did this? The two that were strangled in the back of their fateful necks swung straight up and motionless. Meow. I didn't mean it. Ruan Yu took a deep breath and viciously icked the two Fluffies before letting them go. Keep it. In case you come across one that can mend the pot, you can still use it. With that, he took the pot with the hole in it and brought out a new one, thankfully replacing several iron pots at the time. It's all about sautéing the vegetables, but this iron skillet just feels a little more flavorful. Xie Xingzhou didn't say anything, took the pot and went back to the kitchen to continue to be busy. Before it was Ruan Yu playing to help cut vegetables, but she didn't want to do it every day, so she prepared half a month's worth of side dishes to put in the space each time, and took a little out when Xie Xingzhou was cooking. So now it became Ruan Yu watching Xie Xingzhou cook. The next day, the two were still out early, a glide to the shopping plaza that Nguyen Ngoc talked about yesterday. Just as they reached the door, a few of Mori's men came running out of the house next to them. Sis, you guys are here. Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. How long have you been here? If memory serves, a few of Mori's people live a bit farther away from here than her house. I think. We've only been here a little while, too. Mori rubbed his head in some embarrassment and said that they had indeed just arrived as well. Ruan Yu thought for a moment and searched in space to take out the few 5th order crystal cores given by Tu Nan. I can't use these few crystal cores. You guys take them. She looked at these people are all 4th order. Mao Rue to be a little better late 4th order look. 5th order crystal core just use. Seeing that Mao Rue's few people wanted to refuse, Ruan Yu continued. Want to thank me? Bring more people today. Maurice had to take it before he said. Then, Sister Ruan, we'll leave first, and go early to familiarize ourselves with the place. In fact, they were picking people. There were squads where people weren't interested even if they said where Sister Nguyen was. Not all of them were thinking about taking favors from others. Okay, you guys be safe. Watching Mao Rue's few people walk away, Xie Xingzhou said in an uncertain manner. You're quite good to them, okay? Good. Much better than for me. I don't know why Nguyen Ngoc heard a bit of condescension in those words. It was her fault, I guess. You're overthinking it. You shouldn't be able to compare like that, right? And you're not like them, either. They're sort of friends. Yuri in short. Different. After saying that, Nguyen Ngoc walked towards the house next to him. Xie Xingzhou let out a light laugh. Is it different? It looks like all this hard work hasn't been in vain. There's still a long time to take your time. Looking at the back that walked away, Xia Xingzhou sighed and hurriedly followed. Chapter 130, Song returns to Manhwa. Still getting traps today like yesterday? Xia Xingzhou quickly caught up with Ruan Yu and asked curiously. By the way, those guys did it yesterday. Even getting traps would be a waste for the zombie-stomping monsters. And there was no one around them yesterday. But he still felt like someone was watching them. It wasn't impossible if it was someone with binoculars observing them from afar. But someone that smart wouldn't be exposed so easily. I'm afraid. Of course not. Nguyen Nak immediately picked up on it. Wasting so many bombs yesterday heartbroke her. And she definitely couldn't do that again today. After thinking for a while, Nguyen Nak continued. Get 2 traps on the center 2 floors and then 1 on the rooftop. She couldn't believe that the people who came over today could be careful on every level. Xia Xingzhou smiled. This idea of yours is fine. All the way is unobstructed. Halfway to suddenly come 2 traps. Ordinary people probably would not expect. As usual, Xia Xingzhou makes traps, and Ruan Yu goes upstairs to scour those houses in passing. A mosquito is still meat, so it cannot be wasted. Xingcheng base. Cha-cha. Wake up. Su Shangshi shook Bai Cha, who was still under the covers. Without going out to look for supplies, they all had nothing to do. Plus the weather was so cold that they were basically hunkered down under the covers. He hadn't wanted to get up either, but the bed collapsed. Without warning, straight away. White Tea opened her eyes in a daze. Her eyes were sleepy. What's wrong? That bed collapsed. Su Yenji said with some embarrassment. White Tea, it didn't collapse last night with all the intensity, but this morning? Her confused mind instantly cleared and she sat up wrapped in the covers, realizing that it was indeed as Su Yenji had said. The bed had collapsed and she was still stuck in the middle of the collapse. White Tea was just about to get up when her body moved a few times, and then the whole bed just fell apart, and both of them were confused. Cha-cha, get up first, I'll go find someone to replace it with a new one. Su Yenji spoke out to break the awkward atmosphere, a situation no one had ever encountered before. At that, White Tea also got up obediently, wrapped up in thick clothes and went towards the sofa, just sitting on it. Ka-ching, White Tea. No surprises, the couch was broken too, and White Tea was stuck with the whole thing. Not caring about anything else, Bai Cha hurriedly shouted. Words, I seem to be stuck. Su Yenji also hurriedly put the quilt in his hand and walked over to pass the table and tripped, and then the wooden table also fell apart. Su Xiang, are they having some kind of bad luck today? In just a moment, their already humble house was even more dilapidated, with half the furniture missing outright. Helping White Tea up, the two looked at each other with helplessness in their eyes. They had to go out and look for supplies again, or they would have to sleep on the floor. Why don't we just make do today, and go out tomorrow? Su Yenji proposed, in exchange for before these things naturally want to change. But now, they do not have spatial ability. Go out to look for supplies to see it is not good to bring it back. Please, spatial ability person also need to spend money. As for the base, it will be even more expensive. White Tea didn't say anything and nodded silently. She didn't want to go out either. It's just that she's always been very lucky. How come she's so unlucky now? And what has Ruan Yu done? Apart from Ruan Yu, she really couldn't think of anyone else who could make her luck worse. Even if she was the heroine, she couldn't steal someone else's luck. Ruan Yu and the two of them made the traps early and waited on the rooftop for a while and no one came over. When they were bored, Ruan Yu suggested, why don't we go and look around, and make more traps on the way? Good. So the two of them quickly descended the stairs and turned to the building next to them. Let's start searching down from the top floor, so we can get traps a bit better. Xia Xingzhou proposed as he looked at the building next to him. It looked like the surrounding area had been scavenged, but they hadn't lacked anything. They had just come to pass the time, so of course it was naturally best if they could pick up the pieces. Nguyen Nak was fine with that. It was pretty much the same anyway, and it did make it easier for themselves from the top down. Okay, then hurry up. Although all these buildings were searched, but everyone's focus of finding was different. After searching 2 buildings, Ruan Yu and the two of them still found some small snacks and so on, which was also considered a harvest. But setting up a bomb is more random. In case 2 parties come at the same time, it's easy to avoid the trap when you hear the explosion in front of you, and a little bit of randomness might even be a surprise. Sure enough, as Nguyen Nak and the others went to the rooftop of the 5th building, the sound of an explosion came from the building in front of them. Someone fell into a trap so soon? Nguyen Nak and the two of them took out their binoculars and looked in the direction of the explosion. Why is this bomb on the 1st floor? Looking at the location of the explosion, Ruan Yu looked at Xia Xingzhou in confusion. Weren't you the one who said I should just make myself casual? Just a little bit more casually. Xia Xingzhou explained somewhat uncomfortably. He also didn't expect the only bomb placed on the 1st floor to be stepped on so soon. How many floors did you get the other bombs on? Upper middle class anyway. I don't remember it that well. Alright. After the explosion, the two of them, Ruan Yu, saw a dozen people quickly retreating from that building. Song Hui? Xiexingzhou said with some surprise. Ruan Yu hurriedly looked over and said with some surprise, "It's really Song Hui. The girl next to her is He Hua. I only mentioned them yesterday, but I didn't expect to meet them today. I thought I'd have to wait 2 more days?" Ruan Yu then looked at Xiexingzhou with some doubt. "How do you also know Song Hui? Their squad is affiliated with Qingqing base. It's normal for me to recognize them." Xiexingzhou explained naturally, really not expecting Song Hui to come over so quickly. "So you know each other? Don't know each other, but should know each other." Oh, Ruan Yu wasn't surprised. The Qingqing base was so big that the more famous people knew each other. But it was normal for them not to recognize each other. Downstairs Song Hui ran out and then hurriedly shouted, "Alright, let's see if there are any casualties." "Captain, the 2 who went to the front didn't come out." "Okay, got it." Song Hui waved his hand carelessly. "Didn't come out probably just can't come out. They are not doctors, can't save." "Team Song, I told you to be careful, but you didn't believe me. Now you do?" He Hua came over to gloat. When she met with Song Hui to talk about cooperation, she warned that Ruan Yu had a bomb in her hands and that they must be careful when they entered the house to search for it, and the man was still unimpressed, saying that he had observed all of them before, and that Ruan Yu and their bombs were now arranged in the middle and upper floors, and that they would not get a bomb on the ground floor. Now it's good. It's a direct hit to the face. Luckily, she brought her team members behind her, basically not injured, but Song Hui sighed, not to mention that there are 2 less people. Several people also suffered from the impact of the explosion were injured. Song Hui was also angry in his heart. Yesterday he had observed with binoculars from a long distance. Those bombs at the bottom had been stepped on by people with zombies. It was reasonable that they wouldn't be so stupid today. Who knew they were really stupid today? Chapter 131. When Song Hui was depressed, the sound of explosion once again came from a nearby building, and the group rushed over. That's the normal way of doing things after all the lessons learned yesterday. Who will it be this time? Ruan Yu was full of surprises. She really didn't expect that today there would be a time when 2 waves of people would come together. Won't we know when we see it later? Say, they're all standing at the bottom. Wouldn't it be an advantage if we took a gun and strafed them? Xiexingzhou looked puzzled. Don't these people avoid people? Let's see if anyone comes down from this explosion back here, and we'll take care of it all together later. It just so happened that Ruan Yu was thinking the same thing, so she took 2 submachine guns out of the space and handed one to Xiexingzhou. Song Hui and his group soon arrived at the bottom of the newly exploded building and waited for a while to finally see someone coming down. Ruan Yu looked at those people. They looked a bit familiar, as if he had seen them at the Qingqing base. The group of people running down were also a bit surprised to see Song Hui. Captain Song is also coming this way? It's all the same goal, so let's not be polite. So Captain Song has seen someone? I've seen it before with binoculars, but I don't see it now. I guess it's in one of the buildings. Watching those people actually chatting directly, the 2 of them, Ruan Yu, directly approached quietly with their guns. As if sensing something, He Hua hurriedly signaled his team to hide, but before he could the gunshots went straight off. Quick, hide. The alien's reaction was fast, but still not as fast as the gun. Half of the 24 people were directly missing, and the remaining half ran into the house to hide. Nguyen and the 2 of them approached slowly with their guns, and when they bumped into someone, they just shot them. No nonsense. Captain Song won't come out to talk? Seeing that no one was around, Xiexingzhou hurriedly called out to Song Hui. Song Hui was also speechless. Wasn't it all about killing people on the rooftop yesterday? Why did he switch positions today? Catching him off guard every time? If I come out, will there be any conversation? Don't you have a chance if you don't come out? Ruan Yu approached while releasing vines. Hundreds of vines shuttled quickly and dragged out people directly when they met them. Xiexingzhou saw a direct shot. Some people reacted in time and ran towards the upper floors, temporarily dodging a bullet. And there are gold system psychics who still do not forget to control the bullet to counterattack. The others followed suit, hitting the alien attacks before running towards the upper floors. Song Hui and the others followed suit. The building's bombs had just exploded anyway, so it should be safe at this moment. Even if there are still bombs, they won't be affected if they go behind them. Ruan Yu 2 people also enter the house, not in a hurry to follow, since they came to be ready to be buried here. Song Hui and his group quickly went up the stairs. The explosions sounded again. Ruan Yu smiled. It felt good to run after people like this. Song Hui was not surprised, and the group waited directly on that floor for Ruan Yu to come up. As I recall, you're a poison elemental, aren't you? Song Hui said as he looked at one of the team members on He Hua's side. The man looked at He Hua and saw her nod before replying. Yes. Then you go to the stairwell and let out all the poison gas. What does Captain Song want to do? He Hua asked out of the blue. It wasn't her style to sit back and wait for death, although she did get caught a bit off guard this time. Block Xiexingzhou for a while and we'll jump out the window from here and go downstairs. After saying this, he looked at He Hua with a look of a little cutie. Looking at He Hua, you don't really want to go up to the rooftop and wait for Xiexingzhou and the others to come up, do you? If you don't go down and figure it out now, do you have a way to beat them if they really meet? Although his psychic ability had just risen to the 5th order, he was still self-aware that if he could rise to the 5th order, Xiexingzhou was afraid that he would have reached the 5th order long ago. There was definitely no way to catch anyone by himself, so he pulled He Hua and their team together to work together, and he was going to pull the team he just ran into to work together, and before the words could come together, that side came over with a gun. Does everyone believe that villains die from talking too much? So they all stop talking and just come up and do it? Only after hearing Song Hui say this did He Hua signal the man to go out. A 4th order poison system ability could indeed stop it for a while, and the people on Song Hui's side had already started tying the rope. Looking experienced, He Hua nodded. No wonder Song Hui's mission completion rate was so high and the death rate was still low. So it turned out that he ran away when he couldn't beat them, and then continued to come back to do the job when he found help. The remaining squad naturally wouldn't object. He was just coming over to take his chances. There were only 2 people on Ruan Yu's side, his own squad of 10, and there were quite a lot of people coming this way, so he might even be able to fish in troubled waters. Now it seemed the water was too deep for a shrimp like him to touch. Only 3 floors up, the 2 of them, Ruan Yu, heard the sound of explosions coming from upstairs again, and Xiexingzhou suddenly reached out to pull her back. Don't go up there. We'll wait downstairs. Nguyen knock? Song Hui is not stupid. This building has exploded twice in a row. He probably thought that there are still bombs up there, so he definitely won't go up. And at this moment, he's probably thinking of a way to run. Looking at Ruan Yui's puzzled face, Xiexingzhou let out a light laugh. Of course he's not giving up on us. Running out at this moment will surely find other teams to work with. After all, we only have 2 people. Plus this place is full of high-rise buildings. In terms of numbers they can still win. Nguyen Nok got it. It was Song Hui trying to escape and then pulling someone back to continue to with the 2 of them. Come on then, downstairs and squat them. Song Nguyen Nok and the 2 of them folded right back downstairs, and didn't go out of the building, just hid under the ground floor windows. Now if you go out, you might just happen to be seen, and how bad would that be? The 2 had just ducked when 2 more explosions followed in quick succession. Did we only set up 4 buildings with bombs? Yes. Why are so many people coming down at once at this moment? Ruan Yu was a bit speechless. Could it be that all these people who didn't know each other originally were ready to work together? She's alone. Do these people want to split her up? Forget about that for now. Let's take care of this side. Maybe there's someone in the other building too. We just don't know it for a while because we didn't set up the bomb. Xiexingzhou also felt a little strange. How those people just happened to come together. This place is really dominant. But yesterday they were able to kill so many people one after another. Today they just cut the time short. It's all the same. You're right. Let's focus on the present first. Song Hui and his group's eyes lit up when they heard the explosions. There are quite a few more people coming. It's just as well that we can join forces to deal with Xiexingzhou and the others. The rope was tied, and the 2 team members on Song Hui's side took the lead and slid down the rope. He also checked around for a while, but fortunately Ruan Yu reacted quickly and pulled Xiexingzhou into the space, which was not discovered. Watching that no one else was nearby, he then pulled on the rope to signal the others to come down. Several more ropes were soon added, and the party was all sliding down in no time. The 2 of them, Ruan Yu, watched from the space and only came out of the space after seeing Song Hui and the others ready to go. Taking the gun is a sweeping shot. There is no cover plus the distance is too close. A dozen people instantly lost most of them. He Hua reacted quickly to build an alien energy wall, which barely protected the remaining people. The 2 gold system psychics hurriedly activated their psychic abilities and tried to control those bullets to counterattack. Chapter 132, A New Round of Shooting. Seeing that the bullets couldn't penetrate the alien energy wall, Ruan Yu and the 2 of them directly attacked with their alien energy, and seeing that the alien energy wall was about to break, the others joined in counterattacking with their alien energy. Ruan Yu put the gun away. The vines and water droplets attacked at the same time. The alien energy wall couldn't withstand it and broke straight away, and He Hua was also jerked to the ground by the vines. Xiexingzhou seized the moment and once again swept his gun while Ruan Yu used her powers to attack the 2 gold system psychics from earlier. Soon the few remaining people also all fell to the ground. Seeing He Hua still gasping for air, Xiexingzhou directly stepped forward to replenish a wind blade. It's true that the gun is fast at 7 paces, and the gun is fast and accurate at 7 paces, and not a bit of nonsense is left in them. Looking at the pile of corpses on the ground, Nguyen Nok said with a look of emotion. While saying this, he also did not forget to pile up the corpses to make it easier for Xiexingzhou to set fire to them. Beheading them one by one is too troublesome. It is still faster to set fire to them. Well, hurry up. In a moment those people might come around for a sneak attack. Xiaxingzhou pulled Wan Yu and ran to another building after setting the fire. I know, but are they all hiding in the building to make it easier for me to find them one by one? Probably. There's only 2 of us, so I guess there's a lot of muckraking going on. As the 2 talked and went upstairs, Nguyen had his gun in his hand again. It's better to kill people with guns, and psychic powers are more suited to killing zombies. After all, zombies need to be decapitated to die, not so much for people. Why does it feel like a cat catching a mouse? Come on, maybe there's someone upstairs waiting for us to go up. Nguyen suddenly stopped talking, and the 2 of them quietly felt their way up the stairs, and when they reached the middle floor they did hear talking. A female voice came first. Captain, are we still going to find Wan Yu and the others? Another member of the team hurriedly picked up. We're here. Even if we don't go she won't necessarily let us go. Can't wait around for her to find it. Can we? Let's go up to the rooftop first. Don't we still have the helicopter? Straight away in a moment. So the captain isn't waiting for the others? Didn't we agree to work together when we came here? That also requires a life to cooperate. Didn't you guys see it just now? Song Hui is a 5th-ranked alien. And those members of his team are also 4th-ranked. Now what? He's not a cutie pie. Wan Yu is a space alien. They can ask for some benefits. But if the team is unable to protect themselves, those benefits are not as important as their lives. We listened to the captain. Hearing the voice Wan Yu, 2 people looked at each other. Kill or not kill? It didn't seem like these people had done anything wrong. But if the 2 of them had been in a disadvantageous position, would these people have gone so decisively? If it won't, then it doesn't seem to be a problem if she kills someone, does it? If they would, why would those people come over? Shouldn't it be a matter of just staying out of it? Hearing them go up the stairs, Wan Yu and the 2 of them kept their distance and followed. Soon those people reached the rooftop to take out the helicopter, but they didn't go up first. Instead they chatted with the people on the rooftop next to them. Brothers, you guys are quite well equipped here. You're in such a hurry to leave. You're not afraid, are you? Yes, even a 5th-order alien is dead. Can I not be afraid with all 4th-order aliens here? That captain had nothing to be embarrassed about. Fear is fear. Who's not afraid of death? That's just their bad luck. A group of people staying all together. Wouldn't that be a proper living target? Look at the other buildings. They're full of people just like us. More than 100 people still afraid of these 2? How about working together? I've approached all the other squads and they've all agreed to work together. Hearing this, that captain was a bit silent. He originally also wanted to come and pick up the pieces. If there were so many people working together it would be possible to put up a fight. Just how did he know the man wasn't lying to him? Moreover, he had taken out his own bottom card, the helicopter. Even if he cooperated he was the most disadvantaged. So he turned to the rest of the team. What do you think? Want to cooperate? Captain, why don't we stay and watch for a while? I think it's better for us to hurry up and leave. Wan Yu and the others have guns in their hands, and bullets don't discriminate between people. I also think it's better to stay, rich and powerful. Even if there's danger we can still hurry up and leave. The majority favored staying and working together. A few proposed leaving, and eventually the captain decided to stay and take a look. Hearing this, Wan Yu, 2 people directly raised the gun up. This is their own choice to stay. The opportunity she has given. Quite a coincidence. Since you want to stay. Those people have not yet reacted. The sound of the gun went off directly. As for the supernatural ability which has a gun fast, even if it is still fast can still be faster than her. The level of suppression is not to say that it is a game. After a sweeping shot, Nguyen looked to the rooftop next to him, and the silhouette was gone. Running pretty fast, Xiaxingzhou walked up to the helicopter to check it out. This helicopter isn't bad. It's pretty well preserved. Nguyen walked over and put it away straight away. What now? Nguyen took out his binoculars and watched up, seeing several cars drive up and run out. Took our time finding it. Knowing we had guns, those guys probably wouldn't have been stupid enough to give it to us. After such a long delay, the 2 of them simply ate lunch and started off toward the next building. The 2 who left didn't bother, and those who were willing to stay naturally left people behind forever. Probably because of the morning, the 2 of them basically didn't use their guns in the afternoon, and both of them used their powers to fight each other. So there weren't a lot of squads that came and went in the afternoon. Seeing 2 people who wanted to come and try it out or pull other squads together to try it out. An afternoon the 2 ended in a non-stop battle. If it wasn't for the fruit in Wan Yu's space that could restore their powers, the 2 might have really planted themselves. As expected, once the 5th-order zombies appeared, the 5th-order aliens were also a catch. After finally taking care of the last squad, the sky had completely darkened, and Wan Yu slumped right into his chair. Finally finished killing. These people really don't have any self-awareness at all. Knowing that our alien ability level is higher than theirs, they still want to pull a few more people over to send them to their deaths. Xie sat on the ground, his upper body leaning on Ruan Yu's chair. Who knows? It's dark. There shouldn't be anyone coming this time, right? So killing is so tiring. The point is that those people are really not afraid to die. Not a moment later Mao Rui several people drove over. Saw the two hurriedly greeted. Sister. No one back there. I guess there are not many people over in the past 2 days. Ruan Yu was a bit surprised. What's going on? There's only so many people who came to a city. Most of them came to exchange supplies. And with all the people who died yesterday, there aren't really that many left. Maurice whispered his explanation. He could not say that this afternoon there were several squads that said you have guns and bombs in your hands, and when you see people, you will shoot them directly, and do not give the opportunity to speak, so they ran away when they saw them from afar. Those who were a little shaken up drove right off. Chapter 133, A Day of Swinging. Hearing this Ruan Yu was not surprised. It was good not to come. She was tired too. What's wrong with living a good life? They have to come to get her. Don't you think that so many people have failed to get their hands on her? Alright, I've worked hard for you guys today. After saying that, Ruan Yu didn't skimp and took a few handled fish, some side dishes, and a few pounds of each of the other vegetables out. Go back early. Thank you Sister Ruan. Then Sister Ruan we will leave first. Maurice didn't bother to excuse himself. Sister Ruan had taken it to them, so why not take it? After collecting their things a few people were ready to leave. Just as Tuanan's car drove over, the two cars brushed past, parked, and Tuanan walked over. Is Big Brother 2 having any more news? There is no news. I've inquired about 2 of those people that my sister-in-law mentioned yesterday. I think my sister-in-law has met them all, and I'm still inquiring about the rest. Listening to Tuan Nan's words, Ruan Yu took a few mutated fruits out and another quarter of the pig. Tuan also did not excuse himself and directly signaled his little brother to put it away, and then continued. I have inquired again where there are mutant trees. I wonder if my younger sibling is interested. Big Brother 2 is joking. How can this be of no interest? Xia Xingzhou also interjected. I'm afraid this tree is a bit far away, isn't it? Tuan nodded. Brother Xia is right. This tree is indeed a bit far away. In that place where we first met before. The first time they met. Nguyen Ngoc thought for a moment. Wasn't it the time she blew up the white tea? It's so far away and on the side of the road. There should be a lot of people going, right? Quite a few indeed. But the fruit isn't ripe yet, so we'll have to wait a few days. So you guys going? Go. Nguyen and the two of them said in unison. Okay, I'll call you guys then. After saying that Tuan also drove away, Ruan Yu put away the chair and the two of them also changed into roller skates to go home. Just stay home for the next 2 days and wait for the mutant fruit to ripen. Good. Hopefully it was possible to upgrade his powers. He'd been stuck without upgrading his powers for ages. The two of them quickly went home and casually ate dinner. And Nguyen Ngoc fell straight to sleep. The afternoon's exertion was just too much. Even if she could recover her powers quickly, it was still exhausting, and she was tempted to just sleep through the night before going home. Xia Xingzhou is to clean up the dishes before going back to his room to sleep. I do not know Ruan Yen now out there. I should have known that he also went to the forest to hide. Here a moment to a group of people are almost exhausted. After this snow season, we should be able to meet up, right? I don't know what exactly Ruan Yu is planning. How should we get her to go over to the granary? At that time when they separated they planned to meet up over the granary. They didn't realize that there was a sudden rainstorm and then the snowy season. He did know in advance from Ruan Yu's words, but there was no way to pass it over. They went to the granary because they felt that the Qingqing bases would definitely go there. If they let them get that much food, they would have nothing to do, and might want to ooh and ah whoever, so naturally they couldn't give it to them for the sake of their own safety. Even if you give it to them, those at the bottom won't be able to eat it, so it's better to get it in your own hands. LOL, let's ask in a few days. Maybe Nguyen Ngoc wants to go over there too. On the other hand, Bai Cha and Su Yenji had teamed up with Feng Lan again to go out and look for supplies. Yesterday morning they thought it was bad luck enough that the furniture and all that was broken, but they didn't realize that the whole house they were in came right down in the evening. It was still early, and the rest of the room was out working for supplies, and they were the only ones there, so the two were buried straight away. Although there was no major damage to the people, they had lost most of their supplies again, and were borrowing a room at Feng Lan's house for the night. Even if he knew Feng Lan was up to no good, White Tea couldn't do anything about it. Su Yenji, are you two ready yet? Hurry up. Okay. Su Yenji hurriedly pulled Bai Cha into the car. So cold weather. Everyone did not want to go out to look for supplies, but no one cannot help it is not. All want to live. Su Yenji drove. Bai Cha sat in the passenger side. Looking at the slowly starting car, Bai Cha turned her head and hurriedly asked, Brother Feng, which side are we going to look for today? The neighborhood had been searched several times, and they were afraid they would find nothing. Go a little farther. I'm out early today. A round trip is definitely possible. Hearing that, Bai Ti breathed a sigh of relief. Just don't let her go looking for any mutant fruits, although she did have a craving for them, but she seemed to be in conflict with the plants. Those mutant plants just didn't like her. Although they wouldn't actively attack, they wouldn't give her mutant fruits either. Once is still a coincidence. She met 3 or 4 times. It's always like this. I don't know how it happened. She's the only one who is so unlucky. She didn't do anything bad. The next day, Nguyen Nok woke up almost at noon, and for fear of black obsidian bothering her, she made it a point to refill their food bowls during the night. Xie Xingzhou also put all the breakfast in the refrigerator, so this time he was not disturbed and slept extraordinarily comfortably. Ruanyu opened her eyes and looked at the firewood in the fireplace, which was still full, and turned her head to see Xie Xingzhou sitting on the side. Awake? How long have you been over? I did put breakfast in the fridge for you. Not for long. Just curious how you managed to stay off your phone at night and still sleep until noon. If he hadn't watched Nguyen Nok fall back to sleep last night, he would have suspected that Nguyen Nok had gone out at night to do something. You don't care. Ruanyu took a few dishes to Xie Xingzhou and went to wash herself. Xie Xingzhou took it and went into the kitchen to start cooking. It's nice to have no one to bother you. At least you can sleep until you wake up. Ruanyu washed up and walked out with a cozy face, casually lifting a furry ball in his arms. Xie Xingzhou looked at her with a speechless face. Can't you be a little more disciplined? Just be comfortable. What do you need self-discipline for? Say, is there something you want to ask me? Nguyen Nok stood in the kitchen doorway with Silvermoon in her arms, looking like you should ask anything in a hurry. Xie Xingzhou's hand with the knife paused for a moment. It's not much. I just wanted to ask where you're going to go when the snow season is over. You're not going to stay here all the time, are you? Oh, I know the location of a granary and I'm going to head over there. Any more questions? Nope. Ruanyu turned around with Silver Moon in her arms and went back to the living room. Too lazy to think about it. The most important thing at this moment was the mutant tree. She also wanted to upgrade her powers, but she was now in the middle of the 6th order, so she couldn't rise to the 7th order even if she ate it. So it was better to let Xie Xingzhou upgrade first. It didn't take long for a smell of food to come from the kitchen, and Nguyen Nok washed her hands and went to serve the plates. 1 order of shredded potatoes and pork, 1 order of pork soup, and back to the pot. Fried bean curd, simple 3 dishes and 1 soup. Looks very appetizing. Xie Xingzhou suddenly asked, what are you going to do this afternoon? You're not going to lie at home all day, are you? No, Nguyen asked directly in return. What's wrong with working hard for 2 days to swing for a day? Not much, just asking. If you can't be bothered, go out and catch more walkers and bring them back to put in the surrounding neighborhoods. Chapter 134 Departure. In the afternoon, Nguyen Nok literally spent the day lying at home, eating milk tea and watching movies, while Xie Xingzhou went out to catch zombies to put around. He felt that it was better to go picking mutant fruits and bring obsidian with him, but then there would be no one to watch over the house. So take advantage of the fact that we need to get more zombies over, so that there will not be any little cuties in general, close by. Especially with a few 5th order zombies around to catch over. Looking at Xie Xingzhou so positive, Ruanyu was also a little embarrassed, so she took the initiative to assume the responsibility of cooking. After a day of posing, Nguyen Nok also joined in the action of catching zombies, the whole neighborhood around, far away from the danger that can be felt inside. Nguyen Nok 2 people to rest assured. It was only after a week like this that Tu Nan came with the news that the mutant fruit was almost ripe, and only then did the 2 of them go out with the 2 dumplings in their arms. After driving a good distance, he met up with Tuanan. Ruanyu looked at him curiously. Why did Big Brother 2 come in? What kind of news does this man have to deliver in person? What's wrong with the mutant tree again? It's not a big deal. It's just that of those people you asked me to inquire about earlier. There's one named He Huai who's also over at the mutant tree. This kind of mutant tree was originally relatively rare. These days over there are surrounded by more than 200 people. A number of squads are somewhat related to He Huai. As well as before, didn't they run some squads? They're all over there this time. Nguyen Nok was silent. There was a combined ambush against her. Then Big Brother 2 is not going to go? She also didn't recommend Tuanan to go. How bad it would be if he got hurt by mistake. Tu Nan snorted. Sibling, you see I still have so many people to feed under my hand. If I go in case of any accidents, how bad is that? As we were talking, a few of Mori's men drove up as well, waving their hands from afar. Sis, are you guys heading out? Can we tag along? Ruanyu pondered for a while before saying, it's better not to. This time you guys better stay well. I'll pick it and bring it back for you. It was rare to have a squad that was so firmly on her side, and that was all the more reason not to be misplaced. So is brother two going? Tunan hurriedly waved his hand. I'm not going either. And you'd better not go and cause trouble either. Alright, then we'll guard this side and help Sister Wan watch the house. Mao Rui thought for a moment before saying, otherwise it would be weirdly embarrassing to let him take something for nothing. Okay, but don't get too close. It's full of walkers. A few people talked for a while, then drove off on their own, and a few of Morris's people continued to walk inside, stopping when they felt there was danger inside, and hiding in the house next to them. Tunan followed Nguyen Ngoc's car along, but separated when they reached the intersection. Only Nguyen Ngoc and the two of them were left driving towards the mutant tree. On the other side, the foot of the hill where the mutant tree was located were all 7 or 8, a dozen people sitting around. Brother Huai, are we really going to deal with Ruan Yu? He Huai was leaning against a tree, wearing a thick cotton jacket, a black and white plaid scarf, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, when he heard someone calling him to look up. I didn't say anything about dealing with her, just trying to get her where she belongs, the low voice said without haste, a glint in his eyes under the lenses. Doesn't that mean the same thing? Didn't you see it yesterday? How many people did she kill? And how many can be saved by sending her to the Qingcheng base? He Huai walked to the side of that teenager and reached out to pat his shoulder. Seeing that the teenager was still a bit hesitant, he continued, don't you want to end the end times? With the healing ability, we can research ways to suppress the zombie virus, and we don't have to live in fear like this. You saw how Ruan Yu killed indiscriminately yesterday. We're doing a good deed, so don't be burdened with it. After saying that, He Huai turned around and walked away, walking over to the other squads and exchanging pleasantries again. He didn't want this to happen, but his family was still at the Qingcheng base, and he didn't know what would happen if he couldn't bring Ruan Yu back. And the end of the world for so long. There are all kinds of supernormal abilities. Only the healing supernormal ability only this one person awakened. If so, that person why do not come forward to save people? He had also seen it from afar yesterday. Ruan Yu not only didn't save people, but also killed a lot of people. So what was the point of giving her healing powers? Just to get people to go to her and make her kill? Since she didn't want to, one could only make her want to in other ways. Looking around at the nearly 200 people, the others who wanted to come and pick the mutant fruit had been driven away by them, and the rest of them had the same purpose. They must catch Ruan Yu this time. Apart from here, there were also ambushes set by other people on Ruan Yu's way back. This time, it was only allowed to succeed. It must not fail. Nguyen Ngoc and the two of them drove slowly towards the mutant tree, expecting there to be other vehicles on the road, but not just themselves. Even the toll booth in Tuanan was empty, and there was a layer of ice on the road, so it looked like no cars had traveled through it. It looks like this mutant tree is convenient for them to ambush me. After driving for a while, Black Yao suddenly called out a few times, signaling Nguyen Ngoc for them to stop. Holding Black Obsidian, Ruan Yu was also a bit puzzled, but still asked Xiexingzhou to stop the car. Get off the car and take a look. Maybe Black Obsidian smelled something. Parked the car. The two got out of the car and looked around and found nothing. Ruan Yu icked Obsidian's head. On which side? Black Obsidian stretched out his paw and pointed in a direction. Ruan Yu followed the paw and looked over. There was no road. It was just a big dirt slope, and it's the kind that drops a bunch of dirt down when you blow it up. So if anyone plants a bomb here, it's just the thing to close the road. Nguyen Ngoc didn't go up, but just controlled the vines to turn over all that side. The vines nimbly weaving in and out of the dirt, turning up several bombs one after another. Two silhouettes were still visible from afar. Xiexingzhou hurriedly ran back and directly hit 2 wind blades on the legs of those 2 people. Nguyen Ngoc searched a few times with the vines, and had Obsidian sniff to make sure there were no bombs before walking over. Are you waiting for us to pass before you ignite the bomb and close the road? As soon as the 2 men saw Ruan Yu, they thought of seeing these 2 men yesterday with their guns looking like killing gods and shivered uncomfortably. No, we were doing it for fun and thought we'd try the power. Yes? Xiexingzhou frowned. These 2 people look not weak. How do I feel a little afraid of them? What's the point of testing the power when you can find other places? But on the side of the road? Ruan Yu looked strangely at the 2 men on the ground. You're afraid of me? Are shifters so timid nowadays? Hearing Ruan Yu's words, the 2 of them settled down and looked justified. Who's afraid of you? Who do you think you are? Hurry up and let us go or I'll make you look good. Ruan Yu smiled. Really? Then I'll wait. Chapter 135, Threats. Looking at the 2 men and knowing that they couldn't ask anything, Ruan Yu directly controlled the vines to end them. Xiexingzhou set a fire and turned around. Let's go. Ruan Yu took 2 fruits out and handed them to Black Yao. Good job. Luckily, I brought Obsidian out with me this time. After getting into the car, Xiexingzhou thought for a moment and asked, Still going? Go on. You don't want to upgrade your powers? Ruan Yu looked unconcerned. If she didn't go, those people would think of another way to catch her next time. so she might as well go now. At least the news of the mutant fruit was given by Tu Nan, which meant that the news of the mutant fruit was true. And looking at the way things were going now, those squads that only wanted to pick the mutant fruit were probably driven away by these people. Xie Xingzhou nodded and continued to drive. After resting for several days, he still needed to move around more. Ruan Yu hugged Obsidian and the two of them had a chat. It wasn't long after the two left that several more cars came from where they had just been. Looking at the overturned earth, the party took out another bomb and buried it. All homemade gasoline bombs by the looks of them. Looking at the direction Ruan Yu and the two of them walked away, the man shook his head. So what if they turned it out? They could still continue to get it, but if they brought all the pets out, wouldn't the place where they lived be unguarded? So the man took out his walkie-talkie. Captain, Nguyen Nok brought that black cat out too. Her house should be unguarded. Why don't we go somewhere and get a few bombs too? Looking at Ruan Yu's appearance, there must be a lot of good things at home. Since this is the case, it doesn't matter if they go to take a little bit. Even if Ruan Yu can escape back, opening the door is another trap. Then it is still at their mercy. The walkie-talkie side quickly replied back. Alright, keep an eye on the place. I'll let you know when it's time. I'll arrange the rest. The walkie-talkie hung up after that. After driving for almost another hour, the two Nguyen Noks arrived not far from the mutant tree. Both sides of the road are full of cars. Those people are a few gathered together to talk. See Ruan Yu two people close, but also looked at a glance and then retracted his eyes. The two people are not interested in the appearance. Ruan Yu swept a glance. There were only about 200 people. Almost all of them were 4th order psychics, with the remaining 5 or 6 5th order psychics, probably because of the aura. Ruan Yu saw He Huai in the crowd at a glance. Just like in his previous life, the whole person looked a bit melancholic, and with a pair of gold glasses, he stood out in the crowd. Ruan Yu took back her eyes after a glance, and looked around again. They were all acquaintances, and I don't know how He Huai got them all together. How could a squad from a Qingcheng base pull so many squads from other bases over? It was really something. Ruan Yu poked Xie Xingzhou. Look, do you recognize any of them? Why are you still trying to get close? Xie Xingzhou looked at her breathlessly. So many people, you do not have a little fear? No, I'm just curious to ask. He Huai is also from Qingcheng base, don't you recognize him? Xie Xingzhou thought for a while before saying, I don't know. The Qingcheng base is almost 100,000 people. How can I know so many people? Okay. Looking around at the people still standing properly, Ruan Yu thought that it might be that the mutant fruit was not ripe yet, so he took out his binoculars and looked around. In a moment it might be a straight fight, and it was still necessary to observe the terrain well. But the summit of the mutant tree, why are these people surrounding the foot of the mountain? Are they afraid of accidentally injuring the mutant tree? He Huai stood in the high place, the first time to see Ruan Yu two people. See the real person or subconsciously relieved. Set up a few days waiting for Ruan Yu over. If the people do not come out, he is not in vain owed so many favors. Brother Huai, Ruan Yu and the girls are here. When are we going to do it? The teenager from before asked in a small voice. In fact, he was still a little shaken. But so many people were about to arrest Ruan Yu. So many people couldn't have done it wrong. And it's just researching the powers, so it shouldn't hurt. And I don't know why Nguyen Nok doesn't want to. Isn't it right to save people when you can? He Huai was just about to reply when he saw Ruan Yu and the two of them driving onward. But they were stopped, and He Huai hurriedly walked on. Ruan Yu was also in the car and looked at the few people in front of the car with a speechless face. Get out of the way. Both of you are here. So let's wait for the mutant fruit to mature together. What urgent matter is more important than this mutant fruit? Several people in front of the car were kindly persuaded, but the bodies blocking the front of the car did not budge. You mean we can't leave yet, right? I didn't say that. But get over us if you want to go. A dozen or so people were blocking the front of the car, half backing away from it. In fact, Ruan Yu was just too bored and thought of going to that small village before to have a look. Who knew that this group of people would actually be so sedate and directly start blocking the road? Xie Xingzhou looked at the person in front of him, and felt that people have said so. It is not good to not satisfy a little bit of strange, so he kicked the gas pedal down. Except for the two nearest people who were knocked off their feet, the others rushed to the side as the car started. Nguyen peeked out a brain and looked at them with a smile. You've been satisfied? No thanks. Just finished. The normal traveling car suddenly stopped. Ruan Yu turned her head to look at Xie Xingzhou. How did it stop? There are nails in front. The car was instantly surrounded at the sound of the words, and looking at both of them with an angry look, He Huai also finally walked over. What's wrong? Ruan Yu and the two of them both looked at He Huai, and the others hurriedly spoke up to explain. Brother Huai, these two ran our brother over, and were asking for an explanation. He Huai frowned at Ruan Yu. Both of you, we all have no grievances. Isn't this going too far? Ruan Yu explained with a leathery look. They were the ones who said we had to pass over them if we wanted to go. We passed. What's the problem? Not sure what we did wrong. You can point it out. You also know we have no grudges. So what do you want to do by bringing so many people to stop her? Why? Who told you to be so obedient? When people say so, you really dare to do so. That's not the way to put it. That looks like a gas. How can you take it seriously? You say so. Ruan, you looked thoughtful. You mean gaslighting isn't human. So he wasn't human when he said gaslighting, right? So whoever hit the person, how can they talk with their eyes open like that? You say so. Why was about to say something else when Ruan Yu took out her submachine gun and pointed it directly at him. Do you think you're faster? Or is my gun faster? Why laughed without the slightest bit of fear. I'm a gold system psychic, so this threat is useless to me. Nguyen Nok smiled back. Really? As soon as the words fell, Ruan Yu shot directly. Xiexingzhou drove back and did not forget to throw a few grenades out. Chapter 136, Why Pawn. It took a long time to back up before the two Nguyen Noks got out of the car. Not a word of nonsense. Just start fighting with the powers. The gun is naturally put away. Close-range gold system supernatural ability is naturally not as fast as the gun. The distance is still better to defend. Looking at Why, who was hiding, Ruan Yu smiled. Since there is no threat, why are you hiding? Are you afraid? Seeing that Ruan Yu directly started the fight, the others didn't need to be reminded to all gather around and attack together with their supernatural abilities. Afraid of accidental injury, Ruan Yu put Silver Moon and the car into the space. Black Obsidian directly ran out to see people to give on a claw. Countless water drop vines attacked towards the crowd, and the wind blade fireballs did not fall. Looking at the dense crowd, Ruan Yu thought for a moment and threw a large group of crabs out. Half-meter-sized crabs fell from the sky and several people were directly injured. They were all from out of town and obviously didn't understand the power of the crabs. The group of people didn't care and continued to strike out their powers towards Ruan Yu and the others. The crabs dropped to the ground, looked everywhere and went straight to the pincers. One won't do for several to gang up on one together. The crab shells were also too hard, and several of the alien attacks were useless. Why was the first to react and greeted the others. Stay away from those crabs and attack the joints of their pincers. Unfortunately, there were too many crabs, plus the two Nguyen Noks stared intently from the sidelines, looking at whoever was injured and stepping forward to make up for it. For a while, Why's side was heavily killed and injured. Why obviously didn't want to give up and greeted the space adepts to take quite a lot of gasoline out and directly spread it on the places where there were a lot of crabs, and the fire adepts directly threw fireballs over. Nguyen Nok looked at it and didn't bother when it didn't burn to the side of the mutant tree, so the control vines grabbed people and threw them directly towards the inside of the fire. After battling against each other for more than 2 hours in a row, nearly 200 people were left with only Why and a teenager still alive, the two of them leaning against each other breathlessly. Ruan Yu walked over to the two of them and looked at them condescendingly. We don't seem to have any grievances. Why do you have to arrest me? Why looked at Ruan Yu with unwillingness in his eyes. Both are surviving in the last days. Why can Ruan Yu awaken so many supernormal abilities? He had seen a lot of dual system psychic abilities, but he had never heard of a triple system, quadruple system psychic, and this time, he was made to understand what it meant to be blessed with a unique condition. You have so many psychic abilities and such a high rank. Why don't you go save the weak? With your healing powers you can keep many people alive. Do you know how many people died because of the zombie virus? Why don't you go save them? Ruan Yu sneered. Saving people? Who am I to save people? I'm not a savior. You want to save people, that's your own will. You can save people yourself. Why bring so many people to force me? Your so-called saving people is threatening me to save people? A lot of people have died because of the zombie virus. But what does it have to do with me? It's not like I created the zombie virus. Why's eyes were still unconvinced. Since Ruan Yu had this ability, he should have gone to save people. But why don't you go to Qingcheng base when they can use your powers to research the antidote to the zombie virus? Ruan Yu had a look of looking at a little cute eyes at him. No wonder he was able to run after Bai Cha in his last life. It's a coincidence that he originally had a bubble in his brain. Are you new to the post-apocalyptic world? Is my psychic ability the only thing that can cure the zombie virus? The teenager next to Why whispered. Brother Why, there's also the fruit of the mutant tree that can detoxify the poison. Why doesn't the Qingcheng base study those fruits and have to study people? Why was silent for a while. It's not the same. Those mutated fruits were not easy to come by. Surely the priority is to take them to those who need them. But your supernormal ability won't disappear. Why not use a little for research? Xiexingzhou walked over after burning all those corpses, just in time to hear these words. You mean she must take the initiative to offer her body for research? And those who were going to die can't take the initiative to take out the mutated fruits for research? How come she's the only one who's human and none of you are? What's more, How do you know that the Qingcheng base hasn't researched an antidote to the poison? Those infected with the zombie virus. Which ones died and which ones didn't? Won't you look? Huai was completely silent. He remembered that at the beginning he was also thinking of taking the mutated fruit to the research institute for research. Since when did his mind only think of using Ruan Yu's psychic ability for research? He clearly remembered that the experimental subjects who entered the institute would basically not be treated well and would be lucky to survive. How could he forget that? If they do take Nguyen Ngoc in, will the people at the institute let anyone go? His family is also at the institute. Are they really alive? It's not like that. It's not like that. I just want you to save the day. Why? What's wrong with you? Ruan Yu looked away. He's crazy. And why did you come over? Listening to your why? Yes. I don't know if they did the right thing, but why saved me? And there was no way I could disobey. Ruan Yu waved her hand indifferently. There were plenty of extenuating circumstances who had thought about it from her point of view. Even if there were only one human being left, could she save them? Can she save those who are killing themselves or not? And if she saves them and continues to waste resources, can she save them? Why not save him? She hadn't heard those words much in her last life. After the healing powers ran out, it was her life that would be consumed. She had already sacrificed herself once. Why should she have to die this time? Then you'll have just the right company together. Ruan Yu was just about to use her powers when Xie Xingzhou had already killed the man first. A one-stop shop for killing and setting fires. And then pulling Nguyen away when he's done. Don't think about it so much. It's all their choice. It has nothing to do with you. Really, shouldn't he, a half-mourning corpse, have dedicated himself to the institute? And if the institute was really working on an antidote to the zombie virus, he wouldn't have planned his escape. I didn't think much about whether the mutant fruit was almost ripe. After saying that, Ruan Yu seemed to remember something. Where's Black Yao? I didn't see it just now. Ran over to the mutant tree, I think. The two of them quickly walked towards the mountain and soon reached the mutant tree. And sure enough, they saw Black Obsidian sitting under the tree, his eyes staring straight at the mutant fruit. Looking at Ruan Yu, he hurriedly pounced over and rubbed himself hard against Ruan Yu. Don't rub it in. I'll share an extra one with you later. Meow ow. Okay. And then Obsidian dutifully sat and watched. Xie Xingzhou looked at Black Yao with an amused face. For the sake of eating, he was quite good at selling himself. Ruan Yu looked up and saw that there were not many fruits but only 20 or so, dividing a few on one side. The rest was estimated to be just enough for Xie Xingzhou to upgrade. Alas, life is not easy. Looking at the red fruits, Ruan Yu took 24 crystal cores out, and Black Obsidian consciously gripped them over, digging a pit to bury the cores. Chapter 137, Stolen Home. Watching Obsidian bury the crystal cores, Ruan Yu beat a large pot of water over to pour it on the roots of the mutant tree. The mutant tree happily shook its branches, and a large amount of snow fell from the canopy. Ruan Yu's head was not affected by the water basin, and Black Obsidian was directly buried half of his body by the snow. Owl ran to Nguyen Ngoc for comfort. Good boy. I'll add meat for you later. The mutant tree shook for a while and picked all the fruits directly into Nguyen Ngoc's water bowl. Ruan Yu counted a total of 28, took 2 smaller ones and gave them to Black Yao, and put the rest away in space. And then he buried a few more crystal cores under the mutant tree before heading down the mountain. Let's go back a different way. Sitting in the car, Ruan Yu suddenly said, I do not know why I always feel that something will happen if I go back the same way. Okay, and by the way, why don't we go to that village you were talking about? Good. Looking at the fire that Huai had lit earlier was still burning, Ruan Yu released a large water ball and directly doused it. As for the remaining crabs, he left them alone. Xie Xingzhou swept all the nails on the ground to one side, and the two of them headed directly in that direction of the bridge. Do you still have crabs in your space? There is. Half of it isn't even released. Xie Xingzhou nodded. That's good. In case the next time you meet a large number of people you can also do this. Otherwise the two of them wouldn't have been able to fight for so long, and they might have gotten caught. After nearly 2 more hours of driving, looking away from the broken bridge, and the already frozen river, the sweeping pair turned directly the other way. It didn't take long for Nguyen Ngoc to see the familiar hill, all stacked with cars. Xie Xingzhou raised his eyebrows, piling it up so high, I'm afraid it wasted a lot of effort. Putting the car away, the two climbed over and then took it back out and continued driving. It's just that path up ahead. Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Xie Xingzhou controlled the car and turned in. After driving for a while and seeing a house, the two men got out of the car. I didn't realize this place wasn't flooded, but it's not like it's going to hold water this flat. The two of them turned around. Those houses had a thick layer of dust. It looked like no one was living there. Let's go to the back of the mountain and take a look. This is where I picked quite a few mutated fruits before. Xie Xingzhou followed Ruan Yu and turned all the way up the mountain. The mutant tree sensed Ruan Yu and even shook its crown. Ruan Yu took a cup of water and poured it onto its roots, and then turned around a few times with Scavenging to make sure no one was there before the two of them left. Shortly after the two left, a man came out of the cellar and turned to go back after confirming that they would not return. Let's go. Everyone out. A dozen people came out of the cellar one after another. I told you not to live in the house. I almost got caught. For some reason, this village is now full of women and not a single man. Leave it alone. Just don't bother us. After walking a distance, Scavenging asked curiously, not going back to kill them by surprise? You want to go back? I hear you. Ruan Yu gave him a blank look. We don't know them. There's no need to go back. It was an extraordinarily smooth ride, and no one stopped the road. On the contrary, the group that planted the bomb earlier waited for a long time without seeing anyone return and couldn't help but whine. Why hasn't anyone come over yet? The car broke down. Broke down? Big brother, why don't we get someone to go over there and take a look? That's fine. You get 2 more brothers to go over there and take a look. On the other side, a few of Mori's men were fighting the landlord to post a bar. Mori may be the captain, but he can't help it if his teammates are ganging up on him, and there's barely enough room to put a sticker on his face. I was playing in Oblivion when I heard a commotion coming from downstairs, and 3 dozen people got out of their cars and stood right downstairs. Li Tian saw someone hurrying back. Big brother, someone is coming over. Mao Rui. Several people hurriedly threw away the cards and walked to the window. That way? How come there are so many people? It's not like they're taking the opportunity to try to steal Sister Ruan's home, right? Boss, the 2 leading ones are still 5th rank psychics. You're the only one of us who's risen to the 5th rank. We can't beat them. Mao Rui slapped him across the face. You can't beat them. Can't you outsmart them? Didn't Sister Ruan say that there are zombies all around? We'll just watch. In case the zombies can't beat us, we'll strike again. They had all looked around quietly before. Several 5th order zombies were in the house, and these 30-odd people didn't see how they could win. A few of Mori's men watched from upstairs as the 3 dozen or so men split up into groups and headed toward the residential building. Looking at the vast and powerful kinda momentum, Mao Rui. A few people also nervous for a moment. As a result, in a short while, a group of people all ran out, all chasing a few zombies behind them, all of which were 4th order, with a few lucky ones chasing 2 5th order zombies behind them. Ha ha ha, stupid bee, how could Sister Nguyen give you guys a chance to steal her home? 5th order zombies, fend for yourself. The two Nguyen Nok drove another 2 hours or so to the suburbs. Tuanan didn't know if he was waiting for them or not, but he ran into them anyway. Siblings, you should go back. There are about 3 dozen people driving in, probably trying to steal your home. It's been almost an hour now. After saying that, Tu Nan directly retreated to the side. Now was not the time to ask for the mutated fruit. Nguyen Nok and the 2 of them didn't say anything and headed straight for the city center. Even on the ice, Scavenging did his best to drive faster. Someone's really stealing from the house. What kind of gang is this? Nguyen Nok looked helpless. How come everyone caught her with an ooh and ah? Ice is really not good to drive fast. Almost close to the center of the city, Ruan Yu directly put away the car. The 2 changed into roller skates to skate quickly. As for Obsidian, he threw himself directly into space to keep Silvermoon company. Seeing a few people still attacking with their powers from afar, Ruan Yu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly approached. It looks like no one is going up there. And as he gets closer, he realizes that there are 2 more 5th order walkers on the ground. A few of Mao Rui's men were still fighting against people, and a few of them had colors hanging from their bodies. And when they saw the 2 Ruan Yu men approaching, their eyes lit up. Sister Ruan, you guys are finally back. To say they were fine, I wonder if they laughed too loud, and the group led the walkers directly towards them. This time they also had to take action. They divided into enemy and self. The zombie cannot be divided, and finally can only join hands to kill the zombie first. Although they had tried hard to touch the fish when killing the zombies, they couldn't help the fact that the other side was so many. They also fought tooth and nail to last this long. Looking at the miserable appearance of Mao Rui's several people, Ruan Yu had a little bit of heart. If they didn't take a long detour, would they have arrived home long ago? And Mao Rui's several people wouldn't be so miserable. Those people who stole the family were directly shocked when they saw Ruan Yu and the 2 of them. Didn't they say that Ruan Yu didn't come back? They even made a special effort to make sure before coming over. It's all these guys' fault. It's not their home. It's none of their business why they're stopping. Scavenging looked at the 20 or so people still standing. And no nonsense. Come up to dry. Directly use the supernatural energy to start fighting. Nguyen Nok controlled the water droplets to join in, and in no time at all, the group was packed up and lying on the ground. Ruan Yu left the rest alone and walked over to Mao Rui's men. Seeing that one of them didn't look too good, he asked, "What happened to him? Caught by a zombie?" Mao Rui and the others lowered their heads in embarrassment. Originally, he had already gotten better after eating the mutated fruit. Then he was captured again. And we could only suppress it after giving him several of them. Where does it hurt? A few people hurriedly ripped his arm out. Seeing the bone-deep scratch, Ruanyu reached out close to the wound to activate her powers, and in no time the wound scabbed over. The man's face improved in flesh. Thank you, Sister Ruan. What about you guys? Speak up if you're hurt. It's not going to happen after this village. The few remaining people looked left and right, all shaking their heads. Li Tian looked at the others rubbing their heads and reaching out their hands in embarrassment. This counts as an injury, doesn't it? There was a shallow cut on the back of his hand, glowing greenish-black. Ruanyu smiled. Count on it. Casually. He cured it. Don't hide your wounds. Small wounds can turn into zombies if you don't treat them. Several people checked each other's clothes again. Collars and cuffs were turned over to make sure there were none before they shook their heads together at Ruanyu. Watching Xie all clean up, Ruanyu took 6 mutant fruits out and handed them to Mao Rui. Nah, brought it for you guys. Go home early. After saying this, Ruanyu went upstairs with Xie following closely behind. Chapter 138, Bai Cha's injury. Look at Ruanyu, 2 people are gone. Maurice left to look at the right. When the ground is so clean, let's go too. Don't give Sister Ruan any trouble. After the 2 of them went upstairs, Ruanyu lifted black obsidian and silver moon out as soon as they entered the house. The rice bowl refilled and an extra chunk of meat added to black obsidian. Do you upgrade your powers or eat first? Let's eat first. The mutant fruits were all in hand, so it wasn't too bad. Given that the big battle in the afternoon was really too tiring, Ruanyu didn't want Xie to cook, so she took some out from space. Braised pork, boiled pork slices, pickled fish, and stir-fried cabbage with chile, plus 2 bowls of rice. After placing them all on the table, he greeted Xie and sat down. There shouldn't be anyone coming in for a few days, so we can relax. Xie didn't answer and just nodded. After eating and cleaning up the dishes, Ruanyu took Xie into the space. Find yourself a spot. I'm going to check on the vegetables in the field. Good. Throwing the mutant fruit to Xie Ruanyu walked away. It had been a few days since he had gone into the space to take a look, and at this moment Ruanyu was staring at the vegetable field. How come the beans, cabbage, and lettuce all grow so fast? While saying this, Nguyen Nok harvested and put it away, while later starting to sow new seeds. The corn that was planted before was also edible, and Ruanyu broke it all down and put it away, cutting down the corn stalks and putting them aside and ignoring them. It took almost an hour to pack up before I barely managed to pack up, and looking at Xie still absorbing, I turned around and went into the small bamboo building. There was hot water inside. Ruanyu wrapped her hair and went out of the space after washing up. There was no way the space couldn't use electricity, and she didn't know how the hot water inside came from, but space was supposed to be a bug, so Ruanyu didn't think much of it. After blow-drying her hair, it was only 8:30 p.m. Ruanyu took out her tablet again to watch a movie while waiting for Xie to wake up. White T and his group drove for 4 or 5 hours before they saw a small town far ahead. Looking at the relative density of houses, Shiracha breathed a sigh of relief. If she couldn't find any more supplies, she felt like she might not make it back tonight. Brother Feng, there should be supplies up ahead. Let's go down and take a look. Okay. Feng Lan didn't have much of an opinion. It wasn't like he hadn't experienced spending the night outside, but it was the secret on Bai Cha that should be dug out properly. The town was small, with streets as far as the eye could see, but there were still a few small supermarkets. A group of people looked at the supermarket and leaned over. Su Yenji walked in the forefront. His hands were flashing purple light. In case there were zombies can also react quickly. Su Yenji slowly walked in and condensed a ball of lightning in his hand. Through the purple light he could see that there was no one in here. The tiny supermarket, with only 2 shelves. Now I'll ask you. And unopened snack bags all over the floor, with little in the way of whole boxes. The white tea guys didn't mind picking up everything on the ground and packing it up for the space alien. It took a while to scavenge the mini-mart. There's nothing left. Let's change places. I do not know if it is the reason of luck. The next supermarket, White Tea walks in the forefront. Cohesion of fireballs in the hands. Looking at the supermarket mini-mart neat shelves full of supplies, White Tea's heart is happy. Rushed over. Before Su Yenji could say anything behind him, he saw a zombie rush out. Cha-cha. Be careful. White Tea was startled. Reflexively threw the fireball in his hand. I don't know if it was because he was too close. White Tea was still scratched by the zombie. Feng Lan walks in just in time to see this scene and doesn't move to attack the zombies. Soon a 4th-order zombie was solved, and Bai Cha felt the injury on his hand, but still didn't say anything, just pulled his sleeve to cover the wound. Feng Lan, on the other hand, gave her a meaningful look and didn't say anything. Brother Feng, none of the supplies here have been touched. Can we go back after loading them? Bai Cha looked to Feng Lan and asked carefully. No one should have seen her get scratched just now, right? All came. Surely we must stroll all over this town before we can Besides so little things we 8 people divided. To the hands of how much can there be? Feng Lan said in a reasonable manner. Wanting to go back so soon? That definitely won't work. There was no choice but for White Tea to continue scavenging for supplies. I wonder if it's an illusion. She feels like the zombie virus doesn't affect her much? Ruan Yu watched the movie for more than an hour and sensed that Xie Xingzhou had woken up and directly pulled the person out. Xie Xingzhou froze. How did he blink his eyes and change places? And then reacted and helplessly glanced at Ruan Yu. Upgraded? Well, up to the 6th order. Nguyen Nok nodded as the strength on her side increased again. Okay, if you're okay, go back to bed and we'll talk about anything tomorrow. Nguyen Nok put away the tablet and wrapped the covers around her and closed her eyes straight away. Xie Xingzhou looked away and also turned around to go back to his house. Ruan Yu didn't sleep the next day either. At least when Xie Xingzhou came over, Ruan Yu had already washed up. Let's keep swinging today and wait for Tuanan to come over. While eating breakfast, Nguyen Nok talked about today's arrangement. Anyway, there won't be any ungrateful ones coming over in the next few days. And after thinking about it, Ruan Yu suddenly asked, "You asked me where I wanted to go last time. So where did you originally plan to go?" Xie Xingzhou said without thinking, "Going over to the granary." 2. Are you going alone? Or is everyone else going? Like my brother and the others, right? Ruan Yu just stared at Xie Xingzhou as she spoke. I don't know why looking at Ruan Yu's eyes. Xie Xingzhou was inexplicably a little weak. We did agree to rendezvous over there before. So you know where my brother is? That I really don't know. Then you snubbed me before. Then I didn't know you were such a good liar. Nguyen Nok. You don't think you can beat me just because your powers have risen to the 6th rank. Looking at Ruan Yu's increasingly dangerous eyes, Xie Xingzhou gulped. I was afraid that you would be impulsive. Isn't it fine now? When the snow season is over, we can go to the granary together. Ruan Yu didn't really get angry and gave Xie Xingzhou a puzzled look. Are we talking about a place? There's just one granary closest to the side and in the best location that won't be flooded. Which local granary are you talking about? Okay, I'll trust you one more time. After breakfast, the 2 of them, Ruan Yu, went up to the rooftop to take a look. And from a distance, they saw Tuanan and his group driving over. Let's go. Tuanan is here. Get down there. It was only when she saw Tuanan that Ruan Yu remembered that she hadn't looked at how many mutant fruits were left. So he took the basin out and looked at the fruit inside and counted. How come there are still 14? The eyes that looked at Xie Xingzhou were all puzzled. You ate 6 yesterday? Chapter 139, Giving Tuanan the Mutant Fruit. Xie Xingzhou nodded naturally. Yes. What's wrong? Did you forget the last time you ate so many peaches and didn't even make it to level 6? It's probably just not the right time. Seeing this, Ruan Yu also cannot say anything. Anyway, cannot figure out. A total of 28. Gave the black Yao to Mao Rui side of the 6. Xie Xingzhou ate 6. There are still 14 left. How many good to give Tuanan? Poking Xie Xingzhou twice. How many do you think would be better for Tuanan? How many did you give Mori and the others? 6 of them. Then Tuanan will give 6 as well. Ruan Yu nodded. So that there were still 8 left. She wouldn't be able to use that many even if she rose to the late 6th rank. And she could still give 2 to Obsidian Silver Moon. Okay, that's it. The 2 of them walked out of the neighborhood for some distance waiting for Tuanan and the others to come over. And when they saw Ruan Yu and the 2 of them, Tuanan started waving from a distance. Parking the car, Tuanan hurriedly came down. Brother Xie, sister-in-law, are you guys alright? It's fine. It's all good. That's good. I was afraid you'd get your home stolen. It's not that easy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tuanan rubbed his hands together before looking at Ruan Yu. That younger sibling should have picked the mutant fruit this time, right? Ruan Yu took 6 out and handed them over. Looking at the 6 mutant fruits, the corners of Tunan's mouth were grinning to the back of his ears. Thank you, sibling. I sent someone to check it out last night, and several more squads left, so I don't expect anyone to bother you for a while. If anyone comes over, I'll be the first to know. Good. Those thanks to Big Brother too. After standing for a while, Tuanan said in a low voice again, that younger sibling you let inquire about before. I let my brothers in other places help inquire. There is no news yet, so I will come back to you when there is news. After saying that, Tuanan got into the car, and the 2 of them watched the car walk away before going home. Ruan Yu wasn't surprised. 3 of the 6 were now dead, and the remaining 3 were afraid that it would be a while before they came out. The remaining 3 weren't from Qingcheng base, but they weren't on bad terms with the people from Qingcheng base. Thinking of that village and the Qingcheng base from before, Ruan Yu looked at Xie Xingzhou. Yuan Qi, do you know him? I heard that it's a high-ranking member of the Qingcheng base. Hearing this name, Xie Xingzhou hadn't reacted and thought for a while before remembering. There used to be such a high level, but I killed it. How do you know him? I don't recognize it. I've killed one named Yuan Zhe before. He said his brother was one of the leaders of the Qingqing base, so I suddenly thought to ask. Ruan Yu honestly said that she was more curious as to why Xie Xingzhou killed Yuan Qi. Wasn't he a senior member of the Qingqing base? Is it so easy to GA? Xie Xingzhou thought for a moment before saying, based on this time, he was already too dead to die when his brother met you. Who let this man have the bad luck to come and taunt a pass on the day they were discussing their escape? He didn't hold back for a second and broke free of his bonds to give the man a punch. Thinking that he'd make up for all the hitting, Ruan Yu secretly nodded her head. It was good that she had just killed the person right then and there. Otherwise this wouldn't have been a loss. After a moment's thought it was better to ask the doubt in his heart. Why did you kill him? He was unlucky enough to coincide with us getting ready to run away. And when he didn't stop for a moment he died. Nguyen are difficult. Bai Cha and Su Yenji had been searching for supplies in front of them, and Feng Lan had been observing Bai Cha. Seeing that she was acting like nothing was wrong. He shouldn't have seen it wrong. Even though it was a bit far away and the light was dim, that zombie did grab at Bai Cha's hand. Forget about paying more attention to attention, and say if there's anything unusual. With that, he followed in White T's footsteps. The group strolled around for a while. Feng Lan's sharp eyes saw quite a few people gathered around a hill not far away, so she suggested, go over there and take a look. So many people, even if there are good things, we won't be able to share them even if we go there. Why don't we go back first? White T whispered. So many people knew at a glance that there were mutant fruits. There are only a few of them in one tree, so they won't be able to take their turn even if they go, so they might as well go back earlier. She just happened to go back to see what was going on with this wound as well. She obviously didn't have healing powers, so how did it feel like the zombie virus didn't work on her? This mustn't be discovered. Or wouldn't she become Ruan Yu's replacement? She hadn't yet snatched up Ruan Yu's space, hadn't yet gone and emptied the granary, and couldn't say anything about being captured and studied. How can I know if I don't go to see it? In case I'm lucky and there are more fruits, then I'll be picking up a great bargain. Feng Lan immediately retorted. He is not stupid. It is rare to meet the mutant fruit. How can he not go to see it? What if, in case he knew who had a large amount of mutant fruits, and he didn't dare to go and rob them, couldn't he, the Feng family, still go and rob them? It's not like it's the first time you've robbed something. It doesn't matter if you're used to it. Anyway, there's only so much stuff, so he can't be blamed for grabbing it first. Bai Cha could only laugh dryly. Big brother Feng is right. Then let's go over and take a look as well. Feng Lan smiled. That's right. How can you hide when you see something good? Su Yenji was not in a position to interrupt, and could only follow towards the crowded area. Those who looked at Feng Lan's party and left it alone. Chu Jing was among them, and when he saw Feng Lan's party, he greeted them and went over. Outside there's still a base, or at least seem to be united as such. How long have you been here? Walking over to Feng Lan, she hurriedly asked. Been here a while. You guys come for supplies? There are supplies in that town over there? A little. The mutant fruit isn't ripe yet, so I guess I'll have to wait for 2 days. Looking at the mutant tree, Chu Jing said with a helpless face. Bai Cha's eyes widened when she heard this. Staying here for 2 days. This was killing her, right? So with a warm face, he looked at Feng Lan, and his voice was also weak. We still have to wait for so long, Why don't we go back first and come back in a couple days? What does brother Feng think? Feng Lan laughed. Come back in a couple days. I'm afraid there won't even be any trees left. It's natural to wait even if you're here. Don't you want the mutant fruit? White Tea looked at the 100 or so fruits on the mutant tree. Of course she wanted to, but the mutant tree wouldn't give it to her. It was useless for her to wait. Then listen to brother Feng. Bai Tea hated in her heart. Today Feng Lan is sick, right? How come every time she is rebutting her against her? In a moment, if she said that the town wasn't far away and that she'd go there to sleep at night, would the man also say that he had to be guarded every inch of the way, and that he'd sleep right here? Sounds like a disease. There's snow everywhere. How does it not freeze him to death? No one disturbed Ruan Yu. 2 people also did not really swing. Afternoon rest for a while, took out the rice noodles and vegetables to continue to cook. Anyway, put the space will not be bad. Free time to do a little more. Do not want to move when you eat ready-made. After that, you have to find your brother. And your meal consumption must be a bit larger than 2. So it's definitely a good idea to stock up. Chapter 140, The Snow Stops. So Ruan Yu and the 2 of them started their daily routine of cooking and tunneling, and when the occasional ungrateful one came to their door, the 2 of them solved it with ease. 3 months later, Nguyen and the 2 of them were frying crispy meat on the rooftop. This snow seems to be a bit lighter? Ruan Yu was eating and sniffed and looked closely. It seems to be a little smaller than yesterday's. It seems to be stopping soon. Originally before the home to get. Xie Xingzhou think home a little stretch. The 2 together on the rooftop built a simple shed. Daily barbecue also come up to get. Plus the vision is also good to observe the surrounding at any time, and gradually get used to it. We'll leave when the ice melts? Xiexingzhou looked at Ruan Yu and asked. He felt that since he was going to rob the granary, it was natural to strike first, the sooner the better. Right. If you go late you might get robbed. Ruan Yu's rare serious reply. If she went late, maybe Bai Cha would have found a chance to get ahead of her. In addition, this side is far away. Before the end of the world to drive a day and a night. This is heavy rain and snow. Are not sure that those roads can still go. Naturally, the sooner you leave the better. After saying goodbye, the two went back to frying the crispy meat. After another half a month of watching the ice downstairs melt into water, Nguyen Nok proposed to leave, and the two were packing up the house, not knowing what they would encounter on the road. Plus the fact that bugs usually grow after the temperature warms up, and in her last life she had encountered several insect infestations of fist-sized bugs. The two of them put away what they could in the house once again. Even the fireplace got down and received it into the space. After descending the stairs, Ruan Yu took out her assault boat and was about to set off when Mao Rui and the others waved from afar. Sister, wait. Ruan Yu was a bit puzzled, but waited for a moment, looking at the approaching group of people, and opened her mouth to ask, is there something you guys came for? Just as she stopped, Mori asked with some excitement, Sis, are you going to get supplies? Ruan Yu nodded. Yeah, what are you guys? Mao Rui reached out and touched the top of his head twice. Somewhat embarrassed. We also want to go out to exercise a little bit. Old so stay in the strength cannot rise. Thought to come to say goodbye. Fortunately came early. And they can't keep following Sister Ruan. A little bit of light is enough. And they can't keep picking away at it. It's quite good. Strength does matter more in this world now. After thinking about it, Ruan Yu took 2 lotus pods out of space and handed them to Mao Rui. Here, it's considered my gift to you. Mao Rui took it somewhat uncomfortably. He came to find Sister Ruan really just to say goodbye. That, we didn't mean to come. Sister Ruan, if you need us, let Tunan contact us. We'll be sure to come over the first time. With so many brothers in Tuanan, they wouldn't go to those nooks and crannies, and it wouldn't be hard to get in touch. Nguyen Nok smiled. Yes, it will. After a few more words, Mao Rui a few people before leaving. Watching the people walk away, Ruan Yu 2 people also get on the punch boat to leave. It's a good thing I told Tuanan 2 days ago, so I didn't have to go and say hello this time. It took over an hour of riding in the punch bowl before the two of them got to where they could drive and pulled out their Hummers and drove all the way north. That's what you agreed to with my brother and the others, was to meet at the granary, right? Xiexingzhou had a helpless look on his face. Ruan Yu had asked this several times. Yes, that's right. You've asked this several times. I'm just double checking. I haven't seen my brother in ages. Can't you understand that? Ruan Yu hugged Black Obsidian and Silver Moon with a look of excitement that she would soon be able to meet her brother. It would be best to meet after she'd kegged the white tea so that there was nothing ungrateful looking for trouble. On the other hand, Bai Cha pulled Su Yenji back to the B City base the first time the snow melted. Feng Lan naturally followed. Ever since he realized that white tea wouldn't mutate even after being scratched by a zombie, he had been following white tea, just hoping to dig out a little more secrets. Although white tea did say when the snow would stop, it was only an approximate time, and it was similar to what the Institute had predicted. So he felt that there must be other secrets on Bai Cha. Unchanged zombies in addition to half-morning corpses. There are healing psychic. He really can't think of any other physique. Coupled with the Institute is also a little bit of interest. He naturally will not let go. White tea. You guys are leaving? The joy of leaving the Qingcheng base caused Bai Cha to temporarily forget that Feng Lan was also plotting against him and said excitedly, Brother Feng, we want to go back to B City to have a look. After all, it's the first base we stayed at, and there are still a lot of friends over there. Feng Lan thought about it and cocked her head with a thoughtful look. This way, the two of you are too dangerous. Or else let me come along. And Chu Jing, it just so happens that we came back together as well. Chu Jing also happened to bring 6 people over. Now there are many people out to rob the supplies. You two are not afraid of being robbed? Especially if you're a girl. It's even more dangerous. It's safer if you have us to protect you. It just so happens that we have a mission to City B, so we'll go there together on the way. Hearing Chu Jing's words, Bai Cha also knew that it was not good to refuse, and could only politely say, Isn't this too much trouble for you guys? No, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with helping each other out. Su Yenji naturally hoped that someone would join them. He also wondered why Bai Cha was in such a hurry to return to B City. There were a few friends over there. If he remembered correctly, those people seemed to have a crush on Bai Cha. Neither showed it, but the man's instincts told him he remembered correctly. Cha-cha, let's go together. We don't have spatial ability, and going to B City is so far away. In case we need danger, there is also a support, isn't it? Even Su Yenji said so. Bai Cha could only raise a fake smile. Then I'll trouble Brother Feng. Leaving now. Will Brother Feng be in time to go back and pack? Bai Ti smiled with a gentle face, but in her heart, she looked at Fengland's several people with hatred. It's best to roll back and pack up your things. Don't follow me. It's annoying. No. We're all packed. Let's go. Good. Ruanyu side had been in a daze and almost asleep. Xiaxingzhou a sharp braking plus turn. Ruanyu directly hit the door of the car. Against Ruanyu's gaze that wants to eat people, Xiaxingzhou reached out and touched his nose, somewhat awkwardly pointing ahead. A car suddenly rushed out in the middle of the road, and I almost didn't brake when I was a bit flustered. Ugwinnak rubbed his forehead and looked ahead as a black SUV pulled up sideways on the road and 5 men all in black got out, all holding baseball bats. Ruanyu frowned. Didn't we just get out of a city? You remembered correctly, but this is the north side, and Tuanan's forces are basically in the south. Ugwinnak was silent for a moment as the 5 men had walked over to surround the 2 men's car. The first person knocked on the car window. Xiaxingzhou hung up a fake smile and rolled down the window. Several big brothers. We didn't defend you, right? Chapter 141 Grain Silos. Who's your big brother? Bring the toll. The man had a fierce look on his face, and a little brother behind him handed over a sign. Ugwinnak looked over the toll. 100 pounds of coarse food, 50 pounds of fine food, and 30 liters of gasoline. I was just about to say why don't they go and rob it, but then I suddenly reacted. The man tapped the toll board. We don't charge much when the snow just stopped, so pick one of your own, or leave one down. We don't mind who stays. He also looked at Xiaxingzhou wistfully as he spoke. The fake smile on Xiaxingzhou's face was gone in an instant, and he got off the car with a wimpy look, carefully saying, we give food. It's in the trunk. I'll bring it to you. As soon as the words fell, the car door closed with a bang. Xiaxingzhou raised his hand, and his sandbag-sized fist landed directly on the man's face, and he snatched the baseball bat next to him in his hand, directly beating him up. A group of people were beaten so violently that they almost forgot that they were psychics, and just when they wanted to use their psychic abilities, Xiaxingzhou directly kicked them over and beat them up again. After the beating, Xiaxingzhou turned the car that was straddling the road around, and in the process threw the keys in the face of the one who was leading the way. Next time don't let me see you guys or it won't be as simple as a beating. Tell your boss that the next time he hears my name, Su Yenji, and White T's name, he'd better hide far away from me, or he'll be made to look good. After Xiaxingzhou perfectly interpreted what it means to be arrogant, he drove off in his car. After walking for a while, Ruanyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Snort, ha ha ha, when did you change your name? In case Shiracha and the others don't go this way, you're not doing it for nothing. Ha ha ha. Xiaxingzhou looked like I was serious. Is it that funny? It took a while for Nguyen-nak's laughter to stop. Nah, just didn't think you'd do it. Ruanyu looked at Xiaxingzhou with a curious face. She thought that this man was usually lackluster enough, but she didn't realize that she was still shallow. Xiaxingzhou looked at Ruanyu in a speechless manner. This is not a normal operation? Even if it does not come, he has beaten people out of anger is not a loss. And in the past 3 months, Ruanyu had said quite a few things out of the blue, especially since Bai Cha was going over here as well. So it was only right for him to think of some way to pull them back. Do you think White Tea will go directly from the Qingqing base? Or come over after returning to B City? Hearing this, Ruanyu froze for a moment. Naturally it's best to go directly, but there should be no one in the hands of Bai Cha at the base of Qingcheng. Life is not familiar. It should go back to B City to take a look and then come back over here. But she should have left a long time ago, right? If she goes back to B City first, then she will definitely be one step behind us. Isn't that just right? If she doesn't return, she definitely won't be willing to say what she's going to do. So naturally she won't bring many people with her. And even if she's faster than us, in the end we'll still pick up the slack. Xiaxingzhou smiled and analyzed. Wanting to grab something, the most necessary thing now was the spatial ability. But the location of the granary would have been confidential. White tea even if you know, but also dare not say it. And so the Qingcheng base think up that are the past few days. Nguyen-nak nodded after thinking for a moment. Alright, you're right. Anyway, no matter what you must karma the white tea this time. Otherwise it always feels like big trouble. What about my brother? When will he arrive? How do I know? We'll see. Aren't you the captain? How come you don't know anything? Ruanyu looked at him with a look of disgust. Xiaxingzhou took a deep breath. Calm and collected. He couldn't be general with her. So he changed the subject and said, there's a house in front of us. Go over there to rest for a while and have lunch on the way. Ruanyu looked at the time. It was time for dinner. Good. White Tea and his entourage didn't stop much along the way, but the snow had only just melted not long ago, and even if it was faster it still took a day to get to B City. It was already night when we arrived, and it was not good to disturb others, so we had to find a place to rest first. As soon as the next day dawned, Bai Cha dragged Su Yenji to the residence of those friends from before to look for them. Knocking on the door, looking at the unfamiliar face, White Tea froze. "Who are you looking for? May I ask if Lin Shen still lives here now?" "Left a long time ago. Said he was going to a city for supplies." Hearing a city, White Tea heart cooled half. All said don't go, still go. Looking at Bai Cha scowling and not saying anything, Su Yenji spoke out to comfort her. "Maybe they think that a city is better, so go find someone else." Bai Tea gave him a look. A city can and no base. Besides Ruan Yu, who would live there? Hopefully only this one squad went. The two successively looked for several addresses again. Go Shang, Qin Ran, Forestry, Song Hui, but all a little familiar with the White Tea asked again. All went to the A city. Some were looking for supplies. Some were looking for Nguyen Nok. And all in all, they were going nowhere. After inquiring for a while, Bai Cha was able to find a mother and daughter who had returned from the A city side at that time. Both of them looked defensive when they saw White Tea. "What are you doing here?" "Sister Ling, I just came to see you. I heard that you've met Ruan Yu." Looking at the two people who were full of wariness, Bai Cha didn't mind at all and still had that gentle look on her face. "Look at me? What's there to see in me? All I remember is that Nguyen Nok didn't save my husband because I knew you." Seeing Bai Cha in this state, Xiao Ling didn't give half a good face. If it wasn't for this person's encouragement, her husband wouldn't have gone to Ruan Yu. Why is she the only one whose husband died? Those people all said they were going after Ruan Yu. She just added to the fire. And what does it matter to her as to why she didn't come back? She said those people were going to go even if she didn't. Only more people went when she did. "Sister Ray, you should know that she's just stirring up trouble, aren't you? Speaking of which, you alone are involved with so many people. How do you have the nerve to act so innocent? You said Ruan Yu has healing powers. Who's seen it? Rather, it's you who gossiped about others as soon as you arrived. How are you jealous? I'm not blind. People are much better looking than you. And they have a much better eye for finding a man than you do. You have this time. Why don't you think about how to explain to the families of those who died? After all, they all went to a city because of you. And now none of them have come back." Xiao Ling hugged in and looked faint. "She is not good. These people do not want to be good. Now we are all the same. No one should dislike anyone. Sister Bai, Dad died because he listened to you. Are you here to pay for Dad's life?" And looked at Bai Cha with an innocent face. Her eyes all innocent. Several children outside the door looked at White Tea, clearly not speaking, but making people feel scared. Afraid of causing public anger, Bai Cha had to pull Su Yenji to hurry, and the group quickly drove away. "White Tea, is something wrong in such a hurry? Where is this going?" "I foresaw that Nguyen Nok and the girls would go to a place where there was a granary, and this is the way to the granary." Bai Cha was also panicked in her heart, and didn't care what would be exposed. If she knew, and couldn't let Ruan Yu have a good time anyway. Hearing this, Feng Lan's heart was startled and he hurriedly sent a message to the base. Fortunately, he had brought the base's special communication equipment with him when he came out. Chapter 142, The Great Cockroach. Xie Xingzhou parked the car in front of the house. The two got out and looked around. An ordinary two-story self-built house. From the color of the walls, it should be flooded over a section. The house is messy. It looks like no one lives. The two of them didn't care. Ruan Yu took 2 meals out and simply ate them before getting back on the bus to continue their journey. It was quiet all the way. Occasionally 1 or 2 cars came head-on, looking very eager. Ruan Yu said somewhat strangely, "Shouldn't everyone be out looking for supplies by now? How come it feels like there aren't many people? And how come the few cars that just went by felt like they were running for their lives?" Xie Xingzhou gripped the steering wheel and gave Ruan Yu a somewhat approving look. Maybe there's something up ahead. After driving for about another hour, Ruan Yu took the binoculars and saw a service area from afar, from which several people rushed out, looking panicked, getting into their cars and running towards them. "There's a service area up ahead." Several people came out of it and ran. "It feels like there should be something in there." After saying that, Ruan Yu continued to take the binoculars to observe. The cars just left. The service area suddenly ran out of a large group of black things. Each one has the size of a fist. Ruan Yu took a closer look and after seeing it hurriedly urged Xie Xingzhou, "Quick, turn around. So many cockroaches." Although Xie Xingzhou didn't see it, he quickly turned around, and since it wasn't very far away, the cars that rushed out of the service area also chased after him. Ruan Yu looked back and shouted with an anxious face, "Hurry up! Those cockroaches are coming after us." Xie Xingzhou took a glance through the rearview mirror, only to see a group of things on the ground in the dark constantly approaching them, and said with some doubt, "How can this group of cockroaches run so fast? There's a fork in the road up ahead. Why don't we turn around?" "Good." Ruan Yu quickly nodded her head. Originally cockroaches are nasty. Fist is nasty and scared. 1 or 2 is fine, but this group of them, it is really a bit scary. Several other cars, seeing Xiexingzhou turn into another road, followed along. The car was moving fast, the gas was all the way to the floor, but the roaches were still getting closer. This cockroach has evolved a bit too much. You keep your mouth shut and drive. I can't afford to get so many killed when we catch up. Ruanyu glanced at Xiexingzhou and continued to urge. This cockroach should never be allowed to enter the space. It affects the appetite too much. It's a good thing they all filled up their gas tanks when they came out, or else running out of gas halfway across the country would have been truly scary. Just after thinking so for a moment, Ruanyu realized that one of the vans following them had stopped, and a few of the exalts hurriedly got out of the van to create an exalted wall, and the fire exalts even made exalted flames on the wall to try to buy time. Another man hurriedly took out gasoline and poured it into the tank, and in no time at all, the man who filled the tank was anxious to fend off the cockroaches. The wall of alien energy was getting thinner and thinner. Even if there was fire, those cockroaches were not afraid of it, and kept charging forward, the ones behind stepping on the corpses in front of them, and the flames on the wall were getting smaller and smaller. When the wall of supernatural energy was about to break, the van finally started. The others rushed to get on the bus, opened the trunk, and the fire supernaturals lit a wall of fire once again. While swooping into the trunk and pulling the door down, the van leaped out at once. Without the channeling of the alien, the wall of fire was gone in a flash, and the swarm of cockroaches came after them again quickly. Ruanyu looked at the carload of people thoughtfully. That group of people seems to be quite united. The one who resisted the cockroaches is not afraid of the driver driving straight away, and the last one to get on the car is not worried that those people won't wait for him. It means those people are normal. Nguyen nodded. That too, but these cockroaches, I think we can try to burn them with fire. Only I'm afraid it's not easy to get this many. Xiexingzhou carefully observed the road ahead while listening to Ruanyu's words. The vast majority of creatures can be burned with fire. But this isn't the only road to the grain silo. The one he's walking on now can be reached as well. It's just an extra 300 kilometers. Ruanyu thought about it. If we don't get the cockroach, then the people coming behind us will encounter it. And wouldn't that mean Bai Cha will encounter it? Just as well. Far away is far away. And they're not short on gasoline. Okay, listen to you. After driving for almost an hour, Nguyen took out his binoculars and looked at the group of cockroaches that had finally stopped. And the people in the several cars breathed a sigh of relief. The cockroaches aren't coming after us. Smiling, Xiexingzhou pulled the car over to the side. Take a break. In case there are cockroaches over here as well. We have the energy to run. Ruanyu glared at him. Shut the up. The people from the other cars got down. And after a few glances at each other, none of them said a word. And each gathered in front of their own car. Ruanyu squatted in front of the car with some emotion. Today is really a day of many disasters. When was I so unlucky? Could it be that White Tea's heroine's chi came to her, so she also had to experience some of the bad luck that only heroines go through? Disasters, yes, but don't you have nothing to do? Think less of the mess. Xiexingzhou looked at her with a speechless face. She herself said that after this time there would be big bugs appearing. Isn't it normal to see them at this moment? But the cockroaches are out. There can't be rats, can there? Aren't rats half a meter long by this evolutionary standard? Thinking of this, Xiexingzhou looked at Ruanyu and curiously asked after him. How big do you think a rat would be if it evolved like this? Ruanyu pursed her lips. She had just forgotten about the fist-sized cockroach. Why did it remind her again at this moment? Took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Haven't you seen crabs before? These two look about the same size. Evolved nature is about the same. Xiexingzhou said with a smile on his face, as if he suddenly realized. Is that so? I've never seen a rat the size of a crab. With your crow's feet. Soon, after a break, the two of them got in the car. And with an extra 300 kilometers, it was only natural to hurry up. Xiexingzhou was just about to start the car when he heard someone knocking on the window. After a moment's thought, it was better to roll the window down and look at the man, not saying a word, just watching. The man had prepared his words, but he didn't expect Xiexingzhou to not ask a single question. And after a moment of stalemate, he opened his mouth a bit awkwardly. That brother, are you guys going to look for supplies as well? Right, so can we follow you guys? I don't recommend you follow us. After saying this, Xiexingzhou rolled up the window and controlled the car to leave with a kick of the gas. Several of my teammates gathered around the man from earlier and asked after him. How's it going? Did they agree? No. Why don't you agree? We're not that bad, are we? So are we still going this way? Chapter 143, Paying Double Tolls. Of course we have to go. He won't let us follow. But there's only one road. We're just along for the ride. After saying that, the group also got into the car and followed Ruanyu and the others. A few other cars are the same. They feel that from the service area out of this one fork in the road. That Hummer is halfway to see the cockroaches turn around, but straight turn to this road, indicating that the other road is the way they came over. Walked once or not willing to go back. That does not mean that road is more dangerous. Or go this way to be a little safer. Xiexingzhou saw the cars following through the rearview mirror and turned his head. They're following. Should we mind them? No need. It's just these two roads. Maybe they're just down the road. On the other hand, Xincheng Base. When the Feng family received Fenglan's message, the first thing they did was to start arranging for people to head to the grain silo. Although they didn't know the exact location, but it was fine to follow Fenglan. After 2 hours of heated discussion, they all felt that they couldn't tell the other bases, so they sent their most elite squads, as well as most of the space aliens, but they were all leaving in batches, and if they all went together they could easily be detected by other bases. The most important thing now is food. No matter if the news is true or not, it's always better to check it out, just in case it's true. White T and his group finally arrived at the place where Xiexingzhou had punched people earlier after 4 hours of traveling, unsurprisingly surrounded by a dozen or so people, probably because the 5 guys from the morning got their asses kicked so much that they just doubled up on people in the afternoon. Stop the car. The 3 cars directly don't stop White T and their 2 cars, and then get out and surround them. This time not baseball bats, but big knives, which look a little more vicious. Suddenly surrounded by so many people, Bai Cha was startled, and Su Yenji asked with forced composure, "What do you want?" The leader of the man with a big bald head, a kind smile, "Brother, do not be nervous. We are collecting tolls, but you have seen our toll booths, but also run so fast, this toll will be doubled." Su Yenji was confused. What toll booths? There is not a single ghost on this road. If he saw it, could he not stop the car? The king of hell is good to see the little ghost is difficult to deal with. Meet this kind of he is also try not to offend. And how much toll should we pay? The bald man thought for a moment and said directly, 150 pounds of coarse food, 80 pounds of fine food, and 50 liters of gasoline. You guys just pick one and double it, but that's for 1 car. You 2 cars, quadruple it. After saying that, the bald head also glanced wistfully at Su Yenji and Bai Cha's faces for a moment. White T Heart are disgusted to death, but the face does not show the slightest, but instead raised a gentle smile. The tone is also soft and weak. Big brother, we just did not notice the toll booths. Remember that we are first-time offenders. Can not charge a little less. Cut the crap. Less is fine. You stay and I'll let them go. The bald big finished with a lewd laugh and pointed at Su Yenji again. It's fine if you let him stay. Feng Lan was in the back, looking unresolved, and walked over with the people in the car. Why hasn't Su Yenji been resolved? Hearing these words, the bald man looked over towards Feng Lan. You said his name is Su Xinhua? Is that woman's name White T? Yeah. You guys know each other? Recognize. Of course recognize. Bald head bit his back teeth and said, in the morning his brother is by this to give that person beat up so much that he cannot get out of bed. Maybe the rest of his life will be spent in a wheelchair. Did not expect to meet so soon. Brother's copy. Smash for me. Su Yenji's heart was shocked. When had he offended this person? However, the body reacts faster, directly releasing the alien energy attack. The group of people are holding the knife in their hands. This is directly electrified to get up, but the alien after all. The body is strong. Not for a moment to get up and use the alien energy to attack Su Yenji. Bai Cha wasn't stupid, and after thinking about it for a while, he knew that he was 80% pitted by Ruanyu, and hurriedly got out of the car to attack those people with his supernatural powers. None of these people's psychic abilities were weak, so naturally they had to strike first and beat everyone up so they couldn't get up before they had a chance to reason. Fenglan probably also guessed that this matter could not be settled, and he unintentionally seemed to have added to the fire, so he greeted the others. It was good that the ones he had brought out were all elites, and even if the other side was a bit more numerous, they still had the upper hand. After a while, finally beating all 15 people on the other side, Su Yenji tugged on the bald man's clothes and asked, "How do you know me?" The bald guy looked at Su Yenji, his eyes full of anger. "Don't you know it yourself? This morning it was here that you and Bai Cha beat up my brother, and even let slip that you told our boss to hide away, or else you'd beat him up once you saw him. My brother is only 20 years old and his legs are ruined. Can I not recognize you?" Not only Bai Cha and Su Yenji, Feng Lan and the others were also confused. "I say big brother, you're remembering it wrong. We didn't even go out in the morning at the B City base. How are we going to beat up your brother?" White Tea fell back on the idea that Ruanyu was the one who went to the granary after the snowfall in the book. And while it was a little earlier than the book now, it wasn't that far off. And besides her who would be so bored to pit her? It should be Ruanyu and the others who impersonated us. It seems like we need to hurry up. We can't let Ruanyu get the jump on us. White Tea looked at Feng Lan when she finished speaking. The meaning was clear. The other person is the one you want to arrest. Why don't you hurry up and send more people over? Feng Lan actually magically read White Tea's meaning, so she continued to send a message to Qingqing base. This time she must capture Xiexingzhou. It was all a misunderstanding. Su Yenji also did not want to kill, so the group got on the car and continued to rush, not bothering to pay attention to the people on the ground. They have more important things to do. After getting into the car, Bai Cha was still a little uneasy in her heart. Yenji, do you think Ruan Yu still likes you? Su Yenji looked at Bai Cha with a puzzled face. Cha, do you know what you're talking about? I'm just asking to see if you can try to trick Nguyen Nok. Su Yenji was silent. If he had been sure that Ruan Yu liked him before, but now, he felt that Ruan Yu would have killed him with a knife. Cha, I think you should have seen it coming. White Tea's face was aggrieved, and her voice trembled a little. Words, I didn't mean to do it. I had no choice. I see that Xiexingzhou seems to like Ruan Yu quite a bit. Why don't we start here? She didn't believe that if Xiexingzhou knew what Ruan Yu had done for Su Yenji before, he would still be able to protect her so much. Su Yenji didn't know what to say at the moment. Let's wait until we run into Ruan Yu. This road is the closest one to the place you mentioned. We should come across it if we drive faster. After saying that, Su Yenji drove seriously while Bai Cha looked down and thought. She definitely couldn't beat Ruan Yu with her current force value, so she could only start from other places. And Ruan Yu had Xiexingzhou alone by her side. I don't know why Xiexingzhou was so protective of Ruan Yu, but Ruan Yu also trusted him so much and even took him into the space. If it was her space where she could enter living people, she would never let anyone outside of herself know. You're the only one in the world who's reliable. Chapter 144, The Big Cat. Nguyen Nok and the two of them drove for a long time again, during which they passed several three-way intersections, and the few cars that had fled together were not missing, following them all the way. Along the way woke up and slept again, slept and woke up again. Really some boredom. Ruan Yu took a small bag of small crispy meat out to eat, from time to time to Xiexingzhou feed a bite. This group is relying on us? Xiexingzhou glanced at the rearview mirror. I guess so. I hope they don't regret it. Ruan Yu looked like she didn't care. If Bai Cha's chi really ran into her, then this journey would probably be even harder, but she definitely couldn't die. Others weren't so sure. Xiexingzhou didn't answer and gestured for Ruan Yu to look ahead. There's a small town up ahead. It just so happens that it's almost dark. Let's make do there tonight. Nguyen Nok looked back over. Yes. Then he looked down at the two fluffies in his arms, which seemed to be a bit woozy, and put them both in space, and controlled the food in the space to fill up their food bowls, before clapping his hands in satisfaction. Xiexingzhou drove around the town and found a hut on the very edge before stopping the car. It's a pretty quiet town. Nguyen Nok picked up the conversation as he brought out his dinner. No one but walkers, so it must be quiet. I meant to sleep in the car tonight, so I can make a quick run for it if anything happens. Oh, I know. Let's eat first. Not being in a hurry at night, Nguyen Nok took a hearty portion of boiled fish, fried corn kernels, meatball soup, and a side of fried cabbage. Xiexingzhou looked at it, all made by himself. Ruan Yu basically never cooked to put space. How to see how to feel a little loss. So an extra bowl of rice was dried. Well, at least the rice was all cooked by Nguyen Nok. Ruan Yu gave him a puzzled look. What is this man smoking again? Forget about life can take care of themselves on the line. The other lazy. As the two were eating, a few cars behind them pulled over, and the big brother who had asked before made a point of pulling into someone else's store, but wasn't foolish enough to pull the roll-up door down, parked the car or each down to take out the dinner. Like Ruan Yu they eat ordinary fried food. There are also two cars on the people. Those two waves of people look at the other people eating bread bubble noodles self-heating small hot pot, the eyes unconsciously with a little sense of superiority. End times, 3 meals a day is also a symbol of strength. Those two waves of people, when they smelled the aroma of Ruan Yu's and their dishes, they also carried a hint of yearning. No wonder the two of them dared to come out in a group. Based on this meal alone, they had already compared themselves. For their gazes Ruan Yu and the two of them did not care. Anyway, looking at two eyes would not make them lose a piece of meat. After dinner, Ruan Yu too stood for a while and went back to the car to rest, and after sleeping for some time in the afternoon, let Xiexingzhou rest first and she kept watch. Anyway, she can make up sleep during the day. The night less sleep a little bit is also okay, but a person is really a little bit boring. The black obsidian grabbed out. Pitch black night cannot see. Overhand addiction. With black obsidian accompanying him to keep watch with him, Ruan Yu was also a little more relieved that animals were indeed more sensitive than humans. Nguyen Nok took out his flat screen and watched a silent movie. All around him was silent. The people in the other cars followed suit when they saw Nguyen Nok and the others sleeping in their cars. Only a few of the more numerous ones took 2 beds to sleep in the house, though a watch was arranged. On the other side of the town, several large cats almost 2 meters long lay quietly on the side, their bright eyes especially conspicuous in the dark night. Ahead of the big cat was a fourth-order walker, slowly approaching towards a couple of cats. Several big cats stared at the zombies closely, stood up silently, and pounced together while the zombies were unaware. Under the fierce attack of several big cats, the zombies were quickly divided into several parts, and the big cats opened their mouths wide and quickly gnawed on them. In no time at all, the zombies were nothing but bones. A few of the big cats, obviously not yet full, looked around with intent and cocked their heads to listen carefully to the movements around them. It was a pity that the surrounding area was silent. The town, which was originally overcrowded, had all joined the zombie army when the end of the world came, and now they were all turned into bones again. The big cats listened for a few moments, wondering if it was time to shift positions. Nguyen Ngoc was watching a movie in the car, and Obsidian was already huffing and puffing, with only a hint of the smell of meat wafting in through the car window that was left open a crack. Black Obsidian immediately woke up, and Nguyen Ngoc rolled the window down a little more, the smell of meat intensifying. Ruan Yu peeked out and looked over. Not far away a man was gnawing on ribs under a bit of faint light. Cocking her head for a moment, Nguyen Ngoc remembered that the location was one of the waves of people who ate the same stir-fry as they did. I guess it was too boring to keep watch at night, but a few other watchmen also took out food. Some ham sausages and some small bread. The other wave of vigilantes eating fried vegetables also took a packet of jerky out to eat. A breeze blew through the town and the scent drifted through the town with it. A few of the big cats that were ready to leave sniffed carefully and turned to jog in the direction of the scent. After Black Obsidian woke up, he sniffed carefully for a while, slapped a paw on Xie Xingzhou's thigh, and then rubbed against Ruan Yu, stretching out his claws and paws to point forward. Xie Xingzhou's eyes immediately opened and turned his head to look at Ruan Yu. What's wrong? Nguyen Ngoc was also a bit confused, but managed to respond quickly. Black Obsidian told us to get out of here. Xie Xingzhou reached out and icked Black Obsidian. This difference in treatment is also too obvious. He is a claw. Ruan Yu is so gentle to rub his face. After, Ugh Boots, resigned to start the car to leave. Should listen to the words or to listen to. Watching Ruan Yu and their car drive away, the ones on watch hurriedly woke up their teammates. Everyone was sleeping soundly and suddenly woken up by being shouted at were a little emotional, but they just whined. The two waves of meat eaters quickly got into the car and chased after Nguyen Ngoc and the others. A few others were confused and still a little annoyed as they cleaned up. Geez, don't rush it. What danger could there be? It's just that if you ask me, it's that they're too timid. Haven't we seen this town before? No one, no walkers. Just more bones on the ground. Cut the crap and get a move on. Meow. Meow. A few gentle purrs attracted several cat lovers. There are kittens. Meow. Meow. The voice was getting closer and gentler. Looking at the motionless few, the teammates urged, hurry up and get in the car. Hurry up. Dilly-dallying. Can the cat save its life? Hurry up. Okay. Several people naturally wanted to see it, but they also understood the current situation, so they had to reluctantly head for the car. One of the teammates, seeing that they were still not getting into the car, directly turned on a strong flashlight and shone it over. Several large cats of almost 2 meters appeared directly in front of them, and there was still a lot of blood on the cats, some of which still had shredded meat hanging from their teeth. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what the hell? What kind of cat is this? Growing so big. Hurry up and get in the car. The big cats slowly approached the car, their purring getting softer and softer. Possibly sensing the right distance, he dove straight to the roof of the car. Chapter 145, 7 Big Cats. Hearing the sound on the roof, the man inside the car was startled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hurry up and drive. Hurry up. For that one sentence, another cat jumped onto the roof of the car. The person in the driver's cab was also a bit fumbling to start the car, and with a kick of the gas, the car quickly sped out. The two cats on the roof of the car almost fell off with some lack of reaction. Meow. Grass. Jiangsu, you damn drive faster. Ah. This big cat is still on the roof. Jiangsu gas pedal are almost to the bottom, covering the steering wheel with a face of impatience. Rush, what rush? You do not like cats? Now go to hold and rub. Ah. If it is not your delay, still need you to rush here. Li Yang muttered somewhat unconvincingly. How could I have known that this cat would grow so big? You're a little cutie. Are you? Can a cat that has survived this long in a zombie pile be an ordinary cat? The co-pilot Jolie hastened to help out. Love cats should also be divided into time. Just now they urged several times, now also have the nerve to whine. The 3 cars were moving fast, followed by 5 big cats that were almost 2 meters long, and the big cats on the roof of Zhang Su's car started to attack the bodywork, and from time to time, there were claws that landed on the car windows. Zhang Su, hurry up. This cat is starting to knock on the car window. Zhang Su looked back, his eyes revealing seriousness. All sit tight. After saying that, the van drove at a fast speed and made a turn every now and then. It didn't take a while to catch up with the 2 cars in front of them. The 2 cars that took the first step looked at the 2 big cats that fell down from Zhang Su's car and cursed directly in their hearts. and the gas pedal on their feet was stepped hard. They saw it just now and immediately got on the car and left. That's why they were one step faster than Jiang Su and the others. But they didn't expect this minivan to catch up at once. And they even brought 2 cats with them. 2 big cats. After being thrown off the car, stared at the other 2 cars. One chased and seized the opportunity to jump up, not realizing that the car turned a corner and the 2 cats fell directly into the air. Meow. The big cat defiantly yelped twice. Continued to flutter. Once or twice is okay. More than a few times. The 2 holding the steering wheel are a little unable to carry. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't you guys use your powers to attack those cats? This comes once in a while and then again in a while. I can carry it, but the car can't carry it either. Although everyone was a little loose looking at such a fierce big cat, they wanted to give it a try. Let's try it. When he finished speaking, a man opened the window a little crack, and before he could release his powers, a fluffy paw stuck up. Ah! Stop screaming and hit it. Quickly burn its claws with fire. The person in the back seat by the window was so scared that he grabbed a safety hammer and kept tapping on the window. But luckily it hit the paw and the big cat let go and fell off for the time being. Except the guy with the safety hammer was still banging on the car door, screaming incessantly and making a lot of noise. Stop screaming. Are you out of your mind? Do you have to have everyone die with you? Shut up. Finally one of the guys grabbed the safety hammer and cursed hard before the guy quieted down completely and rolled the window up. Except no one noticed the crack in the window. I didn't mean to. I was just so scared. Oh, shut up. Who's not afraid? You're the only one who's afraid. Afraid of what you're opening the window for. Another person leaning against the window directly opened dislike. Originally she was ready to open the window. I did not expect that Wang Xiao would directly open the window. And after opening it, he was like a stupid bee. He only knew that he was blindly screaming. And he did not know if he had knocked the window out. I'm trying to help everyone too. You'd be doing everyone the best favor by being quiet and being a big Buddha. The man driving the car got a bigger headache from the noise. Shut up, or I'll park the car and you guys go down and argue slowly? The car finally quieted down, and it moved quickly in an S shape under his control. The 2 Wan Yu were the first to go, and since they didn't know what danger was behind them, they drove normally, and didn't say anything as they watched the 2 cars following them through the rearview mirror. It was not until the 3 cars behind him quickly caught up that Xie began to speed up. How do they run so fast? After saying that, Ruan Yu took out his night vision binoculars and looked back. There were 7 big cats chasing behind the 3 S-shaped walking cars. Ruan Yu's eyes went wide. What a big cat. How big? Almost 2 meters long. Wouldn't it be easy to catch a few half-meter long rats? Ruan Yu froze for a moment. It seemed to make sense. There were rats half a meter big. Wasn't it normal to have cats and kittens 2 meters long? But why hadn't she seen it in her last life? But with so many mutant species, it's normal to have never seen one. You drive properly. You see the others catching up. Knowing what was behind him, Ruan Yu didn't wimp out and continued to watch ahead with his binoculars, fearing that there was a zombie nest ahead. As powerful as they both were, they still had to wimp out first when they encountered a zombie nest. Xie Xingzhou glanced through the rearview mirror and looked at the few cars that were still some distance away with a relaxed face. Don't worry, you won't be able to catch up. So watch the road carefully and don't lead me to more dangerous ground. You drive faster and see if you can shake them off. Just in case you get rid of the cat later and they come up for trouble. I don't want to bother. Ruan Yu said as she watched. Those cats can really run. And they didn't slow down at all. After driving for a while longer, Ugwin took the binoculars and saw a group of houses from a distance that looked like another town. Only there were a bit too many zombies. And the 2 streets you could see at a glance were full of them. Change the road. It's full of walkers over there. Looking at the densely packed zombies, Ruan Yu gulped. He had never encountered such a dense nest of zombies in his last life. Xie Xingzhou gave Ruan Yu a sideways glance. Looking at you, is the place where you can get down inside all zombies? Aha! There's no way out then. It's the only way this way or we'll have to head for the hills. Ruan Yu picked up the binoculars and looked around carefully. There wasn't a single fork in the road. There was a moment of silence. Then find a better spot to go up. After saying this, Xie Xingzhou directly stepped on the brakes and stopped. Put the car away and go. Carrying obsidian, Gwyn put the car away as soon as his feet touched the ground. Found a position with a smaller slope and began to climb up. Just as I climbed up, 2 cars drove by. Looking ahead at the pitch black and still confused, one of them reacted under the fall rate. Pull over and run for the hills. The people in the 2 cars didn't ask questions, and as soon as the cars stopped, they quickly ran toward the hill across from Gwyn. Not a moment later behind the 3 cars also caught up, straight towards the front. The deputy driver Jolie noticed that the wrong. Quickly out of the voice to remind, Brother Su. Seems wrong. How a car in front of no more? Why do you care so much? Maybe they've already run away. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yang hurriedly disliked it. not thinking about it at all. Zhou Yuri rolled her eyes and assumed he had farted. Jiang Su also sensed the problem, but now they couldn't stop the car, so it was useless to know. Forget about that for a minute and get rid of the cat. Chapter 146, High Five with a Zombie. Listening to Jiang Su's words, Zhou Li nodded her head. She is just a reminder. At least Jiang Su knows. The heart has a bottom. Driving will be more careful. 3 cars, with the van in the lead, headed straight for the zombie town ahead. Ruan Yu and Xie Xingzhou stood at the top of the hill, following the car with their telescopic gaze. Do you think they'll be able to rush through? Ruan Yu climbed up a relatively large tree, found a large, sturdy, flat branch to sit on, and with the binoculars wrapped in vines, took half a watermelon out and ate it while looking at it. Xie Xingzhou forehead. This is when the melon-eating crowd when used to it. After a moment's thought he climbed up as well and sat down next to Ruan Yu. Any more melons? Ruan Yu handed half a watermelon to Xie Xingzhou, giving him a night vision binoculars in the process, and continued to stare at the 3 cars. As for Obsidian, he was too lazy to hold it and threw it in space when he climbed up. Xie Xingzhou held the binoculars in one hand and the melon in the other, looked at Ruan Yu and then at himself, and stretched out his finger to poke. Ruan Yu turned around. What's wrong again? After seeing Xie Xingzhou's appearance, he controlled the vines to wrap up the binoculars in Xie Xingzhou's hand and hang it on the branch as well. After adjusting his direction, Xie Xingzhou also joined the melon-eating army. At this point the van is struggling to move forward as it is caught in a nest of zombies. The 2 cars in the back looked at the walkers in front of them, and then at the 7 big cats behind them, and for a moment they were in a dilemma. What to do? How about just charging through? No, can't you see that van is still in the walker pile? Looking at the approaching big cats, one of the cars went straight into the zombie nest with a heartbeat, but his positioning was clever, and he rushed in and made a U-turn on the periphery, dropping the front of the car back. Xie Xingzhou dug into a large piece of watermelon and looked at the car and raised his eyebrows. That white car is quite smart. Ruan Yu looked at the car and then at the big cat, thinking for a moment before realizing, this is for the big cat to deal with the zombies and then run away himself while he has the chance. But isn't the car behind him a bit stupid to react yet? What's the point of stopping in the middle? I don't think the big cats are going to go to the walkers with this car, are they? After waiting for a while, Xie Xingzhou picked up. The bones in that town before should all be leftovers from these cats. So if you do the math, the cats are going to eat the zombies? But fresh meat versus walkers, the big cats would go for fresh meat, right? Ruan Yu waved his hand. Who cares? Let's see how they run first. A swarm of zombies kept slapping at the 2 cars, and the other car hesitated for a moment before rushing in, following the lead of the previous car in making a U-turn. The 7 big cats looked at the horde of walkers and pounced on them as well, all 3 cars locking their windows tightly. Watching all 7 big cats pounce into the herd of zombies, the white car didn't run at first, but waited for a while for the big cats to head inside, and then seized the opportunity to press several zombies and rushed out. The man in the van watched the white car drive away and shouted, Jiang Su, quick, turn around. Look at that white car. Why didn't you turn around and get ready to run in the first place? Jiang Su rolled his eyes. Horse hindsight. Nerves. You're good. Next time you're on. Although he said so, but Jiang Su still slowly controlled the car backward. Encountered zombies will be hard to hit. Anyway, the car before called the Gold System Alien Strengthened can still carry it. As for the other car, it was ready to run as well, but the cracked window couldn't stand up to the walkers after all and managed to shatter. Wang Xiao, you stupid bee. You can't do anything. You just make trouble. Can't hit a big cat, but you're good at knocking on car windows. The girl who disliked the person before was nonchalantly cursing while hitting an alien energy attack. As for Wang Xiao, besides being a repeater that only apologizes, looking at Fu Qian hated to throw her out. Originally, they were all ready to follow the white car in front of them to rush out. Wang Xiao looked at the zombie tapping on the window, also scared to whack the glass, and then directly with the zombie to have a high five. After that it became a repeater, favoring the position and refusing to change, making it hard for them to exert themselves as well. So it was a stalemate. It had all gone out some distance, and now the walkers were running this way on the scent, and a couple of big cats were sitting on the roof of the car and not leaving. Anyway, the more she looked at this person, the more angry she got. She had told this person before not to tap on the car window, but she didn't expect it to be a disobedient one. Now she also finally understood how much of a heart attack it was to meet a mildly retarded sort of person. If we survive this time, we'll kick this one out if we say so, with me or without her anyway. Start a fire. Throw a fireball at the roof of the car, not too high. Keep the car moving forward and ram it straight out, or it'll get more dangerous the longer it takes. Wang Xiao, just be a stone not to move or speak. After saying that under the command of Fu Qian, the car smoothly drove out a little. The two of them, Ruan Yu, We're watching from the branches of a tree. That white car is pretty smart. But this car back here is obviously trying to replicate it. So why don't you go? Ngwinnock said as he looked at the car behind him with a puzzled face. The van at the far end was about to exit. How that one moved a few times and then stopped moving. And the big catwalkers were lunging that way. Maybe it's a retard with a drag queen in the car? Xiaxingzhou said with some emotion. Ruanyu felt that there was a story as soon as she heard it. Her eyes were shining with gossip. Quickly tell me what's going on. It's not much. It's just that we've been a rescue team once before. With other squads, when we rescued a load of people. And one of them just looked normal. And when he talked, he couldn't understand and answered questions like a spy. Tell her not to open the window and she can open it in front of you with an innocent look on her face. Tell her not to make a sound and she's like a screaming chicken. Ended up pitting us into the walker pile without incident. The leader of the other squad was so pissed off at having two of his teammates pitted that he kicked her straight into the pile. And we made it back to the base pretty much without incident after that. After hearing this, Ruanyu thought for a moment or asked, has that captain been disciplined? Suffered. And although no one reported it and we didn't say anything, he took it upon himself to admit his mistake to the leadership. Hearing the pity in Xiaxingzhou's tone, Ruanyu then asked, he died? I don't know. The survivors ended up pitted against the walkers anyway. After thinking about it for a moment, Xiaxingzhou continued, maybe it's because we don't want to tarnish the clothes on our bodies. When our squad was pitched into the institute, we had fought the discharge application and it was already approved. Ruanyu didn't know what to say, but could only remain silent. There are things that can't be let go by saying that it's all in the past. Just as the van retreated to the edge of the walkers, Ngwinnock hurriedly changed the subject. Look, the van should be able to run out. Upon hearing this, Xiaxingzhou immediately gathered his emotions and followed along to stare at the van. The van moved with extreme caution, fearing to startle the big cat, and carefully turned around, looking at the big cat still surrounding the car. Zhang Su slammed his foot on the gas. The van moved quickly, and in no time at all, only a little firefly-like light could be seen. The two Ngwinnocks continued to look back at the car and the pile of walkers. Do you think they can run out? Xiaxingzhou controlled the car binoculars and looked left and right. It's a bit hanging. By the looks of it, their car windows are probably broken. Odds are that there are still people who are injured. Or else these fourth-order zombies won't be as crazy as the lower-order zombies. Chapter 147, Wang Xiaopon. Ngwinnock nodded approvingly as he ate his melon, then went back to staring at the car and the pile of zombies. Until the last minute. Who knows if there will be a miracle? Maybe they break out. The car in Fu Qian's strong command. And again moved again. The car inside the people are dead to the windows. See something close to make a strong fight. For a moment a few big cats and zombies have nothing to do. Can only keep attacking. Taking advantage of this, the man driving the car also did his best to move the car, slowly moving out. Seeing that they were about to rush out, a person attacking the zombies accidentally bumped into Wang Xiao. Don't you have eyes? Can't you see a man my size? Wang Xiao questioned with an agitated face, cupped a piece of glass in his hand and violently scratched at the man. But fortunately the man reacted in time to dodge. However, Wang Xiao didn't pay attention for a moment and pounced over. His hand pressed down on the broken glass at once. A blood mark appeared. And then blood started to come out. Ah, blood. I'm bleeding. It's your fault. Or could I have gotten hurt? And then there was another exclamation of surprise. A constant flinging of hands. An instant excitement from the walkers and big cats around them. Fu Qian suppressed her desire to kill. Are you a pig? Why don't you wrap your hands up? Oh, I'm bleeding. Can't you see? And you're helping him. Fu Qian rubbed her temples and whispered forcefully to the man in the center. You, switch places with me. The person who drove the car looked back and had the sense to open the lock on the car door. The stupid fork gave you the opportunity and still did not cherish it, had to find death. Wang Xiao was still questioning non-stop, completely oblivious to the danger that had befallen him. Do you realize how deep this wound is? What if it gets infected? Can you pay me back? Can you afford it? The one in the last row finally understood why all the other girls didn't like Wang Xiao. Originally thought it was because the same sex was repulsive, but now he finally understood. Who would like a 205? Then looked at Fu Qian, whose gaze was a bit gloomy, and hurriedly moved away from the line of sight. It is none of my business. I cannot see anything. I'll pay for it. A somewhat hoarse, murderous voice sounded beside Wang Xiao. Fu Qian, when did you change over? Wang Xiao was startled and his voice was a little shaky. Fu Qian hooked up a cold smile, reached out and opened the car door, ruthlessly kicked Wang Xiao, and watched the person fly out to immediately close the door. Drive. Storm out. No more retards. As soon as Wang Xiao landed on the ground, a lot of zombies were attracted instantly, and the big cat also ran a few over, and the cries for help didn't even have time to come out, and the whole thing was divided. The people inside the car attacked the zombies while rushing out, and with Wang Zhao's attraction, they quickly rushed out. The moment they rushed out, the row of people all breathed a sigh of relief, and the same thought bubbled up in their minds. They really should have kicked the retard down earlier. Fu Qian also did not relax his vigilance, and hurriedly spoke out. Look at the blood on the car. Clean up. Keep the car speed, do not stop. No problem. Sister Qian, don't worry. The atmosphere instantly lightened as the rest of the group split up, some looking around, some packing up the car, and some checking to see if any big cats were coming after them. After running for so long, the big cats naturally prioritized sharing Wang Xiao, followed by so many zombies, and didn't chase after them. Ruanyu looked excited from the tree and reached out to pat Xiexingzhou a few times. Look, they're opening out. I didn't think miracles could be produced. Xiexingzhou looked at her somewhat rich little expression and let out a light laugh. Well, see, they were decisive, and it was a little unethical to throw that retard down to attract the walkers, but it was the best way to do it, or they probably wouldn't have been able to get out. Superiority and inferiority. This is how it should be. She can survive for so long, has earned it alright. We can't let her continue to pit people. Gwyn-nok looked like he was taking it for granted. He can be incapable, but people who are incapable and want to get into trouble are better off going to hell. This is not a peaceful era. Inclusiveness is so strong. Well, you're right. Ruanyu gave him a blank look. The hilarity was over. Better find a place to sleep. Originally wanted to take the tent, but after looking around, Ruanyu directly used vines to build a bed between the two trees, laying a thick mattress, lying on it with a cozy face. Sure enough, or vines are the most convenient. Home essential. Ah. Xiexingzhou looked envious, then looked at Ruanyu with a pitiful look. What about me? After a moment of silence, Gwyn-nok controlled the vines to build another bed next to him and threw over a mattress and a quilt. Alright, deducted from your supplies. Xiexingzhou also looked cozy as he lay on it. Feel free to buckle. It's rare to spend the night in the mountains and still enjoy it so much. Xiexingzhou naturally doesn't care about this. Anyway, Ruanyu definitely won't starve him to death. After all, he still has a hand in cooking. Ruanyu lazily ignored him, covered her head and slept. If it wasn't for the fear that the people on the opposite mountain would suddenly come over, she would have gone back to her space and slept. Who would want to spend the night on this mountain? The night was silent and both woke up early the next day. Putting everything away, Ruanyu took out his breakfast, a bowl of porridge, 2 meat buns, and Xiexingzhou gave him an extra pancake fruit. Hurry up and eat. Leave early after eating. I don't know if I can arrive today. After saying that, Ruanyu also sighed. According to this unlucky situation, she didn't know how many days she could arrive. But if she didn't arrive, neither could White Tea, or she would have just cagged the big cat last night. But when she thought of White Tea, she felt she had to leave something for her. I'll try to drive faster. After breakfast, the two quickly walked to the side of the road and Gwyn-nok took out his car and drove in the direction of the town from before. Originally there was a fork in the road, but in that situation last night they certainly couldn't take the cat in that direction. This moment naturally can only back up a little distance again. It took a while of driving before the two Gwyn-noks turned into the right route and 2 more cars came up behind them. Ruanyu spat out with a face full of speechlessness. They're completely relying on us, aren't they? There was no telling what animals she would meet today with her level of bad luck. Just leave them alone. Originally, I didn't care, but I didn't realize that after a while, the back changed from 2 cars back to 5. This time, Gwyn-nok didn't even bother to say anything and just closed his eyes. In the morning the luck was better. Did not meet any mutated creatures. Ruanyu woke up to noon. The car was parked on the side of the road. Xiexingzhou leaned against the door and did not know what to think. Gwyn-nok opened the car door and stepped out, yawning as if she hadn't slept. How long has it been here? Not long, half an hour or so. Xiexingzhou honestly said that he had wanted to call someone, but after thinking about it, he still did not do that. Ruanyu looked at the swift and wide river not far away. How come it didn't go over? The bridge is broken again? Chapter 148, the big cockroach is chasing people again. Well, it's broken several sections. Xiexingzhou nodded and said, he didn't know what the reason was. Anyway, when he encountered a place with a river, the bridge would definitely break. Ruanyu is not surprised. How normal this is. The road is not accessible is the best opportunity to rob. The 5 cars behind them were also parked a short distance away, and several people looked like they were walking back from the end of the bridge, presumably to check out the situation. Let's eat first. We'll go over later and see what's going on. After saying that, Ruanyu walked to the car and took a few dishes and 2 portions of rice out. Anyway, they are sure to be able to go through. A salt boat over such a river is not a problem, even if not a big deal to drive a helicopter over. Space helicopters have not been used before the time of killing and collected if not out of the light, a strange pity. On the other hand, Xingcheng base's movements still made the other bases notice. Plus the people from B City base weren't stupid. They probably guessed what was going on from the path of Bai Ti and his group. So they joined forces with the other bigger bases to send people to follow them. Xingcheng base people know, but there is no way. In case the location of the granary is published, then no one can be good. Now 7 or 8 bases are divided. It is also considered to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, according to Feng Lan's speed, she was definitely the first to arrive, so it was still easy to take advantage of the situation. At this time, White Tea and his party continued to move forward. I do not know if it is a matter of luck, halfway car problems, delayed for a long time before continuing on the road, the next day to that cockroach service area, but they were more fortunate that there were no other vehicles along the way, only them. So with the mindset that Ken would pick up the slack, one of the 10 stayed behind to watch the car, and the rest headed straight for the supermarket in the service area. Ah, there are cockroaches, lots of cockroaches. First was the voice of White Tea, shouting as she ran outside. The rest of them had a disdainful look on their faces. What's so scary about cockroaches? It's true that girls are just timid. Just as he finished mentally spitting, he turned his head and almost had a close encounter with a cockroach on the shelf. Then saw the pitch black floor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Run. There are cockroaches. Isn't it just cockroaches? You're a big man and you're still afraid. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A cockroach that big didn't say so. Run. The floor is full of rat-sized cockroaches. The others didn't dare not. Rushed out. Just got in the car. Dense cockroaches rushed out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Drive. The person who looked at the car, looked at the black pressurized piece, scared, looked at the person, came up a foot of gas down. Su Yenji also stepped on the gas to follow. White Tea was in the passenger side with a look of fear. Cockroaches, so many big cockroaches. Yenji, you drive faster. Ah, the cockroaches are coming after us. Come on. Words, you drive fast. Through the rearview mirror Su Yenji is also a face of fear, but the gas pedal are stepped on the bottom, so the cockroaches are still a distance away is also a comfort. So out of the blue he warned, Cha-cha, come back to your senses. The cockroaches won't be able to catch up. Don't you be afraid, those cockroaches can't catch up with our speed. For a while, Bai Cha slowed down. Su Yenji is not good to say anything. Originally Bai Cha is afraid of cockroaches. This moment all of a sudden to see so many, but also so big. Scared is normal. He was shocked when he saw it too. I really didn't think he was afraid of cockroaches. Don't say it. Just take it easy. At that, White Tea had to close her eyes not to think about the cockroaches. She really needed a good reprieve. Feng Lan also looked scared in the car. I know the cockroaches in the south are big, but no one said they could grow this big. Team Feng, stop it. I just forgot about that image and now it's coming back to me. One of the team members at the front looked at Feng Lan with a bitter look on his face. He is also a native of the north. Who knows to come to the south? I did not expect this side in addition to the people. What, everything is big. The key to these cockroaches look to be mutated. This is not proper horror movie? Okay, I'll shut up. The others also looked backward. They no longer say that people who are afraid of cockroaches are pretentious. They are also afraid. And now they are being chased by cockroaches. The group drove for quite a while to get rid of the roaches, with the after effects of stopping for a break. Cha-cha. Better? Su Yenji took a bottle of water and handed it to Bai Cha, asking with a concerned expression. I'm fine. Much better. A far-fetched smile pulled at Bai Cha's miserable face. She felt that she had really done her best not to pass out. Looking at Bai Cha in this state, did the others show sympathetic glances? And didn't mention anything related to the cockroaches for fear of thinking about it themselves. Well, after running for so long, let's eat first and continue the journey in the afternoon. Feng Lan spoke out. No amount of cockroaches could stop them from going to the granary to move the grain. The others naturally agreed. And Su Yenji asked curiously, then are we still going that way? Won't you go another way? There's more than one road that can go to the granary. Feng Lan rationalized. Although they did not know the exact location of the granary, a general direction could still be deduced. It's this direction, a matter of 200 or 300 kilometers around, and that's the road we'll take this afternoon. After saying that, he lowered his head and went to dry rice. With space aliens their food is also a lot better. White Tea holding the lunchbox, chewing, slowly swallowing, head down, contemplating. Cannot figure out, they delayed so long yesterday. Ruan, you must have long passed from this side. Why not solve these cockroaches? She is not the heroine? If you're the main character, why don't you do anything and clean up when you come across these things? 200 to 300 kilometers. Is that how Gwyn Nok went around too? But wasn't it written in the book that she went to the granary only after cleaning out the cockroaches? Otherwise she wouldn't have run straight into the service area. Cha-cha? Hurry up and eat. We have to continue our journey afterward. Oh, good. For Bai Cha's reaction, Su Yenji had already gotten used to it. It had been like this on a regular basis for a while now, and he didn't know what to think. The two Winnox ate and eliminated another half hour before putting the car away and heading toward the river. After walking for a while to walk from a path to the river, Ruanyu took out the binoculars to look over. Similar to the bridge over the D city, are broken into several sections. It seems to be man-made, just don't know it's the people over there. The two stood there for a while, and an assault boat floated over on the river. Saw the two driving straight over, and waved enthusiastically. Are you two crossing the river? But, Xiaxingzhou refused with a cold face. Then what are you standing here for? After being rejected so coldly and stiffly, the man paused and continued to ask. Look at the view. On the contrary, the people in those 5 cars came over and their eyes lit up when they saw the assault boat. Although they had experienced a month of torrential rain, but where is the assault boat so easy to find? Most of them used rubber boats. It's not a problem to use it in a flooded place, but it's definitely not a good idea to use it on a fast-moving river. What if it suddenly capsizes? There are dangers associated with the punch bowl, but the thing is supposed to be an emergency rescue, and the danger itself is much less. Hi, we'd like to cross the river. I wonder what the cost will be. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and it never hurts to ask first. Chapter 149, The grain silos have arrived. Delivering business to the door. The man on the rushing boat naturally would not refuse, so he turned his head and enthusiastically replied back. 5 pounds of grain for 1 person. A full 10 people can take 1 more person. It doesn't sound too expensive. Much more conscientious than the previous wave of toll robberies, but Nguyen Ngoc always felt that there was something wrong with them. This winter had only just passed, and with the heavy snowfall blocking the roads, shouldn't these people be making a strong effort to wool gather? 2 people just look at. Also do not speak. The other 5 cars on the people think are here. Ruanyu. They will certainly go over. Have gone so long now backward that how troublesome So they all came together to discuss. Full 10 people free to take 1. They must discuss how to save how to come It didn't take long for everyone to work out that the punch boat was relatively large and could seat 20 people at a time. And with a total of 40 of them, minus the one who drove the boat, it would be just right to take 3 trips. Using binoculars, the 2 of them, Nguyen Ngoc, watched as they made a trip over, all standing safely on the opposite side of the room, as if nothing was wrong. Could she be feeling wrong? It shouldn't be. On the last trip, the 2 men were still undeterred and shouted at Ruanyu and the others. Hey, are you too sure you don't want to go over there? No go. Seeing this, those 2 people are not good to say anything. Directly drive the assault boat away. After all, they cannot go ashore. Tie people over. And then there are so many people on the opposite side. Was seen as not good The punching boat drove through without incident, and the party had just landed when that punching boat left quickly into the center of the river. When 40 or 50 men suddenly leaped out around it and surrounded those who had just recently passed. Nguyen Ngoc raised an eyebrow with the binoculars. It's really a trap, didn't you guess? There are still such kind-hearted people in the end times. It's not normal to look at them. Xiaxingzhou smiled and said as he gazed at Ruanyu. I don't know how many of them there are, so I'd better mind my own business and watch for a while. Ruanyu shrugged her shoulders with a look of indifference. It was all these people's own choice anyway. Originally when they asked, they had said that it was not recommended to follow her. Who made them insist on following up? Sure enough, it didn't take long for the 2 waves to officially start fighting. Ruanyu took a bag of melon seeds out and ate them while watching. Not to mention, this feeling of watching others fight is quite good. As for the 2 people in the center of the river, they stayed, and did not dare to come over towards Ruanyu and their side. Presumably they were also afraid of not being able to do Ruanyu and their girls. Eating their melons, the 2 began to gossip again. You think that side will win? Xiaxingzhou carefully looked at the battle between the 2 sides for a while before picking up that 5 cars on the bar. Their strength looks to be a little bit stronger, presumably walking around to run into some good things. The level of the overall are a little bit higher. Ruanyu nodded thoughtfully. She had noticed before that most of them were at the 4th rank. 2 of the 40 were 5th rank Xenos, and the group that had surrounded them was basically made up of 3rd and 4th rank Xenos. But there should be someone else behind the wave that surrounded us. 5th order Ultrans weren't rare nowadays, and with so many people coming out, how could there not be a 5th order Ultran leading the group? That's up to them. Hit and run. Shouldn't be a big deal. You're right. 2. Say, how do we get over there better? Ruanyu turned her head to look at Xiaxingzhou and asked. Anyway, this person is thinking farther ahead. It is not bad to ask for an opinion for reference. Coming into contact with Ruanyu's line of sight, Xiaxingzhou looked back. You want to fly there? No. After thinking for a while, Xiaxingzhou said, yes. Now this situation is actually pretty much the same whether it's exposed or not, and flying directly over with a helicopter can be a lot less troublesome. Nguyen Ngoc then added, "Why don't we fly directly to the vicinity of the granary? Empty the granary first, just take your time to solve the rest of the problems. Maybe you can even set up a trap for Bai Cha. Anyway, the crabs in the space haven't been returned to Bai Cha yet. It's just right to empty the granary and then put the crabs in it. Now then?" Xie Xingzhou took the binoculars and watched the opposite side of the winners and losers 1 point. Some anticipation. He also did not fly a helicopter for a long time. Finally have the opportunity to overhand addiction. Aha! With that said, the two walked out onto the highway. Nguyen Ngoc took out the helicopter and the two scrutinized it, filling it up with gas as well before walking up satisfied. Xie Xingzhou sat in the driver's cab and said with an excited face, "Sit tight and take off." It didn't take long for those on the ground to see the army green helicopters rise into mid-air. The people in those 5 cars looked at the airplanes in the air with some silence, although they probably guessed that there would be danger over here, but they didn't expect these two to be so doggy and fly directly over without bringing them a reminder. The helicopter flew all the way, and Ruan Yu was also excited. If he had known that it was so comfortable, he would have taken the helicopter out earlier, but it wasn't too late now. It took almost 4 hours of flying, with a stop down to refill aviation gasoline, before the two reached the vicinity of the granary. Finding a flat spot, Nguyen Ngoc stowed the helicopter, took out his car and headed for the grain silo. Granaries are usually located off the beaten path, and with the end times, there was not a single person on the only highway, probably only 1 step ahead. The journey was very smooth. Ruan Yu pulled out the black obsidian again. Xie Xingzhou drove the car. She jerked the cat. As the sun dipped in the west and the night resumed its darkness, the two men finally saw one oversized cylindrical granary after another rising out of the ground. Both Nguyen Ngoc could not contain their surprise when they saw the large granary. Finally, Xie Xingzhou controlled the car to stop in front of a grain silo, and the two of them walked down with a strong flashlight. This granary isn't very big. 10 cylindrical grain silos, 1 of 5,000 tons capacity, can really only be considered a small grain silo. Sighing as if he had said so, Xie Xingzhou prepared to go and open the granary in front of him. "Ugh, don't go. Don't take me with you if you want to die." Ruan Yu hugged Black Yao and hurriedly stopped it, and Black Yao also looked at Xie Xingzhou with a disgusted face. Xie Xingzhou face puzzled. This kind of grain silo is usually mechanized management. A silo 1 person is enough. Even if someone rushes out, the two of them do not need to go to. Besides the end times, it's questionable if those 10 people are still alive. Ruan Yu pursed her lips and didn't say anything, and Xie Xingzhou suddenly reacted again. "It has been raining for a month, and I don't know if this place has been affected. No one is looking after the granary should be prone to rats. The big rats of the last days, packed full in a granary." Thinking like this, Xie Xingzhou winced. He felt that he should also have an intensive phobia. The crabs were big too though. Well, at least they were on the table. If he didn't eat people, he wanted to steam a few to try. Cockroaches and rats, not pleasant things to look at. Ruan Yu looked at him and thought that this person should have guessed that. As for her, she couldn't say that in her last life she was so stupid as to open the granary and then she saw a pile full of rats. Chapter 150, Brother Appears. Reacting? Xie Xingzhou hurriedly nodded, not realizing that the granary had danger waiting. Looking at the black obsidian in Ruan Yu's arms, he probably understood why Ruan Yu had to lift it out. Ruan Yu didn't think about it that much. She just wanted to jerk the cat. She had been here in her last life. She naturally knew what was going on. Of the 10 grain bins, only 1 was actually intact. The others were either moldy or mice piles, so he walked straight to the last one. Just a few steps away, 3 people suddenly walked over from the staff quarters not far away. "You guys came pretty fast." Hearing the familiar voice, Ruan Yu froze for a moment, threw Black Yao to Xie Xingzhou and ran over. "Brother? Softy, it's me." When Xie Xingzhou looked over, Ruan Yu's entire body had flung itself into Ruan Yan's arms, and her body was still trembling a little, as if she was venting the thoughts and grievances of this period of time. Ruan Yan stroked the back of Ruan Yu's head with some heartache. "All right, Soft, don't cry. I'm fine." After his parents passed away, Softy was the most precious person in the world to him, and it was his failure to protect his sister that allowed Softy to be tricked by Su Yinji. When he knew about the zombie outbreak in City A, he couldn't wait to rush over there immediately. But unfortunately, he was still in the lab. Or Fonglan purposely brought the news to stimulate him, especially when it was followed by the news of Soft Awakening's healing powers. But he couldn't go looking for it. He still had the Qingqing base's pursuers behind him. At that time, he and Xie Xingzhou had each stolen half of the high-level crystal cores in the Qingqing base, and those people were also clinging to them, so he could only bring the people into the forest, the place where he was best at fighting. Ruan Yu's eyes were slightly red, looking up at Ruan Yan, her voice tinged with tears. "Then why didn't you come to me? I was afraid you'd be in danger if you followed me. I should have come over early in the morning to look for you. Luckily, Ruan Yin coaxed in a low voice. It was fortunate that Xie had come this way, and it was also fortunate that they had agreed to come to the granary. If they had come this way from the start, he and Softy wouldn't have been so worried about each other. But the castle baseman was too much of a handful, as well as White Tea, who should have gotten rid of her if he had known better. The other two also walked over to Xie side to chat, giving Ruan Yu and the others plenty of space. So you're not going away again now? No, I'll definitely take you with me wherever I go. Ruan Yu nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. After chatting for a while, Xie came over. Hey, I see you two have to say how long still collecting grain or not? Can't you shut up? Suddenly interrupted. Ruan Yu looked at Xie with a mischievous face. Looking at Ruan Yu's so angry side, Ruan Yan looked at Xie with some gratitude. It's true that only when facing Xie will Ruan Soft be so lively. Although the captain does have a side sometimes. Let's talk later then, Softy. For now let's close the granary. Hearing her brother's words, Ruan Yu could only give Xie a cross look. Alright, how many days have you been here, brother? Reaching out to lift Obsidian over for a hug, Ruan Yu asked curiously. It's been 2 days since we got here. We thought you'd be here in a couple of days, but we didn't realize it would be so soon. Then why doesn't my brother go over and pick me up? I don't know which way you'll go, and he had to guard this side. So he couldn't let the people from the Qingqing base pick this up again. Noticing that Ruan Yu's mood was off, he hurriedly changed the topic again. Did you raise this cat? Speaking of black obsidian, Ruan Yu was immediately in a good mood, although it was more able to eat, but it did help her a lot. Well, I purposely went to the zoo to snub back. It's called black obsidian. Saying that, he patted black obsidian, who immediately jumped to the ground and directly turned into a large black panther. Qi-Sang and Lu Yan looked at the large black panther that suddenly appeared and were startled. Asterisk 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 sister, this is what you raised. How does a sister fool around with a tutorial? They were all acquaintances, and Ruan Yu was in quite a good mood, responding with a smile. No, oh, and it's the only one. Qi-Sang and Lu Yan looked envious. Out of their perception of danger, they could naturally sense the strength of this big black panther. Ruan Yen calmed down a bit. Why did he feel that Softy needed Xie protection? You're flubbing this when you met the captain? Nguyen Nok looked proud. Yeah. Obsidian just spun around twice and changed back to his black cat form and jumped into Nguyen Nok's arms. Let's go. Didn't we say we'd collect the grain first? Looked at the black cat in the arms of Ruan Yu. Think Soft is living a good life. And did not see the white tea in Su Yinji. Maybe it has been GA. So that thought Ruan Yin mood are beautiful a lot. Come on. I'll take you there. How big is your space? Can it fit a granary? Nguyen Nok walked side by side with his brother. A granary certainly. With Ruan Yu, Ruan Yan walked straight to the last granary, completely ignoring Xie. Xie helplessly looked at the two people in front of him. He is the captain. There is such treatment of the captain? Waiting for this time to pass must give Ruan Yan extra practice. Humph. Walking to the granary, Ruan Yan went up to open it, while saying, we all looked at it when we came over. Only this one is good. The others are either moldy or have rats, and they are especially large. I was shocked when I looked at it and hurriedly closed the window again. Ruan Yu listened and felt a little funny. How with her last life? Open to see the mouse immediately closed. When Bai Cha also asked her how to close, she did not know how to fool Bai Cha to see. Scared, Bai Cha directly turned into a screaming chicken. After that, those suitors of Bai Cha's became even more aggressive in bullying her. The granary was opened and looking at the full grain, Ruan Yu was a bit shaken. Brother, what are you going to do with all this grain? Ruan Yan thought for a moment and turned his head to look at Xie. Captain, what do you think is a good way to handle this? Originally he still respected the captain, but this time he looked at Xie and suddenly felt a little bit displeased. Although he knew that Xie liked Soft, but as long as Soft didn't like it, they would still be good brothers. This time looking at the atmosphere between them seems to be a lot more harmonious. And the black cat in the arms of the Soft, he just saw the Soft smoothly through to Xie, and then lifted back. It seems to be together for a long time. Habit becomes nature. Suddenly being mentioned, Xie was still a bit confused, especially with Ruan Yan's eyes, which made him even more confused. Slowly trade it to the smaller bases that give better character, or we won't be able to eat it all if we keep it. The Qingqing base was already unpopular, especially since their matter had been rumored. Several powerful squads had broken away from the Qingqing base. After all, no one knew if this would be their own downfall in the future. Those who stay naturally are not good people. Cannot go, in fact more are excuses. Cannot let go of those benefits is true. Then we'll talk about it when the time comes. After saying that, Ruan Yu released her psychic ability to sense the entire space. Ruan Yen stared with unblinking eyes, and in the blink of an eye, the entire granary was empty. Wanted to ask but still didn't. The soft space knew at a glance that it was different from other people's, and one less person knowing about it was also one less point of danger. But looking at Xie face, he felt his hands itching. I'm sure the captain didn't have good intentions when he assigned the positions. Watching the granary empty, Xie took the initiative to drag Qi Sang and Lu Yan away. It's been quite a long time since I've seen you. Let me see how good you two are. Captain, this is not good. Or next time. No, I have itchy hands now. Ruan Yen looked at the trio's backs as they walked away, turning his head to look at Ruan Yu. Is Softy trying to do something? Looking at the granary, Nguyen Nok pushed her brother back and turned to wave her hand over the mouth of the granary. All the crabs in the space thrown out. The granary was instantly filled most of the way, and Ruan Yen stared dumbfounded at the still-moving crabs. Closing the granary, Ruan Yu patted Ruan Yen's shoulder and, brother, let's go. Returning to his senses, Ruan Yen looked at Ruan Yu with a serious face. Soft, no exposing this in the future. Chapter 151 Brother, want some melon? Aha, I know. Ruan Yu nodded with a well-behaved face. After not seeing her for a long time, Ruan Yen couldn't help but reach out and pinch her face. Have you had dinner yet? Let me take you to dinner first. Saying that, he pulled Ruan Yu towards the staff dormitory side. Ruan Yu looked over at Xie Xingzhou's side and asked curiously, aren't you going to ask them to join you? Don't mind them. They know how to eat when they're hungry. Hearing Ruan Yen say that, Ruan Yu was also too lazy to care, and it just so happened that she hadn't told her brother about the space thing yet. Walking into the dormitory, he hurriedly asked, brother, which room do you live in? Ruan Yen casually pointed, then was pulled into the room by Ruan Yu, looked at the doors and windows were closed, then directly led Ruan Yen into the space. I forgot to mention just now, I've put away all those collections of my brother's. Over there. Ruan Yen was pulled by Ruan Yu once again before he could return to his senses. As soon as Obsidian entered the space, he went straight for the Silver Moon Group bar together. Looking at the abundant supplies in the space, as well as the vegetable fields, fruit forests, and bamboo buildings and streams, it took Ruan Yen a while to come back to his senses. Has Softy ever brought anyone else in? No, just brother and Xie Xingzhou came in. Ruan Yen nodded. No more exposure. The tone of his voice was all seriousness. Such a space is afraid to cause more of a stir than healing powers. Healing powers and some mutant fruits can cure zombie poison, but such a space, even in the novel, that is a unique existence. Although Qi Sang and Lu Yan wouldn't say anything about it, but one less person knowing about Softy would be one less danger. Got it. Ruan Yen smiled helplessly. As long as Softy was doing well, the rest of the danger had him in the way. Come on, get out first. The captain and the others should be coming back. As soon as the words fell, Ruan Yu came straight out with the people, not forgetting to gather Black Yao in his hands as well. Walking out of the room, Xie Xingzhou's trio hadn't returned yet. Ruan Yu didn't bother and greeted Ruan Yen. Brother, let's eat first. After strolling around in Ruan Yu's space, he also wanted to eat something good. Although the food he had eaten along the way wasn't bad, but it was a bit shabby in comparison. Ruan Yu looked around for a while and finally took out a large round table from the space. Fortunately, he had collected such a large table before. Ruan Yen had the sense to move a stool and sit down, and the empty table wasn't filled up in a while with the meals that Ruan Yu had brought out. Braised pork, dry pot ribs, dry pot rabbit, pickled fish, pot roast, crispy pork, boiled pork, shredded potatoes, fried phoenix tails, fried cabbages, and a meatball soup. Looking at this sumptuous table, Ruan Yen gulped straight. Brother, eat. Ruan Yu handed the bowl and chopsticks to Ruan Yen and sat down herself. She and Xie Xingzhou didn't eat much in the afternoon, and now she is hungry? Ruan Yen picked up the bowl, picked up a chopstick of vegetables. His eyes narrowed slightly, picked up another chopstick, looked at Ruan Yu and said, did the captain make all these? Aha, it's all made by Xie Xingzhou. Ruan Yu hurriedly nodded her head and said, he makes better food than I do, so I made it all for him. Ruan Yen nodded. No wonder it was all made to your taste. What is brother's level now? Everyone's aura was converged. She couldn't sense her brother's level, could only ask. Late 5th order. You and the captain? I'm in the late 6th rank. Xie Xingzhou is in the early 6th rank. After saying that, he looked at Ruan Yen with a look of begging for compliments. Ruan Yen smiled dotingly. More powerful than brother. In the future, brother can rely on you to protect him. No problem. Brother Qi Sang, and brother Lu Yen, are they also in the late 5th stage? Ruan Yen nodded. They're the same as me, but I upgraded a while before them. Aha, it's still my brother who's a bit more powerful. I relied on obsidian to find the mutant fruits before I upgraded. As he was talking, Xiexingzhou dragged two people with swollen noses and faces in and saw that Ruan Yu and the two of them had already eaten, and he wasn't surprised, so he walked over and picked up the bowl and started to do it. Qi Sang and Lu Yan, who originally had a lifeless look on their faces, instantly perked up. They had smelled it just now, and as soon as they guessed it, they knew that Ruan Yu had taken quite a lot of delicious food out. Who knew that the two of them actually couldn't do anything about the captain? I had thought that I had upgraded quickly enough, but I didn't realize that the captain was still one step ahead of them. Looking at the two men with bruises and swollen noses, Ruan Yan wasn't surprised at all. Softly brought this on purpose. Come and eat first. Thank you, sister. Picking up the chopsticks, they started to grab it, but fortunately, Ruan Yu had eaten her fill long ago, so she sat on the side and watched them grab it. As soon as Qi Sang put the dish in her mouth, she immediately scowled at Xiexingzhou. Captain, these can't all be your handiwork. Lu Yeni sighed from the side. Alas, in my lifetime, I can actually eat the captain's cooking. Xiexingzhou directly crossed their eyes. Itchy skin, wanting to practice more again, don't you? Thinking of the one-sided drill just now, Qi Sang immediately wimped out, turned his head to Ruan Yu and said, Sister, you quickly say, is the captain also mean you like this? It's just as well that we're with Yen today to give you a head start. Let's bully our way back. Anyway, he and Lu Yan can't fight. Pulling on Ruan Yan, the dog-headed military advisor. Not so sure. Looking at the captain and Ruan Yu, he doesn't believe that the captain dares to beat up Ruan Yan. The captain used to tease Ruan Yu all the time anyway, so taking a beating from Ruan Yan wasn't a bad idea. Ruan Yu carefully thought about it. It seems that when she met Xiexingzhou to begin with, she was the one who was more fierce. Right, and the key Xiexingzhou also endured it all. Looking at the meal on the table, Ruan Yu had a bit of a conscience after all. No, your captain has changed his ways. Ruan Yan raised his eyebrows. This is to Xiexingzhou have a good feeling? It seems that we still need to find an opportunity to beat up. One person cannot beat this, is not there are two have just been beaten up? Sister, wink if you're threatened. Lu Yan interjected. Is there still a time for their captain to change his ways? 1 minute he can talk to you with a smile on his face. The next he can pit you against you to do his work for him. And if you don't do it well he'll look for an opportunity to drill you. Which is really just his itchy hands looking for a sandbag. Two brothers, why don't you eat first? Ruan Yu felt that if she didn't give a reminder, the meat on the table would probably be eaten up by Xiexingzhou. ******, can't you be a human being, Captain? That's right, my sister brought it for us to eat together. Why do you eat so much? By the time Qi Sang and the two reacted, Xiexingzhou and Ruan Yan had already finished their meal and were elegantly sitting on the sidelines, watching the two of them grab the remaining dishes. Looking at the two men's eyes meeting, I don't know why Ruan Yu actually felt that there was a smell of gunpowder. Curiously looking left and right. Brother, the two of you eyeballing each other, are you trying to hide something from me again? Ruan Yan's mouth slightly twitching, speechless looking at Ruan Yu. How is also counted as a high school student? Eyebrow to eyebrow is used in this way? As for Xiexingzhou, he has long been accustomed to it. After thinking about it he took a watermelon out. Brother, want some watermelon? Chapter 152 White Tea wants to subjugate Big Cat. Eat, we want to eat too. Don't forget us, sister. Qi Sang and Lu Yan were fiercely fighting over the last piece of braised pork, their eyes not forgetting to keep a constant eye on the watermelon that Ruan Yu had brought out. Ruan Yan helplessly held his forehead, took the knife and melon handed over by Ruan Yu, and cut it into 4 pieces in 2 strokes. Well, 1 piece for each person. Xiexingzhou did not. Xiexingzhou looked at Ruan Yan with a speechless face. Petty, it is not like he has never eaten before. Looking at the two, Nguyen stepped aside with her melon in her arms. It was better for her to be less involved. Qi Sang and Lu Yan hurriedly hold the melon to the side. In case of injury to the innocent, how bad? Mainly afraid of the captain on the hand to grab. They cannot do. After dodging the cockroaches, White Tea and his group felt a bit delayed, so they decided to take turns driving at night to catch up. However, the road signs were reversed by Ruan Yu, and with the fact that they couldn't see much at night, the group headed straight for that zombie town. The town is slightly better now, although most of the zombies are 4th order, but it's not that dense. Comparing to before, there has been a place to get off the ground, but those 7 big cats looked a little stronger again. Their stomachs were bulging, and there was no blood on them when they were all cleaned up. 7 cats and kittens lie in neat rows on the roof. A lazy look. Looking at people want to go up to it too. Seeing the 7 big cats from a distance with binoculars, White Tea thought the same thing. Words. I saw 7 mutated big cats. They're in the town in front of us. Let's go over there. 7 big cats. How could they be worse than the 2 in Nguyen hands? Su Yenji was a bit helpless as he looked at Bai Cha in this agitated manner. Good. Mutant animals are powerful. but can be taken in is the most important. The end of the world so long. He only saw Ruanyu hands of the Black Panther was held in the arms of a well-behaved look. As for the other mutant animals, do not come up to attack people has been considered kind. There are also some mutated animals that eat zombie meat directly and their eyes glow green when they see a living person. The teammate in the back seat hurriedly spoke up and reminded, "You don't just look at these Are there any zombies in those towns? Are there many? Have you looked?" White T had no choice but to pick up the binoculars again. "There are walkers." And then it was silent for a while before continuing. "A lot of zombies. It should be hard to rush through with just a few of us. If he wasn't afraid of the zombie virus, it would be easy to rush over. But who wasn't afraid of the zombie virus excepting Win Nok?" Fonglan saw it from the rear with binoculars as well and hurriedly shouted, "Stop the car! Getting out of the car!" He rushed directly to Bai Cha's window and questioned, "So many zombies. Are you blind? Can't you see this?" White T was full of aggression. "I didn't do it on purpose. I just didn't notice the zombies until I realized there were mutated animals over there." Fonglan froze for a moment. Mutated animals. He had naturally heard from Bai Cha that Ruanyu had raised 2 of them, and they were still very strong, and an alien of the same level was no match at all. But he hadn't seen it again. Who knows if it was made up by Bai Cha? His opponent was Xie. As for Ruanyu, that was just a mission object, but it was just a coincidence that he was mixed up with Xie. "You want to take in mutant animals?" Hearing this, White T was still a bit incredulous. "Is that okay?" "Sure. It's not like I'm the unsympathetic type. We can check out the perimeter. But if you can't take it in, then you'll be considered to owe us a favor. And you'll need to tell me everything you know about this year." Fonglan's eyes were all ruthless. Without needing to say much, Bai Cha understood Fonglan's meaning. She needed to use her news in exchange for Fonglan and the others to accompany her there. Good. White T nodded. There was nothing else she could do. She always had to try, just in case she took it in. After resting in place for a while, the 2 cars quickly went over towards the zombie town, and purposely made a U-turn when approaching the edge. And both cars were slowly approaching the zombie town in reverse. The zombies were a lot smarter. They looked at it twice and left it alone. They couldn't eat it anyway, so they might as well wait until they retreated to the town. The 7 big cats smelled the scent of a living person early on, which made it necessary to say that some of Fonglan's team members had the habit of smoking, so the windows of both vehicles were open. The 7 big cats stood side by side, all cocking their heads at the cars approaching the town, and with the experience of the last time, they seemed particularly harmless this time. Slowly approaching, clip-clopping sound, meow, 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 meow. When the 7 big cats don't eat people, they look a little soft and cuddly, and with the clip sounds, it's easy to let your guard down. Words, look, it's the mutant cat coming over. White T looked at the 7 big fluffy cats with a happy face. She had thought about how she could play in front of Ruanyu with the 7 mutant cats. White T is stupid. Fonglan is not that stupid. When the big cat came over, those zombies actually took the initiative to avoid them, which means that they are even more powerful than the zombies. How can they be so harmless? Unless they are pretending. Su Yinji was also keeping an eye on the big cat, and as he watched the big cat's hind legs crouch downward, Su Yinji immediately closed the car window. A large yellow and white cat ran straight into it. Meow. Ah. Ignoring the frightened White T, Su Yinji kicked the gas down and the car rushed out a long way at once. The big cats kind of didn't want to give up and chased after them. Fonglan's car was in front of him, looking at the big cat that was catching up, gulping. Fortunately, he had defended himself against the big cat from the beginning. If they were all like White T, they'd probably all be eaten by big cats. Cha-cha. It's okay. I'm fine. It was just a bit disheartening. Why was it that Ruanyu was able to meet mutated animals that could be taken in, but they couldn't? The only time they encountered a mutant animal's cub, it was snatched away by Ruanyu in front of their faces and pitched them against each other. Is this the destiny of supporting characters, to be reduced to cannon fodder? But why? Ruanyu didn't do anything either. The 2 of them, Ruanyan and Xie, stared at each other for a while, and looking at Ruanyu a little sleepy, Xie took the lead in admitting defeat. Ruanyan looked at him with a cold snort without a good mood. Just you have sharp eyes. Brother, aren't you guys sleepy? Ruanyu hugged Black Yao really didn't want to stay up, so she had to come over and say, "It's a little sleepy. I'll take you to your room to rest. I packed an extra room out earlier thinking you should be coming too, so I'll take you there." After blankly glancing at Xie, he took Ruanyu upstairs. Looking at No Lively to see Chi Sang and Lu Yan also go back to sleep in their respective rooms, Xie rushed forward to grab the 2. "I'll sleep in Zissen's room. You 2 squeeze in." Chi Sang looked as if he dared to be angry. "Captain, you are a wind alien. Can't you just fan a gust of wind and clean up the room? Why do you have to come and squeeze them?" Xie naturally wanted to, but Ruan Yu was pulled away. He didn't have a quilt he didn't want to use the quilts here. And he seemed to be a bit petulant even after following Ruan Yu. Take your expression back. It's just a one-night squeeze. It's not like it's going to kill you all. Chi-san. Lu Yen. Chapter 153, Su Yenji begins to awaken. This night, with no one to disturb her, and the fact that she had found her brother, Ruan Yu slept extraordinarily comfortably. The next day, when Ruan Yu went downstairs, Xiaxingzhou and the others had already cooked kanji, and when they saw Ruan Yu, they hurriedly greeted her and came over. Softy, come down here. Our captain just cooked porridge. Hearing this, Ruan Yu looked over towards Xiaxingzhou and saw that he was serving kanji with a panda eye and tried to purse her lips to keep herself from laughing out loud. After sitting down, he said to Ruan Yen, "Brother, you guys can eat first by yourselves next time. You don't have to wait for me." Ruan Yen raised an eyebrow. "It's okay, we just got up too." Xiaxingzhou looked at him. If it wasn't for the panda eyes he was wearing, he would have believed it. And he didn't know who was sneaking up on him early in the morning. Crossing a glance at the gloating Chi-sang and Lu Yen, he opened his mouth and said, "Wait here for 2 days. There should be quite a few people from the base coming over this time, so let's settle them all at once." The others were fine with it, nodding their heads in agreement. Nguyen Nok looked over. Was this creating an opportunity for her? With brother and their strength, they wouldn't make it easy for anyone anywhere, right? After breakfast, Nguyen Nok took out all the different bombs all piled up on the floor. Both Chi-sang's eyes lit up and they looked at Ruan Yu in unison. "Sister, where did you collect this? So many good things." Ruan Yen also looked over curiously. He had wanted to ask last night. Xiaxingzhou reached out and gave Chi-sang and Lu Yen a heavy knock on the head. "Put away your unseen looks and hurry to work. Since we have to wait 2 days, how can we not plant a few bombs?" Ruan Yu waved her hand. "It was collected right over there in the D-City military district. I was lucky. There was no one there when I went." After thinking for a moment he continued. "I was over there, too, when I met your captain." After listening to Chi-sang and Lu Yen both with condemnation in their eyes, "It is true that the captain is with selfishness, said to hide, but the result is that he actually ran to D-City." Ruan Yen also looked over with a face of uncertainty. His sight fell clearly on Xiaxingzhou. Although we all have a number in our hearts, but this does not prevent himself from condemning him. First remember, and then slowly beat him back in a few days. Xiaxingzhou just stood there with a straight face. "What are you looking at? Don't work quickly." In the end Ruan Yu just laid back in her recliner and watched the 4 of them plant the bomb. Not that she didn't help, but her brother and the others wouldn't let her. Perhaps too richly armed. Even the moldy granaries, full of rats, were not spared, and in the windowlands, all were laid with bombs and mines. Instead, there was nothing at the entrance, just waiting for White Tea and the people from Castle Base to come over. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Ruan Yu always felt that the remaining 3 would come with Bai Cha. White Tea and his group dodged big cats and zombies, and the car pulled up next to a small abandoned building. A few cars came over from a distance. If Ruan Yu had seen them he would have been surprised. Weren't these the 3 remaining people? Xiang Ming, Yi Rong, and Zhou Zhang's 3 vans were also parked next to White Tea in their small building. White Tea, who had just slowed down, saw the eyes of a few people light up. Fenglan was speechless and skimmed his lips. What bad luck! How come the people from the other bases came so fast? On the face, he still smiled and greeted. "It's been a long time since we've seen a few of you. Where are you planning to go this time to make a fortune?" Captain Feng is joking. "Naturally wherever you guys go. We also go to get rich." Xiang Ming also smiled and replied back. "Anyway, it's all a masterless land now. Since the base is letting them go, it naturally means that there are things over here that they can rob. Since that's the case, why don't we go together? How about it?" Feng Lan didn't mind and directly invited. Anyway, they were one step behind Xiaxingzhou, and maybe there were all traps waiting there now, so they might as well pull this group together. Xiang Ming and the others looked at each other and nodded their heads in agreement. If Captain Feng has said so, then we have no choice but to follow our orders. Anyway, if there's a trap, let's all go together. Don't try to make us step on it. I heard that Ruan Yu was also there, and if he captured the person this time, he thought he could get a lot of favors from the hands of the Qingqing base. A group of people with their own minds, yet unanimously agreeing to work together. Bai Cha listened to their pleasantries and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It would be best to go together, and it would be even better if they could catch Ruan Yu off guard. Su Yenji looked at so many people, inexplicably feeling a bit uneasy, looked toward Bai Cha who was looking down in deep thought and asked, Cha, what's on your mind? Do you recognize those people?" Bai Cha sniffed and looked up at Su Yenji. "Yenji, you're overthinking it. I don't recognize those people, but I saw them being killed by Ruan Yu in my dream. Now that they're with us, it's the best option. Maybe we can kill Ruanyu this time. Su Yinji frowned. Killed by Ruanyu? No one would kill someone for no reason, right? Was it his problem or Bai Cha's? Since when did he want to kill Ruanyu? Why does he have to kill Ruanyu? It seems like Ruanyu has done nothing wrong, right? Even if Ruanyu wasn't Ruanyu anymore, it didn't seem to have anything to do with him. That was something Ruanyan needed to worry about. Cha-cha, can I not go? Bai Cha looked at Su Yenji with some consternation. What are you talking about? Yenji? It's all here and you still want to turn back? Even if she agreed, Fenglan would not be able to let anyone go. Noticing a line of sight staring behind him, Su Yenji hurriedly changed his words. It's nothing. Cha-cha, you heard wrong. Fenglan lay on the passenger side and slowly closed her eyes. All the way here and still want to quit? Sick. Xiaxingzhou took Ruanyan and they buried a lot of bombs. But the place was a bit wide, and they only buried most of it in one morning, and then continued to start burying bombs after lunch. In order to prevent any leaks, Xiaxingzhou and Ruanyan also simulated to see which directions they would run when they were bombed, and planted mines in those places as well. It's been a busy day and I've finally turned up all these places. The four of them were directly paralyzed with exhaustion. Chi-Sang started spitting as soon as she saw Ruanyu. Sister, you don't know. The captain. He's not a proper human being. He's just treating us like cattle all day long. That's right. Sister, you have to help us. Lu Yan also hurriedly agreed. Ruanyan laughed without saying anything. Xiaxingzhou stood up and kicked one person. Shut up. Just know how to ruin my reputation. Say another word and you'll be in the sack tonight. Ruanyu looked at them and couldn't help but snicker. Turning her head she was caught by Xiaxingzhou and then looked back with a straight face, setting out the meal. A few people rolled over and got up again as if they were alive and sat down quickly, looking like good little boys waiting for the meal to start. Ruanyu froze as she looked at them. Eat? Why are you looking at me? In contrast to last night when this time he ate especially svelte, Ruanyan looked at Ruanyu who was a bit confused and said, Softy, don't go out in the next 2 days, just stay in the house. Ruanyu hastily nodded. Good. Chapter 154 Gathering of the Parties. She is not stupid. During the day have seen all the bombs. The average person really cannot remember the location. Afraid of brother they go out on their own to think half a day. Ruanyu ate relatively little and put down her chopsticks in no time. And just for a moment, the remaining 4 people directly began to fiercely scramble. Ruanyu looked dumbfounded. Had she triggered some kind of switch? Last night she thought it was her brother and the others who hadn't had such a rich meal in a long time. So she grabbed it. Now at a glance it feels like it was all brought to a distorted state by Xiaxingzhou. So the eyes that looked at Xiaxingzhou became more and more strange. But the captain in the end is the captain. Even if Chi-Sang Lu Yen teamed up also did not grab. And brother every time just sees the opportunity to pick up the leakage. Counting on Chi-Sang and Lu Yen grabbed the least meat. Watching her brother put down his chopsticks, Ruanyu hurried over and asked, Brother, do you all eat like this? Ruanyan was silent for a while and glanced at Xiaxingzhou before saying, Pretty much. This will train everyone's observation reaction speed. Ugwin-nak nodded in confusion as to how she felt her brother was fooling her. Forget it, it's not her business anyway. And looking at all the grabbing, she took out another watermelon as an after-dinner fruit. Looking at her hand, Ruanyan only this time to share a piece of Xiaxingzhou, but it is the smallest piece. Xiaxingzhou does not care. Anyway, the abduction of Ruanyu on the line. The other does not matter. Followed Ruanyu so long. What have eaten? Is not bad this thing. The next day, when all 5 were free, Ngwin-nak took out a rabbit and a few people roasted it on the rooftop. Gee, that smells good. Sister, that's awesome. It's better to have spatial powers. Chi-Sang and Lu Yan both got the barbecue. Ruanyu's trio took binoculars and looked into the distance. One person looked in one direction, turned their heads and sighed in unison. Why hasn't anyone come over yet? The 3 of them only felt that those people were also too wasted. Right. Just such a little distance to climb should also climb to it. Taking a deep breath, Ngwin-nak patted over to the rabbit. Brother Chi-Song. Almost done. Almost there. Wait a little longer for more flavor and aroma. Ruanyu nodded her head. It was really surprising that her brother's teammates were all master cooks. Xiaxingzhou and her brother were good at stir-frying vegetables and the like. Chi-Sang was particularly good at grilling meat. And Lu Yan was able to make all sorts of things that needed to be steamed. Xiaxingzhou swallowed his saliva. It is true that these things should be given to people who are good at them. Before with Ruanyu baked, can only be regarded as an introductory? This is the master level. Ngwin-nak brought out a couple bottles of Coke and handed one over to each of them. The rabbit gradually gave off a tantalizing aroma. And Chi-Sang finally spoke. Alright, start. As soon as the words fell the 2 hind legs were handed to Ruanyu, who hurriedly hugged them and ran to the side before seeing the 4 of them scrambling again. Not long after Xiaxingzhou came over with a front leg in a beautiful way. You're just going to eat a leg? Xie Xingzhou nodded. Eat first, or else your legs won't be there in a while. Looking at her brother and Shi Sang who were also fiercely fighting for the last leg, Ruan Yu nodded her head in agreement. Maybe Xie Xingzhou had finished eating and that side was still grabbing. Sometimes good things are just to grab and eat to be interesting, and when working everyone listens to Xie Xingzhou. As for other times it is estimated that they are completely letting themselves go. After eating the rabbit, Nguyen Nak brought out recliners, one for each person. Everyone made cozy noises. Comfy. It's been a long time since I've been this relaxed. As for that telescope observation everyone took turns, waited for a while, afraid of falling asleep, and took out a small table, put some fruit snacks. While sleeping in a daze, he was awakened again by Lu Yan's surprised voice. Coming. So many people. Fong Lan, that bastard, is also here. The man in the recliner immediately rolled over and grabbed his binoculars and looked over, only to see a large group of people camped on the ground, with no intention at all to continue onward, each in groups of 3 or 5 around each other. They're this not going to come over tonight? Not necessarily, maybe they're waiting for someone. Xie Xingzhou picked up the conversation from the side. The people from Qingcheng base were really a bit few, just Fong Lan and Chu Jing were seen, which meant that there were still people on their way. If they came over like this, Qingcheng base would definitely suffer the most, and Fong Lan was naturally reluctant to do so. That's all the people that came to the Qingcheng base? Who are they looking down on? Chisan also took the binoculars and spat. Just these two life-saving losers don't know what they're here for. Ruan Yu took the binoculars and looked at the others. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes when she saw the 3 more familiar faces. It was really not hard to come by. The remaining 3 people just came with Bai Cha. Turning his head to look at Xie Xingzhou and nodded. Ruan Yan hurriedly came over. When did you guys become so familiar that you can read each other's eyes? The words were said so, but his eyes were dead set on Xie Xingzhou. Brother, you're overthinking it. It's been almost half a year. It's normal to be familiar with it. When he said that, Ruan Yan's eyes became even more unkind. Xie Xingzhou was half unaffected and continued to stare at Fong Lan's group. Xiang Ming and the others looked at Fong Lan and asked, Captain Fong, we're all here. If we don't hurry over, who are we waiting for? Fong Lan smiled. Captain Xiang overthinks it. It's just a break. You guys don't know Xie Xingzhou. You've always heard of his great name. I don't know if you guys are clear on this, but he's got a military district's worth of weapons in his hands. So how can you be careful without taking a break? Zhou Zhang gave him a meaningful look. Captain Fong is trying to wait for the rest of Qingcheng base to come over, right? So many people from so many bases have come over. Only Qingcheng base has only 10 people. I think he's afraid of losing out. But that's all. Naturally Zhou Zhang wouldn't be stupid enough to go over there himself first. With hot weapons and myself being a top-tier special forces soldier, naturally he would have to leave it to Fong Lan to deal with them on their own. It's not like they're cuties. Why should they go through the thunder themselves? In the end we all come over here for the same purpose naturally. We're all on the side of people who want to take advantage. Danger is everywhere, but not every dangerous place has so much food. Fong Lan shot them a glance. Captain Zhou is just smart, but if you guys don't want to wait, you can naturally go ahead and we won't mind. It doesn't have to be that way, but it's just a short wait, and we can still afford to wait. But I heard that Nguyen Nak was there. I wonder how much Captain Fong knows. Yi Rong naturally picked up the conversation and directly shifted the topic to Ruan Yu again. When the people from the other bases heard this, they couldn't wait to pull their ears a little longer. Who wouldn't want their base to have someone who could cure the zombie virus at any time? Even if there's no one, there's an antidote for the poison. Fong Lan directly rolled her eyes. How am I clear about this? If you want to know, everyone can just go and ask Ruan Yu. Yi Rong squinted his eyes and said with a smile on his face, Captain Fong is joking. We are just curious as to how the person wanted by your Qingcheng base got involved with this healing shifter. If I remember correctly, that healing shifter hasn't even been out of a city much. It's just that it's such a nerdy person, and the news of the alien power is flying all over the place. Who on earth has been cured? It's so heartless to pass it on. Chapter 155, Finish the job. White Tea gritted her teeth darkly when she heard this. Who was this connoting? Didn't she just say a little bit of news out? It's not like Nguyen Nak is the main character who's going to die that fast anyway. After saying that, Yi Rong's eyes shifted to Bai Cha. Miss Bai. You say it. I heard that it was you who went to the B City base and said that Ruan Yu had healing powers, and I didn't realize that the 2 BC City bases, which went to several hundred people, were all killed by Ruan Yu. And I don't know if these people are really stupid. So how come you casually said a couple of words and those people believed it? I've heard that Miss Bai's psychic ability is still precognition. I wonder if you can tell us where Ruan Yu and the 2 of them will be setting up the bombs in those places this time. As soon as Yi Rong finished speaking, the people from the other bases put their eyes on Bai Cha. Precognition powers? This is the first time I've heard of them. I'm afraid they're not lying to us, right? Yi Rong smiled. It was anyone's guess, but it didn't stop him from messing up. If it wasn't for White Tea, how could those be city brothers of his go to Ruanyu? As a result, nothing happened to this culprit, and I don't know what the people of Qingqing base were thinking, but this time, they actually had humanity. And let such a big person not study? How can it be? When I came here, the leader of our base specially approached me to say that we should guard against that White Tea of Qingqing base, saying that she can foresee, and that the previous rainstorms and heavy snowfalls were all foreseen by her, so that Qingqing base had nothing to lose. Yi Rong babbled. Anyway, this time the Great Snow Qingqing base's losses were the smallest, so naturally, he had to pull more on White Tea. Watching Yi Rong go further and further over the top, Feng Lan finally couldn't help but speak. Captain Yi, we are all in the same camp. It's a bit inappropriate to sow discord now. White Tea had absolutely no idea what to say. When she went to the Qingqing base she did mention the torrential rain and heavy snowfall. Now she could only pretend to be dead. No matter what, Feng Lan couldn't let her die here like this. Ruan Yu and a few others were getting a little bored waiting and couldn't help but spit out. How long will it take for them to come over? Waste of people and a lot of things to do. Xiexingzhou turned his head to look at her and answered softly. The people are so close. They will always come over. If they really dare to run away from the battle, we'll just run over their heads and blow them up. That's fine. But you've been burying bombs for so long that wouldn't be a waste? It's not all going to go away. There's always the unlucky ones coming through. After thinking about it, Ruan Yu felt that there was some truth to it and didn't say anything. After a while he came back next to Ruan Yen. Brother, after we clean them up, where are we going again? Where do you want to go? Ruan Yen asked with a smile as he raised his hand on her head and rubbed it. I don't know. It feels pretty dangerous to go anywhere. Xiexingzhou suddenly came over and said, if you don't know where to go, just go home first. There aren't many people left in the Qingqing base that can be used. After we wipe out these people in a group this time, there are others to solve the problem. We just need to mind our own business. Ruan Yu bowed her head in deep thought. 6 years after the last apocalypse, in the end it was indeed all about the fight between the various bases. As for whether or not there had been any research into the antidote to the zombie virus, grassroots like her naturally had no idea. It was obvious, though, that the stuff she was injected with during her time at the institute was all about boosting her powers. So has the Qingqing base researched something to cure the zombie virus or not? This time it was Nguyen Yen who picked up. It was researched, and it was a long time ago. Now even Xiexingzhou was a bit surprised. How do you know so well? Meaning someone who should have died a long time ago, who can now control walkers. After saying that, Nguyen Yen pondered for a moment, probably thinking of adjectives. He probably looks like a fictional zombie king right now. In the beginning, these things were made by the Research Institute of Qingqing base, only that they were discovered later, and we went out on a mission to catch these things. But after catching them, they didn't kill the zombies, but continued to study them. To the back of the zombie outbreak, those people did not take out the antidote potion. The beginning of those potions do have side effects. To the back of the upgrade after basically no side effects, but they're still used to taking out the ones with side effects. Nguyen Nok curiously asked. They continue the research because someone awakened their powers, right? Ruan Yen nodded. Yeah, I just didn't expect a sudden zombie outbreak back there. After listening for a while, Xiexingzhou nodded in understanding. It's someone who wants to be in power and change the social system by the way. Maybe. Ruan Yen held his forehead somewhat helplessly, but he had to admit that they were the victims. Hearing this, Ruan Yu asked with some doubt, is that person dead now? Well, dead, killed by that zombie king, and several of the top brass involved were killed. Only the news is sealed. Ruan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to be dead, so it seems like there's nothing for us to do? When people die, new people in power will appear, and I wonder if the zombies and people will harmonize a bit in the end. It's not easy to kill all the zombies, but it's not realistic to kill all the people. After all, zombies aren't as smart as people after all, and the fact that brother was able to get the news from the zombie king, doesn't that mean that the zombie king isn't much different from a normal person? So, brother, what does the zombie king look like? No different than normal, and he's also controlling the walkers to hide, and doesn't want to kill them all. So as long as no one messes with the walkers, those walkers won't come out of their own accord. Nguyen Nok nodded. In which case it seemed okay for them to go home after this job. So, we just need to get rid of these people who have come to kill us. We don't need to get involved in anything else. You're the one in the most danger. Ruan Yen said softly. What he didn't say was that someone had already done that, and the potion to cure the zombie virus was about to be released. Xiexingzhou didn't say anything. It was similar to what he thought. But the zombie king would tell the truth so easily? It can't be that Ruan Yen pitched the person and then stepped in to save them. It is still easy to set up a conversation like this. Actually, The best situation is for people and zombies to coexist peacefully. The antidote is available. But the people who turn into zombies will definitely not turn into people again. And the zombies that don't rank a little higher seem to be starting to evolve. So maybe they'll become more or less human later on as well. Ruan Yan looked at Ruan Yu and whispered that as long as there were alternatives to the healing powers, there weren't really that many people coming to the door looking for trouble. The three of them continued to make small talk, and she sang and the two of them didn't interrupt, just staring at Fenglan's group. After waiting for a long time, the sky was darkening, and the people from the Qingqing base finally caught up. Another one? It seems to be from the castle base. Chi Sang hurriedly called out to Xiexingzhou, Captain, come and take a look. These people seem a bit familiar, but I can't remember. Captain, take a closer look. Chapter 156, Qingqing base comes. Suddenly shouted at. Xiexingzhou rolled his eyes and walked over to lightly kick Chi Sang, calling for souls. Reaching out, he snatched the binoculars and looked over. Seeing those people raised an eyebrow and looked at Chi Sang with a speechless face. Can you remember something? Forgetting which people treat you like a monkey? Ah, these are the same people who treated us like monkeys? What's with all the people coming? Is this going to be a showdown? Ruan Yu walked over to pick up the binoculars and looked at Ruan Yan with some confusion. Brother, do you recognize the new group of people? Ruan Yan looked over and explained. Sort of. Those people came to see me. They seem to have said that if the experiments on us were successful, they would take an evolutionary potion, not realizing that we'd turned directly into half-mourned corpses. Looking at those people, I guess they have succeeded in evolving. Or maybe the potion to awaken their powers has succeeded. Nguyen Nok nodded in silence. Well, anyone who could come here really wasn't a good person. Look at those small bases. A person did not come. On these large bases all day long idle panic. Everyone looks familiar, as if the last life have seen. Fenglan was also a bit surprised to see the visitor and hurriedly got up and walked over. How come it's you guys? The leader laughed. Looking at Fenglan, several people with eyes revealing disdain. Such an important matter naturally cannot be handed over to a waste. What about the one with precognitive powers? White Tea looked carefully at the leader. Here it is. Here, predict how successful we'll be this time? White Tea was confused. The hell if I know. A voice suddenly appeared in his head and White Tea spoke directly. 50%. White Tea was still a bit confused after she said it, but she was always used to acting and her expression didn't change much. The leader had a disdainful look on his face. I can't even get you to say something nice. And you have foreknowledge. Do you know your own death? Bai Cha couldn't help but roll her eyes in her mind. Precognition is not being able to foresee things related to yourself. Besides, Xiexingzhou ran for so long without being caught. I think everyone who went to look for him was as confident as you are. But confidence doesn't seem to be a good thing. After all, they're all pretty much dead. These two beside you seem to be the only two people who went to Xiexingzhou who survived. But you're so powerful that you would actually come out so early. Is the base already empty? I heard that Xiexingzhou has 3 other teammates, and I don't know where they are. But you guys brought so many people here. Could it be that those 3 people are also here? Doesn't that make a 50% chance of winning a good argument? The leader's face was iron blue, looking at Bai Cha with eyes that could not wait to kill the person. But he couldn't. This person had to be brought back as well. When this time was over, there were still institutes waiting for her? And one can watch the monkeys in the institute as well as if one were going to the zoo. What he didn't know was that the Qingqing base was now gated for those who could talk. Otherwise how could they not send him messages for a day and a night? Those unsuspecting executives were basically gated by the zombies. And the institute is gone. But the ones who researched the antidote to the zombie virus are still around, continuing to make antidotes. But each bottle has to be tasted by themselves first before those potions can be taken out and used. It was a pity that the most important one, the scientist, was actually not at the Qingqing base, or else they could have solved it together. As for the remaining ones who hadn't made any major mistakes, the zombies skipped right over them. They were here to help their boss get revenge. Not only the Qingqing base, the larger ones, those 7 or 8 bases, were all overrun by the zombies. The zombies were selective in their killings, and after the killings, they all left, leaving behind the base members who were looking at each other. Sure enough, special aberrations are different. Every sentence is organized. A good deal of information that even I don't know. I didn't expect Miss Bai to actually be able to say it, so I guess this aberration is real. But this 50% chance of winning is really a bit obscure, so it's better for Miss Bai to say less. After saying that, the leader walked to the side with a cold snort, and behind him, more than 200 attendants followed and stood on the sidelines. Bai Cha looked at Fenglan and asked, when are we going over? Fenglan looked at the people beside him. Let's see how long they're going to rest this elite group of soldiers. White Tea looked away and also said, I'm not talking nonsense. Those 3 teammates of Xiexingzhou are really over here. That's what the voice in her head had just told her. along with the fact that there were bombs all around the grain silo, so surely someone would have to step on the bombs first. Ah, aren't these people great? It's just right to go. So dense those bombs didn't go to waste. If you're here, naturally you'll go early and come back early. Aren't there just 4 or 5 of them? The one leading the group still had a lofty look on his face, and looked at the other baseman with disdain. However, there are many people. Those people naturally do not care. Just hope that this group of people to go in front of the good. Just be sarcastic 2 sentences. It does not matter. People live on. Ruan Yu and the others had been staring at the binoculars for a while, and they had finished 2 of the watermelons, when they finally saw a car moving, and a few of them got excited. They're coming over. Finally giving up and coming over to find death. It's not easy, wasting our time for a day. Watching the people come over, Ruan Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, they had been setting up bombs for a day. Finally someone came over to step on them. Feng Lan followed them without interrupting, with a low brow. I wonder how you guys are going to get there. The man had a look of looking at a little cutie. The man looked at Feng Lan with a look like he was looking at a little cutie. Drive straight in. Why are you afraid of death? No wonder you two were the only ones to survive Xie hands. Feng Lan secretly rolled her eyes. This group of people are powerful, but the brain is not smart. The information is not comprehensive. Have said that Xie has arms in his hands, but also with the little cute. The same as a cute little girl. Rushed in. Deserved to die. Since people were rushing to their deaths, he didn't get involved, so he nimbly ran to the back of the group. On Nguyen Noc's side, he had an assault rifle in his hand with a full clip of bullets, just waiting for them to come over. It wasn't very far apart, and the group slowed to the entrance of the granary, parked and prepared to head inside. The leader pulled a random person out. You, walk to the door and look around. A man quickly ran to the mouth of the granary and walked around. Nothing happened. Seeing this, White Tea also froze for a moment. It shouldn't be. Didn't it say that the underground was full of bombs? But nothing was said. Or maybe there was no bomb at the door but it was full of bombs. Before Bai Cha and his party came, Ruan Yu and the others had already hid on the hill next to them, and Xie and Ruan Yan even asked for a sniper rifle, just waiting for them to walk in. The man from the Qingcheng base didn't hear the explosion, so he greeted the people and went in with them, but the people from the other bases kept a distance from them, and the man thought about splitting up some of his people to slowly probe in as well. I don't know if it was just luck, but that part of the group didn't step on any bombs halfway there, and those behind them breathed a sigh of relief, then slowly followed. White Tea walked to the back very carefully, and the rest of the base followed White Tea to hide behind. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 157 Thunder. Not long after, there were several explosions in a row, and White Tea and his group rushed to find a place to hide. The people in front of them also ducked to the side, followed by another series of explosions. Hearing the sound of the explosion, White Tea secretly breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that the bomb had not exploded and waited for her to go in before exploding. A series of explosions came down, and the group finally walked up to the grain silos, and everyone subconsciously gulped as they looked at the 10 cylindrical grain silos. Although he knew that Ruan Yu had spatial powers, but with a grain bin of 5,000 tons apiece, spatial powers couldn't fill it up anymore. Watching the people of Qingcheng base die and be injured, they all gloated a bit. Captain Feng, thanks to you guys, or else we wouldn't have been able to walk in so quickly. That's right, it's still your Qingcheng base that's atmospheric, and you specially brought so many people to step on the bomb. Feng Lan was a bit secretly happy, but how to say that it was also a base? Looking at the group of dead and wounded elites, he still walked over to help the leader. Can't see that you have quite a life. No wonder the base sent you here. Did you already know? The man looked at Feng Lan with a mischievous face, his gaze scrutinizing Bai Cha. How can you say that? It's not like we didn't warn you. Who knew you'd use this fastest method? I kinda admire you. The man choked. Reminded of something, they did not say that Xie has so many bombs in his hands and the middle of the road is not at all. Most of the bombs are buried in the place where they are hiding, which is who cannot prevent it. Who is not subconsciously dodge aside when hearing the sound of an explosion? The hell knows that the bombs are all over these hiding places. White Tea carefully approached. This is no time for infighting. Open the granary first and take a look. She only remembered that only one of the granaries here was good, but she forgot which one. The leader snorted coldly, looked down to see that the men he brought with him had already lost more than half of their number, and crossed Feng Lan's eyes. Then why don't you go and open the granary? Xiang Ming and the others were also discussing. Their intuition told them that there were traps here as well, but space aliens couldn't take away so much food, so even if they knew that they still had to step on it. But who's going to step on it first? They certainly don't want it for themselves anyway. Yi Rong stood out with a slight smile. Captain Feng, just now you Qingcheng base contributed the most. We thought about it, For the 10 grain silos here. You guys will share half of them, and we'll share the rest amongst ourselves. What do you think? No one else said anything. The grain still had to be seen before we could say how it would be divided. And naturally we could just say whatever we wanted now. The later one from the castle base was sober for a rare moment. No one has even opened this granary. And no one knows if the grain inside is still edible. So it's not reasonable to divide it now. I propose that each of you send a representative to open up all the grain silos. So many bombs just now were basically trips to our base. We won't be involved this time. You can't have all the benefits. Fonglan just stood by silently. Being bombed once didn't expect people to become wiser. Yirong several people did not expect him to say so. A moment is not good to refuse. Although the Qingcheng base dead more people, but the people left are also quite a lot of if the fight is still quite a loss. Watching them all remain silent, the man continued. It's fine if you don't want to, please leave now, or I'll send you away. As soon as the words left his mouth, the people behind him raised the guns in their hands and pointed them at the other bases. The three of them, Zhou Zhang, also had to discuss it again. Okay, we agree. 10 men walked out, each to the mouth of a granary, the rest stepping back a distance. The 10 men each looked at each other and together they attacked the grain bin window with their powers, in case there was still a bomb that they might be able to dodge. Bang, bang, bang. There were 10 more series of explosions, and the 10 men were on the ground at the first opportunity, but they were not hurt. Ruan Yu watched from the mountain with binoculars. Why are these people so abrasive? Everyone is afraid of death. Understand. Xie Xingzhou's gun was aimed at Bai Cha and said with a smile. Nguyen Yen controlled the muzzle of the gun to grant permission, just waiting for the mousecrab to hurry up and run out. The two Chi Sang lurked not far from the entrance with their submachine guns, waiting for the men to rush out. As soon as the explosions stopped, several large rats rushed out of both granaries, and a group of large crabs ran out of the last one. Bai Cha was startled at the sight of a large crab. Wouldn't Ruan Yu collect something good with her space powers? Shoot! Run! What are you running for? Hurry up and attack with your powers. Another gunshot, another alien ball. A bunch of big rats didn't block the grain silo for a while and didn't dare to come out. As soon as Fong Lan and the others saw the big crabs, they quietly backed away, and the people from the other bases were attacking the big rats and crabs, so no one noticed them for a while. Watching them break away from the crowd, Xia Xingzhou and Ruan Yan directly fired. Bang! Bang! Take cover! Watching Su Yinji fall straight down, Bai Cha was shocked and hurriedly hid. No one said that Ruan Yu would hide and put a hidden gun on. Ruan Yan looked at Xia Xingzhou with contempt. Captain, you've regressed a bit with this marksmanship. Xia Xingzhou was indifferent. Having encountered it once before, he probably knew that he couldn't hit anyone. An amateur like me naturally can't compare to a professional like our Yan. Ruan Yan directly blanked him. Get lost. Who is your brother? Then Nguyen Yan fired another shot, aimed at Bai Cha, but it missed. Xie Xingzhou opened his mouth again in a manner. Brother, how come the shooting skill of yours has also regressed? Ruan Yan took a deep breath and didn't bother to talk to him before continuing to aim at Fonglan's several people. 2 shots in a row. Bai Cha's entire body didn't dare to move for fear that if he ventured out, he would be just like Su Yinji. Ruan Yu sighed. This Bai Cha really had a great life. She wouldn't doubt her brother's marksmanship. But it's still early. There's always a chance. The rats couldn't get out of the way from the beating. The big crabs weren't that good. And in just a few moments the group had retreated to the doorway. Fonglan several people hurriedly stood up and mixed in. Qi Sang and Lu Yen were getting bored and watched as so many people rushed out and rushed to shoot. If you don't dodge it in time, someone will start cursing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xie Xingzhou, can't you be a human being? If you have the ability to come down for a one-on-one fight, what kind of a man is it to engage in these little maneuvers? The 2 Zissans didn't care at all. They just kept shooting and that was the end of it. Compared to the crab group of people still risked the gun towards running around. This time to get on the car seems to be more unsafe as well. The space aliens have not seen a single one, and the car cannot be taken out. The group scattered in all directions, and as they watched the crabs coming towards them, the 2 Chisans rushed to run, chasing after the rest of the basemans. It's natural at this point to just shoot people when you see them and not give them a chance to react. Nguyen Nak kept an eye on Bai Cha's movements, and when he saw the man running out, he hurriedly shot Xie Xingzhou as well, but they both missed. Seeing the situation, Ruan Yu had to run over. Xie Xingzhou immediately followed. Ruan Yan looked around. There were other people to deal with. He could only secretly give Xie Xingzhou another mark and went after the others. Just after running not too far, Bai Cha saw Ruan Yu walk out. Chapter 158, White Tea Pawn. White tea. It's been a long time, so it's time for us to settle the score. Bai Cha's first reaction was to run in a different direction, but he didn't realize that behind him was a large black panther walking slowly. so he had no choice but to continue to face Ruanyu. Settle the score. I don't owe you. It's you. If you hadn't taken all the food away, words and I wouldn't be having such a hard time. Anyway, she couldn't leave. Bai Cha didn't care. From the moment she knew that Ruanyu had arrived here first, she didn't really want to come over, but it seemed like she had to come here, and she didn't know why. Nguyen Nok laughed, rolled his eyes, and attacked directly with his powers. Vines, water drops, didn't hold back at all, and under the continuous attacks, White Tea was directly knocked down. It's actually hard enough for people to live. Isn't it good that I'm helping you in that hard work now? The vines wrapped around the White Tea and kept tightening, and the water inside the White Tea was being separated. White Tea's eyes were full of indignation. Only the vines tightening around her neck prevented her from speaking. In a trance she saw Ruanyu tied to the lab bench while she and Su Yenji laughed on the sidelines. Then at the last second of Ruanyu's gulping breath, Ruan Yen rushed in, along with the big black panther. Seeing so many people rushing in, she naturally wanted to run because Ruan Yen would never let her go. But she was lucky. Even though the Qingcheng base was breached, she still escaped. Not only that, but he also cooperated with that scientist who researched the zombie virus and successfully counterattacked to snatch the base back. And although he didn't kill Ruan Yen and the others, he also suppressed the people so much that they didn't dare to come out. After that, it opened up an era that belonged to her, where people were divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, and she was at the top, and those without supernatural powers were only at the bottom. Seeing this, White Tea smiled, enduring the physical injuries and hooking up a wide smile. So what if the protagonist? She still managed to pull it off. She's the winner and Nguyen Nok will always be the loser. With this thought, Bai Cha slowly stopped breathing. The vines let go of Bai Cha, and Xia Xingzhou smoothly set fire. Watching the White Tea turn into ashes little by little, Ruanyu did not know how to feel for a moment. So it was over? Images flashed quickly through her mind. Images of her death in her previous life. Her brother holding her body in a near collapse. Obsidian's head lowered as he rubbed against the palm of her hand. Taking advantage of his brother's loss of concentration, Bai Cha and Su Yenji ran away. The huge Qingcheng base was filled with zombies everywhere, but these two were just this lucky. The brother was accompanied by someone he didn't recognize, who controlled the walkers, and the people who had once spoken ill of her died at the mouths of the walkers. But within a few days, White Tea is back with the scientist who researched the zombie virus, and his brother and a group of zombies are outmatched and have to flee. The base is back in White Tea's hands, after which the whole world changes completely in White Tea's hands, and the scientist continues to work on the zombie virus, which he believes is an evolution. At first it was those ordinary people, then it was people with lower levels of psychic ability, and after the experiments were not enough, those small bases with lower strengths were also taken down and reduced to experimental test subjects. By the end of the day, those small bases become completely owned by those big bases, and you can trade people and bases as long as you can afford to pay for the supplies. In the end, it was the brothers who fought for their lives to kill the scientist. The scene shifts again. There was no White Tea in her world this time, although she was still infatuated with Su Yenji. But at the beginning of the end of the world, Su Yenji tried to get her to take her villa's supplies for the relief of other people, and she just kicked him out. She has space and healing powers. The cold storage in the villa are all the supplies prepared before her brother left, and did not think to go to the base, but meticulously in the house. It did not take long for Xia Xingzhou to find over. After that, we followed Xia Xingzhou, and soon found my brother. And this time we also met the person who could control the zombies, and we cooperated to find the scientist's laboratory and killed him, while destroying all his research results. The lab had agents that would cure the zombie virus and release them after we made sure it was okay and the zombies were controlled to hide. With fewer of these dangers, the major bases are slowly beginning to resume production and construction. A few of the more dangerous mutated animals were also dealt with on the way to construction by all working together. Everything was fine, not like in the last life, where everyone was still struggling to survive 6 years after the end of the world. Xia Xingzhou reached out and shook his hand. Looking at Ruanyu's lack of response, he reached out and poked again. What are you thinking about? Nguyen Nok looked back and slapped his hand away. It's nothing. Where did my brother and the others go? Xia Xingzhou rolled his eyes and threw it away when he was done using it, taking a few steps to the side. Follow. Ruanyu silently followed. So it turned out that in the world without White Tea, she ended up with Xia Xingzhou, and no matter which time it was, Xia Xingzhou came to find her. Only the one time Bai Cha was there, they just happened to be staggered. The two of them did not go far. Encountered other bases of people also directly shoot to solve. Without delay, a little time to move forward quickly, and soon followed Ruan Yen them. Ruan Yen and the three of them were all spread out, running after those scattered crowds, and since they were here, they naturally wouldn't let them go. They had all put out the word before they came, and they naturally wouldn't be soft on anyone who still came this way even like this. Watching Ruan Yen finish off a man, Ruan Yu shouted out from afar, "Brother!" Ruan Yen turned his head and immediately put away the indifference on his face. All settled? The words were addressed to Ruan Yu, but his eyes did look towards Xie, and seeing him nod, he was relieved. Ruan Yu flung herself into his arms and rubbed herself against him. Only then did she raise her head to look at Ruan Yen. "Brother, what's wrong?" Hearing something wrong with the voice, Ruan Yen looked at Xie with an unkind face. "What did you do again?" Xie was speechless. Is he that kind of person? Besides, what can he do? After a moment's thought, "I still didn't ask." "Nothing, just missed you." Not knowing what to say, Ruan Yen could only stroke Ruan Yu's head soothingly. Xie poked his head out and looked at Ruan Yu with a speechless face. "What's there to think about when you're separated for such a short while? You didn't see you say you missed me before? What do you have to think about? Just bullying me? Ugh. Speak with a conscience. When have I bullied you since I found you?" These words gave Ruan Yu gone silence, as if there really is not. But Xie actually really came to find her. But why not brother overall? Don't you know this in your own heart? After saying that, he hid behind Ruan Yen and looked at him provocatively. Anyway, in the life where there was no white tea, Xie had been beaten up by his brother many times when he was with her. But he could only hide and not fight back. Not long after Chi Sang also came over. "Ugh, Captain, why are you all here? Have pity on Lu Yan and I. We're exhausted." After saying that, Lu Yan also walked over with an exhausted look. Xie blankly glanced at them. "Cut the crap. There are no leaks, right?" No. Then call it a day." The five people walked to the side of the road. Ruan Yu took out the car and habitually sat in the passenger side. Xie pushed Ruan Yen away and walked to the driver's side and sat down. Chapter 159, Going to Yangchang. A black Hummer was traveling fast in the dark. Ruan Yu thought about it but still asked. Counting this was the third time. Why was it Xie who came to her every time? "Brother, why is Xie the one to come to me? Why don't you come?" Hearing this, Xie laughed dejectedly. "Of course I'm the better one." When the four of them separated, there would definitely be a tail behind them, but he was sure that he could get rid of the tail the fastest. So he hid a bit of selfishness when choosing the route, and Ruan Yen also acquiesced, and at that time, if it wasn't for the fact that Ruan Yu had emptied out that military area, the group behind him would have long since turned into corpses. As for the time so many people naturally want to give Ruan Yu practice, the end of the world will not kill how to do. Did not think that he thought too much. Ruan Yu kills people cannot be half a bit soft. Ruan Yu glanced at him breathlessly. "Didn't ask you. Drive your car properly." "Brother, is that so?" Ruan Yen was a bit helpless, although he didn't really want to admit it. Xie was indeed a bit stronger than him. "Pretty much. If I came, I wouldn't dare to guarantee that I would be the only one. It would be too dangerous for you." So even if he knew what was in Xie mind, it was still his sister's safety that was a little more important in front of strength. "See, I told you, and I still don't believe you," Chi Sang interjected. "Sister, I'll testify to this point. Yen really wanted to come to you on his own, but barring that, even though our captain is a bit of his strength is still fine." Yes, I can also testify that you can doubt the captain's character, but you cannot question the captain's strength." Lu Yan also hurriedly answered. "There is no way. The captain they cannot beat. Okay." Ruan Yen reached out from behind and touched Ruan Yu's head. "Alright, think less of strange things. You're all being brought down by the captain." Then he said to Xie, "Captain, drive farther away first and find a place to rest for the night. Where else do you want to go?" Hearing Xie words, Ruan Yu curiously looked at Ruan Yen. Just now when he killed Bai Cha he saw the screen. A city not far away from Yangcheng there is a laboratory. The first two times were the burial place of that scientist. But it's all from the guy who can control zombies. And this time, if my brother runs into him this early, he should be there too. Is brother trying to go to Yangcheng? How do you know? Ruan Yen was a little surprised in his heart. He was still thinking of sending Ruan Yu back and then going himself, but he didn't expect to be told just like that. Turning back sideways to see Ruan Yen's expression, Ruan Yu was a bit unhappy. "Brother is trying to send me back to a city and then go on his own, right? I seem to remember that brother just said that he won't leave this time and will take me with him wherever he goes." Thinking of Ruan Yu's alien ability level, and that space, Ruan Yen helplessly held his forehead. "It's my brother who was wrong. But how did you know?" "Ugging obsidian twice," Nguyen Nok said naturally. "Oh, that's what White Tea said just now when she died." Xie looked over with a surprised face. When did he go deaf? But also did not reveal. Ruan Yu did not say. Naturally not to let his brother worry. He naturally cannot be stupid to say it. But Ruan Yen's nature so that the face is believed. The heart still do not know how to think. Think for a moment. Xie opened his mouth. "We'll go together tomorrow. Just now Nguyen Ngoc was wondering if you'd dump her to go by yourself. I didn't think you'd really want to. I say, can you have some self-awareness? Your current rank is not as high as your sister's. It's not certain who's dragging their feet. With these words from Xie Ruan Yen put down the suspicion in his heart. But would Bai Cha be so kind as to say it? If Xie was tortured to force a confession, it is not impossible. I heard that White Tea's psychic ability can be precognitive. In that case, it is not surprising to know. Xie finished with a provocative look at Ruan Yu. Don't hurry to thank me, or your brother. That suspicious nature will believe what you say. Less dreaming. The car drove for almost 2 hours before stopping in front of a 2-story self-built house. Xie got out of the car sharply and said, "We'll settle here tonight." There was no one around when I sensed it just now. Ruan Yu hugged Obsidian to get out of the car in a daze, and surveyed the circle. Obsidian Bar fell asleep again. It seems that there is nothing abnormal. Looking at Ruan Yu in this dazed state, Ruan Yen hurriedly reached out to support her. Be careful. Shaking her head, Ruan Yu came to her senses and took the bed and quilt out, then another crib, and fell right back to sleep. Ruan Yen tucked her in, after which he discussed the vigil with the others. Nguyen Ngoc woke up fairly early the next day, and Black Obsidian sat licking his paws, not ready to pickpocket her. However, she was still the last to wake up, and it was a good thing that she had put toiletries in the car before because Xie had gotten up earlier, walking out just in time to see his brothers washing up. Watching them almost finish, Ruan Yu took out breakfast before going to wash up. Black Yao's large rice bowl was also taken out and filled, and the silver moon in the space wasn't left behind either. After packing up, Nguyen Ngoc asked with a bun in her mouth, "Brother, how long is the drive from here? Hurry up and it'll be most of the day. But you can't tell on this road now. Did you get this bun? Right. How's it going?" Looking at Ruan Yu with an expression that begged for praise, Ruan Yen complimented, "It's delicious. It's still our soft handiwork that's good." Lu Yen finished the 2 big meat buns in his hand and poked his head over. "Is there any more, sister?" "Of course I did." Ruan Yu took 7 or 8 more out with a wave of her hand. "Is that enough?" "Brother Lu Yen, that's enough." Chisan hurriedly reached over. "A meal a few people have eaten enough before leaving." Ruan Yu or co-pilot, but this time Xie did not grab Ruan Yen, can only sit behind Ruan Yu, since it wasn't very far from a city. Some sections of the road were duplicated from the way they came, so much so that in the afternoon they met the same cars that had followed Ruan Yu and the others before, but this time it looked a lot more lumbering, and the line had probably worked together a few times, but they were not far from still together. Nguyen Ngoc and the others also happened to stop for a short break, and after surveying them for a while, they withdrew their gaze. Ruan Yen looked at it and asked, "Recognize? Don't know them. They followed us for a while before." Ruan Yu explained, "You guys didn't go this way? It doesn't look like you and the captain are even familiar with each other." "Sort of went this way. I was going to take a shortcut. I didn't expect to be chased this way by a bunch of cockroaches, and then hit a town full of zombies. And that bridge is in tatters even. There are still people guarding and robbing the place. Xie and I flew a helicopter over here." Ruan Yu to come to the encounter roughly said a little, tone a little helpless. Counting down, she is quite unlucky. Following her naturally more unlucky, but still can meet this group. That is not unlucky. At least there is a way to live. It's good that people are okay. Just the sound of it makes me feel dangerous. Zombies are fine with healing powers, but people not so much. Chapter 160, Bombardment. After resting for a while, Ruan Yu and the others got back on the car and continued toward Yangcheng, completely ignoring that group of people, probably taking care of their eager hearts. There were no accidents along the way, and they arrived at Yangcheng smoothly in the evening. After sitting in the car all day, Ruan Yu's entire body was listless. "Brother, are we going tomorrow?" "Go tomorrow and get some rest tonight." Xie happened to find a resting place, and after parking the car, he said, "This is it." The group got out of the car in silence, and after Chi sang and the two of them wandered into the house first, Ruan Yu walked in, skillfully taking out the table and the dinner. Thinking that there was still quite a lot of barbecue in the space, Ruan Yu took another part of the barbecue out, and several people sat around. As usual, as soon as Ruan Yu put down her chopsticks, Xie and the others started fighting with their chopsticks again. Although a little speechless, Ruan Yu silently moved her stool back a little. Only after watching everyone eat almost everything did Ruan Yu ask, "Brother, did that person tell you the exact location?" "The one I was told about is under a mental hospital, and we still need to check it out for ourselves before we can do so." Ruan Yen, holding half a piece of watermelon, said they are all half-morning corpses. More should be on the side of the scientists, but this kind of fighting and killing the day, they do not want to live. To find a sparsely populated place, a good life is what he wants the most. And what good can come of the experimental body? Plus they hit on Nguyen Ngoc, that's even worse. Nguyen Ngoc lowered his head and continued to think. Through the torrential rain and heavy snow, this underground laboratory still existed, showing the care taken when it was built. And this was just one of the research labs. If it wasn't for the fact that she had seen the scientist die here on both previous occasions, they wouldn't have been able to find the scientist, a sly rabbit with 3 holes in it. Who knew that the scientist would be hiding in that lab? So how did the person controlling the walkers know that the scientist would be hiding over here? Looking at Ruan Yu with her head down, not knowing what she was thinking, Ruan Yen finished the watermelon and wiped her hands and walked over. What are you thinking about? Just ramble on. Brother, rest early. After saying that, Ruan Yu walked away and found a room to go in and get ready to sleep. Looking at Ruan Yu's back, Ruan Yen was a little uneasy. He actually didn't really want to bring Ruan Yu, but now he also had to bring it. In case Ruan Yu secretly followed on his own, it might be even more dangerous. It would have been better to bring it from the beginning. Just destroy the lab here. The people behind it, he wasn't sure, but the current situation could be over for a while. Genius and madness are all in the balance, but it's rare to be crazy enough to experiment on your own children. Hopefully that Zombie King will actually do what he says he's going to do and take the zombies into hiding and stop bothering the humans. In the dark, bright underground laboratory, a middle-aged uncle wearing black-rimmed glasses was staring at the experimental subject in front of him. Inside the transparent cylindrical glass was a child of about 10 years of age. The whole person except his head was immersed in a light green liquid, and thin tubes on his body were connected to instruments on the side. Uncle stared intently at the data on the instrument and muttered, "It's almost done. It's almost done. This time, not only do we need to control the zombies, but we also need to control all the people. Only then will there be a constant flow of experimental subjects sent in." After glancing at the information on the table, the uncle's whole body became even more frantic. As for Nguyen Ngoc, the healing powers are just perfect for me to study how to upgrade my powers to the extreme, allowing me to study if people can live forever. Zombies were an evolution, but only because they failed. And since people could awaken powers, they could awaken more. He just wanted to develop them sooner. He's right. What's wrong is the people who don't support him and instead want to ruin his research. The next day, Ruan Yu and the others split in two. She and Xie Xingzhou, her brother, and Qi Sang. After breakfast, a few people set out early and soon arrived at that mental hospital, but a long search didn't reveal anything unusual. Nguyen Ngoc was a little tired, and if she hadn't seen it, she would have wondered a little if her brother had been tricked. There was no entrance, but a lot of zombies had come, basically fifth-order zombies. Talk to Ruan Yen. If you still can't find the entrance, just use the bomb. Xie Xingzhou thought for a moment and said, "It is something to be destroyed anyway, so just blow it up. Otherwise, if there were more and more zombies, they would be in more danger." Obviously there were no zombies before, but now all the zombies around them are running this way. Ruan Yu killed several zombies one after another and hurriedly said in agreement, "Yes, we'll go and meet up with brother now." Ruan Yan's side was in the same situation. The zombies kept surrounding them. Luckily they weren't afraid of the zombie virus, otherwise they wouldn't have dared to stay here. Xie Xingzhou ran over and hurriedly helped cut down the zombies. "We can't find the entrance. Let's just use the bomb." "Good. I was looking for you guys too." After gaining unanimous agreement, the five quickly ran outside, finding the nearest building and heading straight upstairs. Ruan Yu took out the Armed Forces 10 that the military district had received. "Hurry up and get up there. The zombies will run up again in a moment." Qi Sang and Lu Yan went straight up, and after watching the plane take off, Ruan Yu took another civilian helicopter out. "Brother, which one of you is driving?" Xie Xingzhou and Ruan Yan exchanged a glance, and Ruan Yan walked up to the driver's side. The helicopter had just taken off when the zombies rushed up to the rooftop, menacing in a way that made it clear at first glance that they were being controlled. Qi San's side watched as Ruan Yu and the others rose into the air, and then they started dropping bombs. Both sides started dropping bombs on the mental hospital. It didn't take long for the mental hospital to collapse, and Ruan Yu and the others didn't stop throwing bombs out of the surrounding zombie piles. The uncle in the underground lab heard the explosion, and instead of being anxious, he became excited. "It's finally here. Healing powers, half-morning corpses. Don't run away this time." After studying the half-morning corpses for so long, so many people in the Qingcheng base were able to let people run away. What a waste. Favoring the research for so long did not create more half-morning corpses. The older man manipulated the instrument a few times, and the boy inside the glass column opened his eyes, his ghostly green eyes signaling his unearthliness. If Nguyen Ngoc was here, he would have realized that this person was the kid who stabbed her in her last life. The older man stepped aside excitedly as the green-eyed boy waved his hand and broke the glass and jumped out, looking around and walking straight towards a passage. As he did, all the doors on the passage opened in turn, and in no time he reached the ground, and Nguyen Ngoc and the others were looking for the entrance to the lab in the rubble on the ground. Ruan Yen was the first to catch a glimpse of the suddenly appearing silhouette and immediately ran to Ruan Yu's side. Be careful. This should be the latest thing that person has researched. Ruan Yu looked up and looked over a little dazed. The revenge of the last life? This life around and around, or to let her revenge? Looking at him like this, does it mean that he was already an experiment in his last life? While Ruan Yu and the others were sizing up the green-eyed boy, the uncle scientist walked out as well and couldn't help but clap his hands at the sight of the five. That's great. I didn't expect everyone to be here this time. Chapter 161, The Bomb is the Everlasting God. Then he looked at the man standing still and said, Mu, do it, there's a reward for catching them all. When Mu heard this, he cocked his head and thought for a moment, looked up at the sky and roared, and in no time the surroundings were once again surrounded by zombies. Ruan Yu frowned. This was not a good situation to deal with. It was good that there were no sixth-order zombies around. Uncle looked at Ruan Yu and the others with a winning look. Xia Xingzhou, I haven't seen you guys for a while. Do you think it's not good for you guys to be my experimental subjects in peace? Look at Xiao Mu in his place. You guys are bound to be better than him. It's no shame though. It's just as well to be my experiment now. I won't give you the chance to defy me this time, or you'll be just like my son letting someone else deal with me. Ruan Yu was a bit puzzled. Brother, his son wouldn't be the one you said could control zombies, right? It's him. He's gone to destroy the other labs, so it's just us over here. Oh. Seeing Ruan Yu ignoring him, the older man looked at Ruan Yu with some exasperation, like someone caught deserting in class. Ruan Yu, and you, can't you be a good boy and come to my lab? No. Selfish. Do you have any idea how special your psychic ability is? Let me study it and I'll definitely be able to work out a way to allow humans to further evolve. Just because you won't cooperate. Nguyen Nok rolled her eyes. Then can you go to hell? Do you realize that as long as you die, there will be no source of people to create chaos, and peace can be restored to mankind? Just because you're selfish and don't cooperate and not going to die. Crazy is crazy, even if it seems normal. Without giving him a chance to speak again, Ruan Yu directly struck out with an alien energy attack. The others weren't shy either. Xie Xingzhou's Wind Blade Fireball, Qi Sang and Lu Yan's Earth Spike Thunderbolt. There is also Black Obsidian constantly shuttling between the zombies. Seeing Ruan Yan put the zombies under control, directly go up to a paw, a person and a leopard worked together well. Ruan Yu stared closely at Xiao Mu. Seeing the person move directly to meet him, 5 thick vines directly leaped out of the ground, constantly attacking towards Xiao Mu. Mu kept dodging and summoning zombies from other places to come over, releasing his powers to counterattack from time to time. The scientist watched the scene and nodded with satisfaction. Worthy of his best work. Nguyen Nok took advantage of his inattention to control the vines and threw a grenade over to him, watching the man still breathing, and tied him up directly with the vines. The vines that spread out drilled into the zombies to draw energy. The water drops in the sky kept attacking Xiao Mu, and Ruan Yu also tried to separate the water in his body, but the effect didn't seem to be too great. After killing for almost 2 hours in a row, the zombies around were pretty much solved, and Ruan Yu and Xiao Mu also confronted each other for almost 2 hours. Anyway, it's just that no one can help anyone. Mainly Ruan Yu can't do anything about it, and Xiao Mu was mostly just defending himself without taking the initiative to attack. Brother, are you guys okay? It's not bad. Is this one a human or a zombie? Watching you guys fight for so long it feels like he's not giving his all. Ruan Yan looked at Ruan Yu in a bit of a mess, and then looked at Xiao Mu looking like nothing had happened, and said with some concern. These 2 days together he naturally knew that among them Ruan Yu's supernatural ability was the highest, but this person Ruan Yu did not hurt him for so long. It really makes people a little afraid. This scientist this time and whole what a thing out. I don't know if it was the scientists who had transformed themselves, but after a short while, they woke up leisurely, and Mu walked over and directly reached out and ripped off Nguyen Nok's vines. Looking at the thick vines on the ground, the scientist stood up and snorted. Don't waste your energy. Is it bad to be my experiment? Don't you want to have the strength that Xiao Mu has? Does Xie Xingzhou have a way? Ruan Yu was a bit anxious. The previous 2 times were not so difficult to kill. Why is it so difficult this time? Brother, didn't that person say there was a way? Xie Xingzhou thought for a while. I think we still need a hot weapon for this to work. No matter how tough it is, it's still flesh. Blow him apart with a bomb and see how good he is. No, but the captain said to try. Ruan Yan shook his head. He felt that if it wasn't for this madman wanting to take them alive, at this moment, Xiao Mu would probably have beaten them all to death. Nguyen Nok looked down and thought for a moment. Bombs were fine, but not something small like a grenade. It still had to be something more powerful, which also meant that they wouldn't be able to hide in time either. Feeling that he was being ignored, the scientist got a little angry. Think about it? Be my experiment, or die. Ruan Yu ignored him and threw out a few smoke bombs while controlling the vines to wrap around Qi Sang and Lu Yan. directly knocking them out and storing them in space. Ruan Yan and Xie Xingzhou entered the space before they could react. Ruan Yu threw out dozens of bombs at the same time, and also threw a bucket of gasoline over, and after throwing it, she hugged Black Yao and hid in space. Just as he entered, he was greeted by Ruan Yan's death stare. Xie Xingzhou looked at her with a look of watching a good show, guessing that there might be such a situation, not expecting it to be so fast. Ruan Yu snapped and laughed dryly. Brother, things are urgent. Surely you won't count on it, right? That's natural. I didn't realize you were so good at figuring things out now. Just put me in space. Learned a lot from the captain. Ruan Yan sneered and glared at Xie Xingzhou. It was all Xie Xingzhou's fault for bringing down his family as Soft. Originally thought that he said it, and everyone discussed it, but did not expect Soft to be so reckless, put them all in the space, and only came in after dropping the bomb by himself. Originally still wanting to watch the show, suddenly being mentioned, Xie Xingzhou immediately retorted. Hey, I can hear you. What do you mean you learned from me? I didn't teach her, but you'd better teach us a good lesson. What if the next time we're in danger she just throws us into space like that and carries it all by herself? Teach me a good lesson this time, and I might not dare next time. Ruan Yan nodded seriously. You're right. Ruan Yu blared at Xie Xingzhou. Brother, I can hear it too. I'm not stupid enough to know that I'm hiding in the space without bringing you guys into the space first. What if I come in and you guys don't? Ruan Yan didn't even listen. Then why did you still drop the bomb before coming in? I was wrong. Ruan Yu directly conceded. This thing will definitely be done again next time. How convenient and quick it would be to be on your own. Brother, let's take a look at the situation outside first. Looking at the increasingly dangerous gazes of the two, Ruan Yu hurriedly changed the topic. Be the first to cast his eyes to the ruins outside, which had already been blown to rubble, and now it was even more ruined. Straight to slag. Explosions rang out continuously for a while, and the gasoline that Nguyen Ngoc had thrown out was ignited, and the spot where the scientist had been standing was full of fire, with some limbs vaguely visible. The three of them stared out for a while looking for two people, barely piecing them together. Xie Xingzhou stroked his chin and said, It's true that hot weapons are the eternal god, and even more powerful is not scum when it meets a bomb. Ruan Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to be dead, otherwise the few of them were really just here to deliver food. Wait a little longer. In case they're not dead they're sure to pop out. It's safer to hide first. Good. Chapter 162 Bombing of the Laboratory. Ruan Yu the three of them just find a place to sit in the space, eating snacks and chatting. She's saying two people. Ruan Yu has been tied with vines to ensure that the two people will not wake up in a short period of time. For a while, Ruan Yu looked at the vegetable field that was ready to be harvested again, as well as the other half of the bare land, and looked somewhat wistfully at Xie Xingzhou and Ruan Yan. Brother, aren't you guys getting a little bored? Xie Xingzhou knew what she wanted to say as soon as he heard it and hurriedly refused. I'm not bored. Looking at Xie Xingzhou with rejection written all over his face, Ruan Yan looked at Ruan Yu with some curiosity. Is there something wrong with Soft? Ruan Yu pointed to the vegetable field not far away. If brother is bored, he can go and play more. Let's rest for a while longer and then go out. She didn't really want to catch her brothers working at this point in time, but having brought them in, she certainly couldn't let them be idle, so she'd give them a heads up first, and there'd be plenty of opportunities later. Ruan Yan followed the direction of Ruan Yu pointed to look over. The corner of the mouth some twitching. Before he saw, did not think it is really press Xie Xingzhou together to get. Look at Xie Xingzhou's appearance is estimated to be not once or twice, so think of the mood a lot better. Well, there'll be plenty of time to take our time later when we've sorted things out here. Xie Xingzhou rolled his eyes. Wait until you have gone to planting you will know. If it is not for the sake of life, who would like to planting and that land looks small. When you plant it yourself you will feel that the land is a little too big, and the ground grows fast, and you have to come and harvest it once in a few days, which is fine at first, but more often than not it feels like work, and who would like that? After staying in the space for almost an hour, there really wasn't much movement outside, and only then did the three of them come out of the space, and then after splitting up and checking around, as well as throwing together the limbs on the ground, he was relieved to confirm that it was the scientist and Mu. Ruan Yu brought the two Chi Sang out again, and Black Yao turned into a small black cat was also lifted out and balled up to be held by Ruan Yan. After waiting for a while longer, Chi Sang and Lu Yan woke up, looked at Ruan Yu and the others, and sensibly didn't ask. It was then that the five headed towards where the scientists had come out earlier, and found the entrance to the lab with no problem. After entering, Xie Xingzhou and Ruan Yan went in the front, Chi Sang and Lu Yan broke the back, and Ruan Yu was in the center. Once inside a few people are a little surprised. Snow-white walls as well as bright lights, and a variety of sophisticated equipment that looks completely without the feeling of the end of the world. Following the passageway the five quickly arrived at the place where Mu stayed before. The light green liquid and glass shards were still on the ground, and the instrument next to them was still lit up with a red and blue light. Ruan Yu walked over and picked up the information on the operating table and looked at it. It was all data and such, and he put it away out of habit. It didn't matter if he couldn't understand it. It was always useful to keep it for later. Then the five of them changed places again. Nguyen Nok put away the information as usual, and Nguyen Yen and the others looked for a place to put the time bomb. After walking through several rooms one after another, apart from the information potions were all kinds of precision instruments. After thinking for a while, Ruan Yu still put all those instruments into the space. There had been nothing out of the ordinary until a few people walked into one of the innermost rooms. In the dim light were five not-so-normal-looking people, chained by chains extending from the walls. They were all people who had seen great scenes, and apart from a flash of surprise in their eyes, there was basically no other change in expression. There were two females among the five, Anen and her mom that Ruan Yu had let go earlier, and it looked like the mother and daughter weren't having a good time. But it was still a bit of a surprise that there were actually scientists on the B-City base. Seeing Ruan Yu, both of their eyes lit up. "Sister, are you here to save me?" "Nguyen Nok, it's you, right? Are you here to save us?" The people who were originally dead in the water immediately braced themselves and shouted when they saw Ruan Yu, along with the other three staring at him, as if grasping a straw to save his life. He forcefully tried to stand up, and found that he couldn't stand up and approached Ruan Yu's side with his hands and feet. But unfortunately, the chain was too short. "You have healing powers, right? You save us quickly or we won't let you go if we turn into zombies." "Ruan Yu, we were wrong last time, but we didn't offend you this time, so hurry up and save us." "Sister, we don't want to turn into zombies, that would definitely hurt you." "Sister, can you keep me from turning into a zombie?" And was a lot smarter this time, and was a complete contrast to the other less mentally competent people. Ruan Yu still had the same bland look, silently looking at the people on the ground. She didn't have that motherly heart. Ruan Yen was a bit displeased with their words, frowning, pointing at Anen and Anan's mom. "Softy, do you know these two people? Or have you had trouble before?" Looking around for a moment, Ruan Yu then looked to Ruan Yen and explained, "Not really an acquaintance, but they did come to me earlier and asked me to treat this kid's dad's injuries, but I refused." Hearing Ruan Yu's refusal, Ruan Yen didn't think there was anything wrong. The hospital wouldn't save anyone without money, and his family's softness naturally had the right to refuse. Looking at them, it's estimated that none of them will survive. "Kill them all," Xiexingzhou said with a cold face, "lest the turning zombies have to make them work a little harder to kill." Qi Sang and Lu Yan looked like they didn't care. "Anyway, people are like this. They definitely won't say they want to save people or something. That's not a little cute. That's not the kind of thing you do, is it?" Looking at them like this, that mad scientist is estimated to have not experimented much. Saving people, they probably don't have that life to save. In case these experiments turn into zombies, they must be much harder to kill than the ones outside. "Okay, just do it." After saying this, Ruan Yu pulled her brother away, leaving Xiexingzhou standing at the door. Looking at the back of the two people, Xiexingzhou was a bit helpless, hitting a few wind blades to cut off the heads of the people in the room, setting a fire in passing, and placing a time bomb outside the room. Get that done and catch up with Nguyen Nok and the others. A few people quickly ran outside and within a few minutes they were on the ground. Nguyen Nok tilted his head for a moment and said, "Why don't we fly in the air and observe?" Xiexingzhou felt that there is some sense in the side to see, in case the explosion after running over a group of zombies strange bad. "In the air, will not be afraid." A few people nodded and followed Nguyen Nok to a flat area, where Nguyen Nok took out a helicopter and a few people quickly rose into the air. After 10 minutes, the interior of the lab began to explode, and it took a while for the explosions to stop, and the ground caved in partially. In the airplane, Nguyen Nok and the others took binoculars to observe the part of the ground that had collapsed, looking at nothing out of the ordinary, but Nguyen Nok's sharp eyes noticed that there was a place that was moving. "Brother, look over there if it's moving." "Xiexingzhou, you look too," Ruan Yu said while pointing with her finger. What if she was wrong? One more person could at least prove that she wasn't mistaken. Ruan Yan and Xiexingzhou took the binoculars and looked in the direction, and after looking for a while they just wanted to say, "Is it that you are looking at it wrong?" And then they acutely noticed that the place seemed to be topped by something upwards. Chapter 163. It is indeed moving. Ruan Yan said seriously. Still alive under so many bombs. There was no telling what it was. Xiexingzhou stroked his chin and said somewhat wistfully, "Why don't we throw 2 more grenades down and see? It's true that you're still more detrimental." Ruan Yu said with some approval. Taking out a few grenades and passing, the 3 of them threw them straight down. And in the process, they compared who threw them more accurately. "Captain, why don't I fly down a bit?" Watching none of the 3 throw it in the right place, Qi San's breathless voice came from the cab. "No, it's just this distance. so you can run a little better in case of danger. Shi Sang had to shut up helplessly. The captain always had his own reasoning, but something that could survive like this was afraid that it hadn't burrowed into the ground before. Although Nguyen Knox and their bombs didn't help much, the thing came out without incident, only to see on the ground a large basketball-sized dark green mangled head drilled out, with its mouth still spitting out snake letters. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Seeing what was drilled out, Nguyen Knox was outright shocked. Then the big head on the ground gradually lifted up. Not long after, a big python of more than 20 meters was lying on the ground. Shi Sang hurriedly controlled the plane to rise up. Xie Xingzhou and Ruan Yen were still calm and observed the python's intentions. This research lab has quite a few surprises, and I wonder if there's anything else burrowing out back here. Xie Xingzhou looked thoughtful. Such a large python bomb should be useful, but the python did not take the initiative to attack them. Is it not too good to directly throw a bomb to greet them? Ruan Yu glared directly at him. Can't you shut your crow's mouth? Ruan Yen looked at the python that had already started to walk outside, and rationally suggested, let's follow it and take a look. It can't attack at our height, and we don't need to finish people off in case it just wants to change its nest. Brother, that's right, let's see it first. But if it really wants to eat us, can we fight it? A bomb thrown in its mouth would only be effective, I think, Nguyen Knox said with some concern. Mutated animals and whatnot were really not that easy to deal with, especially one that gets so big and tries to attack people. If you don't kill it early, it's only going to be harder to kill afterward. Don't think so much, there's always a way. The python moves very fast, not a moment to run out of Yangchang. Ruan Yu they have been following. See, the python ran to a large pond for fish. Looks a little cheerful. The group bar into a mosquito incense into the water and do not come out. Ruan Yu looked a bit speechless. This is still a big anaconda. Still, she was relieved. She wasn't the kind of person who liked to fight and kill, and turned her head to look at Ruan Yen. Brother, it's sort of settled now, isn't it? Well, it's okay to go home. It's not far from a city, so it should be possible to fly directly back. Xie Xingzhou looked and said, then shouted towards the cab. Shi Sang, do you hear me? Go to a city. I hear you, Captain. On the other side, in a city full of zombies, a teenager stood on a rooftop, sensing that some connection in him had been completely severed, and muttered, is it over? Father, what if I win this time? You just take your dream of eternal life and go well. The teenager is surrounded by zombies, several of which can still barely speak, and their appearance is gradually evolving towards normal. Boss I we go. The teenager laughed and put his hand to his mouth. Shoo, be quiet, let's go somewhere where no one is. After a long delay, it was already evening when Ruan Yu and the others returned to a city. Randomly, he found an unoccupied villa on the outskirts and walked in. Nguyen Knox took out dinner and a few people ate while chatting, finally getting to relax this time after so long. Brother, where should we go? Let's stay over here for now, and we'll move there when we find a place we want to go. Ruan Yen finished and looked at a few others. Do you have any good places to recommend? No, take your time. Xie Xingzhou raised his eyebrows and said, this matter cannot be rushed. Now certainly cannot find a place where no one lives. They still need to spy on the news. No one who hasn't seen it knows if the guy who can control walkers will be true to his word. After the meal each found a room to rest. Ruan Yu stood on the windowsill. Xie Xingzhou walked over. Thinking about what? Now that the odds are that there's no danger, and Ruan Yen has been found, isn't it time for you to think about something else? Xie Xingzhou think it is better to say directly. He does not believe that Ruan Yu does not have any idea about him. How to say also lived for so long. He is not stupid. Before not to say that is not good to say. Now the dust has settled. Naturally to ask, what other things? Ruan Yu asked rhetorically with a smile. In such a hurry. No wonder she was beaten up by her brother. Xie Xingzhou came a little closer and looked down at her. What's between us? I don't believe that you don't have half an idea about someone as handsome as me. Ruan Yu didn't say anything and looked up at him. The two of them just staring at each other in the moonlight. What are you guys doing? Staying up late at night looking deep into each other's eyes? Ruan Yen walked over with a dark face and squeezed in between the two. Xie Xingzhou, you don't sleep. Don't disturb my sister's sleep. Stand slowly by yourself. After saying this, he pulled Ruan Yu and tried to leave. Xie Xingzhou directly pulled Ruan Yu's other hand. Ruan Yu was sandwiched in the middle and just watched the two dry-eyed. Ruan Yen had the helplessness to turn around. He really couldn't figure out how these two people were looking at each other. Xie Xingzhou, okay? Before he also saw a little hint. But soft before can dislike Xie Xingzhou. This time back, although the sister did not say anything, but the tacit understanding of these two people look is a problem. Looking at Ruan Yan's gaze shifting to himself, Ruan Yu laughed dryly. Brother, I've graduated from college. It's not too much to ask for a relationship. Hearing this, Xie Xingzhou's eyes lit up, and Ruan Yan's face became even darker. It's not too much to ask, but as your older brother, it's not too much to ask to help you test the object of your affection. Not too much. Looking at Xie Xingzhou, Ruan Yu felt that it was better for her to leave first. Then brother, you take your time to test yourself. I'll go back to bed first. After saying this, Ruan Yu quickly broke away from Xie Xingzhou's hand and hurriedly ran into a room before closing the door. Ruan Yan squeezed his fists. Then the two of them jumped straight to the first floor flat and began to cut up. Shi Sang and Lu Yan did not know when they ran to the balcony to get high on melon seeds. Nguyen Nok hid in the balcony of his room and watched quietly. It was true that it was more comfortable to watch someone else get beaten. End of entire text. Extra, the start of old age. Ruan Yu and the others stayed in a city for a while before realizing that the zombies had gone into hiding. They spoke to Tu Nan and left. After a few weeks they found a more remote town and packed up a few of the more intact houses to settle in. Xie Xingzhou, hurry over to clean up. You're being lazy again. Because the wind ability was arranged to clean the dust, Xie Xingzhou was called away just as he came up to Ruan Yu. Looking at Ruan Yan black-faced, Xie Xingzhou sighed helplessly. Yan brother, we have to learn to recognize reality. Ruan Yan gave him a blank look. If you haven't packed up the house yet, you might have to face the reality that you won't have dinner tonight. Ruan Yu looked at Xie Xingzhou with an amused face. Hurry up and get to work. Can't you see that everyone is busy cleaning up? You're the only one always thinking of being lazy. Where did I? Xie Xingzhou was a bit speechless. Was this how he used this ability? The wind system cleaned up the dust and the fire system cleaned up the garbage. It was really putting things to good use. Ruan Yan's own control system powers helped carry things, and anything too heavy was Ruan Yu's help. As for Qi Sang and Lu Yan, one earth system and one gold system, they naturally engaged in fencing and guardrails, and everyone's position was reasonable. But it didn't stop Xie Xingzhou from trying to get in front of Ruan Yu from time to time, although he was caught by Ruan Yan every time. The 5 people were handy and quickly packed 5 self-built houses out, separated by a fence, and Ruan Yu thought about adding a circle of vines to the fence. In the evening, everyone looked at their results with a satisfied face, and the living supplies were all taken out of Ruan Yu's space. Brother, want to have a barbecue tonight? Okay, hey, sister, have a beer? Qi Sang looked at Ruan Yu with an expectant face. Some, but not a lot. It's okay, just give us a taste. Seeing that Ruan Yan didn't object, Ruan Yu took out 2 barbecue grills, and Lu Yan Chisan started preparing one each. The ingredients Ruan Yu's water-based psychic ability happened to clean them together, and soon a burst of barbecue aroma came out. Outside the village a teenager slowly approached, empty behind him, following the scent in the air as he slowly approached Ruan Yu and the others. Although Xie Xingzhou and the others were relaxed, but they didn't forget to always be alert to their surroundings and noticed the teenager the first time he approached their enclosure. Brother, you know each other? He's the guy I was talking about before? Looking at the crowd's wary look, the teenager didn't care and spoke slowly. May I come in? Ruan Yu and the rest of them looked to Ruan Yan. After all, this was the only person who had had contact with him. Ruan Yan looked around and determined that the teenager couldn't beat them even with his best efforts. Plus the teenager didn't look like he was looking for trouble. So he spoke up. Sure, we're fixing dinner. Let's have some together. The corner of the teenager's mouth curled into a smile and he nodded slowly. Good. In fact, zombies didn't have a sense of taste even if they reverted to their normal human appearance. But he seemed to be more fortunate that he had a sense of taste and knew about pain. So he immediately agreed to Ruan Yan's proposal. My name is Shaoan. Excuse me. Qi Sang and Lu Yan looked at them for a moment before turning their heads and continuing to bake. And Ruan Yu continued to circle the two of them to see whose would bake first. Shaoan just quietly stood aside and watched them. And Ruan Yan didn't let anyone stand aside, waiting for the barbecue to be cooked and then took part of it over and talked with him. Shaoan took a bunch of vegetables and put them into his mouth. His eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed like he hadn't eaten food like this for a long time, and he had almost forgotten the taste of the food. As far back as I can remember, from the time my father discovered the zombie virus, experiments on people had been proposed, though they were quickly dismissed, but there were always some people who felt they saw a benefit and contributed money to support the research. Those supports faded quite a bit when there were many consecutive failures, and without the experimenter, his father quickly turned his attention to him. Counting on it, he was actually the first walker in the true sense of the word. But such endless experiments were not something he was willing to do, so he tried his best to escape. But unfortunately he was the closest thing his father had to a successful experiment, and thus he never succeeded in escaping. So he gave up, at least as far as his father was concerned, and he showed such faith in his father's words that gradually his father let his guard down. When Nguyen Nok was blasted with healing powers, his father felt he saw hope and told him to go get Nguyen Nok. At the same time, the research lab had a little laxity in guarding Ruan Yan and the few half-mourned corpses, and Ruan Yan and the others quickly seized the opportunity to escape. So I pretended to say that I was going to arrest Ruan Yen and threaten Ruan Yu with him, so that it would be easier to take control of Ruan Yu, as I had been doing my best for him for quite some time. My father quickly agreed. So I chased after Ruan Yen and hid all the way to the primitive forest. At first Ruan Yen didn't trust me, probably because he slowly learned some information. He began to believe what I said. That's why Ruan Yen went to kill his father, while I led the zombie army to the base to kill all those with bad intentions. It turns out that people are still really different, and after the deaths of the ill-intentioned ones, the base is quickly rebuilt under new administrators, and without the threat of zombies, they begin to slowly resume construction. But removing the threat of zombies, there were other things. People were divided into aliens and zombies, and naturally the same was true for that flora and fauna. How does it taste? Seeing Xiaoan take a bite, Shi San's voice drifted over. It's delicious. That's true. I'm a great skill at that. Ruan Yen eyed him carefully. No place to go? What? Want to take me in? Ruan Yen didn't say anything. First turned his head to look at Xie just in time to see him and Ruan Yu extremely close to each other, almost sticking together, staring with a black face for a while before Xie realized. What's wrong? Xie looked at Ruan Yen with a confused face. The two men's eyes met, immediately understood each other's meaning, and Xie nodded. It was only then that Ruan Yen turned his head to look at Xiaoan. Yes, we happen to still be short of a working laborer. Xiaoan? In this way Xiaoan smoothly stayed, and although Ruan Yu was a bit puzzled, she didn't say anything about her brother's decision. After all, Xiaoan worked that really fast and didn't complain. A couple of houses packed up without a hitch, and there's still time to do some remodeling. Ruan Yu and Xie discussed. Think it is better to get a little planting outside, digging out part of the soil in the space, mixed with the soil outside. Plus Ruan Yu's system psychic ability can catalyze the growth of things that grow out, although not as good as in the space but also not bad. After the basic things were packed, a few people also started their retirement life, lying lazily on the balcony and sunbathing every day. If you want to eat something, you can grow it yourself, and if you don't have it, you can take something and trade it to Tuanan. As for the grain they had collected earlier, Ruan Yu and the others combined their efforts and divided a large portion of it out for Tuanan to exchange to those small bases. Senior living too, watching the sunrise. With a comfortable life, Ruan Yu habitually stayed in bed, but this day Xie came over early in the morning to wake her up. Nguyen knock. It's time for Softy to get up. Xie called out to her softly while reaching out and trying to peel off her quilt and drag the person up. But unfortunately Ruan Yu held onto the quilt for dear life and wouldn't let go. It's not even dawn. Why are you telling me to get up? She grabbed the blanket and didn't let go, and questioned Xie. She only felt that Xie had a problem, and there was nothing to do now. Why did she get up so early? She was also questioning Xie. Xie helplessly held his forehead. Didn't you say you wanted to get up to watch the sunrise? And asked me to wake you up earlier. You're misremembering. No way. Nguyen Nok looked justified. The quilt lifted up and directly covered his head. Without the slightest intention to get up, Xie took a deep breath and took advantage of Ruan Yu's inattention to pick the person up in one go. I said I would get up early today to watch the sunrise. Soft can't go back on your word. After even shaking Ruan Yu for more than half an hour, Ruan Yu finally lost her sleepiness and looked at Xie with an angry face. Stop shaking. Can't I get up? Wouldn't it be better if it was like this earlier? Xie hurriedly let go, not forgetting to hold on to Ruan Yu's hand for dear life, just for fear that she would suddenly run off into space to sleep again. There had been a time before when he came to wake up Ruan Yu, but he didn't see anyone, and the few of them split up and searched around without seeing anyone. And finally he and Ruan Yen remembered that Ruan Yu's space could also be used to go in and sleep. When Ruan Yu came out, the two of them caught Ruan Yu and educated him, and did not allow Ruan Yu to go into the space and sleep like this without saying a word, or else they wouldn't know if there was danger. Ruan Yu changed her clothes in a daze and then followed Xie. When she first settled here, it was when she realized that this town had a great view from the top of the mountain. Not as good as those taller mountains, but it was suitable to live in, and she could go up whenever she wanted. Don't want to move. You carry me. When she thought of Xie disturbing her sleep, Ruan Yu didn't have much of a good face, and she was also waking up. Okay, I'll carry you. I don't know if Xie had even calculated the time, but the two of them climbed to the top of the mountain at the exact moment the sun rose. Xie pinched her face. Wake up. We're here. How is it? Still angry? The golden sun slowly crept up from the horizon, and a brightness gradually expanded, dispersing the remaining shadows of darkness one by one. Humph. Who told you to wake me up so early in the morning? But for the sake of looking so good I won't get on your bad side. The two stood next to each other, their figures becoming clearer as the red light from the sky. Xie had a gentle face and looked down at Ruan Yu to drop a kiss on her forehead. Ruan Yu, can you give me a chance? the rest of my life in the future, hand in hand with you to see the morning light. I do not know what you have been through, but in the future I want to share with you. It's getting light in the sky, and I think it's time for us to make a new start. Would you like to? Ruanyu stared at him blankly as Xie Xingzhou raised his hand to catch a bouquet of roses floating over not far away and handed it to Ruanyu. The golden light of the morning fell on the two men, giving them an illusion of sanctity, and the rose stood silently between them, as if waiting for someone to take it over. After a long time, Ruanyu reached out and took the roses, the bright red roses glowing a little golden under the sun. Good. On the way down the mountain, Ruanyu looked at the rose more and more familiar. Where did you get this rose? Xie Xingzhou said uncomfortably. Picked from the fence. Ruanyu looked at him with a puff of air, then asked curiously, how did you pick it? She remembered that these roses had a hypnotic effect, so why was he okay? I had Shoan pick it for me. Soft don't care about these details, we are still so clear why. The big deal is that I married you is also the same. Xie Xingzhou smiled a little roguishly. He was not looking for a long time, did not find flowers? He hadn't sent flowers before, and now he still didn't have any that definitely didn't work. So he could only hit the idea on the roses on the fence. Let's get down the hill. They'll probably have breakfast ready by now. Ruan Yen made breakfast and wanted to go to wake up Ruanyu. Just wanted to knock on the door. Who knew that the door was actually not closed? A note floated down from the doorway. Brother, I'm taking soft look day out, so don't wait for us. Ruan Yen took a deep breath, resisted the urge to go and grab someone, and turned around to go downstairs. Let's eat. They're both out. The others didn't think about it that much. Xie Xingzhou had taken Ruanyu out before, and there was no need to worry about the strength of the two of them anyway, so the crowd nodded and began to dry their food. I ate and looked around the field again, and there was nothing wrong with it before I went back to my house to set up the mess. When you're bored, you go wandering in the mountains and get lucky and catch a hare or something. When Ruanyu and the others came back, they saw Ruan Yen waiting for them at the front door, looking at Ruanyu still holding the flowers in her hand. What else was there not to understand? In the end, he didn't say anything. After all, when Su Yinji was still around before, he couldn't wait for Xie Xingzhou to go and trick Ruanyu back. I did not expect that this moment is really a dream come true. Just as Ruanyu's only relative, watching the family's cabbages being arched by pigs. The mood is certainly not good, for Xie Xingzhou naturally have no good temper. Seeing Ruan Yan's eyes, Xie Xingzhou, as if he didn't notice the difference, excitedly waved his hand and greeted. Brother, you don't have to wait for us to eat. Yes, and wait for you to come back and do the dishes. Put. Shaoan didn't hold back a laugh. These days he was considered to have successfully mixed into Ruan Yan and the others. Naturally he also knew about these internal relationships. Nguyen Nok walked by and spoke. Brother. Directly interrupting the spellcasting, Ruan Yan helplessly touched her head. Thinking about it? If you regret it, just say so and leave him alone. Hearing this, Xie Xingzhou looked at Ruanyu and the two of them with an aggrieved face. Living like a big aggrieved dog. Think about it. I don't know what you went through during the time I wasn't there, but I'm sure you have your own judgment now. Just think about it. Ruan Yan looked at Ruanyu favorably. Although his sister had come back and changed for the better, he knew that such a change wouldn't be without a reason. As for Xie Xingzhou, he might know part of it, but as long as Ruanyu didn't open his mouth, he felt sure that he would also say that he didn't know. Changing for the better would be fine. If he asked again, it would be equivalent to letting Softy go through what happened to him before again, and he didn't want to do that. His life was good enough now. There was no need to delve into those secrets. Brother, I know. If he bullies you, be sure to tell me. Yes. Black Obsidian and Silver Moon also slowly leaned over, with a somewhat arrogant posture, lying next to Ruanyu and just staring at Xie Xingzhou. Xie Xingzhou? Is he turning into a group bully now? Extra, the big bad wolf of the wedding banquet. After the proposal was successful, Xie Xingzhou thought about it and felt that he still needed to get a wedding banquet, so he found Ruan Yan to discuss it with him. Ruan Yan looked at him with ghostly eyes. Is this what you call a big deal? You're asking me to voluntarily give Softy to you, a pig, and I have to make a big deal out of the wedding reception myself? Chi Sang and Lu Yan were laughing like crazy on the sidelines. It was rare to see their own captain not dare to retort. Xie Xingzhou didn't care at all. Anyway, he had a thick skin. Brother Yan, how can you say that? It's not that I don't want to aggravate Softy. Things are different now, but how do you know Softy doesn't want it? Ruan Yan thought about it and thought it was right, but always felt that it was too cheap for Xie Xingzhou, and there are only a few of them in this place. If they really want to do it, it's still not just a few of them working. While Ruan Yan was thinking, Xie Xingzhou continued, I have looked after the place. There is a place outside the town that is just relatively flat and suitable for hosting banquets. Plus now there are not many living acquaintances. At most 4 or 5 tables. Over there is just right. And for cooking, you can ask Tuanan to get a couple of people to come and help out. And he's coming anyway, so it's just as well to bring people back with him. Okay, just think about it, and you can figure out what you want to do if you want to invite those people. Ruan Yen was successfully persuaded, and then directly pulled to work. When Ruan Yu came out, not a single person was seen. Looking at the two basking in the sun, he hurriedly beckoned. Obsidian? Where are they? Obsidian raised his head with a lazy look and lifted one of his paws to point in a direction. Ruan Yu followed the path and soon saw the figures of several people working. Brother, what are you doing? Ruan Yen put down the things in his hands. A look of no good mood, said, Nah, it's not. Xie Xingzhou said that he wanted to hold a wedding banquet to mean a little bit, originally lying in a comfortable. This moment all caught up in the work. Ruan Yu shifted her sight to Xie Xingzhou. Xie Xingzhou, why did you think of getting this? Although we don't have that condition now, but we can't skip the steps that should be taken. So let's invite a few people we know well, and see if they're still alive. By the way, Mori and the others, I've asked Tuanan to help inform them as well. Looking at Ruan Yu's expression does not look like it will object. Xie Xingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Would have liked to give a surprise? Did not think that the soft actually came directly to find over. I should have known to leave a person to look after the house. On the other side, Mori and his group had just decapitated an animal infected only with the zombie virus, and a group of people were paralyzed on the ground. Big brother, shouldn't we go back? Li Tian gasped for breath and asked in a small voice. They had traveled a lot of places along the way, and it might be a matter of luck that they kept encountering plants and animals infected with the zombie virus. They had completely killed their way over, but the harvest was also great. At least now those people saw them with awe in their eyes and a hint of currying favor. This was all brought about by strength. Alright, take a break and we'll head back. Mori nodded. They had indeed been out long enough. After resting for a while, a line of people drove toward a city. They were originally a city people. No matter how far they go or like to return to a city. Plus they'd heard along the way that the walkers were hiding. So naturally it didn't matter even more. Even if some flora and fauna attacked them occasionally, with their strength, they were perfectly capable of killing them back. And it was fine to go back and retire. A few people walked along the way, and they happened to meet Tu Nan when they were close to a city. Tu Nan hurriedly greeted. Hey, brother, such a coincidence. I was looking for you guys? Mao Rui is a little puzzled. This Tu Nan to find them what matter? Their relationship is not good to that degree, right? But also rubbed a few times just. What are you thinking about? It's MS. Ruan looking for you. She's with Brother Xie. Brother Xie is thinking of organizing a wedding banquet, so we can all have a good time together. It's just as well that you're back, so it saves me from having to send people to look for you. One look at Mao Rui's expression told him that he was thinking far ahead, and Tu Nan hurriedly said, Big brother, it's Sister Ruan who's getting married. So are we going? Nonsense. That's definitely the way to go. Mao Rui was shocked in his heart, but he took it for granted. When is Big brother too? Tomorrow. Seeing as you've only just got back, why don't you come over to my place? Come over together tomorrow? Looking at the group of people who were winded, Tu Nan proposed. Alright, then thank you in advance. Big brother too. Go on, keep up. Seeing that Maurice agreed, Tu Nan didn't talk nonsense and directly commanded the car to turn around. Going is going, but what to send? Maurice had a big headache. What are you guys so excited about? Think about what we're giving away tomorrow. Look at the group of excited people and just throw the question out there. They were on relatively good terms with Ruan Yu, and if they hadn't met him in the beginning, they would have had to take quite a few detours. After that, they also took a lot of fruit from Ruan Yu to cure the zombie virus, and they killed the zombies so recklessly because they had a bottom line and were not afraid of the zombie virus. And Ruan Yu had invited them, and although they would have gone whether they were invited or not, it was never good to go empty-handed. He was a bit skeptical of Tuanan's mind now. They didn't have Tuanan yet? I'm sure they're trying to screw them over again at this point. As soon as the question was thrown out, the car was quiet for a moment, then noisy again. So what does Big Brother think would be a better gift? Mori was speechless. Duh, and the question was returned to him. Big Brother, I seem to have quite a lot of antique jewelry in my space. It's just that I passed by a museum before thinking that I might be able to use it afterwards. So I put it away. It's all antiques, so I guess I can give it away. Hearing this, Morris's eyes lit up a bit. Ruan definitely didn't lack anything, but girls should all like nice things. The museum that I had passed by earlier had some jewelry and stuff on display, so it seemed appropriate to give it to Nguyen Ngoc now. When we get to the place later, we'll pick out the good-looking ones. Figuring out what to send. A big stone fell from Morris's heart. As straight men, Mao Rui, they also have a number in their hearts, so they found Xiaolan to help, and chose some better looking out, and a phoenix crown together, and also found Tu Nan to ask for a good-looking box to pack together. Tuanan looked at them with complicated eyes. thinking that he could make a pit stop? Miscalculated. So the group drove toward Nguyen Ngoc and the girls. As for Ruan Yu's side, it is she and Xiexingzhou to welcome the guests. The manpower is just a little bit, so it is not to speak about it. Everyone is happy. Chi Sang and Lu Yan were at the helm of the kitchen, and they had gotten Tu Nan to borrow a few people to come over and play, so it didn't seem to be a problem. Both Black Obsidian and Silver Moon had a big red bow tied around their necks by Xiexingzhou, making them sit at the door as mascots. In short, all the people who could be used were lined up by Xiexingzhou. As for his brother and Shaoan, they were responsible for serving the dishes, and everyone was arranged in a clear way. Ruan Yu poked him twice with a smirk on her face. Have you been thinking about this for a while? Of course, I've been thinking about it since we moved here. Brother Xie, sister-in-law, congratulations. Ruan Yu was about to say something when Tu Nan and the others happened to walk over to greet them. The two of them smiled and greeted them. Big brother too came quite early. Sit inside. Sit inside. Mao Rui and the others also came over, while putting the gift box on the floor. Sister Ruan, congratulations. Then he looked at Xiexingzhou and said, hello brother-in-law. Hearing Xiexingzhou's heart was blossoming, and the more he looked at Mao Rui and the more he looked at them, the better he looked. Ruan Yu smoothly took the gift box and pointed inside for them to go in. Thank you. Sit inside. Eat and drink openly. Don't be polite, huh? Don't worry, Sister Ruan, we won't be polite. After waiting for Mao Rui and the others to go in, a few more waves of people came, comrades of Xiexingzhou and the others, some of whom even Ruan Yan didn't expect them to be alive. Cannot help but admire Tu Nan. He mentions so many people. Did not expect Tu Nan all found. A moment must be filled with more wine. There is no complicated program. It is to bring everyone together to drink. Xiexingzhou is extraordinarily happy, and I do not know how much wine was poured. The whole person is floating, but not yet stupid. He hugged Ruan Yu and wouldn't let go, but looking at his excitement, Ruan Yu let him be. The rest of the finishing touches were all thrown to Ruan Yan as well, and she led the way back to her room. The big bad wolf finally brought the little white rabbit home. Xiexingzhou mumbled as he lay on top of Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu did not hear a puzzled face, pinched Xiexingzhou's face, not expecting the person to fall directly asleep. Xiexingzhou mouth corner hooked up as if in some beautiful dream. Is a child. He first went to Ruan Yu's home. As soon as he saw wearing a small white rabbit plush clothing, Ruan Yu was attracted. Has been circling around her, and when he left, he also wanted to carry Ruan Yu away. When he got home, he changed his pajamas into the big bad wolf's, thinking that the white rabbit was about to be taken by the big bad wolf, and there was nothing wrong with him being the big bad wolf for a while for such a cute little white rabbit. However, he forgot that the white rabbit had an older brother, and Ruan Yan acted as if he could guess what was on his mind, and every time he went to their house to play, Ruan Yan guarded him like a thief. Then Uncle Ruan and the others had a car accident, and Ruan Yu seemed to have changed, and I don't know why she actually became obsessed with a loser like Su Yinji, but luckily, in the end, the white rabbit was carried home by him. Extra, Su Yinji and White Tea. Su Yinji's autobiography. The first time I met Nguyen Ngoc was when I went for an interview, which was so successful that I was basically certain I would be accepted, but I was still cut off by someone who was not as capable as I was, and who was not in the same field as I was, and who did not know what the position required him to know, but I knew he was doing it on purpose, because the department flower of their major, White Tea, likes me. I actually don't know what she likes about me, but having such a big beauty like me is actually quite enjoyable. He arrogantly flaunted in front of me. I didn't dare to retort. This company I was interviewing for was Se's Group. His family was one of the minority shareholders. Although not big, it wasn't something I could mess with. But I don't know why Nguyen Ngoc showed up, but her presence certainly rescued me. She came out of the elevator, stood for a while to understand the general situation, and directly walked over to give that person a slap. The person who was still arrogant. The arrogance was instantly gone when he saw her face, and kept apologizing. I was undoubtedly attracted to her at that moment. I didn't know her, but I was accepted without incident because of her. Later I asked someone to inquire about Ruan Yu, only to learn that both her parents died in a car accident. Her brother is also in the army to go. It is the chairman of the Xie Group to help take care of. However, within a few years, the chairman also died. His son also went to join the army, and did not want to manage the company, just hired a more professional team to manage. Ruan Yu sometimes visit. I also inquired about Nguyen Ngoc when she was a child. She was raised well, in fact she was a bit naive. To put it bluntly, she was very gullible, so I knew my chance was coming. Having seen what power looks like, I naturally wanted to move up, and Nguyen Ngoc was the perfect springboard for me. I'd orchestrated several down and out appearances, and I knew that people like Nguyen Ngoc were actually the most sympathetic, so I quickly got her attention. with my intentional guidance. One way or another everyone knew it was Nguyen Ngoc who was pursuing me, and those close to me knew that I didn't like Nguyen Ngoc, and that she was the one who intentionally stuck it to me. Many of Nguyen Ngoc's girlfriends could see it, but with my deliberate psychological hints, Nguyen Ngoc quickly cut them off. But I don't understand. Obviously they are all cut off from each other. They are still secretly helping Ruan Nguyen and still look down on me. Even though no one dared to throw me a look whether it was at school or at work because of Ruan Yu, people always looked at me with a bit of disdain, which I disliked. So I wanted to climb higher and make them look up to them so that no one would dare to look down on me. But I don't know why. But even though Ruan Yu listened to what I said, when I offered to help manage Xia's group, Ruan Yu refused and even fired me outright. I hung her out to dry for a few days because of this, and I mentioned it every time she came to me to apologize, but she was always adamantly against it. She doesn't even want to manage her own company. She's just looking after it for someone else. It's not like I'm going to do anything. I don't know why Nguyen Ngoc won't do it. I thought she was too pushy, so I quickly hit it off with Bai Cha, and even though we weren't together, anyone with eyes knew what I meant. We suppressed Nguyen Ngoc while enjoying the status and money that Nguyen Ngoc brought with him, but we can't blend in with the upper class no matter what. We can only stay in a corner without being high or low. On the contrary, Ruan Yu, even though both of his parents have died, and the Xie family parents who took care of her have also died one after another, and he has no hand in managing the company. And on the contrary, everyone treats him with courtesy. I don't know why, but I later learned that Nguyen Ngoc, his brother, was very high ranking in the military, or at least one of the best in his age group. Her family had uncles and aunts besides her parents. They just weren't in the same city, but they were in all walks of life. They just weren't very good at business, but they had a high standing in other industries. That's when it dawned on me. Is this the underbelly of being rich? But when I know this, I will only look at Ruan Yu even more and think only of stepping on her. Women always know best, so I took White Tea with me, and those girlfriends of hers. Nguyen Ngoc suffered one defeat after another under their attack. I began to enjoy the flattery of White Tea. I don't know what she liked about me, but I liked the feeling. Unfortunately, after the end of the world came, Ruan Yu was like an NPC awakening, and it was us who suffered successive setbacks, and when I thought I was strong enough, I went to a new base only to realize that the strength I was so proud of was just cabbage. But Nguyen Nguyen is still as unique as ever, and I want to keep suppressing her, but I can't do it anymore. One of Nguyen Yan's bullets hit him squarely in the eyebrow, which I suppose he wanted the moment he knew about me. White Tea in its own right. My name is White Tea. I've crossed over, and I know that this place is going to have a zombie outbreak soon, so I quickly thought of a countermeasure. I had no money, so I set my sights on the rich Ruan Yu, and I knew she'd be Su Yinji's ATM afterward. So I started pursuing Su Yinji. Two people from ordinary or even poor families are naturally very talkative. Just like the plot of the book, Ruan Yu throws her weight around for Su Yinji, but Su Yinji still hangs on to Ruan Yu with love and disdain. Also often bring me to show in front of Ruan Yu. I naturally know what Su Yinji wants to do, so cooperate with the group of girlfriends to bring. Under the operation of my group of girlfriends, Ruan Yu naturally made a lot of scandal. I knew about the end times, so I hinted to Su Yinji to let Ruan Yu stock up, and Ruan Yu was really stupid to actually do what Su Yinji said. But what she doesn't know is that my first thought was to kick her ass. But before I do, I'm going to snatch that ring with space in her hand, because that's how it's written in the book. I want to live a good life, naturally want to rob the original heroine's chance. I don't think there's anything wrong. Anyway, the original heroine won't die so easily. It's just that without the space it will be a little bit hard to live. But what's it got to do with me? But Nguyen Ngoc actually came to his senses, and I didn't grab the space. And I don't have the stuff I hoarded before, but I know the plot afterward, so I said I could predict it. Because of this I was getting along pretty well, but I didn't want to make things easy for Ruan Yu, who I knew would awaken healing powers that could actually easily become a life-suppressing charm. The early stage of the end times was the time of panic. Everyone was scared, and everyone took life and death very seriously, especially when someone who could be saved died in front of them. So everyone quickly shifted their target to Ruan Yu. The healing powers are supposed to serve everyone, but what happens when the powers run out? How can one person save the whole world? But with so many people on her trail, Nguyen Ngoc still managed to hide. Instead, I had one frustration after another, and a realization appeared in my mind that I didn't know who he was, and I didn't want to know. I just knew he would help me. Anyway, with my relationship with Ruan Yu, I'm bound to die as long as she's alive, so I'm going to kill her first. But I couldn't kill her, and even though all those bombs didn't kill me, I could feel as if my luck had gotten worse, especially after those squads that went looking for Nguyen Ngoc died out. Then the voice reminded me again to go to the granary, and I knew that this time would probably be the final showdown between Nguyen Ngoc and me. This time a lot of people came before and after, but they all died. I saw Su Yinji fall in front of me, and a few bullet holes appeared next to my head. I knew that it was Ruan Yu's brother who hit me, but I also understood that he couldn't kill me, and only Ruan Yu could. My first reaction was to run, but I couldn't run at all. I was powerless under Ruan Yu. Before I died I saw the image of Ruan Yu being killed by me. I know I was supposed to succeed, but Ruan Yu should have been crossed over as well, otherwise how did she suddenly awaken? But that's okay, at least I made it once, and that's enough. At least the crossing was sort of worth it. Extra, the voice in White T's head. While Ruan Yu was violently beating Bai Cha, somewhere in the world a black and a white ball of light instantly intertwined. The black mass of light, also known as the voice in Bai Cha's head, could be described as the heavenly Tao or the book consciousness, and the white one likewise. Moments after Shiracha's death, the white mass of light suddenly grew larger, and the black mass of light could see his defiance even without a face. You cheated. I'm not convinced. I've already succeeded. You're the one who used time rewind to bring Ruan Yu back to life. I'm not convinced. The white mass of light summoned a cage to trap the black mass of light. His voice calm and sensible. You're supposed to be an outsider, and since you're here you should follow the rules instead of turtling up. Aren't you the one who cheats? Look at your own chiropractor with the wrong mind. If she takes Nguyen Nak's chance to end the end times, then I could care less. But look what she's done. The world almost collapsed and now she's dead. Isn't that what she deserves? In the final analysis, it was still his own reason. If it were not for this black mass that he had taken in with a soft heart, there would not have been all these things later. I didn't expect that this black mass would actually want to devour itself and pull an outsider over to suppress his world's chi warriors. In this way he would not be afraid. And his own chirographers were not little cuties. But he didn't expect that in order to devour himself. This black mass actually went to interfere with the operation of the world and forcibly made his own chirographer descend in wisdom. By the time he realized it, it was completely too late. So he could only force a reboot of the world. In fact, he had even made a bet with this black mass that his own chirographer wouldn't make the world worse for revenge regardless, like that outsider had done. It was true that those who could become chiropractors proved not to be like this, but I didn't expect this dark mass to go and help the outsiders he pulled over. Unfortunately, he was originally the consciousness here, or the heavenly Tao, so he couldn't intervene, but his own strength had recovered quite a bit, so even though he couldn't intervene, at least he wouldn't let the mass go too far. In the final duel, the outsider was defenseless under my chiropractor, and the thing began to resent it, even trying to intervene again. Unfortunately, it was stopped by me, and the outsider was killed without incident, and without the part of my chi that she had robbed. My strength was restored. As for this black mass, it was better to disappear forever. So what? This world is meant for the strong to be honored. Since this world can't withstand it, let's change it. If you weren't useless, would this world be so weak? The black mass of light was completely unaware of what was wrong with it. The world was meant to be superior, and it was only natural that people should be the same. Unfortunately, she forgets that her outsider's ability to succeed came from his secret help, not because she was strong. Stubborn. The white light mass no longer wanted to bull directly began to devour him. The black light mass kept struggling to resist, but in the face of absolute strength, these resistances were nothing more than seasoning. The black ball of light in the cage gradually became smaller. A basketball-sized ball of light became the size of the palm of his hand, which then turned into a small black dot, and finally disappeared completely. After the black mass of light disappeared, the white mass of light breathed a sigh of relief. Almost. This world was swallowed up. Fortunately he found it in time. Without the outsiders, the world seemed to return to clarity for a moment.